The supreme deity unexpectedly transformed into a cherubic child. Moreover, she explicitly wishes to pursue a romantic relationship with the wind pillar, Mitsuri Kenroji. Within the conference room, the deities feigned ignorance. Due to the tragic conclusion of the manga, none dared to undertake the perilous task of altering fate. In a secluded corner, Yin Yin flipped through the pages of the comic. Incredible. Does everyone perish in the end? An elderly man with white hair's eyes brightened. Yin Xiao Yin Luo, is that you? 10 billion merits. She extended her hand. The little sprite immediately embraced a storage pouch, exclaiming, "The host has just awakened as the mightiest deity." Deal. Yin Yin closed the book, declaring, "I shall define the character. And I want a romance, specifically with the wind pillar, Mitsuri Kenroji." Absolutely. No problem at all. Furthermore, I have a condition. Pray, do tell. I want to be in love. I desire a boyfriend. I find the wind pillar, Mitsuri Kenroji, quite appealing. However, upon stepping through the portal, her expression shifted dramatically. Which will alter the portal? 06. Backup. Before being engulfed by the chaotic stream, that was all she could manage to shout. The malevolent deity outside scoffed. "Arrogant girl, this shall be entertaining." Upon awakening once more, Yun Yin found herself bewildered, but a small boy exclaimed with excitement, "Mother, sister has awakened." A beautiful woman tenderly caressed her head. "Would you become my daughter?" "I am Miki Inagata." Yun Yin gazed at her tiny hands, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? She had set her character as an orphan. How did she end up as the cherubic child of the Inagata family? Her throat dry and voice lost, she could only manage a faint Mickey smiled. "From now on, you shall be a child of the Inagata family." Yun Yan's mind raged. Where is my 06? This abysmal beginning. Is this the machination of the wicked deity? Will she be able to grow up and find the wind pillar? What secrets lie hidden within her identity as a member of the Inagata family? A 30,000-year-old deity masquerading as a 4-year-old child? And secretly granting the wind pillar a charm enhancement. Yin Yin felt on the brink of madness in her 4-year-old form. She was daily dragged by her bothersome brother, to play house with little children. She, a deity who had lived for 30,000 years, rolling her eyes dramatically, she turned and retreated indoors to play the guzheng. With her small hands adorned with finger-plucking devices, she played a piece titled The King of Elephants, commanding the atmosphere with her presence. The children outside were mesmerized, clinging to the doorframe, unwilling to leave. Mickey approached. "Yin Yin, would you play Starsea for us?" Yin Yin nodded. As the melody filled the air, the courtyard fell into a profound silence, allowing the whisper of the wind to be heard. Listening to the clouds and the moon whisper secrets, gazing at the myriad twinkling stars, was the essence of the moment. Exhausted after the performance, she curled up in his embrace for a midday and in her hazy state. 06 called out, "Shall we activate the enhancement?" Individual charm level. Activate. Bind to Mitsuri Kenroji. Unbeknownst to her, a white-haired boy was peeking from the doorway, the young Mitsuri Kenroji. Just as he was about to call out to him, Mitsuri made a should gesture, indicating the sleeping Yun Yin. Zai gently nudged Sherma's arm and said, "Tomorrow, we'll take my sister to visit you. I am eager to meet your younger brother. The last time I saw him, he hadn't even opened his eyes yet." Shimi chuckled softly. "Sure, that sounds delightful." The following day, Zai brought Yin Yin to Sherma's residence. Yin Yin appeared calm on the surface, yet internally she was screaming, "A childhood golden retriever wind pillar. I can do this." Would Shimi think her little rice cake peculiar? Would her charm work its magic? Was their upcoming encounter destined for disaster? A 4-year-old throwing herself into the embrace of her future wind pillar? "This is a ship I am already boarding." Zai tugged Yin Yin along as they raced toward Shimi, but the little one stumbled and fell with a thud. Quick as lightning, Shimi scooped her up to break her fall. Yin Yin's tiny hand stealthily brushed against Sherma's chest. Internally, she squealed. "Wind brother is so soft. It feels like such a loss to be his little sister. I want to be his beloved." Seated obediently on a soft cushion, enjoying the sweet rice cakes brought by Mrs. Shizufu, Yun Yin had an epiphany. These are not mere rice cakes. This is pure tenderness. The exquisite texture, the soft, fragrant sweetness, absolutely divine. When Jinmi awoke, crying for his brother, Shimi lifted him into his arms. Yin Yin poked the baby's cheek, her eyes sparkling like stars. "So soft." Shimi grinned, breaking the rules of charm. "Do you like Jinmi?" Sunlight bathed his face, leaving Yin Yin entranced. How could someone so young be so captivating? 3 years of warmth passed. It was the eve of Yun Yin's 7th birthday. Then came the demons. Zai frantically carried her, his back slashed open to the bone. With a thud, he collapsed, his legs severed, scattered nearby. The demon licked the blood, grinning savagely. Run, you worthless creature. Wouldn't it be better to submit and become food? Zai held onto his sister, inching backward, even as the ground ground against his bones, causing him to howl in pain. Suddenly, his head was wrenched off. Blood splattered into Yunyun's eyes. You vile creature! The 7-year-old girl let out a primal roar, seizing a sickle and charging forward in a frenzy. The wrath of the divine could no longer be contained. Dare to harm her family. As dawn broke, she struck the demon so fiercely that it became formless, dissolving in the sunlight. When the demon Slayer Corps arrived, they beheld the girl, drenched in blood, wielding the sickle, with her brother's dismembered body at her feet. She lifted her gaze, her once brilliant golden eyes now dim, before collapsing. Would Shimi ever learn of all this? Would Yunyun descend into darkness upon awakening? Could her bond with the Fukakuwa family be restored? The Wind Pillar wept in despair. His gentle sister's family was brutally slain, leaving only a broken Gujing at the scene. Shimi sat at the doorway, waiting for Zai and Yunyun. The words of passers-by pierced him like daggers. The Mihue family was robbed last night. The entire family of 3 is gone. He dashed frantically towards Yunyun's home, falling down and getting back up, only to stumble again and rise once more, until she beheld the courtyard soaked in blood, the crumbled walls, and the ancient Gujing severed in 2. Shimi sat down with a thud, covering her face and weeping aloud. Such a skilled player of the Gujing. Such a gentle family. Upon hearing this, Jinya's tears fell like raindrops, while Madame Shizuka wiped her eyes and gently comforted her 2 sons. The government would construct a grave for families like that of Mrs. Mihue. When the tomb was completed, Madame Shizuka would take her sons to pay their respects with flowers and treats. Before the grave, Shimi clenched her teeth to prevent her tears from falling, her hands tightly balled into fists. Jinya was weeping inconsolably, while Madame Shizuka clasped her hands in prayer. In the next life, may you find happiness. Meanwhile, Yunyun awoke in the residence of the childbirth house. Her eyes resembled stagnant water, devoid of any ripple. 06 had turned off her emotional switch. Yaozai, the lord of the childbirth house, tenderly stroked her head. You are safe here, stay and recuperate. She coldly uttered a name, Kunikuni Yunyun. Taking the initiative, she approached Rintaki Zokansu. Please accept me. The elderly man, observing her hollow gaze, nodded. He took her icy hand and led her towards the narrow misty mountain. Did Shimi know that Yunyun was still alive? Could the deity, whose emotions were sealed, still remember the Wind Pillar? Was the foreshadowing of the moon breathing about to commence? A 7-year-old girl, executing 700 cuts without pause? Her movements were so precise, akin to a puppet, leaving her seniors astonished. Yunyun followed Rintaki to the narrow misty mountain. Kibutsuji and Makomo rushed over, filled with exuberance. Makomo handed her a piece of candy. Feeling down? A little candy will do the trick. Yunyun, bewildered, held the candy in her mouth. These 2 were rather enthusiastic. As she savored the salmon and radish, she suddenly found herself longing for poor cutlet rice. In the past, it was always Teru and Shimi who accompanied her for meals. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought she must maintain her facade. The onset of training. Her seniors were astounded. When instructed to perform 1,000 cuts, Yunyun completed over 700, as if she had emerged from water, tirelessly continuing. Her movements were as precise as a marionette. At the moment she set down the sword, her arms trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes widened as she gazed at her once strong arms now reduced to limp noodles. Soon, her muscles began to cramp, the veins visibly throbbing, and the pain was excruciating, twisting her expression into a grimace. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Kibutsuji, nearly startled by her cramping arms, hurried over to assist with a massage. Kibutsuji began to knead her arms, while Makomo fetched medicinal alcohol. She chattered incessantly, fearful that Yunyun might overexert herself again. Yunyun gazed at the clouds above. That one looks like a little kitten. Suddenly, her face was grasped by Kibutsuji. Are you paying attention? She blinked. Yes. When traversing the treacherous trap mountain, the initial moments were nothing short of harrowing. Narrowly avoiding the wooden stakes, I nearly twisted my waist and grimly shouted at 06. Revert my physical attributes. In an instant, it felt as if I had been endowed with extraordinary powers, sliding to evade the wooden stakes, leaping to avoid pitfalls, bending low to dodge hidden weapons, gliding on my knees beneath the trees. A series of movements flowed seamlessly as I ran. I slowed my breathing, inhaling slowly through my nostrils, allowing my abdomen to expand as I exhaled. My muscles tightened, Maximizing my strength, I inhaled just before exerting force, and exhaled the moment I propelled myself forward. I surged ahead, narrowly escaping the onslaught of hidden weapons and the collapsing ground beneath me. Was this truly a 7-year-old girl? She resembled a warrior goddess. What would Jiatu and Junji think upon discovering this? When she set foot upon the vine-laden mountains? Would Shimi even recognize her? A 7-year-old girl sliding past a colossal boulder? This agility would leave even Linlong in awe. Yunyan seemed to possess extraordinary abilities amidst the misty mountains. Sliding away from a rapidly approaching boulder, her peculiar movements propelled her forward. Landing silently on a tree branch, she then darted away effortlessly. Linlong watched in disbelief. Is this truly a talent achievable by mere mortals? Having navigated through the forest, Yunyan leaped before Linlong, landing gracefully. Linlong, momentarily stunned, finally chuckled softly, placing his hand atop her head in an affectionate gesture. What a remarkably gifted child, full of surprises you have done. Well, yet, in the next moment, she was sent to split stones. Holding the blade, she appeared bewildered. Surely, this stone would shatter with a light stroke? She swung the blade down. With a resounding clang, the blade nicked, sending her tumbling to the ground. .06 erupted in laughter within the system space. This execution is simply brilliant. Famished beyond belief, she turned to seek her senior sister, Junji and Jacques too, knowing her fondness for pork cutlet rice and sweet rice cakes, took turns preparing delightful meals. Watching her eat pork cutlet rice with a faint smile, the two exchanged helpless glances. This girl is far too easy to understand. 3 years later, Yunyan wielded her Nichiren blade, ready to conquer the vine-laden mountains. Linlong adorned her with a mask, the white smiling fox, a harbinger of fortune. Jiatu patted her shoulder. Take care of yourself, we await your return. Junji embraced her. They'll prepare pork cutlet rice for you when you return. However, upon arriving at the small town, she spotted Shimi clutching his abdomen, leaning against the wall. What a sight his abusive father was at it again. Yunyan hurriedly finished her meal, discreetly placed a pouch of money at his doorstep, knocked, and leapt onto the rooftop. Shimi opened the door to find the pouch, inscribed with the name Kunikuni Yunyan. His eyes instantly welled with tears, clutching his wound and calling out, Yunyan, you're alive, aren't you? After searching for a considerable time, Shimi found himself disheartened, seated on the ground, clutching the pouch tightly. Tears streamed down his face unexpectedly. Is it because there are no other family members left that she chooses to entrust her wealth to him? Yunyan sat atop the roof, listening to his voice, her heart swelling with a bittersweet ache. Can Shimi find her? Will she successfully pass the final selection? Could this purse become the catalyst for their reunion? A 10-year-old girl kicking a knife into the mouth of a demon? Such an act is utterly astonishing. Yunyan tossed a paper airplane to Shimi. For the meal debt, do not dwell on it. Shimi clutched the purse, tears streaming down her face. It is enough to be alive. Ultimately, she misguidedly sought out Tungshi Mountain. Fortunately, the raven guided her, otherwise she would have truly lost her way. As the selection commenced, she was the first to charge in. With a swift movement, the demon's head fell to the ground. The white fox mask swayed amidst the trees, concealing the innocent visage beneath. After 3 days of slaying demons, while she rested, a piercing scream erupted. A hand demon, grinning malevolently, devoured ginseng while clutching a severed limb. Yunyan dashed forward, delivering a decisive strike. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. Yunyan was somewhat taken aback. This maneuver merely severed the demon's hands, which fell lightly to the ground as it tilted its head, gazing at the rather grotesque creature. Before her, the hand demon seethed with rage. Another disciple of Rintak. I shall slay you, little fox. Several hand demons lunged towards her, only to become entangled in a knot around her. Furrowing her brow, she thought, why is this so resilient? I cannot sever it. In a moment of carelessness, a demon's hand struck her against a tree, causing her to cough up blood. Gazing at the chipped blade in her grasp, she clicked her tongue in frustration. In the next instant, she flipped her hand to throw her knife, executing a spinning kick that struck the hilt. The Nichiren blade pierced the demon's mouth with a swift whoosh. Picking up the fallen Nichiren blade, she sprinted toward the hand demon, focusing her breath entirely. Water breathing, sixth form. Twisting vortex. Is the hand demon truly vanquished? What would Master Rintak think upon learning this? Will Yunyan successfully pass the selection? A 10-year-old girl carving her way through Tungshi Mountain. Of the 100 participants, only a handful survived. She charged straight to the Agrade. The hand demon's head was severed and sent flying. Yunyan landed on the ground, coughing up blood. That blow was exceedingly fierce, causing her to grimace in pain. Yet, she felt a sense of relief within her heart. Tu and Makomo should be safe now. 7 days later, she emerged from the forest. Her face bore several scabs, her clothing was riddled with tears, and her arms and legs were marked with scratches. Of the 100 contestants, only a mere dozen survived. While selecting ore, she stared vacantly at a pile of stones. In the end, she chose a pitch-black one. Having slain the most demons, she instantly qualified for the grade team. Onlookers were left in awe. This girl is truly formidable. Yunyan disregarded their whispered remarks, assured that all was well, and turned to leave. She was headed back to report her safety. Moreover, she yearned for her senior's pork chop rice and sweet dumplings. How she longed for a steaming cup of matcha. Unexpectedly, she veered off to the Kyobashi district. Tea night. Perched on the rooftop of Sherma's home, she listened to the laughter within, resting her chin on her hand while gazing at the moon. She resembled a homeless child, secretly observing the revelry of others on the road. She encountered a demon and unsheathed her sword to strike. Water breathing, fourth form, tidal wave strike. The demon's head fell, and her sword shattered. With a cold expression, she tossed it aside, exclaiming, "What dreadful quality!" Upon returning to the Misty Mountains, Shinobu embraced her tightly. "It's wonderful that you're back safely." Kaneo's hands trembled as she pulled her into an embrace. The taut string of Yunyan finally relaxed, and she fell into a deep slumber in his arms. Kaneo held her, her eyes reddening. It's just good to be alive. Did Shimi know she had become a rank? When would she formally reunite with Shimi? Would her injuries deeply concern Shinobu? A 10-year-old rank member had furiously smashed a tailor's shop. Was it merely due to the revealing uniform? What a spectacle! Upon donning the team uniform, Yunyan was left speechless. The ultra-short skirt exposed her thighs, while the upper part remained unbuttoned. With a stoic expression, she clutched the hem of her skirt. That day, the tailor's shop echoed with screams. The following day, a new uniform arrived. Pants with black straps and a cropped, sleeveless top. With every movement, her abdominal muscles and definition became visible. Kaneo and her seniors observed, veins bulging on their foreheads. "We can barely tolerate this." The moment she acquired the Nicaran blade, its surface turned black, revealing intricate azure phoenix feather patterns. The blacksmith rejoiced. This blade is stunning. After months of executing missions, all the comrades she had saved feared her. Why? She was not fond of conversation. Her words could freeze anyone. The team members whispered among themselves. This rank senior is rather difficult to approach. After departing, she headed straight to the Kyobashi district. She had already secured her application, and for the next year and a half, she would not leave this area unless absolutely necessary. Wearing a fox mask with a smile, she ambled down the street. By chance, she spotted two familiar figures in a grocery store she used to frequent. It was Shimi and Jinya. Seeing the brothers working at the grocery store left her bewildered. Was the last sum of money insufficient? Listening from the rooftop, she was infuriated. Her father had squandered the money on gambling and had even resorted to domestic violence. Veins throbbed on her forehead as she tossed a pouch of money to Ryu. Wait until they sleep, then place it in Sherma's bedding. Ryu thoughtfully added medicine and bandages, tossing them directly to the awake Shimi. Shimi caressed Ryu's feathers and softly inquired, "Is she all right?" Ryu remained silent and flew away. During the Sagami support mission, Yunyan became a whirlwind of fury as a horde of malevolent demons charged at her. Her blade flashed, leaving only decapitated foes in its wake. She turned to glance at the injured comrades. The team members were on the verge of tears, pleading, "Please, don't stare at us. You can scold us if you wish." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. They had seemingly never heard Yunyan speak. This misunderstanding had escalated. Could Shimi possibly deduce it was her? Would the scoundrel father face retribution? When would Yunyan find the opportunity to clarify? A 12-year-old class member confronts the fourth of the waning crescent moon. Even infected by a virus, she could retaliate? This maneuver was divine. Madame Jijin returned late, a leaf brushing against her cheek. Yunyan's pupils constricted. Something was amiss. In the next instant, claws lunged towards Madame Jijin. She executed a flying kick, sending the specter crashing into the wall. Upon looking up there, it was the fourth of the waning crescent moon. The blighted leaf. The blighted leaf, irritated, rubbed its neck. "You little brat. Dare to kick me? Are you courting death? I shall accommodate you." Yunyan charged forward with her blade. The fluidity of her water-breathing technique remarkable, yet proved ineffective against the blighted leaf. The blighted leaf cackled maniacally. "She has fallen victim to my blood demon technique. Soon, she will transform into a demon." Veins throbbed on Yunyan's forehead. That dark leaf. It was the source of the problem. As she attempted to pursue, tendrils from the blighted leaf ensnared her. Her hand was lacerated by the leaves, instantly bruising and darkening. My blood demon technique is a virus. It infiltrates every crevice. The blighted leaf laughed devilishly. The tendrils carved bloody trails across her body, blood dripping from her chin. She knelt on the ground, coughing blood as the dark ichor oozed from her wounds. Bones broken beyond count, yet her gaze remained fixated on the blighted leaf. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, a chilling aura enveloped her, frost forming beneath her feet. Ice-breathing first form ice lotus. A massive ice lotus encased her, deflecting all assaults. Amidst the icy mist, her mask shattered and fell. Suspended in midair, her eyes glinted with lethal intent. Ice breathing forth form frost enchantment. Frost, akin to starlight, severed the blighted leaf's neck with a single stroke. She crashed to the ground, spitting several mouthfuls of blood. Struggling to rise, she murmured, "Shimi." Madame Gigine. As her hand touched her face, she was taken aback. Tears? Why was she crying? Just as she grasped her sword, it shattered. Would she reach Sherma's home in time? Would Madame Gigine succumb to demonhood? This ice-breathing was utterly astounding. Yunyan lay on the ground, fists clenched, urgency mounting as Yin hastened to their aid, accompanied by the pillar. Sadness echoed as Ying Ming swiftly arrived, lifting her into his embrace. Nemu Amida Buddha, hold on. Young lady, you are safe now. Upon hearing his voice, Yunyan trembled, clutching his garment, her other hand trembling as she pointed towards Sherma's residence. Save them. Unaware that the newcomers were invisible to her, nor who they were, as darkness enveloped her vision. The Yins quickly took charge, with Long guiding Ying Ming, yet dawn had already broken. Yunyan felt as though the darkness before her had momentarily brightened. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The hidden ones were so startled they almost took flight, their voices splitting in alarm. "My lord Yunyan!" The feeling of a splitting headache swept over as my eyes rolled. Yunyan furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a bright white ceiling. The light was too intense, and she instinctively closed her eyes again. Ah, have I already awakened? How do I feel now? A gentle voice reached her ears, one she was very familiar with, as she often heard it in the butterfly house. She slowly opened her eyes again, tilting her head slightly, and saw the worried expression of Butterfly Kanai. Noticing her silence, Butterfly Kanai, already accustomed to it, gently placed her hand on Yunyan's forehead. It seemed her fever had subsided, so there was no major problem. All she needed to do next was to rest well. He looked at her as if he were in a daze. When she pulled her hand away, he raised his hand to grasp her wrist. What happened? His throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. As he spoke, the pain in his throat felt like a blade scraping against it. Butterfly Kanai froze for a moment, and regardless of what she had come to ask, a look of regret appeared on her face. When we arrived late, there was only a crying little boy who mentioned he had a brother, but his whereabouts were unknown. Yunyan's mind was filled with a loud bang, and the ringing in her ears enveloped her. She could only see her mouth moving, unable to hear any other sounds. Has nothing changed? 06 sighed. Yunyan, I understand your thoughts, but this is the background rule for the world's characters. It cannot be changed. This is something he must go through. Yunyan closed her eyes tightly, released her grip on Kanahui's hand, and said thank you. Kanahui shook her head, tucked her in properly, and said, take good care of yourself. Also, congratulations on your promotion to Hashira. Yunyan fell silent again. What was the meaning of this promotion? She had lost everything. In the days that followed, Yunyan remained as she always was, speaking not a word, wearing a cold expression, and giving off an air that kept others at bay. When she was able to get out of bed and move around, she was summoned to the mansion of the Kamadu family. At the request of Kamadu, Wise-Eye, she accepted the identity of a Hashira and became the Ice Hashira. True to her name, she was as cold as ice. Even Yuzui Tenjin, who had just become a Hashira and was extroverted to the extreme, couldn't strike up a conversation with her. Kamadu Wise-Eye looked at her eyes, which had lost their brilliance, and gently rubbed her head, telling her not to put too much pressure and burden on herself. It wasn't her fault. Yunyan had already done her best and performed well. Yunyan's eyes trembled slightly as she lowered her head and finally spoke, very softly. After bidding farewell to the production houses Yao Zai and Madame Tianyin, Yunyan went to her own residence. The ice mansion was built according to her ideas, resembling the courtyard where she lived with her mother and brother in the past. Watching the hidden ones bustling around inside, Yunyan held her knife and sat on the steps like a good child, staring blankly at the white clouds in the sky. The hidden ones knew her temperament, so they didn't mind her sitting in the middle of the way. However, when it came time to move heavy objects, they were troubled, as these things were clearly beyond their ability to lift. Suddenly, the stone lion in front of her visibly rose, and the hidden ones looked down to see Yin lifting the stone lion with one hand, her face cold and her eyes questioning. One of the hidden ones trembled as he raised his hand toward the entrance. Lord Ice Pillar, please put it down here. Yin nodded slightly, effortlessly walking to the door, and then casually tossed the stone lion, which landed on the ground with a thud. After doing all this, she sat back in the middle of the road in a daze. When everything was cleaned up, the hidden ones were just about to report when they found that Yin had already fallen asleep, leaning against a pillar. At that moment, they remembered that Lord Ice Pillar's injury hadn't healed at all. They had actually let an injured person lift heavy objects. Each of them was so scared that their masks almost flew off, and they hurried over to check on Yunyan's condition. After confirming that she had just fallen asleep due to weakness, they breathed a sigh of relief. They carefully carried her back into the house, placed her on the bed, and took off her outer clothing and shoes. A female hidden one helped change her clothes. Finally, they covered her with a blanket and closed the door. Besides leaving some to take care of her, the others quickly withdrew. Chapter 10. New Mission Support, New Reunion. The injury had healed enough, and the toxins and viruses in her body had been mostly cleared. During this period, a full 6 months had passed. Yunyan took on her first task after becoming a Hashira. It was a support mission, reportedly involving a new Kage-level member who had been relentlessly pursuing a demon. For some unknown reason, this demon had actually grown stronger during the chase. With time running out, Yunyan had no choice but to leave the rescue team behind and rush to provide support as quickly as possible. Kyuka was nearly going crazy at this moment. How could this white-haired, hedgehog-headed boy be so reckless? Struggling to fend off the demon's surprise attack with his blade, he kept Shinazugawa protected behind him, wielding his Nichiren blade against the demon. I say, what is your name? I'm Kyuka Kashin. You seem pretty brave, huh? You dare to slay demons without a Nichiren blade. Want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Huh? If I join the Demon Slayer Corps, will I get weapons to kill demons? Yeah, and there will be teachers to guide you. With the breathing techniques, you can slay even more demons. Then I'll join. Shinazugawa Sanemi. Kyuka chuckled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, but before that, the person in front of him was indeed a bit tricky to deal with. Both of them were in a sorry state, their wounds still bleeding. The demon lunged again, and Kyuka frowned, wanting to swing his sword to take the hit, while Sanemi intended to use chains to obstruct the demon's movement. Suddenly, a figure appeared, accompanied by Chill. In midair, under the bright moonlight, a figure descended, the air filled with a frosty temperature. Ice breathing, fourth form, frostbite. The demon's head fell, and Yunyan lightly landed in front of them, shaking off the demon's blood from her blade and sheathing it. Turning her head, her gaze met Sanemi's beside Kyuka. The two froze simultaneously. How to describe this reunion? Sanemi looked at her, his nerves, which had been tightly wounded due to the battle, momentarily stunned. His fierce expression, accentuated by the terrifying scar across his face, suddenly froze. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, Kyuka exclaimed in surprise, "It's a comrade coming to support us." Huh? That outfit is from Lord Hibitsukawa. Comrade? Lord Hibitsukawa? Yunyan turned her head away and did not look at him. Shimi stared at her back. She had grown a bit taller. Clearly just a 7-year-old little bean when they last met. She wore a white and blue haori, the moonlight enveloping her, with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She exuded an aura of coldness, a presence that warned others to keep their distance. His eyes trembled. The name stuck in his throat, unable to shout out, unable to take a step forward. He wanted so much to ask her how she had spent these years, but now he could say nothing. He only knew one thing. She was truly alive, and now she was strong enough to leave him far behind. Yunyan looked faintly at the disappearing demon, glancing around, and then at the two people beside her. The ice pillar came to support her, but her gaze did not linger on Shimi, as if she didn't recognize him. Quangjin was supported by Shimi, gritting his teeth and standing firm. This time, he had underestimated his opponent. Although he encountered Shimi, who was even fiercer than the Demon Slayer Corps members, he miscalculated, as this demon was resistant to the effects of the diluted blood. Not only was he not entranced, but it also made him more excited. And now both of them were seriously injured. Lord Ice Pillar, thanks to you. I really appreciate it. Good job. This was the first time Yunyan responded to the other team members. Standing on her shoulder, Long Zhang opened his mouth wide, and the arriving Yin and the rescue team all fell flat on their faces. Each of them looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. What did they just hear? Master Yunyan has spoken. Yunyan looked at Shimi, and the injuries on his body stung her eyes a bit. She frowned and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet fighting demons? Once caught in those hunter-like cold eyes, it felt like becoming prey with no way to escape. Shimi gritted his teeth and met the hunter's gaze. Yes, what's wrong? Do you look down on me? He didn't flee like a trapped animal. Instead, he tried to find something in her eyes. Surprise, worry, or struggle. None of these emotions were there, like a stagnant pool of water. No, there isn't. Yin Yan averted her gaze and replied in an even colder tone. Since you have such strong will, you might as well join now. Without a suitable weapon and without the right person to teach you, you won't even know how you died when the time comes. After saying that, she walked away without looking back or even pausing. Kwang Jin watched her back, scratching his head in confusion. How strange. Even the other seniors said that Lord Ice Pillar never casually spoke to others. Basically, no one had ever heard Lord Ice Pillar speak. Why did she say so many words today? What's her name? I remember Lord Ice Pillar's full name. It's called Kunikuni Yunyen, the surname of the original samurai family. Isn't it cool? Shimi lowered his eyes. It really was her. He didn't mistake her. Why did she become like this? Then he let out a cold laugh. It was certain that change would happen, just like he was now. Yunyen sat on a nearby rock, staring blankly at the sky while the rescue team tended to the wounds of the two individuals. Lost in thought, Yunyen was drawn to the commotion. On one side, Shimi was being extremely uncooperative, and Kwang Jin, along with other members of the team, struggled to hold him down in order to bandage him. But the next second, they were thrown off. Yunyen pressed her lips together, slightly furrowing her brows. Long stood on her shoulder, letting out a soft sigh, using his wings to support his forehead. Yunyen walked in front of Shimi, one standing and the other sitting, and the still agitated Shimi instantly froze. Yunyen slightly bent down to meet his gaze, thought for a moment, placed her hand on his head, and gently rubbed it, just like he used to do to her when he was young. Stop messing around, she said, and then sat back on the rock, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the starry sky. The ruffled person instantly looked like a stressed cat that had been smoothed down, drooping its head and allowing Yin to do as he pleased. Kwang Jin widened his eyes, looking at Yunyen and then at Shirmi. Finally, he leaned in closer to Shirmi and whispered, Shirmi, tell me the truth. Do you know Lord Ice Pillar? Shirmi's ears, hidden in his hair, turned red, and he irritably pushed Kwang Jin's face away. None of your business. Get lost. Kwang Jin, not willing to give up, tried to hug him. Don't be so heartless. Tell me, Shirmi, get lost. And who allowed you to call me so intimately? TCH, don't come any closer, you jerk. Watching them play around, Yin Yan's thoughts wandered a bit, and the corner of her mouth slightly curved up. The air suddenly became quiet, and seeing everyone with their mouths agape in shock, Yin Yan came back to her senses, cooled her expression, stood up, and turned to leave. Lord Ice Pillar, this boy is not from the Demon Slayer Corps. Should we take him back? Yin Yan paused for a moment, coldly speaking, with a few jumps before leaving, only her ears slightly reddening. Long did not hurry to catch up, but instead landed on the uninjured side of Shimi's shoulder, holding a small cloth bag in her mouth. This is from Master Yin Yan for you, something she prepared in advance. A birthday gift she wants to give you every year. Shimi was first shocked to realize that the crow, which often helped Yin Yan deliver things to him, could speak. Then he was stunned by its words, raising his hand to catch the small cloth bag that Long brought him. Long sighed and flapped her wings to fly away. At this moment, all the curious eyes around fell on him. Shimi slowly opened the cloth bag. Inside was a handmade amulet with different colors and patterns, but each one was a prayer for health and safety. There was also a red bracelet with a small porcelain white cat in the middle. Additionally, there was a note. Upon opening it, it felt as if something struck his heart. Shimi's eyes suddenly became moist, and he hastily stuffed the bag into his arms, lowering his head, wishing Shimi brother good health and a smooth life. Kwang Jin sighed, silently comforting him by wrapping an arm around his shoulder. After being lifted onto a stretcher, Shimi quietly put the bracelet on his wrist, gently rubbing the small white cat in the middle with his fingers. Chapter 11. 2 years later since that day, Yin Yan had become busier, but in the meantime, she asked Long to check on Shimi's news. Upon learning that he had been sent to train under the previous Wind Pillar, she finally felt relieved. However, she remained puzzled about why she felt this way, but once she got busy, she had no time to think about it. 06 watched as the emotional button slowly rose, scratching his head. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before things returned to normal, right? After all, the person wouldn't go crazy, and returning to normal wasn't a bad thing. It was certainly better than being a clueless fool who couldn't achieve anything. After just completing a task, while walking down the street, He was suddenly drawn to a nearby wagashi shop and inexplicably bought 2 servings of hagi cakes. As he munched on the cakes in a daze, he suddenly saw Kwang Jin walking by and quickly dodged in front of him. Because she had a cold expression and an intimidating aura, Kwang Jin was drenched in cold sweat under her gaze. He tentatively spoke, "Ice pillar? Do you need something?" Yun stuffed the rice cake in her arms into his hand and said to Shimi, "Thank you." She turned to leave but suddenly looked back. "Your next mission?" "Huh? My next mission is to go to Yuanjiang." Yun turned to leave, and Kwang Jin paused for a moment, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Is Ice Pillar going to help me with a task, in exchange for me helping to deliver something to Shimi?" He then smiled awkwardly. "Oh, actually, there is no need for this. I need to go back and check on him anyway." Humming as he walked, "Ice Pillar is really a good person, just a bit indirect." Kwang Jin returned to the training ground with a smile, looking at Shimi who was resting on the steps, looking like he was bursting with energy, his arms flailing around like noodles. "Shimi, I'm back, and I brought you something good." Shimi, startled by his shout, turned around with an annoyed look. "Huh? Bastard Kwang Jin, can you speak properly? That tone is disgusting." Kwang Jin walked closer, poking his face. "Call me senior brother properly." Shimi swatted his hand away, looking at the item in his arms. "What did you bring?" "Oh, this? I met Ice Pillar on the way, and she asked me to bring it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt empty in his arms, staring blankly as Shimi took the package from him and quickly unwrapped it. Inside were 6 freshly made sweet cakes, along with a warm bamboo tube of matcha. Shimi was momentarily stunned, the corners of his lips lifting as he muttered softly, "What?" She actually remembered my favorite food. In a good mood, he started eating the sweet cakes, noticing Kwang Jin still staring at him. So he offered a piece. "Want some?" Kwang Jin pointed at himself. "For me? Eat." "Thank you, Shimi." Thus, the two sat on the steps, eating the sweet cakes one after another. For 2 consecutive years, every time Yun delivered something, it was an exchange for helping Kwang Jin complete a task. She would ask him to help with deliveries, and in the meantime, she quietly visited the former wind pillar, secretly observing Shimi's training. At night, she would quietly leave medicinal wine and ointment at his doorstep, or sneak in while he was sound asleep, massaging the bruised areas, easing the blood clots, and taking care of his muscle injuries. Each time, she had to be extremely careful. Even her breathing softened, afraid that Shimi would wake up halfway. Even she herself couldn't understand why she was doing this. 2 years later, Yin got rid of the ghost, yawned, and Long Fei came over, handing her a letter. She opened it and saw the corners of her lips rise. Have her senior brothers and sisters successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps? That's great. Then there was a letter from Yadu and the others, asking if she had time to get together tomorrow afternoon at the pork chop restaurant they used to frequent. Yin returned to Long, and she would arrive tomorrow afternoon. Long flew away, and after Yin patrolled the area and confirmed that everything was fine, she began her journey back. By the time she returned to her residence, it was already late at night. After tidying herself up, she obediently laid down to sleep. The next day, the first thing Yin did after getting up was practice with her knife. Then she did some strength training. After completing her routine, she took a shower, changed her clothes, and set off with her dagger for the appointment. At the pork chop restaurant, Jatu and the others had already arrived and had ordered their meals, chatting idly. The smoke lifted the curtain, and the 3 turned around to meet her gaze. Jingan ran over and hugged her tightly, saying, "Our Yin is really amazing. Not only has she become a pillar, but it seems her body has also become much stronger." Yin was held by her, rubbing her face against hers, congratulating her senior brothers and sisters, as well as the brave junior brothers, for successfully joining the team. The rabbit smiled helplessly. "This child hasn't changed at all." "Well, thank you. We also need to work hard to catch up with your pace." Eong nodded foolishly, lowering his head to eat the radish salmon. The pork chop restaurant surprisingly had this. "It's really great." At the dining table, the 3 reminisced while Eong was eating. Seeing how much he loved the radish salmon, Yin gave him her portion. Eong looked up at her in confusion. "You love eating it, so I'm giving it to you." Just these few words moved Eong deeply. He directly understood that his senior sister saw he liked it, so she gave him her portion. His senior sister was good to him, and she didn't dislike him. Cloud, it's been overinterpreted. Smoke, I didn't think that much. I just can't eat anymore after finishing the pork chop rice. By the way, in this year's selection, there was a very peculiar boy with a white hedgehog hairstyle and many scars on his body. Yin raised her head to look at Junji upon hearing this. Puzzled. Yeah, she doesn't talk much and doesn't smile, but when it comes to killing ghosts, she's incredibly fierce with a terrifying grin. Yin nodded slightly and continued eating her pork chop rice. It seemed that Shimi had successfully joined the team. What should she buy for him later? The person being discussed was currently shaking his leg while eating beef hot pot with Kwang-jin. Congratulations, Shimi. This means we have a chance to carry out missions together. Shimi propped his chin up, annoyed, and said, no, I can handle missions by myself. Having one more person is just a hindrance. Kwang-jin, with tears in his eyes, hugged his shoulder. Don't be so heartless. I'm still your senior. Just show me a little respect. Shimi had a fierce expression, pushing his hand against Kwang-jin's face. Idiot Kwang-jin. You're too close. Let go of me. Who wants to call you senior? Beat me first before you say that. Huh, why are you like this? After dinner, Yunyin said goodbye to Yadu and the others. Unlike them, she was on a break now and had no missions. Walking alone on the street, she felt torn. The stalls over there sold such cute things, and so did the ones here. It was so hard to choose. Passing by a beef hot pot restaurant, the two noisy people inside suddenly went quiet. Shimi watched her leave, his hands slightly clenched. Kwang-jin scratched his face. Does Ice Pillar know that you successfully joined the team? You should know, right? Shimi turned his head, his face a bit unnatural. Who knows? Are you eating or not? If not, I'm eating all of it. Ah, wait, save me some. Chapter 12, Delivering Blessings and Gifts. The twisted pair, while still picking out gifts, they were called away by Long Canoe Yuya Summoner. And Yunyin was blindfolded and discreetly taken to the canoe residence. Familiar with the route, she arrived at the conference hall and sat on the soft cushion. Canoe Yuya looked at her gently. Are you still getting used to it after these 2 years? Yunyin nodded slightly, and then she heard the proposal from Araki Waya, shaking her head without hesitation. Really not considering taking a stepson? No, my lord, I'm not interested in that. And besides, I'm still young and not suitable. Araki Waya revealed a gentle smile, rubbed her head, and looked at her affectionately as he spoke. In that case, can I ask Yunyin to do me a favor? For the sake of my reputation, could you help guide the new team members in the upcoming tasks? Yunyin looked at him and finally nodded. She couldn't resist such a gentle person's request. As she walked out of the mansion, she couldn't help but curl her lips downwards. How is this any different from finding a stepson? Oh, there's a difference. A stepson is a single number, but this time it might be countless. She understood the intentions of the production house's Yose, but communicating with others didn't seem that important, did it? Yunyin hung her head, walking and thinking, feeling more and more troubled. She simply ran back to the mansion and had long sent a message to Chanshu Yaozai. She applied for once a month, and it had to be chosen by lottery. She didn't want to be that tired. Bringing in new people was the most troublesome. After being exhausted for so long, Yunyin finally had 2 days of leisure, sitting under the eaves, staring blankly at the ball of yarn in her arms. How make a scarf? She didn't know why she impulsively listened to the boss's wife, who said that a scarf made by hand was more meaningful. After pondering for a while, she still sought help from 06. Flipping through the scarf-making steps bought from the mall, she followed along step by step. It was already late autumn, and winter was approaching soon. After spending a full 3 days, almost all of her time was dedicated to knitting the scarf, aside from her regular duties. Looking at the turquoise bamboo scarf in her hands, Yunyin let out a long sigh, folded it neatly, and placed it in a box, wrapping it up. She stood up and walked out, but suddenly found herself in a dilemma. How should she deliver it? Just handing it over? That wouldn't work. Suddenly, she thought of Kwang-jin, the person who had helped her deliver things for 2 years. Since he was a Hashira, she knew where he and other members of the team, including fellow Hashira colleagues, lived. She had long led the way directly to Kwang-jin's place. Most ordinary team members lived together in groups, but fortunately, today, there was no one else in the dormitory. Only Kwang-jin, who had just woken up from a lazy nap. Yunyin stood at the door, and Kwang-jin yawned as he came out, startled. Bingju Darren. Yunyin nodded and handed him the package, saying, This is for Shimi, your next task. Kwang-jin helplessly took the burden and suddenly saw a white flash at the door. An idea formed in his mind as he looked at Yunyin with a gaze as cold as ice. Lord Ice Pillar, why don't you deliver this to Shimi yourself? You should have a special relationship with Shimi, right? Yunyin bit her lip. Her gaze became even colder. Don't say too much. The task location. Kwang-jin saw that she wouldn't say why even if she died. He was already used to her terrifying gaze whenever she avoided the subject. He could only sigh and say, It's nothing, Lord Ice Pillar. I'm just passing on something. There's no need for such an exchange. Yunyin frowned slightly, looking very displeased, as if she was about to punch someone at any moment. Seeing that she was about to explode, Kwang-jin straightened up and quickly spoke. My next mission is in Owari. Yunyin's expression softened as she nodded and turned to leave. Shimi hid around the corner, waiting for her to go before entering the dormitory. where he saw Kwang Jin holding a green package with a dark expression. Kwang Jin teased him, "Shimi, you were just outside, right?" Shimi realized he had been exposed and decided to stop pretending, snatching the package and walking into the room. "No way. Are you trying to get yourself killed by talking too much?" Kwang Jin hurriedly followed him inside, curiously leaning over to watch him open the package. Inside was a black wooden box, and when the lid was opened, a brand new blue scarf was neatly placed inside. There was also an embroidery of bamboo on it. The stitching somewhat clumsy, clearly handmade by a novice. Shimi was stunned, feeling a mix of emotions. There was a letter on the scarf, and he carefully opened it to find just a few lines. To Shimi Nashikawa, congratulations on successfully joining the team. This is a humble gift of blessing, made by myself. It's my first time, so it's not very skilled. If you dislike it, you can leave it at the door, and I will prepare a new one when I see it. From Yinue Kiku. After reading the letter, Shimi carefully put it back. A hint of blush appearing on his usually fierce face as he muttered softly, "Idiot, how could I possibly dislike it?" He turned his fierce gaze towards Kwang Jin, who pouted. Okay, I won't look." Then he turned to leave, but paused, turning back to look at him. "Hey Shimi, do you know that Lord Ice Pillar will start drawing lots to take new recruits on missions from today?" "Huh, I didn't know. Is she going to take in a foster son?" "Not really. I heard that Lord Ice Pillar refused to take in a foster son and instead is taking new recruits on missions as a form of guidance." "Oh, and then what? What does that have to do with me?" "Ha ha ha. Today, the first new recruit that Lord Ice Pillar will take is you." "Huh, which bastard drew that?" "Oh, it was the teacher who drew it." Shimi's face turned dark with veins popping out, even on his neck. "That old man. Why doesn't he ever have such good luck?" Kwang Jin tilted his head and continued to add fuel to the fire. "I heard that the teacher got the news and rushed over to draw lots first." "Shimi." Kwang Jin grinned widely. "The mission is tonight. To Owari. I should have gone too, but you just heard it. So good luck, Shimi." After saying that, he ran away, as Shimi was completely engulfed in dark energy, trembling all over. If he was even a moment late, he would get beaten up. Shimi suddenly turned and shouted at the door, "Quiet, Kwang Jin. I'll kill you." Kwang Jin ran down the road, chuckling to himself, "I don't believe it." "Ha ha ha." Shimi, with a dark face, turned to look at the scarf in the box. His displeasure replaced by shyness as he gently picked up the scarf and put it around his neck. The soft texture and the fresh scent of fur filled his nostrils, like pine, with a refreshing and rich aroma. "It's quite comfortable," he mumbled, blushing, then carefully took off the scarf, folded it neatly, and put it back in the box to keep it safe. He handled it delicately, afraid of damaging the scarf. He placed the item in his locker and grabbed a wooden sword nearby to train. Chapter 13. The First Guidance Mission at Night. Yin stood at the street corner waiting for the team member she needed to guide for tonight's mission. But unexpectedly, she was greeted by a familiar face. Looking at Shimi, standing in front of her, Yin stiffened, and the two turned their heads away from each other. One rubbed their neck while looking to the left. The other looked to the right, and after a long time, neither spoke. "Yin Dano, it's time to set off," said Long Luo on her shoulder. Yin responded with a sound, turned around as if to run like usual, but suddenly remembered there was another person today. So she turned her head to look at Shimi, open her mouth, and finally turned it into a sentence. "Stay close, okay?" Yin ran ahead, slowing down because she was worried that Shimi couldn't keep up. Noticing the change in her speed, Shimi clicked her tongue. "TSK, no need to slow down, I can keep up just fine." Yin turned around to look at him with a blank expression, making him feel uneasy. After a long while, just as Shimi was about to explode, she slowly spoke. "Did you just want to say I'm the boss?" "I didn't." Shimi quickly retorted, visibly agitated. "And also, pay attention to the road while we're on our way." Seeing Shimi's intense and rapid rebuttal, Yin's head slowly filled with question marks. "Well, if you didn't, then you didn't." She turned back and resumed her normal pace. When Shimi noticed her suddenly speeding up, a smirk appeared on his lips. This speed was just right for him. Seeing that he could not only keep up, but also maintain a distance of no more than 2 meters, Yin raised an eyebrow. "I guess this is what they mean by being the future wind pillar," she thought, impressed by his strong talent upon joining the team. Now completely unrestrained, Yin ran as if she had no limitations. During this time, Shimi realized the gap between them. Their breathing frequencies were completely different. While he could only adapt to total concentration breathing when slaying demons, it seemed like Yin had never interrupted her total concentration breathing, even while sleeping or eating. For example, after running for so long, he already felt a bit fatigued in his breathing, while Yin seemed completely unfazed. The two arrived in Owari and, following the route led by R and SH Rai, stopped in the woods. The moonlight was blocked by the leaves, and the forest was pitch dark. There was a faint hint of moonlight seeping through the gaps in the leaves. Yin rested her hand on the knife handle, lowering her gaze. Next, it's up to you. Shimi glanced at her, understanding what she meant. I got it. He walked ahead of Yin cautiously, his eyes observing the surroundings. His senses more acute in the darkness. Yin stared blankly at his back, and for a moment, it felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Once, a bad kid broke the porcelain doll her brother had bought for her, and with her small frame, she couldn't fight back. Just as she was thinking of a way to get back at him, she didn't expect him to swing a slap at her. But that slap didn't land on her. It was caught by a pale, strong hand, the same one that was blocking her in front. Not only did he protect her from being bullied, but he also gave the bad kid a beating and bought her a new porcelain doll. The white hair shone in the sunlight, and the gentle, radiant smile on his youthful, handsome face looked particularly beautiful in her eyes. Still lost in her memories, she suddenly bumped into a solid wall of flesh, her nose tinged with sourness, and her eyes involuntarily turned red. Raising her hand to cover her nose, the person she bumped into hadn't even had the chance to speak before her slightly reddened eyes startled him. Yin, are you okay? I'm sorry. It's all my fault for stopping suddenly. Did I hit your nose? Let me see. Shimi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively using the nickname he used for her before. Bending down anxiously to hold her wrist, pulling her hand down to check carefully. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she was fine. Suddenly, he stiffened, his grip on Yin's wrist loosening abruptly, creating distance between them as he blushed and looked at the ground. The smoke cleared away the saline solution at the corner of my eye. I sighed and asked, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? I noticed you were lost in thought and wanted to remind you, they replied. Oh, I'm fine. Let's look for ghosts first. Okay. Yin walked behind him with an expressionless face, seemingly unfazed, but this time he dared not space out. He even stared intently at Shimi's back, wondering how this person had developed such muscles. His back was as hard as a wall. He almost bumped his nose, but fortunately, it was a natural one. Otherwise, it would have been ruined. A white mist had appeared in the forest at some point, and Yin slightly turned his gaze, already realizing it was a blood ghost technique. He utilized full concentration breathing and the divine power within his body to break down the hallucinatory effects of the mist. Quietly following Shimi, since he was to provide guidance, he only needed to ensure his own survival. Real combat always yields better results than teaching. After a short while, Shimi stopped, swayed a bit, and fell backward. Yin instinctively reached out to catch him, but saw him exert force at his waist and stand up straight again. That aside, in a state of vacant eyes, he drew his sword relying on muscle memory. Yin wondered how he had noticed, as he leaped and swung at a tree. The trunk was severed, and a figure fell along with it. It was the stench of a ghost. Yin took a few steps back, quietly observing. Shimi, who had not yet emerged from the illusory blood demon technique on the opposite side, was completely relying on his own will and sensory discernment to slash at the demons. Unexpectedly strong, to an absurd degree, by the time he severed the demon's head. The mist had not yet dissipated, and Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Was there more than one here? She intended to look around, but found that Shimi had already swung his blade towards her. Yin's brow furrowed tightly as she quickly drew her sword to block his attack. The person in front of her was clearly still deeply trapped in the illusion, his eyes vacant and lifeless, but his strength was indeed considerable. Yin flipped over, knocking his knife away, and struck his palm against his neck, slowly kneeling down while holding the collapsed Shimi. Shimi, who had fainted, frowned tightly, restlessly shaking his head. Mumbling something, Yin leaned down to listen, her eyes widening slightly. Mother, don't want Shinzi Shomei. Zai, run quickly, Shwami Yin. Suddenly, Shimi opened his eyes, lifted his head abruptly, and collided with Yin's forehead. Yin trembled in pain, covering her forehead as tears instantly spilled out. Ouch, that hurts. Shimi covered his head and lay back down, only to realize that Yin was right in front of him, finally understanding his situation. He was lying on her lap, seeing her holding her reddened forehead. Looking tearful, Shimi felt a pang in his heart. His eldest son instincts kicked in, and he quickly sat up, pulling her tightly into his embrace, softly comforting her. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Does it hurt a lot? Let me see. He blew gently on her flushed forehead and then rubbed it lightly. Yin sighed and held his hand, saying now, in the battle, there's still a ghost. Shimi froze for a moment, stiffly withdrawing his hand and standing up, awkwardly turning his head away. The habit of the eldest son really is a terrifying thing. Shimi let out a long breath, recalling what he had seen in the illusion, his face darkening with anger, veins bulging. Damn ghost. Yin looked at him with confusion as he suddenly got angry, tilting his head in curiosity, sitting on the ground like a well-behaved child, quietly watching him. You've broken free from this old one's blood ghost technique, huh? You're quite a determined little guy. And that girl over there, you're also a strange one. Not affected by this old one's blood ghost technique? Is it because of your special constitution? A ghost stepped out of the darkness, appearing in front of the two. She was wearing a kimono, exposing half of her chest. Her attire was as luxurious as that of a courtesan, and she held a smoking pipe in her hand. After speaking, she took a puff of smoke, exhaling it and forming several smoke rings. Yin remained silent, but Shermie grinned menacingly, drew his knife towards the female ghost, and finally revealed himself, saying, "Damn it, you bastard ghost. Do you think you could defeat us with your sneaky little tricks? What a ridiculous piece of trash." Yin. So much facial expression, such a fragrant ambience. The female ghost smiled coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke. The mist thickened around her as she slowly dissolved into the white smoke, her voice ethereal and untraceable. "Useless kid, you won't find me. And you are destined to be my food." Shermie cursed softly, her eyes constantly searching the surroundings, while Yin disdainfully waved away the smoke in front of her. "It stinks. Don't come near." Watching Shermie become a bit irritable and lose patience, cold sweat began to slide down her forehead. Sometimes, seeing isn't necessarily believing. Sometimes, the eyes can temporarily be disregarded. Shermie's body stiffened at the words, and she stood up straight, closed her eyes, and slightly moved her ears, carefully listening to the sound around her. Her breathing gradually slowed, as if she were merging with her surroundings. Yin rested her chin on her hand, feeling the urge to yawn, but yawning now would surely affect him, right? Sigh so sleepy. Chapter 14, just like before. As he calmed his mind, he successfully captured the scent and sounds within the white smoke, gripping his knife and aiming in one direction. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Shermie's figure flashed, quickly closing in on the target for a strike, leaving behind a swirling blade of wind capable of easily slicing through the ground, the attack accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The chibi version of Yin slightly opened her mouth. Wow, is the effect of wind breathing's attack this cool? 06 facepalming. This is killing me. Hurry up and regain your emotions. Right now, Yin is way too damn dazed. A slash severed the female ghost's arm, and since he didn't hit her neck, Shermie spat and ground his back molars. As if sensing something was wrong, Yin suddenly stood up, swinging her knife, causing the white smoke surrounding her to instantly disperse, followed by an overwhelming chill. "Back off." Shermie was startled by her cold command, turning to see her serious expression, and instinctively moved to her side. Ice breathing, fifth form. Icebound. The chill instantly froze the surrounding vegetation, and then the white smoke dissipated as a dense shower of something fell from the sky with a crackling sound. One after another, disgusting meat worms were frozen by the ice, and the knife, mixed with cold air, instantly severed the surrounding trees, leaving the white smoke completely cleared. Watching the female ghost trying to escape by stepping on the tree trunks, Yin slightly retracted one leg, leaning forward, with her knife resting against her shoulder. Ice breathing. Sixth form, Ice Soul Dragon Roar. Her figure flashed as she lunged forward, the knife strike accompanied by a colossal ice dragon, mixed with the roar of the dragon. Instantly severed the female ghost's head, which then rolled gently to the ground. After performing a flourish with the knife, she flicked the blood onto the ground and sheathed the blade. The surrounding frost gradually dissipated, and Yin looked down at the pile of worm corpses, frozen in place and motionless. Shermie was shocked by her strength and felt heartache for what she had gone through to come this far at such a young age. Then he noticed Yin had her head down. Even though the ghost was already dealt with, she remained unmoving. "Yin?" He swallowed back her old nickname and called her by her name instead. Yin didn't lift her head. Instead, her body began to tremble. Shermie suddenly remembered that since childhood, Yin had been most afraid of bugs. He hurriedly took 2 steps and rushed over, scooping her up and letting her sit on his arm, placing his large hand on the back of her head, urging her to bury her face into his neck. His voice, now deep and magnetic due to puberty, said, "Don't look." He quickly left, moving as fast as he could. Once he confirmed there were no bugs, he finally set her down. Yin was steadily placed on the ground. Only when Shermie saw her face return to normal did he let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, with a darkened expression, Yin tugged at his sleeve and unceremoniously commented, "Too impulsive, underestimating the enemy, overly reliant on your eyes." "Got it." Remembered. Yunyan nodded. And finally she tugged at Shimi's sleeve and lifted it up, pointing at the bandage on his arm that was seeping blood. And also at the self-harm that attracted the ghost. Shimi, taking a deep breath to hold back the urge to curse. After all, this is his younger sister. And it's not easy to see her again. He mustn't curse. Absolutely mustn't. With a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes, he looked down at her, veins bulging, making his expression extremely grim. Got it. Yunyan frowned slightly, pulled him, and Shimi, confused, bent down. Then his forehead hurt. Yunyan gave him a bump on the head. Covering his forehead, feeling puzzled and a bit annoyed, he asked, "What are you doing again?" Yunyan had a serious expression, forbidding self-harm and punishing. After saying that, he left, still a bit angry. Shimi rubbed his forehead and laughed in anger, licking his dry lips. Damn, that little guy with a small stature has quite a bit of strength and a big temper. Yunyan turned her head seriously to look at him and said, "Not short. I'm only 14. Still growing. Yes, just reach my chest. Come on, little radish head. Try your best to reach my neck." Yunyan. She walked up to Shimi and, under his confused expression, reached out and pinched the flesh at his waist through his clothes, then twisted it. It hurt so much. Shimi bent down, holding his waist, and glared at Yunyan, who was obviously in a good mood and walking ahead. This girl hadn't been seen for a few years, and her strength had increased. This time, he was afraid it might leave a bruise. Then he chuckled softly. Yunyan, still the same as before. When he used to tease Yunyan, she would do the same thing, taking advantage of his distraction to pinch the soft flesh at his waist, and then Zai would come over and tickle him. Thinking of Zai, Shimi straightened up. Looking at Yunyan's back, sadness flashed in his eyes, then was replaced by determination. Zai, don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger, to become a Hashira, and I will protect Yunyan well. Shimi quietly walked behind her, and as Yunyan walked, she suddenly turned around, staring at his clothes. Shimi took an unnatural step back, feeling a chill on his back, thinking, what is she doing? Yunyan tapped her finger on her chin, tilting her head slightly. Always feeling that the last time she saw you by chance, you didn't button up. Shimi, it's an illusion. I'm usually like this. Yunyan glanced at him with skepticism, then turned to continue walking. Patrol, and if you're sure there are no ghosts, we can go back. Oh, okay. The two patrolled for most of the night, confirming there were no issues before heading back. When they reached the street corner where they had met, Yunyan paused, turned to look at him, and said, "If you feel uncomfortable with the buttons, you don't have to button them." After saying that, she walked away, leaving Shimi in a state of confusion in the wind. He looked down at his chest. Indeed, the buttons looked like they could pop off at any moment. He rubbed his face in frustration and quickly unbuttoned a few. Damn it, I'm really fed up. There was no helping it. His body had been growing a bit fast lately, and with the increased training intensity, his muscles were developing quickly. The new uniform hadn't arrived yet, and he actually wanted to behave a bit more properly in front of her. But wasn't this situation a bit special? Shikawa couldn't help but take on the role of an older brother as soon as he saw Yunyan. Shimi, can the tailor shop hurry up a bit? Chapter 15. A chance encounter at the butterfly house. It was time for the annual physical examination again. Yunyan yawned and went to the butterfly house early in the morning. When Kanai saw her come in, she smiled and waved, "Yunyan, come here." Yunyan sat obediently in the chair, her eyes half closed, looking like a doll, letting things happen as they would. After a full checkup, Yunyan almost dozed off several times, her head leaning to the side. Fortunately, she completed it successfully, with all indicators passing. She also replenished some medical supplies and yawned as she walked out. While walking, she thought Kanahui was really gentle and nice to her. 06. Who can come and save her brain? Why is her personality starting to align more and more with her character's setting? Passing by a hospital room, she heard discordant voices inside, and her steps paused as she quietly peeked in. Quangjin was tightly holding onto Shimi's waist, refusing to let him go. "Shimi, you really need to rest well at the butterfly house. There's such a big wound on your chest." "Huh, where's it big? It just looks scary, okay? I'm Phoenix. I don't want to stay at the butterfly house. It's just wasting my time. Besides, aren't you also seriously injured? You actually have the nerve to talk about me. Let go of me, you bastard Quangjin. No, you must rest for 2 more days. I'm your senior brother. Listen to me." The room was a chaotic mess, and Yunyan silently walked up behind the two. The medical staff at the butterfly house, who were still trying to mediate, quietly retreated, and the nearby hiding also fell silent. The two who were still arguing felt the temperature in the room drop significantly and quiet down a lot, looking at the people who seemed like they wanted to shrink into the cracks. "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" "Huh, Why does everyone have that expression? While the two were puzzled, suddenly they felt a weight on their shoulders. Turning their heads slowly, they saw Yunyan with a dark expression, her eyes wide open, looking down at them from behind. Ah, Ice Pillar Sama. Ah, Yunyan. Yin stared coldly at the wounds of the two. Her tone sinister as she said, "Don't like them bandaged? Then let me do it, but I've never done this before, so I don't know if it will hurt." As she spoke, she picked up a bandage from the side and tugged at it, making a muffled, tearing sound. The two of them shivered, biting their lips and not daring to speak. After a while, they were wrapped up like mummies lying on the bed. Yunyan looked at the reports on the table, her tone growing colder. Kuyama Kyo, multiple fractures, penetrating wounds in the waist and abdomen, multiple deep scratches on the legs. Nishikawa Shimi, deep chest trauma, penetrating wounds in the abdomen and legs with several abrasions and cuts. Left leg fracture, right arm fracture. With each statement, the two trembled, their faces tense and silent. Yunyan smiled coldly for a moment, truly impressive. The pressure emanating from her made it hard for the others in the room to breathe, each one kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. Yunyan exhaled, looking at the medical staff beside her, arranging for them to stay and rest. If they were not honest and cooperative, she would tell Long that they were the Ice Pillar Lord. She turned a glance at the two people pretending to be dead and got up to leave. As soon as she left, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, lying on the hospital bed as if resigned to their fate, emptying their minds. Yunyan left somewhat dejectedly, taking multiple jobs to slay demons in one breath. The whole time, the atmosphere was heavy, and her movements became quite rough while slaying demons. Sitting in the wagashi shop, after finishing a meal of Hagi rice cakes, her mood suddenly improved a lot, and she habitually bought another portion of Hagi rice cakes and matcha to take away. As soon as she entered the butterfly house, she heard Kanahu gently caring for the two of them. Through the window, she saw Shimi with a faint blush on her ears, awkwardly looking at the floor. A moment of annoyance surged in her heart, and she subconsciously pushed the door open, still maintaining a cold expression and saying nothing, placing her things on the bedside table next to Shimi's sickbed. She nodded to Kanahu in greeting and turned to leave. Shimi opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Kanahu sensed the atmosphere between the two and smiled as she put away the stethoscope. Watching Yin leave until she could no longer hear the footsteps before speaking. Mr. Tokitakawa and Yunyan have an unusual relationship, don't they? Does Mr. Tokitakawa want to know about her? At this, not only Shimi, but also Kai Chika turned to look at her, ears perked up, staring intently. Kanahu smiled gently, her eyes filled with compassion, and shared everything from the moment she saw Yunyan, including what she heard about the support mission to Misumi Island. Shimi's eyes widened, her hand trembling on the blanket, her pupils shaking violently. Kai Chika was even more shocked, unable to say a word, having witnessed her brother's tragic death. What kind of feelings did her frail body harbor to fight demons with a broken scythe until dawn? When facing the lower moons, how strong was her will to endure lethal levels of toxins and viruses, and how great was her desire to survive to pull through? Her bones were mostly fractured and cracked. How could someone so young endure all of this? What truly shocked Shimi was that she had fought desperately to save their family that night. A myriad of unspeakable sorrows filled her heart, and she clenched her fists, lowering her head in contemplation. Kanahu sighed, "I only know this much, so I want to disturb your recovery." Kanahu left with her medical box, and the room fell silent. Kai Chika looked at Shimi with concern, wanting to comfort her, but he saw a glimmer of tears drop onto the blanket. Kai Chika's eyes widened in shock. "Shimi?" Shimi suddenly pulled the blanket over herself, the quilt trembling slightly. Kai Chika sighed and quietly lay down, choosing not to disturb her. Now, Shimi truly needed some quiet time alone. Yin walked down the street, lowering her gaze and moving against the crowd. Suddenly, she bumped into someone and lifted her eyes coldly. The man she collided with had a fierce expression. He had intended to curse at her, but was startled by her demeanor and swallowed his words, leaving in a hurry as if he had seen a ghost. Yunyan exhaled and regained her calm demeanor, returning to the confectionery shop to order a piece of sweet rice cake and matcha, eating it bite by bite. However, she felt that the rice cake in her mouth was not as sweet as before, a bit bitter. Did the owner reduce the sugar? Pouting, her feelings grew even stranger, her eyes stinging, her heart in chaos, as if she were surrounded by a bunch of large bugs she disliked. She set down the half-eaten rice cake, drooping her head, looking just like a dejected little cat. Chapter 16. Newbie Daily Life and the Connection with the Purgatory Family. Have you heard? Recently, Lord Ice Pillar has been in a terrible mood, with extremely low pressure. A few days ago, a guided gun-level team member was almost thrown into a group of demons by Lord Ice Pillar for real combat. What? That's too scary. Yeah. I also heard that Lord Ice Pillar, who rarely speaks, is actually super sharp-tongued. That team member is still feeling down. Woo. Who on earth made Lord Ice Pillar so upset? Please, can this person hurry up and cheer him up? Whispers continued outside the hospital room, while the two people inside, eating, slowly raised question marks above their heads. Shimi, could it be that Lord Ice Pillar is angry because you got hurt like this? Huh, no way. Shimi looked away, somewhat guilty, constantly doubting in her heart. Could it really be? With a broken right hand, she could only use her left hand to eat. But at least she could order her own meals, as long as it didn't affect her balanced nutrition. Eating the curry rice. She felt the taste was a bit different from usual, slightly difficult to swallow, but she didn't think much of it and focused on not wasting food. Finishing it completely. After eating, and came to clear the dishes, surprised to see they had finished their meals. Wow, I'm impressed you both finished. Today's lunch was made by Lord Ice Pillar, the taste. And really couldn't continue speaking, while the two who had just finished eating were stunned. Nanny, the meal made by Lord Ice Pillar, Kwang Jin exclaimed, shaking with excitement. I actually got to eat food made by Lord Ice Pillar. Shimi pursed her lips. Unlike Kwang Jin, she wasn't that excited but felt a pang of heartache. Those delicate, pale, and soft hands, which should only need to play the guqin, not only had to wield a knife to slay evil spirits, but had even learned to cook. A wave of bitterness washed over her as she sighed heavily. Kwang Jin understood her thoughts and shook his head secretly. That night they chatted, and Shimi mentioned seeing Yunyan as a sister. He could only say that the person involved is confused. Where's the sister? They are clearly childhood friends, just unaware of their own feelings. Shimi, do you want to go for a walk? Shimi tilted her head at him, looking disdainful. Huh, no way. That butterfly Shinobu curses fiercely. I don't want my good mood of the day to get ruined by her. Kwang Jin felt embarrassed and chuckled dryly. All right, I'm scared too. Clearly, older sister Kanai was so gentle. How could younger sister Butterfly, Shinobu, be completely different? Is this the complementarity between sisters? Yunyan sat on a rock, staring wide-eyed at the new recruits of the Demon Slayer Corps who were to be guided this time. The chibi version of Yunyan raised her hand to cover her eyes. Ah, this person's eyes are just too dazzling. Rengoku Kaguro had a big smile on his face, his bright eyes fixed on Yunyan, as if he was also staring elsewhere. I am Rengoku Kaijiro. I look forward to your guidance today, Lord Ice Pillar. Thank you very much. Ah, it's nothing. His loud voice made her head buzz. It was something she could never get used to, no matter how many times she heard it. Since this person had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps, Yunyan didn't dare to let him go into battle too freely. After all, he was from the Rengoku family, and she had some connections with his father. His mother, Rengoku Ruka, had tuberculosis, and it was she who bought the medicine from the system shop to treat her, even though it took a full 5 months. Overall, the outcome was good. When they gave birth to Kaijiro, she was weak, and it was also she who sent a batch of tonics from a shop. As a result, it seemed like the Rengoku couple treated her as their daughter. Kaijiro smiled widely and suddenly patted Yunyan's head, his voice gentle. I didn't realize that Miss Tsujikoni has become so strong already. The last time I saw her, she hadn't joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet. Yunyan allowed him to stroke the top of his head, nodding. Akasuka also looked more energetic and stronger than before. Akasuka laughed a couple of times. That's thanks to father. The rigorous training really pays off. Yunyan nodded and walked alongside him, patrolling the streets. Suddenly, he saw a blanket in a shop. Bright red, with a sunflower pattern. Yunyan quickly walked over and bought it. He handed the item to Akaza, saying, "This is a gift for Lady Ruka." Akaza was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and took it, saying, I understand. I will make sure to pass this on to Mother." Yunyan nodded and ran to other shops, selecting a lot of good wine to hand over to Akazuro. "These are for Lord Maki." Akazuro helplessly accepted the items. Next, there were gifts for Chizuru and for the servants at home. Finally, there was a talisman for him, which even made Akazuro's brow twitch. He sincerely put the items away, holding them in his hands, feeling a bit troubled. After all, they were here on a mission. Fortunately, it wasn't very far from the Rengoku family, and since it was still daytime, Akazuro decided to go home first to deliver the items, while Yunyan waited for him at the confectionery shop. Akazuro hurriedly left and quickly returned. The two enjoyed a dessert together before resuming their patrol until nightfall, both feeling energized. Yunyan was the first to find the ghost that was causing trouble and handed it over to Xing Shuran to deal with, while also pointing out his shortcomings. After a busy night, the two parted ways in the morning. When she returned to the mansion, Yunyan fell asleep immediately. The female attendants who had taken care of her for years were very worried. They said, Ice Pillar Sama is still so young. What if she doesn't grow tall and develops poorly due to lack of sleep? Yunyan sleeps very soundly. You could say she basically changes 2 or 3 positions after waking up. Once asleep, she is as obedient as a good baby. During this time, there are often female attendants appearing to tuck her in or check if she is sleeping comfortably. Satisfied, she has a good sleep, and by the afternoon, Yunyan yawns and gets up, rubbing her eyes to wash up. She obediently eats the meals brought by the attendant, feeling full and satisfied before going to the yard to practice her sword skills. In the evening, she takes her sword and goes out for a patrol in her jurisdiction. It's a busy and fulfilling day. 06, while eating popcorn, glances at the bound affection level, noticing that Shimi's affection level is at 80. 06, wow, just 20 more affection points, and it will be the highest partner affection level. With the current affection level, being in a relationship is totally fine. However, it seems that both of them might be a bit dense. One doesn't realize their feelings for the other and sees the person they like as a younger sister, while the other is completely oblivious and only dares to talk big. Yin purely just a wooden person who dares to talk big yin. Yin, have you considered taking a break? I'm going to update the system. I've been away for a long time recently. You go ahead. I'm not tired yet. All right, then I'm off. The presence of 06 disappeared from her mind, and Yin rested her chin on her hand, sitting on the rooftop, feeling the breeze. 06 left. How boring. I can't chat to pass the time anymore. Chapter 17, The Strange Town in the Jima area. After finishing her morning exercise, Yin wiped the sweat off her forehead, holding a set of clean clothes in her hand. She paused at the door and turned to look at the sky. Longfei landed on her shoulder. Yin, a new mission. There have been unusual movements in Jima, and nearly 10 D-level team members have gone missing there. Investigate? Yes, Yin. If possible, please find the missing team members and rescue them. All right, I understand. Yin turned and walked into the bathroom, quickly rinsing off the sweat from her body. After changing her clothes, her hair was still wet as she grabbed her sword and went out. As winter approached and the temperature dropped, Long dropped a towel on her head and said, Lady Yin, please dry your hair before setting off to avoid catching a cold. Yin held a towel, standing at the door with her head lowered. She casually rubbed her hair and said, Okay. Long was helpless, flapping his wings to block her. No, it's not dry yet. You'll really get a headache. You'll catch a cold. Yin pressed her lips together and waved her hand to dry her hair with divine power. That's better. How could she forget that this little girl had special abilities? Time was tight, and Yin dared not pause, focusing all her breath as she rushed forward. She stopped in the target town in the Jima area, looking ahead while glancing around. The town was very desolate. One could say there were almost no people walking around. Doors and windows were tightly shut, but she could vaguely see someone opening a small gap to observe. Suddenly, the door of a shop opened, and a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old peeked out, gently calling to her, Big sister. Over here, big sister. Yin looked over upon hearing the words and saw a little girl with a bun hairstyle waving at her, her face filled with vigilance and nervousness. When she noticed Yin looking over, the little girl quickly called out, Come here. It's very dangerous outside. Yin obediently walked over and was pulled into the room. The smell inside made her frown slightly, and her bright golden eyes scanned the area without leaving a trace. She understood in her heart. The room was very dark, and besides the speaking little girl, there was also a 3 or 4-year-old boy. Big sister, why are you walking alone on the street? It's very dangerous here. Yin tilted her head expressionlessly. Danger? Yeah. The little girl nervously glanced at the gap in the door, confirming that no one was outside, and quickly pulled her to sit down. People have been disappearing in this small town recently, and there are particularly terrifying shadows that flash by, taking away one person each time. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yin, her small body trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. My mother and father disappeared like that too. Many people in the town have vanished, and the ones left don't dare to go outside. The little boy curled up in the corner, and Yin glanced at him faintly, just a glance, with a glimmer in her eyes. She turned her attention back to the little girl, who was wiping her tears and narrating, but still received no response. The little girl raised her head in confusion. Big sister, are you listening to me? Yin nodded and then took a rice ball from her bundle to eat. Beside her, she heard a gulp, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a little girl swallowing hard. She casually handed one over. Here, eat it. Thank you, big sister. The little girl's eyes lit up as she carefully split the rice ball in half and quietly walked over to the little boy. Brother, eat quickly. The boy shrank back and glanced at Yin, but quickly took the rice ball and began to eat it greedily. Tears fell in drops, and for a brief moment, the little girl's expression twisted into a grimace as she turned her back to Yin, but it quickly returned to normal. The boy was startled, but still couldn't bear to give up the half rice ball in his hand. Even though he was terrified, he continued to gulp it down ravenously. Yin leisurely finished her rice ball and took a sip of tea from the bamboo tube. She looked at the sky. It was already getting close to evening. The boy continued to curl up in the corner, staring at his own instep, looking as if his sister were some kind of monster. The little girl flashed a look of disdain, but the next second, her expression turned into one of pitiful innocence. She shyly sat down next to Yin, asking Big Sister, "Why did you come here? Looking for someone? A relative?" "No." "And is it a friend?" "No." Someone you know?" "I don't know them." The little girl nearly broke down, her smile almost faltering. She held it in, took a deep breath while looking down, and when she raised her head again, she still wore that weak and pitiful expression. No matter who the Big Sister was looking for, they probably weren't here anymore. Most of the people left in the town were just children. Yin turned to look at her, his cold gaze making the little girl break out in a cold sweat, as if she were being stared at by a fierce tiger, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You know very well, don't you?" The little girl was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly scratching her head. It's because there wasn't enough food at home, so I secretly ran out to look for food." Yin turned her head again, staring out the window. Even though the window was covered with paper, she could still faintly see the shadows outside flickering as the sun slowly set. The little boy noticed something different about Yin and quietly leaned closer to her, fearfully glancing at the little girl beside her. The little girl was solely focused on talking to Yin, completely oblivious to the boy's actions. Yin glanced at the child who had shrunk beside her, slightly straightening her body to block the little girl's line of sight. Noticing her action, the little boy's eyes turned red, and he quietly wiped away a tear, hiding under her cloak. Yin gently tucked one hand into her Haori jacket, resting on the little boy's head, stroking it tenderly. The small head trembled slightly, shaking gently against her body, and the Haori near her wrist was faintly damp. The little girl chattered on, and when she saw Yin not responding, she became a bit impatient but still pretended to look aggrieved. "Big Sister, I'm called Xiaonai, and you?" "Yin." Xiaonai nodded. "What a special name. Is it just one character?" "Yes." "Big Sister, you're so aloof. It's almost dark now. You should leave early tomorrow morning." "Oh." Xiaonai lowered her head, her eyes filled with irritation and hostility. What's wrong with this woman? Shouldn't a normal person feel particularly heartbroken and concerned when they see a poor little girl like her? Why does this person look completely uninterested in her? Is she out of her mind? Watching the sun completely set, Yin took out the dagger from her waist and gently wiped it. The blade glimmered coldly, and Xiaonai's body stiffened as she forced a smile. "Big Sister, do you like this kind of samurai sword? It looks so dangerous." "Not really." That was the truth. Yin had never liked weapons. She just had to pick one up in the past and now as well. If she didn't like it, why did she carry it with her? And why did she take such good care of it? Cloud Smoke glanced sideways, her golden eyes flashing with a cold light. "To cut you down." Xiaonai's smile froze, awkwardly chuckling. "Big Sister, don't joke around. That joke isn't funny at all." The Sunwill knife was instantly pressed against her neck. Yin tilted her head slightly and said, "Speak. Where are the missing people locked up by you?" Xiaonai looked at her, the smile on her face gradually fading, replaced by an expression on the verge of tears. "Big Sister, what are you talking about? Don't bully me. I have no money." Then, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly looked towards the corner. Xiaoji, hurry and hide." Yin hugged a little boy named Xiaoji with one arm, then rolled over and kicked Xiaonai out. Along with the door, she was violently thrown outside. Moonlight poured into the room, illuminating it. The entire wooden house was marked with traces of dry blood, and the only clean spot was where Yin sat. Xiaoji, held in her arms, clutched her clothes tightly, choking back tears. "Big Sister, please save me. My mother and father have been eaten by her. I don't want to be eaten too." Yin shook him lightly. Her indifferent tone and a few sparse words instantly reassured Xiaoji. I want to be eaten." Slowly walking out of the room, she looked at the twisted figure of Xiaonai rising from beneath the broken wooden door, her hand gripping the knife slightly tighter. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. How disgusting. Like maggots. Gross. Chapter 18. Slaying the Evil Spirit. A late birthday gift. Xiaonai's body twisted bizarrely, her childlike form swelling until it finally settled at an adult size. With pale skin, snow-white hair, and a pair of ghostly eyes opening wide, the slit pupils shrinking and enlarging, her face wore a smile of regret and confusion. Really, I just don't understand how you saw through me. Clearly. I acted without a hitch. Fear, panic, hunger, even eating those things that tasted as terrible as was so finely detailed, even better than before. Why was I still seen through? The ghost tilted its head in confusion, even counting on its fingers, as a look of disdain and disgust appeared on Yunyan's expressionless face. If you're talking about your performance that's as bad as shit, you could just shut up. Hearing this, the female ghost's face turned livid, veins popping out. You dare insult my acting skills. What do you know? You all don't understand anything. I should be the star. I should be the top performer in the theater. How dare you question me without knowing anything? You all should die. Blood demon technique. Flying immortal. Yunyan looked expressionlessly at the mist spreading from beneath her feet. From the mist, 5 extraordinarily beautiful women flew out, each one approaching her. Their laughter was sweet, landing in her ears like the sound of gentle rain. Yunyan exhaled a breath, disdainfully waving away the mist that had drifted onto her face. I'm not interested in this. Where are the people hiding? The female ghost spat, and Yunyan took a few steps back in disgust, as if afraid of getting contaminated by something dirty. It's really unhygienic. Yunyan slightly shook the little Ji in her arms, and Ji quickly buried her face in her embrace, tightly clutching her clothes. Yunyan performed a flourish with her dagger and leaped into the white mist. As her figure flickered, the female ghost was still controlling the blood ghost technique, trying to launch a sneak attack when suddenly her neck felt a chill, and her vision turned upside down. Immediately after, she saw her body being pierced by the rising cold ice, hanging high in the sky. And with a sharp pain in her head, she was stabbed through by the ice shard. The smoke fell to the ground, and with a swing of the knife, he wiped the blood off the blade. Breath of ice, third form, ice extreme 1,000 layers. Ice crystal shattered, and the female ghost completely dissipated. The fog around dissipated, and the appearance of the small town suddenly changed. Now stained with blood, the town was in ruins, with broken doors and windows, leaving only one intact house not far away. Yunyan held Xiaoji and walked over. Halfway, she stopped, looked down at the crying child in her arms, and said, "It's already fine, you should go now." Xiaoji's body gradually became transparent. He raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, big sister." As she watched him transform into starlight, Yunyan kicked the door open. Inside, there were people all tied up with ropes, still in a state of unconsciousness, including the missing Ding-level team members. Long and Ian arrived and began to treat the injured. Fortunately, everyone had only inhaled the sleeping gas and was unconscious without any serious injuries. Only a few members of the Demon Slayer Corps had minor wounds that needed to be cleaned and bandaged. Yunyan returned to that room, looking at the small body curled up in the corner, hugging its knees. It was the corpse of Xiao Ji, already decomposed and infested with maggots. The maggot, unable to survive in the cold, clung to the body and emitted a foul odor. Next to the feet lay half a rice ball. In the corner not far away were the gnawed remains and skeleton, but fortunately, due to the cold, there were no flies. However, the smell was something that could be said to be unforgettable for a lifetime. After looking for a while, Yunyan glanced towards the door outside, thinking, "Let's bury him here." The closest person, Ian, heard the noise and hurried over. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately ran out, clutching the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. Yunyan sat on the steps, eating rice balls one bite at a time. Injin, overwhelmed by the visual and olfactory assault, stared at her in shock. No, how could Lord Bingju eat in such a bloody place? Wouldn't it really affect her appetite? Yunyan stared blankly at the sky. Tonight is a clear night with a moon that looks like a mooncake. I really want to eat mooncakes, but there aren't any here. Business Trip 06 looked disdainful. You must be short-sighted. The person in front of you is a woman who dares to sit in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, eating dry rations right after a battle on an ancient battlefield. Mortals trembled. After filling her stomach and watching Xiao Ji being buried, Yunyan got up and left. Lady Yunyan, the letter from Lord Zhu. A letter tied to Long's leg fell on her shoulder. Yunyan opened the letter and looked calm, with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. "Thank you, child. The potion you sent has rescued me from the curse that has lasted for 1,000 years. Although I don't know where this potion came from, it must have taken a lot of effort to obtain, right? I'm really grateful to you. Don't overwork yourself during your tasks. Take good care of yourself, and, if possible, come visit the mansion more often. The children miss you very much, and we miss you too." There were many more caring words behind, but at this moment, Yunyan was overwhelmed by a feeling of guilt, her gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere. Well, it wasn't that hard to obtain. It was just a matter of spending some system points. Moreover, To think that such a substitute potion could actually be sold was quite eye-opening. Yin showed a hint of disdain at this moment. Compared to the spiritual spring water in her mansion, these things were truly worthless. Thinking of the weak health of Samuyashiki Yaozai, Yin fell into silent contemplation. After all, this wasn't her main body. Perhaps one day, this task-specific vessel would break down and her main body would awaken. At that time, she could bring some spiritual spring water over. It could also lift the lifespan restrictions of the patterns. Having made up her mind, Yin quickly finished reading the letter, carefully stored it away, and her steps became noticeably lighter. She arrived at the nearby Zitong Huajia, tidied herself up, and wrote a letter back to Samuyashiki Yaozai before dinner. Eating omelet rice while gazing at the moonlight outside, the chilly autumn wind was cold, but it couldn't reach her here. Long flapped its wings and flew back, this time carrying a jade pendant in its beak. Yin looked at it in confusion, taking the jade pendant in hand. What is this? On the way, I met Mr. Undying Chuan, and he asked me to pass this on to you, saying it was a birthday gift for you. Yin paused for a moment, looking down at the jade pendant in her hand. Her fingers lightly rubbed it. It was exquisite mutton fat jade, warm and smooth to the touch, pure white and bright. Truly flawless white white as freshly rendered fat. Such fine jade was not sold here. Shimi must have spent a lot of thought and time to obtain it. It was only half the size of her palm, carved with snowflake patterns. The black tassel had a green jade stone at its center, adorned with patterns resembling white clouds. It also resembled a carved breeze. Yin lips curled up slightly. Is a birthday gift? It had been a long time since I heard that term. Looking back, the last birthday I celebrated was when I was 7. It has been so long that I have even forgotten when my birthday is. Noticing her fondness, Long slightly tilted her head, her little eyes filled with affection. She is truly a girl who appears cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside, and surprisingly easy to satisfy. Chapter 19. The Arrival of Winter. First snow after resting for a night at the Zitangwa residence. I said my goodbyes the next morning. This time, I would return to the Chanyuan residence to stay for 2 days, considering it a vacation. Over the next 2 days, Yin either enjoyed tea and conversations with Madame Tianyin or played ball with the 4 sisters of the Chanyuan family, while also teaching Li Yaozai to exercise. Then, she helped Chanyuan Yaozai gradually recover with physical training, encouraging him to move more for better health. After a brief 2-day rest, I bid farewell to the Chanyuan family and returned to my own residence. The house was spotless. Even the bedding carried the warmth of the sun. As soon as I returned to the residence, I could faintly smell the aroma of food wafting out. Yin touched her slightly hungry stomach and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she bumped into 2 people wearing aprons. Shimi was still bickering with Kuang Jin, completely unaware of Yin standing behind them. Kuang Jin suddenly shut his mouth tightly, and Shimi looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Kuang Jin? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Is it because you were just tasting something salty and it was so delicious that you swallowed your tongue? Kuang Jin looked at him speechlessly and silently raised his hand to point behind him. Shimi turned to look, his body stiffening suddenly, lips pressed together, and cold sweat pouring down. Nervous, Yin blinked and turned to walk out, tilting her head to glance at the name of the house, confirming she hadn't taken a wrong turn, and then walked back in. She looked at them eagerly, while Shimi stammered and couldn't find the words. Upon seeing the jade pendant at her waist, she blushed and turned her head away, not want to look at her. Kuang Jin sighed helplessly, a warm and radiant smile on his face. Ice Column Lord, to thank you for taking care of us during our stay at Dai House. We specially came to prepare a meal for you, since we knew you would be back today. Yin still wore that expressionless look as she nodded, looking towards the kitchen. Her hand pressed against her stomach. Is it ready? I'm so hungry. As soon as she said she was hungry, Kuang Jin hadn't even had time to react before Shimi stopped what she was doing, turned around, and rolled up her sleeves to serve the rice. Her eldest son attribute kicked in, and her voice softened a notch. It'll be ready soon. Yin, you go sit in the dining room first. Kuang Jin was dumbfounded. Can she really call out like that? Yin obediently nodded and turned to leave. Kuang Jin, huh? Yin washed her hands clean, obediently sat on the soft cushion, and eagerly looked at the door, her eyes filled with longing for food. Induan walked in with a meal, fragrant rice paired with crispy fried pork cutlet, topped with sauce. The refreshing side dish was her favorite sweet water radish, along with a cup of matcha to cleanse the palate. Yin's bright eyes were eagerly looking at Yin as he placed the food in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat when she raised her head in confusion, asking, "Where's Shimi and Kuang?" Yin was taken aback for a moment, scratched his head, and replied, "Lord Bushchuan and Lord Queenie have already left." Huh. Yunyan suddenly felt that the food in front of her had lost some flavor. She seemed to be overshadowed by something, lowering her head and eating the rice bite by bite. She was sweating nervously, feeling a bit helpless as she leaned over to comfort the person. Ah, Lord Ice Pillar. Those two have already eaten. Really? Yin paused in chewing. Looked up at him. Really? Really? More real than pearls. So don't show that pitiful expression like a stray cat caught in the rain. Upon hearing this, Yin returned to normal. Her eating speed noticeably quickened, and she enjoyed it with her eyes squinted. It was a familiar taste. Shimi, your cooking is still so delicious. So happy. Seeing that he had successfully calmed her down, Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. The two people, secretly observing outside, also breathed a sigh of relief. They were just about to rush in a moment ago. Shimi, with red ears and an expressionless face, stood up and walked towards the door. Quangjin, curious, looked at him. Shimi, aren't you going to have a meal with Lord Ice Pillar? TSK, why are you so chatty? Didn't you just take a mission? Hurry up and go. If you hold me back, don't even think about going. That's too much. I'm your senior brother, Shimi. Show me some respect. Bring it up again if you can beat me. Shimi, I'm really going to make a scene. No joking this time. Oh, make a scene. And if it delays things, I'll chop you. Quangjin. Besides daily patrols, the place Yin visits most now is the Butterfly House. Catching people, standing outside the ward, listening to the commotion inside, Yin coldly opened the door, and the room instantly fell silent. Yin silently walked to Shinobu's side, her eyes fixed on Shinmi. Shinmi felt uncomfortable under her gaze and could only keep his mouth shut, letting Shinobu tease him. Shinobu had veins bulging on her forehead, scolded Shinmi and Quangjin again, then smiled and greeted Yin before leaving with the medical kit. Inside the room, Quangjin quietly distanced himself, while Yin and Shinmi stared at each other. What are you doing? Aren't you busy as a Hashira? Why are you running to the Butterfly Mansion 3 times a day? You got injured. You used to sleep it. TSK, isn't it normal to get injured during a mission? Yin sat in front of him, looking down at the bandaged areas on his arm and abdomen. She gently stroked his injured arm and said, next time, take care of yourself, it will hurt. Shimi was puzzled by her words. Hurt? Not at all. What are you trying to say? Yin looked up at him, covering her heart with her hand, her eyes full of sincerity. I will hurt. I don't want Shimi to get hurt. It will be uncomfortable. Shimi. Quangjin. Is this something I can hear? Yin sighed, reminiscent of her childhood when she fell and got hurt. Shimi gently rubbed her head just like that, his gaze softening as he patted her head, making the pain fly away. Shimi. Until Yin left, Shimi remained as still as a statue, his whole body feeling like a ripe persimmon, still steaming. Quangjin swallowed hard. It was too horrifying. It was really too horrifying. Kanahu passed by the door, looking at Shimi, who wished he could shrink into the ground, his whole body flushed red, covering his mouth in amazement. Yin replenished the medical supplies and continued patrolling. After checking her jurisdiction, she looked up at the sky. White snowflakes were falling, and she raised her hand to catch them, feeling a slight chill in her palm. It was snowing. The snow grew heavier, and Yin blinked, glancing around. She had unknowingly put on her winter coat. Dressed in thin team attire, she walked through the heavy snow, feeling as if she were in solitude, going against the world. As soon as she returned to the residence and stepped inside, she sneezed. The busy female servants screamed in surprise and quickly pulled her into the house. They were preparing ginger tea and heating water for the bath, urging Yin to take a hot soak. Yin changed out of her soaked clothes like a well-behaved baby and enjoyed a nice hot bath. Sitting in the dining room, she sipped ginger tea and had some snacks. Thanks to her breathing techniques, she doesn't get sick easily. But this time she was out in the cold for a bit too long. She patrolled for a full 5 hours in thin team gear in the heavy snow, so she couldn't help but sneeze. Fortunately, she didn't catch a cold. Snuggled up in her warm blanket, Yin squinted her eyes, feeling so comfortable. Indeed, this kind of weather is perfect for sleeping. Chapter 20. More training, more training. All training. Lord Yin, Mr. Busujima, and Mr. Cuneo have successfully advanced to sea-level members. Yin carefully put away the letter paper. Throughout the winter, her greatest gain was unknowingly becoming friends with Xiang Naihui. The other person's gentleness made her want to get closer. Yin yawned, looked at the sky, and let her thoughts drift away. As expected of the future wind pillar, the speed of slaying demons is impressive. It hasn't been long, and she's already at the C rank. Thinking back to the last time when Shimi had scratched himself to attract demons, Yin couldn't help but feel a vain throb on her forehead. Fortunately, After she discovered it, he didn't do it again. Reflecting on it, she tilted her head in confusion. By the way, why did Shimi show a nervous and slightly fearful expression? Was her expression that frightening that day? The audience nearby chimed in, not just frightening. With a blank expression and veins bulging, holding the knife tightly, it looked like he was about to chop someone at any second. Organizing the letters sent by Kanahui, Yunyin lowered her head to write a reply, also accepting her invitation for the next day. Going out to eat pork cutlet together sounds great. Remembering the line in Kanahui's letter, Yunyin paused for a moment. Yunyin-chan is getting better at showing emotional changes. That's really wonderful. Emotions? Yunyin was thinking, feeling a bit confused, only knowing that sometimes there would be a blockage in her chest, making her feel uncomfortable. At those times, she really wanted to slash around with a knife. Other times, she felt light as a feather, as if she had just eaten pork chop rice, and her heart would beat a little faster. Shirmi was irritable. Do you guys all feel this way after learning Shui Hu? Yunyin? Yong? Zhenshuan? Yong. Long couldn't help but sigh. Although ice is a derivative of water breathing, why does it always feel like the children of the water lineage are a bit slow-witted and silly? Master Yunyin, your senior brother Yant and senior sister Zhenshuan are already D-level members, and junior brother Yong is also one step away from reaching D-level. That's great. Yunyin smiled at the corners of her lips. Everyone is amazing. They're all the most talented generation. Write a good reply. Tie the letter to Long's leg. And gently rub its head. You've worked hard, Long. It's okay. Lord Yunyin, it's my honor. Long nodded its head and flapped its wings to fly away. Yunyin stared blankly in the direction it had left, entering her daily daze mode. Shimi was getting increasingly irritated, unable to hold back any longer. Just thinking about Yunyin's dazed expression and her severe inability to express herself made him angry. How could she change places, learn a new way of breathing, develop her own breath, and yet become even more foolish? Then he realized it was all because he had encountered Ju Tomioka, who had just returned from a mission. The two exchanged glances. Ju's expression was blank as he raised his hand and waved. Shimi, who are you? He glared at him and turned to leave, while Ju watched his departing figure with a downturned mouth. Why isn't he responding to me? He must be too shy to reply. After all, it was too abrupt for him. They didn't know each other, just happened to encounter a fellow demon slayer. It must be that way. He wasn't disliked. Ju successfully reassured himself and decided to properly greet the other person next time they met. The next day, Yunyin changed in her casual clothes and went to meet Kane, with Butterfly Shinobu following her. The three of them walked down the street, and the Butterfly sisters were chatty, encouraging Yunyin to talk more. They ate and drank along the way, bought many beautiful accessories and clothes, and finally had a pork cutlet meal before parting ways. As they passed by the Demon Slayer Core dormitory, Yunyin suddenly stopped, turning to look at the two complaining members at the door. Her pupils shrank smaller and smaller, and the veins on her expressionless face throbbed. Demons nowadays are really cunning, always hiding to ambush. It's so annoying. Yeah, why not bring that guy next time? Huh? Oh, are you talking about that scary-looking guy with a scar on his face who doesn't like to talk? Yeah, although he is indeed strange, he's a rare blood type. Practically a walking trap. Good idea. Anyway, he definitely won't refuse to kill demons. That guy is really odd. That's true. Not only is he odd, but he's also very irritable. Just looking at him is terrifying. While the two continued to chatter on, Yunyin had silently stood behind them, raising her hand to grab their arms. The two suddenly stiffened, turned their heads, and as soon as they recognized who had grabbed them, the next moment they were flipped upside down and slammed to the ground. Yunyin looked down at them with a cold face, feeling as small as garbage. If you are weak, don't set your sights on others. Do you like to rely on petty tricks to defeat ghosts? It seems that your usual training is not enough. Since that's the case, starting today, you will come to my training ground for extra training. Tomorrow morning, I want to see you here. If you don't come, I will kill you. Yunyin finished speaking in a gloomy tone and turned to leave without sparing a glance. The two team members who were thrown down lay on the ground, trembling. Oh no, this time they were really going to die. They had already made the usually taciturn Lord Ice Pillar say so much in one breath. Could they really see the sun rise again the next day? Yunyin was exuding black gas all over, a feeling of frustration stuck in her chest that she couldn't release. She jumped onto the rooftop and caught over 10 team members who were up to no good. This made her feel a little better. Still frowning, she returned to the courtyard and continuously swung her knife, chopping down a total of 10 wooden stakes in the yard. Throwing aside the wooden sword, she let out a long breath and turned to take a shower. Tomorrow, she was going to train those idly wandering trash. That night, Shimi and Quangjin returned to the dormitory, looking bewildered at their colleagues who were almost crying while arranging their own funerals. Shimi, have these people lost their minds? Quangjin, what's wrong with everyone? Are they facing difficulties? The next day, the two finally understood the reason. Early in the morning, Long Fei came to call names. They were also asked why, and Quangjin was so angry he wanted to argue, wondering how anyone could have such an outrageous thought. Shimi, on the other hand, didn't care much. He was just not in the mood to self-harm by hunting ghosts right now, as Yunyan's anger was too terrifying. However, if working with others meant they could kill more ghosts, he wouldn't mind secretly participating. But thinking about how his team uniform was sleeveless, he broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, it was better not to do that. Since it was Yunyan's training, the two eagerly signed up to join the training team. Early in the morning, Yunyan, with a cold face, looked at the team members standing in front of her, all of them nervously standing straight. Suddenly, she spotted the two at the back of the line, and a question mark appeared over her head. What were these two doing here? But she didn't say anything. Since they were here, they must want to train. Had they hit a bottleneck? Yunyan chose not to interfere, and with a cold expression, spoke up now. Tie the heavy sandbags at your feet properly. Everyone immediately took action, but at the moment they picked up the sandbags, their expressions froze. So heavy. They exerted great effort to get them on. Their arms felt so heavy they couldn't lift them, and their legs weren't much better off. Yunyan pointed to the knife rack beside him and said, "Swing the knife 1,000 times." The team members exclaimed. Then they saw the veins on Yunyan's expressionless face bulging and pulsating, as he coldly added, "If you don't finish, there's no food. Plus another 1,000. The crowd quickly rushed to grab wooden knives, spreading out to stand individually, and began to grit their teeth and swing the knives. Shimi and Quangjin were slightly better off than the others, but after swinging for a few dozen times, their arms ached so much that they couldn't help but frown. The sandbags on their arms were likely filled with iron sand, weighing at least nearly 200 pounds. The two remained silent, gritting their teeth and continuing to swing, striving to ensure their movements were standard. Smoke drifted around them, and when she saw someone with improper movements, she reached out and grabbed their wrist, manually adjusting their posture. Everyone stared at her slender arms, shocked by her strength. Such monstrous power. Could it be fake? Yunyan was idle, so she put on her own heavy load and wielded her knife alongside them. Shimi and Quangjin observed and were shocked that her weight bag was even larger and heavier. The opponents swung their knife effortlessly, and at a standard speed that was extremely fast, just like a puppet. The teammates beside them were disheartened. It was a solid proof that Zhu could not be measured by a normal person's standards. Chapter 21. Yun's devilish training after finishing the training with the weighted vest. Yunyan completed the daily exercises with a series of ancient martial arts moves, causing a thin layer of sweat to form on his forehead. He removed the weights, glanced sideways, and though his expression was indifferent, there was a hint of disdain. The hidden members were responsible for counting, shaking their heads helplessly one by one. This group of team members really isn't up to par. Just look at their 15-year-old teammate, the slender young girl, so small and delicate. She handles these things as if she's playing around. Yet this group of people looks like they're about to collapse. Yunyan frowned slightly, holding a wooden knife in her hand, and struck a team member who was lying on the ground. He stood up and continued. That strike nearly sent the team member away. As he looked up, he was met with Yunyan's lifeless gaze, which frightened him to the point of tears. He quickly got up and continued swinging the knife. Yunyan slowly turned her head, and the other teammates who wanted to sneak a rest were startled, crying out and waving their knives. In contrast, Shimi and Quangjin were already sweating profusely. It's not an exaggeration to say their arms had gone numb. Yet they continued to swing their knives without stopping. After finally reaching 1,000 strikes, they relaxed their hands, and the wooden knives fell to the ground. Their arms instantly dropped, and Quangjin sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Shimi remained standing, trying hard to calm his breathing. Suddenly, a bamboo tube appeared in front of him, and as he loosened his grip, he turned his head in confusion. Yunyan handed him the bamboo tube, saying, "Drinking this saline solution will help a bit." "Thank you." Shimi raised his arm and found it shaking like a sieve. He felt completely unwell, his face darkened, and the scar on his face became even more menacing, making him look even fiercer overall. Yunyan sighed, tugged at his clothes, and Shimi pursed his lips, still bending down to see what she wanted to do. He saw Yunyan pull out the stopper and bring the water to his lips. "Shimi-ji, drink up." The long-lost address caught Shimi off guard, making him forget how to drink the water, his mind filled with her calling him Shimi-ji. It wasn't until she left that Shimi realized what had just happened, his face turning bright red. He then felt he shouldn't be blushing. leading to a twisted expression that looked quite frightening. Jin took a moment to recover. He didn't have the same treatment and directly shook his hands to untie the weight. Then, still trembling, held the bamboo tube with both hands, looking pitiful as he drank water. By the time the last team member stopped, Yin stood with her hands behind her back, looking at them with disdain. Shimi and Jin had basically recovered their stamina and were standing at the back waiting. Tied at the waist, head to the back mountain, pull the rope, and run back before dark. If you don't make it, I won't care if the ghost eats you. Yin pointed to the wooden object not far away and said this sentence. Then her expression darkened and she spoke ominously. 2 choices. Either don't get killed by me, or if you choose to go, then make a move. The team members jolted and quickly tied up the ropes, dragging the wood as they cried and ran towards the back mountain. Yin stood at the foot of the mountain, quietly waiting. The higher they ran up the mountain, the thinner the air became. Shimi and Kwang furrowed their brows, naturally adjusting their breathing, fully concentrating on it. The two rushed ahead, even bickering about who would reach the destination first. Yin changed from standing to sitting on the rock, and the others had come over with the prepared meals. Besides rice balls, there was also steaming kombu miso soup and skewered meatballs, 3 skewers on a plate, each skewer having 3 meatballs nearly the size of a fist. There was also fresh grilled fish, 2 pieces on a plate. Yin stared blankly at the meatball. Is this really not the braised lion's head? Shimi and Kwang rushed down almost simultaneously, but Shimi arrived just a bit faster. Kwang plopped down on the ground, unwillingly howling, I lost. Now I have to treat you to beef hot pot. Shimi supported himself on his knees, bent over standing, breathing heavily. Bet is a bet. But I can generously treat you to some slices too. I said a bet is a bet. I'll treat. Yin tilted his head, and the hidden ones next to him supported the 2 people while also arranging dinner for them. The 2 didn't put on airs and started eating right on the ground. Yin knew that those team members wouldn't be back until it was dark, so after the 2 finished eating, she directly took out 2 bundles from behind her. When she opened them, it was freshly made sweet rice cakes, which she had bought during a trip to the market while waiting. She handed the rice cakes to the 2 of them and also prepared some matcha for them. The 2 were obviously taken aback. They still had a long time to wait, so why not have some dessert? Yin sat back on the rock, staring blankly at the sky. The evening glow was truly beautiful, fiery red, feeling like flames. The team members returned one after another, and after counting, they found that 2 were missing. Yin stood up, and in a flash, dashed into the forest. In less than half an incense stick's time, she dropped down from the air, holding a teammate who had fainted from exhaustion. She casually tossed the person aside and sat down by herself, taking out the honey balls specially made for her to eat. She would stay here today and continue tomorrow. Yin no longer paid attention to them, eating meatballs, picked up his dagger and fastened it to his waist and walked towards the town. After everyone finished their meal, they directly lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep, while Yin silently sent people back to their dormitory. Shimi and Jin took a breath, stood up and walked back. The first thing they did upon returning was not to rest, but to take their daggers and go out to hunt ghosts. They didn't return until late at night, exhausted, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, they promptly followed others to the Ice Pillar Dojo. However, after 5 days, there was an additional task, one-on-one sparring with her. The smoke was almost unmoving, and with a knife, she took down a little kid. Holding a wooden sword, she looked at the team members on the ground, resembling dead dogs, with disdain, a black line sliding down her forehead. The only ones who could make her move slightly were Shimi and Jin. She allowed them to spar using breathing techniques, pointing out the problems as they fought. After half a month, these team members had all improved to some extent, and Yin stopped training them. At first, she only wanted to vent her frustrations. But during this time, she hoped to reduce sacrifices in the future. Life is precious. On the contrary, Shimi and Jin eagerly took on tasks afterward, amazed by Yin's training results and excited about their rapid improvement in strength. 2 months later, Yin listened to Long's report, smiling. The 2 had already become Class A team members. How fast? Yawning, she slowly curled up in her blanket. Early spring was still cold, perfect for sleeping. Chapter 22. Found a cat, and that means it's her cat. Yin walked down the street, patrolling as usual. It was monotonous and boring. Suddenly, she heard the angry, puffed-up meows of a cat coming from an alley, and she instinctively turned her steps and walked over. Peeking in, she tilted her head and saw a small white kitten, holding a fish in its mouth, letting out low whimpering sounds at a cat in front of it that was several times larger. Yin squinted her eyes. Why do the scars on this cat look so much like Shimi's? The little white cat noticed her and immediately stopped being aggressive. The black cat, seeing this, let out a meow, and raised its paw to scratch at it. But Yun swiftly moved forward. Almost instantly, she hugged the little white cat in her arms and lifted the black cat with her other hand, looking at it with a somewhat cold and stern gaze for some reason. She earnestly educated it, saying that it couldn't bully smaller cats, as it was an adult cat and shouldn't take advantage of the small ones. The black cat closed its mouth under her glare, looking at her pitifully. Yun sighed and shared some of her rice ball with it. Here, eat. The little white cat in her arms remained obediently still, and Yun was surprised by its docility, so she simply carried it away. After all, she had found a cat, so it was now her cat. The undead Chuan Shiro, who had been cursed by a blood demon and couldn't turn back for the time being, was a little white cat named Shimi. Yun walked while carefully observing the little white cat she held in front of her. The little creature was only about the size of a palm and even knew how to use its tail to cover its private parts. It shrank its head, and its airplane ears dare not look at her. Yun carefully observed the situation and realized that Shimi had fallen under the blood demon technique. Instead of exposing it, she embraced the transformed cat Shimi and gently stroked him. Listening to the faint purring, Yun smiled. On the way home, she bought quite a few dried fish, feeding him as she walked. Once inside the house, the first thing she did was ask Inu to prepare some water. She was going to give the cat a bath. Shimi, now a cat, immediately exploded in resistance, struggling to escape but afraid to use his claws for fear of hurting her. So he could only weakly push against her with his paw pads. Unfortunately, his efforts were insufficient, and he ultimately had to endure the bath. The entire cat seemed to lose its color. If it weren't for the layer of white fur, Yun would have seen that he was completely red at that moment. After drying him off, Yun took a blanket and a pillow to make a little nest for him beside her own pillow. She needed the cat's paw pads, ignoring his struggles and resistance, and rubbed her face against his soft belly. Eventually, Shimi gave up fighting, lying on the floor in despair, allowing Yun to pet him to her heart's content as she stroked him all over. Only then did she get up to change into her pajamas, come back, and lie down, apologizing. I can't play with you right now. I'm a bit tired. Let's just take a nap together. Yun murmured softly, closed her eyes, tilted her head, and fell into a deep sleep. Shimi, who had turned into a cat, gently walked to her side, looking at the dark circles under her eyes, with a heart full of pity in her purple cat eyes. This little girl, so young, why is she working so hard? The Demon Slayer Corps is not short of people. Isn't she afraid of not growing tall with such severe sleep deprivation? She nuzzled her face as if to comfort her, nestled in her blanket, quietly accompanying her. Just as she closed her eyes, the next moment she was airborne. Shimi. With a thud, she landed back on the blanket, confused, raising her head to see a pitch-black world, her body feeling heavy. Yun had already tossed the blanket, and she was now inside it. Using all her strength, she struggled to crawl out, panting, her eyes wide open. Wait, why is this little girl kicking the blanket while sleeping? So, the little cat, Shimi, silently grabbed a corner of the blanket and desperately pulled it over her. Completely exhausting herself, she lay tiredly beside her pillow, closed her eyes, and suddenly fell into a warm embrace. She was so sleepy that her eyelids felt too heavy to open. Giving up on thinking, she fell asleep just like that. On the other side, Quang, holding Shimi's sword, was frantically searching for her. With tears in his eyes, he searched the mountains and fields. Shimi, senior brother was wrong. Come out quickly. I promise I won't laugh at you. Shimi. Quang regretted deeply. If he had known he should have held back his laughter when he witnessed Shimi turning into a cat, he would have done so at all costs. Now, it's too late. He couldn't find her. Quang was in tears, looking so pitiful. Shimi, I'm really sorry. Come out. Senior brother will buy you some fish snacks. Shimi. When she woke up from her sleep, in a daze, Yun felt herself being held in a warm, sturdy embrace. With her body temperature being low, she unconsciously leaned closer to this embrace. She wrapped her hand around it and rubbed her cheek against it. So warm, why is it so soft? Huh? The sound of a heartbeat? It's beating so fast. Yun suddenly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a scarred chest. As her gaze moved upward, she was taken aback by the sight of Shimi Hong's flushed face right in front of her. What truly caught her attention, however, were the pair of white cat ears on his head, which were still moving. Then, a snow-white cat tail wrapped around her waist. Yun, the dazed mind suddenly became clear, and the next second pretended to be in a sleepy haze, rubbing her eyes, her voice soft and sticky. Shimi, why are you here? Shimi froze for a moment, seeing her with a sleepy, unclear expression, quickly wrapped her in his arms, gently patting her back, his voice tender. Go back to sleep. Brother is here. Seeing that he had coaxed her back to sleep, Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, gently letting her go, and then moving away. He sat in the corner, slowly exhaling a long breath. This is so deadly. He covered his heart with his hand, face flushed, shaking his head vigorously. Nishikawa Shimi, what are you thinking? Why is your heart racing so fast? She is his sister. Although not by blood, she is still his sister. The sister he has watched grow up since childhood. In the future, she is going to get married and have children, living a long life. Shimi suddenly thought of Yunyan meeting other men, falling in love, and eventually getting married and having children, feeling inexplicably annoyed. He scratched his head in frustration. TSK. Not cool. The faint scent of fur still lingered in his nostrils, and he couldn't help but cover his mouth with the back of his hand, blushing as he stared at the wall. Kyuso, what is this mood? Has Kwangjin not come back yet? After sitting in the corner for a long time, from the initial awkwardness to staring at Yunyan's sleeping face and seeing the blood demon technique expire, Shimi quietly got up. Right now, he just wanted to express gratitude to the demon that was killed, although that scummy blood demon technique turned him into a cat. At least his clothes didn't disappear when he turned into a cat. Otherwise, he would have to wrap himself in a blanket and run around naked. Leaving quietly, he gently closed the door and quickly ran to the task location. According to Kwangjin's stubbornness, that guy must be going crazy looking for him on the mountain. As soon as he left, Yunyan opened her eyes, sitting up with a look of regret. She didn't expect the blood demon technique to expire so quickly. She hadn't even had the chance to tease him, sigh. Lying back down, she turned her back to the door and closed her eyes to sleep. It doesn't matter. As long as he is fine and recovers quickly, that's good. Chapter 23. Team mission. Volunteer together because she brought a cat home. Many passing team members had seen this. And to avoid looking too abrupt, Yunyan pretended to search for a cat for 2 days. As a result, this matter fell into Shimi's ears while he was eating hot pot with Kwangjin, and he blushed all over in an instant, steam rising from his head. Kwangjin desperately held back his laughter and almost choked because he was eating too greedily. Fortunately, Shimi was quick to pass him a glass of water. Kwangjin patted his chest in fear. That was dangerous. I almost died. Shimi unceremoniously mocked him. Haha, so pathetic. The most cowardly death in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Choking to death on a piece of beef. Haha. Kwangjin, not funny at all. The two of them playfully bickered for a while before finishing their meal and leaving. Recently, Yunyan has been fond of hanging out at the butterfly house, sitting expressionlessly beside Kanai, helping her out. Shinobu occasionally glances at her with curiosity, her gaze inquisitive. This ice pillar is really a strange person. In contrast, Yunyan is both assisting and zoning out. As noon approaches, what should she eat? It seems there's a cooperative mission tonight. She is supposed to lead a team to the East Mountain Road. How troublesome. Why can't she just go by herself? Who was the partner again? Can't remember. After procrastinating until lunchtime, Yunyan sits in the cafeteria of the butterfly house, eating the pork cutlet rice specially made for her while thinking about the mission in the evening. When it's time to depart, Kanai, worried, reminds her that even though Yunyan is a pillar, in her eyes, she is just a little sister. Despite being only a few years older, she still gently ruffles Yunyan's hair like an older sister. Be careful on the way, come back safe. Got it. After bidding farewell to Kanai, Yunyan sets off on her mission journey, carrying the rice cakes Kanai made for her. As for the rice cakes, she enjoys eating them, but she is not overly enthusiastic because her appetite is small. She often can't eat more than 2 or 3 pieces. However, since they were made by Kanai, her only friend, she will eat them all. Sitting on a rock, she eats while waiting for her teammates to gather. The box contains 6 pieces, each quite substantial, about the size of a fist. After eating 2 pieces, she can no longer eat anymore. Normally, one's appetite would increase with a denser body. But she is a deity, and deities do not need to eat. Her body is incomparable to that of mortals. She eats merely to satisfy her craving, purely out of desire for taste. Looking at the rice cakes in the box with some worry, she thinks, I really can't eat anymore. My stomach feels like it's going to burst. Sighing, she closes the lid and rests her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the sky. That cloud looks like a rice cake, and that one looks like a pork cutlet. It isn't until evening that her other teammates start to arrive. Among them is a familiar face, Ju Tomioka. Yunyan saw Iyong, and a hint of emotion finally appeared on her expressionless face. When Iyong saw her, his eyes brightened for a moment. He slowly raised his hand and waved. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Yunyan's lips, and her voice softened a bit. Junior brother Iyong, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see, he replied, pressing his lips together and smiling, his face slightly flushed. Senior Sister Yunyan, you're so gentle. It's really great that I'm not disliked by her. The words of the rabbit were not wrong. Senior Sister Yunyan is truly a very gentle person. Once everyone was gathered, Yunyan led the team on their way. Considering the team members, she slowed down her pace. Eong followed closely behind, his eyes fixed on her, seemingly wanting to say something. But he hesitated to speak. Yunyan stopped to let the team rest for a moment. He reached out to pat Eong's head. Due to the height difference, Eong was taken aback for a moment and slightly bent down. Yunyan slightly curled her lips, saying, "You've worked hard all the way. This time, make sure to protect yourself." Eong looked at her, his eyes wide, and replied, "Yes, senior sister, you too." Perhaps those who have learned water breathing have a kind of telepathic connection. Yunyan could instantly read the emotions in his eyes. Her expression softened a little. The teammates nearby, who were eavesdropping, looked gossipy, surprised that the ice pillar would show such a gentle expression, that she would speak in such a soft tone. Are they really senior and junior siblings? After a brief rest and adjustment, everyone set off again. As they just entered the territory of Dongshan Road, Yunyan's brow twitched, her eyes flickering slightly. She stopped and raised her hand to signal everyone a halt. Transitioning from running to walking, she placed her hand on the hilt of her knife, appearing to walk in a daze while actually using her 5 senses to perceive her surroundings. The teammates immediately became alert, drawing their knives and walking behind Yunyan, vigilantly watching the area around them. Eong was practically glued to her side. As the rusty rabbit had said, senior sister Yunyan was only older in rank, but she was actually the youngest among them. They had to protect her. In the shadows, vine-like roots silently approached them, faintly rustling. Yunyan's ears twitched, and with a flash, she appeared next to a team member, swinging her knife to sever the attacking vines. The team member was startled, looking in fear at the writhing, strange vines on the ground, trembling as he said, Ice pillar, thank you." Yunyan ignored him and continued to be vigilant around. Several vines emerged from the surrounding bushes, and everyone hurriedly brandished their swords to defend themselves. Yunyan frowned slightly. The strength of these team members was too weak to withstand it. The back of the Sunwell knife rested on his shoulder as he stepped back with one leg, leaning slightly forward. Breath of ice, 5th form, ice seal. He swung the knife, and frost spread all around, enveloping everyone as if the surroundings had been frozen. Under the moonlight, the pure white frost glimmered with a cold light. The blade flashed, and the frozen vines shattered completely. Eong's eyes widened slightly. "Senior sister, that's amazing. Is this a breathing technique derived from water breathing? It suits her so well." Yunyan stood amidst the ice crystals, her long hair blown by the wind, gently swaying, with a pair of brilliant golden eyes calm as water. Just her presence brought an unexpected sense of peace. With this first move, the team members were invigorated, all wielding their swords to slash at the vines rushing out behind them. After all, they had a pillar-level fighter here. What was there to fear? Yunyan looked on faintly, occasionally intervening to control the situation, allowing these vines to serve as practice for the team members. Is Ding-level strength really this weak? At least she could still watch Eong, which helped to calm her inner restlessness. Truly the future water pillar, with such strong talent. The vines stopped attacking, and instead, the sound of children's ethereal laughter echoed around. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and quickly formed a circle back to back. Yunyan stood to the side. Her gaze lowered. Eong pressed his lips together and stood beside her. It felt as if the two of them were isolated from everyone else. Yunyan rubbed his fingers together, raised his gaze, and said, "Eong, you and them wait for me here. I'm going to find the ghost. Don't go with me." Yunyan patted his shoulder. They were not enough to resist. "This place needs you." Leaving this sentence behind, Yunyan swiftly leaped into the forest, while Eong lowered his hand and looked down. Then he raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. The senior sister values him. Then he will help the senior sister and protect these colleagues well. Chapter 24. A chance encounter with Tong. Mo clouds of smoke weave through the forest. The laughter of children ringing in my ears, distinguishing the different sounds. A straight path, a left turn, a straight path, a jump up to the right front. On the tree trunk, a woman in a complicated floral dress stands, caressing a head that drips with fresh blood. It is the head of a girl who looks only about 15 or 16, with fear still etched on her face. Why can't Lord Doma look at me even once? Clearly, I'm also very beautiful. Damn it, it's all this world's fault. Why are there so many women? She crushes the head in her hands, extending her tongue to lick the blood left on her wrist, spitting in disgust so stinky The smell of a woman's blood is terrible. She covers her face, her pale skin flushed with crimson, her ghostly eyes filled with a mad grin. "Ah, Lord Doma, when will you allow me to be by your side soon? Very soon I will reach the power of the lower moon. Soon I will be qualified to stand behind you and serve you. Lord Doma, my Lord Doma." Suddenly, a shadow looms behind her, a chill creeping up her neck, and the ghost turns back in confusion, her eyes wide open. Yin suddenly appeared behind her, wielding a knife that fell from the air. Breath of Ice, sixth form, Ice Dragon's Roar. The frost giant dragon accompanied the knife as it descended. The female ghost gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and unleashed Blood Demon technique. Chaotic Blade Wind. Blood-red wind blades flew from her hand, crashing into the ice dragon, creating a cloud of white smoke. The female ghost landed on the ground, squinting her eyes. From within the white smoke, a figure rushed out. Breath of Ice. Fourth form, Frost Coagulation. The female ghost's pupils constricted sharply as she dodged in an eerie manner, barely saving her head, though one of her arms was severed. Covering the stump of her arm, the female ghost glared fiercely at Yin, who floated lightly to the ground. When she turned around and revealed her face to the female ghost, the expression on the ghost's face twisted even more. "That damn woman! How dare she hurt me?" Her arm grew back instantly, and the ghost's nails elongated, transforming into sharp claws. "How infuriating! I will tear your face apart." Cloud smoke. The cloud of smoke was unclear, and I completely didn't understand why the ghost would get angry after seeing her face. It was easy to understand that this female ghost's way of attacking was like a shrew fighting. Dodging the ghost's claws, I delivered a knee strike to her abdomen, instantly forcing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. I followed up with a spinning kick, sending the ghost flying in a parabolic arc, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground. Yin swung the knife, flicking the blood off onto the ground, and leaped towards the female ghost with the blade raised. Breath of Ice, third form, Ice Extreme 1,000 layers. The ice surged upward, and the barely standing female ghost was pierced by the ice spikes. In the next moment, a chill ran through her neck, and her head flew off, rolling onto the ground. The smoke from the blade was sheathed, and he glanced at her before turning to leave. The female ghost widened her eyes, unwilling to accept the sight of her dissipating body. She was just one step away. "Why?" Yin paused for a moment, turning to look at a tree on one side where cold light flickered and someone leaped to avoid the attack. Rows of icicles were embedded in the ground, followed by a young man's teasing voice. "Oh, what a quick reaction. Hey, Kimmy, do you want to be with me? You're really beautiful. Come join me." Yin stood up straight, looking into the night, as a flamboyantly dressed ghost with a small hat on his head, golden hair flowing, and eyes as beautiful as glazed porcelain walked out. In his eyes, there are also carved characters, Upper Crescent 6. It is still the time when the head is being polished and has not yet become Upper Crescent 2. Yin calmly looked at him. The guy in front of her seemed to be smiling, but in reality, his smile did not reach his eyes. In his eyes, there was a depth like stagnant water. The human and the ghost stared at each other for a long time, and finally, Yin, only uttering two words, "Ugly rejection." Realizing that he had been rejected, he displayed a very sad and heartbroken expression, covering his heart. "Hey, how can this be? I really want to be with a girl. To merge as one. Wouldn't it be good for us to always be together?" Yin looked at him, feeling disgusted as he pretended to be upset, with fake tears falling. "Oh, what a pity," he said, and then his expression returned to a forced smile, his voice surprisingly gentle. He opened his iron fan, tilted his head, and unleashed his blood demon art, Ice Lotus, waving the fan to scatter lotus-shaped ice. The chilling air from the ice lotus spread out as Yin dodged the attack. Having experienced countless battles, she wouldn't be foolish enough to take hits carelessly. Too many villains had perished at her hands simply because they failed to reposition themselves, trying to show off, and ended up getting themselves killed. Breath of Ice, first form, Ice Lotus. The ice lotus rose slowly, its petals opening as the cold air intertwined with the opponent's chill. Yin stood in the cold, her expression seemingly meaningless. A pretty girl? What do you mean by meaningless? Hey, what do you mean by meaningless? Tong Mao blinked, looking at her with curiosity. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could use ice, just like him. They really seemed to be a good match. Suddenly, Tong Mao's expression stiffened. It felt strange, as if his lungs were frozen. Yin looked at him. "Your attack is meaningless, merely using cold air to freeze internal organs. I have added divine power to my attack." Although the divine power within her body was minimal, it was sufficient to handle such an attack. Tong Mao paused for a moment, smiled even brighter, and reached out to dig out his frozen lung with his bare hands right in front of Yin, looking at it curiously. The wound healed instantly, and he smiled, his tone cheerful. Hey, you could do it too. Isn't it great? We are really so compatible. I beg you. Girl, become one with me. Yin furrowed her brows slightly, pondering how much chance there would be if a fight broke out now. If the divine power was overused, it would also drain her stamina, which could lead to fainting, and that would be troublesome. Yin looked at the sky. It was now the hour of the tiger, and there was still an hour until the sun rose. He had to drag it out. He couldn't let this guy get close to Yong and the others. Ice breathing. Sixth form. Ice Soul Dragon's Roar. Without hesitation, he chose to attack first. Tong Mao pouted a bit, feeling somewhat wronged. So cold-hearted blood demon technique. Scattered Lotus. He waved his folding fan, releasing a large number of fine ice flowers, each petal sharp as a blade, whistling towards Yin. Yin's ice dragon slash was melted away, and not all the petals of the ice flower were able to block it. Yin flipped in the air, performing Ice Breath, second form, 9 Nights Cold Bloom. This time, there was no added divine power, and a few petals of the ice flower cut through her clothes. Blood appeared on her arms and cheeks, with blood oozing out. Yin glanced down indifferently and raised her hand holding the knife again, hoping that this move could trap this guy for a while. Breath of Ice, 7th form, Ice Mark Century. It was clearly spring, yet snowflakes fell from the sky, instantly forming a patch of frost on the ground. Tong Mao looked up, watching the snowflakes dance in the air, his eyes widening in excitement. How beautiful! He reached out to catch them, only to find that the place he touched was covered in ice, deepening the smile on his face. Surrounded by ice, Yin looked at Tong Mao, who had completely turned into an ice sculpture, and exhaled. She swung her knife, wanting to see if she could sever his head, but found that Tong Mao, who was originally looking at the sky, had his eyes turning to stare directly at her. Yin's body trembled, a sense of crisis looming, and she instinctively rolled backward, pushing off the ground with one hand to leap away and create distance. Tong Mo broke through the ice, letting out a faint sigh. So cold. The girl is really excessive. Yin half knelt on the ground, watching her warily. Suddenly, her gaze dropped and landed on a small ice figure less than a meter away from her. It looked exactly like the ghost in front of her. Doma grinned, smiling cheerfully. Blood demon art, Crystal Child. Yin's pupils suddenly constricted as she swung her knife in front of her. The ice version of Tong Mo waved at her, sending forth ice crystals. With quick slashes, she shattered these ice crystals. The Ice Breath first form Ice Lotus provided a brief cover, allowing Yin to swiftly break apart the small Iceman. Her body, trained in ancient martial arts, was extremely supple and flexible. She bent backward to evade an attack from behind. Watching the ice crystals instantly pierce through the nearby tree, Yin's face hardened as she gripped her knife tightly. Chapter 25. Ice can also transform into warm sunlight as a person and a ghost battled. Yin relied on occasionally using divine power to gain a slight upper hand, but she didn't gain much advantage. Her body was already covered in blood from the ice crystals and blades, with 2 cuts visible on her pale face. One was on her forehead, nearly injuring her eye. Tong Mo's patience was completely exhausted. As he looked at the gradually brightening sky, he revealed a meaningful smile, saying, "Beautiful ice crystal girl, we will meet again." Then, 5 ice crystal women appeared, spraying ice mist towards Yin. She unleashed an ice dragon, instantly carrying the mist as she chopped towards Tong Mo. However, she discovered that the guy had already fled at some point. Striking empty air, she expanded her senses and confirmed that there were no ghostly presences around. Yin sat down on the ground, propping herself up with her knife, gasping for breath. That damn guy is really troublesome. Her body was covered in numerous wounds, especially a deep gash on her back that was visible to the bone. It was inflicted by that guy during their close combat, using an iron fan. If it were any deeper, it could have severed her spine. After catching her breath, Yin stood up. Despite her severe injuries, she ran back as if nothing had happened. When dawn broke, she successfully reunited with her team. Although this trip was perilous, everyone was so frightened upon seeing Yin that they wished they could transform into mutated warriors. Yong widened his eyes, hurriedly approaching her, raising his hand but hesitating to touch her. "Senior sister, how did you get so hurt?" Yin waved her hand and gently patted his arm, reassuring him that it was nothing serious. "Help me take care of this." Yong nodded, sat down next to her, and carefully took out items from the medical kit to help her tend to her wounds. Yin took off her coat, then her shirt, leaving only the inner lining. Looking at the deep bone-visible wound on her back, Yong pressed his lips tightly together. He had never dealt with such a serious injury before. What should he do? As if sensing his emotions, Yin turned to look at him and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already used breathing techniques to stop the bleeding," implying that he could proceed as he wished. Eong's hands trembled as he carefully dampened a towel with alcohol, wiping the wound bit by bit, and then, without anesthesia, he forcibly stitched it up. If he didn't do this, Yin wouldn't make it back. She would bleed to death on the way. Throughout the process, Yin remained perfectly still, not uttering a single sound despite the excruciating pain. Her expressionless face revealed no emotions. Only the sweat continuously dripping down showed just how much pain she was enduring. After handling the most severe part, the rest were minor issues. He disinfected and simply bandaged it with gauze. Yin put on her clothes, adjusted her breathing, and when Ian and the medical team arrived, they hadn't even had a chance to check on the team members before being pushed to see Yin. The team member, saved by Yin, was on the verge of tears. Although Lord Bingju was somewhat indifferent and a bit dazed at times during training, he didn't treat them like humans. However, Lord Bingju would do his best to protect them. He would bear all the dangers alone. He would never casually criticize them. Even if there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, he would still subconsciously guide them during battles. If they performed well, they would see Lord Bingju show a faint smile and a look of satisfaction, and even receive gentle head pats from him as encouragement. He would consider their stamina, precisely stopping for a break when they felt tired, and would share delicious food with them, even if he silently handed it over. He was clearly a cold exterior but warm interior, a gentle girl who was not good with words. Such a gentle person. How could she be so seriously injured? Ian looked at Yunyan's wounds, their eyes nearly popping out, as Long flapped his wings and landed, looking at her with concern. "Yunyan, are you okay? How could you be so badly hurt?" Yunyan nodded and gently stroked Long's head. "It's okay. I just encountered a waning ghost." Everyone. Then they saw Yunyan looking a bit down. "I couldn't kill him. He ran away. I'm too weak." Everyone rubbed their ears. The female hidden who often treated her wounds also came, with red eyes, and for the first time acted out of character, hugging Yunyan tightly as tears streamed down her face. "You are already very strong. The team members are all fine. You not only held them off, but you also survived. That's enough. How old are you?" Yunyan was stiff, held in her arms. After realizing it, she gently patted her back and said, "Alan, thank you." Alan was stunned, tears still on her face, and slowly let her go. "Huh, Lord Ice Pillar, you remember me?" Yunyan nodded. "Yes, it has always been Alan. It has always been Alan who came to pick her up, treated her wounds, cleaned the yard, cooked her favorite meals, and took care of her." Alan wiped away her tears excitedly. "Lord Bingju is really a great person." The crowd was stunned by the news, each one holding back tears, realizing they were too weak to help. Lord Bingju single-handedly killed the evil spirits and held back the upper moon, while they could only resist the attacks of the blood demon art here, almost losing their lives. If it weren't for Lord Bingju and Eong, they would have really been trapped here forever. The team members didn't dare to hug Yin. Firstly, because she was a pillar, and secondly, because her injuries were too severe. So they could only rush over to hug Eong and cry. Eong looked confused, blankly patting their backs one by one to comfort them. After resting for a while, when it was time to return, Eong squatted in front of Yin and said, "I will carry you." Yin was taken aback for a moment, lying on his back. "Thank you, Eong." Eong shook his head. He felt the gap. He had to work harder, just a little more. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible so that he could fight alongside the people he cared about. Instead of being like this time, where he could only stay back and let his younger senior sister face danger alone. That feeling of powerlessness and fear made him tremble. His head sank. A gentle touch stroked his head repeatedly. Behind him came Yunyan's gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. I'm fine." I know, but I'm still afraid of losing you." Senior sister. You, Yatu, and senior sister Jimu, as well as teacher Linlong, are the most important people to me. Eong's eyes slightly reddened. During the final selection, Yatu and senior sister Jimu had also comforted him like this. He felt truly happy. Someone cared for him. Someone looked after him. He wasn't the one who was disliked. He also wanted to protect them. "Eong, it's okay." Eong was taken aback, tilting his head slightly. "Huh?" Yunyan's lips curled up, her eyes carrying a hint of gentle smile. Eong's talent was exceptional. There was surely no problem. Eong turned back, looking at the road, his eyes stinging. "Thank you, senior sister," he said. Behind him came the sound of steady breathing. Eong turned back in confusion, only to find Yunyan already resting on his back, fast asleep, looking exhausted. Eong's steps became steadier, and the other team members also quieted down. Along the way, Everyone traveled in silence. Long Fei returned to relay the message and learned that Yunyan had faced off against an upper moon. Although she sustained some serious injuries, fortunately, her life was not in danger. A total of 16 team members went, and under her protection, everyone returned alive, with only a few sustaining minor injuries. Chuan Yashiki Yaozai gazed out at the purple wisteria flowers, his eyes shining with light as he softly murmured, "Thank you, Yunyan, for protecting those children. And thank you for coming back alive, for not letting us lose you." Lady Amano stayed by his side, and Chuan Yashiki Yaozai smiled as he held his wife's hand. Looking at the sky and speaking, the piercing cold ice can kill evil, but can also transform into the hardest shield. The ice can also turn into warm sunshine. Lady Amano stayed with him for a while, before getting up to prepare care packages. The child was also one she cared about, having watched them grow up. Unknowingly, she had even stepped into the role of Yunyan's mother. When the child was injured, she felt heartache, and so did Chuan Yashiki Yaozai. Thus, she represented the couple in preparing to visit. Chapter 26, Recovering from Injuries. The group pet's charm becomes more apparent. Her injury had truly caused a great deal of heartache for everyone. Kanai's thoughtful and gentle care, the post-operative treatment and medication, were all mild and soothing. After taking the medicine, she would always find a piece of fruit candy in her mouth the next second, or receive a plate of sweet, but not cloying hagi cakes. Shinobu Kochu was particularly attentive to her wound, wanting to record its condition every day. She also instructed the kitchen to prepare nutritious meals for her and would occasionally fulfill her desire for pork cutlet rice. During this time, the first to visit her was Haimajima Jiomi from the Demon Slayer Corps. Next came Lady Amano, the Rengoku family, and the female Hashira along, among others. Basically, all familiar faces had visited, even Kwang Jin, but that one figure had never appeared. Yunyan was eating pork chop rice, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, while Shinai watched her with a smile. Butterfly Ninja was preparing the medicine and bandages for her on the side, feeling a bit itchy to reach out and pinch her face to see if it was really soft. Kuroto and Makoto hurriedly walked in, bringing with them the pastries and matcha that Yunyan loved. "Yunyan-chan, we came to see you. How are you feeling today?" Makoto said as she sat down beside the hospital bed, gently stroking her head. Yunyan swallowed her food and nuzzled her palm like a cat. "I'm already much better. Senior sister." Kuroto placed the items on the bedside table and greeted the Butterfly sisters. The two sisters made space and left the exclusive independent ward for Zhu. Kuroto's eyes were full of worry and heartache. "You, as always, look so cold and distant. Your actions and appearance are like two different people." Yunyan looked at him as he was about to preach again, her eyes filled with a bit of grievance as she glanced at Jingu. Jingu looked at Yada with a half-smile, and Yada choked for a moment. He didn't want to comprehend Jingu's sharp tongue skills. Not at all. "Oh, you little girl, I really have no way to deal with you. Is your wound very painful these days? Is there anything you want to eat? Next time when Jingu and I come, I'll bring it for you." Yata sighed helplessly, poking her cheek with his finger, his eyes full of indulgence for his mischievous younger sister. "I can barely feel any pain now. I want to eat honey balls and honey cake." "All right, we'll bring it for you next time, but you can't eat too much or you'll get cavities." Got it, senior brother." "HM, what's wrong? You seem like my mother." "Yato, 00, huh? Uft. Ha ha." Zhenggu laughed, holding her stomach and wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. Yato rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Are you complaining that senior brother is long-winded? By the way, why do I seem like your mother?" Yunyan thought seriously for a moment. Because her mother was just like her senior brother, very caring, always saying a lot. The two were taken aback, suddenly recalling that teacher Lin Long had mentioned that Yunyan was raised by her mother and brother since childhood, and her father was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. But unfortunately, he died in battle early on. By the age of 7, she had lost her mother and brother. The two couldn't help but feel a bit sad. This child had lost too much love, right? Otherwise, how could she be like this now? Jinju gently held her tightly, stroking her head, saying that she could treat her senior brother like a nanny, since he was always worried about her. Yato gave Jinju a speechless glance, saying, "Well, I really appreciate you." Jinju stuck out her tongue, and Yunyan smiled. Being with her senior brother and sister was truly relaxing. Eon peeked in from outside the door, still carrying something in his hand. Seeing him peek in, Yato and Jinju quickly waved for him to come in. If anyone came the most frequently, it was Eon, a quiet little boy, yet unexpectedly attentive. He always brought Yunyan her favorite food, and even if he didn't speak, he would responsibly observe her injuries and immediately call for help if he noticed anything wrong. Inside the room, the water pillar group had gathered and laughter could be heard. With a flash of white passing by, Kwang Jin looked speechless at the blushing Shimi, who walked back, giving his arm a light punch. Hey, why didn't you go in? Just leave it at the door? By the way, what did you give her? Shimi, blushing, replied, none of your business. They were chatting happily inside. There was no need to disturb them, right? I just left it there. She can see it. It was rare to see Shimi stutter, and Kwang Jin rub his chin, teasingly saying, oh, so that's how it is. He then received a glare from Shimi that seemed like he wanted to chop someone, and Kwang Jin behaved himself. As they left with their arms around each other, he still added, Shimi, be a bit more straightforward. If you care, just go in and see. None of your business. You talk too much, Kwang Jin. Shimi exclaimed. Kwang Jin found it amusing, yet felt helpless, recalling the day Yun Yan was sent back to the Butterfly Mansion. Almost the moment he heard about her injury, Shimi had rushed to the Butterfly Mansion at a speed that no human could describe, swiftly decapitating the demon at the mission site. The surgery lasted nearly 4 hours, and he sat outside the door with his sword for 4 hours. He still had injuries from the mission that he hadn't had time to treat, and he was even still bleeding. Sitting at the door with a dark face, he looked like a door god, silent and expressionless. This was the first time he had seen Shimi like this. Was this truly the affection of a brother for his sister? After saying goodbye to Yato and the others, Yun Yan sat on the bed with the things Zhenju had brought in, a question mark slowly appearing above her head. Since Shimi was here, why didn't he come in to chat? Opening the bundle, she found fresh fruit, all cut up and drizzled with honey. Below there was a box containing her favorite honey balls and a long wooden box. Upon opening it, she found a jade hairpin quietly lying inside. It was her favorite style, simple and unadorned, with a crisscross carving at the top, featuring intricate snowflake patterns that required excellent craftsmanship to carve. Yun Yan carefully picked up the hairpin, the corners of her lips rising. Her eyes smiled, curving like a crescent moon. Radiant yet gentle, sunlight poured over her, as if coated in a layer of warm light. Fortunately, no one saw. Otherwise, it would have surely caused a sharp explosion of laughter. Nothing could be more terrifying than a frozen pillar of ice laughing like her age. They would definitely call someone to check if she had hurt her head. At this moment, as a deity who had always been accompanied by war and death, having never encountered emotions, only having played in the mortal realm for several months during her past slumber, daring to think and speak, but understanding nothing, she still did not grasp the meaning of this hairpin. Host, whispering, did you all know? Giving a hairpin represents wanting to tie the knot. Waiting for you to grow up, I will come to arrange your hair. You bring your dowry to my home. Shimi, your intentions aren't pure. Hee hee. Shimi, only you have a mouth. If I can't live anymore, I'll just chop you up right now. Host, winky face. Kwang Jin hugged Shimi's waist to stop her. I'll hold him back. You hurry and run. The host ran away, stumbling and crawling, wishing they could carry a train and escape overnight. Chapter 27. Shimi visits the sick after a month of rest, when the injury on her back no longer affected her. Yun Yan began to resume training. In terms of reaction, she was already 10 times faster than the Butterfly Sisters. As for breathing techniques, it was even more so. The problem lay in regaining her proficiency with the sword. Due to exerting too much force, it strained her wound, causing the sword to fly out of her hand and nearly stab the passing Yuzui Tenjin. Yun Yan squatted on the ground, her back aching and cold sweat pouring down her face. Yuzui Tenjin was drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been stabbed in the stomach. Noticing something was off with Yun Yan in the yard, Yuzui Tenjin frowned and walked over. Gorgeous ice crystal girl, your recovery training is a bit too unglamorous, isn't it? Yun Yan took half a day to barely get over the pain, slowly getting up and apologizing to him. I'm sorry. Yuzui Tenjin rubbed his brow and lifted the person up, tucking them under his arm. The magnificent god of festivals showed a moment of kindness, as he elegantly sent the elegant Yu to the not-so-elegant hospital room, where you could rest well inside. Yun Yan, is Mr. Yuzui saying a new tongue twister? Thank you, Mr. Yuzui. Anyway, no matter what he says, it's always right to say thank you first. After putting the person back in bed, Yuzui Tenjin greeted Butterfly Kine and mentioned that Yun Yan seemed to have touched on the matter of his injury, and then he went to get things for his wives. Yun Yan lay on the bed, with a wooden box containing hairpins beside her, staring at the box. Her mood was inevitably a bit low, but she didn't understand why. She just felt a heaviness and discomfort in her chest. Why hadn't Shimi come to see her? Was it because she was injured and too weak? But Shimi and the others had only been in the team for a short time, and they were already at the rank of Hashira. If they encountered a lower moon, it probably wouldn't take long. With their fierce determination, they could reach the position of pillar. Wait, weak? Yun Yan suddenly opened her eyes wide, feeling strange. Why did she think of herself as weak? Huh? Yun Yan slowly sat up, looking down at her hands. This was not her true form, merely a fabricated puppet. A vessel. It housed her soul, a tool for executing tasks. The tool was weak and could not bear her immense divine power. What did that have to do with her? Yet she couldn't help but think back. Since she had come, she had to perfectly integrate into the setup. She couldn't feel invincible just because of her identity. After all, her soul and true form were invincible, but the vessel was not. It was fragile, like the life it had witnessed over countless years of fleeting existence. Fragile, like a bubble, ready to burst with a single poke. She slapped her hands on her face. Yin Yin, Nangong Yin Yin. For now on, until later, you must always remember, right now, you are in a small world doing a task. You are the heir, Yin Yin, just an ordinary person with a bit of divine power. Let go of everything from the past. Cherish life. After working hard on her mental preparation for so long, she had just stepped into the hospital room when she heard a crisp slap, startling her almost into jumping. Idiot, what are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Shimi quickly walked over, full of concern, grabbing her hand and lifting her chin to carefully examine her face. She found that there was only a bit of redness, no swelling, and finally let out a sigh of relief. With a darkened expression, her forehead veins bulging. She wanted to say something hurtful, but when she saw her dazed and innocent expression, it got swallowed back down. Shimi, cough. Yes, it's me. Why are you hitting yourself? Shimi, with flushed ears, released her and sat down in chair, crossing her arms as she looked at her. Despite maintaining a stern face and appearing calm, her heart couldn't help but race wildly. Yunyan blinked her eyes, not hitting herself, just giving a light pat to wake up. Shimi almost laughed in anger when he heard this. Wake up? Using so much strength? Your little face is so tender it could squeeze out water. Aren't you afraid of swelling it up and turning into a pig's head that can't be seen by others? Has her brain been knocked silly by the upper string ghost? Then he thought about biting his own tongue. Oh no, he's so used to cursing that he accidentally lets such words slip out. Wouldn't it make her cry? In the end, not only did she not cry, but she also revealed a gentle, faint smile, saying, even if it swells, it won't matter. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Shimi was momentarily stunned, lowering his gaze as the room fell silent. After a long while, he looked at Yin Yin and asked, is your wound okay? I heard that during your recovery training, it got affected. Yin Yin awkwardly scratched his face. It's nothing. Just push too hard. The veins on Shimi's forehead throbbed, turning darker. Are you an idiot? You can still overexert yourself during recovery training and affect your injury. Do you want to tear it open again? How long has it been that you can't even control your strength? Yin suddenly leaned closer to him, and Shimi's fierce expression froze. He saw Yin poke his chest and the buttons, and this time the team uniform fit him well. Shimi's face turned red, and he leaned back to create some distance. After all, it was made according to the new size. He then awkwardly tugged at his collar. Feeling a bit irritated, it was really stuffy to button them all up, but he couldn't expose himself in front of her. TSK, don't you blame me? Blame you for what? Yin was taken aback by the question, and Shimi unnaturally looked away, her ears red as if they could bleed, stammering softly, I haven't come to see you all this time. Yin gently touched the box beside her and said softly, it's not your fault, because you have been here. Seeing the box in her hand, Shimi let out a sigh of relief, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. The air fell silent again as the two sat in silence, one staring at the quilt and the other looking at the doorway. Outside, Quangjin was nearly dying from anxiety. No, say a bit more. It was so hard to get in here, so hard to start talking. Keep going. Stupid Shimi. Butterfly Shinobu approached with a medical kit, looking curiously at Quangjin, who was squatting silently at the door. Mr. Kurenai, what are you doing here? Quangjin, winky face. Well, I'm enjoying the sunshine. As soon as those words came out, Quangjin almost bit his own tongue. What the hell is he talking about? Butterfly Shinobu. She looked at Quangjin in disbelief, almost rolling her eyes. Well, I hope Mr. Kurenai gets what he wishes for. Although it's cloudy today and there's no sun at all, I need to go check Yin's wounds. Please move aside. Quangjin's face was drenched in regret as he squatted in the corner drawing circles. After a while, Shimi came out, closed the door, and sat in the hallway, looking at Quangjin with a blank expression. What are you doing? Is this some kind of curse on someone? Stupid Quangjin. Quangjin turned back with teary eyes and hugged Shimi's leg, recounting what he had just done foolishly. He thought this might make Shimi a bit happier, but he found him looking calm, staring at the ground, completely devoid of the usual rebellious spirit. If it were any other time, Shimi would have drawn his sword at Quangjin hugging his leg, but now he was as calm as an iceberg, showing no emotions, yet one could feel the hidden fury beneath his calm exterior. Hey, Quangjin. Huh? What is it, Shimi? I want to become a Hashira as soon as possible. Huh? Only by becoming a Hashira can I have the right to protect her. Quangjin looked at him, as if seeing Shimi for the first time. That day, Shimi was also this calm while dealing with demons, a crazed calmness hidden within. Wait, protect her? Like protecting a sister? Shimi fell silent. He thought, maybe it wasn't exactly like that. Chapter 28. Yunyan receives her adopted son, China Miyu. After that day, Yunyan never saw Shimi again. Even seeing Quangjin was rare. After staying at the Butterfly Mansion for a month, Yunyan returned to her post. Aside from occasionally teaming up for missions and seeing Shimi twice for the next year and a half, they only exchanged letters 2 or 3 times. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. Yunyan dealt with the evil spirit and stood guard nearby, while Yinan comforted the crying girl and checked her injuries. Before Yunyan arrived, the girl had used everything around her that could be used as a weapon to trap the evil spirit, which allowed her to survive. Unfortunately, they arrived just a moment too late. The girl's family had already been killed by the evil spirit. The girl suddenly grabbed Yunyan's clothes and pleaded, "Please, take me away." Yunyan looked down at her, the girl before her filled with hope, like a pitiful stray cat gazing at her, hoping that she could give her a home. The girl gathered her courage and clutched a corner of Yunyan's cloak tightly, saying, "I want to be strong like you, to slay monsters like the one we just faced, and avenge my family. I don't want any more tragedies like mine to happen." Yin locked eyes with her. The determination in the girl's gaze stirred ripples in her heart. She remembered having seen such eyes somewhere before. "General Nangong, please take me under your wing. I won't be a burden to you. I will surely be able to help you. I am skilled in medicine, and my family has been doctors for generations. My ancestors even had a divine doctor. General, you can't wield your sword now. Your injuries haven't healed yet. You can't use your spiritual power either. We mustn't hide our ailments from the doctor. General, Zime is willing to infiltrate the enemy camp for you. You know that a healer can also kill. Zime is devoted to you, and I have no regrets." Her thoughts drifted far away, and a girl in a pale purple dress with a resolute gaze overlapped with the girl before her, causing Yunyan's pupils to involuntarily constrict. The girl held tightly onto her clothing, refusing to let go. The person beside them felt a bit awkward and hurriedly went over to persuade her, "Miss, could you please let go? We can't offend Lord Ice Pillar." Yin came back to her senses, raised her hand to rub the top of the girl's head, and said, "Well, let's go back with him for now." The girl's eyes brightened even more, especially after realizing who her savior was. She quickly got up, ignoring the pain in her ankle, and bowed to thank him, saying, "Thank you so much, Lord Ice Pillar. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Hiding her away towards the butterfly house and going to deliver a message to the production house Yaozai, Yin looked at the sky, noticing the moon was missing a corner. Indeed, there are people like you everywhere. With one hand behind her back and her back straight, her deep golden eyes were cold and quiet. At the peak, dressed in dragon-patterned dark clothes, her white hair was tied up high, with a black hair crown adorned with silver jade hairpins. The figure with divine indifference in her brilliant golden eyes overlapped with hers. After a long time, Yin sighed, feeling like she was going to be scolded again. What a strange feeling. Achoo! Achoo! Shimi, walking on the task road, sneezed twice in a row, curiously rubbing his nose. TSK. Who the hell is cursing me from behind? Host. Wow. Cursing the wife, you're done for. Shuang Luo circled above his head, leading the way. This time the task location was extremely difficult to find. Not only did they have to cross the back mountains of 2 villages, but they also had to pass over a cliff. Shimi scratched his head in annoyance. TSK, that damn evil spirit. Hiding in such a corner. Shuang Luo landed on his shoulder, saying, "Shimi, we're almost there. Be extra careful." "Okay, I got it. You hide first." After surveying the area and confirming there was nothing amiss in her jurisdiction, Yin turned back to go to sleep. She needed to grow. At almost 17 years old, she was currently 165 meters tall, which completely did not match her original body. She clearly shaped herself according to her original form. The original body was a tall one, 80 meters, first general of the underworld. So that's why your presence is so overwhelming. After a comfortable sleep, she had just finished eating when she received a message to go to the production house's estate. Yin was confused as she sat on the cushion, and she saw the girl from last night. Arataki Waya looked at Yin gently and said, "Child, I already know about yesterday's events. This child is very strong and talented. If I were to ask you to accept her as your adopted daughter, would you be willing?" The girl looked at her nervously, and Yin was momentarily taken aback before surprisingly nodding. complying with her lord's request. Arataki Waya smiled lightly. Is that so? Then from now on, I'll be relying on you, Yunyan. She turned to look at the excited girl, whose eyes were brimming with tears from her overwhelming emotions. Good child. You must follow your master well from now on, work hard to improve, and live well. The girl bent down and pressed her forehead to the ground, saying, It is my lord. I will definitely do it. After bidding farewell to Arataki Waya, a little tail appeared behind Yunyan. The news about the adopted daughter spread instantly. The girl's name was China Mimi, and at that moment, she was radiating with little pink flowers. Yin is taking on a disciple for the first time. Although she appears cold and aloof, upon closer inspection, she is somewhat awkward. China Mei seems like a carefree girl, but in reality, she is very perceptive and quickly notices her beloved master's awkwardness. She hurriedly walks to her side, clenches her fist to cheer her on, and says, Master, please train me rigorously. I will definitely not let you down. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then raised her hand to touch her head. Qian was still young, only about 12 years old, and just a little over 1.50 meters. Yunyan revealed a faint smile on her expressionless face. I know. Let's go home. Chitos merrily followed her, but unfortunately, her ankle was injured, so she walked very slowly. Yunyan thought for a moment and picked her up in a princess carry. Qianami's face turned red as she was held in her embrace. Master, you have an injury. Let me carry you. Qianami nestled in her arms, blushing as she softly said, Thank you, Master. Since the injury wasn't too serious and there was no need to stay in the butterfly house, Yunyan decided to take her back to the ice residence. The Hidden Ones had already prepared a bedroom for the adopted child, and everything was brand new. After placing her inside the room, Yunyan sat in front of her and said, If you need anything, tell the people here or just let me know directly. Okay, I will remember. Yunyan gently patted her head, his eyes softening with tenderness. What a lively little girl. Get some good rest. After she left, Qian threw herself on the bed, rolling around while hugging her pillow, her nostrils filled with the pleasant scent of fur and sunshine mixed together. A master is so gentle. Then she sat up, hugged her pillow, and raised a fist to motivate herself. All right, next, I'm going to put in 800% effort. Go for it, me. Yunyan leaned against the door, listening to the little girl inside, encouraging herself, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. In just a moment, she returned to her expressionless demeanor and silently left. The hidden observers saw everything. Nanny? Did Lord Ice Pillar just smile? Did he? No wonder he is the stepson of Lord Ice Pillar. He actually made Lord Ice Pillar laugh out loud. Stepson is the best. Chapter 29, New Rescue Mission. Missing team members in just a few days, Qian Na-Mei's injuries had healed at lightning speed with Yunyan's secret assistance using her divine power. The foot injury was no longer a problem, and Yunyan began to formulate a training plan for her, starting from the basics. She emphasized that the lower body must be stable and the body's flexibility must be good. Qian Na-Mei practiced horse stances under the shade of a tree, while Yunyan practiced her sword not far in front of her. During the flexibility training, Yunyan would apply a little force gradually, allowing her to adapt before pushing her further. Although it was a bit painful, it must be said that Qian Na-Mei was a hard-working child. She practiced horse stance while holding a bowl filled with water. And even when she was sweating profusely and shaking like a sieve, she did not give up. Seeing that she had adapted to the basic foundation and could accomplish her requirements effortlessly, Yunyan handed her a wooden sword. She chose the lightest weighted bag for her, binding it carefully as they took it step by step. 1,000 sword swings, master, Qian Na-Mei said with determination, swinging the sword diligently. Yunyan stood by, watching her, and corrected her when she noticed her movements were not standard. After finishing the 1,000 sword swings, Qian Na-Mei wobbled her arms, which had turned soft like noodles, and looked at her pitifully. Master, I'm really hungry. What do you want to eat? Pork chop rice. All right. Yunyan called away the smoke and went to cook, while she took her own disciple to rest, using medicinal wine to massage her sore arms. Qian Na-Mei smiled with squinted eyes, looking at Yunyan with a silly grin. Master, you are really so gentle. Yunyan paused for a moment, continuing her actions with a cold tone. No, I'm not gentle. Qian Na-Mei hummed softly and didn't say anything more. In her eyes, Master was the kindest person in the world. Her mother was an irresponsible parent, who even tried to sell her to the brothel multiple times, and it was always her father who protected her. But after that night, her father, who had always protected her, was gone. She had always longed for her mother's love, but it was just a delusion, a luxury. However, she didn't resent it, because no one is perfect. Where there are good people, there will be bad ones. It's just that she and her father weren't very lucky. But now, Master was like a mother to her. Although sometimes strict, she truly felt cared for and indulged. Master would indulge her little hobbies and temper, would care for her, and would take care of her. So, Master was the kindest person. After massaging her arms, Yin took her to the dining room. Unfortunately, Mei couldn't lift her arms now and was staring at the food, even pondering. Should she just bury her face in the bowl and eat? Knowing what her silly disciple was thinking, Yin picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Mei's eyes lit up. As she was fed a piece of meat followed by a bite of rice, and then some vegetables, making Mei squint her eyes in happiness. Yin looked at her and felt a sense of peace in her heart, very calm, and even couldn't help but smile. This little girl is truly adorable. However, it wasn't long before the peaceful days were interrupted. Yin received a rescue mission, reporting that nearly 10 Class A team members had gone missing in a row and needed to investigate the site of the incident. Yin posted the training schedule on the wall, asking Yin to take good care of his disciple and reminding Qianmi to train well before leaving. On the way, Yin passed by a small stall and was attracted to a sunflower hairpin displayed there. Without hesitation, he bought the hairpin, which had a price that made others hesitant. It would match perfectly with the little son at home. After placing the hairpin in a box and tucking it away, he quickly ran towards the scene of the incident. The incident location resembled a dilapidated shrine, with broken houses, tattered clothes scattered everywhere, and dried blood on the ground. Yin frowned slightly. The stench was overwhelming. The smell of the ghost was strong. As she entered the shrine, the first thing that caught her eye was a statue smeared with blood, with only half of its body remaining. She walked around inside, but found nothing. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly caught a faint sound of scratching. Her ears twitched, and she turned to walk toward the source of the noise. In an extremely hidden corner, a calico cat lay on the ground. Underneath it, a litter of thin kittens. They appeared to be dead, but suddenly, one little paw moved. The only remaining pure white kitten, seemingly filled with a strong will to survive, struggled to crawl out from among the bodies. With a pair of dark green eyes wide open, it desperately crawled toward Yin, who reached out and held the cat in her arms. The little one was already too weak to make a sound, only able to emit small whimpering noises. Yin frowned slightly, rummaging through her bundle, only to find a bucket of hot milk that Xiang Naihui had prepared for her. She had never raised such small animals, only some mythical beasts, like her 3 mounts, 2 dragons, and 1 Shilin. Therefore, there was no pet section in the system mall. She opened the cap, looked around, and found nothing convenient for the little guy to drink from, but confirmed there was no one around. So, she found a baby bottle from the maternal and infant section of the system mall. She poured the hot milk into the bottle and brought it to the little cat's mouth. The little guy hugged the bottle and drank eagerly, consuming it so quickly that it made her click her tongue in surprise. Once full, it had the energy to meow. However, she didn't have time to play with the cat now. She turned to call Long, sending it back to the ice house and handing it over to Naimei. Good Yin Salma. Long first rubbed against the little cat to confirm it wasn't afraid of it, then gently picked the cat up with its 2 paws, just the right size to hold, and flapped its wings to fly away. Yin glanced at the cat's corpse inside, took out a change of Haori from the bundle, wrapped the cat in it, and then walked out of the shrine. The divine power created a small pit in the ground, placed the cat's corpse inside, and then buried it properly. Yin sighed and said, "Rest in peace. I will do my best to take care of them." This was her vow to the little lives that had already passed away. In a daze, she seemed to see the mother cat nodding in gratitude at her, accompanied by her already departed kittens. The faint smoke curled up from the lips, and the concepts of life and soul are sometimes truly mysterious. Turning around to continue exploring the surroundings, it suddenly occurred to me that when I picked up the dead cat mother, the base of the statue that the cat's head was facing seemed a bit strange. I hurried back to the shrine and stood at the spot where the cat mother's corpse once lay. Sure enough, there was a depression at the base of the statue, dark and hollow inside. The smoke curls around the lips, emanating from the foul stench of the evil spirit here. Glancing at the sky, it's perfect just noon. Sunlight pours into the shrine, and without hesitation, the smoke draws its sword. Ice-breathing, second form, Night Cold Bloom. The night blooming Sirius floats in mid-air, instantly exploding into countless petals, sharp as blades, seemingly dancing with the wind. The entire shrine is completely destroyed, the idols reduced to rubble, and the evil spirit hidden within the idol shrieks in agony as it is illuminated by the sunlight, ultimately turning into a pile of ash. Yin moved towards the place where the evil spirit had initially hidden, peeking inside. It looked like a small cellar had been dug out, but it was quite small, with an entrance that was absurdly tiny. Her figure could definitely fit in, but only in one direction. If she tried to crawl backwards, she would easily get stuck. Just now, that evil spirit might have wanted to ambush her, but didn't expect her to directly destroy the area. In its rush to avoid the sunlight, it ended up being unable to get in, purely self-inflicted. Yin Yin, the dumbest way to die in history. The cave was filled with a strong smell of blood, and there was not a sound to be heard, making Yin Yin frown tightly. This was not easy to handle. Suddenly, she thought of Yuzui's muscle rat, so she decided to wait for Long to come back. Fortunately, Long returned very quickly, and Yin Yin asked Long to borrow a muscle rat from Yuzui, only to find out that Yuzui generously gave her 4. Yin Yin watched the 4 muscular mice in front of her, each flaunting their muscles and adorned with shiny gemstones, her eyelids twitching. She helplessly rubbed her forehead, first tossing a piece of cheese to one of the mice, then reminding them to stay safe. The 4 muscular mice nodded, quickly finished the cheese, and swiftly scurried into their burrow. Yin Yin squatted beside the cave, resting her chin on her hand, waiting. After a while, the ground began to tremble, and in front of her, the cave collapsed and expanded. 4 mice poked their heads out and nodded at her. The cloud smoke leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. Chapter 30. Rescuing the Missing Person, a task assigned to Shimi and Quangjin together. The golden eyes flashed, and the eye of God allowed her to see as clearly as day in the dark. The cave appeared to be deep. It was just that the entrance was small, so the visual perception changed when viewed from above. As they walked deeper into the cave, the smell of blood became stronger. The thick scent of fresh blood mixed with the stench of evil spirits. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. Interesting, a gang operation? With her hand resting on the knife handle, the muscle mice walked by her feet. Yin Yin stopped, looked down at the 4 muscle mice, and said, "You guys hide first." The mice scampered away. Yin Yin drew her knife, sensing the foul odor of the evil spirits. Her muscles tensed as she executed Ice Breath. Third form, Ice Extreme 1,000 Layers. With a slash of her knife, ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the earth, mixed with soil and the gradually dissipating blood of the evil spirits. With this strike, it was hard to tell how many she had cut down. As the cave twisted and turned like an ant nest, Yin Yin was taken aback. An ant hole? Suddenly, she had an idea. Ants always store food, and the paths they take to gather food are usually the widest. So at the fork in the road, she chose the broadest path. After walking for half a day, she finally saw a glimmer of light, and faint sounds could be heard, the sound of sobbing, along with soothing voices. Yin Yin walked over with a knife, pressed against the edge of the earthen wall, and slightly leaned forward. A few evil spirits were grinning menacingly, intimidating the people inside who were crying. The missing team members were among them, but these people were fighting the evil spirits barehanded. They were knocked down only to stand up and continue fighting. Meanwhile, the evil spirits inside, like teasing a cat, did not kill anyone but were just playing around. Yin Yin understood the situation roughly. Except for a few inside, he couldn't sense any other ghostly presence, so he boldly walked in. The 5 evil spirits turned their heads, looking bewilderedly at the entering Yin Yin. 8 members of the Demon Slayer Corps brightened up, and one excited young man shouted, "Lord Ice Pillar." Yin Yin nodded slightly, coldly looking at the 5 stunned evil spirits. With a swift motion of Ice Breath, 4th form, Frost Descent, their heads were instantly severed. He wiped the blood off his blade and sheathed it. Seeing the disheveled 8 team members, Yin Yin let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they were still alive. The 8 were quick to thank him and immediately turned to untie the captured individuals. Yin Yin walked ahead, and these people followed closely behind. Because the cave was too dark, they could only bring the oil lamps with them. When they reached the entrance, the hidden ones were already in position. Yin Yin leaped up in a single bound, ready to save someone. The hidden ones quickly acted, dropping the soft ladder, then going down to carry the person up, treating the wounds and providing comfort. Finally, they followed Yin Yin to the nearest Zitong flower house for temporary shelter and treatment. Physical injuries are easier to heal, but the wounds of the soul are difficult. Yin Yin rested for a night at the wisteria flower house and returned the next day. While eating tempura, she thought about how her little son at home and that little white cat were doing. Long stood beside her and slowly spoke. "Lady Yin Yin, it seems that Mr. Busujima and Mr. Kurenai have taken on a significant task." Yin Yin looked down at it and suddenly realized. Wait, this is a serious task. Shimi Yi Feng Hu. The lower crescent of the battle. If he wins, the cost will be Mr. Qunyi's passing. Yin Yin stood up abruptly and said, "Long, go find Shuang Lai and tell him to wait for Shimi. I'll go with them." "Okay, Lord Yin Yin." Long flew away. Yunyan quickly got paper and pen to write a letter to Chenyashiki, Zai overnight. He entrusted it to another crow from the Zaitan flower house for delivery. Within an hour, he received a reply from Chenyashiki Zai, granting permission. Yunyan quickly finished his meal and began to clean and maintain his sword. Not long after, Long flew back and said, Lord Yunyan, Shuanglai, said they will carry out the mission 3 days later. Please gather at the street corner outside the main town on the morning of that day. Thank you for your hard work, Long. Go rest now. Okay, Lord Yunyan. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to assist you. Please rest early. Good night. Good night. Yunyan wiped the knife. The sunwool knife was well maintained. Its polished blade gleaming coldly, reflecting her face. No one should ever think of taking anything away from Shimi. A pair of brilliant golden eyes shone with sharp light as she looked up at the sky outside the door. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and in the yard, the purple vine flower tree was blooming, its purple petals drifting down with the wind. A rain of purple flower petals fell for her. The petals landed on the water's surface, creating ripples. It was like her gradually recovering emotions. The care from friends, the affection from loved ones, the tenderness from elders. Each one was helping her to heal. The button that had been pressed down was now just a little bit away from being fully restored. You're back from your business trip, but it's useless even if you recover. UTM are just a born block headaches. The next morning, Yunyan hurried back to the courtyard. Chianami had just finished 1,000 weighted sword swings, rubbing her arms, and began to stretch in the yard. When she saw Yunyan return, Chianami rushed over like a little son to greet her. Master, you're back. You must have had a hard time on the way. Was the mission successful? Did you get hurt? Yunyan's face was occupied by gentleness as she habitually rubbed her head. Everything's going smoothly. No injuries, not hard at all. Chianami chuckled and once again marveled at her master's tenderness. Every word had a response, truly making one's heart feel light and warm. Yunyan took out the hairpin she bought on the way and handed the box to her, signaling her to open it. Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as she received the box with both hands. Master, is this for me? Let's see if you like it. Qian carefully opened the box, revealing a sunflower hairpin that looked as realistic as a real flower. However, the flower's disc was covered in tiny, sparkling diamonds, which were genuine diamonds. Qian gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, her excited hands trembling. With teary eyes, she looked at Yunyan and suddenly threw herself into her arms, saying, Thank you, Master. I super like it. Yunyan smiled gently, patting her back to comfort her. Once she had enough of being spoiled and was willing to let go, Yunyan personally helped her put on the hairpin. The hairpin was placed on her bun, adding an extra touch of innocence and purity to the little son of the house. The little white cat that was on the verge of death the day before was now full of life, though it still stumbled a bit while walking, falling, and crawling. But it managed to reach her feet. It meowed sweetly, rubbing against her feet. Yunyan scooped it up in her hand, and the little guy didn't move around at all, just lay there lazily in her palm. Qianai Mei was full of energy as she talked to her about her training yesterday, as well as the funny things that the little kitten did. Yunyan looked at her smile, and an extraordinarily gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The smile was big and obvious, adding a layer of tenderness to her originally cold and stunning face. Qianna Mei was momentarily mesmerized, and even the hidden ones who were still busy in the courtyard were all stunned and motionless. Qianna Mei hugged her once again, rubbing her face against her chest. Master, please smile more often in the future. Master, your smile is really super beautiful. Yunyan helplessly flicked her forehead. Stop being silly. Go train. Shinanami stuck out her tongue, chuckled, and ran off to train. Once again, they sighed in their hearts. Stepson, it's really great that you could come here. Chapter 31. 3 people together after spending 3 days with Shinanami. Yunyan bid farewell in the morning and headed to the street corner for an appointment. She was holding 2 servings of hoggy cakes, and, by chance, she discovered that Quangjin also liked to eat them. So this time, she brought one for him as well. The only difference was that the one she made was for herself, while the one Quangjin had was made by Shinanami. Before reaching the street corner, she could see 2 figures standing there from a distance, their white hair particularly striking in the morning light. Yunyan unconsciously quickened her pace. When Quangjin saw her coming, he quickly waved his hand and said, Good morning, Lord Bingzhu. Shimi rubbed her neck, looking a bit unnatural, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Morning. Yunyan gave the 2 of them a faint smile. Good morning, this is for you. Shimi took the package she handed over and whispered, Thank you. Quangjin, on the other hand, had a look of surprise. Is there one for me too? Thank you, Lord Bingzhu. Yunyan shook her head. No need to be polite. This was made by my stepson, implying that it was actually made by her own hands. Shimi, in a good mood, curled her lips in a smile and cast a proud glance at Kwang Jin, who looked at her speechlessly. What are you so proud of? The three walked side by side on the road, and because there were many pedestrians, Shimi and Kwang Jin consciously kept Yunyan in the middle. Shimi moved a little, using her body to clear a path through the crowd, while Kwang Jin stayed a bit behind, carefully ensuring that no one bumped into her. Yunyan blinked and noticed the small actions of the two, the corners of her lips slightly curling up. These two are really gentle. Qian Yunyan strongly recommends Naomi screams. Master is even gentler than them. After leaving the small town, the three began to run. Yunyan was a bit surprised by the speed of the two. In just a short amount of time, they were already able to match her full speed running. Yunyan wore a faint smile on her face. Only by saying this can one truly return alive from the mission. Since Shimi met her, he has been paying close attention to her. This girl seems to have become more personable than before. At least, she can smile now. It seems that the stepson he took in is not without its uses. Chinami, is that polite? Because of the distance. The three of them stopped for a meal halfway, passing by several shops, and Kwang Jin looked at Shimi in confusion. Why not go in with so much food around? Aren't you picky? Is the mission not important anymore? Shimi glanced at a nearby restaurant and took Yunyan inside, leaving Kwang Jin bewildered. It wasn't until they sat down that he realized. So this place is the only one that serves pork chop rice. Shimi, you searched for a long time for a place to eat, just to let Lord Ice Pillar have pork chop rice. Thinking about how they usually just grab a quick bite when going on missions together, and how he has to eat slowly, he looked at the current situation. Especially since the two of them had already finished eating. While Yunyan was slow, Shimi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her with tenderness. Not rushing her at all, seeing her hair getting in the way. He even helped her push it aside with his hand. Damn it, don't be so double standard. You guy, that's the pillar. The pillar. She's not your neighbor's little sister. Show some respect, will you? Kwang Jin kept shouting in his heart, his eyes twitching. Yunyan could only eat half of her meal and felt unable to eat anymore. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and looked at the food in front of her with a hint of regret. Shimi looked at her and gently asked, "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm already very full," she replied. Shimi naturally let go of her hair, helped her tidy it up, then took over the food she couldn't finish and quickly finished it off. He picked up a knife and walked away. Yunyan followed closely behind, and the way the two of them interacted left Kwang Jin stunned. This actually stemmed from their childhood. Yunyan has a small appetite. Since she was little, she either couldn't finish her food and her brother would help her, or Shimi would help. She doesn't even take care of her hair herself. Either Zai helps or Shimi helps. Naturally, it has become a habit. Even after so many years, the two of them still haven't changed, especially Shimi. He hurriedly followed with a knife, looking resentful. Shimi glanced at him speechlessly and thought, "Why are you looking at me with such a victimized expression? It's really annoying." "You idiot Kwang Jin." Kwang Jin looked even more aggrieved. "Shimi, is there no love without friendship now, huh?" Shimi rolled her eyes in silence. "Did the eel rice you just had replace your brain?" Kwang Jin, I'm really going to make a scene." Yunyan looked around. This was the nearest village to the target location. Most of the people walking outside were adults. Very few children could be seen running out. Occasionally, when children were spotted, it was usually a father or mother holding them, bringing them back into the house, and closing the doors and windows tightly. Yunyan frowned tightly, and Shimi had the same expression as her. Kwang took a look around and wondered, why were there no children in sight? Yunyan's expression was, having returned to that coffin-like face. Because she feared the child would be lost and never return, she refused to leave the house. Are the ghosts here specifically eating children? TSK. What a frustrating and infuriating thing. Shimi muttered irritably, and Kwang Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was infuriating. Unbeknownst to them, Yunyan had already walked ahead of the two, her footsteps showing no sign of stopping. The two behind exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Kwang Jin who spoke up helplessly. "Lord Ice Pillar, do we not need to stop and investigate the situation?" Yunyan stopped in her tracks, tilting her head in confusion, wondering why. It seemed meaningless. Kwang Jin's mind was filled with question marks as his brain rapidly tried to comprehend her extremely simple words. Shimi's blood slot was already empty. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand, slightly bowed her head, her ears turning red, and her hair fell over her flushed face. Kyuso, why is she so cute? The weather had warmed up. Her long, jet-black hair was casually flowing down, swaying with a gentle spring breeze, becoming a bit bothersome. Yunyan occasionally reaches out to brush away the hair that floats by, while Shimi walks behind her, slightly frowning. "Yunyan, do you have a hair tie?" Yunyan was taken aback, shaking his head, and said nothing. Shimi let out a sound of disapproval. leaving behind a sentence before turning to leave. Kwang Jin widened his eyes, watching him leave in a hurry. No, no, no. No matter what, this is the pillar. Shimi, you're being too casual, aren't you? No matter how familiar you are, at least show me some respect. Long suddenly landed on Kwang Jin's shoulder, softly and gently speaking, Mr. Wanya, don't mind it. If possible, I hope Mr. Wanya can refer to Lord Yin as a friend. This child is not good with words, rarely shows expressions, lacks emotional connections, has no friends, and usually spends time alone, feeling very lonely. Kwang Jin was stunned, turning to look at Yin, who was standing obediently in place, gazing longingly in the direction Shimi had left. He wasn't very tall, and when Kwang Jin had seen him before, he always had a blank expression. Now, there was a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Was Lord Ice Pillar really this lonely all along? Kwang Jin suddenly thought of his younger brother, his heart softening. He walked over and gently patted Yin's head, smiling warmly. Lord Ice Pillar, may I call you by your name? Don't worry, Shimi will be back soon. Yin looked at him, and for a moment, it felt as if she saw her brother. If Zai were still alive, he would probably be just like the person in front of her, right? I understand. She let Kwang Jin touch her head without care, and she didn't mind how he addressed her. She just felt a bit strange. Light and airy, as if she were stepping on a cloud. Chapter 32, Trapped in the Blood Demon Technique. Shimi rushed back. It was only a moment to buy a hair tie, and when she returned, she saw that Kwang Jin had somehow brought over a chair. Yin obediently sat on top, eating candy, while Kwang Jin was surrounded by little pink flowers. Watching her from the side, Shimi Busukawa gave a disdainful glance at Kwang Jin, saying, "You look like a guy who wants to abduct children right now. Your smile is too disgusting." Kwang Jin Kirinoya. Yin looked up at him, while Shimi pursed her lips, walked behind her, held the hair tie in her mouth, and used both hands to smooth her hair before tying it up. Even if she disliked it, there was no other choice. She had to make do with it, as there were no nice hair ties here. Yin blinked her eyes and gently touched the ponytail at the back of her head, no longer remembering how long it had been since she last combed her hair. Kwang Jin borrowed a mirror and held it in front of her. Yin looked at herself in the mirror and tilted her head slightly. The ponytail was tied high and looked very nice, with a light blue hair tie and no other decorations, just a small colorful woven string wrapped around it. Surprisingly beautiful. Yin looked back at Shimi with a serious expression. I really like it, thank you. Shimi's face flushed slightly, and her gaze drifted away awkwardly. Oh, let's go, we still have tasks to do. Okay. Yin walked ahead, while Shimi and Kwang Jin walked side by side behind her, occasionally glancing at the sides of the road. The three of them stood outside a quiet courtyard, with no one around and the main gate tightly closed. As the smoke drifted towards the door, I raised my hand to push it open, but suddenly I was lifted into the air. Confused, I turned back and saw Shimi with a dark expression. Are you an idiot? Shouldn't this be something we do? Aren't you a Hashira? Your rank is higher than ours. Can't you just give a command? Yin blinked. No, because it is so it should be me. Shimi's forehead bulged with veins, pulsing, looking fiercely at her. Kwang Jin hurried over to mediate, only to see Yin reach out and touch Shimi's face. Shimi, don't be angry. The soft touch and gentle, soothing voice made Shimi's face turn bright red, and his expression became even more ferocious. Yet he gently put her down and angrily walked over to open the door. While opening the door, he muttered, I'm really fed up. In the future, let others handle this, you idiot. You're just a little girl. What would you do if something happened? If there are men around, let them do this kind of work. Kwang Jin and I are right behind you. At times like this, just let us handle it. TSK. Why is this damn door so heavy? Good thing I didn't let you handle it. It would be strange if your little arms and legs could push it open. Kwang Jin. Yin obediently walked behind him. Her bright golden eyes glanced at the courtyard, which was a very luxurious residence. Passing through the corridor and entering the house, Yin kept walking forward. The corridor seemed endless, and ahead was a pitch-black void. Kwang Jin reached out to grab her, but in the next second, Yin disappeared before him. Shocked, he turned to call out to Shirmi, only to find that he was the only one standing there. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yin, Shirmi, where are you? Kwang Jin anxiously opened every room to search, but unfortunately, there was not a single shadow. His heart raced, and a feeling of fear spread within him. This fear was about the worry that something might happen to the two of them. Regardless of Yin-Yan's identity, in his eyes, she was just a little sister lacking emotional support. Kwang Jin hurriedly searched the residence, while the two being searched for were in different spaces. Yin walked down the dark corridor. I straight ahead. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of her, and a gentle, kind female voice called out, "Child, come this way, hurry, walk towards here." Yunyan's footsteps were unceasing, the speed unchanged, his golden eyes calm as water, a smile at the corners of his lips, yet his hand was raised, resting on the hilt of his knife. In contrast, Shimi swung a wind slash towards the meat wall in front of him, only to see his attack seemingly pass through as if it were nothing. TSK. Kyuso. What the hell is going on? Shimi felt a bit anxious, looking around. Yunyan, Quangjin, where are you? Respond to me if you can hear this. Child, good child, don't be angry, you can't cut me. Be obedient, listen to me. Put down your knife and come into my embrace, okay? Shimi turned around, reaching into the air, his pupils constricting. In midair, wearing a deep purple kimono, with long black hair flowing, adorned with a red spider lily headpiece, the scarlet eyes belonging to a demon were gentle and kind, making him feel an involuntary wave of nausea. In those scarlet eyes, the words lower crescent were etched. The lower crescent, Yigua, smiled gently, opening her arms towards him. Good child, I know everything you have suffered. Come over here, become my child. I will take good care of you. Love you well. Shimi's expression darkened further, veins bulging, gripping the knife tightly. What the hell is this bastard babbling about over there? Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Yunyan stepped into a room after breaking through the darkness. She looked around. Although there was light in the room, it only came from 2 oil lamps. Observing the furnishings, which were quite old, she suddenly heard a noise from the cabinet. A pale, emaciated hand reached out from inside. The hand was covered in scars, as if the nails had been painfully ripped out. Yunyan watched silently until the owner of the hand struggled to crawl out. And only then did she see what it truly was. It was nothing but a seriously ill girl, or rather, a girl who was seriously ill and abused, desperately trying to escape from the room, struggling to open the door and crawl outside. Yunyan walked up to her, squatted down, tilted his head to look at her, and poked her with his hand. It went through. Can't touch it? Is it an illusion? Is it blood witchcraft? The gentle and kind female voice returned to his ear, still the same as before. Child, good child, come to my side, come on my side. Walk this way. Yunyan stood up, instantly drew her sword, and performed Ice Breath. 3rd form. Ice Extreme 1000 layers. Ice spikes shot up from the ground, and immediately after, her figure darted far away. Ice Breath, 2nd form. 9 Nights Cold Bloom. 2 large-scale attacks destroyed everything around, but the damaged surroundings restored themselves in the next moment. Yunyan sheathed his knife, expressionless. It's blood demon technique. An alternate space? This is indeed a rare blood demon technique. Good child, don't get angry. Don't throw a tantrum. Come over here, be good. The voice suddenly changed, transforming into a familiar sound from her memories. Yunyan looked at the person who appeared before her, her eyes widening slightly, and her hands trembling slightly. Mother. Chapter 33. The Waning Crescent and the Guohuo Bird. Quangjin was already going crazy, turning the place upside down and still not finding any trace of the two. Panting, he stopped in a room, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Where on earth are these 2 people? Huh? Quangjin hesitated as he looked at the notebook on the table, walked over, sat down, and picked it up to flip through it. It was a diary? Gently opening it, the more he read, the more his brows furrowed, until the last page, which was filled with the words, "Save me." Judging by the handwriting, it should have been left by a young girl. There were traces of tears, signs of tearing, and even long-dry blood. It recorded things like "Mother pulled out my nails, beat me, broke my leg bones," and so on. Quangjin couldn't help but feel shocked. Why? Isn't she the mother? Isn't she her own child? Why treat this innocent girl like this? Long Luo tugged at his hair on his shoulder. Mr. Lianyi, burn this book and kick over the incense burner. Move fast. Quangjin was taken aback, turning his head to look at the incense burner that was lit at some point, feeling a chill in his heart. Here, could there be evil spirits? Could this girl's soul have turned into an evil spirit? It can't be, right? Quangjin swallowed, trembling, and threw the notebook into the incense burner. Almost instantly, flames ignited and the notebook visibly burned. An indescribable stench wafted out, causing Quangjin's face to turn pale as he covered his mouth and nose. Kicking over the incense burner and retreating quickly to distance himself, Longface suddenly burst through the door, and the wind from the yard blew in, dispersing the foul odor. The doors in the house opened one by one, as if they were whales, then closed instantly. Quangjin was startled and drew his knife, running toward the only open door. The 2 trapped in the blood ghost technique suddenly appeared in the room. They were momentarily stunned. Shirmi ran to Yunyan's side, pulling her to check. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Confirming she was fine, Shirmi let out a sigh of relief. Yin looked at the woman sitting at the vanity behind the screen. Shermi followed her gaze. Stepping in front of her, "Hey, you're the evil spirit from just now, right?" Guohua Birdside stood up to face the two and wore a look of helplessness toward two mischievous children. "You two are really naughty kids. Be good and come to me. I will be your mother and take good care of you." She opened her arms, smiling gently and amiably. If it weren't for the strong, pungent smell of blood, she would really look like a gentle mother. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" "Ah, you can't talk to your mother like that. Shermi, good child. I know you have suffered from your father's violence, and I know the hardships you have faced. It's all okay now. Come to my embrace, become my child, and live with me. I will truly love you." Shermi ground her back teeth in anger, wanting to tear her apart. A figure darted out. Shermi's eyes widened slightly, and Yunyan's lips emitted wisps of white smoke. Her pupils shrank as her expression turned blank, veins bulging on her face. Ice breath, fourth form, frost tempering. Guohua Bird was startled for a moment. This girl, this speed, isn't she an ordinary demon slayer? Is she a Hashira? Quickly regaining her composure, she dodged the attack but had her arm severed. Yunyan landed on the floor, casting a murderous glance at her. "Me. I don't need you. You're not worthy." Guohua Bird's expression twisted for a moment before instantly recovering. She regrew her arm, standing elegantly, seemingly shaking her head in annoyance. "What a bad-tempered little girl. I know you've lost everything. I know the sadness and anger you carry. Good child, don't be angry. Both you and Shermi can be my children. No matter what, we will live together and be happy together. Isn't that good?" Bang! The door burst open, and Quang Jin rushed in, panting. Seeing that Yunyan and Shermi were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, great. You two are okay." Shermi looked at him, speechless. "Idiot Quang Jin, where did you go?" The ghost came out by itself. Quang Jin was so angry he laughed. "If I hadn't destroyed something crucial, Shermi, do you think you would have come out?" "Huh? So you're saying I should thank you?" "Hey, no need to be polite. Who are we to each other?" Non-dead river Shermi. Anger. Yunyan only felt a flame burning in her chest, scorching her nerves and making her unable to help but want to swing her knife and smash everything in front of her. Ice Breath sixth form Ice Soul Dragon Roar. The slash was accompanied by the howling of the frost giant dragon, and the corners of Guohua Bird's lips curled up. Blood Demon Technique Incense. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air, causing Yunyan's attacking body to pause for a moment, but she quickly recovered and continued her previous slash, though unfortunately with much less force. A slash missed, and Yunyan stood up straight, her face cold. Wind Breath, third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. Quang Jin swung his knife, and the wind blades dispersed the fragrance in the air. He rested his sword on his shoulder and winked at Yunyan, grinning. Hee. Interference successful. Yunyan was taken aback and smiled at him with pursed lips. Quang Jin's face darkened as he looked at Gu Huanyao and said, You once tortured and killed your own child, didn't you? Just now on the road, I heard you shouting about wanting to be the mother of Shimi and Yunyan. Do you even deserve the title of mother?" Gu Huanyao chuckled, covering her face with her hand. "Ah, how could you understand my feelings? That man finally killed the man who betrayed me. And this child, she actually wants to betray me too. She wants to escape. I was so gentle and caring toward her. Why? Why am I trying so hard, yet still can't find happiness?" Suddenly, Gu Huanyao smiled lightly. "But at that time, when I was caring for my sick daughter, feeling empty inside, that sense of inner peace, even I was startled by myself. I took care of her, hoping our days could continue like this. But what about her? She actually wanted to crawl away and betray me. She trampled on my efforts, trampled on my heart." Quang Jin's face remained cold as he watched her go mad, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Are you saying that feeding her poison and rendering her mute is your way of caring? Or that breaking her bones and pulling out her nails is love? ISN, teach your child. Didn't you endure 10 months of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth to bring her into this world? Why would you do this? Shimi, I've decided I won't spare you. You hypocritical and fake person. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a mother." Shimi and Yunyan were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Quang Jin so angry. Gu Huanyao's forehead throbbed with veins, indifferent to her daughter's plight, but felt displeased when Quang Jin shouted that name. "Shut up. I abandoned that name long ago. That great person gave me my name. I'm Gu Huanyao. Besides this wonderful body, this name is even more precious. It was personally given to me by the only one who understands me." Gu Huanyao showed a blissful expression. Her face flushed, then she suddenly calmed down. "At that time, when I killed that child, I regretted it. Because then, I was no longer the strong wife who devoted everything to an abusive husband. nor was I the gentle mother supporting my ailing daughter. She sighed. That great person appeared at that moment. He said he understood my feelings and granted me blood. He said I could definitely become a powerful ghost. She smiled foolishly, swaying her body. Guess what I ate first after becoming a ghost? It was the corpse of Sha Jiang. Kuang Jin's guess was not wrong. He felt a strong aversion rising in his heart, along with pity for that innocent girl, and his fists clenched, making cracking sounds. Yunyan's gaze grew colder, and Shimi's hand, holding the knife, creaked ominously. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. Chapter 34. Slaying the Guahua Bird. The Guahua bird revealed a look of ecstasy, gently stroking her abdomen with a face full of disgusting happiness. After that, I captured many children to eat. They all entered my belly and became my children, forever together, without separation in this mansion. My beloved children, and I became a happy family. Those children who are unloved by their parents, or who have suffered abuse, are actually very easy to let down their guard. She smiled softly, her finger touching her lips, lightly licking the corner of her mouth. Although it was a bit troublesome, some children even said they loved me until their dying breath depended on me, and were filled with gratitude towards me. I feel so happy and blessed, actually. That girl over there doesn't matter. Although her sadness and anger attract me, her eyes are just too calm, like a stagnant pond. Your eyes are too straightforward. I don't want either of you. What I want is you, Shimi. You are covered in scars, both physically and mentally. One look tells me you have suffered abuse from your parents. I want to comfort you, poor thing, and give you all my love. A surge of blood surged towards Kuang Jin's forehead. He didn't even have the extra energy to tell the Guahua bird to shut up and charged forward, swinging his knife to strike. Breath of Wind, third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. Centered on himself, he instantly unleashed 3 wind blades towards the Guahua bird. The Guahua bird initially intended to raise her hand to block, but did not expect the attack to far exceed the tolerance of her demon body. Her left arm, already severed by Yunyan, was once again cut off. With cold red eyes, she stared at her fallen arm, then looked back at Kuang Jin. Kuang Jin glared back fiercely at her crimson eyes, his voice hoarse. Shimi is not pitiful at all. Shimi's mother loves him and the children from the bottom of her heart. Kuang Jin felt a lump in his throat. This guy had no idea how Shimi had managed to survive. He didn't know what gentle Shimi was feeling as he harmed his own body and soul. Clearly a gentle and meticulous person, yet forcing himself to become irritable, violent, and taciturn. Clearly caring, yet making himself speak in contradiction. She understands nothing, and yet she speaks nonsense here as if she understands everything. Kuang Jin's eyes sparkled with anger as he unleashed another wind slash, roaring, "You damned demon know nothing. Don't casually spew nonsense and tarnish his memories." "I'm fine, Kuang Jin," Shimi said, the corners of his mouth curling into a bitter smile, feigning a relaxed tone. "Your upbringing is too good. My bastard father talks nonsense all day too. I've grown tired of hearing it." He patted Kuang Jin's shoulder. "Don't bother with a guy who speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open. I never think of myself as pitiful." Shimi glanced at Yunyan, who was slightly bowing her head not far away, her bangs obscuring her face, making it hard to see her expression, and a flash of heartache crossed his eyes. "Among the people I know, there are those who are even more unfortunate than me. Compared to her, I'm so much luckier." Kuang Jin silently nodded, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes and sniffing. So, Shimi raised the sunwheel knife towards the demon with only one arm left. "It's a pity. You can't control me, you self-proclaimed motherly garbage demon." The Guahua bird sighed, revealing a soft smile again, her face full of helplessness. Her voice sweet to the point of being sickening. It seems it won't go as you wish. What a pity. I thought we could be a good mother and son. Stop playing garbage demon. Everything should come to an end now. I can cut you now." "Yes, that's right." The flesh near the Guahua bird's wound bulged instantly, and then her arm regrew. Shimi touched his cheek with his tongue. "This bastard, such a terrifying regeneration speed. Faster than any demon I've dealt with Kuang Jin." Looking at the words carved in her eyes, he licked his lips, a mad smile appearing on his face. As expected, it's the lower crescent one. Breath of Wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind slash. Shimi's figure suddenly surged forward, leaving wind blades behind, the fierce technique bursting with intense energy. The Guahua bird did not back down, the two figures quickly intertwining, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding wooden walls from the wind pressure, followed by an explosion of shattering fragments. Kuang Jin's expression was grave, just as he was about to raise his knife to help Shimi. He saw Shimi signaling him with his eyes. Following Shimi's gaze, Kuang Jin saw 2 children captured by the Guahua bird. He hurried over, grabbing one in each hand, and escorted the children to a relatively safe corner. Yunyan's eyes were dull, her pupils trembling, and her hand was shaking. What did that female ghost just say? Pity? Pity for whom? Pity for Shimigo? Living together, living in the womb. The button to seal off emotions completely bounced back, and the missing feelings surged in like tide. Yunyan's expressionless face was covered with anger as she watched Shimi get injured and fly out. She ground her back molars hard, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. TSK. Her voice fell into the ears of the two people and one ghost, who all turned to look at her. Quangjin and Shimi were so shocked by the expression on her face that they couldn't help but stand up straight. Gua Huanyao was momentarily stunned, locked in by those golden eyes filled with murderous intent, as if she were being firmly targeted by a giant dragon about to explode with rage. Yunyan took a step forward, and the surroundings were instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The exposed skin twitched with bulging veins. Shimi and Quangjin both felt their legs go weak, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on their backs, staring wide-eyed at the furious Yunyan. In the past, her slightly cold and gentle voice now carried a hoarse, suppressed rage as she growled, "How dare you?" Slowly raising her knife-wielding hand, the blade, dark with blue flame patterns, suddenly became entwined with deep blue flames that emitted a chilling aura unlike any other fire. The temperature plummeted, frost spreading everywhere, and Quangjin was startled, quickly opening his clothes to pull the two children into his embrace. This is bad. Yunyan is angry. Breath of ice, ninth form. Ice flame, purgatory. Blue flames surged up, engulfing the entire room in blue fire, cold air spreading everywhere. The Yuhua bird widened its eyes, and in the next moment, its gaze was as cold as ice. What a headache of a child. Is he really a Hashira? This is quite a pleasant surprise. As she turned to engage Yunyan, her arms were instantly severed, the cold blue flames searing her wounds, leaving her unable to regenerate her arms for the time being. The cloud of smoke fell to the ground as she unleashed the blood demon technique, engulfing the sense with blue flames. Shimi sprang from above her, while Quangjin wrapped his clothes around the two children, wielding a knife and using the breathing technique to thrust forward. The two coordinated, simultaneously unleashing the breath of wind. Quangjin severed the body of the Yukiana, while Shimi decapitated her. The two landed on the ground, with Yunyan facing away from them, glancing sideways. Shimi and Quangjin rested their knives on their shoulders, facing the gradually dissipating body of the Yukiana. The three stood amidst the blue flames, darkness enveloping the entire room. In the firelit room, their bodies seemed to merge with the darkness, leaving only their eyes glimmering with a cold light. The Yukiana looked at them, a smile appearing on her face as her body gradually faded away. Yunyan looked coldly at her half-dissipated head and spoke sharply, "My Shimi brother doesn't need any pity. He's doing well." Gu Huanyao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood Yan's meaning and smiled as she said, "Is that so? I'm really envious of being chosen so firmly by someone." The waning moon had died. This mission was over. However, Shimi blushed because of the words exchanged between her and Gu Huanyao, lowering his head, his hair covering his flushed face. Yunyan glanced at the two people, noticing that they were both somewhat injured. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, just a bit scary in appearance. Chapter 35. The aftermath long arrived with Een and the rescue team. Yunyan stared blankly at the screen, while Shimi and Quangjin exchanged glances, completely ignoring Yin's suggestion to take them aside to treat their wounds. They walked straight to the screen and simultaneously kicked it down. The entire screen had been blocking the view behind it like a wall, and now, as it fell, the gruesome sight behind it made everyone shiver. Bones were scattered everywhere, and blood-stained rags lay haphazardly around. What? Shimi's eyes widened slightly, and then he became furious, thinking that one day he would kill all these damned evil spirits. Quangjin clenched his fists in anger. This is too much. These are the remains of children. Yunyan's expression was as she turned and left. The two noticed the footsteps behind them, turned their heads, and silently watched Yunyan's departing figure. Yunyan knelt on the soft mat, and the gentle Chenyushiki Yoya looked at her. "What you mean is that for this mission, you are only assisting from the side, right?" "Yes, my lord." The head of the lower moon was taken down by those two working together. "All I did was interfere with the demon's movements." "Is that so? You've worked hard, child." "Those two kids, I remember, are called Mitsuri Kenroji and Kaneo Tsuyuri, right? They are truly talented and hard-working children." "Yes, my lord." Chenyushiki Yoya and Yunyan chatted in the room for the entire morning. As Yunyan walked out of the estate, she lowered her gaze and almost bumped into Madame Amano. who was coming in with tea. Madame Amano looked at Yunyan, who seemed a bit shrouded in gloom, and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Yunyan? Why you look so down?" Yunyan first bowed and apologized, then felt a bit confused. "I'm sorry, Madame Tianyin, I didn't notice you." She felt a weight on her head and looked up in confusion. Madame Tianyin looked at her gently and kindly, lightly stroking her head. "No matter what happens, no matter what terrifying things you witness, Yunyan, you are not alone. Be strong, child, and pick yourself up again." Yunyan pursed her lips, as if she saw the shadow of Mei Hui on Madame Tianyin. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and with a nasal tone, she asked, "Madame Tianyin, can I hug you?" Madame Tianyin was taken aback for a moment, quickly set the tea aside, and reached out to hold her in her arms, gently stroking the back of her head as if comforting her own daughter. Yunyan buried her face in her embrace, her shoulders shaking. Although she was clearly taller than Madame Tianyin, at this moment she knelt on the ground, crying like a child who had been wronged, seeking comfort in her mother's arms. Madame Tianyin gently comforted her until Yunyan stopped crying, standing up straight with a slightly flushed face. Madame Tianyin smiled and said, "Good child, if you still feel very sad, I can lend you my embrace again." Yunyan nodded, thanked Madame Tianyin softly, and after saying goodbye, she first went back to check on her stepson, feeling the warmth of Chinanime. Then she took on 2 missions and went far away. The 2 people who had finally been released from the butterfly house also received the news that they would soon take over as the Wind Pillar and wanted to invite Yunyan to celebrate by eating hot pot together. However, they were informed by Long that after returning, Yunyan had immediately taken on 2 missions and left again. She would return in time for the pillar meeting in 7 days. The 2 sat in front of the hot pot, resting their chins on their hands while staring at the bubbling broth. Quangjin leaned on the table, looking listless with a bandage on his face. Yunyan Chan is so busy. Shimi rested his chin on his hand and glanced at him. That guy, could it be that he squeezed out time to do our collaborative mission? By the way, when did you get familiar enough with her to call her by her first name? Quangjin pouted. That was after Yunyan Chan agreed. Before, I was the one who kept helping pass things to you, okay? All right, got it. Shimi stared at the boiling pot. If this mission was only him and Quangjin going, would it really be that easy to win? He thought of the terrifying aura and strength that Yunyan displayed when she finally erupted, as well as the chilling self-healing ability of the Yatagarasu. His purple eyes flickered. It wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger. Becoming a pillar was not the end. He had to keep getting stronger. It's boiling, Quangjin exclaimed, quickly picking up chopsticks to put in the meat. Shimi looked at him speechlessly. The interrupted thoughts wouldn't affect his decision. Instead, they entered the phase of competing for meat together. The pillar meeting was in 7 days. The 2 rare friends had some free time, standing in their new residence. Both of them disliked being waited on, so they rolled up their sleeves and tidied up together. After organizing the courtyard, they sat down to rest. However, neither of them could sit still for long, and soon they were sparring with wooden sword again. The smoke of the clouds severed the head of the evil spirit, and as the sword was sheathed, his gaze suddenly hardened. He turned his hand to grip the dagger that was thrusting toward his waist, looking down at the woman with tears of fear streaming down her face. "You killed my child. He was just sick. How could you kill him?" Yunyan looked at her coldly, gripping the dagger tightly as blood flowed down onto the woman's hand. The woman seemed to be scalded, quickly releasing her grip and stepping back a few paces while supporting herself on the ground. Yunyan still held the dagger, but his eyes were filled with anger. He had already turned into a ghost and had eaten people. He was no longer your child, but a ghost, a wicked ghost. The reason he became this way is partly your fault. You could have stopped him when he was hungry, controlled him, but you didn't. Not only did you not do that, but you also helped him deceive innocent travelers to provide him with food. If you say it like that, then you too are an unforgivable murderer. The woman's pupils trembled violently, and in fear, she covered her head and screamed, "Shut up. I am not wrong. I just wanted my child to survive. I just wanted him to be full. Why did those people have to struggle? They could have just obediently drank that bowl of medicine and quietly died in their sleep." "Ugh, scum." Yunyan let out a cold laugh, tossed the dagger in her hand aside, and turned to leave. The hidden ones outside listened to the conversation inside, their pupils shaking violently. What is this woman talking about? Watching Yunyan walk out with a cold face, blood continuously flowing from her hand, Alan walked over with concern. "Lord Ice Pillar, your hand." Yunyan raised her hand and smiled gently at her. "Please, Alan, help me handle this." Alan's eyes turned slightly red as she sniffed yes. "I will be very, very gentle. I won't hurt you." Yunyan smiled casually, no longer caring about the pain. This little injury was nothing. After bandaging her left hand, Yunyin patted Alan's head, helplessly watching her cry again. Long Luo rested on her shoulder and said, Yunyin, the pillar assembly is the day after tomorrow. Please hurry back. Got it. Anyway, the task is already done, so it's time to go back and rest for a day. Let's go back and get a good sleep. Yunyin rubbed her eyes, which had some dark circles beneath them, having not rested properly for 5 consecutive days. She didn't care how the madwoman handled it. She focused entirely on her breathing and ran, anxious to get home and sleep. Upon returning to the ice house, she took a hot bath, changed into her pajamas, and snuggled into the warm blankets, yawning and hugging her pillow tightly. Long nuzzled her face, and Yunyin wished her good night before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Qian came out yawning, saw the tightly shut door, and realized that her master had returned and was likely catching up on sleep. So she tiptoed quietly to the kitchen to grab breakfast, specifically choosing to practice in silence during training. She was afraid of waking her master, who had finally managed to get some sleep. Chapter 36, Taking Qian Out to the Streets. Yunyin yawned and got up, receiving a letter. She looked at it with sleepy eyes and suddenly woke up. When did Kanahu become Hashira? Long looked at her in confusion and helplessly picked a letter out of the box, which was clearly sent a long time ago. She must have been on a mission, so she hadn't opened it at all. Yunyin touched her nose in annoyance. It was her fault. To make up for it, Yunyin bought a defensive bracelet from the system mall, a pink crystal bracelet. The pink crystal butterfly was crystal clear, adorned with peach blossoms, beautiful but not extravagant. She asked Long to help deliver it to Kanahu as a belated congratulatory gift. As soon as she opened the door, she was hugged tightly by Qianami. Master, I really miss you. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I feel like several lifetimes have passed. Yunyin blinked her eyes and gently rubbed her head. I'm sorry, I neglected you. Kanami shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. How could that be? Master is never wrong. It's just that I like to cling to you too much. Are you hungry, Master? I have made delicious pork chop rice. Yunyin smiled and nodded, but she always felt that the little girl's words were a bit strange. Qianami watched Yunyin eat her meal with delight, her whole being radiating a sense of joy. Suddenly noticing the bandage on her left hand, Qianami frowned slightly, her eyes full of concern. Is a master's task very difficult? Why do you ask that? Qianami looked at her left hand, and Yunyin understood, giving a light laugh and hiding the reason deep in her heart. It's nothing, just a momentary mistake. Qianami didn't believe she would make a mistake, but also understood that the reason for her injury might be unspeakable, so she simply went along with Yunyin's wishes and didn't bring it up again. After dinner, Yunyin naturally wanted to check if Qianami had been training properly recently. Seeing Qianami's obvious progress, she nodded in satisfaction. Since there was nothing else to do, and she couldn't always let her disciple train in the house, she decided to take her out to have some fun. The little girl was still young and didn't need to do these oppressive things every day. Upon hearing they were going out to play, Qianami's eyes lit up even more. She pulled Yunyin into her room, mysteriously took out a box from the cabinet, and opened it. Inside lay a brand new deep blue kimono adorned with snowflake patterns. Qianami blushed, fidgeting with her hands. This, I made it myself, Master. Do you want to try it on? Okay. Yunyin agreed without hesitation and directly took off her clothes in front of her. Qian's face flushed instantly, and she covered her face, too shy to look, yet still unable to resist the temptation. She gently opened a small gap with her fingers to peek, her face turning even redder. Master's figure is so good. The abdominal muscles look great. Such a slender body. Yunyin puts on a kimono, slightly spreading her arms, and smiles gently. Does she look good? Chinai stares at her in a daze, unsure of what to say. Yunyin now seems to be enveloped in a soft glow, like a fairy. Beautiful, so beautiful, like a fairy. I knew this outfit would definitely match Master. Oomph. Yunyin playfully flicked her forehead and pointed to the hair accessories nearby. It was a bit exaggerated to say she looked like a fairy, so she said, help me out a bit. I'm not very good at styling hair. Chinami, no. Master, you are completely unaware of your own beauty. All right, Master. Leave it to me, Master. Chinami got more excited and rolled up her sleeves to start working on Yunyin's hair. Her long hair was styled up, secured with a black jade snowflake hairpin, and 2 white tassel hairpins were added for decoration. On her ears, she wore sapphire drop earrings. Yunyin glanced back, momentarily captivating Qianami, who covered her face and silently screamed. I also prepared a gift for Nami, so let's change it. Huh? Do I have one too? Thank you, Master. Before long, Yunyin stepped out first, followed by Qianami, who was wearing a light gold kimono. It was embroidered with sunflower patterns, and her hair was styled up, adorned with her favorite sunflower hairpin, which was the first gift Yunyan had given her. The two walked side by side on the street, with Qianmi curiously looking at the stalls. Whenever Yunyan noticed her looking at something with fondness, she would buy it. The things they bought were all held in her hands. Watching the excited Qianmi in front of her, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened. What a simple girl who is easily satisfied. Qianmi was still watching the cricket fight when suddenly she was bumped into and then grabbed by the collar, lifting her up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a fierce-looking little thug. The thug glared at her and shouted, "You little girl, are you not watching where you're going? What are you going to do about bumping into me? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Speak up." Qianmi widened her eyes slightly. It was the first time she had experienced something like this. The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't act against ordinary people, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she landed steadily on the ground, and a fair hand pressed against the thug's face, followed by the thug being thrown away. Yunyan stood upright, expressionless, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. My stepson, with quite a bit of courage, casually threw the handkerchief on the ground, his slender and frail body blocking Qian Na Mei. Qian Na Mei's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice trembling. "Master." Yunyan turned around, gently touching her cheek, wiping away the tears on her face. "Don't be afraid. Master is here. Na Mei is very strong, right?" Qian Na Mei bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Yunyan smiled gently. In the future, when encountering scum like this, to swing your fist and hit them. Although the team rules require protecting humans and forbidding violence against ordinary people, you also need to protect yourself. Master. Nami, remember this. The little thug on the ground wailed in agony, and his brothers all looked over, each wielding a sickle or an iron rod, standing about a meter away from Yunyan. With their ugly faces twisted in anger, they looked down at her and shouted, "You dare touch my brother? Are you tired of living?" Yunyan let out a cold laugh, raised his hand to squeeze his fist, making crackling sounds, and a cross appeared on his face. "Oh, it seems you really lack lessons." The little delinquents were just about to take action when suddenly their fierce expressions froze, and one by one, they retreated in fear. Yunyan blinked in confusion and followed their gaze, only to see Shimi and Quangjin appear behind them at some point. Both had dark expressions, and Shimi looked as if he wanted to swallow someone whole, emanating a black aura. Coupled with the hideous scars on his face and his fierce gaze, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Shimi clenched his fists, cracking with tension, and growled with a menacing face. "Who the hell do you want to fight? Do you want to die, you damn fools? Huh? Are you all mute? Speak to me." "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The little delinquents scattered, abandoning whatever they had, running faster than rabbits. The chibi version of Yunyan looked at him with her big eyes and raised her hand. "Long time no see. Shimi-ji, how have you been lately?" "Shimizu." "Ha ha ha. Shimi, your expression is so strange right now. Ha 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 ha." Quangjin looked at Shimi's face, which was caught between anger and confusion, and couldn't help but laugh until he was out of breath. Shimi maintained a straight face, his eyelids twitching, and elbowed him. Quangjin doubled over, clutching his stomach and coughing hard. Chinami tugged at Yunyan's arm, peering overcautiously. When she saw Shimi, she shrank her neck in fear. Looking down at the coughing Quangjin, she leaned over with concern. "Are you okay?" Quangjin looked up and saw the beautiful, angelic face of Chinami, full of worry, and he was momentarily stunned, dumbly muttering, "Angel. Chinami, huh?" Yunyan, Shinjuru. Chapter 37. The appointment of the wind pillars. For some reason, Yunyan suddenly wanted to elbow Quangjin, smiling with a slight lift of her eyebrows. Chitami blushed and shrank back behind Yunyan. Shinjuru clicked his tongue, about to speak, but noticed Yunyan's left hand wrapped in bandages, his pupils contracting. "You are injured? I mean this?" "It's nothing." Yunyan glanced at her left hand and smiled faintly. Shinjuru pressed his lips together and fell silent. Quangjin stood up, holding his stomach, looking at Shinjuru with resentment. "Arnosha, Shinjuru, that's too much. It hurts so much." Shinjuru shot him a glare, but remained silent, as he had noticed the little girl behind Yunyan. Presumably, this girl was Yunyan's disciple, and it was clear she was afraid of him. For some reason, out of a sense of love for the house and its inhabitants, Shinjuru chose to keep quiet to avoid scaring her. "Master, I want to go home." Chitami tugged at Yunyan's sleeve, speaking softly. Yunyan turned around, gently patting her head and smiling warmly. "Aren't we going to play a little longer? It's not easy to come out and have fun. There are still many delicious things in the town. Don't you want to try some?" Chitami's eyes clearly brightened, and she hesitated while tugging on the clothes. "Then, can Master play with me a little longer?" Yunyan's eyebrows and eyes were filled with a smile as she spoke softly. "Of course." She then turned to look at Shimi and the eagerly anticipating Quangjin. Are you two going to join us? Yes, yes, yes. Of course. I'm fine with anything. Shimi raised a hand to rub his neck, his gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere, and naturally reached out to take the things Yunyin was holding. Yunyin's smile deepened at the corners of her lips as she turned around, allowing Chinai Mei to link arms with her while they strolled through the streets. Shimi walked behind her, watching her in a deep blue kimono adorned with snowflake patterns, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her slender, snow-white neck. Even in profile, her gentle smile was captivating. He couldn't help but blush, slowly feeling his ears and neck heat up. It seemed like he suddenly understood his own feelings. Quangjin was practically surrounded by little pink flowers, his eyes glued to Chinai Mei, and Yunyin had long noticed his gaze. Although he was a very kind and gentle person, for some reason, she felt an urge to hit someone right now. From afternoon to evening, the four of them entered a hot pot restaurant. They ordered 2 pots of sake, enjoying the hot pot while tasting the wine. Yunyin, having undergone the baptism of etiquette as a deity, carried herself with elegance in everything she did. As 06 would say, elegance is timeless. Habitually drinking, she leaned back in her chair, glancing out the window. To the other three, the usually calm and rational person now exuded a lazy aura. The moonlight fell upon her, a layer of mist covering her golden eyes, making it hard to discern her emotions at that moment. Leaning lazily against the chair with a wine glass in hand, her lips curled into a barely there smile, she seemed like a deity wandering in the world, where everything was but smoke and mirrors, just like her name suggested. It was difficult to grasp or understand her. The person involved felt that the wine was lackluster and truly missed the celestial brew from her own estate. One sip and she could only describe it with one phrase. How to forget worries. Only with celestial brew. Since they had a meeting to attend the next day, they didn't linger too long after dinner. After eating, Shimi and Quangjin escorted the two back to the ice mansion and bid them farewell. Now that he understood his feelings, he had to take action. Even if it was just his one-sided affection, even if she ended up marrying someone else, he could still stand by her side as an older brother. She was more important to him than his own life. The next day, at the production house of the Yashiki estate, the first to arrive was always Bime Island as Hashimimi, followed by Yunyin, and then the others. Because the two were the newly appointed wind pillars, Shimi and Quangjin rushed over early in the morning. Shimi appeared indifferent, but the person beside him made him tense up. Quangjin was so nervous about meeting the Lord that his whole body trembled. Yunyin sat beside Shimi, lowering her gaze and emptying her mind. Shimi occasionally glanced at her, while the diagonal-facing Kanahu seemed to have discovered something remarkable, covering her mouth in surprise and then smiling gently. It seems like something incredible has been found, feeling a bit bored. Having woken up too early and eaten breakfast even earlier, Yunyin belonged to the type that eats little but often. At this moment, her stomach was a bit hungry. She raised her eyes to check the sky. The Lord is so slow. Kanaho leaned over to her, smiling as she pulled out a bundle from behind, revealing freshly made hagi cakes and honey balls. Yunyin-chan, are you hungry? I heard Mr. Biming Island say that you always get hungry during the pillar assembly meetings, so I prepared some in advance. Would you like to eat? Yunyin nodded vigorously, thanking Kanahui as she picked up a meatball and took a bite. Because she was eating something she liked, her eyes squinted and her whole demeanor softened. Yuzui Tenjin propped his chin on his hand, wearing a smile of a brother pampering his sister. The glamorous ice crystal girl indeed shows a splendid expression when she eats something she enjoys. Yunyin didn't want to hear him speak in tongue twisters, so she directly shoved a dumpling into his mouth. Yuzui Tenjin was taken aback for a moment, and with an expression of helplessness, he closed his mouth and ate the dumpling. Well, he was elegantly dismissed by the other party. Yunyin glanced at the door, then lowered her head to take a piece of sweet cake from the box and quietly tugged at the stiff Shimi, who was as rigid as a statue. Shimi looked at her in confusion, and when she waved at him, he bent down towards her, only to have a piece of sweet cake stuffed into his mouth the next second. Yunyin looked at Quangjin again, and Quangjin instinctively reached out his hand. He was afraid that if he was fed, he would definitely be chased with a knife by Shimi all the way home. Shimi, with a red face, silently ate the rice cakes. Yunyin held the sweet rice cake and ran over to Biming Yuxing, tugging at his clothes. Biming Yuxing bent down in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" "Yunyin?" "Mr. Biming," she said, opening her mouth. Okay. The entrance was filled with the soft, sticky sweetness of the rice cake, and Biming Yuxing was momentarily stunned, tears of warmth welling up in his eyes and falling down. Yunyin ran back, pulling Kana along to eat. Occasionally, she would feed those present. Long helplessly shook his head. This little girl was still the same as before, always wanting to share good food with those around her. He then smiled helplessly, realizing this was also why everyone liked her. Production housekeeper Wyatt arrived not long after they finished eating. In fact, he did it on purpose because he knew Yin would wake up too early and not have enough breakfast. Before the meeting started, she would definitely be very hungry. During the first Hashira meeting, he didn't know about her situation until after the meeting ended, when he saw Yin rushing to the kitchen. Later, he quietly asked Long, which is why every meeting starts only after Yin has finished eating. Chapter 38, Collaborative Mission, Ihei Cabin. Because of Yin's intervention, Quangjin was able to stay by Shimi's side. So he didn't confront production housekeeper Wyatt in the main storyline. Although he was young and impulsive and had some resistance. When production housekeeper Wyatt spoke the name of the deceased, Shimi's body relaxed. It turned out that their efforts and sacrifices were meaningful and would be remembered. The person before him, referred to as the Lord, was one of those he was willing to protect with his life. This was what he told himself in his heart. Everyone respectfully waited for production housekeeper Wyatt to leave before they all got up. Yin yawned and stood up, rubbing his eyes as he walked, feeling so sleepy that he seemed to be floating. Shimi really couldn't bear to watch any longer and picked him up. Yin looked confused at the crowd behind him. Turning back, he curiously glanced at Shimi's profile. Shimiga? TSK, look at you, so sleepy like this. Did you go stealing last night? Aren't you afraid of tripping while walking like this? It's better for me to carry you than for you to fall. Yin blinked her eyes, then turned her head and found that everyone had run away, and Quangjin was not there either. So, Yin patted his shoulder, bearing the stomach pain, thinking that Shimi's shoulder was too hard and that she had to carry her. She thought he had really hurt her, so Shimi gently put her down, took 2 steps forward, squatted down, and came up. Yin lay on his broad and strong back, her arms wrapped around his neck, her face resting on her arm, just like when they were kids. Hold on tight. If you fall and cry, I won't comfort you. The smoke curled at the corners of her lips as she leaned in and nuzzled his neck. Shimi wouldn't drop me. Shimi's body stiffened, his muscles suddenly tensing, fearing that he might hurt her, and he instantly relaxed. TSK. In front of her, Shimi could only feel frustrated. Scold her? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Hit her? He couldn't bear that either. He could only bottle it up inside. Yin yawned several times in a row, his tired eyes unable to open. In a daze, he heard Shimi's gentle voice saying, "If you're tired, just go to sleep." Yin was momentarily stunned, feeling that it had been a long time since she had heard Shimi speak in such a tone. Unable to withstand her drowsiness, she tilted her head and nestled into his neck, falling into a deep sleep. Shimi steadied his steps, even using breathing techniques, afraid of jostling her and disturbing her sleep. Along the way, if they encountered any passing team members, as long as the other party wanted to speak, they would be met with Shimi's murderous glare that silenced them. The onlookers were shocked and incredulous as they watched him carry Yin toward the ice house. But only Shimi knew that his heart was racing nervously. The ears hidden beneath his white hair were flushed red, and he slowed his pace considerably, thinking to himself that he wished this journey could be a bit longer. Upon entering the ice house, under the astonished gaze of Chiami, he settled Yin in with smooth, flowing movements that made Chiami want to shout Dad. Because she had only seen her own father do such things for her, with such meticulous care. After silently sending Shimi off, Chiami continued her training. Quangjin was waiting for him outside the ice house, and when he saw him come out, he playfully nudged him. Shimi's face turned red as he pushed him away. The two of them received their first mission to become pillars that day. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yin was performing her blanket flying technique. Not only was she sleeping in a disheveled position, but the blanket was also 8 feet away from her. Suddenly, she jolted awake, closed her eyes, and groped around. After much effort, she finally grabbed the blanket and immediately fell back asleep. Alan sighed helplessly and gently picked her up, along with the blanket, and placed her back on the tatami mat. He conveniently wrapped Yin up like a silkworm cocoon, because only in this way would she not kick off the blanket. Of course, he thoughtfully wrapped her pillow in with her as well. 3 nights later, Yin crossed her arms and looked at Ihei Shobane, whose neck was entwined with a white snake, tilting her head slightly. Ihei Shobane knew that the other party was a Hashira, so she patiently waited for her to speak. What is this little guy's name? Surumaru? Surumaru? How cute. What does it eat? Earthworms, crickets, grasshoppers, and other insects. It doesn't like to eat big ones. Yin nodded, rummaged through her backpack, and took out a can of small dried fish, each about the length of a finger. Would it eat this? Ihei Shobane was taken aback for a moment, and turned to look at Sumyuri. Yin took out a piece and handed it over. Sumyuri leaned in. Its tongue touched the dried fish, then it opened its mouth and swallowed it. The whole snake exuded a sense of pleasure. Yin smiled with her eyes squinted. She still liked these little animals very much, especially when she saw Dawa, which reminded her of her 2 dragons at home. When she first raised them, they were just as small and loved to eat the little dried fish she made. She handed a jar from her hand to Ihe Kobain as a gift for Dawa. Want to be friends with it. Ihe Kobain hesitated to take the jar, but Dawa looked at him with eager eyes, and he had to nod. Since Dawa was a friend, that made it his friend too. Although the other party was a Hashira, and he was currently a grade A, he would become a Hashira. Yin took him on a cooperative mission, and the 2 walked along a path in the woods. This mission was at a dilapidated temple deep in the forest. It was said that there were always sounds of women crying inside the temple. The 2 stood in front of the eerie, broken temple. The stench of the ghost was extremely strong. Yin would not let a teammate of a lower level lead, so she didn't pause for a moment. Without a word, she kicked the door open. In a certain sense, she was very much like Shimi, simple and brutal. A malicious ghost that intended to ambush them was kicked out along with the door by her. Yin blinked and looked at the demon who had thrown the door open. Its face deformed from the impact, struggling to get up. After a while, she uttered 2 words, trying to scam. Ihe Shobane, the demon wrongfully accused of scamming. As usual, Yin wouldn't take action. Ihe Shobane had heard of her style, so he didn't need her to say anything and rushed forward, drawing his sword. Serpent breathing, first form, serpent's curve, slash. He swung his sword counterclockwise for the slash, executing a curved attack like a serpent, instantly severing the demon's head. Looking at the dissipating demon on the ground, Yin glanced at the statue in the temple. Hey, this isn't over. Ihe Shobane followed her gaze, and the statue smiled eerily. Yes, it smiled. Tenjin Maru was obviously startled. Not only it, but even Ihe Shobane himself was taken aback. Yin drew his knife, which was emitting a chilling aura. I remember, your breathing technique is a derivative of water breathing, right? Then you might refer to my swordsmanship. Perhaps it can provide you with some inspiration. Ihe Kabanai stood up straight. He could currently only execute the 3rd form of attack, and what his new friend said was indeed correct. The cloud smoke gently touched the ground, and the entire person's aura changed dramatically. Ice breathing, 8th form, ice blade storm, resembled the 3rd form of water breathing, rapidly advancing forward, swinging several ice blades that could even alter their trajectory, truly forming a vortex-type wide-range attack. Suddenly, the statue changed its form, and a demon resembling a statue from a horror story dodged onto the roof. Despite having half its body sliced off, it still looked ferocious, drooling menacingly. Yin avoided the evil spirit's saliva, pouting in disgust. That's quite disgusting. Breath of ice, 6th form, ice spirit dragon's roar. The blade slashed through, and a giant frost dragon coiled within the room, blocking the evil spirit's escape route and devouring it. Yin severed the evil spirit's head and sheathed her sword. The 2 of them patrolled the area again, confirming everything was clear, and then headed back. Chapter 39. Please let me wander, thank you. After 2 months, Yin sat alone on a rock. To be precise, it was Yin the cat. She looked down at her pink paw pads, feeling out of sorts. As the whole cat was shrouded in shadow, she jumped down from the rock and walked aimlessly to a puddle, where her current appearance was reflected in the water. It was no exaggeration. She was a calico cat with a uniform distribution of colors. One could say that not only was she a beauty in the eyes of cats, but she was also a pretty little kitty in the eyes of humans. The cloud smoke has collapsed, not for any reason. Why is the blood demon technique of the ghost the one that replicates the most impressive blood demon technique in the enemy's mind? Isn't she just recalling that time when Shimi turned into a cat? I'm really fed up with this. The ghost didn't even get killed. It turned into a cat too quickly. The cloud of smoke puffs as she splashes water with her paws, droplets instantly soaking her fur. Well, a drenched little cat. Yin has completely shut herself off. Because this place is far from any Demon Slayer core base, she can't possibly make it there in her current state. I'm afraid she would be snacked on by wolves on the way. Yin, the little cat in isolation, lay pitifully beside her sun-wheel knife, thinking whatever happens, happens. Long Fei descended and awkwardly made eye contact with her. Lady Yin, should I call for rescue? You really shouldn't continue the mission in your current state. Yin was sulking and shaking her head vigorously. However, unable to resist her stubbornness, Yin could only hang her head and wait for rescue. But the one who came was Yuzui Tenjin. Yin, MD wants to die even more, being held by the scruff of her neck. Yunyan's pair of bright golden cat eyes stared lifelessly at Yuzui Tenjin. The two of them, a person and a cat, locked eyes for a long time, and Yuzui Tenjin couldn't help but laugh loudly while holding his stomach. Long took Yunyan's knife back first and informed Cha Naomi. In the ice house, besides the little white cat's nest, Cha Naomi was preparing another luxurious cat nest adorned with little pink flowers. Even if Master becomes a cat, he must live in the best cat nest. Yuzui Tenjin laughed all the way, pinching the skin on the back of her neck, while Yunyan glared at him angrily. Feeling like giving him a claw, she thought about it and did it. With a few swipes, unfortunately, her legs were too short to reach. Yuzui Tenjin laughed even louder. Passing through the Wind Pillar's jurisdiction, they happened to run into Shimi on duty. At first glance, it seemed like Yuzui was bullying a little cat. Shimi frowned, instantly flashing over, and saw Yuzui Tenjin holding nothing in his hand, while Shimi was hugging the transformed cat Yunyan with one arm. Yuzui Tenjin showed a meaningful smile. Shimi's forehead was bulging with veins, and he angrily confronted him. Hey, aren't you a pillar? Why are you bullying a little animal? Yuzui had already developed a playful mood and didn't care about the other's tone. He just thought the little guy was very cute, so he picked her up to take a look. How could someone as magnificent as him do something so unmagnificent? Then Yuzui stated, the cat is with me. And with a few flashes, he disappeared. Yunyan, Yuzui Tenjin, you damn. Shimi angrily watched Yuzui leave, secretly noting that next time, he would definitely have a fight with this infuriating and flashy guy. He looked down at the soft, little kitten in his arms, feeling troubled. Having taken care of younger siblings before, his home now had a foolish quanjin and several stag beetles. Other than that, he hadn't raised any other animals. Could he take care of such a small cat? Shimi raised his hand to scratch his head, then looked down at the obedient kitten resting on his hand, revealing a gentle smile. Softly he said, well then, let's take you home. I can't just watch you wander outside all alone at such a young age. Yunyan, sure me go. You can let me wander outside. Really, I like wandering outside. Please let me go wander. Thank you. Feeling disheartened, she buried her head into his embrace. Shermi chuckled softly and directly pulled her into his arms. Suddenly, Yunyan found herself pressed against his abs. Sensing the little one in his arms was stiff, Shermi gently patted her through the clothes and said, don't be afraid. You're so small. Can you eat dried fish? Let's go buy some small ones. Yunyan helplessly lay still, and after turning into a cat, her sense of smell became more sensitive. Her nostrils were filled with the sweet fragrance of the rice cakes on him, along with a faint hint of matcha, mixed with the scent of sunshine. It was very pleasant. Having not rested well due to the mission, and having remained alert and tense after being affected, Yunyan suddenly relaxed and felt so sleepy that she could barely open her eyes. Habitually, when she was about to sleep, she rubbed against the pillow, so she instinctively nuzzled against Shimi, resting her head on his belt and beginning to doze off. Shimi felt the fluffy sensation brushing against him, pulled aside his clothes to take a look, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently stroked her head, tightened his clothes a little, and went to buy some dried fish. Passing by a sweet shop, he also bought 2 more portions of rice cakes. When Yunyan opened her eyes again, she was startled by Kwang Jin's face so close to hers that she fluffed up in surprise and instinctively swiped at him with a paw. It hurt. Kwang Jin held his nose, tears welling up as he sat to the side, while Shermi walked in holding dried fish, looking at Kwang Jin with a speechless expression. You idiot! Who told you to get so close? What if you scared the little one? Kwang Jin widened her eyes and pointed at herself. But I'm the one who's hurt now. Deserved it, Shermi said, sitting cross-legged, reaching out to pull her into his arms, gently stroking her back to soothe her and smooth her fur. Yunyan gradually calmed down, comfortably purring and nuzzling his hand. Looking up, the golden cat eyes gazed at the gentle smile of Shimi, which one would only see in childhood. Suddenly, she felt that being a cat wasn't so bad after all, so she happily embraced the role. She extended her little tongue and gently licked his fingers, climbed into his arms, and poked her head out from his open shirt. Sure enough, Shimi was usually so open-hearted. The fact that they used to wear uniforms for missions was just a FAAD. She caught him off guard. Shimi indulged her behavior and instead brought a piece of dried fish to her mouth. Yunyan opened her mouth and took a bite, enjoying it. So crispy, so crunchy, so fragrant. Kwang Jin looked at him with tearful eyes, enviously thinking, how nice, I really want to hug him too. Oh, the texture must be so good. Shimi, you guy, how come you're so popular with small animals? It's really enviable. Shimi's forehead twitched with a vein popping, his face darkening. Is this really the time to talk about that? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to take care of such a small creature? Huh? Can I just eat dried fish? How could that be enough? Can she grow up just eating this one thing? What to do? I've never raised one before. Two 18-year-old wind pillars, pushing their abilities to the limit, with combat power about to explode, were now facing a dilemma. After turning into a cat, many behaviors became cat-like, like wanting to drink milk after finishing the dried fish. So instinctively, she went to look for it. She directly nipped at a spot on Shimi's chest. In an instant, Shimi stiffened, letting out a muffled grunt, mm. His entire face turned red, and he hurriedly pulled her out of his arms. Blushing, he covered the spot that had just been nipped, saying, "Why you? Were you biting, you silly? I'm not your mother. I don't have milk to give you." Quangjin burst into laughter, rolling on the floor, laughing so hard he was pounding the ground. Yin. Chapter 40. The days as a kitten in the wind house. The two of them hurriedly got up, with Quangjin responsible for attracting the attention of the transformed kitten, while Shimi went out to see if there was any goat milk or cow milk available to buy. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and he returned with a bucket of fresh cow milk. After heating a bowl and confirming the temperature was right, Shimi held the transformed kitten Yin in one hand and carefully brought the spoon with milk to her mouth with the other hand. Yin was completely immersed in her role at this moment, drinking milk to the point of forgetting herself, only starting to yawn after her belly was filled to the brim. The two of them let out a sigh of relief and carefully placed the cat into the cat nest made of blankets, tiptoeing away. Phew! They both exhaled a long breath simultaneously, peeking through the crack of the door at the sleeping kitten inside, unable to help but smile. Because they still had a mission to complete, they hurriedly left, needing to make the most of their time to finish the task and come back. Just as they left, Long Fei landed beside Yin, who had been sleeping and sat up, licking her paws. Long Fei lowered his head in guilt, not expecting that Lord Sound Pillar would be so casual. "I'm very sorry, Lord Yin. Shall I take you back to the Ice Mansion now?" Yin shook her head and tapped the floor. Having accompanied her for such a long time, Long instantly understood her meaning, so he nodded in agreement. The evil spirit using the blood demon technique had already been decapitated, but it was uncertain when the blood demon technique would be lifted. According to the provided blood, what Lord Flower Pillar meant was that it should return to normal in 7 days. So please pay attention to any changes in your body, Lord Yin. Yin nodded, then went to the side bag to grab some dried fish that Shimi had bought for her to share with Long. After watching Long leave, Yin stretched lazily, took small steps to the door, sat down with a plop, and quietly watched the street with her tail swishing back and forth. When Shimi and Quang hurried over, they saw the newly adopted little kitten fiercely fighting with a wild cat. The little guy was surprisingly agile, not only dodging the attacks, but also fighting back. The wild cat was covered in wounds and still viciously tried to bite her neck. The two were startled, and with expressions resembling a possessed Beria, they shouted in unison. "Bastard! What are you doing?" The wild cat was startled and howled as it fled. Yin was exhausted, lying on the ground and breathing heavily. This body really could only handle a little scraping. If she waited any longer, she would get bitten. Shimi quickly walked over and hugged her, nervously checking if she was injured. Quangjin, panting, shouted a few words in the direction the wild cat had escaped, then came over. After confirming that she wasn't hurt, both of them let out a sigh of relief. It was great that she wasn't injured. That was really wonderful. Quangjin relaxed as if all his energy had been drained. Shimi gently tapped her on the head and said, "Did you come all the way to the door to wait for us? Don't do that next time. You're still too young, and there are too many dangers outside." Yin rubbed against his hand, thought for a moment, and then called out softly. Shimi Quangjin said, "The blood tank is empty." Because of that wild cat, Yin was now covered in dust and dirt. The two decided to take a bath together with her. At first, Yin didn't realize what the two were doing with the clothes, but when she snuggled in Shimi's arms, she saw the two characters for bathhouse. The whole cat exploded, struggling to jump out of Shimi's arms, but Shimi quickly caught her. "What's wrong? Afraid of taking a bath?" "It's okay. We're here. Nothing will happen." Yes, taking a bath is very comfortable." The two were coaxing her, while Yin was in a state of collapse. This was no longer a matter of fear. There are differences between men and women. How could they possibly take a bath together? Struggling was futile. She was too small, and in the end, she could only choose to keep her eyes closed the entire time, lying in the small wooden basin. The two saw her with her eyes closed and thought she was asleep, so they were much gentler while bathing her. Quangjin went out first to prepare a late-night snack, while Shimi, wrapped in a towel on the lower half of his body, used a towel to dry Yin off in the bathroom. Yin quietly opened her eyes and was immediately hit with a visual shock. Her nose felt warm, and she almost had a nosebleed. "Shimi G, not bad. Good review." After tidying herself up, Shimi stood up, took off the bath towel, and put on the clean clothes next to her. Yunyan's eyes widened. No. Why didn't this guy say anything when changing clothes? Everything that should and shouldn't be seen is now all out in the open. Yunyan closed her eyes peacefully, thinking that the fact of turning into a cat would definitely spread. If Shimi finds out after seeing everything, he would probably get killed. Yunyan has already thought of countless ways to die, so she chose to just go with the flow. I've already looked, I'll look a bit longer. Even if I end up getting killed, it wouldn't be a loss. So, she stared intently at Shimi as he got dressed, not blinking at all. After Shimi took her out for a meal, he went back to sleep, because Yunyan was more clingy towards Shimi. Quangjin watched her with tears as she followed Shimi back into the room. After a long day, Shimi was exhausted. He lay down, and, after a short while, his breathing calmed down. Yunyan walked out of her cat nest and quietly sat in front of him. The person in deep sleep furrowed his brows slightly, as if having a bad dream. Despite the scars crisscrossing his face, it was hard to hide the fact that he was a youthful and handsome guy. Seeing him lying on his side, Yunyan's eyes flickered, reminiscent of the time she stayed over at Shimi's house as a child, and she quietly snuggled into his embrace. She curled up, resting her head on his arm, and closed her eyes, just like when she used to sleep in his arms as a child. Sunlight streamed into the room, and Shimi slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the light, feeling something pressing on his chest. He looked down and revealed a gentle yet helpless smile. He gently stroked Yunyan's head. Yunyan, still a bit dazed, opened her eyes, yawned, and lifted her head. Shimi propped himself up, poked her cute little nose, and asked, "Did you sleep well? I really can't do anything about you. Don't you like sleeping in a cat nest? But if you sleep with me, you might get squished." Yunyan didn't care at all, curling up in the quilt and continuing to sleep on his abs. Shimi lifted the quilt, allowing her to sleep on his stomach, looking at her gently. Through the side of the little cat, it seemed like he could see Yunyan as a child, lying on him while sleeping in. His gaze softened even more as he thought of Yunyan. Shimi looked towards the door, gazing into the yard, his thoughts drifting far away. He wondered how that little girl was doing. He hadn't heard from her lately. The Yunyan he missed sneezed, and in confusion, she lifted her head. Hearing the sound, Shimi looked down, watching her wake up with a bewildered expression after the sneeze, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yun stared blankly at his smile, the corners of her lips curling up. Although she looked like a cat now, it was impossible to tell that she was smiling. Listening to his deep, magnetic laughter, which came from the heart, Yun once again sighed. This time the blood demon technique was worth it. Being turned into a cat was really wonderful. Chapter 41. Still the same, counting the days, it had already been the 6th day. After Shimi and the others went out, Yun ran towards the ice house. Because Yun often went on missions, Chikimi not only trained at the ice house, but also went to the butterfly house to learn from Kanet. She wanted to do something for her master, so she learned to make pork cutlet rice and dumplings, as well as some medical skills. The little cat that she had picked up was now grown. Yun lay on the white cat, yawning and enjoying Chikimi's massage, comfortably squinting her eyes. Chikimi was surrounded by little pink flowers, standing aside with a loving gaze at them. At night, the blood demon technique on Yun was undone, and she returned to her original form, moving her limbs inside the house. Heaven knows, she had almost turned into a useless being after being a cat for these few days. She was fed at her mouth, played with in someone's hands, and even when she slept, she was cradled in someone's arms. Normally, she didn't walk. She was always held by Shimi. Finally recovered, Yun took on a mission overnight. She needed to move. Chikimi led the way, and the two of them, one person and one bird, quickly darted through the village. In the shadows, an evil spirit had its hands around a young man's neck, its gaping mouth aimed at his throat. The young man gritted his teeth, gripping the Nicaran blade tightly to strike down, but his wrist was caught. The evil spirit grinned maliciously as the young team member gazed hopelessly at the sky. Was he about to die? Ice breathing, fourth form, frostbite. The evil spirit's arm and head fell simultaneously, and Yun landed in front of the young team member, quietly sheathing her sword. Turning to face the moonlight, she looked at him with a faint smile. "Are you okay?" The young team member widened his eyes at that moment. Yun's appearance seemed to be deeply etched into his soul. Yun noticed that he was staring blankly at her, thinking that he must have hurt his head. So when Ian arrived, she mentioned this matter before leaving. Alan took one look and immediately seemed to be possessed by Belial, applying much more force when treating the injury, as if he wanted to strangle the person with a bandage. "Damn little punk. How dare you look at Lord Ice Pillar with such eyes? Do you think you can aspire to Lord Ice Pillar?" Yun now feels that it is truly wonderful to be able to change back. Being human is still the best. Thinking of Yuzui, Yunyan revealed a mysterious smile. That night, Yuzui finally managed to get a good night's rest, but was besieged by his 3 wives for quite a while. Yuzui Tenjin, Ice Crystal Girl, reporting like this is really not glamorous at all. Yunyan, in a great mood, hummed a little tune on her way back. Passing by a stream, she sat down for a short rest under a tree by the river. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she remembered the past, when she would drink and talk freely with her close friend under the moonlight, feeling a sense of nostalgia for that experience. Unfortunately, she was the only one who became a deity. However, she had met her friend's reincarnation in a very developed country, which was also her reason for descending to the mortal realm. Thinking about reconnecting with her friend and the song she had learned, she couldn't help but hum softly. If she wanted to escape the mortal world, it would mean falling down, watching the fireworks set off by the gods. She paused her steps, allowing her heart, which was on the verge of desolation, to sprout new buds. Standing on the treetop, she gently swayed her body along with her humming, and under the moonlight, a hint of nostalgia shimmered in the girl's eyes. Yunyan looked at the sky, squinting her eyes as the clouds gradually obscured the moon, leaving no moonlight to see. She slowly got up and walked toward the ice house. To prevent Shimi and Quangjin from going crazy looking for the cat, Yunyan specially had Long sent a letter, saying that by coincidence, she met the kitten's owner, and since the little one ran out to play, she returned the cat. The two expressed their understanding, but felt a bit unaccustomed to the situation. Conversely, Yunyan asked them to help take care of a small Akita dog. She had encountered this little fellow while on a mission. Its hind leg had been bitten, and her own dog, Xiao Bai, couldn't get along with the puppy. The two simply couldn't refuse, so they ended up with an additional dog, and it was a very smart one. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and Yunyan, who hadn't yet made it home, froze for a moment. Could she be this unlucky? She quickly started running home, but halfway there, heavy rain began pouring down. Helpless, she could only find a random place to take shelter from the rain. In the rain curtain, another figure came running. Yunyan slightly opened her eyes, and Shimi hurriedly ran towards her with an umbrella on the rain-soaked street. He stopped in front of her, still holding the umbrella, but he hadn't opened it, and he was completely drenched. Shimi-ji? Finally, she found him. You were really hard to find. Kwang said he saw you while patrolling, but it looked like it was about to rain. Shimi rubbed his neck, his gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere, his ears turning red as he handed her the umbrella. Take it and hurry back, don't get wet. Yunyan looked at him, seeing his concerned yet awkward expression, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She took the umbrella, opened it, and reached out to hold his hand. Let's go, it's raining so heavily, we need to get back quickly. Shimi's face instantly flushed red, caught off guard by her sudden hand-holding. What are you doing all of a sudden? You can use it yourself. I don't need it. Yunyan tightly held onto his hand that he wanted to pull away, smiling at him. Shimi-ji was also soaked, huh? This place is very close to Fengjai, right? I'll take you back first, and I'll go back too. Anyway, this umbrella is in my hand now. Yunyan didn't give him a chance to argue and pulled him away, holding the umbrella high due to her height. Shimi looked at her, pressed his lips together, gently squeezed her hand, took the umbrella from her, and said, I'll take you back first. Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Shimi. No trouble at all. As long as it's for you, it's never a hassle. In the rain curtain, the two were silent, yet felt like their childhood, holding hands under a shared umbrella. To avoid splashes of rain on her, Shimi deliberately slowed his pace, tilting the umbrella toward her side. In fact, they didn't live far apart, just a few streets away. After dropping her off, before Yunyan could even suggest that he stay the night at her place until the rain stopped, Shimi had already turned around and walked into the heavy rain with his umbrella. Watching his departing figure, Yunyan sighed softly. Things were still the same. Turning back into the house, Chianami always left a lamp on for her, and Yunyan smiled. Having someone to accompany her was truly nice. After taking a bath with a change of clothes, she returned to her room and had a good sleep. Chapter 42. Inheritance of the Twin Water Pillars. The next morning, Yunyan received a letter. After reading it, she became excited all over. Yunyan looked happily at Long, and brother Itone, becoming Hashira. Sister has already reached Class A. The position of Hashira is not far away. Long gently touched her head with his wings. Yes, it's really great, congratulations, Lord Yunyan. Yunyan took pen and paper to reply to Yin Tu, agreeing to the invitation for this afternoon. She quickly got up to find something in the storeroom. Since they were going to celebrate, there had to be a gift. For Yin Tu, she prepared a red safety bracelet with a pink rabbit. For Eon, a blue fish safety charm bracelet, and for Zhenggu a deep blue little fox bracelet. She bought all these from the shrine, as they symbolized safety and smooth sailing. After putting them in a box and packing her things, she took a knife and went out. Since that was the case, she would finish her morning patrol properly. In the afternoon, she would enjoy a good meal. However, she still needed to stop by the butterfly house first. After completing the inspection, Kane gave her a hug and congratulated Yunyan, saying congratulations on regaining your lost emotions. Yunyan smiled and hugged her back. Thank you, Kanai. Kanai was genuinely happy for her. With a smile, Yunyan was more dazzling than before. If in the past she was taciturn and as unapproachable as an iceberg, now she was like the warm current of melting ice. However, this warmth was only for acquaintances. Kanai gently said goodbye to her and made plans to go shopping together the next day. Ever since her recovery, Yunyan had been wearing a smile on her face. If 06 were here, they would definitely tease her. Did you carve Shinobu smile onto your face from the original work? When the agreed time in the afternoon arrived, Yunyan walked into the restaurant and Masaki waved at her. Yunyan-chan, over here. Yunyan's smile was sincere as she walked straight over and sat down, handing them the prepared gift. Congratulations. This is a congratulatory gift. The three of them opened the box and put the wristbands inside on their left wrists. Yuna touched her head, sighing, I finally caught up with you. Just behind a junior sister, I feel a bit ashamed. Jinzong supported her chin with a smile. I will catch up with you soon, and then we can gather together again. Hearing that Yunyan has regained her lost emotions, she said, congratulations. Yes, it's really great to recover. Yuna smiled gently, feeling a bit relieved. Young had a faint smile on his lips as he carefully touched the wristband on his wrist, a gift from his senior sister. Indeed, his senior sister didn't really dislike him. She was so gentle. Finally, he had caught up with his senior sister's pace and could protect the important people in his life. Yunyan gently rubbed Young's head and smiled tenderly, saying, Young, you should learn to get along with others and make more friends. Young nodded obediently, determined to try his best. Zonta chuckled a couple of times, recalling the time spent doing missions with Young, and sighed helplessly. This is somewhat challenging, isn't it? The three chatted and laughed, with Young occasionally joining the conversation while keeping his head down to eat. The afternoon gathering passed quickly, and when it was time to part ways, the four said their reluctant goodbyes. Shan Shui and Zhu were living together, while Zhenmu still had to return to the ill-level dormitory, and Yunyan had a night mission. However, this time it was a rescue mission, and all the nearby pillars had been notified. By the time she arrived, the situation had already been resolved. Yunyan stared intently at the cut on Shimi's arm, and Shimi broke out in a cold sweat, pulling his arm back. What are you doing? Shimi, are you self-harming again? He was at a loss for words, having been caught. Yunyan looked at him with a smile that seemed to be both a smile and not a smile, a chill emanating from her. The few rescue team members silently withdrew. Shirmi sat awkwardly to one side, lowering his head as Yunyan expressionlessly treated the wound on his arm. Feeling a bit irritated, Yunyan applied some force while tying the knot. She initially thought she would hear Shirmi cry out in pain, which would serve as a warning for him not to act like that again. However, he remained silent. Yunyan raised her head in confusion, only to be met with Shirmi's purple eyes filled with tenderness. The two were very close enough to hear each other's breathing. Shirmi suddenly pulled away, covering his mouth with the back of his hand and turning his head away from her, trying to hide his flushed face. Unfortunately, his ears, red enough to drip blood, betrayed him. Yunyan looked at him in a daze, poked his exposed chest, and said, Shimi, are you hot? Your ears and face are so red. TSK, I'm hot. It'll be fine in a moment. Yunyan nodded, squinting her eyes, and Shimi felt her heart racing under her gaze. What is wrong again? The smoke from the cloud smiled like a cat that had succeeded in its scheme, raised a hand and patted his chest, saying, I caught you, right? It also tricked me into thinking that usually wearing the team uniform was all proper and neat. Shimi was taken aback, sighed helplessly, and said, Yeah, you caught me. I don't like buttoning it up. It's too stuffy. Yunyan hummed twice, then decided not to deduct anything. Just do whatever feels comfortable. She stood up and dusted off her pants, saying, I'm leaving first. I still have tasks to finish. Shimi nodded, watching her leave. She turned to look at the rescued team member with a gossiping face, immediately changing her expression to a fierce one, veins bulging, and started to scold. What are you looking at? If you have time to worry about me and the ice pillar, you might as well go kill a few more ghosts. Your knife skills are as trashy as can be. You can't even hold your knife properly. Did you join the team just to deliver food to the ghosts? Were your trainers sleepwalking while training you? With such poor skills, what tasks are you even taking on? Get the hell back and train more. The team members exclaimed, Lord Wind Pillar, you weren't like this just now. Ice Pillar, please come back. Lord Wind Pillar will kill them. Chapter 43. Shopping with the Butterfly Sisters, coincidentally meeting the Yato volunteer. After the Water Pillar, the Snake Pillar took office, followed by the Fire Pillar stepping back, and Rengoku Kaijiro successfully advanced to Class A. The goal is to inherit the title of Fire Pillar from his father. Yin Yin received the news of reinforcements and quickly advanced towards the target. By the time he arrived, the battle had already ended. Looking at the scene of devastation before him and the evil spirit standing atop the corpses, devouring flesh and blood, the veins on his face throbbed. The evil spirit had the words Lower Moon 3 engraved in its eyes. Yin Yin drew his sword, a false smile on his face. With a layer of frost in his gaze, the evil spirit licked the blood off its hands, grinning as it looked at the appearing Yin Yin. Another one has come. Huh? Were you this time? Beta or Alpha? It seems neither. You must be a Hashira, right? Cloud smoke curled at the corners of her lips. Frost spreading beneath her feet. If this is your last words, then it's rather dull. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Blade Storm. The ice blades were instantly unleashed from beneath her feet, flying towards the wheel. The wheel raised a hand to grasp, Blood Demon technique entangle. Yin Yin frowned. The ice blade vanished in midair, and there were sounds of something snapping like severed steel wires both in the air and on the ground. This guy. Is his Blood Demon technique capable of manipulating things like iron wires? That could really be a bit troublesome. Blood Demon technique. Strangulation. Yin Yan's gaze sharpened, and a cold light flickered in front of him. He bent backward to dodge and quickly sidestepped, then knelt down and slid before standing up straight to face Lulu. The place he dodged from was marked with numerous scratches. The ground had fine grooves, and trees were cut in half. He turned to glance at these marks, which looked like they were left by something soft, yet resembling metallic filaments. Turning to look at the grinning and sinister Lulu, Yin Yin scoffed. Such an attack was utterly unskilled. Breath of Ice 9th form, Ice Flame Purgatory. Within 100 meters, blue icy flames suddenly surged up. Yin Yan's figure flickered, appearing before Lulu accompanied by flames emanating a chilling aura. Lulu raised his hand, only to realize that his body was like a machine, creaking and unable to move properly due to being frozen. The soft metallic wires controlling the attack had all frozen and broken, and cold light flashed with the flames in front of him as the world turned upside down. The smoke fell to the ground, sheathed her knife, and glanced at him, finding him truly too weak. With a look of pity at the fallen comrades behind her, she turned and left when the others arrived. Death or falling in battle had become all too common. Life is so fragile. However, their departure was meaningful. Yin Yin sat in the tavern, drinking and looking out the window. The small town at night was bustling with activity. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the sky, and Yin Yin realized it was the day of the fireworks festival. People below gathered in groups, chatting and enjoying the fireworks, along with various entertainment options and snacks. Yin Yin rested her chin on her hand, looking down, feeling quite good. Long fell beside her, holding a letter in his mouth and a pouch in his hand. Yin Yin took it with curiosity, her fair face tinged with a rosy hue. Uft. Ha ha ha. Long was curious about what she had seen that made her laugh out loud, so he leaned closer, his gaze softening. Yin Yin poked her head out of the window. In the distance, Shermie stood outside the crowd, and the two exchanged glances from afar. Yin Yin wore a radiant smile on her face and waved her hand at him. A gentle smile appeared on Shermie's originally expressionless face as he lifted his hand. Mimicking her gesture, colorful fireworks erupted in the sky, dazzling and brilliant like celestial maidens scattering flowers, with vibrant blooms bursting in the air. The light illuminated their faces. Although they were far apart, they could still see each other's features through the crowd. Due to frequent missions, he had delayed his promise to Kanai for shopping until now. Yin Yin changed into a blue kimono and greeted Chinna before heading out. Kanai walked behind them, arms crossed, looking helpless. She had thought that the ice pillar was a cold person, but to her surprise, after regaining her emotions, she was clearly just like her sister. Silly, gentle beauty. The killed demon. It's just how you see it. Ah, Yin Yin-chan, do you know? Mr. Fushikawa hasn't been coming to the butterfly house for his checkup on time lately, and when we sent someone to notify him, he couldn't be found at all. Yin Yin blinked in confusion and said, Really? But I saw him last night. Huh? Is that so? Could you please ask Yin Yin-chan to have Mr. Fushikawa come to the butterfly house for a checkup next time you see him? Of course. Leave it to me. Kanahu put her hands together beside her cheeks and said, This really helps a lot. Thank you. Yin Yin waved her hand, saying, What is it? Don't worry about these little things. Then a cross appeared on her smiling face, causing her smile to look somewhat grim. Shimi, really? You didn't even go for a health check. It seems you've been hurt again, huh? Aha! You really don't take other people's words to heart at all. Kanai and Shinobu felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Union-chan, your face is so scary. As the three of them walked, they arrived at the dock. While they were still joking around, a discordant voice suddenly caught their attention. They all turned to look and saw a middle-aged man whipping a young girl. Shinobu ground her back teeth, thinking, that scum. Yun-yen and Xiang Naihui acted simultaneously. Yun-yen grabbed the man's wrist with such force that she almost broke it. Xiang Naihui squatted in front of the little girl, frowning as she checked her condition. The man, in pain, shouted urgently, ouch, ouch, ouch. Who are you, woman? Let go of me. Yun-yen glanced at him, just a glance, and the man felt a chill run down his spine. With a casual flick, the man fell to the ground. Yun-yen wiped her hands with a handkerchief, her smile not reaching her eyes. Butterfly was startled, hurriedly running over to complain that the two had acted too abruptly. She squatted down, honestly checking the little girl's injuries. Kanahu stood up, smiling at the man on the ground, saying, oh dear, you can't use violence. I want to take this child away. How much do you want? Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. He endured the pain and stood up, demanding a high price while pointing at Yun-yen. She hurt my wrist. I want medical expenses too. Otherwise, I'll sue you. Yun-yen raised her eyebrows slightly, her hand feeling a bit itchy. Always wanted to give him a punch to finish it. Kanai was still gentle, saying, all right, I'll give you the money, and you'll let this child go, right? You won't hold a grudge over the injuries anymore? Yes, exactly. So if you don't want to cause trouble, hurry up and hand over the money. Before Kanai could ask Butterfly Shinobu for the money, a cloth bag suddenly landed in the man's arms. The three of them turned their heads, and Kanroji and Ju walked over. Blocking in front of the two, Kanroji's face darkened slightly as he took the money and left our sight. Just when they thought they could exploit the three girls further, unexpectedly, two strong men came over. With the money in hand, the man scrambled away. Kanroji turned around, looking helplessly at Yun-yen, sighing, it's been a while. Yun-yen, you really are worry-free. Ju nodded along, but his mind was still processing slowly, thinking, was that man just bullying the senior sister? Yun-yen smiled and said, Kano, Eon, what a coincidence. Kano flicked her forehead and replied, it is a coincidence. Kanai greeted the two of them gently, while Butterfly Ninja smiled and greeted Kano. When it came to Eon, she spoke in a very formal manner. Because they were worried, Kano and Eon escorted the three back to the Butterfly Mansion before leaving. Chapter 44. Witnessing the birth of Kurihara Kanai and supporting Akizawa Rengoku. Yun-yen was helping Kanai in the Butterfly House when suddenly Shinobu rushed in, looking anxious. Sister, this is completely unacceptable. That girl hasn't said a word. Both of them were taken aback, and Kanai covered her mouth, exclaiming, oh dear. Following behind Shinobu, they peered into the room at the eerily quiet girl. Yun-yen frowned slightly. Having already seen the plot, she knew that Kanai had significant emotional issues, even lacking her own thoughts, but she didn't expect the problem to be this serious. Fortunately, Kanai had a solution, deciding to use a coin toss to make a choice. Listening to her, she named the girl Kirikaratsu Kanaihu. Yun-yen smiled at Butterfly Ninja's irritable rebuttal, saying it was too casual. She couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, little Ninja's personality was the most suitable for her. I must say, today's piece of gossip surprised her. She learned that Kaijiro had taken in a young stepchild, which made her a little surprised and then happy for him. After spending a day at the Butterfly Mansion, she returned home to have dinner with China Mimi. Listening to her chatter like a little sparrow as she shared the events of the day, she gently stroked her head and softly spoke, as expected of my stepchild. You're improving so quickly. You're a child with great talent. China Mimi blushed and shyly covered her face. Master is really so gentle. Before bed, she wrote a congratulatory letter to send to Kaijiro, congratulating him on receiving his desired stepchild. In the following days, with no missions, Yun-yen accompanied China Mimi, teaching her breathing techniques, watching her grow stronger step by step, and meeting the requirements for the final selection. However, there was still a long time before the selection would begin. Yun-yen sat in the corridor, with Kanemi lying on her lap, sleeping soundly, covered with her haori. In the yard, her favorite peach tree was planted, but the blooming season had long passed. The wind rustled through the treetops, and the leaves made a soft sound. Long was resting on the tree trunk, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Xiaobai came over, cuddling beside Yun-yen, seeking a pet. The yard was filled with a sense of peaceful time. As night fell, Long hurriedly delivered a message. Lady Yun-yen, quickly. Emergency rescue. The eldest son of the Purgatory family has encountered the waning moon. Yunyin suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from her sleep, tearing off her loose clothing, quickly putting on her team uniform, grabbing her knife, and holding her Haori. While hurrying along, she put it on, closely following Long. In the distance, she could already see the flames before arriving. As soon as Yunyin hurried over, she stepped into the small town and saw a girl with pink hair and light green tips hurriedly evacuating the crowd. As the smoke rose, she looked at the person on the roof battling the demon, drew her sword, and leaped forward. Landing on the rooftop, she happened to overhear the conversation between Kaijuro and the demon and instantly began to hesitate whether to intervene. Kaijuro caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, smiled, and turned to her, saying, "Miss Tsujikuni, please do not interfere. This is my battle. The Rengoku family's fight. Please go help my adopted son, the girl with the cherry blossom-colored hair, down there." Yunyin nodded upon hearing this and turned to leave. By the time the crowd dispersed, the battle over there had also come to an end. Yunyin almost flashed back to the past, catching the falling Akizukuru and gently laying him down on the ground. Noticing that Akizukuru had already fainted, he hurriedly tended to the wounds on his body. The hidden ones arrived, took charge of the follow-up matters, and carried the injured away. Yunyin looked at the girl, her face slightly flushed and tears in her eyes, and suddenly thought of her stepson. She raised her hand and gently rubbed the girl's head. "They're all very good and hard-working kids. Don't worry, Kaijuro is fine. Everyone is fine. You did great." Mitsuri looked at her with tearful eyes, and because of her comfort, the tears flowed uncontrollably. "W. Ice Pillar. Thank you. Really thank you. I haven't been able to help Master at all. I'm really so useless." Yunyin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly, pulling the person into her embrace and gently comforting her. "How could that be? You've been working hard to help Akizakuro, right? Look, those innocent people were spared from disaster because of you. Don't say such things about yourself. You've done very well. You need to have confidence in yourself. Everything you do, with all your effort, is meaningful." Miri looked at the gentle girl in front of her, blushing as she sniffled, feeling reassured. She nervously clutched her skirt and quietly expressed her thanks. Yunyin once again rubbed the top of her head, turned around to check the surroundings, and only left after confirming there was no danger. Miri watched her back, her fist clenched at her chest, blushing. That adult, the Ice Pillar Lord, is truly a super gentle person. Yunyin returned home, and it was already bright outside. Feeling a bit tired, she rubbed her brow, changed her clothes, washed off the smell of gunpowder, and lay back down to catch up on sleep. She slept until noon before getting up. After having lunch, Yunyin began one-on-one training with Chinai. Yunyin also has her double standards. When it comes to her stepson, she always knows when to stop, never hurting him. But unexpectedly inspiring Chien Name greatly. Previously, after Shimi joined the team, there were times when they practiced sparring together. However, it was just Shimi getting beaten up unilaterally. But it was very effective. Yunyin sat on the chair and took a sip of matcha, thinking outside. At that time, what was Shimi's expression like? A mix of disbelief and shock. Among other emotions, his facial features were almost distorted. Yunyin chuckled lightly, took another sip from her cup. Still on her mission, Shirmi let out a big sneeze, rubbing her nose and looking up at the sky in confusion. "Host, let's have an interview." "Yunyin, what was your mood that day?" "Yunyin, well, I just feel that since Shimi-san suggested practicing together, he must have his own reasons, and we should respect him and give it our all." "Host, Mr. Busukawa, may I ask you about your mindset when you made this request?" "Busukawa Shimi. Huh? I just simply want to practice with her and see what level I can reach now." "Host, and how did you feel after the practice?" "Busukawa Shimi. Damn, this girl is so strong." "Host, Mr. Busukawa?" Busukawa Shimi, enraged. "What the hell? Why are you asking so much? Do you want to fight with me too?" "Host, huh?" The clothes were tugged, and upon realizing it was Yunyin, he bent down with a puzzled face, got his head patted, and instantly blushed while being petted. Yunyin, patting on the head Shimi, "Don't be angry, let's go, I'm hungry. I want to eat pork chop rice." Shimizu Shimi, oh, then let's go." The host, who almost got beaten up, silently shouted in his heart, "Thank you, Lord Yunyin." Chapter 45, Heading to the Eternal Bliss. After slaying a lower moon, Kaijuro Rengoku successfully inherited his father's position and became the new flame Hashira. Shortly after, the Hashira meeting began. The chibi version of Yunyin, with big eyes, watched Shimi sparring with Kaijuro in the yard. A big question mark popping up in her head. Kaika hurried over to pull Shimi away, holding him with both hands. "Shimi, you can't do this. It's against the team rules." "Huh, you idiot Kaika, let me go. It's just a spar, it's not anything else. Why can't I?" Kaijuro, serious as ever, replied, "A spar? I misunderstood the meaning. Of course you can, but not here. After the meeting, we can spar outside. Shimi was still agitated, while Yunyin leisurely stood up and walked in front of Shimi under the confused expressions of everyone. The furious and agitated Shimi suddenly quieted down, looking at her with a puzzled expression along with Kai-Ka. Yunyin raised her hand, pinched his waist, and suddenly executed a Thomas 360-degree twist. A cry of pain echoed in the yard. Ouch! Shimi bent slightly, covering the twisted spot with his hand, silently kneeling on the soft mat, completely engulfed in shadow. Everyone present, except for the mournful Yuyuki, silently raised their hands to cover their own waists. Just watching made them feel pain. The rest of the meeting was nothing special, just greetings to Yashiki Waya, congratulations to the newly appointed Kaijuro, and some encouragement and concern. After the meeting, Kanai stayed behind alone. After returning to the mansion, Yunyin soon received a mission and headed out with her sword. This mission was very close to a particularly special place, which Yunyin knew well, the Eternal Bliss Sect. Yunyin sat on the rock, watching the evening glow and eating a rice ball, lost in thought. Kanaho was left alone today. She must have been given a special mission. A special mission. A special mission. Thinking of this, Yunyin stood up and quickly headed towards the town. What the hell could that special mission be? This is a life or death question. Running swiftly towards the town, as night fell, Yunyin looked at the moon hanging high in the sky, feeling anxious. Hurry up, run faster. He saw the town. A few leaps brought him onto the rooftops, standing high up while searching for Kanaho's location. In the distance, a cold light flashed. Found her! Yunyin's eyes lit up as she exerted force on her legs, instantly leaping far away in a series of jumps. On the other side, Kanahui was engaged in battle with Doma, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly, a thin layer of frost already adhering to her haori. Doma smiled, opening his iron fan to cover his mouth, saying, "What a beautiful girl you are. Hey, why not stay and be with me forever? I'll make sure to enjoy you." Kanahui looked up at him, her eyes filled with pity. How sad it was that he couldn't even have feelings. Despite the words upper moon too etched in his eyes, Kanahui still gripped her Nichiren blade tightly, prepared to confront him head-on, determined to endure until dawn. Doma's expression stiffened as he scratched his head, laughing. "How can you say that? I'm clearly very happy. Don't my expressions show it?" As his words fell, Doma swung his iron fan to unleash his blood demon art. A shadow, falling from the sky, accompanied by an extreme chill. Breath of Ice, 6th form. Ice Crystal Dragon Roar. Doma looked up, his eyes widening slightly, seemingly filled with excitement. Wow, it's the Ice Crystal Maiden. What great luck. Dodging the attack, the Frost Giant Dragon pursued relentlessly, and Doma unleashed his blood demon art. Vine of Lotus, shattering the Ice Dragon. Yinyin dropped in front of Kanai, turned around, and took out a bottle of purification potion bought from the mall. Without giving Kanai a chance to speak, she opened the cap and poured it directly into her mouth. There was no time to waste against Tong Mao's chilling aura. Kanai sat on the ground, looking confused, swallowing the potion, and the pain and cold in her lungs instantly faded away. "Yinyin-chan, why are you here?" Yunyin's face showed some anger as she turned to look at Doma, ready to settle accounts with a certain pervert after a long time. "It's been a while." Upper Moon Demon. The blade was pressed against her arm, and faint white smoke escaped from her lips. Her dazzling golden eyes were filled with rage. Breath of Ice. 9th form. Ice Flame Purgatory. Blue icy flames surged, and Doma laughed, waving his fan. The Ice Crystal Girl and a smaller version of him instantly broke through the flames, surrounding the two of them. Kane stood up with her sword, and the two stood back to back, acting simultaneously to shatter the Ice People. Doma's figure vanished, and Yunyin cautiously looked around. Upper Moon demons were not as easy to kill as the lower moons. Sure enough, Doma suddenly appeared. A cold gleam flashed, and Yunyin quickly reacted, using her sword to block. The iron fan and the sunwheel blade clashed, causing a cut to appear in her palm. Both she and Kane were knocked back. Yunyin, with slightly less stamina, staggered a few steps but regained her balance, while Kane fell to the ground but quickly got back up. Doma stood between the two, smiling with his eyes, though the smile didn't reach them. "How wonderful. Two beautiful girls are willing to play with me and have a friendly exchange. Don't rush. Let's get to know each other first. I'll enjoy devouring you both." Kane glanced at Yunyin and then at Doma, determined not to let him succeed. Yunyin let out a cold laugh, her once cute face now transformed into a cold and stunning beauty, veins pulsing. "When I was 14, you couldn't kill me. Now, do you think I would have stagnated during this time?" Ice Breathing, 3rd form. Ice Extreme, 1000 Layers. Flower Breathing, Fourth form, red flower tire. The two attacked simultaneously. Tong Mao pouted. How unfair, how could anyone think like that? The curve of his lips widened as he softly spoke, blood demon art, withered garden snowfall. Swinging his fan, he instantly unleashed a 9-hit combo interspersed with frost. The two couldn't evade in time. Although they mitigated the damage with their breathing techniques and blood demon arts, they were still injured. Tong Mao wasn't in a good position either, with his left arm severed by Yunyan's strike. Seeing Kanahui injured in the abdomen, Yunyan raised her hand to wipe the blood streaming down her cheek, her face cold. Ice breathing, 10th form, ice feast. Frigid ice instantly enveloped the surroundings. The snowflakes falling from the sky mixed with her slashes, and dozens of strikes flew towards Tong Mao in an instant. A massive blade swung from bottom to top, coinciding with the aerial slashes. Tong Mao grinned. Oh dear, you're angry now. This attack looks quite dangerous. I guess I have to get serious. He licked the blood off his iron fan, instantly regrowing his severed left arm. Kanahui thought to herself that it was bad news and hurriedly shouted at Yunyan, who was lunging forward. Danger! Don't rush in. With one hand swinging her fan, she unleashed the blood demon art, Winter Ice Pillar. A large number of sharp ice pillars suddenly appeared above Yunyan's head and fell from midair. TSK. She had to twist her body to reverse the attack and block the damage. The sharp ice pillars cut through her back, leaving a gaping wound with blood gushing out. Yunyan supported herself with her sword, kneeling on one knee. Kanahui stood up and swung her sword at Doma, executing the 5th form of the flower-breathing technique, no fruit peony. In an instant, she unleashed 9 consecutive sharp slashes in one breath, the trajectory of the sword resembling a peony flower. Doma tilted his head and waved his iron fan, using blood demon art, frozen clouds. In an instant, a large number of ice crystals spread out, resembling misty clouds. Although Kanahui sliced through most of the ice crystals, she was still injured by some. Doma turned around and struck her away with his iron fan, causing Kanahui to crash heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. Doma looked at the wound on his abdomen, where the muscles bulged and the wound began to regenerate and heal. Chapter 46, Death in Battle. Yunyan adjusted her breathing, using a breathing method to stop the bleeding. The system all isn't something you can use casually. In order to avoid going off track, damn it, she activated the purification potion, grinding her molars in irritation. She thought of that damn perverted monster with a fan. Seeing Kanaho covered in wounds, Yunyan felt a surge of anger. She was her first female friend here, a true friend in this world. Her pupils narrowed, her eyes wide with a hint of bloodshot, her voice as cold as ice. Ice Breath 7th form, Ice Mark of the Century. Frost combined with the ice of the 10th form, the cold was piercing. Yunyan's figure flashed, and as Doma excitedly aimed to clash with her attack, he realized her target was not him. Yunyan suddenly appeared next to Kanahui, grabbing her clothes and using all her strength to throw her far away. Because her body density is 15 times that of an ordinary person, it could be said that this action directly threw Kanahui out of the battlefield. Long flapped its wings and quickly went to seek support. Kanahui's raven hurried to find Kanahui, confirming that she was okay, just severely injured and unable to continue fighting, and quickly sought rescue. Tong Mao's smile faded. Hey, this is a bit too much. Throwing away my food like that, making it impossible for me to find her. Even with you here, I still can't get enough to eat. Yunyan turned around, her cold and beautiful face filled with killing intent, almost speaking to Shimi with the same wicked expression. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because you're full, I want to make you eat your words tonight. Ice breathing, 2nd form, 9 nights cold lotus. Ugh, Ice Crystal Girl. You're really making it hard for me. I'm really angry now. Tong Mu suddenly lost his smile, and the veins on his usually gentle face bulged as he said, Blood Demon Technique. Mist Ice, Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva. A massive ice figure rose from the ground, resembling a bodhisattva sitting with hands clasped in meditation. Just waving its hand unleashed tremendous power, simultaneously releasing a large area of poisonous ice mist. In an instant, it shattered Yunyan's attack, sending her flying and rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and propped herself up with her sword. Her internal organs must be ruptured, but she wasn't sure where. She didn't know how many bones were broken, feeling a chill throughout her body as if her blood vessels were about to freeze and shatter. Yunyan lowered her head, blood dripping from her chin, the corners of her tightly pressed lips curling upward. Cough, cough. It really hurts. She leaned on the knife and slowly stood up, her breathing heavy. Breath of ice. Ultimate technique. Frost domain. Absolute zero. Instantly, the surroundings were frozen, her figure darting through the frigid domain like a shooting star. Countless slashes recklessly aimed at Domo. The ice bodhisattva was cut into deep ravines, and Domo sat in the hand of the ice bodhisattva, resting his chin on his hand, watching Yunyin with great interest. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Yunyin's aura suddenly changed, and a cold voice accompanied by an unbelievable attack descended. Moon breathing, 8th form. Moon dragon wheel tail swept through like a force that could cut through thousands of armies, with countless crescent slashes accompanying the rapid strike of the blade. Tong Mao was startled and quickly hid in the safest spot of the ice bodhisattva, who began to counterattack, colliding with Yunyin's assault. Tears welled up in Long's eyes as they floated in the air, pleading, "Anyone, please go save Yunyin. Anyone, please go support." To the Infinite Paradise sect. There are upper moons. There are upper moons. The message spread, and Shimi and Kuang, who had just finished their mission, were taken aback. Shuanglai and Li Xing quickly turned and led the way, the two of them frantically running towards the direction of the Infinite Paradise sect. Making up a name for Kuang Jin's crow, since I couldn't find out what it's called. By Mingyu, wielding I Veppen, swiftly blasted the head of the evil spirit and turned to head towards the Infinite Paradise sect. Among the Hashira, they were the closest. Butterfly, Shinobu, stood up abruptly. The Infinite Paradise sect. My sister is on a mission there too. Grabbing a medical kit, she desperately ran towards the direction of the Infinite Paradise sect. Dawn arrived, and the surroundings were reduced to ruins. The ground was littered with shattered ice crystals and massive ice blocks from the ice bodhisattva. Yunyin, propped up by the blade, used the last of his strength for a strike. Tong Mao stared blankly at his fallen body, his head rolling aside. Huh? Is it my body? My head was chopped off. How could this happen? How could this happen? Muzan-sama, please save me. I can do so much more for you. A shadow appeared before him, and Yunyin stood expressionlessly in front of his head, now drenched in blood, the original color of his clothes unrecognizable. His face was covered in blood, and his once brilliant golden eyes were dull. He raised his hand and plunged a knife into Tong Mao's head. His voice was hoarse, yet so cold, devoid of any warmth. Go to hell, scum. Tong Mao widened his eyes, locking gazes with her murderous eyes as the sun rose, and his body began to dissipate. Yunyin tightly gripped the knife handle, half kneeling on the ground, lowering her head as if she wanted to witness his complete disappearance. Suddenly, she laughed. What? The ice crystal girl is already dead? Is she going to accompany him to hell? That's great. P.S. not lonely at all. The morning light fell upon her, illuminating her bright red attire. Kanai hurriedly ran over, stunned by the scene before her, unable to recover for a long time. Numerous fatal wounds covered her body, and a large gash on her back exposed bone. She was soaked in blood. Those once gentle and smiling eyes had lost their luster. Holding the knife, she knelt on one knee, staring intently at the dissipating half of the demon's head. Blood was still flowing from her hair tips. Kanai approached her, trembling as she reached out, feeling under her nose, her body stiffening, eyes wide open. She suddenly hugged her tightly, her voice shaking, "Don't, Yunyin." This cry completely stunned the four who had arrived. Shimi's eyes widened, pupils contracting sharply, trembling as if his legs were filled with lead, unable to move. Butterfly, Shinobu covered her mouth, looking at them in disbelief. Kanai cried out in pain, holding Yunyin tightly. Yunyin's tears flowed down, hands clasped, veins bulging. Nemu Amida, but is it too late? Kuang-jin looked in disbelief at the scene before him, the demon's body dissipating right in front of them, everything around declaring the brutality of this battle. Long Fei rushed to Yunyin's side, rubbing her arm hard, but found it felt unbelievably soft. Long froze, tears instantly streaming down. Had her bones shattered beyond recognition? Crying, Long flapped his wings, circling the air, his voice piercing. Flower Pillar Butterfly Kanai, Ice Pillar Kunikuni, Yunyin battling the upper moon too. Victory! Ice Pillar Kunikuni, Yunyin died in battle. Died! As the news spread, the crows conveyed the message quickly. Chapter 47. The long-sealed gates of hell should be opened. In the mountains, a painful howl echoed. Yato sat on the ground, tears streaming down as he pounded the earth with his hands. Zhu's eyes widened, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Did he just hear wrong? It couldn't be true, could it? Shinobu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down as she covered her mouth, crying hoarsely. The Rengoku family stood in shock, staring in disbelief at the message-carrying crow in the sky. That gentle and composed girl, that extraordinarily talented girl, died in battle? Kayajiro dropped his food, his pupils trembling. Mitsuri covered her mouth, tears falling like raindrops. How could such a gentle ice pillar be gone? Kaneo collapsed to the ground. The plate in her hand shattered, the freshly made rice cakes rolling away, tears flowing as she cried out in despair. Her most beloved master, the one who cherished her the most in the world, the kindest master, died in battle. Her only remaining family was gone. Yuzui Tenjin stood frozen, the three wives beside him covering their mouths in shock. The magnificent ice crystal girl was gone. Iguro Abanai froze, tears welling in his eyes. The friend he had just gotten close to, who had finally caught up to her pace, was gone. Kanroji Yaozai staggered, tears flowing as the Lady of the Sky wept softly, the two of them leaning on each other, their eyes filled with sorrow. Butterfly Shinobu hugged Kanai, the two sisters crying together. Takedo Shimizu walked slowly to Yunyan's side, kneeling beside her, looking at the broken jade pendant on the ground, breath catching in his throat. Trembling, he reached out, and the moment he touched her, he fiercely pulled her into his embrace. His face buried in her blood-soaked neck, his white hair stained with her blood. Tears slipped from his eyes, flowing into Yunyan's collar. Idiot, don't fall asleep so easily. It's dawn. The mission is done, right? Aren't you hungry? If you don't wake up, you won't get to eat your favorite pork cutlet rice. The embrace grew tighter as Shimi spoke softly, his tone unprecedentedly gentle, mixed with choked sobs. We finally met, finally stood together, finally qualified to stand by your side. I haven't even had the chance to express my feelings. I haven't even had the chance to invite you to the fireworks festival. I haven't even had a proper conversation with you. Haven't gone out to eat what you wanted, or enjoyed a vacation together. I had clearly prepared to pursue you. Even if I was rejected, I was ready to risk my life to protect you. But why? Why can't you wait a little longer for me? Why can't I be a bit faster? Why can't I hold on to anything? Kwang Jin stood behind him, tears streaming down as he bit his lip to suppress his cries. Hibiya Yuen wept, hands clasped, his eyes filled with sorrow. The girl who no longer breathed was the one he brought back, and it was she who made him let go of his disdain for children. He had come to terms with the past, but now, such a gentle and strong girl had died in the morning light. Shimi's body trembled, his soft sobs finally turning into heart-wrenching screams. Ah! The arriving hidden and rescue team members all shed tears, quietly crying. Alan cried out, collapsing to the ground. Shimi didn't know how he made it back. He only knew the girl he held in his arms felt unbelievably soft. His body was covered in her blood, and his heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 swords in unbearable pain. Sitting in the butterfly mansion, he stared blankly as they prepared to send his beloved into the body storage. Goodbye. She was still clean, but why were there so many stitches? On her neck, on her arms. This little girl used to be so afraid of pain. After being hurt like this, she must have been crying and gasping for breath. He stared blankly as she was placed into a coffin filled with flowers, watching the lid close, then sending her into the dark, damp earth. At the funeral, the surrounding cries seemed to wrap around him like a layer of mist, making it hard for him to hear the sound around him. Everyone had left, leaving only him and Kwang Jin. Shimi sat in front of her gravestone, head lowered, tightly holding onto that half of the jade pendant, while Kwang Jin quietly stayed by his side. Turning to look at Shimi, he saw tears glistening on his face, obscured by his bangs. Why couldn't you tell me before you left, you idiot? Why? After finally reuniting, can't I keep her? Why? Why does everyone have to leave me? Why must you leave me here? Why does such misfortune have to fall upon you? I'm a useless man. Kwang Jin listened to his hoarse cries, tears streaming down as he embraced him. Shimi, calm down. She wouldn't want to see you like this now. Shimi suddenly fell silent, a hoarse cry escaping from his throat. Like a beast on the brink of collapse roaring. Thunder crashed in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The two of them stood in the rain, in front of her tombstone, until the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Kwang Jin picked up the already unconscious Shimi, his eyes red as he walked back. 06, who had just returned from a business trip, floated above the grave with a confused expression. Oh no, did the doll get broken? Well then, let's find a main body. In the void above, a pair of dazzling golden eyes suddenly opened wide. Inside the underworld, the luxurious hall lit up one by one. On the spirit bed made of 1,000-year-old divine wood, a pale and slender hand lifted the curtain. Pure white hair fell, and a woman dressed in a black dragon-patterned robe, with long hair flowing freely, descended from the bed. With a tall figure, she raised her hand to take down a black cloak from the rack, her divine power styling her long hair, and a black hairpin was inserted into her silver crown. She turned to look at the bronze mirror beside her. In the mirror, her appearance was reflected, The main body had awakened. Yin rubbed his neck, his golden eyes carrying a lazy expression, yet occasionally revealing sharpness. Ah, it hurts so much, he lazily spoke, a faint smile appearing on his otherwise expressionless face. The doll caused the soul branch to break. So what comes next? Yin turned and walked towards the door, a cold smile on her face. It was time for her to take the stage. The door opened, and Yin stepped into the dark realm. Suddenly, the surroundings were illuminated, and several figures appeared. One of them holding the head of Dong Mo. They knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. "Welcome, Emperor." Yin glanced at the dazed Hongma, saying, "I need to go out for a while. You will be very busy from now on. Tell the other side of hell." While walking out, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face, and a hint of madness echoed in her cold voice. "The long-sealed gates of hell should be open now. Yes, we will obey the Emperor's command." Chapter 48. Returning to the world on the other side of hell. A group of little ghosts lay lazily among the red spider lily flowers, with the gates tightly closed. The ruler of hell strolled over leisurely, casting a casual glance at the gates before leaving, munching on something. Unlike in Hashira, this hell only had 9 layers. At this moment, the 9 rulers of hell were all lazily indifferent, as if the gates of hell had been welded shut. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the first layer of hell's gates. The Lord of the Hall of Judgment jumped up, exclaiming, "Who dares to be so bold?" He rushed out with a group of little ghosts, watching in disbelief as the gates were kicked open. The skulls on the door wailed in despair, filled with overwhelming fear. As a chill swept in from outside, a pitch-black boot embroidered with golden patterns stepped inside, and a cold, ethereal female voice echoed in the air, "Oh, I didn't expect the gods here to be so idle, even having time for a holiday." Immediately following that, thunderous footsteps approached from outside, and a group of soldiers clad in dark armor, armed with weapons, marched in orderly formation. They lined up on both sides, their imposing presence nearly scaring the little ghosts of the Hall of Judgment out of their wits. The Lord of the Hall of Judgment widened his eyes, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. "I've seen the Blood Ghost Emperor," with a cold smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Yin walked in step by step, directly sitting on the throne of the realm lord of the court, crossing her legs and lightly resting her fist against her cheek. Tilting her head slightly, her golden eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent as she looked at the realm lord below, who was trembling and kneeling. She spoke nonchalantly. Help me out. I'm feeling a bit lazy. Call the others over. All right, don't take too long. My patience ISNT great." "Yes." Beside her, a subordinate presented a cup of celestial tea, and in just the time it took Yin to finish one cup, 9 realm lords had gathered below, each kneeling with their foreheads pressed to the ground. Yin lowered her gaze, holding the freshly poured tea in her hand, gently swirling the cup, causing ripples on the surface of the water that reflected her coldly shining eyes. "Before I fell asleep, when did I say that hell was closing its doors? What's wrong? Is the throne underneath you starting to prick? Feeling uncomfortable? Can't sit still?" The lords below hurriedly apologized, frantically defending themselves, with all sorts of excuses flying around. Yin listened quietly, and, as she gently placed the teacup on the table, it felt as if a heavy pressure was instantly weighing down on the backs of the realm lords. One by one, they were forcefully embedded into the ground. After a long time, Yin retracted her pressure, stood up, and with a flick of her robe, walked towards the outside of hell. "From today onwards, hell will be taken over by my netherworld. Those who are unwilling will be killed." The Xuanjia soldiers began to take action, and at the moment she stepped out of the gates of hell, rivers of blood flowed in the 9 layers of hell, intermingled with cries of despair and pleas for mercy. The realm lords transformed their anger into curses, scolding her for overstepping her boundaries, for meddling in affairs that were not under her jurisdiction as the deity in charge here. Yin wore a cold expression, each step extremely steady, her eyes gleaming with sharp coldness. Sitting on the divine throne, she enjoyed the offerings, yet they all acted lazily like pigs. "Then let us just kill them all and replace them. If heaven dares to say another word, then let us beat him." She stepped through the void, breaking the boundaries between the small world and the vast universe, entering the world that held everything she had sought in her life. Standing in the desolate wilderness, she looked up at the sky. A day in the heavens, a year on earth. The year her body was damaged was in summer. Now, she returned on the same day of the following year. Her snow-white hair was replaced with black, suppressing the killing intent and violent aura of the underworld. 06 flowed into her body, helping her to restrain her divine power to match the capacity of the small world. Yin, it's all set. and I've also brought your sun will blade over. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yin Yin, to make your resurrection less abrupt, I have a really amazing proposal. What ridiculous idea do you have this time? Say it so I can have a laugh. 06. Yin Yin had a smile on her face as she returned, feeling much more relaxed. She raised her hand to change out of her divine attire, now wearing a pure black elegant outfit, with her own Nicaran blade hanging from her belt. 06 pointed the way to her grave, and Yin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Blowing up the grave. The key was blowing up her own grave. Although she had never done it before, just thinking about it made her a little thrilled. Unfortunately, the weather was not on her side. As she walked, the sky suddenly turned dark, and heavy rain began to fall. The corners of Yin Yan's eyes twitched. The emperor was favored by heaven and earth, and the rain avoided her, leaving her clothes still dry as she walked in the rain. Approaching her grave, she stopped. In front of the tombstone, a white-haired youth dressed in a black kimono sat quietly in the rain, surrounded by many scattered empty bottles of alcohol. A pure white, unmarked Haori covered the tombstone, as if providing her with an umbrella. He seemed to have grown stronger since their last meeting. His muscles appeared more solid, and he had gained some height. Yet now, he resembled a wounded beast, sorrowfully hiding in what he thought was a safe place to rest and lick his wounds. Shimi quietly gazed at the photo on the tombstone. The smile on the girl's face was radiant and gentle, like a warm sun. Still so young, in that beautiful age like a blooming flower, but she was forever frozen there. Over the past year, he had spent his time either taking on missions or training like a madman, reversing day and night, even risking his life. He just wanted to grow stronger, continuously becoming stronger, to cut down all the evil spirits in this world. He had lost everything, but still held onto one treasure. For him, to protect his only brother, he had to give everything. He didn't want to lose anyone else. Sadness was replaced by violence, and pain was buried deep in his heart, even as he numbed himself with relentless training or executing missions. In the quiet of the night, when he was alone, the image of the girl, her words, those beautiful smiles and memories surged like a tide, seemingly capable of engulfing him. Shimi's eyes turned red, and it was hard to tell whether it was tears or rain on his face. Feeling a bit tipsy, he struggled to see the photo in front of him and reached out to touch it. He didn't know how she was doing on the other side, never coming to him in dreams, reminding him that if he was bullied, he should tell him. When he died and went down, he would take revenge for her. Shimi, with a slightly flushed face from drunkenness, revealed a gentle smile, so desolate, saying, "Don't cross that river alone. Wait for me a bit." Yin Yin quietly walked up behind him, and the rain had unknowingly stopped. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight spilled through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating them. Shimi's consciousness was a bit hazy. Sensing the familiar presence behind him, he slowly turned his head. In the next moment, he fell into a dry, warm embrace that carried the scent of fur. The voice in his ear was so familiar, etched into his soul, now tinged with a hint of helplessness. That river can be crossed. After all, I think I should still be able to save it. Shimi slowly lifted his head, gazing at the face that only appeared after drunken nights and in nightmares, a face he had long missed. Yet this one seemed more mature than the one in the photo. His eyes sparkled with tears. He curled his lips into a gentle, satisfied smile, thinking, wow, this time you finally came to see me in my dreams. Yin Yin was momentarily stunned, crouching down on the ground. Shimi slowly lay down, following the strength of her hand, resting his head on her legs and closing his eyes. Yin Yin raised his hand and used divine power to dry the rainwater on him, then instantly created a layer of barrier on the ground to isolate the soaked grass. One leg was stretched out to serve as a pillow, while the other leg was bent, his arm resting on his knee, and his other hand gently stroking his head. Sensing the reassuring scent and the embrace and appearance that made him willingly indulge, he completely fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the alcohol. The long-lost sense of security made him instinctively curl up, and, in his dreams, he might have revisited the events of that day, or perhaps the despairing moments from the past. Tears slipped down the corners of his eyes. Yin Yin looked down at him, gently wiping away his tears with her fingers, and softly spoke, "Shimi, I'm back." Chapter 49. I blow up my own grave. Shimi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the tombstone in front of him, and gradually sat up. Noticing something was off with his body, he suddenly looked down. A pure black, unadorned Haori jacket was draped over him, while the white and blue Haori he had just been lying on was neatly folded into a pillow. Shimi's pupils constricted sharply as he hugged the jacket tightly, nervously searching around him, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope that he himself had not even realized. The only response he received was the gentle breeze that brushed past. Shimi clenched the jacket in his hands, lowered his gaze. But the corners of his lips curled up into a slight smile. No matter what it was, even if it was a prank, he took it seriously. He chose to believe that you had come back. Yunyan sat on the trunk, quietly watching him leave. A small black cat appeared on her shoulder, meowing. Yunyan, why don't you just ask him face to face if he's back? The smoke lazily leaned against the tree trunk, resting its hand on the back of its head, peering at the sky through the gaps in the leaves, with its feet on the tree branch. Now's not the time to just show up, right? It would scare people to death, wouldn't it? All right, as long as you're happy. Is it time to blow up the grave now? I can't stand that thing. Go ahead and blow it up. I think it's a bit strange too, like I'm burying myself. Instead of blowing it up, it's more like using divine power to directly wave my hand and break open the grave, standing in front of the coffin, moving my fingers. The lid instantly flew off, and the corpse lying quietly inside, even after a year, still looked the same. Yunyan raised her hand, and with a vague grasp, the corpse that resembled her 16-year-old appearance instantly turned to ashes. Yunyan walked up to the tombstone, her raised hand paused. The white haori draped over it had not been taken away. Thinking of Shimi's frail and lowly demeanor in front of the tombstone, Yunyan took off the half-dry haori and draped it over her arm. With a swipe of her hand, the tombstone instantly shattered into several pieces. The photo that belonged to her fell to the ground, and with a flick of her finger, the photo flew to her front, flames igniting at her fingertips, setting the photo ablaze. The black cat walked by her feet, its face full of exasperation. I said, "You're burning your own photo. Aren't you afraid of a blood disaster?" How unlucky. With a carefree smile at the corner of her lips, Yunyan's voice was lazy. If you're looking for trouble, you better see how many lives the other person has for me to take. The black cat smacked its lips, agreeing with her words. In the vast 3,000 worlds, all the gods and Buddhas know that seeking misfortune from the Blood Ghost Emperor is pure suicide. Not to mention that these gods and Buddhas must enter the underworld for reincarnation after death. Just the extreme book in Yunyan's hand can easily erase a name, turning that person to ashes. This is the terrifying aspect of inheriting the divine position of the ancient creator god, no matter your identity. As long as you're a recognized name in the book, you have to call her a live father. You have to serve her. The key point is that the book contains the names of all gods and Buddhas, including spirits and demons, in the 3,000 worlds. She can even add her own name to it for fun. Yunyan walked through the mountains while the black cat muttered to itself. Yunyan, at this time, it should be time for Brother Sure too. I know. Isn't it just a matter of hurrying along? Have you thought about how to persuade him? No. Why do I need to persuade? I'm not a very servile deity. If you don't persuade, what are you going to do? I can't persuade people. My job is to protect them. Let Madame Tianyin talk them out of it. But you were clearly good at persuading before. It's just a branch of a soul. Can you really take that seriously? I have plenty of branches, each with a different personality. Oh, no wonder your personality is so peculiar. Yunyan curled her lips, not wanting to pay any attention to 06 anymore. This little thing changed its skin, and now it starts to act pretentious, right? On Mount Kakabushi in Minamitama District, Tokyo, cloud smoke lazily leaned against the tree trunk, propping up one leg and resting an arm on it, while the other leg hung in the air as it quietly watched the twin brothers carrying firewood home. 06 licked its paws, and Yunyan glanced at it. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. Grabbing it by the neck with a mischievous smile, she suddenly thought, "You seem to have a bit of a role to play too." 06. In the next moment, it was thrown into the air, spinning and tumbling, eventually landing on Weilang's head. So painful. Weilang. Yilong was startled and quickly turned to walk over to his brother, who had fallen to the ground. Squatting down and looking helplessly at his brother lying on the ground. Turning to see the swaying black cat 06 with stars in its eyes. He widened his own eyes in anger. "You damn black cat. Are you running around in the woods without looking where you're going?" 06. Weilang held his head, sitting up with tears in his eyes, a big bump on his head. He awkwardly tugged at Yilong's shirt. "Brother, I'm fine. Don't be angry." Who would get angry over you? Don't be so self-important. Since you're fine, get up and help me gather the firewood and hurry home. Weilang pouted, lowering his head to pick up the scattered firewood on the ground. Though Yilong didn't say it, he was still worried about his brother feeling dizzy. So he quickly helped him stack the firewood and carried the firewood rack for him to carry. This time, he walked side by side with Weilang, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, fearing that something might fly in and hurt his silly brother again. 06 looked up and met Yunyan's half-smiling expression. scaring its fur to stand on end, and it hurriedly chased after the two. It continuously meowed at them in a high-pitched voice. Wailing squatted down, smiling as he rubbed its head, then started scratching its shin, looking at Yilong with bright eyes. "Brother, let's take it home. It's all alone on the mountain. So dangerous." Yilong felt uncomfortable being stared at by his expectant gaze, turned his head and grunted. "If you want to raise it, I won't help you take care of it." "What a hassle." Wailing's eyes lit up even more, and he hugged 06 tightly, smiling as he followed behind him. "Thank you, brother." "Thank me for what? I didn't say anything." Hee hee. Watching 06 successfully stay with the two, Yin turned around, leisurely sitting against the tree, hands supporting her head as she closed her eyes. The demon's Slayer core exploded. When they went to pay respect to the grave, they found that the ice pillar's tomb had not only been dug up, but the tombstone had also been shattered, and the photos were gone. Startled, they flew back, rolling and crawling to report to Kanroji. Everyone close to Yin rushed to her grave, with Shinazugawa the fastest. Seeing the mess at the grave site, his pupils gradually shrank. He quickly walked to the coffin. Looking down at the empty interior, Kochu Shinobu had successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps and was now a C-rank member. However, due to years of habit, she and Kanai were frowning, cautiously observing their surroundings. There were no bloodstains, no signs of violent destruction. Everything seemed as if the tomb had exploded on its own and the tombstone had shattered by itself. Shinazugawa stared blankly at the empty coffin, thinking of the two pieces of clothing at home and the haori he had left on the tombstone, which was now missing, his heart racing. Confusion, disbelief, and hope mixed together. For the first time, Kanroji couldn't hide his anger. The entire Demon Slayer Corps received a mission that day, to thoroughly investigate and dig 3 feet deep to find the bastard who destroyed the Ice Pillar's tomb and took away her remains. Yun, the culprit and jerk, was currently eating rice cakes and interestingly watching the two children chopping wood below. She had no idea how much shock and impact her actions would bring. Even if she did, she would still go ahead and do it, leaving behind misfortune. Chapter 50. Young men, what a big brain. Every day, 06 diligently surrounded the two, and even its Tsundere Yichiro couldn't withstand its cute attack wave. The two brothers collectively fell into despair. Looking at them, Yin thought of Shimi's younger brother, the little dumpling Jinmi, in her memory. He was the only cub she had encountered who wasn't afraid of her. Waves of emotion stirred in her heart as she watched the two brothers struggle to sell firewood, barely managing to fill their stomachs, having lost so much happiness. Both of them looking very thin. Yin sat on the tree trunk, crossed her arms, and lightly clicked her tongue, her figure disappearing from the spot. In the depths of the mountains, a leaf sliced through the air like a sharp blade, and 2 wild chickens had their heads blown apart, falling to the ground. Dead beyond belief, Yin called for 06, pointing at the 2 wild chicken corpses on the ground, with that calm and carefree expression. "Take them back. You're as skinny as a monkey. I don't even know if you can last until Madame Tianyin arrives. Kids are really troublesome." 06 looked at her in confusion and pointed at himself. "Me? Take them back." He looked down at his own small frame, which was even smaller than the wild chickens, and he couldn't switch to battle mode in front of the 2 brothers. If he did, he'd just be seen as a monster and burnt. "Right? Figure out yourself. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat first. Good luck." Yin waved goodbye to it, leaving in a brisk and decisive manner. 06, damn it 6, relentlessly dragging back 2 wild chickens. It encountered a beast on the way that wanted to snatch its food. In an instant, 06 transformed from a small black cat into a 3-meter-tall black panther, roaring and scaring the beasts in the forest into fleeing in all directions. Angrily clutching the carcasses of the wild chickens, as it approached its brother's house, it returned to its original size and continued to drag the 2 chicken corpses. Wailing looked in astonishment at 06, who was dragging the wild chickens back, and quickly turned to run into the house, shouting for his brother. "Brother, Heizi brought back 2 wild chickens. Heizi is so amazing." Wailing seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world, making a villainous face. "Huh? Did your head get knocked silly by Heizi? How could such a small thing catch wild chickens?" Wailing puffed up his cheeks in anger. "Brother, you can see for yourself. I'm not lying." Of course, Wailing knew he wasn't lying. He just found it too absurd. He put down the clothes he was mending, got up, and walked outside. Upon seeing 06, reluctantly named Heizi, licking its paws, with 2 decapitated wild chickens beside it, he fell into deep thought. 06 stepped forward to indicate that this was a gift for them. Wailing was silent for a moment, then quietly thanked it and took the wild chickens to process. Wailing was innocent and adorable, but he was different. He had long sensed that something was off with 06. This cat was unnaturally intelligent. with an IQ comparable to that of a normal human, or even smarter. Looking at the plucked wild chickens, Weilang remained silent. Such a small creature had blown off the heads of 2 wild chickens. It couldn't be an ordinary cat. Suddenly recalling the mythological stories his mother told him when he was young, he looked at 06, who was basking in the sun like an old man at the door. And a thought flashed through his mind. Could this guy be a spirit beast of the mountain god? Cloud forced to be the mountain god Smoke. Huh? What kind of trash is that? Spirit beast 06. Wow, that even gave me an impressive identity. This young man's imagination is truly rich. Completely unaware that it has been labeled as a spirit beast, 06 is basking in the sun with great satisfaction. When Yuichiro brought a chicken to the table, 06 shook its head, jumped to the side, and began eating the dried fish Yuichiro made for it. At that moment, Yuichiro became even more convinced in his heart that it was a spirit beast, and a kind and generous one at that. In the following days, 3 meals a day consisted of either wild chickens or wild rabbits, and most outrageous was that Yunyan even prepared a wild boar. In front of the wild boar, 06 tusks were still smaller. Watching the person turn a leaf, and then looking at the massive creature, 06 fell into deep thought. Not sister, are you playing? Are you addicted now? One day, the 2 brothers were shocked as they saw 06 dragging a wild boar back. Although Yuichiro had already shared his guess with his brother, the level of shock did not diminish at all when it actually happened. The 2 looked at it with sparkling eyes, while 06 awkwardly turned away to avoid their gaze. Yuichiro picked up 06 with a bright smile, his voice cheerful. Thank you. Spirit Beast Lord, did the mountain god send you? Thank you so much. Yuichiro sighed, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with reverence. Spirit Beast Lord, thank you for all your hard work. I will prepare a special portion of meat for you at noon, in gratitude for the mountain god's concern for us. Confused, 06 was almost ready to give a thumbs up and say, youngsters, what a big imagination. Thanks to the feeding from 1 person and 1 cat. The 2 brothers had clearly gained some weight compared to before. At least, Yunyan found them much more pleasing to the eye. Taking advantage of their deep sleep, 06 quietly jumped away. As soon as it left, the 2 instantly opened their eyes and quietly followed behind it. The spirit beast, Lord, must be going to meet the mountain god. They tiptoed all the way to the riverbank, peeking out from behind a tree. By the riverbank stood a tall woman with black hair, even taller than an average man. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled up, the hair crown shimmering in the moonlight, dressed in a dark outfit that fit her well, with a straight back. And the hem of her clothing was something they had never seen before. It looked like a skirt, but not quite. 06 ran to her feet, and the 2 stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Blackie is really a spirit beast. It can talk. 06 was completely unaware it was being followed. Running to Yunyan's feet to complain, I say, Yunyan, can you not hunt such big prey? Dragging this thing back is so tiring for my little body. Yun had one hand behind her back while playing with a string of Bodhi prayer beads in the other. She cast a faint glance at it and said, if you activate battle mode and revert to your true form, it will be quite a sight, right? That will be terrifying. If you scare the 2 kids again, they'll just call you a spirit beast. Meanwhile, I've been treated as a mere soiled deity, easily crushed by a casual finger. What else can I do? The 2 eavesdroppers widened their eyes in disbelief. Not just a mountain god, it's a deity even more powerful than the mountain god. So impressive. So cool. Yunyan naturally knew that they were eavesdropping, but she didn't care. Identity and such things were of no importance. Since her true form had come, there was no thought of being humble. She could indeed hold back a little. After all, if the small world couldn't withstand the collapse of divine power, it would all be over. After giving 06 a good scolding, she waved her hand in disdain for it to hurry back and check on the kids, while she continued to enjoy the moonlight by the riverbank. 06 pouted, angrily cursing her as a terrible boss, and ran back dutifully. The 2 brothers hurriedly ran back to pretend to be asleep. 06 yawned and jumped onto the bed, snuggling between the 2 brothers and closing her eyes to sleep. The 2 brothers turned to face her, sleeping with an unprecedented sense of peace. Chapter 51. Taking action to change the story arc of the TRU brothers. Sabing Yichi. The next day, Madame Tianyin finally came to visit. 06 yawned, quietly watching Wai Ikir drive Madame Tianyin away and then arguing with Muniker. With a helpless sigh, she jumped off the bed and ran outside, returning shortly with 2 wild rabbits. This time, she also brought back 2 wristbands. 2 light blue wristbands. In the middle, Wai Ikir's was the black part of the Tai Chi symbol, while Muniker's was white. This confirmed the color of their breathing techniques. black and white mist, complementing each other like the Tai Chi Bagua. Watching Wai Aikir drive away Madame Tianyin, Yunyan scratched her face, noting that despite his young age, he had quite the temper. This child would probably be able to work with Shimi in the future. One was more verbally hostile than the other, and both were increasingly proud, sharp-tongued, and irritable. Yawning again, feeling somewhat drowsy, she closed her eyes and rested against the tree trunk. Muniaker, feeling wronged, sat under the tree where she was resting. He and his brother both knew that the divine being was right in this tree. It took them a long time to observe and notice this. 06 gave him the wristband, gently nudged him for comfort, and then ran off to find Wai Aikir. Since it was her gift, the two brothers happily wore the wristbands on their wrists. Despite all her efforts, 06 couldn't get the two to reconcile, leaving her head buzzing. Madame Tianyin came by every day, and this continued until the night of the 8th day. The two brothers truly had a fight. Muniaker sulked and ignored Wai Aikir, while Wai Aikir felt guilty for calling Muniaker the useless one during the day. How could he be the useless one? Late at night, the sleeping 06 suddenly raised her head, staring intently out the window, her tail flicking, and quickly ran outside. Muniaker, feeling thirsty and going for water, suddenly noticed a shadow at the door, momentarily stunned. As the moonlight scattered, he saw clearly the person at the door, who looked very strange, with two pointy horns on his head and strange eyes locking onto his. Wai Aikir was startled and immediately ran towards Muniaker. Muniaker. The man raised his hand, claws slashing down, with a tone of disdain and contempt. Shut up, don't shout. After all, you poor woodcutters are of no use. Whether you exist or not is irrelevant. You insignificant lives. Wai Aikir's arm was severed, and Muniaker trembled, fear in his eyes as he clutched his brother. Watching this strange and terrifying man approach them like a monster, he could only feel a difficulty in breathing, his whole body screaming danger. Meow! The earth-shattering roar instantly snapped Muniaker back to reality. Wai Aikir looked up. Outside the door, a pair of dark green eyes were staring into the room. The evil spirit turned its head, and in that moment, it was so frightened that its spine stiffened and its hair stood on end. Unbeknownst to them, Yunyan had already appeared in the room. Behind her, the now truly transformed 06 stared intently at him. Her bright golden eyes shone especially in the night, filled with a murderous smile. Indeed, that damn guy is just asking for death. Muniaker's eyes widened, tears blurring his vision, as Wai Aikir in his arms was already in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound, blood continuously flowing. Muniaker opened his mouth, trembling with a choked voice. Divine being, please, save our brother. Yunyan suddenly appeared in front of him, squatting down to block everything behind, raising her hand to hover above Yuichiro's wound. And light fell down. The severed arm was reborn, and the injury healed. Her fair and slender hand gently stroked the heads of the two, the warm touch filling their nostrils with the scent of fur. The two looked up at her cold yet beautiful face, which revealed a gentle smile, instantly smoothing out the fear in their hearts. 06 was about to explode with anger. After all, he had been taking care of the two little ones for almost a month. Damn it, while he was out looking for Yunyan, someone dared to take advantage of the opportunity to harm them. With a surge of fury, 06 swiped down, instantly tearing the evil spirit in half. And with a single slap, he exploded its head, his voice filled with rage, no longer pretending to be a cat. Damn it! How dare you hurt our Yuichiro? How dare you insult our two treasures? How dare you scare Waichiro? You are the most meaningless existence. You beast scum. I'll make your head a damn light bulb. You believe that? The two brothers curiously leaned forward, but before they could see clearly, Yunyan wrapped them in her arms, the black Haori enveloping them, her cold voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Good kids, don't look now. She gently patted their backs in a soothing manner, holding them close. The warm embrace made both brothers' eyes turn red, and even Yuichiro couldn't hold back his tears at that moment. This embrace felt so much like a mother's embrace. It was so warm, so reassuring. Once 06 vented his anger, the evil spirit regained its strength, struggling to escape. 06 first slammed the evil spirit into the ground to prevent its escape, then transformed back to the size of a small cat and walked towards the TRU brothers. Yunyan stood up, took off her Haori, and wrapped it around the two of them. The Nicaran blade at her waist gleamed coldly. She raised her hand to draw the sword, holding it behind her back, facing away from them. If you want to live more meaningfully, tomorrow, follow that lady and leave. Join the Demon Slayer Corps. She stepped toward the retreating demon, raised her hand holding the sword, and sighed. Ice breathing. How troublesome. I'll just cut casually. After saying that, she indeed made a casual slash, without even using a breathing technique. The demon's head fell to the ground, dissipating into the night. She had plenty of weapons made from the same material as the Nicaran blade, so she sheathed the sword and placed it, along with its sheath, on the table. Glancing at the two brothers with bright, sparkling eyes, she said, "Tomorrow, when that lady arrives, give her this sword. She will understand." Yin turned and walked towards the door, stopping in her tracks, facing away from them as she spoke. "Live well, and let the two of you grow stronger together to protect those beautiful things. To guard what you wish to protect." 06 licked the two of them, jumped off the bed, and caught up with Yin's pace. Seeing that they were about to leave, Weiling hurriedly called out, "Wait. Divine Lord, Spirit Beast Lord." One person and one cat stopped, quietly waiting for them to speak. Weiling opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. He nervously clenched his clothes and asked, "Divine Lord, Spirit Beast Lord, will we meet again?" Weiling's eyes were filled with hope, tightly staring at their backs, nervously gripping his clothes. Yin, with her back to them, curled her lips and softly replied, "Yes, at that time, I hope to see a different you." Yin and 06 disappeared from their sight, the two of them nestled together. Wrapped in the haori left by Yin, their hands tightly clasped together. Their eyes were filled with longing for the future, as well as hope for their next meeting and for life. The next day, Madame Tianyin visited again. Yuichiro approached her holding the sword, first bowing and apologizing with a flushed face, then handing the sword to her. Madame Tianyin's eyes instantly filled with tears. This sword had been lost for a long time. How could it be? Could it be? She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, gently caressing the heads of the two, holding the Nicaran blade that belonged to Yin, and led the two burdened individuals down the mountain back to the residence. Chapter 52. Someone wants to steal the house. Yin yawned. After being a wild person on the mountain for over a month, she finally got to sleep in a bed. When going out, she was determined not to skimp on herself. Her lifelong philosophy was to stay in the best places. The system mall allowed her to exchange points for silver coins, and the best room only cost 5 silver coins. Yin was lying on the tatami, one hand propping up her head while the other played with gold coins. Since they were incredibly cheap, she exchanged 10 bags each of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. She also exchanged some gold bars and silver, all piled up in the system space. 06 was dozing off nearby, and Yin tossed the gold coins into the bag, lying on the tatami and covering herself with a quilt, looking peaceful. Yes, it's definitely more comfortable to sleep in bed under a quilt. Yin, I found out that girl, Mealy, has become the love of Hashira. That's good. Shinami is already a Class A member. I heard she's been trained by Michiro Tsukido and has learned the breath of ice. Well, she's my stepson, quite impressive. I heard there's a girl who has been staying behind Taketo Michiru, publicly claiming she wants to be his wife. Yin, who had been looking serene, suddenly sat up and turned to look at it. Say that again. I suspect there is something wrong with my ears. What is going on? 06 wagged its tail innocently. I heard that Michiru saved her during a mission. She's the woman from a fruit shop and supposedly quite beautiful, a real beauty. Is it a case of hero saving the beauty, and the beauty falling in love at first sight? But it seems Michiru is very averse to this matter. So this gossip has faded away, and not many people mention it anymore. Yin fiercely ground his back molars, his forehead veins bulging. Damn it. How can there still be someone trying to steal from home? 06 looked at her speechlessly, completely understanding what she was thinking, but the problem is. 06 leaned on his claws and said, Yin, you don't understand these things, do you? Your face doesn't flush, your heart doesn't race. Just teasing others while being a wooden person who doesn't get emotionally involved. It's purely possessiveness acting up, isn't it? I have to say, 06 has seen through it. At this moment, Yin feels that there are ants actually trying to touch her person, touch the person she has her eyes on. She can't sleep anymore. So she grabs 06 and heads out. She wants to see what this so-called beauty really looks like. How beautiful is she? 06, speechless, leads her, while Yin walks into the still open sweet shop with a cold face. At the counter, a woman, barely reaching her chest and with a ponytail, greets her with a bright smile upon her entrance. Customer, what would you like to eat? 1 sweet potato cake, 1 honey ball, and a cup of matcha. Okay. Please wait a moment, customer. Yin sat in the innermost corner, sipping the water on the table, her eyes fixed on the petite woman without blinking. Host, yes. You are 1.8 meters tall, so everyone seems short to you. Luckily, Lord Fengzhu is now 1.85 meters tall. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be taller than you, Desserts were served, but Yin Yin ignored her polite remarks, picked up a piece of sweet cake, took a bite, and frowned. So sweet, it was sickeningly sweet. She tried a honey ball, her brows furrowing tightly. It seriously stuck to her teeth. The texture was terrible. And the honey wasn't osmanthus honey. What kind of nonsense was this? She picked up the matcha and took a sip, hoping to relieve the sweetness, but nearly had her soul escape from the bitterness. Silently putting the food down, she fell into deep thought. This woman thinks she can pursue Shimi with this? Even if he loves desserts, he wouldn't eat something that could make him sick. Yin Yin shifted her gaze to the woman, who was cupping her face and staring dreamily out the door. Turning her head, she saw Shimi and Quangjin walking in from the entrance. Judging by their appearance, they must have just finished a task and were looking for a place to rest. The woman hurried to the kitchen, then came out carrying 2 packages, running while shouting, "Mr. Busukawa, Mr. Sumiya, wait." The two stopped in their tracks, and even Quangjin showed a hint of disgust on his face. They turned expressionlessly to look at the approaching woman, whose white and green striped kimono was not properly worn, with the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of her fair skin as she bent down. Blushing, she handed the items to them with eager eyes, saying, "Mr. Busukawa, Mr. Sumiya, please accept this. It's my homemade hagi cake, as a token of gratitude for saving me and helping me set up my shop." Shimi looked at her expressionlessly, veins bulging on his forehead. Suppressing his anger as he replied, "No need. Take it back, and fix your outfit. The weather isn't hot enough for women to be wearing open collars." The indifference in his eyes fell upon the woman, making her tremble as she awkwardly tugged at her collar that she had just run out in. Quangjin stared at her and coldly said, "Take it back. What you said is merely our duty. If you truly want to express gratitude, stop spreading those false rumors." It's troubling Shimi. Quangjin couldn't afford to be gentle with her. She was trampling on Shimi's feelings for Yun Yin, on the memories between them. The woman looked at them in disbelief, stunned as she watched the two leave, angrily throwing the items on the ground and smashing them underfoot. Damn it, what is that legendary ice pillar anyway? Why is everyone on his side? He's just a dead person from a year ago. For him, I even did something I'm not good at. Why is she so ungrateful? She continued to throw a tantrum, cursing madly. Yun Yin leaned against the door with her arms crossed, quietly listening to her curse that she wouldn't have a good death in her next life. She rolled her eyes and dug at her ears. Wow, those curses were really filthy. Suddenly losing interest, she tossed 2 copper coins on the counter and left, treating it as if she was pitying her. She casually formed a hand sign and sent it into her body. For the next 6 months, she would be so unlucky that even drinking cold water would get stuck in her teeth. Back at the inn, Yun Yin keenly sensed 2 figures inside, quickly retreating and taking out a jade girl mask from her bag to wear. She boldly walked into the inn, passing by Shermi and Quangjin, who were still eating. The next second, her wrist was grabbed. Yin Yin turned her head and made eye contact with Shermi, who had risen to seize her wrist without her noticing. Shermi stared at her intently. He couldn't mistake that familiar aura. His voice was hoarse, as if suppressing something. "Yin Yin, it's you." It was a tone of certainty, not doubt. Quangjin was dumbfounded and quickly got up to pull Shermi back, trying to pry his hand away from the other person, his mind racing with panic. This was it. Shermi had gone crazy thinking about Yin Yin. No matter how you looked at it, someone so tall couldn't possibly be her, right? Even if she really came back to life in just a year's time, she couldn't have grown his height, could she? Yin Yin turned around, facing him, first poking Quangjin to indicate that it was fine and to stop fussing. Then, crossing his arms, he leaned closer to Shimi, locking eyes with him through the mask, slightly tilting his head, his voice lazy. "Are you so sure?" Shimi took a deep breath, not showing it on his face. Only he knew the speed of his heartbeat and his nervous feelings at that moment. I can't possibly mistake your scent." Yin Yin stood up straight and distanced herself from him, reaching out to tap her mask. What was the full name you mentioned?" "Kikoku Yin Yin." Yin Yin chuckled lightly. "I'm sorry, sir, but you have mistaken me. My surname is not Jigwa. It is Nangong." Shimi's eyes widened, his hands trembling slightly. It couldn't be. He couldn't be mistaken. This outfit, he had seen it on that day, the day he thought he was dreaming. This voice, this aura, including that familiar scent of fur, was unmistakable. The only difference was a slight variation in height. Yun Yin smiled apologetically, waved goodbye to them, turned around and left, casually ordering a few pots of wine. Chapter 53, Madness After Drinking. Yun Yin returned to the room, and 06 watched her like he was enjoying a show. But this person had no reaction at all. 06 shook his head helplessly. "Brother Boucher Chuan, you're so miserable. Why did you have to fall for someone like this old wind block?" And it's a bad-hearted old wooden block at that. The wine was served, along with a few plates of snacks. After the people left, Yin locked the door, took off her mask, and sat down at the table, pouring herself a drink and taking a sip. She slightly squinted her eyes. The wine here was quite fragrant, but the alcohol content was insufficient. Reluctantly finishing it, she took out her own divine brew to drink. By the time a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, Yin slowly stood up, looking out at the brightly lit street, and suddenly disappeared from the room. 06 suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. What the hell? Where did she go? He glanced at the scattered wine jars beside him, his hair standing on end. One jar was enough to intoxicate a god. This damn wooden block actually drank 5 jars. 06 completely crashed. See, you burned out. It's over. Where am I supposed to find her now? At this moment, the drunken Yin swayed as she walked down the corridor, completely aimlessly. Everything in her eyes was blurry. Was she enjoying the drink, or had she overdone it? As if they shared a connection, the door beside her suddenly opened, and Yin squinted her eyes, locking gazes with Shimi, who was staring wide-eyed at the doorway. In the next second, she smiled mischievously and turned to walk toward him. Shimi stood frozen in place, his eyes only on her, only her, until she stood just a few centimeters away from him. Sensing the rich, intoxicating smell of wine on her, he couldn't help but frown, but in the next moment, he suddenly hugged her tightly, his face buried in her neck, his body trembling. I told you it was impossible to mistake her. You're, clearly, GUH. As long as you're alive. He had too many questions in his heart, but with her simply standing in front of him, all those questions could be discarded. All he wanted was for her to still be alive. With her head lowered in a haze of smoke, she listened to his soft sobs beside her. With a strong grip, she lifted him up horizontally. Shimi's eyes widened, his face still marked by tears, droplets clinging to his eyelash, looking bewildered as she held him in her arms. Yin walked straight into his room with a smile at the corner of her lips, leaving Shimi stunned as he watched the door close and lock by itself. What is going on? Is it a ghost? Suddenly, a wave of weightlessness disrupted his thoughts as Yin tossed him onto the bed. Just as he propped himself up, a shadow fell in front of him, and a warm, humid breath brushed against his cheek. His face turned crimson, and he looked at her in shock. Yin hovered above him, looking down with a condescending gaze. She reached out to lift his chin, her face drawing closer. Shimi stared at her, his heart racing. He swallowed nervously, his Adam's apple bobbing. Junyan. WH, what are you going to do? Yin smiled carelessly, her already stunning face now matured significantly compared to before. That alluring aura instantly left Shimi's mind blank. Her fair and soft hand gently rubbed his neck, causing him to let out a short, muffled sound. He reached out to grasp her wrist, but didn't dare to apply pressure. Blushing, he wanted to create some distance between them, but was pushed against the wall. Why you? Calm down. You've had too much to drink. You should sleep, okay? When you wake up, we can talk. I have a lot of questions to ask you. Wait. Do not touch my neck. It's very sensitive. Ah. Yin seemed to have found her beloved toy, squinting her eyes slightly, staring unblinkingly at his helpless and shy expression. Huh. So cute. Shimi heard her low, mature voice in her ear, the humid breath brushing against it, making her ear itch. She turned her head to dodge, but was blocked by Yin. Then her legs were pinned between Yin's, and Shimi widened her eyes, staring at the suddenly closed face. A gentle, moist sensation touched her lips, and her eyes grew wide. She reached out to push her away, but was caught by Yin, who single-handedly held both of her wrists high above her head. He struggled to break free, but for some reason, the other party was unfazed. Squinting, he cursed inwardly. How did this girl become so strong after coming back to life? What is her situation? Wait, I'm your brother, don't. He smiled bitterly, realizing that he had always been seen as an older brother by her. This girl, is she really acting recklessly after drinking too much? Has she really recognized who he is? The person in front of him suddenly leaned in, and Shimi's pupils contracted sharply. Her lips felt warm. Vite, The sound was blocked by her. The first kiss felt like a gentle peck, but this time, she frantically seized the air from his mouth. The smell of alcohol overwhelming him, making his head spin. From struggling and resisting to yielding and relaxing his body, he closed his eyes and allowed her to take what she wanted from him. Only tears began to fall from the corners of his eyes, one after another. Yin's other hand was not idle either, directly caressing his chest. Shimi felt like he was almost suffocating now. His body trembled involuntarily from the touch. Yin released him when he was about to suffocate, watching him with a flushed face, tears streaming down as he gasped for breath. The light in his eyes shimmered, reflecting her appearance at that moment. Her hand slipped into his clothing, gently caressing his chest, abdominal muscles, and lean waist. He trembled slightly, looking at his own disheveled state in her radiant golden eyes, feeling as if he were about to burst from embarrassment, biting his lip to swallow back the shameful sounds. Don't cry. Yin let out a helpless laugh, gently kissing away his tears and meeting his gaze, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Shimi was taken aback. The person in front of him was completely different from the one he remembered. Realizing the issue, Shimi gritted his teeth and tried to break free from the restraint. But Yin lowered her head and bit down on his Adam's apple. He could feel the person beneath him suddenly stiffen, the struggling movements coming to an abrupt stop. Gently nibbling on his Adam's apple, she left red marks on the side of his neck. Yin straightened up, looking at his embarrassed and angry expression, and licked her dry lips. You let go of me, Yin. Not the same, completely different. Yin pinched his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. In her brilliant golden eyes, there was a layer of cold frost, and her smiling eyes were like a stagnant pool. Yes, I am the one you know. Just a fragment of my divine soul. I am Shimi Fushishuan. Remember me well. My name is Nangong Yunyan. The setting of Yunyun in the mission is just that. A setting. I am a god, a genuine god. I have awakened and returned from the underworld. This is the true me. Are you afraid? If you are, then keep your distance from me. Yin looked at him with her curved eyebrows and eyes, and Shimi was taken aback by her words. He recognized each word, but when they were put together, he seemed to have some difficulty understanding. The host's hands trembled with excitement. Finally, Yin true self has returned. And is she going to start taking the lead now? Yin leisurely drinks tea. It's about the same. After all, my age is here. And in terms of emotions, I'm a shy and timid person, also a bit insecure. Host, the main body is the best. Yin, well, don't say it like that. The essence is still me, after all. I was too constrained before, since I spent most of my time in slumber. That little fragment of my soul was really lacking. 06, but that's not a reason for you to abandon me and choose to let yourself go. Yin, don't bother me. Chapter 54. Yin super confident but extremely poor at expressing actions and lacking self-awareness. Yin, looking at his completely stunned expression from the news. Yin sighed helplessly, releasing the grip on his wrist, resting her head in the crook of his neck. With a deep sigh, she wondered, what should I do with you? Shimi came back to his senses, hesitantly wrapping his arms around her, his voice trembling. What on earth is going on? Yin leaned into his embrace. Just like she used to act spoiled in his arms, her face pressed against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. How should I put it? It's quite complicated to explain. Yin looked up at him, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. Shimi only needed to remember that Yin came for him, and that was enough. Shimi widened his eyes, stunned by her words. Came for him? Yin sat up, smiled, and gave him a quick peck on the lips, which tasted nice and sweet, having already greeted him. She said she would leave first. Just as she stood up, Shimi almost got up at the same time, grabbing her arm with urgency. Where are you going? Since you've come back, aren't you going to return with me? Yin turned to look at him, tilting her head and thinking for a moment. Well, not right now. I still have some things to do, but I'll be back soon. Shimi watched her, his grip on her arm tightening. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and before he could speak, she covered his mouth. Yin looked helpless, chuckling lightly. Was Shimi trying to say, don't go back, just quit the Demon Slayer Corps? We don't need someone like you who mysteriously died and came back. Shimi's body stiffened, caught off guard, and blushed as he lowered his head. Yin took 2 steps towards him, closing the distance, cupping his face with her hands, and gazing into his eyes. On that incredibly captivating face, there was an irresistible tenderness. Don't worry, when I go back, I will tell everything to Shimi. Right now, I won't get hurt so easily. Yin looked at his helpless and shy expression, smiling as she suddenly vanished before him. Shimi! He stared in shock as she disappeared, truly vanishing along with her presence, all in the blink of an eye. He stood dazed in the room, his kimono wide open, precariously hanging off his shoulders, completely bewildered. Blinking, he turned to see himself in the mirror. Through the faint moonlight, Shimi's eyes widened as he leaned closer to the mirror. Trembling, he touched his neck, his forehead throbbing, and with a forceful grip, the mirror cracked. That idiot! How could she do this in such an obvious place? His face flushed red as he covered the right side of his neck with his hand, letting out a deep breath after a long moment. Sitting on the floor and carelessly tossing the cracked mirror aside, he rested his arms in front of him, mumbling softly, not a dream, she really came back. Slowly returning to the tatami mat, he hugged a pillow, burying his face in the blanket, revealing half of his flushed face, his eyes looking at the doorway. So, what does she really mean? She kissed and ran away, not giving a single word. What does it mean that she came for him? From the underworld? A god? And what about that terrifying height, almost the same as his, along with that mature appearance? What's going on? Shimi irritably scratched his head, fidgeting for a long time, and in his dazed state, he was vaguely comforted by an embrace, the pleasant scent of fur filling his nostrils. After Yin soothed him to sleep, she propped her head up and looked at him for a while, quietly admiring his sleeping face with a smile on her lips. She reached out to touch his face and brushed against his slightly swollen lips, feeling embarrassed and quickly withdrawing her hand to touch her own nose instead. Maybe she had gone a bit overboard. 06 jumped in from the window, giving her a disapproving look. Yin smiled faintly, quickly got up, and took 06 away. Disappearing into the room. Sitting on her bed, she quietly sipped her tea, listening to 06's relentless criticism of her actions. Yin, what are you thinking? You're such a scumbag. Really a scumbag. You scumbag, ancient god bastard. Yin was baffled by the criticism. How did she become the bad one? Wasn't she quite devoted? What did I do? Look at you, making a big fuss like a firecracker, making all that noise. At least tell me the reason. If I have to die, at least let me die with my eyes closed, right? Suddenly, 06 quieted down, and then it was as if Belial had possessed her, as she lunged forward and poked Yin's face with a soft pink cushion. How can you still have the face to say that? Do you really like him? If you really like him, why don't you just kiss him? You pervert. Huh? Yin grabbed its fate by the back of its neck, looking at it like a fool, pointing at itself. I not obvious? The Q version of a person and a cat stared at each other, and the air became quiet. 06 flared up. What the hell is obvious? Can you at least blush once? Can you act a little more like a girl? You're so good at hiding your emotions. Are you a Ninja Turtle? Yin. No. She couldn't hold it in either, mainly because of her age and experience. She just wanted to feel like a young girl, blushing and having her heart race, but she couldn't get excited. In the end, because 06 was too annoying, Yin threw him out the window, and only then did the room quiet down. Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, resting her chin in her hand and gazing at the moon, deep in thought. Had she really been so subtle before? No, it was quite obvious, wasn't it? 06 expressed. Obviously, what a joke. She yawned, convinced that she had clearly let the other person know her feelings, and crossed out. Yin snuggled into her blanket. After covering herself snugly, she hugged her pillow and fell asleep. The next day, Quangjin looked at Shimi with a ghostly expression as he came out of the room, buttoning up his shirt, especially the collar. His neck was covered tightly, and when he stared at Shimi's slightly swollen lips, Quangjin nearly popped his eyes out. Shimi's ears turned red, and he glared at Quangjin fiercely, saying, "What are you looking at, you idiot Quangjin? If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out." Quangjin leaned closer, staring hard at him, making Shimi break out in a cold sweat. He pointed at Shimi's chest and exclaimed, "Shimi, something's off with you. You actually buttoned up." Shimi instantly exploded in anger and punched him on the head, shouting, "Shut up! Stop meddling in my business. Hurry up and finish your meal so we can go." "You idiot. Quangjin, my head hurts." While eating, Quangjin noticed the change in Shimi. Looking at him, it felt like after a good sleep, Shimi had returned to his former self. The gloomy, lifeless aura was gone, replaced by a much better mood. His expression was more genuine too. How strange. When Quangjin went to settle the bill, Shimi glanced at the staircase and happened to see Yin coming down wearing a mask, his eyes lighting up. Yin raised her hand, holding a mask that revealed her red lips, and made a shushing gesture towards him. With a casual smile at the corners of her lips, she walked up to him. The height difference between them was only 5 centimeters, and Yin only needed to slightly lift her head to kiss his lips. Before he could react, she quickly placed a kiss at the corner of his lips and softly whispered in his ear, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Good morning kiss." Yin put on a mask and walked past him, leaving the inn. Jimmy stood in place, blushing all over, with steam rising from his head. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes awkwardly looking elsewhere. He was really impressed. Before Quangjin returned, he looked around and confirmed that it was still early, and there were only the two of them in the lobby, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one saw. Chapter 55. Meeting with production house Yaozai late at night. Yin yawned, with dissipating evil spirits at his feet, and held a long knife made of the same material as the Sunwell blade in his hand. Yin glanced at the knife in her hand that was expressing dissatisfaction madly, raised her hand to scratch her face, and said, all right. I know you're not happy about using this divine weapon to chop up this garbage. Just bear with it. This is where we chop these things. 06 landed beside her, licking its paws, and she thought she should quickly wipe the phoenix, otherwise it would get too angry. Yin took a puff from the corner of her lips and performed a cleansing technique to clean the knife. The divine weapon has its own spirit and consciousness. The long knife is named Phoenix, entirely jet black, with carvings of a phoenix soaring in the sky on the blade. And there are 2 blood slots near the back of the knife. It is called the Phoenix Battle Knife, and when wielded, one can see the phantom of a phoenix bathed in flames. 06 walked beside her, with the knife at her waist, her hands resting behind her head, gazing at the starry sky. Let us go see some familiar faces. It's time to show up in front of him. Are you talking about the super gentle lord? Yes. Yin looked into the distance, and the image of Shiki Y Zai, like a father, appeared in her mind, along with his care and protection for her. She couldn't help but smile more deeply. Have you brought the spiritual spring water you prepared? Of course. I filled up a full 500 pounds. Cloud smoke, take it easy. Yin suddenly looked down at it, holding it under its armpit and facing it directly, and shook it wildly. After the shock, Yin let out a nauseating high pitch unique to Xinyi. Are you crazy? My spiritual spring only has 1 pound of water after 1,000 years. You just drank 500 pounds in one go. That is the only divine quality spiritual spring in the 3,000 great worlds. Do you understand divine quality? That is the spiritual spring that appeared at the beginning of the world in ancient times. A normal human can live a healthy life for 1,000 years just by drinking 5 milliliters of undiluted water. You brought so much. Are you trying to help them become immortals in the future? 06 soul was thrown aside, and Yin seemed to lose all color. She could already imagine that the spiritual spring probably had very little water left. Rubbing her face, she thought, fine, if it's drunk, then let it be. It could be made into medicine to help save people. Feeling disheartened, she began to consider how much could be added to the medicine and how much water would be needed to dilute it for ordinary people to consume. She was having a tough time. She kicked 06, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. All right, get up quickly, we need to hurry. 06 immediately sprang up, nuzzling against her leg in a flattering manner. Yin silently brushed it aside, and a person and a cat walked towards the Kanemitsu residence. Along the way, with 06 leading, divine power concealed their presence, allowing them to walk in nonchalantly. This also explained why Kanemitsu Y Zai never allowed the Hashira to guard him. He never felt particularly important and certainly didn't think it was right for main combatants like the Hashira to act as his protectors. Kanemitsu Y Zai caressed the Nichiren blade that Yin had once possessed, and a figure appeared outside the door. He gently spoke, and after breaking the curse, his eyes, which could see, shimmered with a hint of moisture. His gaze held subtle joy and nervousness, and his voice remained soft. Yin, is that you? The door opened, and Yin stepped inside, sitting cross-legged with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, I'm back. Kanemitsu Y Zai looked at her, clearly surprised by her current appearance. Yin scratched her head and chuckled. Sorry. Did I scare you with how I used to look? Actually, I shouldn't be that scary like this. It's just that I'm a bit taller now. Kanemitsu Y Zai shook his head with a smile. Not at all, just a little surprised. I have long known that Yin is not a child of the Kanemitsu family, and I'm aware of your differences. If possible, could you tell me about yourself? I would like to understand you better. Yin nodded, naturally willing, and she came for this purpose. She decisively, briefly explained her origins and background to him, handing over the spring water while reminding him how to use it, in addition to what they could drink. There was also a portion that could be added to the healing medicine. Chanshu Yaozai looked at the spring water in front of him, then raised his head to look at Yin, who seemed lazy but was actually suppressing the killing aura around her so as not to frighten him. Did you destroy the graves in the garden? Yin awkwardly scratched his head and said, this is my fault, sorry. Araki Waya smiled gently and replied, it's okay. Being alive is more important than anything. Then he stood up, bent down towards her, and sincerely said, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Yin swiftly dodged his bow. In terms of age, she was an ancient god over 30,000 years old, but she simply did not want to accept it, purely not wanting to see him bend down in this manner. The Blood Phantom Emperor was born to be reckless and did things according to his own whims, regardless of race or identity. Yin beckoned with his finger, and Yashiki Waya felt a gentle force straightening his body. Yin propped his chin up, looking helpless. My intentions? My lord, you already understand. I only hope that you can keep my matters confidential for now. Once I handle some things, I will return. Yasiki Yanachiriliagarev. Then he thought of Shimi and calmly spoke. Can we tell him about that child, Shimi? And what about Chi name? Ever since you left, she has been quite down. Yunyan awkwardly scratched his face and said, about that I already knew. As for Chitos, let's not tell her for now. If necessary, I will go see her myself. Erika Yoshiki, you revealed a knowing smile and said, I see. The two chatted for a while longer, and when Yunyan got up to leave, Erika Yoshiki, you called her back. She turned around in confusion and made eye contact with him. Erika Yoshiki, you smiled gently and stood up, saying, it might be a bit late to say this, but whether you are Kikuno Kuni Yunyan or the deity Nank Yunyan, his face carried a gentle smile, and his eyes were filled with affection for her as he softly said, welcome home, Yunyan. Yunyan's eyes widened slightly, and then a gentle and relaxed smile appeared on her face. After Yunyan left, Tianyin opened the door. Behind her, Shimi entered and knelt in front of Chanshu Yaozai. Today, it was his turn. He heard their entire conversation without missing a word, and with Chanshu Yaozai's translation, Shimi completely understood everything. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for someone. The matter of Yunyan's return was kept a secret by the three of them. Chapter 56. Encountering my wife Zenitsu. Since she hasn't officially made her appearance yet, Yunyan did not return to the ice mansion, but instead wandered around. The first thing she did was head straight to her favorite dessert shop. It was an old shop in the Tokyo area, and she heard that they recently released a new cream cake, which made Yunyan's eyes light up. Cream cake is great. Holding the still half-asleep 06, she ran off, almost wishing she could fly. However, pets weren't allowed inside, so 06 was left at the door, exposed to the cold wind, looking confused. 06. Yunyan is not someone who enjoys eating alone, so she simply bought 2 pieces of cake and a cup of coffee. 06 lay on her shoulder, and Yunyan chose to stay nearby, with 1 person and 1 cat sitting indoors enjoying the cake. Yunyan leaned by the window, sipping coffee and glancing at the bustling street outside. Today is another peaceful day. Yunyan, did you come here just to eat a cake? What else? There's nothing here that attracts me. I heard that Fushushin and Ihei have a collaboration mission here. The clouds are as steady as Mount Tai. Took a sip of coffee. Just a coincidence. 06, do I believe you on this? Cloud smoke tactically diverts attention. However, this time it really is just to eat a cake. Experiencing the prosperity of the city, which definitely can't compare to what she saw before. Yunyan strolled casually down the street with her hands behind her back, feeling carefree like a person enjoying life. Recently, she hadn't been anywhere in particular. As she walked, she heard the sounds of beating coming from an alley and curiously leaned in to take a look. A group of delinquents had surrounded someone on the ground, punching and kicking a person who was covering their head. How do you think about her? You worthless trash. Hurry up and die. They shouted. You broke fool. Do you really think you can take her away with just a little bit of money? Have you lost your mind? The curses and insults continuously fell into Yunyan's ears. The boy on the ground was young and unable to withstand the adult's beating. He could only helplessly protect his head, curled up on the ground, crying softly and repeatedly apologizing. Yunyan stood straight, quietly watching them, and walked to their backs. Being taller than these people, she looked down at them. Her golden eyes shone brightly, but there was a layer of frost in their depths as she coldly spoke. What are you doing? The little gangsters turned their heads in response to her voice, exclaiming, What dares to interrupt us? As they turned, they were met with Yunyan's murderous gaze. Her cold and beautiful face filled with a chilling aura. One could faintly see the white mist escaping from the corners of her lips. 06 squatted on the wall, shaking its head helplessly. Yunyan absolutely hated situations like this the most. Yunyan grabbed one of the thugs by the wrist, preventing the stick in his hand from falling. The veins on her hand bulged, and with such force, she directly crushed the thug's bone. Listening to his scream, Yunyan slowly looked around at the group of thugs, scaring them so much that they sat down on the ground. With her red lips slightly parted, she uttered a single word, get lost, as if granted amnesty. Tears and snot covered the faces of the thugs as they scrambled away. Looking at the person on the ground who was twitching, Yunyan crouched down and gently poked him. Hey, are you still alive? The person on the ground slowly opened his eyes, staring at her delicate yet expressionless face. And suddenly tears streamed down his face. Wah. Thank you. Really thank you. But why? I clearly did nothing. Why do this to me? Boo-hoo. Why did you deceive me? I've managed to live alone here until I was 15. I clearly didn't provoke anyone. Why bully me? In an instant, Yunyan felt a tremendous shockwave hit his ears and brain, buzzing in his ears. 06 was knocked off the wall with a loud shout, its eyes turning into the shape of mosquito coils. Wait a minute. Stop crying for now. Yunyan raised his hand, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What is going on with this little ghost? Why can he hit such a high note? Wait a minute. Yunyan looked at him with lowered eyes and suddenly understood. Oh, this guy's my husband, San, so it's not surprising. With a helpless sigh, she realized that this guy's dirty high notes were powerful. But she didn't expect them to be this damaging. However, he really was unfortunate. A kind child encountered a disgusting bad person. She raised her hand and rubbed his head. Speaking gently, don't cry, you just had bad luck this time and met a bad person. Next time, don't trust others so easily, even if it's a boy. You need to protect yourself. San, he stared blankly at her, his brilliant golden eyes filled with soft, fragmented light, as if he saw his mother. Even though he had no clear memories of her, yet he could still remember that blurry, gentle gaze and warm embrace. Yunyan sighed, holding him in her embrace, gently comforting him, her fingers wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. What's your name? She knew, but pretended not to. I am Tanjiro Kamado. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Is that so? It's a very gentle name, Tanjiro. Can I call you that? Tanjiro was working so hard all by himself, living so strongly until now. What a capable and good child. Don't cry. There are still many beautiful and kind people in this world. Be strong. Tanjiro obediently nestled in her arms, tears falling softly, feeling so gentle and warm. After calming him down, Yunyan asked about his situation, took him to the place where he was in debt, helped him pay off his debts, and also gave him a bag of silver coins. Squatting in front of him, she rubbed his head. Just live well from now on. There is still a lot of happiness waiting for you. Yunyan stood up, turned around, and left. Sean, he held the money bag, watching her departing figure. Tears welled up again, but he held them back with determination. He awkwardly called out to her, "Hey, big sister, I want to know your name. And, can I see you again?" Yunyan turned around, gave him a gentle smile, thought for a moment, and finally said the name. "My name is Jigwe Yunyan. I will definitely." Zenitsu watched her leave, his eyes shining. Jigwe Yunyan. He blushed, wiped away his tears forcefully, and hugged the money pouch tightly. He would not disappoint his sister's expectations. He would definitely live well. For sure, he would definitely wait for the happiness she spoke of. The future would also be true happiness, training every day until he felt like dying. But fortunately, he had his favorite grandfather, the former Hashira, Sanada Kazuguro. Chapter 57. The warm breeze of late autumn remains. It was already autumn, the season of falling leaves. Yunyan, wearing a jade girl mask and holding an umbrella, stood in the rain curtain at the street corner, watching the passers-by. 06 sat at her feet, licking its paws. It was already close to evening, and there were only a few pedestrians left on the street, most of whom had already gone home. Yunyan looked at the distant road, holding a bag in her hand. The heavy rain had turned into a light drizzle, and a figure was running towards the street corner. The white hair was damp from the rain, and Yunyan curled her lips, bending down to take a towel out of the bag. Shimi ran towards her, his face filled with urgency and concern. He stopped in front of her, his usual fierce expression replaced, and although his tone was somewhat irritable, every word was filled with care. "Are you an idiot? Waiting for me here in the rain? It's already late autumn. Don't you know it's windy and cold on rainy days? What will you do if you catch a cold?" Yunyan handed him a towel, then took out another one and lifted her hand to wipe his dripping hair. "It's okay. The rain won't fall on me, and the cold wind won't blow on me. God won't get sick, because I'm worried about you. I waited here so I could see you first." Shimi's face turned red, and her gaze awkwardly drifted elsewhere. Although her body was stiff, she still stood still obediently, allowing her to wipe her hair. He reached out and held her wrist, the slightly cool touch making him frown. "TSK, your wrist is still so cold even though the wind doesn't reach it? Don't wipe it for now. Didn't we say we were going to eat cake? Let's go, or else they'll close soon." Yunyan bit her lip, watching him take the bag from her hand and walk ahead. His large hand gripping her wrist was very warm, and he didn't want to let go. Allowing him to pull her along, Yunyan poked his back. Inside the bag were dry clothes. "Let's go to the bathroom to change first at the store. Wearing wet clothes will make you catch a cold." "Oh, got it." Yunyan sat at the dining table, watching Shimi come out in a blue-green bamboo pattern kimono, draped in the black haori she had chosen. She was also holding a bag with her soak team uniform inside. A knife was placed beside the table, and Shimi casually sat next to her, arms crossed, looking at the desserts on the table. In addition to the must-have hagi cakes, there were other strange and unusual cakes. Yunyan looked at the menu, her head filled with question marks. "What is this strawberry, cilantro, egg, and milk cake? Huh? It sounds like dark cuisine. Can this thing be eaten?" Shimi leaned over, and the two stared at the strange dessert on the menu, completely bewildered. Unable to resist their curiosity, they still ordered a serving. When the cake was brought to the table, The two were stunned, cold sweat pouring down. It was as if they could see a terrifying, screaming face on the cake. Yin, as she silently pushed the plate of cake away. Both of them tacitly picked up a piece of rice cake to eat. After finishing the others, only this one was left. Since she had already bought it, Yin thought, "Anyway, I am a god and won't get food poisoning," so she decided to have a taste. Shimi took the fork from her hand, pierced a piece, and said, "I'll eat it first, so this thing doesn't make you sick." Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, watching him take a big bite, then observing his face change from pale to green and then back to pale. Shimi suddenly got up and rushed to the bathroom, and it took a long time for him to come back, holding 2 large cups of matcha. Yin swallowed hard. Is this really so deadly? Shimi seemed to lose color, his eyes twitching. What kind of weapon is this? It could even kill ghosts. Yin thought for a moment and deemed it feasible. So from then on, she had an additional hidden weapon at her disposal. One that was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Walking down the street at night, Shimi had his hands in his pockets while Yin walked beside him, the two of them silent. Until they reached the inn, Shimi turned to look at her, clicked his tongue, and blushed as he pulled her into his embrace. "I'm leaving. Since you're coming back, make sure to return early. I don't want to wait any longer." Yin suddenly fell into his warm and broad embrace, froze for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his waist. How Shimi blushed and let her go, watching her enter. Only after she opened the window of her room and waved at him did he take the bag filled with clothes and leave. 06 looked at her speechlessly, saying, "After several months, without any contact, we finally meet once, and all we do is eat a dessert and hug?" Yin looked at it in confusion. "What else? What can we do?" 06. Hugging and lifting high. "Damn it. Isn't he free tomorrow? Let's go out on a date. Staying over is fine too. You old stubborn blockhead." Yin. The chibi Yin, with bean-like eyes, looks at it with disdain. "What are you saying? Words of tiger and wolf. Is her head drowned in yellow waste?" The words of 06 are beyond the level for her as an ancient god, and for Shimi, a man from the Taisho era. The smoke instantly drifted 8 feet away from it. "Hey, you boundaryless artificial idiot. Stay away from me. Your thoughts are too filthy, aren't they?" 06. "Fine. It's its fault. This broken mouth is unnecessary to talk. It's not like you're drunk and acting lewd, ugh." Yin yawned, changed into his clothes, went to wash up, and fell asleep immediately. 06 sulked beside him. Shimi returned to the Feng residence, and under Kwang Jin's astonished gaze, he changed his clothes and carefully folded them away. He then took the clothes from the bag to wash, took a shower, and walked back to his room, drying his hair. Kwang Jin looked at the neatly folded clothes with a puzzled expression. "Shimi, did you not only have a meal on your way back, but also buy a set of clothes?" Shimi stiffened, scratched his face, and mumbled a few vague responses, putting the clothes in the cabinet. Kwang Jin crossed his arms, squinting his eyes, feeling that something was off. Extremely off. "Shimi, spill it. You little rascal." Shimi felt cold sweat running down his back under Kwang Jin's intense stare. But since he promised the Lord and Yin not to reveal Yin's current situation, he pressed his lips together and looked elsewhere. After a long while, Kwang Jin patted his shoulder, wearing a look of understanding and satisfaction. "You finally came out. Got a girlfriend? Oh, come on, we're close. Just say it. I want to laugh at you. Where's that girl from? When will you bring her to meet me?" Shimi, angry. "No way. Is it that there are too few tasks lately? Are you very free now? How about we go have a practice match first?" Shimi, embarrassed and angry, made Kwang Jin break out in a cold sweat, and he waved his hands wildly. "Aha, calm down. Just take it easy. All right, I won't gossip anymore." After calming down the furious Shimi, Kwang Jin smiled gently. "But really, it's so good to see you back to your old self. You have no idea. I was really worried during that time." Shimi quieted down, slightly lowering his head, thinking about how he used to be, and softly said, "Oh." The two chatted for a while, then Kwang Jin returned to his own room to rest. Shimi looked at the moon outside and slowly lay down. A girlfriend? He didn't even know what their relationship was now. Shimi glanced at the letter on the table, one he had written a long time ago. He had finally mustered the courage to think about sending it out that day, no matter the outcome. He would be her strongest support. But then he received an urgent task, and he had to postpone sending the letter. After that, events plunged him into despair. Later, she returned in a new identity and posture, but that letter remained on the table. The letter paper was neatly placed inside the envelope, and the outside of the envelope hadn't even been written on. The passionate and naive feelings of youth were hidden away. Shimi pressed his lips together, burying his face in the pillow. No matter what, when she comes back, he would give her the letter, remembering what happened that night when Yin was drunk. His hand involuntarily touched his lips. That guy, what does it all mean? Chapter 58, Goodbye, Chinami. Meeting the waning crescent, Zero Yuko sitting inside, drinking hot tea, with snacks on the table and an incense burner beside him releasing fragrant smoke. Yin was wearing an undergarment in the inn's room, one hand propping up her head and the other holding a book, lying sideways on the tatami mat. 06 was curled up nearby, sleeping. Outside, the yellowing leaves were falling with the autumn breeze, and Yin glanced out the window. Winter was approaching again. 06 lifted her head, yawning sleepily, stretching herself like a cat. Lying on her back with her belly up, lazily, she said, Yin, aren't you going out for a stroll? We've been cooped up here for several days. It feels like we're about to get moldy. Yin glanced at it lightly, casually tossing aside the book in her hand, and decided to go out. She actually picked up the clothes nearby, dressed herself, tucked a knife at her waist, and threw a large cloak over her shoulders. 06 quickly jumped on her shoulder, and the pair of them walked out the door. At the corner, Yin put on a Jade Maiden mask to hide her appearance. Standing on the street, Yin tilted her head to look at the wagashi shop not far away. It was the woman who had been warned and rejected before. However, the person standing at the door made it impossible for Yin to move her feet. It had only been a little over a year since she left. But had the girl who resembled a little son become so similar to her back then? Shikimi now looked just like the Yin of the past. Her once adorable and sunny doll-like face now cold as ice. With a frosty expression, dressed in a white and blue snowflower haori. Her eyes exuded a chilling, killing intent. Standing in front of the woman who had cursed Yin, she raised her hand, grabbed the woman's collar, and pulled her close. Coldly scolding, "Do you dare to say it again?" The woman widened her eyes, looking at her in terror. Shikimi's expressionless face had veins bulging and pulsing slowly. Her voice hoarse, as if she was a beast ready to pounce and tear her throat out. "Say it again." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she trembled. "Why, yes, I'm sorry. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare. Please, please." Shikimi let out a cold laugh, releasing her grip and watching the woman fall to the ground, her eyes filled with disdain. "With you, you're not even worth a single hair, my master. Mr. Busokawa, why would he look at you? If you enjoy daydreaming, then just curl up like a turtle and do it yourself. Stop disgusting others. If I hear you insult my master again, even if I'm expelled for violating team rules, I will cut you down." Shikimi no longer looked at her and turned to leave, but in her seemingly calm eyes, there was hidden malice. The woman watched her retreating figure, her face twisted in rage, and without thinking, she knew how to curse her in her heart. Yin watched her departing figure and sighed softly. Indeed, did it really have such an impact on that child? Yin watched as the crow with a snowflake-patterned necklace landed on her shoulder, shouting about the direction of the task. And she followed it with concern. 06 was perched on her shoulder, wagging its tail. It turned back, its cat-like eyes gazing eerily at the woman crying on the ground. A flash of cold light passing through. How dare she curse Yin as if she were tired of living. Turning back, a wisp of black aura floated out and entered the woman's body. Such a wicked being. It might as well be drawn to ghosts, transformed into one, and then be beheaded. Yin kept a safe distance, following Qian Na Mei to her mission location. Sitting on a tree trunk, watching her decisively behead the evil spirit. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. As expected of her stepson, just look at this swift and decisive knife technique and this nearly perfect breathing technique. While he was still nodding in satisfaction, a figure suddenly jumped out. Yin frowned slightly. That thing. Chuan Na Mei was already on high alert, and the moment that thing darted out, she quickly moved aside. A corpse, still dripping with fresh blood and appearing to be a puppet under control, stood right in front of her. Chuan Na Mei tightened her grip on the knife, sensing the thick aura of ghosts, and cautiously watched the corpse before her. Huh, did it miss? It really did. From the shadows, a white-haired girl stepped out, with a pair of pale horns on her forehead, and 2 red stripes on each side of her cheeks. In her crimson eyes, grayish-white pupils bore inscriptions. Lower Moon 2. Because 1 was cut down by Fenggu and Quangjin, 2 was cut down by the elder brother, and the original 3 and 4 were eliminated by Yin before. So this one leveled up. Emphasizing, this is a private setting. Private setting. Yin slowly sat up straight, her hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of the knife. Her eyes behind the mask staring unblinkingly. 06 lowered her claws and looked down at Qianami under the tree, hidden claws protruding as they gripped the trunk. Qianami looked at her, the hatred in her eyes seemingly solidifying. That damned evil demon bastard. Cloud smoke. The face behind the smoky mask seemed to smile, yet not smile, with veins on the forehead pulsating. Who the hell taught her precious disciple to swear? Her disciple is only 14 years old. 14 years old. Taking a deep breath to control her anger, the face behind the mask was filled with displeasure. She must find out who it is and give that person a good beating. Shiranui, the culprit Shimi. Zero Yuko chuckled ominously, raising her hand to crush the corpse, shaking off the blood on her hands. It seems you are more suited to be my new toy. Chitose smiled coldly. Is that so? That is really infuriating. Ice breath, fourth form, frost quenching. Chitose took the initiative to attack, while Zero Yuko laughed and dodged, pressing against her back, breathing into her ear, and gently caressing her cheek. Sharp nails sliced through her face, and Chitose turned and kicked to create distance, raising her hand to wipe the blood from her face. She gripped her knife and glared at Zero Yuko, who tilted her head and licked the blood from her fingertips. The taste is nice, your blood. Chitose ground her molars and charged forward again with her knife, still using the fourth form. Zero Yuko seemed to be playing with her. Chitose couldn't hurt her. To defend herself, she flipped her hand and unleashed the first form, Ice Lotus. As Zero Yuko mocked her, she suddenly lunged forward with the second form, Nine Nights Cold Bloom. Zero Yuko looked at her torn sleeve and the wound on her arm, suddenly losing patience. Chitose, taking advantage of her speed, tried to sneak attack while Zero Yuko was unprepared, but her body suddenly froze, her steps faltering as she fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. How could this be? Why can't my body move? Zero Yuko laughed as she squatted in front of her, raising a finger. I forgot to tell you. My blood demon technique can paralyze the body, and it's also highly toxic. She raised her hand, gripping Chitose's neck and lifting her up, grinning wickedly. Obediently go die, and then become my new toy. Chitose gritted her teeth, gripping the knife with all her strength, swinging it fiercely. Ice breath, second form, Nine Nights Cold Bloom. Zero Yuko effortlessly blocked her attack, gripping her hand that held the knife and twisting it hard, causing the knife to fall to the ground. Zero Yuko tilted her head, looking displeased. Oh, what a disobedient puppet. It seems your arm is no longer needed. Chitose's vision blurred, her grip on Zero Yuko's wrist loosening. Master, I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I've only learned 4 forms, but have stagnated. Master, I'm going to disappoint you. I can't fulfill my promise to live well. I'm sorry. Mr. Korea, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you to eat hot pot. I'm sorry. I have to break my promise. Chapter 59. Yunyan makes a move to save. Master and disciple reunite. Zero Yuko grinned wickedly. Suddenly, everything turned crimson. The hand gripping Chitose broke, the arm flying away, followed by a sharp pain in her abdomen, as she was instantly sent flying, crashing through several trees before heavily landing on the ground. Chitose fell into a warm embrace, inhaling the refreshing fragrance deeply embedded in her memories. Yunyan held her with one hand, allowing her to lean against him, while his other hand grasped the divine artifact, the phoenix. The blood of the ghost dripped down the blade, falling to the ground. 06 jumped down from the tree, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, giant black panther, slowly walking to Yunyan's side, shielding her beneath him, with a pair of eyes hauntingly staring at the twisted Zero Yuzi. Chitose struggled to open her eyes, coughing repeatedly as she looked at the suddenly appearing figure, and for some reason, her heart raced. Trembling, she tightly grasped Yunyan's clothing, her eyes slightly widening, as if carrying a certain obsession, her injured throat unable to produce sound. Her gaze was expectant, filled with inquiry. Who are you? Yunyan did not look at her, while Chianabi stared at the mask on her face, seemingly trying to see her true appearance through the mask. Ling Yuzi stood up in anger, and bulging lumps appeared where her 2 severed arms had been, as her arms regenerated. Who are you? You have such audacity to dare to hurt me. The veins on the face under the smoke mask throbbed, and then gradually calmed down. She raised her hand to remove the mask, and in the moonlight, China Mei's eyes widened as she clearly saw her appearance, tears instantly welling up in her beautiful eyes. Yunyan looked down at her, feeling both helpless and heartbroken. He then glanced at 06 behind him, saying, "This child is now in your hands. Take good care of her. If she loses even a single hair, I'll pull yours out." 06 replied, "What about the hair she loses herself? Do those count too?" 06 dutifully wrapped her tail around the poisoned and injured Qian, letting her rest on his back. Yunyan had a smile on her face, but the joy in her eyes didn't reach the depths of her gaze. There was a flickering flame of anger burning faintly in her eyes. Regarding your question, I think your disdainful boss must have already exploded in anger about a year and a half ago, right? Ling Yuzi suddenly froze, staring at her face. and suddenly thought of that night when Kibutsuji Musen was enraged by the death of Tamayo. She looked at Yunyin in disbelief, her voice trembling. Impossible. You should be dead. Yunyin tilted her head. That's true. However, the gods have more than one body. Ling Yuzi's pupils constricted for a moment, and in that instant, her consciousness was stripped away, but it quickly returned to normal. The smoke curls up to my lips. That coward is indeed peeking behind like a rat in a gutter. Yunyin waved the knife to shake off the blood. Nami, I'm sorry. I am an incompetent master. I actually didn't teach you well and left you for so long. Yunyin turned her back to her, a smile on her face, veins bulging, but her voice remained as gentle as ever. Next, you need to watch closely Ice Breath, 6th form, Ice Phantom Dragon Roar. The frost giant dragon accompanied by the blade strike. In almost an instant, the slash twisted and turned, instantly cutting Ling Yuzi into several segments, his head flying off and rolling to the ground. She shook off the blood from the blade and sheathed it. Yunyin looked back with a faint smile. The icicle, Kikuku Yunyin. This name should be very familiar to you, scum, right? She smiled, falling into the gradually dissipating eyes of Ling Yuzi, like a demon. After all, I single-handedly killed the upper moon demon, and there are 2 lower moon demons left. Oh, counting you, that's 3. Ling Yuzi's pupils trembled violently. The gray-white pupils lost their luster, becoming extremely sinister. Yunyin smiled, revealing 8 teeth. Oh, Kibutsuji Musen, are you satisfied with your little peep? Don't worry, we will meet again. After all, hell is beckoning you. Zero Yuko completely vanished before their eyes, and Shinami watched her, tears streaming down her face, finally crying out in a hoarse voice. She longed to call out to her master, to express her feelings of longing and sorrow, but her throat was injured and she couldn't speak. Yunyin suddenly appeared on the ground, hugging Shinami and gently stroking the back of her head, wiping away the tears from her face. Good child, don't cry anymore. Your master is back. Shinami used all her strength to hold her tightly, crying in her arms like a lost child who had finally returned home. Once she calmed down, she looked at Yunyin with a confused expression. Why has my master become so tall? My master seems even more beautiful. What puzzled her even more was that she had clearly seen her master as body buried. Why was she appearing now? Could it be? Shinami widened her eyes. Was the master before her ghost? Yunyin, who completely understood her expression. Yunyin looked speechless, feeling very headache. While treating her wound, she explained. After a long while, Qianyi finally understood, looking at her with bright eyes. Sure enough, she was right all along. The master is indeed a fairy. Yunyin, no, that thing is just a maid in her palace. Really at a loss with her own disciple's way of thinking, Yunyin helplessly rubbed her head. Holding Kaitasimi, she made 06 shrink a little to a normal Black Panther size, carrying the 2 of them towards the butterfly house. While comforting Kaitasimi, she used her divine power to help her detoxify. Nami, you've worked hard these days. Congratulations, you've successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps, completing the first step of your dream. Kaitasimi rubbed her eyes, snuggling in her embrace. Yunyin looked at the distance to the butterfly house, which was still a few kilometers away, and told 06 to stop. She flipped over and landed on the ground, while Qianyi looked at her in confusion. Yunyin smiled gently, pinching the baby fat still lingering on her face. I'm not suitable to show up right now. This guy is called 06. You can think of it as a spirit beast. It will take you to the butterfly house and will stay by your side to protect you. Chana May nervously tugged at her sleeve, her eyes questioning where she was going. Yunyin helplessly rubbed her head. I won't leave. It won't be long before I return. Be good and take care of your injuries. Once you're healed, I will come and pick you up and take you home. Chana May stopped being stubborn and reluctantly glanced at her before being taken to the butterfly house by 06. The butterfly house received a huge shock that night. 06 obediently lay in the yard napping, while Shimi and Kwang Jin hurried over after hearing about Chana May's injury. Both of them were still in their pajamas, clearly having rushed and forgotten change. They breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that Chana May was okay. Kwang Jin had sweat streaming down his face and was supported by Shimi, his legs feeling weak. Thank goodness, it's fine. You really scared me to death. Shimi was more anxious, almost letting Yunyan's disciple perish. Frustrated, he scratched his messy hair and wondered where that little girl's crow had gone. Weren't they supposed to inform him whenever this guy went on a mission? He almost got eaten by 06, and now Yin was holding him by the wings, threatening him not to reveal her whereabouts. Chana May's crow, you two are really something. What a shame you're not a couple. Both are living daddies. Chapter 60. Early winter invitation. Yin looked at the table, where there was obviously a brand new carved jade pendant, still in the style of snowflakes, but with an added twist resembling flirtation. Supporting her chin, with the corners of her lips curling up, she reached out to hang the jade pendant at her waist. Looking out the window, tears in her eyes, Lord Yin, we've finally met. You're still alive? It's truly wonderful. Yin rubbed its head and apologized, making Long feel sad. Long shook its head, saying, "You're okay. That's the most important thing." It already knew about Yin's situation and felt a sense of luck in its heart, thinking, as long as it's Lord Yin, that's all that matters, regardless of whether she is human or divine. It still wanted to convey messages for her, deliver gifts for her, and be by her side. Yin took a necklace out of a wooden box beside her, a black cord woven with cyan threads, strung with a snowflake made of obsidian-like stone. On either side of the snowflake, there is an 8-pointed star and a swirl-like embellishment. Please have Long pass this to Shimi-ji and tell him that when I'm not by his side, this will protect him in my stead. I understand, Lord Yin. Yin looked at it, gently stroking its back feathers. In the next moment, it lowered its head, its neck sinking down to take a look, its bean-shaped eyes sparkling with surprise. Around its neck, it wore a crystal necklace, with deep blue crystals carved into snowflakes, adorned with crescent moons. This is a gift I gave to Long. Do you like it? Long lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against her palm, saying, I like it very much. Thank you, Lady Yin. Yin retracted her hand, watching it fly away, and said faintly, take it slow on the road, have a safe journey. Looking at the sky, after entering winter, the outside was often accompanied by biting cold winds. Closing the doors and windows, Yin snuggled back into her warm bed, a look of enjoyment on her face. Indeed, winter and a cozy blanket are a perfect match. The next day, at Fengjai Daoist Temple, the Force training team members had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, staring intently at the necklace around Shimi's neck. Shimi's forehead throbbed with veins, and with a swing of the wooden sword in his hand, the sound of slicing through the air snapped these team members back to reality. What are you looking at? Is my neck that good looking? It seems like you all rested well. Get up. You worthless ones who can't even hold a sword properly. Do you want to go out and deliver food to the ghosts? Shimi shouted angrily, causing the team members' souls to almost fly out. One by one, they stood up with sorrowful faces, holding their swords to continue the grueling training. Being beaten unilaterally, looking at the team members collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes, Shimi snorted in dissatisfaction, cursing as he returned to the room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, he slowly sat down, gently rubbing the snowflake pendant on his chest, blushing. Did that guy really understand his meaning and return the favor? Or was this something she had prepared long ago? The more he thought, the redder his face became, and in the end, he didn't know where his thoughts wandered, turning completely crimson. Yin rested her chin on her hand, while Long stood beside her, eating dried meat. Long, do you have any tasks today? No, my Lady Yin. Do you need me to deliver a message? Please help me with a message. If he has time for lunch, ask him to accompany me for a meal. I'll write down the address for you to take. All right, my Lady Yin. Yin stood up and, taking advantage of the time while Long was delivering a message, selected some clothes from her personal space. After looking through everything, she realized that her wardrobe only contained black and white clothing, and she let out a faint sigh. Why is it that there's not a single piece of clothing in a different color? Finally, she spotted a light purple outfit in the corner and picked it up to take a look. It was the color of Shimi's eyes. In a good mood, she changed into it, then chose a white cloak to throw over her shoulders. Lighting some incense, she sat at her desk, sipping tea while waiting for a reply. Note: most of Yin's clothes are the Hanfu style because she is a deity of Hashira, but since she is a chosen warrior, her outfits are mostly form-fitting. Long settled on a tree branch, while below, Shimi was furiously beating up the team members. While hitting them, she was shouting, her entire demeanor resembling one of furious rage, with veins bulging on her face, laughing sinisterly. Long cleared his throat softly a couple of times. Mr. Shimi. Upon hearing Long's uniquely gentle voice, Shimi froze for a moment, then flashed down to the base of the tree. Looking calm, but with a hint of expectation in her eyes, the wooden sword that had just fallen from where she had been standing clattered to the ground. Bouncing a couple of times, the team members who were lying on the ground, beaten and bruised, unable to get up, were like. Shimi looked up at Long on the tree and raised her hand to let him perch on her arm. Gently, she asked, did he ask you to deliver a message? Is there something going on? Long nodded, handing over a letter tied to his leg. To keep it confidential, he used a title instead, saying, that esteemed person asked me to tell you that if you have time at noon, Come have a meal with me. The address is in the letter. After Long finished speaking, his little eyes stared at her, waiting for a response. Shimi blushed and scratched her head, her gaze awkwardly looking to the side, her hand moving to her neck, rubbing it. I got it. I will go. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Long flapped his wings and flew away. Shimi sensed the gazes behind her and abruptly turned her head, glaring at them as if possessed by Belial. The team members jumped in fright, quickly closing their eyes and lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Shimi scoffed, glanced at the sky, and walked towards the house while holding the letter. You guys are lucky this time. Get out of my sight. In an instant, the members of the dojo scrambled out, using their hands and feet to escape. Shimi ignored them, returned indoors, and opened the letter. Sure enough, it contained an address. It was at a new restaurant on the street they often frequented, confirming the location. Shimi stood up to change clothes. Looking at the wooden box on the table, she reached out and tucked it into her arms. Before long, she stepped outside dressed in a deep green kimono, wearing a scarf woven by Yunyin and draped in a winter haori, but she still had a knife at her waist. Meanwhile, Yunyin, having received a response, exited the inn. She was carrying a bag containing the clothes she had chosen for Shimi, a set of winter kimono in a green bamboo pattern. Chapter 61. Officially rejoining the team, the two sat in the restaurant, and Yunyin listened gently as Shimi vented about the poor quality of the recent Demon Slayer team members, each one weaker than the last. Yunyin propped her chin up and, seeing that he had finished venting, reached out to rub his head. You've really worked hard. Haven't you? Come on, don't be angry. I understand you're worried they might die in battle due to their lack of strength, but you should teach them a bit more gently. You need to get along well with everyone. Shimi lowered his head, his face flushed red as he let her mess with his hair. He was so used to having a grim expression that now, feeling too shy, he couldn't control his expression, with veins pulsing on his face. TSK, I get it, he said unexpectedly, responding to Yunyin's words in a very small, muffled voice. Yunyin smiled and brought a piece of honey cake to his mouth. All right, open your mouth. Watching him blush and open his mouth to take a bite of the cake, it was evident that he was becoming more and more flushed. The smile in Yunyin's eyes deepened, truly pure, counting the days. It was almost time for the tragedy to befall Tanjiro's family, and Yunyin chose to return to the team. However, she concealed most of her background identity and rejoined the Demon Slayer Corps as a divine messenger here. As usual, Abayashiki Yoya finished saying what needed to be said, and before leaving, he smiled and announced, Today, there is something special to share with everyone. A past friend has returned to us in a new form. He turned to the door on the right and gently spoke, Yunyin, please come in. Outside the door, as his words fell, the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of short boots with black and gold patterns. Soon after, Yunyin, dressed in black and blue feathered attire, appeared before them. What? Huh? The crowd exclaimed in shock as they watched Yunyin walk in. She smiled and raised her hand. You long time no see. How is everyone? The room fell silent in an instant, and then Yunyin was suddenly embraced by someone. Yunyin helplessly allowed Kanahui and Butterfly Shinobu to hold her and cry, gently stroking each of their heads to comfort them. Come on, don't cry, I'm fine. Didn't I come back safely? It's just that my previous body was a bit weak. After finally calming down the two sisters, she also had to helplessly comfort her own senior brothers and Quanjin. Looking at Miri, who was wiping her tears and softly saying how great it was, Yunyin waved her hand. Miri, with tear stains still on her face, awkwardly walked in front of her. Due to the height difference and Yunyin's cold and beautiful appearance, there was a strong sense of pressure, but her gentle smile dispersed much of the hostility. Yunyin reached out to wipe away the tears on her face, gently ruffling her hair. The last time we met, you were just an ordinary team member, and now you've become a pillar. That's really impressive, and you've worked hard too. Mili sobbed and threw herself into her embrace, saying, Woo, you're okay? That's really great. Yunyin patted her back and looked at the side where Kaijiro Rengoku and Iguro Abanai were, smiling and greeting them. Kaijiro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, Anyway, it's really great to see the girl again. As long as you're okay, Iguro Abanai said with a calm expression, though his eyes showed a hint of happiness. Tobamaru peeked over at her and rubbed against her face. Everyone looked at Shinazugawa, knowing well what he was thinking. At this moment, he was probably the most excited one. However, they found Shinazugawa looking at her with a gentle yet helpless expression, a faint smile on his face. Wait a minute. Helpless? Everyone stared at Shinazugawa, and Kai-Ka, biting on a cloth, with two long tears streaming down his face, spoke softly, Shinazugawa, did you already know Yunyin was back? Shinazugawa scratched his head and replied, Ah, you mean that? Yeah, I knew a long time ago and even met her several times. Everyone, then Kaika, who was closest to Shinazugawa, and Iguro Abanai began to criticize him. Shinazugawa's forehead twitched with veins, and he glared at the two. Two figures flashed by, and Yunyin fell backward, with Shinazugawa quickly getting up to catch her. With a thud, everyone gasped. Shinazugawa hugged Yunyin as they fell to the ground, cushioning her fall, while in her arms were the Takatu brothers. The two wiped their tears and held her tightly. Yunyin was taken aback for a moment, gently rubbing the heads of the two. Have you grown to the point of being pillars? You are both very talented and hard-working children. Wu Yilang was crying in her arms. God, is it because of these things that you became a deity? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her, clearly believing that after she died, she was chosen to become a deity of the underworld, gaining a new body and being able to return to continue exterminating evil spirits and punishing wicked souls. Yunyin, well, how should I put this? Forget it. Let them understand it however they want. Yunyin gave up on explaining. The one who truly knew her identity, Yazaki Waya, smiled but remained silent. That night, he also didn't fully clarify things with Shimi. Because of this identity, Yunyin had reminded him through telepathy not to speak of it. Shimi supported Yunyin to stand up, his face grim and menacing, veins bulging, grabbing one of each of them and glaring fiercely at the Shido brothers. Hey, what the hell is going on? Aren't you two boys? Don't you know there's a difference between boys and girls? The two brothers ignored him, looking at Yunyin with a face full of grievance. Yunyin rubbed her forehead and gently patted Shimi's arm, saying, "It's okay, just put them down, all right? Holding them like this makes your neck uncomfortable." Got it. 06 licked its paw and added, "That's right, we need to treat our two shit treasures well. No bullying the little ones." Everyone, the cat is talking. A talking cat? What is this? Cats can talk. Is a ghost in disguise? This can't be true, but the cat is actually talking. Facing the crowd's shocked exclamations, 06 looked bewildered. The identity of 06 was excitedly explained by the shit brothers, and Yunyin twitched her lips, nodding in agreement. As long as you guys are happy. Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to Yunyin and Shimi. Those who had never seen the two interact were astonished to see Shimi being so obedient. After all, aside from the Lord, no one could make the feisty Shimi settle down. Then, everyone looked curiously at her height. Will becoming a divine envoy make you taller? Yunyin sat beside Shimi, and due to the spirit's spring water, Kaneshiro Waya's body was now healthier than ever. Full of energy, he was more eager to strengthen his bond with his children. Because of her return, Kaneshiro Waya specifically mentioned holding a Hashira meeting. Yunyin propped her chin up, appearing lazy, yet no one thought her attitude was inappropriate. After all, someone who helped the Lord regain his health and break the curse, and single-handedly killed upper moon demons, even if they seemed laid back, was a serious person at heart. This also included their past experiences. To celebrate her return, Kaneshiro Waya specifically mentioned holding a gathering at the Kaneshiro mansion that night. Everyone would be staying overnight at the mansion. While they were eating, drinking, and having fun at the gathering, the crows spread the news of Yunyin's return as a messenger of the underworld. Even the little black cat, 06, who could talk and transform, was stunned by it, especially after being labeled as a spirit beast. That night, the Demon Slayer Corps was in an uproar. Chapter 62, Punishing the Scumbag. Bringing Nami home playing until late at night, Yunyin was pulled by the Butterfly Sisters and Mitsuri to rest in the same room. During this time, Michiro tried to follow them, taking advantage of his age, but was blushingly pulled back by his brother, Ichiro. Shinmi, with a dark expression, wanted to scold someone, but was stopped by KJ. When Ehei saw Michiro wanted to go, and Mitsuri was also in that room, she was emanating dark energy. They all wanted to throw Tsumamura at Michiro, but were stopped by Tenjin and Kaijiro. In the later half of the night, the girl's side gradually fell silent as Mitsuri snuggled in Yunyin's arms, sleeping soundly, while Kanaho and Shinobu lay beside her. All three had faint smiles on their faces. The smoke from the clouds curled around her lips as she closed her eyes in a good mood and drifted off to sleep under the influence of alcohol. The next day, everyone returned to their own residences. Yunyin suddenly pulled Shimi and Ihei and waved a call over Quangjin, who was trying to sneak away, and Kaijiro, who was going to eat. What's wrong? Shimi crossed his arms and looked at her, completely confused about why she called the four of them over. Is there something going on? Ihei also didn't understand, but looking at Yunyin's harmless smile made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Quangjin looked around and finally stood obediently next to Shimi, sharing a questioning expression with Kaijiro. Yunyin smiled and said, "Of course, there's something I need the four of you to help with, regarding Miri." Upon hearing it was about Miri, Ihei and Kaijuro suddenly became fully energized, showing 800 enthusiasm. Yunyan smiled as she recounted the incident where Mealy was verbally humiliated by her blind date, and the four of them fell silent. Ihei's veins bulged, his eyes fierce. Which man? Kaijuro's smile faded. Is that so? Is Yunyan going to find that man now? Tamiya furrowed his brows, saying nothing, as he only cared about Yunyan anyway. Quangjin, on the other hand, wore an expression of anger. How could someone say that about a girl? That's too much. Yunyan nodded, yes. It's better to go find him and have a talk. It was heard that the man still had a tendency to be violent towards girls. The four of them. Upon hearing that he would be violent towards girls, Shermi also became uneasy. Just thinking about the possibility of Yin going alone and getting hurt if the other party acted violently made Shermi start to emanate dark energy, completely forgetting Yun Yan's current identity and the special ability she mentioned. In his eyes, no matter how Yun Yan changed, she was still that cute and weak little girl from childhood. 06. Wow, love-struck brain, get out. The man wearing glasses, with his hair slicked back, had a disdainful and disgusted expression as he complained to his companions beside him, as he was happily cursing his new matchmaking target behind her back. He was suddenly overshadowed by a shadow from behind. Turning around in confusion, he saw 5 faces filled with murderous intent, and he was instantly frozen in fear. Yunyan's eyes were filled with a smile, but the coldness of her smile was as piercing as bone-chilling ice. She found him. Shimi walked over, grabbed the man's shirt at his chest, and lifted him up, her face dark with anger, veins popping on her forehead. In a sinister tone, she said, "Come with us for a bit, scum." Not giving him a chance to speak, she directly dragged him away with long strides into a nearby alley. The man's companions had already run far away in fear. Yunyan leaned against the wall, smiling, while the man looked at the four approaching him in terror, swallowing hard. Who are you? What do you want? Shimi and Ihei clenched their fists, while Quangjin and Kyujiru's eyes held a hint of anger. Yunyan chuckled lightly and waved her hand. What is it? Sir, your memory really isn't very good. I'm curious. How could you say such a thing to a lovely girl? That she's only someone a bear, pig, or cow could marry. Ah, right, and what about that line? Oh, I remember now. Is it weird just because her hair color isn't black? Would it be terrifying to have such traits passed down to children? Sir, these questions have puzzled me for a long time, and I still haven't figured them out. Could you please help me with an answer? At this moment, Yunyan looked like a smiling demon, with those dazzling golden eyes carrying a fierce, killing intent. He stared at the man with a gaze as cold as that of a dead person. The man trembled and couldn't speak, while Shimi let out a sneer and threw a punch, thinking, what explanation is needed? This scum just deserves a beating. He was so furious that he was almost turning red. The moment Shimi made his move, he followed closely behind, and the two of them beat the man mercilessly. Xing Shuru stared at the man who was howling on the ground and spoke loudly, Sir, what you are doing is wrong. It is utterly excessive to humiliate a young girl like this. You must apologize to her. After finishing, he naturally joined the group that was beating the man, even if he only added a few kicks. Quangjin pursed his lips and thought, they're all going, so I might as well join in too. Yunyan looked at the person who was beaten and unable to get up, sneering coldly. After teaching the scumbag a lesson, the 5 of them parted ways due to their individual matters. Before leaving, Ihei thanked Yunyan for letting him know some things about Mitsuri, which gave him more reasons to accompany and comfort her. Kaijuro also expressed his gratitude, as he really didn't understand his stepson well enough. Since Mitsuri became a Hashira, they had met even less often, making it harder to understand each other. Mitsuri and Kaika still had tasks to attend to, while Yunyan swaggered over to the butterfly mansion to pick up her child. Although it was hard to believe, Yunyan indeed appeared alive in front of everyone, and her presence was even more imposing than before, despite the smile on her face. Yunyan was holding the strawberry daifuku that Qianmei loved the most. Standing at the door with a smile, Naomi, you can go home now. Qianmei rushed in her arms like a gust of wind, tears streaming down her face. Master, I really missed you. Yunyan patted her head and said, I know, Name has always been very hardworking. She truly deserves to be my stepchild. Amazing. 06 was wagging its tail beside them and said, Oh, someone who has no conscience finally remembers this place, huh? The next moment, Qian made a fierce face and grabbed its face, shouting, Don't speak ill of my master. 06. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Yunyan, with a hint of embarrassment, silently comforted the frizzy-haired Qianami, rescuing the 06 that she had pinched in her hand. Qianami held Yunyan's hand with one hand while enjoying a strawberry daifuku with the other, happily eating as she walked, surrounded by little pink flowers. 06 walked beside them with a face full of resentment. In the shadows, Alan wiped away her tears. Indeed, when the great Yunyan was around, the stepsister would show the demeanor appropriate for her age, just like a child being looked after by their parents. Yunyan stopped and threw a bag towards the spot where Alan was hiding, chuckling softly. Alan, you've worked so hard taking care of my family's children all this time. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. Yunyan left with Mai, who was still greeting Alan. Alan paused for a moment and quickly opened the bag. Inside was a red agate bracelet with auspicious words engraved on the beads, looking very beautiful. Alan was moved and sobbed a few times, suppressing the lump in her throat. Carefully putting on the bracelet, under the mask, her delicate face wore a radiant smile. She bowed in the direction where Yunyan had left. Chapter 63. Chit-chat among girls in the courtyard. The sound of wooden swords clashing continued to echo. Yunyan put down the wooden sword, picked up a towel from the side, and wiped the dirt off Qian Na-mei's face. Na-mei was indeed a very talented child, making rapid progress. Qian Na-mei chuckled, her face blushing. Looking at her with admiration in her eyes, Yunyan pinched her slightly chubby face and said, "Let's go. It's hard to get a day off. Do you want to go shopping? Really? Can we? Of course we should go. Master, can we invite Sister Mealy? Of course. That's great. I love you the most, Master." Chuanai smiled and sent a message to Mealy through her crow. In no time, the reply was in her hands. After setting the time, Yunyan took her to take a shower and helped her pick out the clothes she would wear later. Unlike her own dressing style, Chuanai was dressed up like an exquisite doll. She wore a peach-pink kimono with pink crystal earrings and a sunflower bracelet on her wrist. Her hair was styled in a bun, and besides the sunflower hairpin, she also had a tassel gold hairpin this time. After dressing up her child, Yunyan changed into a pure white cloud brocade outfit, with black wrist guards tightly wrapping her slender arms. Around her waist was a Hatian jade guard, and she wore a jade pendant and purse gifted by Shimi. Her long hair was casually tied in a low ponytail, using the hair tie Shimi bought during their previous battle against the Yukiana. She strapped her sword to her waist and took Chuanai to their appointment. Upon arriving at the agreed dessert shop, Mealy waved at the two, wearing her team uniform. "Yunyan Jia, Naimei-chan, over here, over here," with a smile in her eyes. Yunyan raised her hand to greet her. Qian had already fluttered into Mealy's arms like a butterfly, and the two embraced each other tightly. Yunyan smiled helplessly and shook her head, walking in to reserve a private room first. She didn't really like being crowded in the same space with a bunch of people. Glancing at the two of them, who were chatting and laughing, the smile on Yunyan's face never faded. However, she suddenly felt like she had forgotten something. In the ice house, just waking up and staring wide-eyed at the white cat at home, she angrily shouted to the sky, "Nangong Yunyan, you heartless, big wooden piece of trash." Mealy bit her spoon, her face flushed, looking a bit flustered. That Yunyan sister. Yunyan looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong, Mealy?" Mealy's face was getting redder, and even her head seemed to be steaming a bit. Her voice was small. "Sister Yunyan, recently, Mr. Ehei often invites me to have desserts together, saying that eating desserts will improve my mood. I also received an apology letter from the man I went on a blind date with in the past, and I know what you did that day, Sister Yunyan. I'm really grateful to you, but I'm not quite the same as ordinary girls. Whether it's strength or appetite, can I really have a normal romantic relationship?" Yunyan blinked her eyes, and a question mark popped up in her mind. He just simply invited her out for dessert? She felt a bit numb. Wait, is he really this useless when given a chance? Yunyan reached out and gently poked her forehead, asking, "What are you thinking? A cute girl like Mealy can definitely have a romance." She continued, "And if someone slanders you, it must be because they're jealous of your superiority. For such people, just punch them away." Mealy covered her forehead, looking surprised. "Huh? Is that really okay? Wouldn't that violate the team rules?" Channy shook her finger and suddenly made a villainous face, ominously saying, No, that kind of man is trash. To protect yourself, you definitely need to punch that scoundrel away." Cloud smoke. Yunyan only felt a twitch at her forehead. "No. Nami, who on earth taught you to swear? Why can you also roll your tongue? This look, why does it feel more and more familiar?" Yunyan thought for a moment and seemed to see Shimi's irritable demeanor in Kaitasimi. Suddenly, she understood. Yunyan helplessly tapped Qian Na-mei's head and said, "No swearing, okay?" Qian Na-mei covered her head, stuck out her tongue, and chuckled, trying to get away with it. Yunyan could only smile helplessly upon seeing this, then turned to look at Mealy. "Mealy, don't worry. A wonderful girl like you will definitely be genuinely loved by someone. If you don't believe it, just ask Ehei." She had a somewhat mischievous smile on her face, and Mealy's face instantly turned bright red. Ask Mr. Ehei." Yunyan smiled mischievously and nodded. Knowing the plot well, she looked like a cunning fox at that moment. I believe he will definitely give you a perfect answer. After all, that guy liked you the moment he saw you. The three of them chatted at the dessert shop until late in the afternoon. Just before leaving, Mealy finally asked, Sister Yunyan, when did you and Mr. Undying Chuan get together? Yunyan looked confused. Huh? No. Hey, with two exclamations. Yunyan blinked her eyes. What's wrong? Why do you ask that? The two were stunned, and in the end, Shikinami still brought up that matter which the entire Demon Slayer Corps only dared to discuss privately and quietly, and it was super hot. Shimi was also pursued with gratitude for saving an ordinary girl, but he rejected all advances, claiming he had someone he liked and a girlfriend. Moreover, this person was his colleague, known as the Ice Pillar. Given their interactions, it certainly didn't look like they weren't together. And that day, on the day she passed away, Yunyan fell silent, and she chuckled lightly. I see. Maybe Shimi just doesn't want to get involved in these troubles. After all, we've known each other since we were young. Using me as a shield is fine too. I don't mind. Mealy and China Mimi exchanged glances, both agreeing that she was definitely not a shield. After all, that day, Mr. Busukawa had stayed by the tombstone for a long time. Moreover, before going on missions, he would go to the tombstone to offer flowers, then sit for a while, and after completing a mission, he would carefully clean the grave. Yunyan said goodbye to Chianami and Mariri, and on the way back, she bought some small items to use as decorations. Chianami wanted to say something about Mr. Busukawa during the time she had passed away several times, but seeing Yunyan's indifferent expression, she could only silently swallow her words. The cloud seemed light and carefree, but in reality, my heart has already stirred with waves. I recall the things I did while drunk that night, as well as the tears of Shermi. The cloud of smoke lifted my lips. Oh, I thought that night was when someone was bullied to tears, and that my brother didn't hold it against her out of a protective and accommodating mindset. It turns out it was all just her one-sided thoughts. I was still planning to win her over slowly, but now it seems that it might not need to be that complicated. 06. I told you he's a blockhead, and you still don't believe it. Even a fool can see what he means. Okay. Chapter 64. The first battle against Muzan. On the day Yunyan received her new knife, she took the initiative to head to Okutama District, Tokyo, and stayed near Tanjiro's house in advance. Moreover, she was also very curious about the strength of the top boss here. She wondered how well she would fare against him with her current abilities. Yunyan lazily sat on the tree, trunk with a knife in hand, occasionally taking a sip from a pot of celestial brew. She looked around at the snow-covered surroundings and sighed softly. It's the middle of winter, and it's overcast. It looks like it's going to snow soon. It's so cold. 06 was beside her, licking its paws and staring at her with lifeless eyes. Yunyan, are you really going to do this? You're too restricted right now. Even though your spirit is immortal, if your physical body dies, your spirit will also be harmed, right? Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Do I look like someone who is eager to seek death? 06 silently complained. MD has already overcome so many restrictions, and still dares to come and challenge Wukan alone. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Don't be too careless. Your strength is currently suppressing too much. Be careful. I know. Are you my mother? 06, TMD. Creak, creak. The sound of footsteps crunching in the snow approached. Yunyan glanced sideways. A tall man wearing a top hat and a high-end suit walked over, slightly raising his head, his rose-red vertical pupils glinting coldly. He suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed straight ahead, and said in a low voice, if you're trying to hide in the dark and sneak attack me with such cleverness, thinking you can hurt me, you're just being overly imaginative. Yunyan leaped down from the tree, standing about 3 meters away from him. With her hand on the hilt of the knife at her waist, she drew the knife along with its sheath and stabbed it into the ground. Lazily squinting her eyes at him, she said, oh dear, am I being too much? I didn't mean to ambush you. Muzan narrowed his eyes slightly, his brows furrowing. This woman was her. Suddenly recalling what he had seen through Tamayo before her death, as well as the final consciousness of Zero, he realized it was the resurrected Hashira. That strange woman. He couldn't help but feel wary of Yunyan, along with a serious displeasure. Muzan smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. Beneath the contemptuous provocation lay a strong intent to kill. Such an unstable existence should not remain in this world. Yunyan smiled, holding onto the knife handle. I'm sorry, but this road is blocked. If you want to leave, could you take a detour? Muzan frowned. Oh, are you ordering me? In almost an instant, Muzan unleashed thorns, and Yin swiftly drew her knife the moment he moved. With a breath, she sliced through the thorns cleanly, casually waving her knife as she maintained her polite smile. Her pair of brilliant golden eyes held a smile that didn't reach them. Muzin widened his eyes slightly. His killing intent intensified. This woman, roaring. Muzin dodged the attack and stood firmly not far away, staring at the suddenly appearing large creature that resembled a black panther. 06 spat out several mouthfuls of snow, shook its head, and walked over to Yun, standing behind her and showing a fierce expression towards Muzin. Have you raised a beast? Muzin sneered. It's just some petty tricks. Humans are indeed so weak that they can only rely on external forces to resist what they cannot withstand. Truly ugly. Yun smirked, thinking, this guy must really be out of his mind. If there were no restrictions, I would slap this little brat to death. Yun rubbed her brow. Truly an infuriating guy. As she changed her breathing technique, Muzin frowned. Yun's lips curled into a smile. Moon breathing. First form, dark moon, night palace. Muzin's brow furrowed tightly. His gaze toward her turned scrutinizing. This woman, who used to adapt to ice, was now using the same breathing technique as Kokoshibo. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. The black thorns collided with Yun's Iato strike, and several crescent-shaped slashes canceled each other out. The black thorns broke through the slashes and charged toward her face. Yun tilted her head to dodge and countered with a slash. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower playing with the moon. She spun her body while simultaneously unleashing two blades of wind, each carrying many crescent blades. Muzin clicked his tongue, and once again black thorns shot out from his arm. Yun still wore a smile on her face, which seemed to mock him in his eyes. In the next second, Muzin's eyes widened as the aura of moon breathing instantly changed. Sun breathing, sixth form, burning bones Sunday. He unleashed a swirling flame slash. Muzin dodged just in time, but lost an arm in the process. He wore a cold expression, veins bulging on his face, staring at the severed arm. The wound, accompanied by excruciating pain, as if being burned by intense flames, slowed his regeneration. The rose-red, vertical pupils fixed firmly on her. The clouds of smoke settled not far from him, and he lowered his gaze to his abdomen, pierced by thorns, with blood dripping from the corner of his lips. He raised his hand to wipe away the crimson at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of madness and battle intent stained his golden eyes. You do have some talent, but you are truly too foolish. Muzin instantly regenerated an arm, shaking it off, blood splattering onto the pure white ground. 06 appeared in front of him in an instant, sharp claws descending rapidly. Muzin raised his hand to block the attack, flipping his hand to grasp its arm and flinging it away. 06 crashed heavily into a tree, smashing through several before finally stopping. Yun glanced in the direction of 06, her gaze returning to Muzin with indifference. Still the same words. This road is impassable. No matter what, she had already missed one opportunity. Back then, she didn't have the ability to protect that family's happiness, but now she could. In this world, being able to reduce even a fraction of despair and pain was already her greatest wish. Sun breathing, ninth form, slanting sun, turned and instantly flashed into the air, executing a horizontal slash in an inverted posture, the blade surrounded by flames as fierce as the sun. Anger emerged on Muzin's face, and countless tentacle-like ropes shot out from his back, each with sharp bone spurs at the ends. Human ants, if you can do it, then try. As the attacks collided, at the moment of severing the tentacles, Yun transformed her breathing technique mid-air. Moon breathing, sixth form, eternal nights, solitary moon, no intervals. She concentrated on a series of rapid slashes towards Muzin's position, releasing multiple blade winds accompanied by countless crescent blades. Muzin's spiky whip-like tentacles and black thorns simultaneously rushed towards her attack. Through the smoke and blood, the black thorns instantly pierced her left chest and leg, causing Yun to fall to the ground, rolling over gracefully to get back up. She swung her blade to cut the thorns embedded in her body and stood up. Her black battle attire was soaked in blood, which had already frozen due to the winter chill. The moment she steadied herself, Muzin appeared in front of her. Yun blocked his punch with her blade, but was sent flying back. She crashed into a nearby tree and fell to the ground, coughing up blood violently, frowning as she half-kneeled on the ground, supporting herself with her blade. Glancing at her arm, she realized that her right arm was likely fractured from that blow. Two of her ribs were probably broken. The adaptation to the breathing technique was too forced, and her lungs felt as if they were being stabbed with needles. Raising her gaze to the expressionless Muzin, Yun revealed a brilliant smile. Ah, as expected of the Demon King. But don't you feel disgusted? Lurking in the darkness like a filthy rat? This statement hit Muzin's nerve, and veins bulged on his forehead. You seek death. His arm transformed into a spiked whip, swiftly swinging towards Yunyan. She rolled to evade the attack, then got up and sliced at the incoming whip. With a malicious smile, she taunted, "Oh, getting anxious? Have you broken your defenses? TSK, TSK, TSK. Musin, your pressure resistance isn't very good, is it? You damned ant." Yunyan's face still carried a maddening smile, even though her body was covered in wounds, as if she couldn't feel the pain at all, continuing to wield the knife to fight against him. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. 2 slashes instantly blocked the attacking whips aimed at Yunyan as Eong and Ganyu landed in front of her. Seeing her current distress and her injuries, their hearts nearly stopped. "Is Yunyan okay?" Ganyu looked at her with concern, her eyes filled with anxiety. Eong appeared calm, but in his eyes, worry seemed to take on a tangible form. Similarly, both of their eyes also reflected relief. Relief that they had arrived in time this time and had not lost her again. Chapter 65. The 3 are seriously injured but successfully protect the Kamadu family. Yunyan smiled, but her expression was a bit twisted due to the intense pain. As you can see, it's not great. The 2 of them held their knives in front of her. Looking at Musin, who had a dark expression not far away, his brows tightly furrowed. Musin's face was as dark as if water could drip from it. Here came 2 more pesky ants. Are they pillars too? It doesn't matter. No matter how many come, they're all useless and meaningless. Eong, be careful. This guy is not right. Changta took an attacking stance, and Eong responded with an silently taking a step forward. Yunyan propped himself up with a knife, swung it, and the blood had already frozen into ice on the blade. This guy is Musin, and his target is a family on this mountain. What? Musin? Kagaya's eyes widened, and cracks appeared on Eong's expressionless face, showing shock. Musin let out a cold laugh, waved his hand, and summoned thorns. Kagaya and Eong quickly moved to protect Yunyan, swinging their knives to cut through the thorns. Water breathing, third form flowing dance. Eong blocked the thorns, glancing at Yunyan, who was adjusting his breathing. Kagaya dashed out from his side, water breathing, 10th form, continuous flux. Like a dragon, he spun while tumbling, and with his spinning slash, the whip-like thorns summoned by Musin were severed into several pieces. In the next moment, an arm, transformed into a twisted giant mass of flesh, slammed into his abdomen. Kagaya was thrown against a tree, which broke in half, collapsing to the ground. After a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Eong's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kagaya!" Kagaya propped himself up with a knife, clutching his abdomen as he stood up, taking a moment to catch his breath. "I'm fine." A faint anger appeared on Eong's face as he charged at Musin with his knife. Water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. He entered a state of tranquil stillness, simultaneously nullifying all techniques within the attack range of his blade. He severed that grotesque, disgusting arm, but as he turned, the fallen arm bit into his shoulder. With a muffled grunt, Yunyan instantly appeared beside him, smashing the disgusting thing with his knife. Supporting Eong's leaning body, he helped him stand upright. "Are you okay?" Eong clutched his shoulder, cold sweat pouring down from the pain. "Yeah, I'm fine." Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. The breathing techniques of the sun and moon can no longer be used. Her body can no longer withstand the intensity of both techniques. The restrictions are still too many. The strength of the divine body can only barely exert 10% of its power, and even the limit of divine energy has been restricted. Ice breathing, 6th form. Ice soul dragon roar. The frost giant dragon twisted and coiled as it slashed towards Musin, who stood still in place. Those thorn whips and tentacles instantly flew towards Yunyan's attack. Yunyan sneered, forming a hand seal with one hand, void infernal flame. Black flames ignited beneath her feet, transforming into a black divine dragon in the air as it flew towards Musin. Underworld Emperor, primal divine fire, split in 2. Black flames of nothingness take life and death. White flames of the 9 hells revive and purify. The black flames were cold and piercing. Musin thought he could resist, but found that the flames burned directly onto him, following his thorns. No matter how he tried to beat it away, it couldn't be extinguished. The fire grew larger and larger, and Musin frowned, tearing off his own arm with his bare hands and tossing it aside. He looked at Yunyan with a cold gaze. "You woman." Yunyan exhaled a breath, with black flames burning in his palm. "What's wrong with me? Is this fire not beautiful?" At that moment, K-Ri and Eong appeared in front of Musin, each holding a knife, one raised and one lowered, as they engaged in a dialogue between one person and one ghost. Yunyan's smile froze upon seeing the situation. As she quickly attached flames to her blade, and rushed forward. These two were too impulsive. Muzin suddenly revealed a triumphant smile, and Iyong and Kanna's eyes widened slightly. In the next second, they felt a sharp pain in their abdomen and were sent flying. They crashed heavily onto the ground, where the white snow had already been stained with bright red blood. The smile on Yunyan's face faded, and his expression darkened. Iyong clutched his abdomen, trying to get up but collapsing from exhaustion. His abdomen had been slashed, and he barely managed to control the muscle contractions with breathing techniques, preventing his injuries from worsening. Kanto lay motionless on the ground, and Iyong was startled as he crawled towards him with great difficulty. Gang tu. Upon touching Kanto, Iyong got up and turned him over to check for breathing, confirming that he was still alive, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he saw that Kanto had deep, near-fatal wounds on his abdomen and chest, and he gasped. He hurriedly slapped Kanto's face, needing to wake him up, needing to use breathing techniques to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he would certainly die from excessive blood loss. Yunyan's face was dark as she struck down like rain, while Muzin wore a similarly displeased expression. The flames of this woman burned like the sun, scorching him, and the wounds inflicted could not regenerate in a short time. In the end, Muzin sent Yin flying with a punch, creating distance between them. Her once high-end suit was already in tatters from the slashes. Yin half-knelt on the ground, panting heavily, blood dripping from his forehead and staining the ground in front of him. He glanced at the knife in his hand, which was already showing cracks. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, his gaze fierce yet slightly crazed as he looked at Muzin. Interesting, this guy is really interesting. His fighting spirit grew more intense. The hostility surrounding him and the ominous energy from the underworld no longer suppressed. Muzin's eyes widened slightly. That was a shudder from his soul. The only person who could give him such a feeling was one. Yin propped herself up with a knife that was about to shatter, her bangs obscuring her face as she lowered her head, visibly emanating black mist. Raising her head, a sudden wild laugh broke out on her expressionless face, intriguing. Her body leaned slightly forward, the knife tip touching the ground, her brilliant golden eyes resembling a stagnant pool of water. A jolt ran through Muzin's heart. This woman was not right. After much struggle, she finally managed to rise. Ignoring her fractured forelimbs, purple lightning veins appearing on her body, shimmering with electric light. With a roar, as if thunder had possessed her, the massive Black Panther's body revealed its fierce demeanor. Yin and 06 acted simultaneously. Mingyan Bahuang, the blade slashed accompanied by black flames, suddenly rising into a fire tornado that swept around. 06's figure was like a shooting star, mixed with thunder. The lightning and flames fused together, shocking Muzin, whose figure was engulfed in the attack. Iyong, dragging his severely injured body, and the barely awakened Kanado, who had just managed to stabilize his injuries, looked at her attack in shock. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Muzin left. Only a chilling aura and a strong, pungent smell of blood flashed by. Yin cursed softly, her severely injured body falling into the snow. Her body had reached its limit, unable to move anymore, and the blood that overflowed had long frozen due to the cold, the wound barely stopping the bleeding. 06 fell beside her, reverting to the form of a kitten, motionless. The knife in Yunyan's hand fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Yin, the two shouted, staggering as they supported their severely injured bodies while approaching her. Yunyan's last consciousness looked back, the corners of her lips curling into a slight arc. Kibutsuji Muzin, you want to take advantage, but sorry, you have no chance now. I'm sorry, Nezuko. I can't prevent you from becoming a demon. I cannot disrupt too much of the original plot. This is something that must be experienced. A glimmer flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, this time she could ensure that Tanjiro's family would not die. Damn the limitations of this small world. Weak, you pathetic second-dimensional god. As her consciousness completely faded, Yunyan's body slumped, falling into a deep unconsciousness. Rengoku, Kaneshiro, and Kaganet flew away to call for urgent help. Kibutsuji Muzin stood at the entrance of Tanjiro's house, looking disheveled and dark-faced. Nezuko, not being inside the house, was forcibly injected with his blood, and just as he was about to act, Aoi desperately dragged Nezuko into the house, holding her tightly, with her children behind her. Muzin sneered. Just as he was about to step inside, he was blocked by black flames, and then white flames engulfed the entire house. Muzin was burned by the white flames, and the intense pain made him howl in agony. It was as if he were being scorched by the blazing sun. As soon as his arm touched the white flames, it instantly turned to ashes. Muzin unwillingly glanced at the house, cursing Yin several times in his heart before turning to leave. Chapter 66. Everything went smoothly and the rescue team arrived, with Kaganet guarding Yunyan, who had already been given emergency measures. Ju had long since run up the mountain after completing the emergency measures. When Tanjiro returned home, he comforted his family while helplessly staring at his sister in panic. Seeing Nezuko's transformed appearance, Tanjiro's eyes widened. Nezuko had just turned into a demon and was not fully conscious. She lunged forward, and together with Tanjiro, they fell out the door. The two types of flames had long since dissipated after Muzan left, and Aoi gasped. She hurried over, wanted to stop Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted, "Mother, don't come over. Please take care of Rokuta and the others. I'm Fine." He then looked at Nezuko, his eyes filled with sadness. "Nezuko, I'm your brother. What is wrong with you?" Nezuko was currently overwhelmed by hunger. It took Tanjiro great effort to suppress her. Ju arrived, panting heavily, holding his sword and observing the situation before him. A flicker of reluctance crossed his calm eyes, but he still swung his sword, aiming for Nezuko's head. In an instant, he was tackled by several bodies. The pain from his wounds made him grunt involuntarily. Rokuta clung tightly to his arm, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Don't hurt my sister." Aoi stood in front of her son and daughter, tears in her eyes. "Please don't hurt her." Takeo, Tashimo, and Hanako all held on to Ju, crying out in unison, "Don't hurt our sister." Ju's eyes widened slightly as he endured the pain, freeing himself from the children's grasp. "She has already become a demon. If we don't kill her, you will die." "Impossible. Sister would never hurt us." Hanako cried out, while the other children threw snowballs at him in tears. Tanjiro managed to control Nezuko, but upon hearing Ju's words, he quickly replied, "She won tea. She's my sister. She would never hurt us." Ju's face darkened. "Stop dreaming. Demons live by eating people. Get out of the way." Aoi, with tears streaming down her face, stood in front of him. "No, I know my child. She will not harm anyone. Please don't hurt her." Ju's figure flashed past, and Tanjiro suddenly felt empty in his arms as he was thrown aside by Ju. Nezuko, quick to react, dodged Ju's strike. She was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground, then grabbed by her arms. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Tanjiro struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face. He knelt before Ju, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Please, please let my sister go. She has never harmed a human." Seeing this, Ju finally lost his temper, gritting his teeth and looking down, then shouted at him, "Why are you kneeling? If you want to protect your sister, why don't you pick up the axe next to you? Fool! Weaklings have no choice. Look at yourself clearly. Why is your sister in my hands? Ultimately, it's because you aren't strong enough." As he prepared to swing his sword down, Tanjiro truly picked up the axe to stop him, while the members of the Kamadu family were no longer calm. Even Aoi, usually so gentle, picked up a pole to attack him. Yunyan was sent back to the butterfly house. Kanato was worried about Iyo, so he asked him to wait here for a moment before hurriedly picking up his knife and chasing after him. When he arrived, he saw Iyong putting away his knife, quietly watching a family not far away. In front of that family stood a girl who had already transformed into a demon, now spreading her arms to protect her family behind her. Kanato widened his eyes slightly as Iyong exhaled a breath. "Kanato, I think we should let them go to the Misty Mountain." Kanato was stunned, and when he saw Iyong turning to face him, he immediately calmed down. What exactly is going on? Iyong pressed his lips together and spoke honestly with Kanato. Kanato glanced at the demonized girl, who looked like a well-behaved child being patted on the head, and her demeanor showed that she had no intention of attacking. Remembering what he had just seen, he nodded. "I understand." Kanato exhaled, wincing at the pain from his wounds. Since Quan Samlang was getting older and might forget, Kanato could only let his own crow go to relay the message to teacher Linlang. Compared to Iyong, Kanato had a higher affinity, but both of them were currently covered in injuries and blood, which made them look a bit frightening. Kanato's pale face wore a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid. We won't harm that girl anymore. Let's go to the Misty Mountain. It's safe there. Teacher Linlang will take good care of you, and he will explain everything to you." Aki wiped away her tears, hugging the dazed Nezuko and thanking them. Iyong and Kanato helped each other down the mountain. Yunyan slowly opened her eyes, her nostrils filled with the smell of disinfectant, a slight frown of discomfort on her face. "She's awake. Someone come quickly. Lord Ice Pillar is awake." Outside, there was a flurry of sounds, and a group of people rushed into the room. Yunyan adjusted to the light, trying to get up with her body feeling weak. Just as she was about to collapse back, a pair of warm hands supported her, gently helping her sit up. Yunyan raised her head, looking dazed at the room full of people. Shimi sat beside her, her face dark enough to drip water. Mealy was even more distraught, leaning by the bed. tears streaming down her face. Sister Yunyan, I'm so glad you've woken up. You really scare me to death. Kanahu pushed through the crowd, bringing a medical kit, and sat beside her to check on her. Letting out a sigh, she revealed a relaxed smile. It's all right now. Just take good care of yourself from here on. Yunyan still looked confused, and after a long while, she asked, why are you all gathered here? Huh, how can you still ask that? Why did you get yourself hurt like this just for a task? Shimi was not in good shape either. Why was this girl either injured or on the way to being injured? Ia frowned, asking, what did you encounter this time? He knew Yunyan's strength. What could injure her so badly? Could it be another upper moon demon? Yes, a glamorous ice crystal girl can make you look this unglamorous. What kind of unglamorous guy did you run into? Sister Cammy, does the wound still hurt? Do you need water? Idiot, I told you to call me Sister Yunyan. Sister Yunyan, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Namu Amida Buddha Yunyan, if you feel unwell, you must speak up. The room was in chaos, and the veins on Butterfly Shinobu's forehead were throbbing. Unable to hold it in any longer, she slammed her hand on the bedside table and shouted, everyone be quiet. No noise allowed in the ward. Do you want the patient who just woke up to faint again? The room instantly fell silent. Even the tearful Saimu quietly shrank to the side. Everyone, wow, Shinobu is so fierce. Clearly, these two sisters are both Hashira and are biological sisters. How can their personalities be so different? Is it a complementarity between sisters? Ju and Kaneo supported each other as they walked in, and upon seeing her awake, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The smoke gradually dissipated, and she looked at the group of people in the room, staring at her eagerly, revealing a relaxed yet helpless smile. Well, this time luck was on her side, encountering Yuzin. Everyone! Everyone! The room erupted once again. Shinobu Kocho shouted in anger once more, and only then did it quiet down. Yunyan smiled gently and calmly recounted the events, of course, without mentioning that she had known everything in advance and rushed over. She only said she had arrived a bit early and was lucky enough to encounter Muzin. As soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly embraced. Kanaho's eyes were filled with pain and relief. Her voice choked. I'm just glad you're okay. As long as you're back alive. Mitsuri was crying uncontrollably, and Shinobu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Although she was angry at Yunyan for often getting hurt, she was also extremely gentle. No matter what, it's just good that you're back alive. Shimi was unusually silent. Her head lowered, lost in thought. Everyone was concerned for a while, but worried about affecting her recovery. They decided to go back to their room to chat with Sabito and Yurichi. Shimi remained in the room, sitting on the edge of the bed with her arms crossed. The two were silent, and Yunyan tilted her head. Shimi, what's wrong? Why don't you go with them? You want to know about Muzin's information too, right? Suddenly, she fell into a warm embrace, and in her ear, Shimi's low, trembling voice said, from now on, I won't leave you again. I will follow you on missions. No matter what. Yunyan slightly widened her eyes, realizing what was happening. She gently patted his back and teased him. When did Shimi become so clingy? Shimi's ears turned red, and he buried his face in her neck, afraid that he might hug her too tightly and press on her injury. He just tensed his muscles, his voice muffled and slightly nasal. If you cling to me, what can I do about it? Yunyan smiled and gently rubbed his head. I will be very happy. The two didn't speak again. Yunyan was quietly held by him, his hands soothing his trembling body one at a time. Beside them, the mummified 06. MD exclaimed, is there anyone who can care about me? Angry, Chapter 67. The water calling team heads to Shao Mountain after resting for a full half-month. Yunyan began to go out every day again. The tasks were not difficult. Shimi followed a few times but was pushed away by Yunyan, who firmly protested against his constant company. Shimi, feeling helpless, wanted to write a 100,000-word report on her assurances before he could leave at ease. During breaks, she would guide Shinami, or go out with Mealy or the Butterfly Sisters to shop and have some desserts. Occasionally, she would be called by Shimi to meet up at the dessert shop. As winter gradually entered a warm spring, although the evil spirits were rampant, no team members or Hashira encountered any powerful beings again. Not to mention the upper moons. Even the lower moons had vanished without a trace. Mako successfully joined the ranks of the Water Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps is not limited to the 9 Hashira. The Hashira represent the top combat power, meaning the difficulty of the missions is greater and the mortality rate is higher. In the worst situations, only 2 Hashira would remain. On Shao Mountain, Yunyan squatted behind a bush with a grass ring on her head and 2 small branches in her hands, staring with a pair of dead fish eyes. A palm-size 06 was lying on top of her head. By the way, why do I have to sneak around as a senior sister visiting my junior brother? Yunyan looked speechless, raising her eyes to the head of 06 peeking above. 06 wagged its tail. Well, it was just afraid of delaying someone's training. Yunyan shifted his gaze back to the diligently swinging sword of Tanjiro. Oh, so what is the situation with the three of you? Camera zooms out. On the left side of Yunyan squats Zhenggan, and on the right side from near to far are Tang Tu and Yong. The four of them are dressed the same, crouching in a row behind the bushes. Tang Tu and Zhenggan chuckle awkwardly, while Yong looks bewildered. In the warm spring season, mosquitoes have started to hover in the woods, and the buzzing sound fills the air. Yunyan's forehead throbbed with veins as she was bothered by mosquitoes, constantly scratching the spots where she had been bitten. The more she scratched, the more bites appeared, and she couldn't keep up at all. It was as if she was just feeding the mosquitoes. Angrily, she stood up, threw the branch in her hand away, and yanked off the grass ring on her head, slamming it onto the ground. I've had it. I'm done. There are mosquitoes everywhere. The chibi versions of Junmu and Yato were startled and spoke in hushed tones. Yunyan, your voice is too loud. Yunyan-chan quickly crouched down. The noise caught Tanjiro's attention, and at the moment he turned his head, Junmu and Yato pulled Yunyan down. Ju, quick-witted, stuffed a piece of rice cake into her mouth. With the rice cake forced into her mouth, Yunyan, looking bewildered and pinned to the ground, was like. She tilted her head, eyes wide, shocked as she looked at Ju's expressionless face. Ju, where did you get this rice cake? Tanjiro, hearing the voice but not seeing who it was, looked confused, thinking he had misheard. 00? In the end, the four of them chose to bring gifts to meet Sakanji Urokadaki. Upon seeing Yunyan, Urokadaki immediately hugged her tightly. Good child, I thought the letter was just to comfort me, but I didn't expect you to really be alive. No matter what your identity is in the future, as long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Yunyan looked down at his teacher, who was once clearly taller than him, sighed softly, and reached out to embrace him. I'm sorry, Teacher Linlong, for making you worry. I'm fine. Linlong loosened his embrace slightly, raised his head a bit, and hesitantly spoke. What is this height? Yunyan scratched the mosquito bite on his face, and Dodo's eyes looked at him. My identity should be written in the letter. This is my original appearance. As for my height, it's natural. I'm the shortest in my family. Everyone, what kind of height challenge family is this? The four people surrounded Rintaki Sakanji as he entered the wooden house, and he called for Tanjiro. Tanjiro sat awkwardly on his knees in front of the four, his face flushed with nervousness. These four were the senior brothers and sisters that Rintaki-sensei mentioned. The three active Hashira were Mitsuri Kenroji, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Ju Tomioka. One was the active ice Hashira, Kanikata Yunyan. Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Yunyan for a moment longer, a flash of admiration in his eyes, filled with respect. He had heard from Rintaki-sensei that Yunyan was exceptionally powerful and had, due to certain circumstances, been resurrected after fighting to the death against an upper moon demon, becoming a divine messenger. Yunyan noticed his gaze and gave him a friendly smile. Tanjiro's face instantly turned red, and he quickly lowered his head, sincerely bowing to the four of them. Nice to meet you. I am Kamadu Tanjiro. Although this isn't the first time I've met the two senior brothers, I will work hard. I hope to have your guidance in the future. The four of them, shocked, turned into chibi versions and blinked their big eyes at him. Ah, how cute. Yaotu helplessly sat down beside him and patted his shoulder. You don't have to be so formal. Relax a bit. Yes, senior brother Yaotu. Shinobu took out some candy from her pocket and handed it to him with a gentle smile. Have a piece of candy. After all, it's tough for you right now. Isn't it? Candy can make you feel better. Yes. Thank you, senior sister Shinobu. Yunyan patted his head like a big sister from the neighborhood, saying, come on, keep trying. What you wish for will definitely come true. We are family. Let's move forward together. Yes, I understand, senior sister Yunyan. Eong stared at him, just staring, without saying a word. The three were speechless. Hey, at least say something. After a long while, Eong finally managed to say a word of encouragement in a stiff voice. Tanjiro responded energetically. The three sighed and facepalmed. Sigh. 06 leisurely walked over to him, patted his arm, and said, you can do it, young man. Yes, I will do my best. The cat spoke. Tanjiro's face showed a mix of fear and shock as he shouted out loud. 06, puff puff ha. The three of them couldn't help but laugh, holding their stomachs. And even Eong had a warm smile on his face at this moment. Rintaku Soko comforted Tanjiro, then spoke to 06 with an apologetic tone. I'm really sorry. Spirit Beast Lord, this child is still young. 06 was just about to act cool when a chill ran down its neck. It tilted its head to see Yunyan with a knife pressed against its throat, wearing a devilish smile. Don't get too cocky, okay? 06 broke out in a cold sweat, raised its paw and waved it, and no, it's fine. It was my fault for being too abrupt and scaring him. Please don't use honorifics, just call me 06. I'm just a subordinate and sister to Yin Yin. Yin Yin contentedly put away the knife. Ever since the Daywheel knife was shattered, she had given up using the knives of this world and switched to her own divine weapon, the Phoenix. Although the Phoenix could throw tantrums here, no living being could damage it. In this small world, even she herself could not do so. Yin Yin rested her chin on her hand, exuding a lazy aura. Where's Tanjiro and Nezuko? Tanjiro felt a bit despondent at the mention of Nezuko, who was with their mother and showed no signs of waking up. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his head as Yin Yin rubbed his scalp gently, her tone soothing. Well, this means she is relying on sleep to recover. Demons become stronger by consuming humans, and if they don't eat, they need to enter a hibernation state or consume small amounts of fresh blood. In Nezuko's case, this is actually a good thing. At least she is trying hard to control herself. Don't worry, everything has its cause and effect. Tanjiro's eyes turned red, and he sniffled in response, quickly returning to his energetic self. Speaking of which, Yin Yin seemed to understand all this well. Kaneo looked at her and scratched her head. The smoke from the cigarette curled up to her lips, and she had an indifferent expression on her face. Of course, I am now a messenger of the underworld, and these things must be remembered. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this, casting admiring glances at her. Cloud pure nonsense smoke. Haha. Chapter 68, Guiding Tanjiro. Since we're here, not guiding the juniors would be irresponsible with our time. Yin Yin and Jinzi were drinking tea on the side, watching Inosuke and Iyong teach Tanjiro in front of them. Kenroji Mitsuri sat between the two, nodding frequently. The cloud of smoke curled around her lips, and she could clearly sense the pleasant emotions of Lin Long Zwajin nearby. Her eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, her important disciples were all alive and healthy, having overcome hardships to reach the strength of a Hashira. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked at the souls of those departed disciples not far away and conveyed her thoughts. What do you think? Do you want to see your teacher? The souls of these disciples were visibly taken aback, and they exclaimed in a flurry, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. They took off their masks, their mouths moving as they said something, their young yet determined faces radiating happiness. Yin Yin understood their thoughts, withdrew her gaze on her own, but in the next second, bound them one by one with the chains of discipline. Don't want to see? Think that losing in the final selection would be a disgrace to their teacher? A bunch of foolish little brats. Yin Yin tugged at Lin Long's sleeve and said, Teacher Lin Long, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Sure, let's go inside. Okay. Yin Yin followed him out, and as soon as the door closed, a group of boys and girls bound by golden chains were thrown onto the floor. Lin Longswell looked at these people in shock, his body trembling slightly. What? You all. These boys and girls, on the verge of tears, turned their heads to stare at Yin Yin, collectively accusing her, Junior Sister Yin Yin. How could you sneak attack us? Yin Yin shrugged, saying that the reason you told me for not seeing Teacher Lin Long was because he didn't pass the selection and felt too ashamed to face anyone. These seniors were venting their frustrations against her with all their might. Lin Long listened quietly to their words, the veins on his neck bulging and pulsating. Yin Yin silently retreated, shrinking into a corner to sit down. The next moment, Lin Longswajin gave a punch to the person beside him. The face under the mask was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. A group of foolish disciples. Fortunately, your junior sister is now a divine envoy. Otherwise, why never know what you all were thinking? Never knowing that you have been guarding me all along. By the end, his voice was choked with emotion. He felt guilty that his mask had cost so many vibrant lives with great potential. Yin quietly left the room, giving them space. Just after closing the door, she saw 4 people peeking through the window. Yin and the 4 people exchanged glances, and for a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. The 4 people. Yin, in the end. 5 people were peering through the window together. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled as he said that during his training, he always felt like many eyes were watching him. So that's the reason. The power of the gods is amazing. Yataru sighed, and Ju silently nodded. Takedo pinched Yin's face and said, Thank you, Yin-chan. With this, Teacher Yuro Kadaki should also be able to resolve his inner turmoil. Yin smiled. In fact, these senior brothers and sisters could also have a physical presence and continue to stay here. Oh, bang! The door was suddenly opened. Yin was instantly surrounded by these departed senior brothers and sisters. Really? Is it true, junior sister Yin? Yin-Yan's eyes twitched as the 4 members of the Jean 2 team hurriedly rescued her from the hands of those senior brothers and sisters. Lin Long punched the next soul again, and a group of half-grown boys, with bumps on their heads, obediently knelt down in front of Yunyan. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and said, "Well, this all depends on your own wishes. If you want to stay, I might provide some special exceptions in this regard. Would it have any impact on you?" Eong was the first to speak up among everyone. Yunyan shook her head and replied, "No, to be precise. It doesn't qualify to have any impact on me." Upon hearing that it wouldn't affect her, the senior brothers and sisters eagerly raised their hands to express their desire to stay, as they wanted to accompany teacher Lin Long. Seeing that they had no objections, Yunyan formed a hand seal and drew symbols in the air, as golden light merged into their bodies. Their souls slowly condensed into a tangible form. Yin exhaled a breath, a smile at the corner of her lips. "This talisman has a duration of 50 years. After 50 years, you must be reincarnated." "Yes. Thank you, junior sister." Yunyan smiled. They couldn't stay by the teacher's side, but with these senior brothers and sisters around, the teacher wouldn't feel lonely. Currently, only Yunyan was the most free among the group, so they decided to stay in the Misty Mountain for now. With the senior brothers and sisters around, the Misty Mountain was much livelier. The Tanjiro family was settled in a secluded area of the Misty Mountain and would occasionally come over for a visit. Yunyan leaned against the tree with her arms crossed, lazily watching Tanjiro swing his sword. She couldn't help but sigh. Don't use brute force to swing the sword. When you swing the sword, feel the direction of your body's muscle strength, and try to use diaphragmatic breathing, long inhales and short exhales. "Yes, I understand, senior sister Yunyan." Because she was really bored, Yunyan borrowed a wooden sword from Sakanji Urokodaki and said, "Let's practice together. Feel free to attack me." Tanjiro swallowed hard, looking serious. "Yes, here I come. MHM, bring it on." Next, the watching seniors all sighed and rubbed their foreheads. Yunyan stood still, effortlessly swinging her sword and sending Tanjiro flying far away. Time and again, Tanjiro got up in a disheveled state, panting heavily, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this what a Hashira is like? So strong. Don't be impulsive. Control your brute force. Your breathing is too rapid. Adjust your breathing to steady your heart rate. Before exerting yourself, make sure to store your breath, and try to concentrate all your strength at one point the moment your muscles tense up. Yunyan frowned. It seemed that Tanjiro was indeed not suited for water breathing. If he were to teach sun breathing in the narrow mist mountain, would he get kicked out by Master Rinkaku? Helpless, he gave up on the idea of teaching Tanjiro sun breathing here and decided to focus on teaching him the breathing technique first. "Yes," Tanjiro responded loudly, making an effort to follow Yunyan's instructions. Gradually, he was surprised to discover that when he swung his sword, his strength seemed to increase a bit, and his stamina consumption had also decreased. Yunyan raised her lips with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. After practicing with Tanjiro until dusk, Yunyan finally called it a day. Tanjiro lay on the ground, too exhausted to lift a single finger. In contrast, Yunyan didn't even break a sweat. Tanjiro's heart cried out, "What a blow!" Although she was idle, it didn't mean there were no tasks. On the 8th day of helping to guide Tanjiro in the Misty Mountains, Yunyan was called away by Long in the evening. Before parting, Yunyan ruffled Tanjiro's head, who looked reluctant, and said, "Well, good luck, junior brother. I'll be waiting for you in the Demon Slayer Corps." Tanjiro looked at her and nodded with determination. "Yes, I will definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps." Yunyan smiled with satisfaction, gave a few more instructions to the others, and waved goodbye to them. 06 lay on her shoulder, yawning, and was tossed aside by Yunyan to grow bigger so she could ride it to continue her journey. 06, "I'm just a brick, wherever I'm needed. I'll move there." Chapter 69. A chance encounter with Shimi. As she moved through the forest, Yunyan's gaze became sharp, and in an instant, she drew her sword and struck off the head of a demon. It fell lightly to the ground, and she turned to look at the sky. Tonight the sky is clear, and the moon is quite round. Suddenly, a crying sound from afar instantly caught her attention. That voice was too familiar. Yunyan jumped a few times, quickly darting across the tree trunks. In midair, she caught sight of a figure. As their eyes met, her pupils constricted. It was Schwami. The small, frail body was cornered by several evil spirits, causing it to fall several times. On the youthful face, aside from a scar running across half of it, there was nothing but fear. Tears streamed from the eyes. Trembling voice cried out, "No, don't come over. Monster, monster. So terrifying. Help me, brother, help." Yunyan suddenly felt a string in her mind snap. With a quick movement, she appeared just as one of the evil spirits was about to pounce. Breath of ice, fourth form, frost descent. In an instant, the evil spirit's head rolled to the ground. Yunyan stood in front of Xuanya, holding her sword, her expression emotionless, with veins bulging on her face. "You scum! What do you want to do to my adorable little brother?" The evil spirits were taken aback. When did this woman appear? Xuanyao widened his eyes, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing Yunyan. Hearing that familiar voice, which was just a bit more mature but still easy to recognize, he stammered, "Why, Yunyan's sister?" Yunyan's heart trembled at his call, and a dense, needle-like pain spread deep within. Softening her voice, she said, "Xuanmi, don't be afraid, sister is here. Be good. Sister will take care of these dirty things soon." Yunyan's eyes sparkled with a cold light. In a flash, her figure darted among the evil spirits. With a breath of ice, sixth form, Ice Soul Dragon Howl, her blade slashed down, accompanied by a giant frost dragon that twisted and turned, instantly decapitating this group of evil spirits. She sheathed her sword and hurriedly turned to Xuanmi, crouching down to hold his shoulders and examine him closely. After confirming he only had some scrapes, and, upon careful observation, verifying that the boy had not yet consumed any demon flesh and was unaware that he could fight by eating demons, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She tightly embraced him, soothingly saying, "It's all right now. Sister is here, Xuanmi. Don't be afraid." Xuanmi trembled in her arms, tightly hugging her waist and crying out, "Sister Yunyan, boo-hoo, you're really alive. That's so great. Mother, my younger siblings are all gone. Brother, he has also left. I can't find brother. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for saying such hurtful things. Clearly, brother wanted to protect me. Boo-hoo." Yunyan gently patted his back to help him catch his breath. Listening to his increasingly incoherent words, she sighed softly, her eyes filled with compassion. "It's okay. If you want to cry, just cry. I'm here for you. It's tough being alone, isn't it? Xuanmi has really tried hard. It's all right now. Tired from crying." And having been alone for so long, Xuanmi finally found someone he could trust and fell into a deep sleep in her embrace. Yunyan stood up holding him, her face tense as she ran back, trying her best to envelop him with divine power along the way, nurturing his malnourished and overly fatigued body. She maintained a dark expression throughout, gritting her teeth. "Idiot Shimi, your brother is so small, and you only give him money without showing up. Can he hold on?" "Huh." As she passed by the phone residence with Xuani, the two practicing in the open courtyard were startled when Shimi appeared in front of her at an incredible speed, grabbing her arm. "Xuani, Yunyan, why is Xuani here with you?" Yunyan was so annoyed that she wanted to cover his mouth, giving him a fierce glare. "Don't talk. Can't you see the child is asleep? Come with me to the ice house." "Oh." Shimi was taken aback by her fierceness and obediently followed her with a knife in hand, his eyes never leaving Xuani. Quangjin looked confused but still followed to see what was going on. After all, this was the brother that Shimi had mentioned before. When Kaiamai saw Yunyan return, holding a child in her arms and followed by two wind pillars holding sweet rice cakes and matcha, she looked at them in bewilderment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shimi and Quangjin simultaneously make a shushing motion. So she obediently closed her mouth, her eyes questioning. Yunyan motioned for her to put things down first and come over. Qian hurriedly placed the items she was holding inside the room and followed Yunyan into the guest room. After settling the sleeping Xuani, Yunyan, with a dark expression, pulled Shimi and called for Quangjin to go to the living room. The three of them sat in the room, and Qian quickly served matcha to them before leaving. She stole a glance at the door and shivered. "Wow, Master looks super angry right now." Yunyan took a sip of tea, and Shimi couldn't hold back any longer, speaking a bit anxiously. "Yunyan, can you answer the question I just asked now? Why is Xuami here with you? Shouldn't he still be at home?" Yunyan slammed the teacup onto the table with a bang, causing the two people across from him to shudder simultaneously. Shimi's frizzy white hair softened noticeably for a moment. Yunyan looked at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, and said, "Well, it should be that way. But do you think a half-grown child can handle the large amount of coins you sent him? Or do you think a little child can fight off those street thugs? Oh, or do you think that such a small child, while desperately searching for his brother, can safely escape when encountering 7 or 8 evil spirits?" What? Both of them exclaimed in shock, and Shimi's eyes widened as he trembled, feeling angry at first, but the last sentence hit him like a bomb. It exploded in his mind, buzzing in his ears. His mind was filled with thoughts of Xuanmi being bullied, and then Xuanmi encountering 7 or 8 evil spirits on his way to find him, almost dying, and he almost lost his last relative. If Yunyan hadn't happened to encounter him, what would he have done? He might not have even known that his brother had completely left this world. Seeing him fall into a daze, Yunyan rubbed her forehead in frustration and said, "I know your reasons for doing this, but Shimi, that day, I was also at fault. Shimi snapped back to reality. Seeing the sadness on Yunyan's face, he instinctively reached out and held her hand, looking serious. Don't say that. His purple eyes were filled with heartache. He knew that at that time, she was just a newcomer, yet she stood up against the crescent moon for their family. How dangerous that must have been. She was hurt so badly, yet still thought only of protecting them. Such an expression should not be on her face. Yunyan closed his eyes and then opened them again, his gaze clear. Shimi, don't hide from him anymore. Shimi lowered his head. His hand clenched into a fist on his lap. Didn't he deserve to be a brother? They had promised to protect their family together, yet lost everything that night. They had agreed to protect their younger brother, but he abandoned him. Seeing him like this, Yunyan sighed, and Quangjin looked at Shimi with concern, patting his shoulder. Shimi, some things need to be clarified properly. Shimi remained silent, and Yunyan frowned. Quangjin, could you please take Shimi back for now? As for Xuanmi, I will take care of him. The follow-up matters will be arranged. Shimi opened his mouth and finally stood up, his tall figure appearing somewhat lonely. Can I go see him? Go ahead. He is your brother. If you want to see him, then go. Yunyan was indeed a bit angry at the moment, and both of them could hear it. Quangjin accompanied Shimi to visit Xuanmi. Quangjin sat at the door, watching Shimi sitting by the bed inside. Shimi had a face full of guilt and self-blame, with tears welling up in his eyes, trembling hands reaching out to touch his emaciated younger brother. I'm sorry. Xuanmi, I'm an unworthy brother, Shimi whispered, finally leaning down to press his forehead against Xuanmi's. Tears finally slipped from his eyes, falling onto Xuanmi's face. Shimi was startled and quickly wiped away the tears that had dropped onto Xuanmi's face, tucked him in snugly, and got up to leave. Quangjin looked at his tearful eyes and pursed his lips. He couldn't offer any advice, so he could only silently accompany him. The two exchanged greetings and left the ice house. Yunyan did not show up, and it was Qianmi who sent them off. Shimi was also aware that Yunyan was angry and didn't dare to say anything more at this moment, leaving in silence with Quangjin. Chapter 70. Arranging for Xuanmi. Yunyan found Baiming Yuxingming late at night and told him about Xuanmi's situation, also mentioning his special qualities. When Baiming Yuxingming learned that Xuanmi had the rare physique of a 1,000-year food demon, he was momentarily shocked. In the end, he accepted Xuanmi as his disciple, but requested that Yunyan come over from time to provide guidance, as he himself was not skilled at teaching disciples. Yunyan naturally agreed. The next day, Qianmi opened his eyes in the warm bed. Beside him was Yunyan reading a book, and on the other side sat a tall monk, resembling a bear. Yunyan saw him wake up with a gentle smile on her face. Are you awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Qianmi blushed slightly and shook his head vigorously. Sister Yunyan, am I really not dreaming? A sharp pain on his face made Qianmi frown. Sister, it hurts. My face hurts. Please stop pinching. Hearing this, Yunyan laughed. Is it still a dream? A smile appeared on Qianmi's face as he shook his head, reaching out to grab the corner of her clothing. No, it's really sister. Yunyan gently rubbed his head, feeling pity. Xuanmi, I know you've been searching for Shimi. You must also know the reason your mother turned out like that, and about those monsters from last night, right? Yes, I knew a long time ago, Xuanmi replied, lowering his head and gripping the blanket tightly. Baiming Yuxingming's eyes were filled with tears as he gently rubbed Xuanmi's head. Namo, poor child, your brother is Shirchuan Shimi, right? Yes, that's right. Have you seen my brother? Do you know him? Is he okay? Xuanmi's eyes were filled with hope as he stared unblinkingly at Baiming Yuxingming. Yunyan smiled helplessly. We've all seen him. He's doing well. But it's not easy for you to meet him, is it? Why? Your brother, Nameless, is now the wind pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you want to see a pillar, you must become a pillar. Xuanmi widened his eyes slightly, and Yunyan was afraid he wouldn't understand. So he explained again what the Demon Slayer Corps does and how the ranks are divided. Xuanmi clenched his fists. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps too. I want to help my brother and sister Yunyan. Protect my brother and sister Yunyan. Yunyan was so moved that she almost cried out loud. Her own child has grown up. Yunyan saw the situation and proposed to Qianmi to learn cultivation beside Bei Mingyu. Qianmi knelt in front of him, pressing his forehead against the floor. He shouted loudly, Mr. Bei Mingyu, please accept me. I'm begging you. Bei Mingyu's eyes filled with tears as he nodded in agreement. After all, they were in the ice house. Yunyan, feeling uneasy, prepared a large number of items for him to take away. While seeing him off, she said, You're always welcome to come and play during your breaks. I will also go to Mr. Bei Mingyu's side to guide you. Make sure to cultivate well and take care of yourself. I remember. Thank you, Sister Yunyan. Yunyan watched as Baiming Yu Hangming took Xuanmi away, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, With her body having been nurtured with divine power in advance, she should have no problem learning the basic breathing technique. And as for the shirkuei, there would be no more side effects. She then grabbed her knife and headed straight for the butterfly mansion. What was the weakness of the shirkuei again? TSK. How could I forget something I just saw? In a hurry to the butterfly mansion, she completely failed to notice the two people watching her from the shadows. Shimi, seeing that Xuanyi was taken away by Baiming Yuhangming, naturally understood that she had been taken as his disciple. He didn't want Xuanyi to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but he had no right to show up now. In a fit of frustration, he grabbed his hair, completely baffled by what Yunyan was thinking. Quangjin, however, heard clearly what Yunyan was muttering and tugged at Shimi's clothes, saying, "Hey Shimi, what is a shirkuei?" "Huh? How would I know what you're talking about?" Shimi instantly grabbed Quangjin's clothes, his face full of disbelief. The shirkuei. At this moment, Shimi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had once overheard Kanai and Yunyan chatting about it. The shirkuei refers to those who consume demons to gain their powers, transforming their bodies into demons for combat. So, is Xuanyi one of them now? Shimi felt like he could barely stand, reaching out to hold onto Quangjin's arm, his eyes fixed on the ground without blinking. What a joke. Quangjin, I think I need to drink a bit. Oh, okay. I'll join you. Thanks, but don't be polite with me right now. That day, Quangjin learned about Shimi's past and understood why he was the way he was. And he also began to worry about the fact that Shimi's only younger brother was a shirkuei, taking advantage of Shimi being drunk. Quangjin wrote a letter and sent it to the Ice Mansion. When Yunyan returned and saw the letter from Lixing on the table, she opened it to read. Raising an eyebrow, she thought, wow, even when stealing a glance, you write so boldly? You really are something, Quangjin. She wrote down the precautions regarding the shirkuei, particularly noting that they must absolutely not injure the neck or any area above it. Yunyan clapped her hands in satisfaction. Good. Let's see how long you can keep up your tough talk. I'll bring you along to Knife Forging Village. We'll see how anxious you get then. After eating and returning, seeing Yunyan's grin that was downright ferocious, 06 was so startled that his fur stood on end. Have you finally lost your mind? Yunyan silently opened the door and shouted outside, Xiaobai, 06 is eating your food. 06. A white shadow rushed in from outside, instantly grappling with 06, who screamed heart-wrenchingly, Nangon Yunyan, you unscrupulous woman. Yunyan shrugged her shoulders. You're right. Nangon Yunyan is not good. What does it have to do with me, Jigui Yunyan? 06 breakdown, you heartless woman. In the following days, Yunyan spent her time taking on tasks and bringing Qian Na Mei to find Xianmi, where they would teach together. They also took the opportunity to have Beiming Yu guide Qian Na Mei in training for her strength and endurance. During their spare time, they would take the two kids for a health checkup, stroll around, and have some snacks. Of course, as long as Xianmi was around, Yunyan often noticed a white figure quietly following them. She couldn't help but pout. Shimi, you cowardly guy who can't be honest. What frustrated her the most was when they were doing cooperative tasks. Shimi would blush while secretly probing about Xianmi's situation. After summarizing it in disbelief, she found that this brother complex guy had a mix of comfort and worry on his face. Then he got caught, and his expression darkened. He mumbled something about having no talent, not being able to learn breathing techniques, and questioning why he didn't just quit if he was going to stay and be a burden. Yunyan was so angry that she almost floated into the sky. The last piece of cake was stuffed in her mouth to make her shut up. MD was getting more and more annoyed. Chapter 71. Tenjin, Ultimate Poor Language Expression, Eon. In a mountain stream, Yunyan shook off the blood from her blade and sheathed it. Eon was beside her, having coincidentally been assigned a cooperative mission with his favorite senior sister, wearing a smile on his otherwise expressionless face. However, what he said made the other team members far from amused. Eon looked expressionlessly at the wounded teammates who were being treated discreetly, their blade-wielding power weak. Didn't they eat? Implicit meaning. Did they come to do the mission without eating? It feels like you all lack strength in your strikes. Without food, you won't have strength, and that could lead to trouble. The water that Yunyan had just sipped suddenly sprayed out. Yunyan, phew, 06, oh my. The team members were on the verge of tears, thinking they had angered Eon, and they all apologized with sorrowful faces. Eon looked confused, wondering why they were apologizing. Yunyan, who understood what he meant, helplessly acted as a translator and explained his words. The team members felt even more like crying. Lord Tenjin, at least complete your sentences. Meanwhile, a certain oblivious person had a faint smile on his face, surrounded by little pink flowers. Senior sister understands him. Senior sister is so nice. Yunyan, sigh. 06, winky face. Yunyan has completely lost it. This guy isn't saying we're different this time. But why is one person's language ability so poor? Can't he say everything he wants to say? Helplessly rubbing his brow, confirming that there's no danger around, he patted Eong's shoulder and said, "Let's go. After all, this is the last task of the day. How about some late-night snacks? How about radish and salmon?" Eong's eyes sparkled. Yunyin chuckled a bit. "Are you really that fond of eating?" After having a late-night snack with Eong, Yunyin yawned as she walked back, glancing at the moon in the sky. It was already the early hours of the morning. So sleepy. Yunyin rubbed his eyes, secretly cursing the strange hours of the underworld. While contemplating the next training session for Xuani, there was less than half a year left until the final selection began. After receiving frequent rescue missions for many days, Yunyin was feeling quite troubled. Why was the quality of the newly promoted members of the Demon Slayer Corps so poor lately? Dragging his exhausted body, he staggered back home. After finally arriving, he found that Qianyi was also on a long-distance mission and wouldn't be back for another 4 or 5 days. Yunyin was still a bit worried about her stepson. She nudged 06, who was grooming itself nearby, and asked if it could locate Nami and keep an eye on her. 06 noticed that she seemed overly tired, as if she were about to fall asleep while speaking. It let out a soft sigh and said, "All right, you just sleep soundly. I'll make sure she is safe." "Thanks," she replied. "Don't mention it. By the way, Nishikawa's favorability towards you has already reached 97. Really?" Yunyin suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open. "What favorability?" 06. "Damn, you just arrived here not long ago, and it's already been open for you. It was your consent. Didn't you see it?" The chibi version of Yunyin looked at 06 with her big eyes, awkwardly scratching her face. Maybe she was too sleepy at that time, and completely didn't pay attention to what she was responding to. 06. In the end, Yunyin got scolded by 06, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly, while 06 was so angry she felt like a pufferfish and left with a precise teleportation. After 06 left, Yunyin curled her lips. The favorability of 97. Should she confess? No, it's better if she does it. After all, Shimi, this coward in love, would definitely not dare to speak up. After waking up, Yunyin practiced her sword in the yard wearing her usual training clothes. Since the outfit was not available here, the hidden ones from Ice Mansion often peeked at her curiously. "Alan, do you know which country Lord Ice Pillar is from? Such a strange outfit. It seems like the team uniform hasn't been delivered yet." Alan was taken aback, right? Lord Yunyin's team uniform hasn't arrived yet. As for this, I only heard from Lord Stepson that Lord Yunyin was an adopted child of her childhood. I don't know anything else. Hearing this, the hidden ones looked at Yunyin practicing her sword in the yard with even more curiosity. Just as they were talking about the team uniform arrived. Yunyin politely took the team uniform and thanked them, then returned to her room. After finishing her shower and putting on the clothes, she was left with a head full of question marks. Wait, where are the 2nd to 4th buttons? Looking down at the outfit that was exposed from her chest all the way to her abdomen, she had countless question marks popping up in her mind. She looked down at her lower half, which was in pants, and her face darkened. Is this a TMD outfit, just like Shimi's? With a dark expression, she was about to change out of the clothes when there was a knock on the door, and she heard Shimi and Kwang Jin's voices outside. "Yunyin, didn't we agree to go eat hot pot together today? Why aren't you here? Are you still not up?" Yunyin was just about to reply when she saw the door open. Yes. Shimi noticed she didn't respond and opened the door. Immediately, a dramatic and awkward scene unfolded. Shimi's eyes widened as she looked at Yunyin, her face visibly turning bright red, steam seemingly rising from her head, just like a kettle boiling. "Why your team uniform? What's going on? Doesn't the Demon Slayer Corps have fabric to make your clothes?" "Huh? What? Idiot Kwang Jin, don't look." Kwang Jin, who peered in at the sound, was directly slapped over the eyes by Shimi and fell back to the ground. Yunyin rubbed his forehead in pain, quickly pulled over the all-black Haori from the rack, and covered himself up tightly in the front. He needed to ask a certain tailor about this. With a face full of goodwill, a cross appeared on his face. Shimi's complexion changed from red to black, then back to red, resembling a color palette. You hurry up and change your clothes. I'll go with Kwang Jin to find that bastard." All right, after Yunyin closed the door, he swiftly changed out his clothes and put on his usual athletic gear, then opened the door while holding his clothes. Shimi's face was filled with anger, the blush still not fully faded, while Kwang Jin beside him was indignant and teasing Shimi with a smile. "I'm ready, let's go." On the way, Yunyin secretly glanced at Shimi's clothes, thinking this guy only one button on the top. He should just show it to her directly. Retracting his gaze, he silently sighed. "Shimi, you're like a male bodhisattva." Shimi kicked open the door of the tailor shop, wearing a fierce expression, veins bulging, and walked in with clenched fists. Maeda was taken aback for a moment as a set of clothes was suddenly thrown at him, and then he was grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground. Being so close to Shimi, he was scared to the point of losing all color. Shimi's pupils shrank to tiny dots, his face full of rage. Is this how you make clothes for girls? Where are the buttons on the top? Did you eat them? Do you want to die, you punk? I could kill you right now. Or you can remake her team uniform. Choose. Kwang Jin, with a dark face, said nothing and directly burned the team uniform that Yunyan brought, which was the same as Mealy's top. Maeda was so scared that his soul almost left his body. After getting beaten up, he finally delivered a normal team uniform to Bing's High the next day. This time, the buttons on the top were all intact, but it turned out to be sleeveless. Yunyan took a puff from the corner of her lips, changed into her team uniform, and wore short boots with fitted pants. She put on her Haori jacket neatly. At her waist, she had the divine artifact phoenix, along with a jade pendant and a sachet gifted by Shimi. Today was the day China Mimi returned from her mission, and she needed to go to the butterfly house for a checkup. It was perfect, as she also needed to go to the butterfly house for a checkup and pick up her child. Chapter 72. Late night, visit to Kwang Jin upon receiving China Mimi. Yunyan looked at her gently, like a little sparrow, chattering about everything that happened during this mission. Whether it was sadness, anger, or joy, China Mimi poured it all out to her. Master, listen to me. This mission was really infuriating. That evil spirit only eats young girls. Beautiful girls around 13 or 14 years old. But in the end, I chopped off its head with one strike. I can already use the 6th form of the ice breathing technique. Thanks to 06, I bought it a lot of little dried fish to eat. 06 looked super happy. And when we got back, it went home to sleep first. I also met Jimmy this time. The fighting style of the flesh eater was really painful, but it was okay. Although he hasn't joined the team yet, we cooperated very successfully. Mr. Kinney has recently sent me a lot of gifts. Many of them are from his missions and are all my favorite types. Yunyan waited until she finished speaking, then reached out to rub her head. Is that so? That evil spirit really deserves to die for hurting so many innocent girls. Naomi did very well. Can she already use the 6th form of breathing technique? Naomi is indeed a talented child, and I'm very pleased. She even bought so many little dried fish for 06. Don't spoil it too much. That guy is very quick to take advantage. Did she encounter Jinya as well? It seems he is already hunting demons, even though he hasn't officially joined the team yet. What a silly younger brother who pushes himself. Thank you, Naomi, for helping him. Did Kwang Jin give you a gift? Do you like him a lot? But if it's about romance, you're still young, so there's no rush. Yunyan responded sentence by sentence, and Qian blushed, stopping in her tracks and suddenly diving into her embrace, rubbing her face against her. Yunyan looked at her affectionately, one hand around her and the other gently placed on the back of her head. What's wrong, Name? I love Master the most. Yunyan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that, pinching the girl's face in her arms. At such a big age, still wanting to act cute with Master? Hee. It's because Master is just too gentle. I can't help it when I see Master. Yunyan was slightly taken aback, her face bearing a sense of helplessness, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. No, I'm not gentle. Chinanami lifted her head, not understanding why someone so gentle would deny the fact of their own gentleness. 06. Gentleness has nothing to do with her. It's all an illusion. An illusion. Yunyan patted the top of her head, took her hand, and said, let's go home. What do you want to eat tonight? When it came to food, Qian's eyes sparkled. I want to eat the pork chop rice made by Master, and I also want to drink kelp soup. Okay, I'll make it when we get back. Yunyan walked while exhaling cold air. You little brat, you're 6 years older than my Naime. You're already 20, and my Naime is only 14. She is still a child. You're just a guy who wants to be an old cow eating tender grass. I'll find you later for a good sparring session. While cooking at home, Kwang Jin sneezed twice, and Shimi, who had just washed his hands to help, looked at him in confusion. Kwang Jin, are you catching a cold? Kwang Jin rubbed his nose, feeling puzzled. No, I don't think so. I don't feel cold at all. It's just that my back feels chilly, and my neck feels even colder. What is going on? Shimi advised him to take some cold prevention medicine later and helped him finish cooking. After settling Naime, Yunyan, in the middle of the night, picked up a wooden sword and walked straight into the Wind Mansion. Seeing Shimi practicing in the yard with a bewildered expression, he kicked open Kwang Jin's door. Kwang Jin had just changed his clothes and saw Yunyan with a devilish smile, exuding dark energy as he kicked the door open. Kwang Jin, scared. Kwang Jin, do you have time now? I think we lack some opportunities to train for future cooperative battles. It just so happens that you look free now. So why don't we take this chance to have a good sparring session? Yunyan smiled through gritted teeth. and the smile on her face looked even more terrifying in Kwang Jin's eyes. Shimi Mizukawa, winky face, Yun is angry. Does she already know about Kwang Jin's feelings for China Mimi? Shimi silently withdrew to one side with the knife. Noticing the pleading look that Kwang Jin cast his way, he gave him an expression of helplessness. Kwang Jin, if you unfortunately perish today, I will definitely laugh at you for an entire year. Kwang Jin could see his schadenfreude, and he was on the verge of breaking down. Helplessly, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said to Yun, could you please go a little easier? Yun looked at him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes and said, what do you mean? Do you really think I would harm my comrades? Thinking this way makes me very sad. Kwang Jin, yeah, TT, you're definitely not, but right now, you certainly don't see me as a comrade. Am I going to die? Yun is not trying to break up the couple. On the contrary, she wants to see how strong Kwang Jin is now and whether he can protect Na Mei. She cannot always be by Na Mei's side. Na Mei is such an outstanding and intelligent child, and apart from the people around her, she really can't think of any man who is worthy of being her stepson. No one is worthy. Yun. When sparring with Kwang Jin, she only used 1/3 of her strength. Looking at Kwang Jin, who was panting and a bit disheveled after being beaten by her, Yun nodded in satisfaction. Kwang Jin could only feel that there were countless bruises all over his body, and he winced in pain. Both of their wooden swords were broken, and the rest was all about physical combat, resulting in a severe beating. Yun stood with one hand on her waist, looking at him seriously. Kwang Jin, if one day in the future I entrust Nami to you, will you protect her and take care of her, even if it means sacrificing your life? Upon hearing this, Kwang Jin immediately felt energized, standing upright and responding loudly, of course. I would give my life to love and protect her, because she is the person I love the most. After shouting, he turned completely red. Shimi covered her face with a slap, thinking, what an idiot. He actually said that in front of Yun. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up again? Yun stared at him expressionlessly, her gaze sharp as a blade, a blend of malevolence and killing intent pressing heavily on Kwang Jin. Kwang Jin stared back at her without blinking, his back already soaked with cold sweat, his legs straining to avoid kneeling under the terrifying pressure. Shimi was taken aback, thinking Yun was about to lose her temper. Wait. Yun calmed down. Just as she was about to step in to stop Yun, she heard her chuckle softly. All right, qualified. I have no objections now. If you can manage it, then go ahead and work hard to win Nami's heart. Good luck. Yun returned to her usual lazy demeanor, patted Kwang Jin's shoulder, turned around to rub Shimi's head, as usual, and then walked away. Sorry for bothering you late at night. Have a good dream tonight, both of you. Good night. Shimi stared blankly at her leaving, blushing and biting his lip, wondering why this girl always had to rub his head. Is his head that nice to touch? Is it that addictive? Kwang Jin, feeling weak in the legs, fell to the ground, scared out of his wits. Shimi smiled and pulled him up, but overall it was still a good outcome. Congratulations. Kwang Jin grinned, his whole being radiating little pink flowers. Yeah? This is really great. Now he can pursue Naimei without any worries. Then he suddenly leaned closer to Shimi, smirking. Shimi, when are you going to give that letter to Yun? Shimi's face instantly turned bright red, glaring at him fiercely. Why you? How do you know? None of your business. Take care of yourself. I am tired. Going to sleep. Kwang Jin still wore a smiling face. Oh, Shimi, you really are easy to embarrass. So innocent, you need to hurry up with this. It's been too long. This isn't like you, Shimi. Shut up. Are you sleeping or not? If you're not going to sleep, then get out and do your tasks. Sleep, sleep, sleep. I just got back. Got beaten up again. Have some sympathy. Senior brother is also tired. You're tired, but still have the energy to meddle in my business. Go sleep. The two bickered as they returned to the house. And soon, the lights in the courtyard were turned off, and the sound of their bickering quieted down. Chapter 73. The ugly ghost with discriminating taste Chennai was wearing the white haori with sunflower patterns that Kwang Jin gave her, bouncing around like a little butterfly in front of Yun. Yun looked at her with a doting expression, while Longha and Naimei's conga, you led the way in the air. Chen Naimei was extremely excited at this moment, leaning close to Yun and wrapping her arms around her, saying, yeah, I'm super happy. This is my first time going on a mission with Master. Yun chuckled lightly and reached out to rub her head. Is that so? Then I need to see how strong our Nami is. After all, I haven't seen her fight yet. It's really something to look forward to. Chitos stood up straight, took a deep breath, and clenched her fist in a gesture of encouragement. I won't let Master down. I want Master to see the results of my training. Yun gently patted the top of her head and pinched her soft, tender face, saying, you don't have to force yourself. I believe in Na-mei. She is a very talented and strong child. Qianmei blushed and giggled, surrounded by pink flowers. Oh, dear master is praising me so much. I'm going to be embarrassed. Yunyan shook her head with a smile and quietly walked beside Qianmei, listening to her chattering away. As they approached the mission location, this time the task was to capture the evil spirit lurking in the town. According to the intelligence report, it was an extremely cunning ghost. The places where it committed murders were not fixed. It could be an inn, in a late-night tavern, or in an empty alley. Its movements were unpredictable, and even the most skilled investigator, K-Ka, could not accurately determine the specific location of the ghost. The only commonality was that this evil spirit had a strong preference for young and beautiful women, as well as handsome and delicate-looking boys. Yunyan gave a straightforward and blunt evaluation, just a beauty control, only choosing to eat what looks good, and her taste is quite picky. Holding a rice cake in her hand, she took bites while sitting on the street with Qianmei. No matter where they are, a certain special organization in the community will never disappoint. Sitting quietly at the entrance of a small shop on the street, they listened to a group of women chatting under the nearby tree. Qianmei bent down, trying hard to eat, feeling extremely hungry after walking for so long. Have you heard? Last night, at a corner in Nantu town, at Mrs. Haruko's place, her dragon and phoenix twins just turned 15, and they disappeared overnight. Really? That's terrifying. They just vanished? It's just like the rumors about monsters catching people at night recently. So scary. What is happening in this world? Just staying alive is already exhausting. My child just turned 15 this year. I have to be with her night. It's too scary. Exactly. Every night, kids are going missing. How long has this been going on? It's been a whole month already, right? Can't the government do something about this? Yin Yan's eyes flickered. Is it only targeting the 15-year-old boys and girls? After taking the last bite of the rice cake, Yin Yan leaned back in the chair, deep in thought. Chitos raised her head, with grains of rice still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Master, I can be the bait. Didn't I just turn 15 a few days ago? Yin Yan had a faint smile on her face as she raised her hand to tap her chin. Thinking about it, it really is the most suitable. However, Nami, you need to think carefully. This is different from previous tasks. This time it's more dangerous. Chiname looked at her firmly, clenched her fists, and said, Yes, I understand. Master, please believe in me. I can do this. Yin Yan looked at her with a light smile, raising her hand to pinch the rice grain at the corner of her lips. All right, Name let go and want to do something. Qianmei showed a brilliant smile. She dared to speak up without hesitation because she knew that behind her was her master. 06 jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed against her face. Don't worry, I will follow you. Thank you, 06. 06 licked its paw and, hearing this, patted her head with its paw. After all, you are Yin Yan's stepson, part of our family. But this is all physical work, it's so tiring. After the mission, give me some extra dried fish. I want the spicy and salty kind. I'll make sure to prepare a big bowl full for 06 when we get back. Yin Yan, angry, my fists are clenched. I want to hit the cat today. Yin Yan looked at 06 with a smile that was not quite a smile, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. 06 broke into a cold sweat under her gaze. Just a moment ago, feeling a bit proud, now it's over. Yin Yan gave it a meaningful glance and shifted her attention back to the women who were still chatting, listening quietly as they talked about going home. Yin Yan propped her chin on her hand and said, Name, tonight you take 06 for a walk in the alley at West Corner. I'll hide and follow you. Be careful. Prioritize your safety. Do you remember? Yes, master. I remember. Looking at Kanemi's spirited demeanor, Yin Yan sighed softly. This little girl clearly wasn't taking her words to heart. 06 smacked her lips a couple of times, looking speechless. When did I notice this child was such a hot-blooded fool? After taking Kanemi to an inn and checking into her room, she helped her change into a new outfit and applied some light makeup. Seeing the cute and delicate Kanemi before her, Yun Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. She is truly my successor, looking delightful. According to the plan, Kanemi chose to leave around midnight. Yun Yan used her divine power to conceal her presence, quietly following her from a distance in the shadows. Kanemi held a lantern in her hand, a faint smile on her face, while 06 nestled motionlessly in her clothes. The girl and the cat walked through the alley. The night deep and quiet, with a whisper of wind passing by. In the shadows, the ground seemed to transform into liquid, beginning to surge before vanishing instantly, leaving only the sound of gentle flowing water. Kanemi kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation from her heart. As a demon hunter, she immediately realized that a ghost was approaching. The next second, she relaxed her body. She couldn't reveal herself yet, Just as she took a step forward, the ground instantly blossomed like a flower, quickly enveloping her. Yunyan's eyes flickered as she watched a figure emerge beside the earthen flower bud. Dressed in a brown kimono, with a single horn protruding from its head, the creature resembled a human but was grotesquely ugly, grinning with a sinister smile. How lovely! Really a beautiful child. Smells just like fresh food. Is she still a virgin? Eating her must be tender and unforgettable, the malevolent spirit sneered, reaching out with a perverse grin to stroke the muddy flower that trapped Chuan Na-mei. Chuan Na-mei only felt herself enveloped by a foul-smelling substance. But the dirty thing did not touch her, as 06 and Yunyan had cast a protective shield around her. However, her sense of smell was severely compromised. 06 flicked its tail in displeasure, covering its nose with both paws, and the whole cat seemed unwell. The human and cat remained still, pretending to be unconscious, while the evil spirit glanced around to ensure safety before swiftly moving through the alley with the muddy flower, encasing Chuan Na-mei. Yunyan's figure flashed and followed closely, her bright golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on the evil spirit. Even from a distance, she could smell the foul stench. Damn it! Her Na-mei must be suffering from this by now. Chapter 74 New Crescent. So weak she might as well deliver food. She followed until she reached a dilapidated shrine not far from the town, crouching silently on a tree branch, watching as the evil spirit broke through the ground, revealing its hiding place. Inside, there were 7 or 8 boys and girls, all in a state of fear and panic. Confirming the location and situation, Yunyan sent a message to 06 with her mind. Just as the evil spirit was about to throw Chi-mei inside, her eyes flickered, and 06 instantly tossed her sword to her from space. Gripping the hilt naturally, she drew the sword in an instant. Ice breath, second form, ninefold, ice bloom. The muddy soil was instantly shattered into pieces, and the refreshing fragrance of the ice flower purified the stench in the air. The evil spirit was startled. Damn it! Is it the Demon Slayer core? With a cry of alarm, it turned to run, but suddenly a shadow loomed over its head. Yunyan descended from the air, her expression holding a smile as cold as ice. She kicked the evil spirit into a tree, breaking it apart, and as she watched it struggle to get up, she calmly said, "Good evening." Chi-mei ran to her side, holding the sword. "Master." Yunyan touched her head, turned to look at the evil spirit whose bones she had kicked and was now healing and getting up. It really looks like a groundhog. "Master, what is a groundhog?" Yunyan looked at Chuan Na-mei's confused and curious expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that's how it is. Seeing the evil spirit rise, Chuan Na-mei rushed forward with her knife. Breath of ice, fourth form, frostbite. The evil spirit dodged her attack, but lost an arm in the process. With a fierce expression, it extended its claws, trying to take the opportunity to crush her head. Yunyan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply as 06 suddenly darted out. With a swipe of its claw, no thicker than a finger, the evil spirit's arm shattered. 06 landed on the ground and disdainfully shook off the blood of the evil spirit from its claws. A cold light flashed in Qianai's eyes as she turned and swung her blade with force, aiming for the head. Breath of ice, sixth form. Ice phantom dragon's roar. The blade slashed in a winding manner, and the evil spirit was cut into several segments, its head rolling on the ground before beginning to collapse and dissipate. Yunyan smiled with satisfaction as she looked at her. Qianai excitedly ran to her side, and Yunyan generously gave her a compliment. 06 watched silently from the side, thinking, with such a talent for praise, why haven't you ever praised the group of fools under your command? It seems that this praising education never reaches those diligent fools, right? Cloud smoke. We're a bunch of rough old men bragging about. Are they bragging about only building muscles and not brains? Bragging that they have simple minds and developed limbs? Along with the hidden ones, rushed over to rescue these trapped boys and girls. Chitos went over to help, comforting those who were scared. Yunyan leaned against the tree with her arms crossed, appearing lazy but actually on high alert. A faint rustling sound arose, and Yunyan's eyes flickered as her figure instantly appeared beside a hidden person, swiftly grabbing them around the waist and jumping several meters away. Almost at the moment they distanced themselves, several claw marks appeared on the ground where the hidden person had just been. Everyone was startled, and Qianami hurriedly drew her sword, ready for action. The cloud of smoke let the person down, and the tears of the female hidden one flew everywhere. Ice pillar master. Thank you. Yunyan patted her on the head, soothing her gently. There's no need to be polite, just go to Naimei's place. Yunyan looked at the forest in front of him, as a figure slowly walked out, illuminated by the moonlight. dressed in a pure white haori, with pale skin, black hair, and demonic vertical pupils glinting with a cold light. The words lower 3 were etched in his eyes. Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, finding Muzin quite interesting. Did the lower moon come back after being completely wiped out? With so many people here, how could they not include me? He wore an innocent smile on his face, saying, "Nice to meet you. I am Lower Moon 3. Mandala Cheeky showed a look of disdain on her face and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, Lower Moon? I didn't know how a weak little thing like you dare to show up. If you want to challenge us, at least bring an Upper Moon. With someone like you, you wouldn't even be enough for my master to chop down." Originally tense, everyone couldn't help but break into a sweat at her words. Yin smiled helplessly upon hearing this, placing one hand on her hip with a look of resignation and indulgence. "Nami, even though the other party is weak, we should still be a bit humble." Chitome stuck out her tongue. "Her face full of my master is here, no surprise." Manto's forehead was throbbing with veins, and her fake smile looked particularly sinister. She really is a sharp-tongued little girl. Being so good at humiliating others, she should be careful not to end up unmarried. The cloud of smoke hadn't even had a chance to speak when the distant gale had already arrived, accompanied by a fiery voice. Breath of wind, first form, dust, whirlwind, cleaving slash. Quang Jin was just a step away from going berserk, instantly severing Manduo's arm. Manduo, with a dark expression, covered the wound and fell to one side. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have lost his own head. Quang Jin's forehead bulged with veins as he pointed the knife at Manduo. "Does it matter to you whether she gets married or not? How could you say such vicious words to a lovely girl? Apologize to her first, then I'll chop off your head." Yin 0x0. Kaianmai saw Quang Jin standing up for herself, her delicate face flushed red, and she shrank back a little, holding onto her clothes. Yin sighed helplessly. It seemed that this pair was definitely going to work out. Yin couldn't get a grip at all. Quang Jin cursed while chopping off Manduo's head, and in a fit of anger, he stomped on his dissipating body several times. Yin, this guy has learned that kind of energy for Shermie, huh? Qiannaimi looked at Yin eagerly, while Quang Jin also looked at her with anticipation. In the end, Yin covered her face and said, "All right, you guys go back first. Naimi, remember to go home and rest early." "Okay, master. Don't worry. I will definitely ensure that Naimi-chan gets home safely." Yin, "I'm really worried." The two of them left first, and Yin waited until the Eans finished packing up. Then she followed them to the nearest wisteria house. Since she decided to go to Misty Mountain after this mission, she simply wouldn't return to the Ice Mansion, as the distance to Misty Mountain is a bit far. The day of the final selection is approaching, so she plans to guide Tanjiro first and then visit Mr. Kanroji to give some guidance to Jinya. Yin was busy going in circles. She thought she could rest for 2 days, but was informed that she had to go to the final selection to be a guard. Yin is about to get stoned. Standing on the high platform with a blank expression, 2 little girls are standing beside him. Yin looked at Erida Shiki Hikaria in silence. "Hikaria, you don't need to dress as a woman anymore." Hikaria raised his head, looking serious. "However, I've already gotten used to appearing like this. Besides, Muzin hasn't been eliminated yet, and showing myself in my own form isn't very safe." Yin, absurd yet reasonable, as long as you're happy. Watching the participants gather one by one for the selection. Eventually, a few familiar faces arrived, but they stood too far back. "Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection test of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this Wisteria Mountain, many evil spirits captured by the Demon Slayer swordsmen are imprisoned. They cannot leave this place because at the foot of the mountain to halfway up, there blooms a large number of wisteria flowers that evil spirits detest. However, from this point onward, there are no more wisteria flowers blooming, hence the presence of many evil spirits. The condition to pass the final selection is to survive here for 7 days, so I wish you all good luck." After each person spoke, 2 of them bowed and said the last wish. The participants walked into the mountain one after another, and Yin crossed her arms watching their figures. Suddenly, she spoke, "I will also enter the mountain. If anyone gives up midway or encounters an evil spirit they cannot defeat, you can shout for help, and I will come and take you away." Her voice reached the ears of the young men and women participating in the selection. Most were taken aback and looked at her curiously before entering the mountain. Only 4 figures stopped in their tracks. Tanjiro waved energetically and greeted her. "Sister Yin, long time no see." Yin smiled back. "Long time no see. Good luck with the selection." "Yes, I will." Tanjiro confidently charged into the mountains with his sword in hand. Chapter 75, Blurred Emotions. Jinya looked at her with bright eyes, and Yin smiled at him, mouthing the words good luck as she watched him run into the mountains. Looking at the gun and the sword on his back, those were the divine weapons she had specially forged. Although it was her first time making them, she was able to create the sword easily, but she had indeed wasted several furnaces on the gun. Thinking about how Jinya couldn't use breathing techniques. The basic breathing technique only allowed him to attack like an ordinary team member. It was certain that the weapon would break or become unusable. With a divine weapon in hand, killing the weak demons here would be a piece of cake. Kanaihu politely bowed to her, and Yunyin smiled and nodded. Turning around, she saw a blond boy nearby, looking at her with tearful eyes like a dandelion. Yunyin, all right, I know you're Zenitsu. Now hurry up and get in there to participate in the selection, okay? Zenitsu was almost scared to death at this moment. Seeing Yunyin, he immediately rushed over. Wa, big sister, I finally see you again. It's so scary here. After I separated from you, I met Grandpa. Grandpa trained me, and I don't want to disappoint him. What's really so scary here? I'm really going to die. I'm going to die. Yunyin's eyelids twitched as this guy's annoying, high-pitched voice was really loud. She gently patted his back, looking down at him. Zenitsu, you definitely won't have any problems, right? Those evil spirits can't possibly defeat you. You'll definitely come back alive, right? Zenitsu looked at her cold, beautiful face, which was filled with a gentle smile. And he felt like he was melting, radiating warmth. Yes, that's right. I will definitely come back alive to see big sister. Yunyin watched as he almost instantly dashed into the mountains, as if she could see the lightning behind him, and twitched her lips. This guy is really too scary. Rubbing her brow, she looked down at Huolizai, wanting to ask something, so she asked. Huolizai hesitated for a moment and spoke. Sister Yunyin, why do you want to go in too? Yunyin looked at the mountains and forests, knowing that they were still children with a bright future ahead. If they didn't succeed this time, perhaps they would succeed next time. Life is precious. It cannot be wasted at such a young age. The journey of life is long and arduous. Some have deep potential that develops slowly, while others have potential that bursts forth quickly. Everything is uncertain. After Yunyin finished speaking, several figures jumped into the forest, concealing their presence as they moved through the trees. For a full 7 days, Yunyin managed to bring almost all the team members who were calling for help out safely, watching them leave. In the end, just like in the original storyline, only 5 people successfully passed the selection. Yunyin rubbed her forehead and, upon seeing Inosuke, couldn't help but beat him up. This guy disappeared right after the selection ended. Because of her, Jinya didn't need to choose any oars. Instead, he happily took his own crow and left first. Yunyin exhaled a breath, looking at Schwami, whose personality was much brighter than in the original work, and smiled with satisfaction. With his hands behind his back, he quietly watched the 3 in front of him choose oars, confirming that they were correct and had no questions before walking over to Kanahui's side. He rubbed her head, saying, "You've worked hard, congratulations." Seeing her without any reaction, Yunyin wasn't angry. He smiled and congratulated Tanjiro, chatting with him for a while until he was startled by Zenitsu's annoying high pitch, making his head buzz. After finally calming Zenitsu down, Yunyin felt exhausted as if his soul was about to leave his body. Saying goodbye to the 3, Yunyin almost rushed back at the fastest speed. Not returning home, but heading straight to the wind house. Sammy had just finished practicing his sword and was still wiping his body with a towel when someone suddenly burst in at the door. Instinctively wanting to kick out, he realized it was Yunyin and quickly restrained his strength to stand up straight. Just as he was about to ask in confusion, he was suddenly embraced. Cloudy smoke rushed into his embrace, burying her face in his neck and rubbing against him, asking for a hug. She hadn't rested for a full 7 days and hadn't really closed her eyes to sleep, already exhausted to the limit and in need of recharging. Shimi frowned slightly and instinctively held her tighter. "What have you been doing? You haven't rested or slept for 7 days. Aren't you afraid of sudden death?" Yunyin pouted and tightened her embrace. "Don't talk about me. I've been called by the Lord to the final selection as a guard. It's really exhausting." Like a spoiled child, Yunyin clung to him in his arms and refused to leave. Shimi blushed, looked around to make sure there was no one else, and picked her up to carry her into the room. The smoke curled around his neck as he squinted his eyes, feeling that it was quite a coincidence to come here. Shimi's figure was really nice. He placed her on the bed and sat beside her, pressing her head onto his lap, letting her rest on his legs. Yunyin blinked at him, while Shimi blushed and turned her head to the side. "Then let's take a nap. Kwan will be back around noon to cook. I'll call you when it's time to eat." He looked down and made eye contact with Yunyin again, trying to maintain a fierce expression despite his blushing. "No matter what happens next time, you need to rest well, understand? The wisteria flowers are blooming all over the place. You don't need to risk your life to guard them. Cloud smoke curled on her lips as she lay on her side. Facing inward, her arms wrapped around his waist, her face pressed against his abdomen. Her voice lazy and slightly hoarse. Got it, good night. Shimi stiffened his body, allowing her to hold him and soften his voice and sleep now. Yin fell asleep almost instantly. Shimi lowered her head, resting her arm on her bent leg, while her other hand gently patted Yin's back. Listening to her steady breathing and looking at her quiet and obedient sleeping face, the usually fierce gaze softened to the point where it could drip with tenderness. The sunlight outside fell on the two of them, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, creating a scene of peaceful times. This way of being together had made him forget about the letter he had never dared to send. The two resembled a couple that had been together for a long time, or perhaps like an engaged couple, sharing an intimacy that was unspoken. They had never said, "I like you" or "I love you." Yet through their actions, they unconsciously revealed their care and affection for each other. Shimi smiled silently, feeling that this was quite nice. Yet, there was also a sense of melancholy in her heart. This vague feeling between them was just a thin layer of paper that had yet to be broken through. Both of them were like this, reserved, yet generous. Chapter 76. The Cold Village. Healing scars returning to the Misty Mountain. Tanjiro had just taken a break when he found 06 sitting by his bedside. Huh, spirit beast. Why are you here? Did Sister Yin come? 06 licked her paw, looking at Tanjiro with a gentle expression. Yin hasn't come. She asked me to stay by your side. Now that you've successfully passed the selection and joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you'll definitely take Nezuko along for missions, right? She wanted me to stay with you, to protect you. Nami has a carefree yet gentle guy with her, so you don't need to worry about me. And stop calling me Spirit Beast. Just call me 06 from now on. Let's do our best together. Tanjiro took a moment to react, his face breaking into a bright smile. Yes, I understand, 06. Please take care of me from now on. Oh, you're quite energetic, boy. 06 swiftly climbed onto his shoulder, happily wagging her tail. Yin expressed that she feels extremely bad at the moment. She was called to do a task right after waking up. Actually, doing tasks isn't a big deal, but the problem is, why is this place so bizarre? July half, opening the Ghost Gate. When the Ghost Gate opens, ghosts and monsters appear. The ghosts and monsters suffer, selling tofu. The tofu goes bad, making omelets. Eggs, crack, crack. A brother comes out to pay respects. Inside, a grandmother comes out to burn incense. Inside, a girl comes out to light a lamp, hanging it in the river, never to return. Yin had a tense expression on her face, standing next to Shimi and Ihei, who were both wearing the same expression and sweating profusely. The three of them watched the children in the village who were playing ball while singing a strange tune, feeling a chill down their spines. What kind of bizarre thing are they singing? Shimi muttered under her breath, her gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere as she quietly moved closer to Yin. Ihei remained silent and still, yet surprisingly synchronized with Shimi. The corners of Yunyan's eyes twitched. You too. Aren't you afraid of ghosts in the physical sense? Yet you're scared of this kind of ghost. It's clearly still daytime, but the village feels eerily cold. Yin raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and rested her chin on her hand. It seems that this task is not so easy to solve. This place doesn't look like a normal village. And listening to this eerie song, it feels like they're not just ghosts. Could there be monsters as well? With a smile that curled her lips like smoke, she left behind a remark that almost triggered both of them simultaneously, saying, "It's hard to say." As she stepped into the village, the further she walked, the heavier the chilling feeling became. Her bright golden eyes lightly glanced at the street. Whether it was the children or the villagers, none were drawn to their arrival. Instead, they moved like puppets, only doing their own things, with calm expressions and blank faces. Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. Hey, Yunyan, don't walk so fast by yourself. Shimi frowned and quickened his pace to walk alongside her. Ihei silently followed, occasionally glancing around. Damaru huddled next to his neck, too scared to move, tears welling up in his eyes. After walking in circles, everything felt eerie and strange. It didn't seem like ghosts at all, but rather supernatural. Kyuso, what the hell is this place? Shimi said with a dark expression, his muscles tense. Ihei stood silently between the two, feeling that it was really unbearable. This place was truly too strange. Yin tilted her head, looking at the wooden frame in front of her, which seemed empty. However, through her divine eyes, she could see the ghostly energy hanging above it. It wasn't an evil spirit, but a true ghost in the literal sense. It looks like I'll need to use some special methods. The two were startled by her words and turned to look at her. Yin formed a hand seal with one hand, and a golden array unfolded beneath her feet, with specks of golden light spreading from the array. Yunyan wore a hint of lazy smile on his expressionless face and slowly spoke. 8 desolations underworld, the 10 generals of the netherworld, 6 generals of Baishao. Summoned by the solitary one, come before the 3. Suddenly, a large door filled with skeletons and thorns rose from the ground. The silver door slowly opened, and a chilling, ghostly aura immediately spread out. From the white mist, a figure emerged, respectfully kneeling on one knee before Yunyan. As the mist dissipated, a girl with white hair, all white eyes, and dressed in luxurious white brocade appeared before the 3. The girl's voice was gentle, as clear as flowing water. In accordance with my lord's command, the 10 generals of the netherworld, 6 generals of Baishao greet the Blood Ghost Emperor. Please give your orders. Go check what exactly is in this village, and, if necessary, take action to capture it. Yes, my subordinate obeys the command. With a flash, Baishao's figure disappeared, and the large door along with the thick, ghostly aura vanished the moment she left. Yunyan stretched lazily and casually sat on a nearby chair, waving at the 2. Hey, don't just stand there. With Baishao here, let's all take a break. Shimi and Ihei exchanged glances, although they were truly shocked. It was quite possible that this was something they couldn't figure out. So, they silently sat on the chairs beside her. Yunyan directly took out some rice cakes and a bucket of matcha from the backpack on Shimi's back. She pulled out cups from her own space and said, come on, relax a bit. No matter how fast Baishao is, he has to wait until evening. Shimi looked at her helplessly. Is this really appropriate? Ihei remained silent, but his eyes were questioning. Yunyan waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm supporting them, and when it's time to contribute, they have to work. Otherwise, are these guys just here to eat for free? The 2 were momentarily speechless, as long as she was happy. While eating rice cakes and drinking tea, Yunyan watched Ihei deliberately cover his mouth while eating, propping his chin with his hand. Why was Ihei hiding? Shimi paused mid-bite, surprised this guy. How could he ask so directly? Ihei froze for a moment and lowered his gaze. I was afraid of scaring you. Suddenly feeling a weight on his head, Yunyan rubbed his hair. No, if you need it, I can help you heal. They are them, and you are just you. If a white lotus is rescued from a swamp, it shouldn't consider itself impure just because it was born in the swamp. Hey, that's a bit hasty. Yunyan wore a gentle smile. White is just white, no matter how it's rendered. Even if it's covered in dust, white will last forever. It can't be changed. Then she returned to her mischievous smile. Well, we are all good friends. Let's eat generously. Then she looked at Daiwan, pulling out some dried fish from somewhere and handing it over. Does Daiwan eat dried fish? It's made by Nami. It's really delicious. Ihei's pupils trembled slightly, while Shimi became quiet, looking at Yunyan with soft eyes. Ihei was stunned for a moment, no longer hiding his scars. Thinking of Miri, Ihei spoke softly. Can it really be restored? Of course, Ihei, what are we waiting for? Shimi patted his shoulder. Ihei pressed his lips together, looking at her seriously. Can it be done now? I can wait until we go back to talk about it. Do you need me to prepare anything? Yunyan raised a finger, and Ihei's face was enveloped in golden light. As the light faded, the horrifying scar was healed. That handsome and delicate face appeared just like that. Shimi's eyes widened in surprise. So fast. It's already healed. Ihei was stunned as he touched the corner of his lips. Smooth. There was no rough sensation. Yunyan snapped his fingers and smiled as he spoke. No need to be polite. Chapter 77. Blood Sacrifice Array. The Mysterious Man. He just sat in the dilapidated village until evening, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Shimi crossed his arms, impatiently shaking his leg, while Ihei, whose face had healed and was now unbandaged, sat beside him. The 2 were clearly growing increasingly impatient. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through, and they both yawned in unison. Shimi thought they were just tired of waiting and wanted to stand up and stretch. He shook his head, his body swaying, and suddenly braced his hands on the table. What was happening? His vision went dark, and he leaned to the side. Yunyan quickly got up and caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Ihei was startled. You can't. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he collapsed onto the table. Yunyan frowned, one arm around Shimi and the other resting on the knife's hilt. His tone was emotionless. That's quite rude of you. Did you intentionally make them faint for some reason? Yunyan's fingers moved subtly, a faint golden light merging into the bodies of the 2, instantly breaking their slumber. Hearing her voice, both of them understood and pretended to be asleep, but Shimi's body was too stiff. His nostrils filled with the crisp scent of fur and a hint of sandalwood from Yunyan, his ears turning as red as if they might bleed. Feeling the person in his arms too rigid, Yunyan quietly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Shimi's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. This guy actually dared to make small moves. 06 indignantly. So malicious, right? Nishikawa Shimi punched 06 away. Don't speak ill of Yin, you bastard. The strength of these two men makes me wary, but you're different compared to them. Although you seem dangerous, your strength should be inferior. A woman walked in from outside, and Yin looked at her expressionlessly, her gaze scrutinizing. The woman who entered was wearing a shrine maiden's outfit, her skin ghostly pale. And her eyes were human, but she had ghostly horns on her head. Yin looked at her with great interest. Oh really, if you keep me here? What do you want to do? No other intentions, just that I don't want to be disturbed by what's coming next. After all, a weak human, even with some special abilities, can't stand against a goddess. The woman looked at Yin coldly, and her words nearly made Yin burst out laughing. Yin quietly helped Shimi to a chair, letting him lie on the table like Ihei, while she sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand with her head tilted. After saying so much, in the end, he was just a lonely spirit with some skill, having been a wild ghost for hundreds of years, accumulating some energy, and really thinking of himself as an immortal. You're quite interesting. It seems when you became a ghost, you forgot to bring your brain along. Otherwise, you and T say such laughable things. The woman frowned tightly, her eyes unfriendly. Human, watch your words. Do you think you're talking to whom? Yin sat up straight, smiling as she crossed her arms and looked at her. In the next moment, a figure appeared, and the woman was forcefully pressed down by her head and smashed to the ground. Bai Zhao's forehead was throbbing with veins, his eyes filled with hostility. How dare you, a mere nobody, speak to the emperor like that? Then she raised her head, panic written all over her face, realizing that her subordinate had arrived late, allowing such a lowly person to disrespect the emperor and offend him. Please forgive me, your majesty. I will take care of this immediately. Yin raised his hand to stop her movements, while Bai Zhao respectfully knelt on the ground, firmly pressing the ghost woman's head down, preventing her from getting up. Yin patted Shimi and Ihei, saying, All right, stop pretending it's time. The two silently sat up, Shimi's face darkened, veins bulging, without saying a word. He drew his sword and walked over while cursing. What the hell is this? I've put up with you for a long time. Whether you're a demon or some damn nonsense, if you can't keep your mouth shut, I'll help you. Ihei didn't move, but Damaru had already crawled over, ready to bite. Yin tapped her fingers on the table, her expression. Well, don't be angry just yet. Listen to the news Bai Zhao found out. Shimi snorted coldly, sheathed her knife, and stood beside Yin with her arms crossed, looking displeased. Dijuan had indeed given that woman a bite, only to find it couldn't grasp anything. The whole snake was not in good shape. Bai Zhao lowered his head, his tone gentle, completely unlike the furious demeanor he had moments ago. Report to the emperor. After my investigation, there's an altar in this village. Judging by the arrangements and patterns, it should be a sacrificial array. This array is a blood sacrifice array, and it seems someone intends to use the lives of the entire village to change their fate. At the same time, the corpses of the deceased villagers will be dealt with by the evil spirits of this world. That evil spirit has already been slain by my subordinate, and the real culprit behind the array should not be the scraps my subordinate is holding. This woman is merely a 100-year-old wandering soul with shallow cultivation. Yin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, while Shimi and Ihei felt a chill run down their spines, their anger rising sharply. To change one person's fate at the cost of the entire village's lives. Are you kidding me? What a ridiculous thing. What do they take life for? Shimi's eyes were bloodshot with anger, his hands clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Ihei furrowed his brow and asked, Kizuki, can you find out who is behind this? Yin's eyes curved slightly. Wasn't she already about to find him? She looked towards the door, and the two people followed her gaze, looking over in confusion. Outside the door, a man with a straw hat blocking his face appeared silently. His black robe was tightly wrapped, revealing only his bare hands, which were as pale as a ghost. Damn it! Wind breathing, first form, dust storm slash. Shimi drew his sword and rushed forward, while Yin sat quietly, and Ihei drew his sword to help. Yin glanced sideways at Bai Zhao and said, Take this fool away. Let Minglan thoroughly investigate her past and carry out the necessary punishments. A 1,000-year command was given, and the subordinate took his leave. Bai Zhao directly grabbed the female ghost by the neck and disappeared before Yin. Yin slowly stood up, stretched his body, and sighed. Why do I feel like I'm the weakest one? It's really strange. At the moment when Shimi and Ihei attacked, the person at the door slightly raised his head, revealing a strange smile as he curled the corners of his lips. He lifted his hand, holding a bell. With a gentle shake, the bell emitted a clear and ethereal sound. Shimi and Ahei felt a sudden halt in their heads, as if their souls had been struck by a hammer. Their bodies froze, and all their strength seemed to be suddenly drained. The two fell to the ground, with Shimi propping himself up with his arm, shaking his head forcefully. The feeling of weakness made him feel as if he was in an unreal world. Everything was soft and light, while the knife in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Kyuso, I can't exert any strength. What the hell is this guy? A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ahei's forehead, his eyes slightly dazed, then regained clarity, fluctuating back and forth. His voice was weak as he said, "That bell." The man with the bell laughed ominously, his voice grating like a broken wind box. "You two alone can match an entire village. And if you sacrifice your blood to me together, I will become the person with the best fate. Today my luck is truly good." Yunyan walked towards the man, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife, looking helpless. "I said, at least I'm still here. Don't just ignore me." The man raised his head, revealing his pitch-black eyes. Even the whites were completely dark. Shimi and Ahei widened their eyes, clearly shocked by the man's appearance. "That lonely soul is truly useless. What can you do? That dangerous woman has already left. You're just a human, at best a stepping stone on my path to becoming a deity." The man scoffed disdainfully, his dark eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, but when he met Yunyan's seemingly amused expression, a look of fear crossed his face. "Wait, why can't I see through your fate? This is impossible. There can't be an existence I can't see through. Who are you?" Yunyan sneered. "You have the scent I hate the most. This formation was taught to you by that evil god, wasn't it? As expected, I should have ignored the words of the heavens back then and not left him even a wisp of a soul. I should have just stabbed him to death with a single shot." The cloud smoke pulled out the divine weapon Phoenix, the blade shimmering with a faint golden light under the moonlight. The light gradually converged, and a massive phantom of a phoenix appeared behind her. The surrounding blue-white mist was repelled by the light, and Shimi and Ahei felt their bodies lighten. The two stood up again, gripping their swords, clenched their fists, and their eyes brightened. They had recovered. Yunyan revealed a malicious smile on his face. "Instead of entangling himself with who I am, it's better to think about how many knives you can withstand in their hands." The man was taken aback as Shimi and Ahei rushed towards him with murderous intent, two knives poised to strike him from above and below. Shimi's pupils shrank to their smallest, and he coldly shouted, "Die, scum!" Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust storm. Ahei gripped his knife, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Go down and atone for your sins." Snake breathing, first form, serpent's curved slash. Chapter 78. Yunyan means business, excessive use of divine power, and the butterfly house sleeps in embrace. The man was nearly grinding his back teeth to dust, his hands clawing, shadow spirit shield. A pitch-black circular disc flew out from the man's arms, instantly transforming into a grayish mist that enveloped him, blocking the attacks from the two. The knife struck the mist, and the two were sent flying away. Yunyan quickly sheathed the knife, and, in a flash, caught one person with each hand. The three of them landed on the ground, and Shimi and Ahei wanted to rush over, but Yunyan held them by the shoulders. "Wait, this is not your battle." The words of Yin made both of them visibly startled. Yunyan stepped out from between them, and amidst their worried and confused gazes, raised a hand to grasp at the air. Golden waves of energy surged forth, her black hair gradually transforming into a silvery white, and her brilliant golden eyes shimmered with light. The overwhelming divine power caused the man's knees to weaken, and he quickly pulled out a gray, dusty token from his pocket and crushed it, shouting, "Evil God, save me!" Surrounding them were the sounds of wailing and screams of pain, a terrifying aura enveloping the area, gradually coalescing into several figures. From ethereal mist emerged a few strangely dressed individuals, each wearing a faceless mask. Before they could speak, their bodies suddenly stiffened. Yunyan chuckled lightly, thinking it was that guy, but it turned out to be a few small minions just in time. She raised her hand, gripping the light that gathered in her palm. "Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar." In the void above, the dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry echoed, as the golden divine dragon and the black magic dragon intertwined and danced, transforming into a long spear that landed in her hand. The pitch-black spear was entwined with golden dragon patterns. The cloud smoke gun refers to a few people, with waves of air lifting and clothes fluttering. On the cold and beautiful face, there's a rebellious smile. In the dragon dance, Gale, the figure flashes and the long spear strikes like a bamboo being split, sweeping past with a force that turns the raging wind into a divine dragon. Almost instantaneously, Those who had just appeared and hadn't even had the chance to show off are directly struck into a state of utter shock. Yun Yin casually turned her long spear and rested it on her back, her cold and beautiful face filled with a murderous aura. With her waist straight and the spear's tip resting on the man's shoulder, she tilted her head and revealed a mocking smile, saying, "In front of you, you're just showing off your skills at the wrong time. You've kicked open the gates of the underworld." The man widened his eyes, staring at her in a daze. "This must be a joke. You must be dreaming, right? Those people are gods. How could they be wiped out by this woman with a single spear?" Just as the man was lost in self-doubt, a red door suddenly rose behind him, marked with what looked like dried bloodstains. The door opened, and a thick scent of blood wafted out. Amidst the crimson mist, a man with black hair and red eyes, handsome and resolute, with a sturdy build and dressed in dark battle armor, stepped out. He respectfully knelt on one knee before Yun Yin, proclaiming, "The 10 generals of the underworld, one general of bloodshed, pays tribute to the emperor." Yun Yin raised an eyebrow. "Did your wife send you here?" Sha Shue's face, which was expressionless and full of hostility, suddenly flushed red, his ears turning pink. I'm a subordinate notified by Xiao to the emperor." Yun Yin silently curled her lips in disdain, wondering how long it would take for this to be resolved. "All right, I understand now. Take this person away. You should reflect on why, after thousands of years, you still can't find a wife." Sha Shue was momentarily at a loss for words, cupping his hands in salute and accepting the order. He grabbed the man and snatched the bell from his hand, squeezing it casually until it shattered into pieces that scattered on the ground. The man, realizing what had happened, cried out in desperation for mercy, but was knocked unconscious by a punch from Sha Shue. Yun Yin loosened his grip on the long spear, which transformed into scattered rays of light and dissipated along with the blood of the evil. The mist that lingered in the village cleared away completely. The cold and eerie atmosphere vanished, and the warmth of summer returned. Yun Yin exhaled a breath. Her silver-white hair turned back to black, and her body swayed before falling backward. Shimi and Ahei were startled and rushed forward. "Yun Yin, Kuni." Shimi quickly pulled her into his arms, half kneeling on the ground, while Ahei crouched down, both of them nervously looking at Yun Yin, who had her eyes closed. "Yun Yin, what happened? Are you hurt? Kuni, are you okay?" Yun Yin nuzzled against Shimi, her voice filled with exhaustion. "It's nothing, just overused a bit of divine power. I'll be fine after a short sleep." She cursed the two-dimensional god in her heart once again. "Damn two-dimensional god, can't withstand her divine power, causing me to feel like I'm dying just from a little overuse. So trashy." The two confirmed again with concern, and upon seeing that she was indeed fatigued, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shimi tightened her embrace and lifted Yun Yin up. "I'll take her back first. Hey, can you check around here a bit longer?" "Got it." Shimi flew quickly towards the butterfly mansion with Yun Yin in her arms, while Ahei wielded his blade, swiftly moving through the village. He confirmed that there were no evil spirits, and the villagers seemed to have been exhausted for a long time, suddenly relaxing, each one sleeping deeply. Ahei made a round, eventually discovering an inconspicuous house outside the village, marked with cinnabar drawings, and in the center of the room was something resembling an altar. He swung his blade, destroying the entire house, and after checking around, confirmed there was no danger before daring to send his crow, wantsWind, to notify the hidden ones. When they arrived and checked, the results indicated that the villagers had merely fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive mental strain and fatigue. Only then did Ahei leave. Shimi sat beside the sickbed, holding Yun Yin's hand, her gaze lowered, lost in darkness. Her mind kept flashing back to what had happened. Is this the power of a god? That shocking sense of oppression and power, the ability to overturn everything. Shimi looked at the sleeping Yun Yin, noticing beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She picked up a damp towel and gently wiped her face, tidying her messy hair and tucking in the blanket. Looking at her somewhat pale face, Shimi slowly leaned in and planted a kiss on her lips. Sitting up straight, she lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with determination, whispering, "I will become stronger. No matter if you're a god or a human, I will be the man standing by your side, and only I can." Just then, she felt a sudden force pulling her down onto the bed. Shimi's eyes widened as she met Yun Yin's gaze, which she had opened at some point. Yun Yin's golden eyes were filled with amusement, and Shimi could visibly feel her neck turning red all the way to her ears, her heart racing. When did you wake up?" She was a bit flustered. Had this person heard everything she just said and did? Yun Yin smiled lightly, shifted her body to make enough space for a person to lie down, and with a strong pull, Shimi had no choice but to lie down beside her. With a hint of self-abandonment in his voice and a sense of helplessness, he said, "Why don't you answer my question?" Yunyan nestled against him, her face pressed against his chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, listening to the strong, powerful sound of his heartbeat, the voice muffled. "From the moment you kissed me, I knew I was waiting for you. But now, can you just stay with me and let me sleep? My divine power has been overused, and I feel so cold right now." Shimi was startled, allowing her to rest her head on his arm while his other hand touched her arm, the temperature unusually cold. Shocked, he quickly pulled the blanket over Yunyan tightly, holding her close in his embrace, using his body heat to warm her. Just sleep." Accompanied by her steady breathing, Shimi quietly watched her for a while before succumbing to drowsiness and falling asleep. That night, the two of them slept embraced together. Chapter 79. Heading to Asakusa, so that's how it is. The use of divine power is limited. Overuse can lead to extreme fatigue and even fainting on the spot. Kane quickly took notes while Yunyan nodded, eating a sweet rice cake. Yes, gods are not omnipotent. They also face limitations. To be precise, it's the world's restrictions on gods. Yunyan raised her hand, and a glowing sphere the size of a fist gathered in her palm, alongside a smaller, glowing sphere the size of a coin. Just like these two, the smaller one represents this world, while the larger one represents my divine power. If I had no restrictions, the larger sphere would instantly engulf the smaller one. Yunyan wore a helpless expression, as it would be just like this small, glowing sphere, vanishing into nothingness. Kanai's pupils trembled, and she smiled knowingly. "Ah, I see now." However, Yunyan should try to avoid using divine power during her missions as much as possible. If she must use it, she needs to have someone accompany her. Yunyan smiled and nodded, chatting with Kanai for a while before watching her leave. Lying on the bed, she fell silent. In her mind, the image of Kanai smiling and asking her when she and Shimi would get married kept replaying. Yunyan rubbed her forehead, thinking about marriage. Considering the current situation, it's unlikely that Shimi would have such thoughts before everything is resolved. Moreover, in the current Demon Slayer Corps, relationships and marriages are allowed among members. But having children is prohibited. This is because if a child is born and the parents die in battle, it would be irresponsible to the child. This has led to the vast majority of members having no thoughts in that direction, and those who marry outside are very few. They're all a group of people with a strong sense of responsibility. The feeling of physical weakness had not completely disappeared, so Yunyan turned over, hugged her pillow, and closed her eyes. "Well, since there's nothing to do right now, I'll just sleep a bit more." Meanwhile, Tanjiro was on his way to Asakusa with Nezuko when he coincidentally ran into Chinami, who was also heading to Asakusa. "Oh, a member of the Kamadu team." Tanjiro was taken aback by her call, but out of politeness, he responded, "Hello, I am Kamadu Tanjiro, and you are?" Chinami breezed over to his side, throwing her arm around his shoulder like good friends. Hello, I am Chinami. Kwae Masakan, wind warning." Tanjiro's face turned red, and upon hearing her words, a bright smile appeared on his face. "You are Union Senpai's stepson, right? What a coincidence to meet you here." Chinami giggled, her cute face filled with excitement. Yes. Are you also going to Asakusa?" "Me too. There's a new dessert shop over there that I want to try. Then I'll bring some back for my master, Mr. Kwaen. And Mr. Fuyukawa. Do you want to go together?" "Huh, is that okay?" "Of course it is." The two little ones chatted all the way to Asakusa, surrounded by little pink flowers. Yunyan had a comfortable sleep and regained her strength. After changing her clothes and grabbing her knife, she greeted Kane and Shinobu before leaving the butterfly house. Rengoku settled on Yunyan's shoulder, first rubbing against her cheek before speaking. "Yunyan, Nami went to Asakusa. She said she would bring back some delicious cakes for you." A smile curled at the corners of Yunyan's lips. Nami is still as warm-hearted as she used to be. "Wait, Asakusa?" Yunyan's expression suddenly changed, fully concentrating her breathing and rushing out in an instant. "Long, lead the way to Asakusa." "Yes." Long was startled and quickly flew at full speed to guide her. On the way, they encountered Kwang Jin, and without a word, Yunyan pulled him up, forcing Kwang Jin to run wildly alongside her. "Yunyan, why are we running like this? Is something wrong?" Yunyan's face turned dark. Something serious had happened. "Don't ask, just hurry up. Nami is in danger." Kwang Jin's heart sank, and he quickly followed her, hand on the knife at his waist. The two of them ran one after the other and arrived in Asakusa by evening. Yunyan hurriedly searched for Chinanami, secretly cursing, this little girl, although warm-hearted, why come to Asakusa now? The mentioned Chinanami was currently at a small stall with Tanjiro, carrying a cake. "We can't just eat desserts. We need to have a proper meal." "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen." "All right." Chinanami smiled as she sat on a chair. Tanjiro put down the box, opened the door, and Nezuko crawled out, rubbing her eyes. Chinanemi's eyes lit up. Is this Nezuko that Master mentioned? So cute. Can I hug her? Please. Chinanemi looked at Tanjiro with sparkling eyes. Tanjiro scratched his head and smiled. You can ask Nezuko. I think it should be okay. Chinanemi turned to Nezuko, her eyes shining. Nezuko, can I hug you? Nezuko looked at her, her eyes crinkling in a smile, raised her arms, yes. Chinanemi hugged Nezuko tightly, rubbing her face against Nezuko's. So cute. Nezuko is so cute. Tanjiro looked at Chinanemi and Nezuko with gentle eyes. Thank you, Chinanemi-senpai. Chinanemi looked at him in confusion. Why are you saying thank you? Tanjiro shyly scratched his head, because, with Nezuko like this, not many people would accept her, right? Chinanemi blinked and smiled gently. Maybe, but I really like Nezuko. Even though she's a demon, she's very cute. Besides, Master said that Nezuko protects humans and is on the side of humanity. She has never harmed or eaten anyone, so I really like Nezuko. Just as they were talking, a thick smell of blood suddenly filled their nostrils, instantly dispersing the harmonious atmosphere. Tanjiro and Chinanemi jumped up, their eyes wide open. Tanjiro ran out first, and Chinanemi turned to shout at the boss. We'll step out for a moment. Please watch over my sister for us. We'll come back to eat the noodles. Oh, come back quickly. I'll cook the noodles later, or they'll become soggy and not taste good. All right, thank you. Chinanemi placed Nezuko on a chair, grabbed a knife, and chased after Tanjiro, who was weaving through the crowd. He saw a man in the distance wearing a white top hat, with black hair and a pair of crimson eyes. The smell of blood and stench was coming from him. Remembering the man he encountered when he went up the mountain, who was in a similar state but appeared so disheveled, and what Master Rengoku had once said, Tanjiro's pupils contracted sharply. His previously gentle face was now filled with anger. Kabutsuji Muzan. Muzan was stunned, turning to meet Tanjiro's furious gaze, which seemed like he wanted to slay him. Upon seeing his face and ear ornaments, his pupils shrank. Yurichi Tsujikuni. Impossible. That man died long ago. Tanjiro walked toward him, struggling to move through the crowd. Chinanemi followed behind him, her eyes widening in fear upon hearing his shout. Kabutsuji Muzan. The Demon King is here. Fearing that Tanjiro, a rookie of the Hashira rank, might get into trouble, she exerted all her strength to push through the crowd. She was a Hashira, a senior. She was the successor of the Ice Pillar. Even if a fight broke out, she should have the strength to buy time for Tanjiro to escape safely. Chapter 80. Encountering Muzan again, kidnapping Tamayo and Yashiro. Chinanemi, being petite, almost got knocked over in the large crowd, even as a successor. Suddenly, a pair of large hands supported her waist, and she fell into a sturdy, warm embrace. Chinanemi looked up to see Kwang Jin's worried face. Are you okay, Chinanemi? Chinanemi's face turned red. Kwang, Mr. Kwang Jin, how did you end up here? Kwang Jin chuckled softly, blushing as he scratched his head. Your master brought me here. Huh, master is here too. Chinanemi looked around, seeing only the backs of people, unable to spot anyone else, when suddenly she was lifted off the ground. Kwang Jin securely held her up, letting her sit on his arm. You should be able to see better now, right? Chinanemi's face flushed red, and when she was suddenly lifted, she hugged Kwang Jin's neck tightly. It's fine now. Thank you, Mr. Kwang Jin. No need to be polite. Chinanemi blushed as she searched around, and indeed she saw Yunyan, with a half-smiling expression, holding onto a man's hand, whose fingertips were sharp like a demon's and a deep blue color. Found it. Over there. Kwang Jin followed the direction Chinanemi pointed, protecting her while quickly moving through the crowd toward Yunyan. Muzan had a dark expression, trying to shake off Yunyan's grip, but realized that his wrist had been broken by Yunyan without him noticing. Yunyan protected Tanjiro behind her, looking at him with a seemingly smiling expression. Sir, my child may have mistaken you for someone else. His attitude is indeed a bit unreasonable, but there's no need for you to raise your hand to hit him. Is there? Seeing her defensive demeanor, Muzan glanced at his broken wrist, his face dark with anger. Beside him, a beautiful woman holding a child covered her mouth in fear. Muzan let out a long sigh, pretending to be unconcerned. No, miss, I think you misunderstood. I would never do something so excessive. Since it's a case of mistaken identity, I'll take my wife and child and leave. However, it will be better for you to keep an eye on your child. After all, not all strangers would be tolerant. Meeting his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent, Yunyan's gaze was icy as she responded with a seemingly smiling expression. Thank you for the advice, but sir, you might want to dress a bit more brightly on a daily basis. After all, your attire does resemble that of a wanted criminal who's been on the run for years, which easily makes one think twice before letting you go. Yin grabbed Tanjiro by the back of his collar and quickly took him away. Muzin's pupils trembled slightly as he watched her departing figure, nearly grinding his molars in anger. That damn woman. She ruined his plans last time, and now it's her again. How dare she threaten him? This damn woman has already killed 1 upper moon and 3 lower moons. She is his greatest threat. A cold light flickered in Muzin's eyes, filled with murderous intent. He must kill this troublesome and unpredictable woman. Tanjiro hadn't even realized what was happening before he was already out of the crowd. Then a sharp pain shot through his head, and he covered his forehead, looking down at the ground with a hint of self-reproach. Yin rubbed her forehead and said, Tanjiro, I understand your anger, but there are so many people here. If Muzin goes mad, the casualties will be extremely severe. I'm truly sorry. I know I was wrong. Yin rubbed his head and chuckled softly. Well, Tanjiro really is a brave kid. What about Nezuko? Tanjiro was startled. I left Nezuko all alone at the noodle stall. Yin pulled him back and glanced to the side. Have you seen enough? Come out. Hey? Tanjiro looked around in confusion, but there was nothing. Who is senior sister talking to? In the shadows, 2 figures emerged, accompanied by a fragrance. Tamayo and Hashira appeared before the two, and Tanjiro widened his eyes slightly. Demons. 2 of them. Yin pressed her lips together, gently tapped his forehead, and remained calm. Before Zhu Shi could speak, Quang Jin had already arrived with Qian. Upon seeing the 2 demons, Quang Jin instantly drew his sword, surprised that there were actually 2 demons. Yin held his arm firmly, calm. These 2 are different, right? Yin? Quang Jin was puzzled, but still put away the knife. Zhu Shi bowed to her and said, Miss Jigua, I received your letter some time ago. I have come this time to give you a reply. Yin quietly looked at her, and Shuju stood up straight, her eyes filled with determination. I agree with your proposal. Please allow me to bring Yusher Lang along. Yin raised her lips. Naturally, it was possible. I have already conveyed the information to your lord, and I believe Kanahu would be very willing to collaborate with you on the joint research. Shai was somewhat helpless. Why were you so decisive? You were certain I would agree, weren't you? That's right. Although it's quite unreasonable. May I ask the reason for your bold assumption? Because you also want to kill Kabutsuji Muzin. We have a common enemy, and rather than you conducting your research day and night alone, it's better to collaborate with us. We can provide information and blood from demons, and we have a large quantity of blood available. Our team also has special potions, and we have enough supplies. You have no reason to refuse. Shai smiled helplessly. You are right. If possible, please allow me to take the necessary supplies before I leave. Naturally, you can. Yashiro stood silently with a dark expression beside them. It wasn't that he didn't want to confront Yin, but he had already been beaten by her, unable to fight back or argue. It was better to keep his mouth shut. However, he couldn't help but call Nezuko ugly when he saw her. Yin's eyes twitched as she watched Tanjiro and Yashiro argue over Nezuko being a beauty. Quang Jin felt a shock, but after Yin and Chinamami's explanation, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Although he accepted it with reluctance, he still didn't believe that the demon in front of him was safe. However, with a word from Ubuyashiki Waya, he couldn't say anything more and could only be extra cautious. Quang Jin pressed his lips together. He had promised Yin not to tell Shimi about this because with Shimi's personality, it was needless to say that he would immediately draw his sword and rush over. Just as they finished packing up and were ready to leave, the presence of the demon suddenly alerted the 4 of them. Yin and Quang Jin walked out, quietly looking at the location where the barrier connected to the outside. Name, you, and Tanjiro protect Tamayo and the others inside. Don't come out. It's master. Yin slowly drew his knife, curling his lips, and said to Quang Jin, let's see who can cut off the ghost's head first. Huh? Shimi is competing with me. Why do you want to compete with me too? Of course it's fine. What's the bet? The loser treats the winner to beef hot pot. No problem. I might not lose. Yin let out a light laugh. And in the moment the colorful ball flew in, her figure flashed, the ball in the air was shattered into pieces, and the culprit, who had just shown up, had his head sent flying. Quang Jin was a step slower, looking frustrated at the dissipating ghost on the ground, sighing, why am I always a second too slow? Yin wiped the blood off the blade, sheathed the sword, and snapped her fingers at him, saying, please treat me to hot pot when we get back. Quang Jin scratched his head, looking helpless. Okay, I'll remember. The 2 ghosts behind them were already dumbfounded. The enemy had just revealed themselves. Why are there 1 person and 2 ghosts? Because Nezuko was dazed and sleepy, while Shinami's eyes were shining with excitement, and Yin was actively pushing the chief to the forefront. Is this the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinami's eyes were even brighter. It was her first time seeing her master slay a demon. So cool. Although she couldn't see clearly, but so impressive. Nezuko looked bewildered, clutching Tanjiro's clothes, obediently standing between Shinami and Tanjiro. As for how Tamayo and Yashiro were arranged, Yin didn't need to worry. Kenroji Yoya had already made preparations. Due to the tight schedule, Yin chose to handle these two demons herself, which should have been Tanjiro's task. Kwangjin took Shinami back first, while Yin brought Tanjiro to the Wisteria house. The missed opportunity to grow stronger would be taught by her own hands. Chapter 81. Kaneo 3. Max-level brother complex. Shinobu after Tanjiro could smoothly use water breathing, Yin dropped the wooden sword. Alright, training is over. Make sure to rest well. Tanjiro lay on the ground, feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him, panting heavily. Yes. Thank you, senior sister Yin. Yin waved his hand and said, no need to be polite, it's what I should do. Yin crossed his arms and waited for him to catch his breath. Tanjiro, where's 06? After finally catching his breath, Tanjiro sat up and scratched his head awkwardly. 06 had a fight with Matsue recently and got angry, so it disappeared. Yin, angry. She helplessly rubbed her temples, felt the position of 06, and confirmed that this guy hadn't gone too far. So she suppressed the urge to hit the cat. It's fine, that guy will be back in a few days. She hugged Tanjiro tightly and took him inside, handing him over to the people of the Wisteria house, while she took you to take a bath. After a comfortable soak, she enjoyed a delicious meal, played with Nezuko for a while, and returned to her room, satisfied, hugging her pillow to sleep. As a Hashira, she had a patrolling territory, and the next morning Yin hurried back to her assigned area. Lying on the rooftop, with her head resting on her arms, she lazily basked in the sun. A perfect Shinazuwa, Jinya's crow, landed beside her. Lady Yin, Jinya will have a mission tonight in the area you oversee. Please keep an eye on that child. Yin opened her eyes, propped herself up to sit up, and said, okay, I understand. Thank you. Jia shook his head. Yin took out some jerky and fed it to him, then brushed his feathers. Only then did she say goodbye to him and watch him fly away. Long quietly watched from the side, tilted his head, and nudged her arm. Lady Yin, do you need to inform Mr. Undying River? Yin rested his chin on his hand and said, let's not talk about it for now. If Shermie hears this, he will definitely rush over and scold us with words that don't match his heart. By then, if Shiemi hears about it and ends up crying, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back from hitting someone. Longhan Yin felt this deeply. Yin couldn't help but smile. However, even if he didn't say anything, he would probably come over by himself. After all, he genuinely cared about Xuani. Long silently nodded. He had witnessed the terrifying extent of Mr. Buzichuan's brotherly attachment. There was once someone who criticized Xuani for having too fierce a gaze, and he was severely beaten by Shimi for a whole month training. Also, when an evil spirit seriously injured Xuani, Shimi arrived to support and chopped it into countless pieces. There were so many examples that Long couldn't even count them anymore. Yin thought that Xuami would come here today, so she got up to see if there were any watermelons for sale. If there were, she would buy a few to make some snacks or juice. The child had come a long way and worked hard every day, so she had to prepare some food that the child liked, right? Fortunately, luck was on her side, and she bought a few sweet watermelons. After a busy time in the house, she filled the food box with 5 layers. The first layer was watermelon crystal cake, the second layer was watermelon jelly, and the third layer was watermelon glutinous rice balls. Of course, aside from the watermelon, the other ingredients were all bought from the system mall. At night, Long first went to find Jun, Xuami's crow, then came back to lead Yin. Before they even arrived, they heard Shimi's angry roar. What you said doesn't matter. I don't care. Why haven't you quit the Demon Slayer Corps yet? I can't learn the breathing technique. I don't have the talent for it. I don't have a stupid brother like you. Hurry up and get lost. Yin. Long is standing on the trunk, covering his face with his wings, while Xuanglai sighs beside him. Yin walked over with a billowing aura, tears welling in Xuani's eyes as he tightly gripped the hem of his clothes, lowering his head. Shimi, angered and worried about his brother, had veins bulging on his forehead, his expression somewhat grim. He wanted to say something more when suddenly his shoulders felt heavy, and a chill ran down his back. He turned his head to look back, only to see Yin with wide eyes, pupils extremely constricted, expressionless, as if shrouded in darkness. Extremely frightening. Shimi, you can't die. Shimi let out an unprecedented cry of pain, and Xuani, terrified, didn't dare to move, cold sweat pouring down. In the end, Shimi sat on the ground, holding his waist, completely enveloped in shadow, while Xuanmi obediently knelt on the ground. Yin held a food box, standing in front of the two brothers. Shimi, you can't talk to your younger brother like that. If you're worried, just say it nicely. Xuanmi, don't mind what your brother says. He's just saying one thing, but means another. Handing the food box to Xuanmi, I specially prepared this. Try it and see if it's good. Turning to look at Shimi, who was staring at him eagerly, he took out 2 boxes of Hagi cakes from his bundle. I guess you would come, so I prepared these for you. Shimi, blushing, took it quietly and picked up a piece, tilting his head to the side, eating silently. While Xuanmi was eating the cakes, tears couldn't help but fall down, and Yin was startled, thinking he had made something too awful, quickly squatting down to comfort him. Sorry, was it too bad? I'm sorry, it's my first time making it. If it's not good, don't eat it for now, okay? Don't cry. I have watermelon too. Let's eat watermelon after we finish the task. Hearing his younger brother cry, Shimi quickly turned his head to look, wanting to comfort him but swallowing the words back down. With his head lowered, he huffed coldly, crying at this age? If you ask me, you should just quit the Demon Slayer Corps. This place isn't suitable for someone like you. Yin, my fists are really hard again. Long, Shuang Lai, Lord Buzzituan, maybe you should stop talking for a while. Lord Yin is about to get really angry. Shinya bit his lip, wiping away his tears with great effort, revealing a bright smile. No, it's really delicious. It's just that it was so delicious that I couldn't help myself. As he spoke, tears filled his eyes again. These things really reminded him of his childhood, a time before all these changes. Back then, his older brother, sister Yin, and brother Z, he would take him to eat watermelon, or go play in the water to catch river shrimp and crabs. Those times were truly, truly happy. Yin sighed, reached out to pull Xuanmi into her arms, and gently stroked his head. After all, he was still a child. Be good, don't cry. I'll make you delicious food. And look, your big brother's doing well too. Xuanmi blushed, his body stiff, not daring to move, allowing her to hold him. Shimi felt exceptionally complicated inside. This time he didn't argue back, just lowered his head and took bites of the rice cakes. Because Shimi, a fully leveled brother complex, had chased after his brother to get him to leave the Demon Slayer Corps, this time Xuanmi had 2 Hashira accompanying him on his mission. The safety factor was maximized. With Yin around, although Shimi's expression was not pleasant, he was unusually quiet throughout the journey. When the demon indicated in the mission briefing appeared, Shimi directly grabbed its hair and chopped off its head. He casually tossed it aside, his face dark. All right, it's over. Time to go home. Yin, not dead Chuan Jinya. 0-0. Turning around with a fierce look at Jinya, you get the hell out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Don't let me see you again, do you hear me? Yin shot a glance, and Shimi instantly shut up and ran away quickly. Cloud Smoke. Chapter 82. The crowd whose mental state explodes from shipping CP, Yin, silently curled her lips in disappointment and returned to the ice house with Xuanmi. As she walked in holding a watermelon, Qianyi was like a little sun, lifting Xuanmi's originally low spirits and making her laugh. Although Xuanmi was very shy, it seemed that her mood had indeed improved a lot. Yin put the watermelon on the table. All right, come over and eat the watermelon. After eating, go wash up and sleep. Okay, got it, Sister Yin. Little pink flowers were blooming around Yin, who rested her chin on her hand. Watching the 2 children chat and eat watermelon, listening to their occasional laughter, she felt very happy. Alan knocked on the door and poked his head in. Yin, there's something for you. Yin blinked in confusion, and then she saw Alan pull out 2 large watermelons from behind. Yin, after taking the watermelon, she smiled gently at Alan, knowing that Alan had worked hard and should rest early. Alan repeatedly waved her hands, saying, No, it's not hard at all. I'll take my leave now. Lord Yin, rest early. Watching her run away quickly, Yin couldn't help but smile helplessly. Looking down at the watermelon, her face suddenly darkened. One watermelon had the words, Brat, finish the watermelon and get out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Another one read, Yin, thank you for taking care of this troublesome little brat. And by the way, I don't have a brother. Yin, angry. Shinazugawa Sanemi, you bastard. Speechless, he hugged the watermelon to wash it, then cut it up again, putting 1 whole piece into a bag. After settling down Jinya, Yin wrote a 100,000-word letter of condemnation to be delivered to Sanemi by long overnight. The next day, Yin handed the packed items and the watermelon to Jinya, reminding him to take care of himself, and watched him leave. Shinamai didn't need her to worry at all now. Aside from training and teaching, there was definitely a Kyujiro following closely behind him for any tasks. With no tasks to do, Yin wandered aimlessly to the butterfly mansion. Just as she arrived, she was pulled away by Shinobu. You're just in time. Give me a vial of your blood. The research has hit a bottleneck. Yin, Is it going to be bloody right from the start? Helplessly, she let Butterfly Ninja draw a tube of blood, resting her chin on her hand as she watched her and Kanai work busily. In the inner room was Tamayo. These three research maniacs had finally come together. A figure walked in from outside, and Yunyan glanced over, raising her hand to greet. Long time no see, Akizuki Rengoku. Are you well? Hearing her voice, Akizuki Rengoku looked over with his bright, expressive eyes. Long time no see, Miss Tsurukawa. I'm doing well. And you? My mother often thinks of you. When will you come to visit? Really? I'm doing well too. And since I have nothing to do these days, I will visit tomorrow. Really? I will tell my mother. The two exchanged words through the window, while Kanai smiled helplessly, and Butterfly Ninja's forehead bulged with veins as she drew her sword. Yunyan was originally standing, but almost instantly squatted down, looking up with a smile at Butterfly Shinobu, cold sweat dripping. Shinobu, just use your words, don't use your hands. Butterfly Shinobu smiled in a way that seemed both genuine and mocking. If you make more noise, next time I'll chop off your head. Yunyan made a gesture to close her mouth, silently waving goodbye to Kaneo outside the window. Kaneo appeared to be smiling, but in reality, cold sweat was dripping down. After saying goodbye to Kaneo, Yunyan helped Kanai with her work at the Butterfly Mansion, assisting in diluting the spiritual water. They only stopped for dinner in the evening. Shinobu spent the entire time complaining about Ju, while Kanai gently comforted her younger sister, and Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, watching them. With a faint smile in her eyes, this was the true Shinobu, the version of her that really suited her. However, she seemed to catch a whiff of gossip. After bidding farewell to the Butterfly sisters, Yunyan took a solitary walk down the street, passing by a confectionery shop, where she went in and ordered a serving of sweet dumplings. Every household here had a wisteria-scented sachet or incense burner, likely because of the proximity to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Most of the residents were ordinary humans who had encountered demons and chose to settle here primarily for safety. Life was simple and uneventful, filled with taking on missions, training Nezuko, or visiting Sakanji Urokodaki on the Misty Mountain. Yunyan was incredibly which really worried a bunch of CN fans. These two were truly not anxious at all. Quangjin had already torn up countless handkerchiefs in tears, looking at Shimi beside him, who was eating rice cakes with a look of "Are you sick?" Quangjin frowned and silently pointed to the room. Arnos, Shimi, are you going to send that letter or not? Shimi blushed and avoided his gaze. Of course I'll send it. Mind your own business. Quangjin, I'm really exhausted from shipping you two. The few people eavesdropping in the shadows could hardly hold back, with Mealy covering her face and Ike holding his forehead. They had both been matched up by Yunyan, so why were these two dragging their feet on their own matters? Yuzui rubbed his chin, contemplating a possibility. How about I challenge Nishikawa? If I win, I'll make him deliver the love letter? Kane frowned with concern, and everyone fell silent. Beiming Yuxing thought for a moment. Namo, how about I give it a try? Everyone, no, Mr. Beiming Yuxing, you must be the one who knocked out Mr. Nishikawa. He was decisively rejected, and Beiming Yuxing cried in the corner, mumbling Namo. The group gathered together, desperately thinking of a way to create an opportunity for these two to express their feelings. Thus, in the following days, Yunyan and Shimi received numerous invitations from their colleagues. It was either Ike and Mealy inviting them for desserts, or Quangjin inviting them for hot pot. Then there was something even more outrageous. Yunyan face-bombed as he watched Shimi, with a fierce expression and anger, fighting against Io. Kyudo and Mikomo shook their heads helplessly. The origin of this situation was also quite exasperating. It all started with a simple training session, but during the practice, Iyong noticed Shimi's bad mood and, out of concern, asked, "Haven't you eaten?" This somehow made Shimi furious. And with a dark expression, he drew his sword and started fighting Iyong, cursing while they fought. Yunyan sighed silently, raised his hand to gesture for everyone to stop. Stop. That's not what Iyong meant. He wanted to ask if you haven't eaten. That's why you're in a bad mood. Iyong curled the corners of his lips, showing a happy smile. Senior sister really understands him. Huh. Shimi looked shocked. How did you read such an explanation from his irritating words? Yunyan awkwardly scratched his face and said, "Well, in the past, weren't you able to understand what I meant?" Shimizu Sumiya. Then can you two be the same? Chapter 83. Everyone gets involved in CP. Yunyan pointed to Iyong's eyes again. Look, you can see that he's worried from his eyes, right? Shimi looked into Iyong's eyes, the corners of his eyes twitching, but he couldn't see anything from those dead fish eyes. The three of them stared at the expressionless Iyong. Yunyan rubbed her forehead, setting aside the question of whether or not it could be seen, and said not to fight for now. Shimi huffed as he put away his knife and sat down beside Yin Yin, propping his chin on his hand with an unhappy expression. Young had a blank expression on his face, his eyes looking pitiful. Kantu sighed helplessly, while Jinwei sighed and went inside to get some snacks and a bowl of radish salmon. Let us eat something. Yin Yin usually likes to eat hagi cakes, but I don't know what Mr. Basukawa likes, so let us just make do for now. Huh, I can eat anything, Shimi thought to himself, but his actions of eating the hagi cakes were very genuine. Yin Yin leaned on his shoulder and lazily yawned. So, did senior brother invite us over just for a simple sparring session, or to let us taste senior sister's cooking? The two exchanged glances, stammering for a long time without coming to a conclusion. It was Young who cut to the chase. Basukawa, if you compete with me, if you lose, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Huh, why should I play this game with you? Besides, there's no way I'm going to lose to you. Seeing Shimi getting agitated again, Yin Yin sighed and wrapped her arm around his, causing Shimi to stiffen instantly, his face turning red, looking fierce, with veins popping on his forehead. You guys have been acting quite strange lately. It's either inviting us out to eat or sparring. A couple of days ago, it was Hashira and Mitsuri. Then it was Mr. Yuzui and his crew, and now it's you all again. The clouds of smoke fill my eyes with helplessness. Is everyone not busy lately? Yin Yin stood up, rubbed his neck, and sighed. Since he was idle anyway, he thought it would be better to rest a bit more before his task tonight. I'm leaving first, he said. Yin Yin waved her hand and leisurely left. Shimi saw her walk away, quickly ate the 2 rice cakes in his hand, stood up with a knife, thanked her for her hospitality, and said he was leaving, almost teleporting away. The 3 stared at each other with wide eyes, finally sighing helplessly. Well, the plan has failed again. The 3 quickly perked up as there was still one heavyweight figure left. That's right, joining them was Arataki Waya. Since his health improved, Arataki Waya's spirits have been getting better, and being young, he quickly blended in with everyone. Looking at the letters sent by Kezabor, Arataki Waya smiled and turned to Akane. Akane, I think we should start preparing as well. Akane smiled knowingly. I understand, my husband. The 5 eager children had shining eyes. The next day, just as Shimi finished his task and was about to sleep, he received a letter from Arataki Waya and rushed to the Arataki residence. Akane looked apologetic. Lord Fushikawa, I'm really sorry, but I have an important invitation today. Could you please help take care of these children? Shimi respectfully lowered his head. No problem. I'm happy to help the lady. Please ensure your safety with the Lord. Akane smiled, the deep meaning in her eyes missed by the head-down Shimi. I understand. Thank you and sorry for the trouble. After sending off Akane, Shimi was immediately surrounded by the 5 children. In front of the kids, Shimi naturally wouldn't show his usual demeanor. The gentleness on his face made the horrifying scar seem dull, and his tone was so gentle that anyone else would feel like they were dreaming. What's wrong? Hai pulled at his sleeve. Lord Fushikawa, can you play a game with us? Of course. What do you want to play? Nikeo beamed with a bright smile. Is Horizai a black hair boy or not? We 4 sisters will take off our hair accessories, and you guess who we are? Shimi was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled and agreed. Horizai sat beside them, holding the sisters' hair accessories, then looked at Shimi. Lord Fushikawa, if you lose, there will be a punishment. Shimi sighed, his eyes full of indulgence. The children's punishment was, at most, just drawing on his face, so he readily accepted. Then he was stunned. The 4 sisters stood together, and without their hair accessories, they looked exactly the same. Lord Fushikawa, hurry and guess. The 4 sisters urged, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Shimi swallowed hard. From left to right, it's Hikaru, Kanai, Nikeo, and Hai, right? The 4 sisters exchanged glances, revealing triumphant smiles, and said in unison, wrong. Ha ha ha. Horizai covered his mouth and laughed. Shimi face-bombed, helplessly smiling. All right, accept my punishment. Horizai returned the hair accessories to his sisters, then stood in front of Shimi, first bowing, and the words he said almost broke Shimi's composure. Lord Fushikawa, my father once said that some feelings need to be expressed properly. If you're not frank, you'll miss out on a lot of beauty. I heard that you have a letter that hasn't been delivered yet. So your punishment is to deliver it to the person you need to send it to. Shimi froze. Ah, this. Aye. Then he was attacked by the 5 pairs of shining eyes, finally covering his face and nodding. His whole person turned bright red, his head steaming. On the way back near evening, he gritted his teeth in anger. It must have been Kwang Jin who let it slip out. I'm going to chop him today. Sitting in the house, looking at the letter on the table, he hesitated about how to send it out. It was actually very simple, but he was afraid. Even Yunyan's attitude towards him seemed to reflect the same feelings. Yet he couldn't shake off the thought that she treated him with such intimacy because she saw him as an older brother. After hesitating for a long time, He finally picked up the letter and looked at the nearby SHRI. SHRI. Can you help me find out where Yunyan is right now? Okay, Shimi. SHRI flew out, and Shimi rubbed his face hard. The wind blowing couldn't disperse the heat on his face. After a while, SHRI flew back in front of him. R said that Lady Yunyan is currently heading to ISC, and tonight's task will be carried out there. It is predicted that there will be demon teams, and the report says there may be a lower moon demon. It's an urgent task. Shimi tucked the letter into his pocket, immediately put on his coat, grabbed his knife, and rushed out. SHRI, lead the way. SHRI flapped his wings, flying ahead to guide Shimi, who ran towards ISC with urgency. On ordinary days it would be fine, but now, whenever Yunyan's task involved the 12th Kazuki, it would scare him to death. The past events had left him with quite a bit of shadow. Chapter 84. The confession letter. Yin stood in the forest, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting a sideways glance at his surroundings. Indeed, it was a very foul smell. Don't hide it anymore. With so many of you, no matter how deep you hide, the smell cannot be concealed. Come out. Sounds of rustling came from all around, and several oddly shaped evil spirits crawled out. The corner of Yunyan's eye twitched. Goodness, their appearance is almost comparable to the chaotic beasts of the fallen godland. Truly, they're grotesquely ugly in every possible way. Look, there are actually members of the Demon Slayer Corps who are foolish enough to choose to confront so many of us demons. This member, just now you could have pretended not to find a way to escape. After all, you could still save your life. Among the demons walked a petite, evil spirit, and Yin looked at him with indifferent eyes. After a long while, he disdainfully curled his lip. What is this? Has Musen become so casual in selecting lower moon demons? The demon before him was clearly a little boy, with the words Lower Moon 3 engraved in his eyes. The mocked evil spirit showed a fierce expression, shouting nonsense. That esteemed Lord values me. I am Lower Moon 3. I am a chosen existence. Just a mere human. I could crush you with ease. Yunyan dug at her ear, looking at him with disdain. All right, I got it. Are you done? Can we fight or not? Are you trying to add drama for yourself? The evil spirit's forehead erupted with several crosses, gritting his teeth in anger. You all, tear her apart for me. Everyone go. The evil spirits lunged at Yunyan, but a smirk appeared at the corner of her lips, just as she was about to draw her sword. A violent wind accompanied by slashing strikes instantly shattered the attacking evil spirits. A furious roar mixed with anger came from behind her. You damn bastard. Who the hell do you think you can tear apart? Yunyan turned around in surprise and indeed saw Shimi, looking as furious as a raging fire, brandishing her blade and instantly appearing. Breath of wind, second form claw, Keiho wind. Standing in front of her, she swung four claw-shaped wind blades forward, powerful enough to slice through blades. The demons were instantly cut into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Shimi's face was dark, her forehead veins bulging. With the tip of her blade pointed at the Lower Moon 3 in front of her and a smug smile on her face, she declared, Lower Moon, I'm your opponent. Yunyan, who inexplicably had her task stolen, was left speechless. Yin silently raised her hand, but was ignored. Yunyan, Lower Moon 3 is going crazy. All the ghosts he worked so hard to create are gone. Is it a Hashira? Just in time. If I kill you, I can gain the favor of that great person. Blood demon art, puppet surrounding. The blood on the ground reconstitutes into a malevolent ghost, rushing towards Shimi, only to be slashed down again by a single stroke. Holding the blade, he charges towards Lower Moon 3. A person and a ghost are locked in combat. The chibi version of Yunyan blinks with big eyes, silently raising his hand. Hey, don't just ignore me, Shimi. This is my task. Great, once again ignored. Yunyan stood to the side with her arms crossed, laughing at the scene, saying, Go ahead, who can possibly defeat you two? After a while, Shimi struck down the head of the evil spirit, sheathed his sword, and turned to look at Yunyan. He slowly exhaled, and before Yunyan could speak, she saw Shimi bowing slightly and handing over a letter with both hands. Yunyan, what is this for you? Go back and take a look. No need to rush to reply to me. Take a good look. Yunyan hesitantly reached out to grab the letter, tugged at it, but it wouldn't budge. With a helpless sigh, Shimi showed no response. Shimi? Still no response. Yunyan was really amused this time and raised her voice a bit. Shimi, you're squeezing too hard. I can't take it. Sorry. Shimi was startled and quickly let go. Yunyan successfully took the letter, and seeing her receive it, Shimi blushed and scratched her head. I'll be leaving first. Like the wind, truly worthy of the wind pillar, she came swiftly and left just as quickly. leaving Yin in a state of confusion in the wind. Yin, what is this all about? Looking at the mess around her, Yin rubbed her temples, tucked the letter away, and turned to head back. The tasks had all been finished by others. She might as well go home and relax. Sitting in her room, she gently unfolded the letter, and upon seeing the contents, her mind went blank. To Yin, from the Kinokuni family. Today, I am writing this letter impulsively. You may feel surprised or astonished upon reading it, and I ask for your forgiveness. I understand that this decision may seem abrupt and could frighten you, as we have always regarded each other as siblings. I like you and wish to protect your life. This is not a sudden thought or decision, but something that has been buried deep in my heart for a long time. From the very beginning, I saw you only as a sister, but as time went on, I couldn't ignore your pain and scars. That cold demeanor does not suit you. At least, that's how I feel. You should be as radiant and warm as the sun, just like when we were young. I admit that I have always been hiding from this feeling. However, when I first saw you hurt, it pained me deeply, just as it did when I heard you risk your life for me and our family. By the time she finished reading the letter, she was frozen in place. A faint blush gradually appeared on her usually composed face, her hand resting against her lips, her gaze directed elsewhere. Hey, confession letter? Yin lightly coughed, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. What a pleasant surprise. Today is truly a good day. She carefully folded the letter and put it back, lovingly placing it in the box and storing it in the cabinet. Taking her clothes, she went to the bathroom to take a bath. Soaking in the tub, leaning against the soft cushion, with her eyes closed, the smile on her face wouldn't fade away. The coward had actually been bold for once. How rare. Yin opened her eyes, her golden pupils shimmering with light. She quickly got up, tidied herself, and changed into her clothes before lying back down on the bed. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep, so she sat up and scratched her head. Is it just Shimi over there in the Wind residence tonight? Yes, Lord Yin. Mr. Kazuya is on a mission and will return in 5 days. The cloud of smoke disappeared the moment it spoke. Long widened his big round eyes. Where did the person go? Yin directly used her divine power to teleport herself to the wind pillar. Since she hadn't explored much, her positioning was a bit off. As soon as she appeared, she had no idea where she had landed in the wind residence. However, her palm felt warm and somewhat soft. Looking down, she found herself making eye contact with the blushing Shimi. Glancing at her own hand, she realized it was awkwardly resting on his muscular chest. The sensation was too good, and she couldn't help but squeeze it a little. Shimi's body jolted, and he grabbed her wrist, exclaiming, "Why you? How did you appear? Quickly, get off me." Yin was startled for a moment, only now realizing that she was straddling his waist. For a moment, it was extremely awkward. Chapter 85, The Soul Contract, Binding for Life. Originally, Shirmi had just come home feeling too shy and nervous, and, after taking a cold shower, he had finally felt a bit drowsy and closed his eyes to sleep. But when Yin suddenly appeared, he instantly opened his eyes. Coincidentally, he found her sitting on his waist, and in an instant, his entire face turned bright red. Especially since the other party was wearing loose clothing, her fair, long legs were right in his line of sight. Looking up, he could see that the collar of her top was slightly open, vaguely revealing a glimpse of skin. Shirmi felt a rush of heat surge to the top of his head, and a warm sensation traveled down his abdomen. His nose also felt slightly sour and hot. Meanwhile, the culprit behind his current state looked completely bewildered, one hand pressing on her chest, and unable to hold back, he spoke up, wanting her to get down quickly. Otherwise, he would embarrass himself. However, instead of moving, she not only stayed put but also squeezed his chest muscles. Yin reacted and awkwardly smiled. "Ahaha, it feels pretty good. You've practiced well." Inside, the little person was silently covering its face, thinking, she really has nothing to talk about now, right? Yin. Shimi was about to explode with frustration, blushing as she shouted her name. Yin instinctively leaned down, supporting herself on either side of his head, lowering her gaze to meet his. Shimi suddenly froze, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at her, his throat bobbing, not knowing how to place his hands appropriately. Yin was sweating coldly at this moment. In a brief few seconds, she thought of a series of things to say. Finally, with a serious expression, she earnestly spoke to Shimi. "I have read it well, and I like you too. So, will you be my partner and accompany me through life after life?" Shimi's eyes widened in shock, staring at her, his handsome face turning increasingly red, stunned by her sudden response. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Yin clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and lowered her head to kiss his slightly parted lips. Just like that night, the kiss was extremely domineering. Once Shimi came to his senses, one hand unconsciously moved to her slim waist while the other pressed against the back of her head, shyly responding to her kiss. The smoke lingered around him, and after a while, their positions switched, with Shimi pressing down on her. One hand gently moved up her arm, intertwining their fingers. After the kiss ended, both of them were breathing heavily. Shimi buried her face in the crook of her neck, and in a hoarse voice said, "Think carefully before you respond to me. No backing out. I'm not someone to be trifled with." The smoke curled up to her lips as she brushed against his head, without regrets, having made up her mind. So, is Shimi willing? Bound by the divine. On the other side is an eternal soul contract. Shimi raised his head, looking at her earnestly. His expression was unprecedentedly sincere, with an exceptionally gentle smile on his face, a desire that could not be fulfilled. Yin was dazzled by his smile, her expression deepening with joy as she gently tightened the grip of her fingers entwined with his, lifting her head to rest her forehead against his. In the name of the Emperor, the soul that shares the same longevity as heaven and earth, I, with Shimizu Sumi, establish a soul contract for eternity, to grant him my exclusive love and protect him forever. As the Lord of the Underworld, I establish this covenant to be by his side for eternity, granting him the title of husband, which shall never change. By the bond of divine souls and the pact of souls, the Emperor of the Underworld, from this moment on, I take the surname Nangong and swear here, if I violate this, may my body perish and my path be lost, proclaimed to heaven and earth, celebrated by all realms. A radiant light swirled around the two of them, and Yunyan's voice was ethereal and distant. The room was filled with a brilliant glow, and Shimi widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at her. He hurriedly tried to cover her mouth with his hand, wanting to stop her from speaking these words and interrupt the signing of the contract. Yunyan held his hand, her eyes full of tenderness. "This is my promise, and also a promise for this relationship. Shimi, don't stop me." Shimi only felt a bit of moisture in his eyes, as a long-missing piece in his heart was being filled with fervor. This promise was too heavy. He didn't deserve it. Yunyan saw his thoughts and reached out to pull him tightly into her arms, her hand gently stroking the back of his head. "Shimi is worth it. Shimi is the best person in the world, so accept me." Shimi closed his eyes, and the tears in his eyes eventually fell. He reached out and tightly hugged her waist. The contract was formed. The light dissipated. Shimi opened his eyes, and it felt as if there was an endless amount of strength within him. His body felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The two sat up, and Shimi looked down at his slightly heated chest, where his heart was, and noticed a pitch-black dragon tattoo that occupied his entire left chest, extending all the way to his left arm. As he slowly took off his clothes and turned his head, he saw that the left half of his back also had one. It was as if a tattoo had formed a half armor. The tattoo runs from the front of the chest to the elbow joint, creating a continuous pattern from the chest to the shoulder and then to the upper arm, which is called half armor. Yunyan awkwardly scratched his face. "Well, it might not look very good, but don't judge it just yet. This contract is like this. After all, it's a divine contract and needs to have the mark of a deity." Shimi was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled, "This doesn't matter. I have plenty of scars on me anyway." Yunyan looked at him, gazing at his tender, yet somewhat mischievous smile, taking in his bare upper body, his strong and muscular physique, the scars along with her divine mark. The tension and the overwhelming masculine aura made Yun quietly cover her mouth, her face slightly flushed. "This guy's terrifyingly handsome right now." Yun lightly coughed and thought for a moment, then directly pounced into his arms, yawning at the same time. "Well, since I'm here, I'm tired. Time to sleep. Busujima Shimiya? Are you going back to sleep?" "Why?" "What do you mean, why? It's just a man and a woman alone. We're not kids anymore. Our relationship is different. Are you going to sleep with me?" "Busujima Shimiya, you really don't see me as a man, do you?" "TSK, I've already made a contract. This is a contract between a husband and wife. We're together now. What's wrong with hugging and sleeping?" "Stop talking nonsense. Go back to sleep." "Hey, I'm not going back today." Yunyan had a rebellious spirit, clinging to him like an octopus. Shimi felt the softness against her chest, blushing and afraid to move, fearing that she might accidentally hurt her. Frustrated, she could only shout, "Get off me." "No, I'm going to sleep. Good night." "Jigwa Yunyan. That's not my real name, so don't call me that." "Damn it. Nangong Yunyan, get off me." Shimi remembers my real name? But I can't hear you. I am asleep." Shimi, angered, ground her back teeth and looked down, wanting to say something, but found that the person holding her had already settled into steady breathing. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Shimi quieted down. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, she ultimately relented, sighed softly, and turned to hold her in her arms. Muttering quietly, "I really can't do anything about you." The sharp gaze softened, lips curling up as he gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Thank you, and good night." When he also fell asleep, Yunyin opened her eyes, a helpless smile on her face. In fact, there were a few things she hadn't said, but quietly vowed in her heart, from now on, "Your joy is my joy, your sorrow is my sorrow. To the best of my ability, I will seek to bring you happiness. Henceforth, I will not seek gods or Buddhas. I will cut away all evil for you, protect what you desire, and safeguard your intentions. I will become the strongest shield, dedicating my life and soul to you." Yunyin closed her eyes and snuggled against his chest. From today onwards, everything under her control as the emperor of the underworld would regard him as supreme. She would share everything with him. If there were any life-threatening danger, the contract would automatically transfer to her, a divine protection for her beloved. After a millennium of solitude, the deity finally embraced her partner, someone with whom she could love and cherish. A deity's love is never stingy. They do not easily give their heart, but once given, it is everything. The lifespan of a deity is boundless. Once committed, it is for eternity, unchangeable and unalterable. Chapter 86. A day of leisure. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Among them, a beam of morning light fell perfectly on her fair face. The light, like golden threads, gently caressed her skin. Her tightly closed eyes fluttered, slowly opening to reveal golden irises slightly misted from just waking up. Groggily sitting up, she looked blankly at the empty space beside her. Her hand reached out, still warm. A faint sound of chopping vegetables reached her ears, and Yunyin rubbed her eyes, swaying as she walked toward the source of the sound. Standing at the kitchen door, she saw Shimi wearing a black kimono, rolling up his sleeves to chop vegetables, with an apron still on. Yunyin smiled silently, quietly walked over, and reached out to hug him from behind. Shimi's body stiffened for a moment before quickly relaxing, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Awake? You've been standing at the door for so long. I thought you, the god of the underworld, wanted to change careers and become a door god." Yunyin nuzzled his neck and left a kiss on it. Shimi shivered, nearly cutting himself, and with a flushed face, raised his hand to cover the spot where he was kissed. "What are you doing? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Shimi turned around to face her, and Yunyin took the opportunity to snuggle into his embrace, rubbing against his neck. Her voice still carried the hoarseness of just waking up. "I woke up and didn't see you, so I wanted to come see what you were up to." Shimi's face turned bright red. He first glanced outside, then wrapped his arms around her, holding her gently because his hands were wet. "Where else can I go? I have to eat after waking up. If I don't take care of you, my stomach will hurt." Yunyin blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered that she used to not eat properly, and there was indeed a time when she would suffer from severe stomach pains. However, all of this happened in this small world before she turned 7. Yunyin curled her lips and smiled silently. "What?" Shimi still remembers it even now. Yunyin looked up at him with a spoiled expression, her bright golden eyes glistening with a layer of mist. "Shimi, I'm hungry." In Shimi's eyes, she resembled a cat that had just woken up from lazily snuggling up to him, wanting to be pampered and asking for food. "Got it. Go wash up first. I'll be done soon." Shimi softened his voice, his deep and hoarse tone losing its wildness at that moment, transforming from a fierce wind capable of destroying everything into a warm spring breeze. Yunyin lifted her head and kissed the corner of his lips, taking advantage of his stunned expression to smile and leave. "Good morning kiss. I'm going to wash up now. Hurry up with breakfast." After a moment of brain freeze, Shimi slowly squatted down, covering her flushed face, glaring fiercely at the doorway, but her red face lacked any intimidation. "You little brat." Blushing, she resignedly got up to continue cooking, making all of Yunyin's favorite dishes. Even the fruits she liked to eat after meals were washed, cut, and carefully arranged on a plate before being served. The two sat at the table, and while Shimi ate, she watched Yunyin's face light up with a happy smile as she enjoyed her favorite food, the corners of her lips lifting, inadvertently revealing a smile that was only seen at the end of the original story. After finishing their meal, the two had no tasks, and since they had nothing to do, they decided to spar in the yard. The last time they sparred was several years ago when Shimi was still a Class A member. As their wooden swords clashed, the strikes of their breathing techniques sparked against each other. Soon after, their figures flickered back and forth, and when the wooden swords broke, they switched to physical combat. At some point, Long appeared beside Shuanglu, and the two crows perched on the roof, watching the two spar. Eventually, the two sat in front of the house. Shimi let out a long breath, looked at her hand, and clenched her fist. It felt truly amazing to have seemingly endless strength, speed, and energy now, along with a significant increase in physical strength. Yunyan wiped the sweat with a towel, and upon hearing the words, opened one eye, her gaze flickering. Of course, after all, your current body is a demigod, which is a benefit of being a divine partner. So how is it? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Shimi revealed a sinister smile, tightly clenching his fist. Of course I'm satisfied. I'm almost dying of satisfaction. With this, he could slay more demons and stronger ones. Sooner or later, he would eradicate all the evil spirits in the world. Yunyan raised her eyebrows, and without needing to think, she knew what this guy was currently pondering. After breaking into a sweat, Yunyan had to return to her residence. She took a comfortable shower and changed into her usual attire, which had transformed into a different style this time. She wore black, tapered trousers and a white shirt, with the top 3 buttons unbuttoned, exposing her delicate collarbone and a hint of her cleavage. A black belt wrapped around her waist, intricately twisted twice, accentuating her slender figure, adorned with a black chain. Her long black hair fell casually over her shoulders, and a jade pendant hung at her waist, while an obsidian leaf bracelet adorned her left wrist. Around her neck, she wore a necklace identical to the one Shimi had on, though hers was a collarbone chain. After slipping on her short boots, Yunyan stretched lazily, stored her knife in her space, and patrolling the area she was responsible for. Shimi, who intended to invite her for dessert, was taken aback. Indeed, the soft little girl he remembered had shattered. The one standing before him now, in terms of both pressure and aura, was more formidable than he had ever encountered. Yunyan noticed someone was watching him, and when he turned his head, he met Shimi's gaze. He smiled and greeted him. Shimi, have you missed me after just a little while? Shimi's expression remained unchanged, but his ears turned red. TSK, you're not wrong. Are you going to eat cake? I heard from Ihei that the place he often goes to with Kanroji has blueberry cake recently. Let's go, we'll go right now. Yunyan directly took his hand, a place she was familiar with, having been there many times before. The blueberry cake received great reviews. Shimi's face turned red, and she awkwardly glanced around, wanting to say that holding hands in public was inappropriate, but she couldn't bear to let go. In the end, she awkwardly followed her lead as they walked down the street, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Noticing someone looking at them, she immediately shot back a fierce glare. What are you staring at? The two clearly had different styles. Shimi wore a black kimono with a white, unadorned haori jacket draped over it, slightly revealing her chest. In her laziness, the terrifying scar made her look somewhat fierce. At first glance, Yunyan appears to be an ice beauty, but upon closer inspection, her beauty is accompanied by a sharpness that is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Although the two of them are visually appealing, bystanders have remarked that they can only admire from a distance. Getting too close makes it feel like the man next to the beauty is ready to devour anyone. It seems both of them are the type to take action rather than speak. Chapter 87. That Tian Spider Mountain. After a leisurely day, Yunyan lay in bed at night, flipping through ancient texts. She had only heard about contracts, but never truly understood them, as she never thought she would have a partner in her long life. Now that she was using it, she was only familiar with the surface of the vows, knowing little about the content within. Yunyan flipped through the pages and finally focused on the Guardian section, wondering if it could only transfer fatal injuries. With some annoyance, she clicked her tongue, thinking how useless this contract was. Who was the fool that set this up when they were in power? After a careful read, she was satisfied with everything except for the Guardian aspect, which she found extremely disappointing. In her opinion, if it was going to transfer injuries, it might as well transfer them all. The gods. Oh, come on. Not every god has self-healing abilities strong enough to recover instantly. She waved her hand to put the book away, turned over, and fell asleep with her eyes closed. On the other side, Shimi was once again sleepless, his mind filled with the memory of the two of them sleeping in each other's arms last night, the soft fragrance in his embrace. He rested his arm over his eyes and slowly exhaled, thinking, Kyuso. So, the sleepless wind pillar decided to change into his team uniform late at night, grab his sword, and go hunt demons. The demons that night. Are you okay? Although they had successfully expressed their feelings and gotten together, their way of interacting hadn't changed much. The only difference was that when they happened to go out together or made plans, holding hands felt more natural, and they occasionally hugged when no one was around. If 06 were here, they would definitely mock a couple of old fossils. After being busy for several months, summer arrived again. Yunyan went to the butterfly house as usual to find Kaneo and Shinobu, who were busy helping compare the spirit spring water. Suddenly, a message flew in. Yunyan, there's an emergency at Spider Mountain. The lower moon has appeared. Please go lend your support. Yunyan quickly got up, looking unwell. Oh no, has it already progressed to this time? Because Long Speed was fast, he was the first to summon Yunyan. Just as she left, Butterfly Shinobu was also called for support. The two of them were ahead of each other, but the distance between them was quite far. Yunyan ran wildly, although he knew that Tanjiro would not be harmed here. Just thinking about how cute and well-behaved Nezuko was and how she had been hurt by the spider silk made him run even faster. Ju was closer to them and particularly cared for his junior brother Tanjiro, so as soon as he heard the request for support, he immediately set off. As soon as Yunyan arrived here, she saw Zenitsu performing the first form of the six-fold slash, and the spider brother shouted a few unwilling cries before completely dissipating. She swiftly caught the falling Zenitsu, held him in her arms, and gently placed him on the suspended rooftop. Zenitsu, holding on, felt his somewhat dazed eyes tremble. Big sister, I. Yunyan sighed, patted his head, used her breath to suppress the spread of the toxin, and the rescue team would arrive soon. Yunyan pressed her lips together. Her main body was not good at all. Her healing technique was extremely poor. If she were to use a healing spell, it would definitely be a massive burst of divine power, instantly healing a large area, which falls under group healing. However, for individual cases, she would still need to create a clone. Large-scale healing consumed an enormous amount of divine power, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like reviving the dead. Yunyan used a wisp of divine power to guide him, allowing him to suppress the toxins more smoothly with his breathing. Seeing him stabilize a bit, Yunyan let out a sigh of relief, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Shani, good boy, you're really trying hard. Shan-Yi looked at her, a faint smile appearing on his face. Grandpa, I guess I didn't let you down, right? After settling Shan-Yi, Yunyan knew that Butterfly Ninja would be coming over, so she got up and ran towards a mountain. Inasuk was grabbed by the head by Spider Dad. Yunyan and Yi-Yong met on the way, exchanging glances and quickly rushing towards the mountaintop. Yi-Yong drew his sword and slashed at Spider Dad's head, while Yunyan swiftly moved to catch Inasuk in her arms. Are you okay? Wah, you look really strong. Fight me. Come on, fight me. Yunyan's words were interrupted by Inasuk's loud shouts, followed by him spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing Yunyan's eye to twitch. With veins bulging on his forehead and a blank expression, he knocked Inasuk unconscious and gently placed him on the shore. Standing up, he dusted off his hands and turned to smile at Yi-Yong. Let's go, junior brother. Yi-Yong trembled slightly. Senior sister, you look really scary right now. On the mountain, Tanjiro was in a fierce battle. Nezuko was entangled in spider silk, hanging upside down in the air. Tanjiro, anxious to save his sister, had to be cautious of Rue's attacks, making him extremely restless. Give your sister to me, and in exchange, I can make your death less painful. What do you say? Rue smiled gently. The boy and the demon girl before him were exactly the familial bond he longed for. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the knife. No way. I won't give my sister to you. Rue's expression turned cold. Is that so? Then I'll just kill you and take her myself. Tanjiro was startled and narrowly avoided Rue's attack, swinging his knife to use water breathing. But to his dismay, he couldn't cut through the spider silk at all. In a moment of desperation, he remembered the dance his father once performed on a snowy day. His body felt as if it was burning with flames, and his breath felt like fire. Dance of the Fire God. Round dance. He swung his knife forward, delivering a curved slash enveloped in flames, continuously cutting through Rue's spider silk. Rue's eyes widened slightly as Tanjiro, gathering his strength, charged towards Rue's neck. Under the call of her brother's spirit, Nezuko suddenly opened her eyes and raised her hand, fiercely clenching her fist, using her blood to perform blood demon art. Blood demon art, explosive blood. The siblings worked together. Tanjiro, holding the broken knife, sliced at Rue's neck. Just when he thought it was all over, Tanjiro collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Rue let out a soft laugh as his headless body picked up its own head and reattached it. Did you really think you could chop off my head? You're so naive. Rue raised his hand, his gaze cold. Blood demon art. Kill I will die. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He could no longer stand up, his body at its limit, his lungs in severe pain. Nezuko desperately tried to break free from the threads to save her brother. But as Rue's attack was about to land on Tanjiro, a cold light flashed in the distance. An extreme low temperature instantly enveloped the surroundings. Ice breathing. Sixth form. Ice dragon roar. The slash, accompanied by the roar of the ice dragon, instantly shattered Rue's attack, and saved Nezuko, who was hanging in midair. Yunyin sheathed his sword, raised his hand to catch the falling Nezuko, and half-squatted to place her beside Tanjiro. Tanjiro stared blankly at her, and Yunyin wore a relieved smile as he reached out to ruffle his hair, glad that he made it in time. Truly a determined child, holding on until now. It's been tough. On the other side, Ju swiftly severed Rue's neck with a single stroke, so fast that Rue couldn't react at all. Sheathing his sword, he walked over to them and looked down at Tanjiro. In his calm eyes was the same relief. Grateful that he had arrived in time and didn't lose this junior brother. Are you all right? Tanjiro came to his senses, tears shimmering in his eyes. Yes. Thanks to senior sister Yunyin and Mr. Ju for arriving in time. Nezuko and I are fine. Ju pressed his lips together. He also wanted Tanjiro to call him senior brother. It's good that you're okay. Ju's expression was calm, but Yunyin could see a hint of resentment in his tranquil gaze. Chapter 88. The Hashira Assembly Judgment, what should I say? Yunyin looked helplessly at Iyong, who was holding on a butterfly ninja and striking the pose for the onside waist drum. On the other side, Nezuko was shrinking her body and desperately avoiding Kanaho, while at her feet was the severely injured Tanjiro, urging Nezuko to run quickly, struggling to get up to stop Kanaho. Yunyin, 10:06 quietly walked out and sat by her feet. It's not that I don't take action. This is the main plot. I know, but what should we do now? The chibi version of Yunyin pointed with her big eyes at Nezuko, who was frantically dodging in the distance. 06 fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grew larger and ran over to grab Nezuko. Kanaho's eyes widened as she made eye contact with 06's green eyes. Scared and sweating, Yunyin jumped up with a cross on his forehead, gathered his strength, and dashed past to punch 06 on the head, scaring the kid. 06, on the other side, Butterfly Shinobu directly started fighting with Iyong. Because of Yunyin, Butterfly Shinobu maintained her original personality. A hot-tempered and proud, yet detail-oriented and gentle girl. Yunyin looked at them helplessly, silently holding Shinefu in her arms. Not afraid, not afraid. This guy 06 has no malicious intent. Shinefu felt her warm embrace, her eyes slightly trembling, her body motionless, allowing her to hold her. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the longing in her eyes. Longing for this warm embrace. She had always known that Lord Ice Pillar was a very gentle and warm person. Just like when she was rescued by her sisters back then. Gah, Lord's command. Bring back the swordsman with the demon. Bring back Tanjiro Kamado. Nezuko Kamado. Everyone stopped, and the farce came to an end. Yunyin breathed a sigh of relief and straightened her body. Now, what she should be worried about was Shimi. She looked at Tanjiro holding Nezuko with a complex expression and gently sighed at the harmonious sight of the two siblings. These two would surely have a moment that could overturn Shimi's heart. Thinking about the regrets from that time, Yunyin silently clenched her fists. If she had chosen to enter the small world with her true self from the very beginning, would Shimi have not lost those things? Probably. After all, she was the emperor, and changing some regrets couldn't be held against her by the heavens. Yunyin slowly closed her eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with dead silence. The tiny 06, now back to the size of a palm, looked at her, and a trace of heartache flashed in its cat-like pupils. It understood what Yunyin was thinking, but that was impossible. The ancient war had barely ceased a century ago, and the land of fallen gods had yet to calm the waves. A brief ceasefire did not signify the arrival of peace. As the strongest deity, from the day she became a god, her soul had fought in the land of fallen gods for a full 30,000 years. That place could only be entered by souls. One person, one long spear, and one sword, guarding the vast world from being invaded by chaos. Her soul was already riddled with wounds. To simply wish for her true body to awaken was nothing short of a pipe dream. The reason for her awakening was merely that the avatars scattered across the realms had perished. Divine power returned to her body, and the soul fragments reassembled. Her divine soul was likely already unstable, restless. Being able to remain as she was now was probably just a matter of holding on. The others evacuated with the injured, while Yunyin, the volunteer, and Butterfly Shinobu, as Hashira, returned first to prepare for the Hashira meeting. It was more of a trial than a meeting. The next morning, the Hashira gathered at the Ubuyashiki residence. Tanjiro was brought and bound, and Yunyin frowned as she walked over to try to untie him. Ihei threw down a branch from the tree, and Yunyin looked up at him. Ihei pointed at Tanjiro in annoyance, questioning why she cared for such a foolish person who was accompanied by a demon. He should be executed along with the demon. Yuzui sighed, slightly raising his head, saying, Leave this kind of thing to me. I guarantee a splendid decapitation. Yunyan silently twitched the corner of his lips, thinking that it couldn't be said that way. What if there were differences? Although based on my understanding of Miss Jigwa, you might not be wrong, but a ghost is a ghost, and such a probability is unlikely to occur. Let's go for beheading instead. Yunyan covered her face. How could you say such terrifying things with a straight face? Kaigrik yoter. Kai Jr. blinked. Was what I said really that scary? Haimadma Jaomi was in tears, his hands clasped together. Nemu Amida Butsu, these poor children. Although they didn't willingly become this way, let's quickly give them some relief. Yunyan. 06. MD, what's wrong with you, blind monk? Where has your compassion gone? We had a look of reluctance on her face. Perhaps, as Yunyan said, this child really is different. Maybe they can get along well. Sister, don't be so naive. A demon is still a demon. I don't believe this guy and his sister will really turn out to be good people. Butterfly Shinobu crossed her arms and looked at Tanjiro with distrust. Kanawi sighed helplessly but still chose to stand on Yunyan's side. Butterfly Shinobu said nothing but followed her sister over, despite her conflicting feelings. Mitsuri glanced left and right, covering her face and lowering her head. What should she do? Killing this boy just like that would be too pitiful. After a while, she silently walked over to Yunyan and stood with a flushed face. Ihei choked in his throat at the sight. He had wanted to say a few more sharp words, but now he completely held it back and stayed silent. As for the Tsuguko brothers, there was no need to mention them. Since the divine sister had spoken, it must be true. Quangjin looked around, scratching his head. He had also been paying attention to this brother-sister pair. Although the sister was a demon, she had really saved many people. However, out of hatred for demons, he chose to remain neutral. The water Hashira didn't need to be mentioned either. The 3 water pillars were just like Yunyan, and even more protective of Tanjiro. Thus, the situation turned into 3 factions. One group demanded immediate execution, one group remained neutral, and one group was determined to protect. Yunyan searched around but couldn't find Shimi. Realizing in his heart that it was bad news, the iconic scene was coming soon. Sure enough, while there was still a debate going on, Shimi's low, suppressed voice filled with anger came from not far away. Hey, what is all this noise? Is this guy the idiot with the demon? Because he was busy with the task, Shimi hadn't even had time to cut his hair before rushing over. His usually spiky hair was a bit long, and his eyes were bloodshot from anger, making him look even fiercer. He quickly snatched the box containing Nezuko from Inosuke's hands, grinning menacingly. A demon protecting a human? What a joke. He drew his knife, ready to stab it into the box, while the water Hashira and the butterfly sisters gasped in shock, trying to stop him. The next moment, the knife came to a halt, and everyone widened their eyes, staring in astonishment at Yunyan. Yunyan held the blade with one hand, the edge cutting in his palm, blood instantly spilling out. The knife, which was supposed to be used to slay evil spirits, had instead harmed the person he loved. Shimi widened her eyes, her tone urgent. Idiot! What are you doing? Let go quickly. Yunyan frowned, her face filled with helplessness. This was the command of the Lord, and no matter what he wanted to do, they had to wait for him to arrive. Shimi darkly tossed the box aside, and Yunyan let go of her hand. He hurriedly sheathed his knife and nervously pulled her hand over to inspect it. The cut was deep enough to see the bone, showing just how much force she had used moments ago. Shimi's face turned red with anger, veins bulging as he gripped her wrist, the veins on his hand throbbing. But he controlled his strength to avoid hurting her. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Have you lost your mind? Or are you thinking grabbing the knife?" Kanai hurried over with her medical kit, used to carrying it everywhere. Yunyan-chan, you were too reckless. How could you grab a knife with your hand? It's very dangerous. Yunyan smiled helplessly, realizing it was too late to intervene. That knife would hurt the little girl so much. Chapter 89, Dissipated Heart Knot. Tanjiro noticed that Shinazugawa wanted to stab Nezuko, and while everyone was momentarily stunned, he made a great effort to jump up and slammed his head into Shinazugawa. Yunyan was quick and skillful, directly grabbing Tanjiro's collar with one hand while pulling Shimi over with the other, dodging Tanjiro's flailing legs. Shimi stumbled but managed to steady himself, turning to glare fiercely at Tanjiro, asking, "What do you want to do? You little brat, do you want to die? I'll make it happen right now." Yunyan furrowed her brows tightly, throwing Tanjiro to Iyong, standing between them, and spoke in a low, indifferent tone, "Everyone be quiet." Shimi was taken aback and wanted to say something, but he felt that if he spoke again, something bad would definitely happen. So he closed his mouth in frustration, only glaring fiercely at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was already too scared to speak under Yunyan's low pressure, and Iyong silently moved a few steps away while holding him. "Everyone is here. Chanyu Yaozai's voice came from inside the house, and everyone quickly stood in formation, kneeling on one knee, respectfully greeting him. Only Yunyin leisurely sat down in the corridor. Her unusually lazy attitude did not draw any criticism from anyone. Chanyu Yaozai smiled and patted her head. Yunyin, how is your hand? Yunyin raised her head to look at him, saying, I'm fine. How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well. He then looked at the crowd in front of him and glanced at the shocked Tanjiro lying on the ground. I know everything about this child, and I trust them. His sister may indeed be a result of a millennia-old change. Shimi gritted his teeth and raised his head. I'm very sorry, my lord, but I cannot trust them. Demons are just demons. They only know how to harm and devour. He stood up, carrying the box containing Nezuko, and walked towards the room. I'm sorry, my lord. I've been rude. Standing in the shadows, he roughly threw the box onto the floor, drew his sword, and cut his own arm, blood instantly dripping down. Shimi had a sinister smile on his face. Come out, evil spirit. It's time to eat. Show your true form, so I can chop off your head. Nezuko opened the box, caught the scent of his blood, and drooled, staring intently at his bleeding arm. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Shimi's smile grew wider, and his eyes became colder, waiting for Nezuko to pounce. However, because Yunyin had also given Nezuko a hint, though she was drooling, Nezuko still rummaged through the box. She climbed out holding a clean bandage, then turned around to find some alcohol. Suddenly, she grew larger, walked up to Shimi, and yanked his injured arm. The alcohol was poured directly onto the wound, making Shimi's face turn pale with pain, biting his teeth to suppress any sound. Nezuko watched as the disinfectant was used up, then quickly bandaged his wound with a bow. She shrank back down, placed her hands on her hips, and looked at him. Then she turned around and trotted back into the box, peeking her head out to look at him. The crowd, Yunyin blinked, looking at Shimi's dazed expression, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha! Seeing this, Kanyashiki Waya chuckled a bit. Everyone noticed that this child was truly a special existence. The crowd exchanged glances, and Kaidro looked at Kanyashiki Waya and said, My lord, we cannot be convinced. Kanyashiki Waya sighed. Is that so? I received a letter this morning. Everyone, please listen. He took out the letter and gently read it aloud. It was a letter from Kagaya Ubuyashiki. This letter had been written long ago and, surprisingly, bore the signatures of several people. If one day Nezuko loses control and harms humans, her brother, Tanjiro Kamadu, will kill her on the spot. Furthermore, I, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, along with Kanroji Mitsuri, Tenjin Yuzi, and Shinobu Kocho, are willing to atone for this by committing seppuku. We are willing to guarantee this action. Note, since Kanroji and Shinobu are orphans and were adopted by Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the author has taken the liberty to give them his surname. The crowd was shocked, their eyes wide open, and Shimi looked at Yunyin in disbelief, his anger reaching its peak. He turned to Wai Jin and shouted, What good is seppuku? It's too late once someone is hurt. If you want to die, go to yourself. Why drag Yunyin into this? Ehei wore a similar expression, displeased as he looked at Wai Jin and the others. That's right. If you ask me, we should just resolve this now. Kanyashiki Waya sighed. I understand everyone has thoughts and a hatred towards demons, but I still request that you give them a chance to prove themselves. The crowd quieted down, and the agitated Shimi fell silent at this moment. Ultimately, everyone compromised. Kanyashiki Waya said some encouraging words to Tanjiro, receiving a confident response from him, and then smiled as he left. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yunyin and Shimi. Before leaving, Keichika walked over to Shimi. Looking worried, Shimi, are you okay? Yeah, you can go back first. I need to talk to Yunyin alone. Okay, then I'll go home and make some sweet rice cakes and match off for you. Keichika also took away 06, who wanted to watch the drama unfold, saving it from shining here. In the courtyard, only the two of them remained, one sitting and the other standing, with Yunyin turning her back to him and remaining silent. Shimi stood in silence for a while, then walked over to sit beside her, quietly lying on her legs, wrapping his arms around her waist, with his face pressed against her abdomen. Yunyin naturally raised his hand and gently stroked his head. Shimi, if you're feeling uncomfortable, you need to express it properly. Shimi's tone trembled a bit. Nezuko's reaction was something he couldn't accept. They both became demons, and there was no way his mother didn't love them. But why had such a miracle not descended upon his mother? The clouds brushed against the back of his head as he looked at the sky. Shinami, do you know? Just after turning into a demon, one's consciousness and soul are in chaos and unclear. Nezuko is the same, but her brother fought desperately to suppress her. After that, they were fortunate to encounter snowy weather, with no sunlight, which is why they look like this now. Yunyan lowered her head, watching the tears slide down the corners of his eyes, and she gently brushed them away with her hand. If only I had been a little faster that day. If only my clone had been stronger at that moment, I could have saved your family. I could have let Aunt Shizumi live. I could have slowly searched for a way to turn demons back into humans, and then your family could have happily lived together. Your mother loves you all. If a reason is needed to accept this, then Shimi, hate me. Hate my stubbornness that led to such a result. Hate me for not saving you. Hate me for not stopping it in time. Shimi suddenly tightened his embrace around her waist, growling, "What nonsense are you saying?" He sat up, his eyes red, like a beast on the verge of collapse, pulling Yunyan into his arms, his hand pressing against the back of her head, burying her face in his neck. His voice was choked hoarse. "How is that possible? You've already done enough." It was him who was too weak. If he had been able to search for his mother more quickly at that time, if he had seen clearly sooner, if he had held back his mother, preventing the demonized mother from going home, taking her to a dark place before the sun rose, would he not have lost them? Suddenly, the knot in Shimi's heart unraveled. His mother loved them the most. It was just that their family had been a bit unlucky. He blamed himself for not protecting it all. Yunyan embraced him, using her arms to comfort her usually strong and tough partner, who was now extremely vulnerable. In Chapter 90, Fragment, Missing Memories, due to days of extreme fatigue, Yunyan only felt the person holding her suddenly lose strength, his shoulders sinking down. With a surprised tilt of her head, she noticed tears still in Shimi's eyes as he fell into a deep sleep while holding her. Seeing this, Yunyan smiled helplessly and gently lifted him onto her back. Yao Zai from the childbirth room walked in and was about to ask them to rest there when he saw Yunyan smiling and shaking her head, mouthing a thank you. Carrying Shimi on her back, Yunyan exited the residence. On the way, knowing his personality, Yunyan chose routes that were mostly deserted, just taking a longer path. When they reached the Feng residence, Quangjin, hearing the noise, hurried out. Upon seeing Yunyan carrying the sleeping Shimi, his mind went blank. Were these two swapped? He quickly rushed over to take Shimi onto his own back, and Yunyan silently bid him farewell. Quangjin didn't have time to stop her as she quickly left. Sighing, he dutifully carried Shimi inside. Looking at his dusty clothes, he helplessly undressed him and changed him into clean clothes before taking him to the bathroom. After helping him take a bath, drying him off, and carrying him back, he placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He hadn't woken up at all. How many days had this guy been staying up? Quangjin found it both amusing and frustrating. This idiot Shimi truly didn't care about his own health at all. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't care. It was mainly because, with a demigod's body, a certain wind pillar discovered that he seemed to be able to stay energetic without sleep and had endless energy to slay demons. Thus, he became obsessed with killing. Not only did he forget to sleep, but he also forgot that even as a demigod, he was still human. Once he relaxed, he just didn't want to sleep, and his brain had to forcibly shut down. Yunyan first went to the Butterfly Mansion to see Tanjiro, and then apologized for Shinobu's behavior. Although Tanjiro is very gentle, it doesn't mean he won't get angry. Yunyan helplessly told him about her past with Shimi, and why Shimi hated demons so much. As Tanjiro listened, he sensed the deep regret and sadness emanating from Yunyan, and suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Big drops of tears fell onto the bedspread. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly, feeling that it shouldn't be to the point of crying like this. Tanjiro wiped away his tears vigorously and looked at her sincerely. "Senior sister, you have already tried your best. Although I don't know how to express it, senior sister. This is not your fault." Yunyan curled her lips. "Who knows? You should take a good rest, and I'll come to see you again in a few days." Yunyan stood up, rubbed her head, glanced at the still sleeping Zenitsu and Inosuke, and quietly left. Tanjiro looked at her silhouette, feeling that her slender and tall figure was particularly lonely. From the moment he first saw Yunyan, he vaguely sensed the aura of sadness and regret surrounding her. Beneath her gentle exterior lay the solitude and remorse after a bloody storm. That sadness felt as if she had lost everything, yet was helpless, unable to grasp or hold onto anything. She must have lost more than any of them, right? This is what Tanjiro thought at that moment. And indeed, it was true. The clouds drift along the road, thoughts wandering far away to that ancient war where there were tens of thousands of gods participating. They were descendants of ancient deities, the pride of various realms, but in the end, only she remained. That war, capable of extinguishing everything, was built upon the remnants of their souls. A high wall constructed from their spirits and flesh to protect everything. But how many of these gods are remembered? A hint of sarcastic smile curled at the corner of her lips as she thought, the sky is the most ridiculous existence. A divine oracle marks the beginning of war. A divine oracle buries countless lives. In the end, those who survive are granted supreme power. What does it all mean? A gentle breeze brushed past, swaying her hair, as she looked up at the sky, where the dazzling sun hung high above. The sunlight was shining, clearly warm, yet her hands and feet were icy cold. How rotten that world is. Yunyan softly spoke, her golden eyes filled with silence, standing under the wisteria tree with her hands behind her back, her slender and tall figure revealing a sense of loneliness. In the corner, the butterfly sisters looked at her with concern, accompanied by Kanahu and Shinkazaki Aoi. Lady Ice Pillar seems to be in a really bad mood. What should we do? I remember Lady Ice Pillar loves to eat hoggy cakes. How about we make some for her? A good idea. Will it really work? It feels like just eating hoggy cakes might not be enough to cheer her up. The few of them were discussing animatedly, while the person being discussed had already taken steps toward the door. Yin currently has a pure expression of world weariness, feeling down. So she decides to go find a ghost to strike out at. Although it's noon, finding a ghost takes time, right? As she walks, Yin suddenly pauses. A vague and blurry memory flashes through her mind. Frowning, she wonders what is going on. Does she have memory loss? In that fleeting memory, she only caught a moment. She was on an ancient battlefield, covered in blood, holding a white-haired man. The man seemed to have been pierced through the chest, and she couldn't see his face clearly. She only remembered him trembling as he gently wiped the blood-mixed tears from her face. His mouth moved as if he were saying something, but unfortunately, it was silent. In the end, the man smiled and lost his breath, his body turning into scattered starlight. It seemed like she was crying, but also like she was filled with extreme anger, though she couldn't recall why. Yin walked while trying hard to remember, but she couldn't capture any traces of those memories. With an annoyed click of her tongue, she rubbed her brows, feeling even more irritated. With a dark expression, her hand rested on the hilt of her knife, knowing that Long was aware of her thoughts and had gone ahead to gather information. There was no way Yin would be able to rest that night. Sure enough, after collecting intelligence in the afternoon, she spent the night running around and ended up killing more than 10 ghosts. It wasn't until early the next morning that she staggered home, covered in blood, though it was all from the ghosts, and collapsed into bed. She successfully scared the wits out of Chikanami, who came to call her for lunch. And before she could even open her eyes, Shimi had rushed in to pick her up and take her to the butterfly house. Looking like a blood-soaked person, she frightened everyone at the butterfly house. In the end, the examination showed that it was just exhaustion from staying up all night, and she wasn't injured. Not only was she sent to take a shower and change clothes, but she was also scolded for a long time, with different people coming in to reprimand her. On top of that, she was given a 5,000-word self-critique as requested by the production house's wise eye. Yin only felt a throbbing in her temples as she sat at the table, having broken countless brushes. Everyone still wanted to further her relationship with Shimi. But to their surprise, the two not only held hands to go eat desserts, but also went shopping together. When they parted, they even embraced. Yin raised her head and kissed him. Shimi, who was supposed to be dead, was actually holding her waist, his hand resting on the back of her head in response. The people in the corner were all stunned. When did these two get together? Why was there no news or any signs of it at all? Everyone exchanged glances, silently dispersing. Well, it's no longer their business, wishing them a long-lasting relationship. Chapter 91. Infinite Train. While Tanjiro and the others were recuperating, Yin collected recent news reports and searched for a long time before finally finding information about the Infinite Train. Glancing at Long, who was playing with the little white creature beside her, she said, "Long, please tell Lord Shugu, I need to meet him. There are some things that need to be clarified in person." "Okay, Lady Yin." Long flapped his wings and flew to the Kanroji residence, while Yin sat at the table. Sipping tea and sorting out her thoughts about the Infinite Train, Arakaza was indeed a tragic person, but the sins he accumulated afterward must be atoned for in hell. Yin pointed at the table and soon received a reply from Ubuyashiki Waya. She got up and headed to the Ubuyashiki residence. Since Chinami returned, she had completely taken on the demeanor of a young girl, especially with her playful nature that was very evident for someone her age. Just like today, Chinami was called out by Kai Chika to go play, saying they were going to catch river shrimp. Yin sat in front of Kanemitsu Waya, summarizing her experiences regarding the Infinity Train, including the names of the demons she encountered and their abilities. "My lord, take a look at this. I heard that Kaijiro Rengoku will be going on this train soon. I think that for this incident, he alone is not enough." Yin's expression was serious enough, but not enough for him to come back alive. Samuji flipped through the documents, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. It turned out that 2 of the 12 Kazuki had appeared. He did not doubt Yunyan's words at all. Instead, a grateful smile appeared on his gentle face. Thank you, Yunyan. This information has really been a great help. The cloud of smoke curled around her lips, and just as she was about to say she would go herself, she heard Hashira laughing and saying, "You've been quite tired lately. You should take a good rest. Let Tamiya accompany him instead." Unan, Nima. Yunyan forced a smile. She wasn't tired, really not tired at all. Let her go. Unable to withstand the gentle radiance of the other person, Yunyan covered her face and left. In the end, she still notified Shimi, asking him to accompany Kayashiro to carry out the mission of the Infinite Train. Yunyan walked down the street with a dark expression, heading towards the task location. Before this, she had asked E2, Eon, and Jinzi, but all 3 of them had tasks. Then, she stubbornly went to ask Meili and the others. And what was the result? Iha and Meili had a collaborative task. Bemingyu, Xingming had a patrol task. And as for Yuzue and the others, there was no need to mention them. They were too far away to find it all. Yunyan rubbed her temples in frustration. She wanted to come up with a mission, but what she thought of was the Infinite Train, not some random selection of lucky little ghosts to take a stab at. With 1 slash to behead the evil ghost, Yunyan took a deep breath to adjust her mindset, wearing a bright smile. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shimi was already a demigod, strong in strength, and skilled in both martial arts and swordsmanship, so she would definitely be fine. Then she broke down, looking down at her right arm. Blood spread out, instantly staining her white shirt red. There were signs of a fracture on her arm, but with her divine body's extremely strong healing ability, it healed instantly. Yunyan, without hesitation, she turned and ran towards the direction of the Infinite Train. Nozex, coordinata navigación. Her consciousness connected with 06, her tone urgent, and soon, a map appeared in her mind. Yunyan pressed her lips together, blood flowing down her forehead. She raised her hand to wipe it away. Her left eye went blind for a moment before instantly recovering. Her mood worsened, and she radiated low pressure. Meanwhile, the time shifted back to when they were on a mission. Shimi crossed her arms and followed Akaza to a restaurant to eat and find out more about the Infinity Train. In the restaurant owner's casual chatter, the 2 exchanged glances and confirmed the presence of demons. After eating, they headed to the train station. They had excellent luck, first saving a maintenance worker and then rescuing someone who had once been saved by Akaza's father. They also saved the person's granddaughter. Because Akaza had a big appetite and Shimi's was not small either, they finished each other's bento boxes and rushed to catch the train with their meals. They bought tickets and boarded halfway. Sitting in the carriage, the 2 were happily eating when they heard 3 familiar voices behind them. Shimi leaned slightly to peek, and Akaza turned around in confusion, locking eyes with Tanjiro and the others. Huh, why are you guys here? Shimi looked displeased, not because he disliked the 3, but because he couldn't understand why 3 newcomers were sent on a mission that likely involved upper and lower moons. Wasn't that a death trap? Tanjiro scratched his head. Ever since he learned about Shimi's past, he no longer felt angry. Besides, Nezuko wasn't hurt. With a good-natured smile, he said, Mr. Taketu, Mr. Rengoku, hello. We also received a mission here. Shimi clicked his tongue, turning his head to the side to ignore him. Akaza, smiling, laughed a couple times. Wow, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to meet you 2 here. What a surprise. Zenitsu looked at the somewhat gloomy Shimi with fear, quietly shrinking his presence. This uncle, so scary. Taketu Shimi. Who are you calling uncle? But somehow, as they chatted, the group ended up sitting together. Shimi sat next to Akaza, frowning at the 3 little ones across from him. Tanjiro raised a question to Akaza about using the fire god Kagura, which is said to be a form of sun breathing. Akaza laughed heartily. I don't know. The 4 of them. Shimi facepalmed. Why could Akaza say he didn't know so confidently and even laugh? Then he became even more exasperated when he heard the 3 little ones inexplicably start calling Akaza Big Brother. Taketu Shimi. Sometimes, he really thought Akaza's social skills were absurdly strong. When he was at his wit's end, the ticket inspector approached. Shimi looked at the expressionless inspector with a slightly furrowed brow. The 5 of them had their tickets checked, all looking at the inspector like puppets. Following the seating order for ticket inspection. This person feels so strange, Zenitsu muttered, and Shimi frowned tightly. Once the inspector left, Shimi remained silent, glancing at the carriage, which was too quiet. Even the children were looking down, unusually silent. Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, he pondered, and the noisy voices of Tanjiro and the others disappeared. Curiously lifting his gaze, Everything went dark in front of him. The inspector glanced at the five, who had already fallen asleep through the window, before turning to leave. Inmu stood at the front of the train, arms wide open, a twisted smile on his face. Has it already begun? How exciting. Two Hashira have come. Surely, that person will be pleased. Chapter 92. Shimi's Dream Big Brother. Big Brother. Shimi furrowed his brow, hearing the familiar childish voice of Jinya from his memories as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the 2- or 3-year-old Jinya in front of him, momentarily stunned. Jinya looked at him in confusion, tugging at his sleeve. Big Brother, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly close your eyes while walking on the street? Shimi stared at him in a daze, unable to speak. Something was off. Why was Jinya so small? He looked down at his hands, which were so small. Noticing his clothes, they were the ones his mother made for him as a child. Shimi's pupils shook violently. What was happening? Shimi, what were you dazing out for? A familiar voice came from behind, and Shimi turned his head sharply, his eyes widening upon recognizing the owner of the voice. Tsukihiko was holding Yunyan's hand, carrying a bag of rice cakes, smiling as he approached. Let's go. Didn't we say we were going to catch river shrimp today? The weather is just right. It's the best time to go to the riverbank. Shimi felt his body tremble slightly, his eyes stinging, and as he looked down, Jinya's face lit up with a radiant smile. Big Brother, let's go. Shimi felt his throat dry. He pressed his lips together, his childish voice slightly hoarse. Okay. Tsukihiko came over, bumped his shoulder playfully, and smiled. Don't be dazed. You're not like that. Do you have something on your mind? Shimi looked at his face, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It's nothing, just what? Shimi shook his head, chuckling softly. Just feel like I've dreamed of this scene before. Tsukihiko laughed. Shimi, that's amazing. You can dream of this. Yunyan raised her head and tugged at his sleeve. Shimi G, do you want to take Shwami to my house to eat fried river shrimp today? Shimi felt a bitter pang in his heart. If this were a dream, he thought, he wanted to take another look. Good. Yunyan smiled as she hopped ahead with Shwanmi, while Shimi and Zai walked side by side behind them. They arrived at the riverbank, catching river shrimp and crabs, eating cake and splashing in the water, laughing and playing. On the way home, Shimi saw his deceased mother, the one he had buried under the sunlight himself. Jijin greeted them with a smile. Children, come here, Aunt Jijin. Yunyan dashed over and hugged her waist, while Zai pulled Shimi, who instinctively took Shwami's hand. The 4 children surrounded Jijin. Soon after, Zai and Yunyan's mother, Mei Wei, arrived, carrying vegetables. Shimi was held in her mother's arms, feeling a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. Closing her eyes, she thought, sorry, let him indulge for a moment, just for a moment. The scene shifted, and Shimi looked at her taller body. In front of her were her younger siblings playing inside the house. Outside, their mother was airing the quilts. Shimi sat on the tatami, gazing at the sky. She remembered this day as the day that scoundrel father died. Brother, I can't tie my hair up. Can you help me? Shimi looked down and saw Shomei's bright eyes, full of expectation. Shimi took the hair tie from her hand. All right, brother will help you. Can I do a bun? Of course. Thank you, brother. Shimi smiled gently, but her heart felt extremely bitter. She carefully and somewhat awkwardly tied her sister's hair, watching her happily run out to show their mother. Her eyes grew misty, and her nose felt a bit sour. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Shwami sat beside her, looking at her with concern. Shimi clenched her teeth and pulled him into her embrace. Shwami was taken aback, worriedly hugging her back. Big brother? The younger sibling saw the 2 hugging and rushed over, laughing and shouting. We want Big Brother's hug too. Shomei also ran back. All the children squeezed into Shimi's arms. Shimi smiled. Be careful. Everyone hug. Just don't push each other. Jijin watched her children with a smile. The next moment, Shimi stood up and ran towards her, jumping into her embrace. Holding her tightly, Jijin was startled and hugged her son back. What's wrong, Shimi? Shimi shook her head, as if gathering her courage. She stepped out of her mother's embrace, her face shining with a gentle smile. Although I really want to stay here forever, but I still have things I must do. Shwanmi, Yunyan is still waiting for me. Sorry, mother. Under the puzzled expressions of Jijin and the younger siblings, Shimi quickly ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Staring at the blade, she understood. Everything was a dream, and if she wanted to get out, it probably wouldn't be that easy. She thought this was the only way. Without hesitation, she drew the knife across her neck. Shimi, who had been sleeping in chair, suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, trembling as she touched her neck. The pain felt as if it still lingered there, very real. Calming her breath, she looked down and met Nezuko's gaze. Shimi froze, and Nezuko looked at her eagerly. After a while, Shimi's face turned slightly red as she touched her neck, that time. I'm sorry. Nezuko smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, Raising her hand, Shimi looked at her, as if seeing her own sister through her. A faint smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, the presence of demons surged in, and Shimi's expression hardened as she quickly stood up and drew her knife. Glancing at the sleeping people in the carriage, she shouted, "Hey, can you wake up Rengoku and the others? I'll go deal with the demons first." Nezuko nodded obediently. Shimi charged forward. The invisible demon revealed itself, and with one glance, its head was instantly severed. Behind her, she heard Nezuko's blood demon art sound, and Shimi turned to see Tanjiro and the others slowly waking up. She breathed a sigh of relief. Kaijiro opened his eyes, first blinking in confusion, then showing his usual smile. I didn't expect that, as a Hashira, I would be the last one to wake up. How embarrassing. If there was a hole in the ground, I would want to burrow in. Shimi felt embarrassed. Hey Rengoku, this isn't the time for that. The stench of the demons is almost overwhelming. Kaijiro drew his sword. Then let's slay the demons. The two exchanged glances. There were many compartments in the train, and quite a few people with the smell of demons pervasive. The entire train was likely the body of demons. As expected, the walls of the compartment turned into flesh walls, and Shimi frowned. Hey, you three little brats over there, and that little girl who has a demon. Though I really don't like it, Rengoku and I are responsible for the safety of these people. You rush to the front of the train. This whole train is likely the demon's body. Find the demon's neck and cut it off. Got it. Yes. Tanjiro responded loudly, quickly opening the door and running towards the front of the train, while Kaijiro moved to clear the way. The train had 8 compartments in total. Kaijiro was responsible for the back 4, and Shimi charged out after he stopped to clear the way, ensuring the safety of the members in the front compartment. Tanjiro and the others, along with Nezuko, took the opportunity to rush to the front, searching for the demon's neck. Enmu smiled, fully merging with the train, while Tanjiro and the others struggled to resist him. Finally, after nearly being crushed several times, they found the neck. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. Zenitsu and Inosuke were already injured, and he was in terrible condition, with broken ribs and possibly internal injuries. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swung his sword towards the demon's neck. Nezuko rushed over, using her blood to perform blood demon art, exploding blood. The compartment broke apart, and Enmu began to dissipate unwillingly. Tanjiro and the others fell outside, unable to get up due to their injuries. Shimi and Kaijiro rushed out of the compartment and quickly reached the 3 of them. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with worry and concern. Tanjiro exhaled, revealing a relaxed smile. It's great that we found the demon's neck and cut it off. Nezuko smiled, tightening her grip on him. Shimi watched them, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, her fierce gaze softening. Chapter 93. Shimi approaches death. Contract-activated Kaijiro's smile froze for a moment, and he turned his head in sync with Shimi to look towards the darkness. Who's there? Come out. Shimi took a small step forward, drawing her knife and watching the front cautiously, while Kaijiro stood in front of Tanjiro and the others. Have you been discovered? As expected of the Hashira, you two are very strong. How about becoming demons? From the shadows stepped a figure with pink hair and pale skin, adorned with blue patterns. As Shimi and Kaijiro recognized him, they were momentarily surprised by the words in his eyes. Upper rank 3. If I heard correctly, you two are called Kaijiro and Shimi, right? How about it? Become demons. You can gain powerful strength and eternal life. Damn it, you scoundrel demon. Don't call me so closely. Become a demon? No. I refuse. The 2 figures flashed and swung their knives at Akaza. Breath of the Wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind, / Breath of Flame. Second form, Rising Flame. Akaza's smile widened. Very good. I'm liking you two more and more. Come on. Tanjiro widened his eyes, watching the 3 figures clash in front of him, with explosions and slashes sounding out. So fast. It's so fast that I can't even see it. Big Brother Rengoku and Mr. Shinazugawa are so strong. Inosuke propped himself up, excitedly watching their battle. Unable to move due to severe injuries, he could only shout encouragement. Shinazugawa's forehead bulged with veins as he turned to Inosuke and yelled, "Shut up. Injured people shouldn't be shouting like that. Don't disturb me." Akaza swatted away Kaijiro, suddenly appearing in front of Shinazugawa. Don't get distracted while fighting. A punch came in, and Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, blocking the attack with his sword, sliding far back before managing to stop with a firm heel. Kyuso, damn demon. Don't get too carried away. Wind-breathing 5th form, cold autumn wind. He vanished and appeared above Akaza. swinging his sword to unleash a massive blade of swirling wind around him. Akaza widened his eyes in excitement. Very good. Very good. Shinazugawa, become a demon. Your strength can contribute more power for that great person. Shinazugawa had a fierce grin on his face. Shut up and die. I'll never become that disgusting thing. Kaijiro steadied himself and charged forward with his sword. Flame-breathing, fifth form, Flame Tiger. He thrust forward, delivering a giant slashing strike like a burning tiger. Akaza laughed and unleashed his blood demon art, Destruction Kill, Chaos style. He struck rapidly at the same point with extreme speed, instantly negating both of their attacks. As he flickered, Shinazugawa gasped, "Watch out, Rengoku." Kaijiro swung his sword to block, but was thrown back, his forehead taking a hit as he fell to the ground. Propping himself up with his sword, the intense pain in his arm made him frown, blood from his brow staining his left eye. Enduring the discomfort, he responded to Shinazugawa with the same smile as always, "Don't worry. Iem Mifine." Shinazugawa gritted his teeth, filled with rage, and clashed with Akaza using his sword. Kaijiro took a moment to catch his breath before rejoining the battle. Unlike demons, both were injured. Kaijiro was panting, his right arm and ribs feeling distinctly broken. Shinazugawa's face was twisted, wearing a near-manic smile, the pain of broken bones only fueling his excitement. Is this upper moon? It's truly invigorating. Akaza was extremely powerful, and during a moment of carelessness, Kaijiro was struck by residual force and lost consciousness. Shinazugawa was startled, grabbing Kaijiro's collar and forcefully throwing him towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro staggered up and, along with Inosuke, caught the flying Kaijiro. Shinazugawa deflected Akaza's attack and yelled towards Tanjiro, "Take care of Rengoku. Leave this guy to me. Before dawn, I'll definitely chop off his head." Akaza was thrilled to encounter a long-lost opponent, Shinazugawa. You and Kaijiro should both become demons. What is wrong with becoming a demon? You can gain infinite power and eternal life. Join me. Shinazugawa's face darkened, veins pulsing. Since just now, you've been rambling on. Become whatever you want. Today, I'll definitely chop off your head. Wind-breathing seventh form, Violent Wind, Tengu Wind. In an instant, he unleashed multiple tornado-like, spiraling wind blades to strike the enemy. Akaza laughed, Destruction Kill, Void style. Seeing his attack negated, Shinazugawa scowled and charged in with his sword, deciding to fight up close since ranged attacks weren't effective. Tanjiro set Kaijiro down carefully, anxiously watching Shinazugawa and Akaza battle. In the end, Inosuke, with tears in his eyes, roared, "Mr. Rengoku!" During the fight with Akaza, Shinazugawa lost his right arm and left eye, suffering a severe abdominal injury. With his fist penetrating his abdomen, he held on, gripping his sword and fiercely stabbing it into Akaza's neck. Akaza stared in shock, eyes wide, as Shinazugawa maintained a fierce expression, a cruel smile on his face, veins throbbing, blood oozing from the corners of his lips, hoarsely growling. "I said I'd definitely chop off your worthless head today." Akaza's expression changed, turning completely dark. Damn it. He tried to pull away to escape the blade in his neck, but found his fist was stuck. Shocked, he looked at Shinazugawa, who exerted all his strength, finally chopping off Akaza's head the moment Akaza pulled his fist out. Without the support of power, Shinazugawa collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from his wounds continuously, and after coughing a few times, he spewed a mouthful of blood. Tanjiro rushed towards him, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Rengoku." Shinazugawa's gaze became vacant as he slowly lifted his head to look at him. "Can you deliver a few messages for me?" Tanjiro, unable to control his tears, looked at the once fearsome Shinazugawa, who now wore a gentle smile. The fierce and violent wind had transformed into a warm and gentle breeze. "Tell Jinya I'm an incompetent older brother and to live well. Also, apologize to Kaneo for me, saying I'm sorry I can't stay with her anymore." Tanjiro gritted his teeth, reaching out to try to cover his wound, but found it was beyond saving. Finally breaking down, he cried out loud, and Kaijiro awoke at the sound of his cries, staring in shock at the situation before him. Shinazugawa. He struggled to rise, rushing to Shinazugawa's side, looking at him helplessly. Morning was approaching, and Inosuke was crying loudly while Tanjiro mournfully knelt on the ground, shouting. Kaijiro's eyes glistened with tears, filled with self-reproach, blaming himself for being knocked out mid-battle, leaving Shinazugawa to confront Upper Moon alone. If he had dodged the residual force, would this have happened? Kaijiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to hold back the tears in his eyes. Shinazugawa held on to his last breath, smiling helplessly. "There is still so much I can't let go of. Suddenly, a golden light floated in the air, gathering towards his body. Kaijuro's eyes widened, and Tanjiro stopped crying, staring at him in a daze. The divine markings on his body flickered with light, and the glowing dots fell into Shinazugawa's wounds, visibly healing his injuries. His severed arm regenerated, and the gaping hole in his abdomen quickly healed. Shinazugawa stared blankly down at himself, his broken left eye slowly opening. In just a few breaths, he had fully recovered. What is going on? He dazedly touched his abdomen, equally astonished as the three still mourning. Meanwhile, Zenitsu lay on the ground, dizzy from the events. Chapter 94. Kaneo arrives, soul binding, excessive use of divine power leads to sleep. A dragon's roar echoed in the air as a massive black dragon shadow flickered above. A figure accompanied by black flames landing not far from them. Everyone's eyes widened, for at that moment, Kaneo was covered in blood, her face dark enough to drip water. Yunyan's expressionless face was twitching with veins. Covered in blood, she looked terrifying like a demon crawling out of hell. Seeing Shimi in such a disheveled state, with large patches of blood staining her, combined with the pain and life-threatening injuries she had felt along the way, anger had nearly driven her to the brink of madness. No matter how tough you, Akaza, might be, or how much it makes people feel unsettled, today, this hellish punishment made her feel like she had been through it for thousands of years. Yunyan raised her hand, a faint white breath appearing at the corners of her lips, and the black flames around her surged like entwining serpents. The gate to hell on my command open now. Yumming's 10 generals, for generals of blazing flames, heed my call and come to bind the soul. The pitch-black door rose, covered in skulls and still dripping with fresh blood. As it opened, a scorching wave of heat rolled out, and a man with red hair and golden eyes, dressed in blood-red armor, stepped forward. He respectfully knelt before her on one knee. The 4 generals of blazing flames responding to the summons. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. How is Your Majesty? Then he stood up, waved his hand, and from within the gate, countless chains carrying molten lava flew out. The figure of Akaza, still wavering between collapse and restoration, was instantly wrapped in chains. Then his body vanished, and his soul was pulled into hell by the chains. Yunyan was about to give the order when she saw glowing dots gather into a figure. The girl looked at her with tears in her eyes, pleading, please, take me to hell too. Yunyan looked at her coldly, naturally knowing who this young girl was. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes. Are you sure? With your current state, hell does not welcome you. Lien Shui knelt in front of him with tears in her eyes, pleading, please, let me go and be with Mr. Kamechi. With a low gaze, Yunyan looked down at her. Without regret? Yes, without regret. Yunyan looked at Jiyin and said, take her down. Jiyin respectfully cupped her hands in salute and replied, yes, subordinate takes their leave. As he brought Lien Shui into hell, the gates closed instantly, vanishing like a puff of smoke. Yunyan turned to look at the 4 stunned individuals, a smile that was not quite a smile on her face as she looked at Shirmi. You're quite something. Injured like this, if I hadn't been quick enough to establish the contract, do you know that Shimi would lose you, her only brother? And I would lose you, my only partner. Her chest heaved with anger. Clearly, she had completed the task as quickly as possible and rushed over, yet still arrived a moment too late. If she hadn't established the contract in advance, today, she would have lost her greatest concern in this world. Why was she always a step behind when it came to Shirmi? Tears blurred her vision as Yunyan gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. Shirmi was startled and struggled to get up. Although his life-threatening injuries had healed, his internal injuries and broken bones had not. He grimaced in pain as he ran toward her. Seeing her eyes filled with tears and her struggle to hold back sobs made his heart ache. He gently cupped her face and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Yunyan, please don't cry. The 3 behind him exchanged glances. And Xing Shou Lang spoke up with concern, yet struck to the point. Why did Shizukawa's fatal injuries heal? Miss Natsukuni, did you encounter an upper moon? Were you seriously injured? Tanjiro's eyes were filled with worry, and Shirmi was taken aback. Once he realized, he looked at her anxiously. Yunyan, are you injured? Where are you hurt? Yunyan held his hand, slowly exhaling a breath. He was unharmed. Nothing was wrong. Noticing the danger on your side. The killing of the ghost had been a bit rough. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yunyan concealed the complexity in his eyes, hiding the matter of the fatal injury transfer in the contract. Helplessly, he let Shimi rest his arm on his shoulder, supporting him as they slowly walked over to Kaijur and the others. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and said frankly, first enduring the transfer of a fatal injury. followed by the consumption of her divine power for self-healing. And then getting anxious, she used the divine elephant's heavenly movement to rush over quickly. Her divine power had already been overused. Looking at the 5 people in a sorry state, Yunyan sighed. Shimi, carry me back later. I will definitely sleep very deeply. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to wake up. Shimi was taken aback by her words and saw Yunyan clasp her hands together, then suddenly open her arms. The 9 nether pure flame, 8 desolations pure lotus. White flames mixed with golden light instantly unfolded, a warm temperature enveloping the 5 of them. The flowing light entering their bodies, repairing their injuries. The white flames purified the lingering ghostly energy on them, calming their inner restlessness. As the flames dissipated, the 5 returned to their original state. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and looking around in confusion. Huh, what happened here? Why did it turn out like this? So scary. Shut up, Inosuke said without hesitation, knocking him unconscious, breathing heavily in anger. Tanjiro looked at Yunyan in shock, and Kaijuro's eyes were filled with surprise. Shimi was momentarily stunned, realizing that his injuries, along with old wounds, had been healed. He looked up and saw Yunyan closing her eyes and falling towards him. With a start, he caught her in his arms, remembering what she said, and leaned down to hold her tightly. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Thank you for your hard work. Sleep now." Tanjiro stood up, curiously looking at his hands. Moving his body completely healed, Kaijiro looked at the rising sun, and as they hurried over, the smile on his face became even more sincere. As expected of Miss Tsujikuni, the divine power overuse caused her to fall asleep. Shimi looked at him speechlessly. "Rengoku, you're too loud. Yunyan is already asleep. Don't disturb her." He gently picked her up, resting her head on his shoulder, and turned to leave. "I'll take her to the nearby wisteria house first. The rest is up to you to solve." I understand. Leave it to us." Shimi ran at full speed, trying to keep himself steady to avoid jostling Yunyan. The ice mansion was too far away, so he could only go to the nearest wisteria house first, handing Yunyan over to the people there, asking them to help wash and change her clothes. He quickly took a shower, tidied himself up, and returned to the room. Sitting on the tatami mat, he looked at the sleeping Yunyan, his eyes softening, and slowly lay down beside her. He reached out to hold her in his arms, one hand supporting her head, staring at her without blinking. He moved his hand slowly to her cheek, gently stroking it. If it weren't for her, he might not have participated in this battle. If it were up to Rengoku alone, they would have forever lost him, right? Thinking of the strength of the upper moons, Shimi's eyes flickered. The demigod's body barely matched the opponent, and the power within him had not been fully absorbed or activated. This situation couldn't continue. He had to quickly adapt to his current body and showcase all the power within him. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, lying on his side, holding her close and closing his eyes. In his heart, he silently recited once again, thank you for everything you've done." He would give his all to respond to this feeling. Chapter 95. The double standards of the wind pillar Yun. Yun woke up in a state of extremely low pressure, with a very poor complexion. Although the 2 of them had confirmed their relationship, Shimi was a responsible and meticulous person, so they lived apart. Even though they spent the first night hugging her and sleeping together, Yunyan sat in the room, biting her nails, staring intently at the ground with her pupils shrunk to tiny dots. Damn it, where has that guy 06 run off to? I can't sense it with my consciousness. And the connection between the systems can't determine its location either. Her eyes were shrouded in darkness, a cold, sinister aura spreading throughout the room, with faint black mist emanating from her body. She whispered softly to herself, "This won't do. Relying solely on the contract is not enough. Just lock him up. If he's locked up, he won't get hurt or die, and everything will be safe and sound." Yunyan suddenly stiffened, raising her hand to give herself a slap. The crisp sound dissipated those terrifying thoughts, and cold sweat dripped down as she breathed heavily. Covering her face with her hand, she lay on the bed, feeling relieved. She sighed helplessly, realizing how close she had come to being disturbed by her own demonic bloodline. After calming her emotions, she got up to tidy herself up and dressed in casual clothes to go eat. Shimi walked over, rubbing her hair, and upon seeing the redness on her cheeks, she looked puzzled. "Yunyan, what's wrong with your face?" Yunyan blinked and smiled. "It's nothing, just sleeping." Shimi looked at her helplessly and flicked her forehead. "I'm really impressed by you. Is your sleeping posture already at this level?" Yunyan smiled gently, hooked her arm around his, and pulled him to the dining hall for a meal. The moment Shimi felt her arm around him, his handsome face turned red, his body stiffened, and he allowed her to lead him away. After this encounter, Shimi felt as if his body had perfectly merged with the divine power brought by the contract. The two only rested for a day at the wisteria flower house, and at night, they each took their knives and parted ways. Yin doesn't know how many times he has complained about Muzan in his heart. This is the ironclad demon king with a flowing 12 Kizuki, especially the lower moons. It's simply a case of if one disappears, just replace it. In reality, Muzan is the one who's panicking. He has lost 2 upper moons and must quickly make up for them. Although he feels that the lower moons are an unnecessary existence, he has no choice but to create 6 more lower moon demons in order to select the strongest among them for the upper moons. Yin returned to the butterfly house, first checking on a few people who were undergoing health examinations and then replenishing her medical supplies. Yin-chan, you came at the right time. Their SA team of insect Hashira and several rank A members who are going to assist Mr. Kurenai and the others. They reportedly encountered a lower moon demon. This mission has also resulted in injuries, and the route they need to take may have a considerable number of evil spirits. Could we ask you to escort them? Kanahu peeked her head out from the room. Yin looked at her pink eyes and smiled slightly, of course. Kanahu clasped her hands together beside her cheeks, showing a gentle smile. Ah, you're really a great help. Thank you. Yin walked away with her back to her, waving her hand, saying, "What are you being so polite for? I'm leaving." Shanhui smiled as she watched her retreating figure, wishing her a smooth journey. Walking along the tree-covered mountain path, Yin took the lead, staying vigilant of her surroundings. Alan, carrying a medical kit, closely followed behind her. Her eyes sparkled. This was her first time having a close and open interaction with Lord Ice Pillar. Alan felt a rush of excitement, as she had thought that the escort team would consist of only Class A members, but unexpectedly, it was Lord Ice Pillar personally escorting them. Yin-Yan's indifferent gaze swept across both sides, and in her perception, she could faintly sense strands of ghostly energy. Her expression remained unchanged, but mentally, she was more tense. Indeed, there were ghosts nearby. The trees blocked the sunlight. Although it was daytime, the mountains felt like a dark place. In the areas where the sunlight could not reach, a figure flashed by. Yin walked ahead, suddenly stopping and raising her hand to signal for everyone to stop. The crowd halted, looking at her with confusion. Yin quietly placed her hand on the knife handle, drew the knife, and her eyes were calm and serene. It seems that having too many trees can also be a difficult matter. Upon seeing her draw the knife, the hidden ones shivered and gathered together, looking around with vigilance and a bit of anxiety, but there was no fear, because they knew that with the ice pillar around, no one would die. It seems you must be the pillar. How lucky I am. You smell so good. Yin looked up at the tree trunk, where a demon wearing a pink kimono, with blue hair gradually turning black and deep blue demon eyes, was sitting on the trunk. Yin squinted her eyes, letting out a deep sigh, filled with disdain. What is this? I thought it was something serious, but it's just a lower moon. The hidden ones, winky face. Alan, on the other hand, looked proud. It's just a lower moon. Our Lord Bingju can even take on a higher moon one-on-one. What? How can you be so calm? Are the members of the Demon Slayer Corps this arrogant now? The female ghost slowly sighed. Yin looked up at her, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of her lips. What? Are the little demons already this arrogant? Returning the words verbatim, the female ghost's forehead bulged with veins. Her gaze fierce. Arrogant little brat. Blood demon art. 100 flowers in twine. She sneered, as if she could already see the people below being shredded into pieces by her blood demon art. Yin sighed helplessly. The ice-breathing, 8th form, ice blade storm erupted around her as she swung her blade, instantly cutting through the female ghost's blood technique and severing her limbs in the process. Watching her fall to the ground, Yin rested the blade on her shoulder, looking down at her. Is this it? Not very impressive. With a casual swing, she decapitated the evil spirit, watching as the ghost's expression shifted to one of shock and confusion before dissipating. After safely escorting the team to their destination, Yin silently observed Shimi and Iyong bickering. It was mainly Shimi doing all the talking. As the argument escalated, Shimi began to take action, while Iyong remained expressionless. Though Yin could see the confusion on his face, she face-palmed in disbelief. Shimi was so furious he was almost turning red. Didn't you say I hadn't tea eaten? Do you dare to look down on me? Iyong, confused, thought he and T looked down on him at all. Yin directly ignored the two and quietly walked to Alan's side. Alan, please help clean up the mess. I have another task to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Alan nodded repeatedly. All right, Lord Yin, please leave it to me. Yin patted her shoulder, then looked towards Shimi's direction. Shimi, I have another task to attend to. so I'll be leaving first. I won't be home for the next couple of days, so I'll trouble you and Quangjin to take care of Nami. Shimi, who had been sparring with Eong, paused his movements and turned his head to respond naturally, completely unfazed by Eong's fierce laughter. Instead, his face was filled with warmth. Oh, I understand. Please be careful. Yunyan waved his hand at him, greeted Eong, and then turned to run eastward. Everyone present. Sure enough, true couples are different. That notoriously irritable wind pillar can speak in such a gentle tone. No wonder he is the ice pillar. Chapter 96. The strange new upper moon demon. Yunyan yawned, holding the missing 06 that had been gone for several days, looking at it with disdain. So, you went missing completely because you accidentally followed Shashue into the gate of hell? 06 was in tears, yes. I accidentally ran too fast and rushed in. Yunyan, you have no idea. I just plunged straight into the oil pot. Yunyan, how should she say this? How can there be such a stupid artificial intelligence? After holding in for a long time, Yunyan finally managed to say, well, it's quite miserable for you. Take a good rest for a few days. 06. If you don't show your disdain on your face, I might still believe that you care about me. Long Luo perched on her shoulder, preening his feathers. Lady Yunyan, the suggestion you gave has already been executed by the Lord. Yunyan lifted her lips and quickly took 06 to the delivery room of the mansion. As soon as she entered, she saw Shimi and Ihei sitting on either side, covering their faces with a look of despair. In the middle was Eong, who wore a faint smile, holding hand with the two of them. Yunyan remained silent for a while, then suddenly changed his expression and burst into laughter. Puff, puff, ha-ha. Shimi Saka's voice. Ihei Kabanai, stop laughing. They're probably wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in right now. Yunyan couldn't stand up straight from laughing, tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, holding her stomach and leaning against the wall. Pointing at the three, she laughed so hard she almost fell to the ground, saying, what is going on with you guys? Ha ha ha. What kind of posture is that? Ha ha. Shimi's forehead was throbbing, Ihei was covering his face, and Eong had a serious expression, saying, we are engaging in friendly communication. Ha ha ha. Friendly communication. Ha ha. 06 was rolling on the ground laughing. The appearance of the three at that moment was simply outrageous. The clouds wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. No exageración. She used her powers to teleport here just for this moment, but it turned out to be so dramatic. All right, you. Stop laughing. The people around Shimi were trembling, suddenly receiving a message from a lord, thinking it was something important, but who knew it was actually to make him get along well with Iguro and Waigiri. Getting along is one thing, and for the Lord's sake, he wouldn't easily fight with Waigiri again. But who knew it would require them to hold hands and sit on a chair for half an hour? Yunyan calmed her emotions a bit, but when she looked up, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. She tried to suppress her lips, which were harder to control than an AK, and coughed lightly. Ahem, what are you guys doing? As you can see, can you chop off my hand later? Ihei said with a dark expression, feeling hopeless. Yunyan is sweating. Iha, what terrifying thing are you saying? Shimi looked displeased, but didn't say anything, although he also wanted to cut off his hand. He couldn't do that, because then he wouldn't be able to slay demons, and he might get scolded by Yunyan. But soon, she wouldn't be able to smile anymore. Long hurriedly flew in from outside. Lord Yunyan, Nami is seriously injured. She was sent to the butterfly house by Lord Queenie. Lord Queenie's injuries are no less severe than Nami's. What did you say? Yunyan and Shimi almost simultaneously uttered these words, and the two vanished like a gust of wind in the room. Standing in the hospital ward, looking at Quangjin and Na-Mei, who were wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Yunyan and Shimi's veins bulged, their eyes filled with killing intent. What is going on? Yunyan suppressed his anger, looking at the still, unconscious Chianami. Beneath his calm exterior was a flame that could burn everything. Quangjin opened his eyes and smiled wryly, feeling unlucky to have encountered an upper moon demon. The two immediately looked at him, and Quangjin took a moment to slowly recount what happened. As evening approached, Chianami received a new mission. As usual, she first sent a message to Yunyan and then informed Quangjin. Carrying her small bag, Chianami ran all the way, hoping to reach the mission location before night fell. It was a wooden cabin on the mountain. Standing in front of the cabin, Chianami could smell the blood and demon scent in the air, even without Tanjiro's keen sense of smell. The stench was so strong it made her feel nauseous. Is this the place? Chianami frowned and quickly drew her sword, kicking the door open. Inside, the light was dim, and the sounds of flesh being torn and bones being chewed filled the air. As the door was kicked open, the demon inside slowly turned its head, its blood-soaked face twisted in a snarl. What? Is it a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Disturbing my meal will bring a curse upon you. Chianami gripped her sword, assuming an attacking stance. Huh, then I really want to see what you can do. Come at me, demon. The demon slowly stood up, and as night fell, the moonlight illuminated its features. Chianami could see the demon clearly now. Its pale skin was covered in blood, and its deep purple kimono was soaked in it, with long black hair cascading down. Its dark green vertical pupils glimmered eerily. Breath of ice, third form. Ice shattered 1,000 layers. Chianami attacked first. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, rushing towards the demon with her slash. The demon didn't move, but instead smirked, allowing the attack to hit it. Chianami looked at her in confusion, feeling something strange. This demon was odd. Not daring to strike at the demon's neck recklessly, Chianami dodged and created distance. The wound she inflicted healed instantly, and the demon licked its lips. I told you, you'll be cursed. Chianami furrowed her brows. The next moment, her previous attack appeared before her, materializing out of thin air. Shocked, she hurriedly swung her sword to defend herself. Breath of ice, second form. 9 layers of ice mist. Blocking the attack, Chianami looked at the demon at the door with a bewildered smile. The demon tilted its head and said, My name is Yuhua. What about you? What's your name, little girl? Yuhua slowly stepped out, standing in the moonlight. Chianami's pupils constricted. She hadn't seen clearly in the dim light before, but now she could see. This demon had words in its eyes. Yuhua smiled widely. Don't be so surprised, little girl. I just became an upper moon recently. Although I'm upper moon too. I'm not truly upper moon too, so don't be too scared. I'm not that powerful. Chianami tightened her grip on the sword, veins bulging on her forehead. What is this guy talking about? Breath of ice, sixth form. Ice soul dragon roar. Chianami rushed forward, her sword slashing like a swimming dragon. A massive ice dragon following in its wake. Yuhua seemed to smile helplessly, gently raising her hand. Suddenly, Chianami was lifted into the air, intense pain surging through her body. In midair, her eyes widened as she looked at the wounds on Yuhua that she had inflicted, then lowered her head slightly to realize she was injured too. With a matching wound, she crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her sword falling beside her. Yuhua placed her hands together in front of her, smiling as she walked toward Chianami. Chianami struggled to lift her head, panting heavily, trying to reach for her Nicaran blade, but found her hand stepped on. Ugh! Yuhua stomped hard on her hand, listening to Chianami's short cries of pain, her smile becoming more genuine. Why are you being so disobedient? I told you, you will be cursed. Chianami gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at her, trying to ignore the pain in her body. Using her flexibility and the martial arts taught by Quangjin and Shimi, she grabbed Yuhua's ankle with her other hand, spun around, and flipped Yuhua over, kicking her again. Yuhua flew back, and the next moment, a sharp pain struck Chianami's abdomen, followed by her back feeling like it was breaking, causing her to collapse on the ground. Chapter 97. Korea, protecting his wife with his life. Quangjin Chianami realized that this demon's blood demon art could return damage. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up with her sword, cold sweat dripping down her face, her eyes flashing slightly. This was not good. Chianami bit her lip. She was an A-class. But she was the successor of Ice Pillar. She should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived, right? She could do it. After all, she was the disciple of her master. No matter what, she couldn't disgrace her master. Taking a deep breath, Chianami calmed down, gripping her sword and thinking about how to stall this demon. Yuhua emerged from the smoke, brushing off the dust from her clothes. What a hot-tempered little girl, not caring at all for this old lady. As she spoke, she raised her hand, a crimson glow flickering in her palm. Blood demon art. Curse. This old lady doesn't want to play with a rude little girl anymore, die. Chianami's pupils constricted as her sword seemed to come alive, violently breaking free from her grip and hovering in midair. Then, the third and sixth form she had used against Yuhua, even her defensive second form, appeared out of nowhere. Her Nicaran blade charged straight towards her forehead through the gaps of the sword techniques. Chianami's pupils constricted. She couldn't dodge. Closing her eyes helplessly, tears fell. I'm sorry, Master. I can't go back. I'm sorry, Mr. Quangjin, Mr. Shimi. I feel unworthy of your careful guidance. Breath of wind, third form, clear gale wind tree. Chianami suddenly opened her eyes, her tear-filled gaze reflecting Quangjin's broad back. After receiving the distress signal, Quangjin rushed over, just in time. He stood in front of Chianami, quickly using his sword technique to block the attack, then instantly turned Breath of Wind, sixth form, Black Wind Smoke Gale, swinging upward to unleash a wind blade. Black sword energy spread out from it, shattering the incoming attacks. Kwang Jin glanced sideways, his face tense, his eyes filled with concern. Are you okay, Nami? Chianami was momentarily stunned, shaking her head. I'm fine. Mr. Kwang Jin, that demon is Upper Moon. The new Upper Moon too. Her blood demon art can return any attack made against her or any defensive attack. Kwang Jin paused, turning to look at the grinning Yuhua not far away, veins bulging on his forehead. Is this the source of your wounds? Leave it to me. I will definitely cut off this guy's neck. Anger surfaced on Kwang Jin's usually gentle face as he glared fiercely at Yuhua. You damned demon. How dare you hurt Nami? I will never forgive you. Breath of Wind. First form. Dust Whirlwind Slash. Kwang Jin swiftly charged out with his knife, rapidly approaching the target for an assault, leaving behind a swirling blade of wind capable of easily slicing through the ground, accompanied by powerful shockwaves. Yuko grinned, and just as Kwang Jin was about to strike at her neck, her figure vanished. In the next moment, Kwang Jin felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, blood spreading out. His body swayed slightly, and he ground his molars. This guy. Chika saw him get hurt and struggled to get up. Mr. Kwang Jin, I can still fight. I'm the adopted son of the Ice Pillar. I'm already an A-class member. I'm not weak. Hearing this, Kwang Jin turned to meet her gaze, and with just one look, they both moved simultaneously. Chika attacked while Kwang Jin was responsible for blocking the retaliatory strikes. Yuko raised an eyebrow. So you can cooperate like this? Interesting. Kwang Jin looked at her smile, his heart jolted. He reached out and grabbed Chika's arm, pulling her into his embrace and retreating. Just where they had been standing, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. As the dust settled, a ghost appeared before Yuko, identical to her, but with golden hair and closed eyes. Yuko ran over like a spoiled child. Sister Yum, I just learned a new fighting style. Come and try it with me. Sister? There are actually two Upper Moons. Kwang Jin was startled and instinctively shielded Chika behind him, warily watching the newly appeared ghost. This ghost named Yum had a presence even more terrifying than the previous blood demon. Yum didn't speak, only nodded, turning to face Kwang Jin and Chika. In the next instant, she moved, and Yuko showed a malicious smile as Kwang Jin swung his knife to block Yum's attack. But he noticed Yuko had already launched an ice breath technique at Chika. Seeing her reach safely, Kwang Jin sighed in relief, but Yuko raised her hand and said, Not yet. Kwang Jin was startled, kicking him away. Too late to swing his knife. He could only use his body to block. In the blink of an eye, Kwang Jin had several cuts on his body. Chika's eyes widened as she supported him, who was falling backward, trembling as she said, Mr. Kwang Jin. Kwang Jin coughed lightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and forced a relaxed smile. It's fine. I just didn't stand firm. He stood up, using breathing techniques to stop the bleeding, resolutely standing in front of Chika, his voice still gentle, bringing her a sense of calm. Don't worry, we'll go again. We can definitely defeat these damned demons. Chika looked at his back, wiped her tears, and gripped her knife as she stood up. Okay, I will do my best. Kwang Jin smiled gently at her, but Yum furrowed her brow slightly and suddenly kicked toward Kwang Jin. He blocked with his knife, and Chika darted out from behind him, slashing at Yum's leg. Just as Yum was about to claw through her heart, Kwang Jin swung his knife to block her attack. Yuko clicked her tongue and launched another sneak attack with blood demon techniques. Chika's lips faintly exhaled white breath, her pupils shrinking to the smallest size. Ice breath. Fourth form, frost essence. Wind breath. Fourth form, rising sandstorm. Because Yum was kicked away, both of their attacks landed on Yuko. Yuko's headless body picked up its own head in anger and pressed it back in place. Sister Yum, you didn't cooperate with me at all. Look at them. Yum stood still, her brows furrowed, turned, and vanished. Yuko's eyes widened. Sister, are you really my sister? You just left me like this. Kwang Jin suddenly appeared behind her, swinging his knife downward. I told you, I will definitely chop off your head. Yuko narrowly dodged, her upper body nearly severed, and she glared at the two, distancing herself. You two annoying ants are driving me crazy. With a forceful swing, Chika's knife shattered, and the broken piece flew towards her at high speed, leaving several deep wounds visible to the bone on her body. Kwang Jin was shocked and rushed to protect her, quickly swinging his knife to block the broken blade. Yuko, with a dark expression, turned and jumped onto a tree branch, looking down at them. Enjoy yourselves. I won't play with you anymore. Kwang Jin had no time to care about Yuko, his mind filled with concern for the severely injured Chika, who was nearly unconscious. Chika struggled to use breathing techniques to stop the bleeding, but when she looked up again, she saw that Kwang Jin had somehow dropped his knife. Gripping the broken blade tightly with both hands, preventing it from advancing even a little. Veins bulged on his exposed skin, and Kwang Jin gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his palms. "Chica, don't be afraid. I'm here." Chica lay on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. She felt so weak. Because she was so weak. She had caused Mr. Kwang Jin to get hurt. Chapter 98. The vengeful smoke and shimmy at light speed. Kwang Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, holding the advancing blade tightly. Yuko's figure completely vanished, and the blade lost control. Feeling the blade no longer pushing forward, Kwang Jin relaxed his grip, and the blade fell to the ground. His arms loosened, hanging at his sides, breathing heavily, yet a relaxed smile appeared on his face as he turned to Chica. "See, I keep my promises. It's all okay now." Chica's tears blurred her vision, biting her lip to hold back her cries. Kwang Jin half knelt on the ground, reaching out to embrace her. Despite the countless cuts on his body, some still bleeding, he managed to securely lift Chica and ran toward the butterfly mansion. Li Xing picked up his knife and flew alongside him. Chica felt herself wrapped in coldness, the blood from her wounds uncontrollable, continuously spilling out. The white sunflower-patterned haori already soaked in blood. Everything in front of her was blurry, but she could vaguely see Kwang Jin's tearful, worried expression. His voice kept talking in her ears, but she couldn't make out what he was saying. Seeing her dazed expression, Kwang Jin's heart sank, and he ran even faster. Speaking as he ran, Chica, look at me. Don't sleep, please don't sleep. We'll be there soon. We'll be at the butterfly mansion soon." Chica rested her head on his shoulder, too unable to hear clearly to respond. She murmured, "Mr. Kwang Jin, thank you. Actually, I really like Mr. Kwang Jin." Chica felt her eyelids heavy, so heavy that she couldn't open her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she thought, "If I can survive, can I be with you?" Kwang Jin's tears streamed down, shouting, "Yes. Of course. How can you say such things?" "Chica, hold on. When you recover, I will express my feelings properly. At that time, please don't reject me. We'll be together. We will always be together. What do you want to eat? What juice do you want? I'll make it for you. Whatever you want to buy. I'll accompany you. If you like to see cherry blossoms, I'll accompany you every time. We can see them every year. We can have picnics under the trees. So please hold on, okay? We're almost there. Don't leave me. Don't die. I'm begging you." Kwang Jin's voice was almost pleading, choked with sobs. Nami seemed to have heard his words clearly, her face breaking into a brilliant smile, but her delicate features were unnaturally pale. Having lost quite a bit of blood and sustained serious injuries, Kwang Jin had been running wildly, nearly crashing into the butterfly house while holding Nami. Kanazaki Aoi, who was hanging out the laundry, was so startled she almost took off. Kwang Jin, tears streaming down his face, collapsed to the ground, but carefully protected Nami, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked at Kanazaki Aoi, pleading for help. After saying that, he completely lost consciousness. Kanazaki Aoi, frightened, rushed over Lord Kurenai. "Is this Lady Nami, the adopted daughter of Lord Ice Pillar?" Kanazaki Aoi quickly shouted into the house, "Come quick. Lord Kurenai and Lady Nami are seriously injured. Emergency treatment. Hurry." Inside the butterfly house, chaos ensued as Kane and Shinobu hurried over, their hearts nearly stopping at the sight of the bloodied Kwang Jin and Nami. They quickly called for assistance to take them to the operating room. Shinobu also sent her crow to send a message to the clan, notifying Yunyin and Shimi. In the hospital room, Yunyin and Shimi fell silent after hearing Kwang Jin's account of what had happened. Shimi sighed, "Idiot Kwang Jin, couldn't you have given me a heads up? Just rest well and get better soon." Kwang Jin smiled faintly, then completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Yunyin looked at the unconscious Qian Naimi, her eyes filled with darkness. The two remained silent, their inner flames burning fiercer. Damn those evil spirits. They raised their heads, a murderous intent spreading in their eyes. Did the new upper moon, too, turn into demons together with her sister? How dare they let Kwang Jin Naimi be hurt like this? Next time they meet, they would definitely chop off their limbs, incapacitate them, and let them slowly dissipate in the sunlight, dying in pain. Beside them, 06, who saw through their thoughts, exclaimed, "You two look too terrifying." After staying in the hospital room for a while, the two finally left side by side, the air pressure so low that it felt like they could crush everything around them. As they walked, the more they thought about it, the angrier Yunyin became. With a dark face, she coldly spoke, 06, use a portion of my sealed divine power to lock onto those damned demons. Tonight, I'm sending them to hell. I understand. 06 instantly disappeared into the system's space, Shimi following closely beside her. Without needing to say anything, they both understood. These damned demons had to be exterminated by them. In the evening, the two rushed towards the location given by 06, carrying their knives. Shuangluo and Longfei led the way ahead. They charged up Mount Abuki, and at the same time, Yinyin and Shimi drew their blades, causing Yumeng, who was still arguing with Yohu, to freeze in place. The two sisters quickly dodged to the sides. Breath of Wind first formed Dust Whirlwind Slashing Cut. Shimi turned halfway and directly swung at Yumeng. Breath of Ice 8th form Ice Blade Storm. Yinyin and the Phantom Fox silently chose to strike towards the other side. One person, one strike, evenly distributed. The two sisters clumsily dodged, while the Phantom Fox looked at Yunyin, her eyes flickering. Is it another combination of ice and wind? The last two were on the brink of death. Do you want to experience that as well? She raised her hand, a malicious smile on her face, and slowly spoke to Yunyin, Blood Demon Technique. Curse. Yunyin sneered. A curse? How unfortunate. The thing I'm least afraid of is a curse. Raising her right hand, white flames ignited. 9 nether purifying flame, 8 desolations for purification. The white flames mixed with golden light instantly scorched the barely perceptible black, ghostly energy in the air. The flames surged, and Yumeng stood beside the Yohu, her tightly shut eyes opened. The whites of her eyes were pitch black, and her dark green vertical pupils were etched with the inscription of upper half 2, slowly speaking. Blood Demon Technique Death Curse. Against the white flames, her flames were even more powerful. Amidst the raging firelight, Shimi charged out with a knife, wearing a savage and arrogant smile. Breath of Wind 8th form Initial Raging Wind Slash. After breaking through, he spun around the enemy with the speed of a gale, slashing them in a circular motion and tearing their body apart, while simultaneously generating powerful spiral wind blades around them. Yunyin swung a knife flower, rushing forward to attach the 9 nether pure flame to the blade, and performed the Dark Flame 8 Desolations Dance of the Moon. 06, watching from a distance, trembled. Have they completely given up on using breathing techniques? They even used their own divine skill. Suddenly, a segment of imagery appeared in Shimi's mind, and instinctively, they spoke in unison with Yunyin, performing the combined technique Flame, Wind, Cold Moon. That night, on Mount Abuki, a massive white fire tornado suddenly rose, mixed with bone-chilling ice. The flames illuminated half the sky. Yinyin and Shimi looked grimly at the dissipating Yohu on the ground, but there was no trace of Yumeng. Yohu cried out in exasperation, Damn it, you've left me again. Why can you be the real Upper Crescent ghost, while I can only be a substitute? Listening to her scream, Shimi impatiently swung her knife, instantly chopping her into several pieces, hastening the collapse and disappearance of her body and head. With a twisted expression, Shimi squatted in front of her, saying, making such a racket, Yakamashi. If you're gonna die, do it cleanly. Yunyin raised his hand and directly bound the soul of the Yohu with the chains of order, then turned around to open the gates of hell. Shimi stepped forward and kicked the Yohu's soul directly into the gates of hell, causing it to fall straight into a pot of boiling oil. Ever since acquiring the divine pattern imprint, Shimi not only could see souls, but also extinguish them. So most of the time, when he killed Ghost himself, the ghost didn't even have the chance to go to hell to atone for their sins. Witnessing everything, 06 exclaimed, Terrifying. You two are really too scary. Winky Face, Chapter 99. The shrinking Shuanya walking on the way back, Shimi looked down at his hands, and Yinyin glanced at him and asked, What's wrong? What I just used wasn't the breathing technique sword skill. What was that? Oh, that was a divine skill. A sword technique that can only be used between a god and a soul partner. Shimi cleared his throat, blushed, and rubbed his neck. Oh, it feels pretty good. Yunyin chuckled softly. Is that so? But we can still develop more sword techniques. Let's take it slow. I'm really looking forward to the combined technique with Shimi. I understand. Yunyin smiled, and the shy Shimi was really cute. Unable to resist, she rubbed his head again, just like petting a cat. Shimi's face turned even redder as he held her hand that was resting on his head, gently clasping it in his own. He asked, Why do you like rubbing my head so much? Does it feel that good? Yunyin blinked her eyes. Did this behavior cause any trouble for Shimi? Not all. The smoke curled around her lips, and that was fine because she really liked the feel of Shimi's hair. Without thinking, she just did it. Shimi pressed her lips together, looking into her lover's gentle eyes, and let out a resigned sigh. Don't do this casually in front of others. Leave me some face out there. With a faint light in her eyes, the two of them held hands and strolled along, stopping to enjoy some dessert on the way, and also bought some consolation gifts for the two people recovering in the butterfly house. In the evening, they spent the night at the nearby Wisteria house. where they practiced their skills in the yard for a while. Although they had defeated the Phantom Fox, it was not the real Upper Moon Demon. The real Upper Moon Demon had escaped, and under their blades, it was uncertain whether it had suffered any real harm. It vanished without a trace, leaving no breath behind. Yin was wiping the phoenix indoors, her eyes flickering slightly. That guy 06 had been thrown over to Tanjiro's side. It wouldn't be long before they would enter the plot of the next part. With 06 around, she could directly teleport to the battlefield. This time, with her presence, all regrets would be overturned. Yin looked up at the bright moon outside, revealing a malicious smile. Kabuts Suji Musen, are you ready? Every step you take from now on will be a step towards your death. There are no gods or Buddhas in this world to punish you. It's okay. She can create a god to punish you. For thousands of years, the wrath of humanity, and even the anger of the gods that they could do nothing about, has accumulated. You better catch it well. The next day, as the two arrived at the hospital door with their things, they heard Quang Jin confessing his feelings to Chinami while crying inside. A black line slid down their foreheads. This guy, this fool. Chinami, shedding tears, ignored her injuries and hugged Quang Jin back, loudly responding, "I'm willing." The two outside exchanged glances and smiled at each other. They handed the items to Butterfly Shinobu, who was rushing over with dark energy, and then escaped at lightning speed. Soon after, Quang Jin's wails echoed from inside the room. Yin Shimi, wishing you a safe journey. Quang Jin. Yin stood in the mountain gorge, looking blankly at the tiny turnip-headed Xuanmi in front of him, who was sobbing and calling out for his brother. He silently looked up at Jun and asked, "What's going on with Xuanmi?" Jun sighed and explained, "He was just killed by a demon. That guy's blood demon technique caused this, and ever since he was hit by the blood demon technique, Xuanmi has been in this state." Yin lowered her head again, looking at Xianmi, who was wiping her tears, and suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. She picked up Xianmi and gently comforted her. "Xianmi, don't cry. Sister Yin will take you to find your brother, okay?" Xianmi sniffled, wiped her tears, and hugged her neck. "Mem, Sister Yin, I want to find my brother." "All right, then hold on tight. We're off, okay." Yin rushed in, kicking open the door of the wind house, nearly choking Shimi, who was drinking water inside. "Shimi, why did you suddenly come here?" With a dark expression, Shimi turned around, only to find another person in his arms. Then he heard Yin teasingly say in his ear, "I brought you a little brother. No need to be polite. I have a mission, so I'm leaving now." Shimi snapped back to reality, looking at the door where Yin had already disappeared, then lowered his head. He was dazed for a moment. Xuanmi blinked his big eyes. His little face flushed, gripping Shimi's clothes tightly with both hands, his eyes sparkling as he said cutely, "Nichan." "Shimi." "Xuanmi, what's going on?" Shimi shouted in panic, sweating profusely as he rushed out of the butterfly house while holding Xuanmi. In the end, Kanahu concluded that it was merely a result of blood demon art, and since the demon had already been killed, this state would last for about 2 to 3 days. Shimi sighed in relief, his face darkening. "What an idiot. I said long ago that he shouldn't be here. If he had withdrawn earlier, there wouldn't be any of this mess." Kanahu smiled without saying anything, instead bringing over some snacks to give to Xuanmi, who was still sucking on his fingers. With a dark expression, Shimi mumbled under his breath about getting Xuanmi to withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps, then turned and gently pulled Xuanmi's fingers out of his mouth, saying, "No more sucking your fingers. If you don't wash your hands, you'll get a stomach ache after eating, you know?" He then took the snacks Kanahu had brought, thanked her, and turned to seriously remind Xuanmi, "You can't eat too much of this. When we get back, I'll cook for you. Save some space for a good meal. Otherwise, you 1T grow tall. What do you want for lunch? We could buy some ingredients on the way back." Xuanmi obediently nodded. "I remember. Ni-chan, I want to eat watermelon. I want soy sauce rice balls." Shimi puffed out his cheeks, looking at his little brother. Unable to say anything like "I don't have a brother," he could only respond grumpily, "Got it. Hold on tight. I'll go buy it for you now." Kanahu smiled and waved at Shimi's back as he held his brother, her hands pressed together beside her cheeks. Allah, brothers getting along, is really wonderful." Hearing her words, Shimi stiffened, suddenly turning around, one hand pressing his brother's face in his chest, covering his ears, with a slightly fierce expression, deliberately lowering his voice to retort, "I don't have." Angrily leaving, Kanahu smiled again. Allah, you're so flustered." Nibitakawa Koenshi turned around, humming cheerfully, thinking that such an interesting event definitely needed to be shared with Yin. Cloud Hidden Breath witnessed everything on the trunk. The scattered smoke, Shimi's expression. "This is too interesting." Shimi propped his chin, sitting cross-legged beside, quietly watching Xuanmi eat delicious food, his eyes squinted happily. He curled his lips, his gaze softening. He reached out to rub Xuanmi's head, his eyes filled with a hint of self-blame and guilt, softly speaking, "Sorry, Xuanmi." Xuanmi looked puzzled, with rice grains stuck to the corner of his mouth, tilting his head to look at him. "What's wrong, Nichan?" Shimi shook his head with a smile. His gentle tone was one he hadn't used in a long time. "It's nothing, just eat." "Okay." Xuanmi's cheeks were puffed up as he ate, and while eating, he picked up a rice ball and handed it to Shimi. "Aren't you eating, Nichan? If you don't eat, your tummy will be very hungry. By the way, Nichan has grown so tall. Nichan, why do you have so many scars on your face? Your arms too, and your chest. How did you get those? Does it hurt a lot? Nichan, where's mom? Is this Nichan's new home? Isn't Nichan living with us anymore? Nichan, why are you crying? I'm sorry." Did Xuanmi say something strange that made Nichan cry? "I'm sorry, Nichan." Xuanmi panicked and put down the rice ball, wiped his hands on his clothes, and hurried over to wipe the tears off Shimi's face. But in the next second, he was pulled into Shimi's embrace. Shimi held him tightly, burying his face in his neck. The once strong and iron-like man now felt incredibly fragile. I'm sorry, Xuanmi." Shimi choked, while Xuanmi stared blankly, revealing a soft and bright smile, gently stroking his back. "It's okay, Nichan. Xuanmi is still here. Xuanmi won't leave you." Ugh! A hoarse growl came from Shimi's throat, his body trembling. How could he say it? What could he do to protect his brother? God, please tell him. Chapter 100. The Arena of Ghosts. As for what happened to the two brothers afterward, Yinyin didn't have time to look. He was currently walking alongside the bronze rabbit. "Senior brother, are you sure you received this ghost message?" I asked Long, and there was no crow with broken wings transmitting. Yinyin frowned, her bright golden eyes calmly surveying the surroundings. The rusty rabbit scratched its head, feeling puzzled. "How strange. I did receive a message this morning, and besides, a man's words wouldn't be easily dismissed just because of a little oddity. What if there really is something?" Yinyin. "So, senior brother, can you please share your thoughts with senior sister while you're at it with your manly demeanor?" Senior sister can take it. Kangta walked in front of Yinyin, a habit he's always had. As the eldest brother among the four, he is a true man and must protect his junior brothers and sisters well. Yinyin turned to look at the bushes beside her. "Senior brother, wait a moment." What's wrong, Yinyin?" Yinyin walked into the bushes under his puzzled gaze, crouched down, and reached in to rummage around. Suddenly, a pitch-black snake face appeared right in front of the startled rabbit. The rabbit's hair stood on end in fright. Letting out a sharp, explosive scream, he knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, completely shrouded in shadow. "Yinyin, don't suddenly scare people with a snake. Even a man can get startled when surprised." Yinyin awkwardly scratched her face and said, sorry. I didn't really notice you walking towards me just now." Holding the snake in her hand, she shook it and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think of this one? Is it pretty? I think I could take it back to make friends with Diwan." The chibi-style rabbit sat on the ground, its big eyes looking at her and pointing at the snake in her hand. "But this is a poisonous snake, right? Diwan is non-venomous and only eats insects." Yinyin, turning around expressionlessly, throws the snake far away. "Oh, sorry to disturb you, poisonous snake." Thud! The snake lands on the trunk, locking eyes with the hidden evil spirit on the trunk. The next moment, a scream echoes through the forest. The two are startled and rush towards the source of the sound. They burst out of the woods, but in an instant, Zongtu's eyes widen and Yunyin's expression darkens. Before them is a brightly lit place resembling an arena. The lights are obscured by fog, making it hard for the light to penetrate. On the trunk, the evil spirit, angered from the snake bite, angrily tears the snake off and throws it aside, giving the two a fierce glare before quickly jumping into the arena. Zongtu wants to chase after, but Yinyin stops him. "Wait, senior brother, this place feels off." Zongtu furrows his brow, looking at the guards at the entrance holding long knives. Clearly human. "Let us go take a look, but stay alert." As Zongtu speaks, Yinyin presses her lips together, following behind him. The guards see them, their eyes still fixed ahead. "Hello, may I ask what this place is?" Zongtu's tone is slightly cold. The two guards, not looking away, speak in unison. "This is the arena. Those who fight against the spirits and survive will obtain what they desire the most, anything." Zongtu is taken aback. How could such a thing be possible? He wants to speak, but Yinyin speaks first, a false smile on her face. "Is that so? May we register? We also have wishes we want to fulfill." The guards react, exchanging glances, and open the door. "You may enter, but he cannot participate. However, he can watch as an audience member. A gold coin is required." Zongtu's forehead throbs. His good upbringing almost makes him curse. Yinyin pulls out a bag of gold coins from her pocket and tosses it over. Please arrange the best seats for him. Understood, esteemed guest, please. Zongta looks at Yunyan with concern, but she appears indifferent. Go, trust me. Zongta nods, tightening his grip on the hilt of his knife. If Yunyan gets into trouble, he will definitely intervene. After all, she is his junior sister. Yin was taken to the competition area by another person, lowering her gaze, her brilliant golden eyes flickering with a cold light. The arena. It had been over 30,000 years since she last encountered it. She raised her eyes, and there was a deep silence in them. This familiar atmosphere, filled with blood, roars, and screams. It really makes one nostalgic. Yin raised her lips with a wicked smile on her face. After all, she was someone who had fought her way out of the arena. After obtaining her badge, Yin calmly glanced at the people in the arena. Each one was in a sorry state, fear written on their faces, yet they still gripped their weapons, even though their legs trembled and they could barely stand. In their eyes, however, desire replaced fear. A flicker of her gaze. What could possibly make these people ignore death to come here and fight? To fulfill any wish. Absurd to the extreme. That big sister. Are you also here for a large sum of silver coins? Yunyan lowered her head at the sound, and beside her, a teenage boy looked at her nervously. In his clear eyes, there was full of fear, yet surprisingly very determined. Yunyan crouched down, tilted her head to look at him, her face carrying a friendly smile. Why do you ask that? Maybe I have other wishes too. The young boy pressed his lips together, looked at the people in the venue, and said, everyone is here for money, a lot of money. What about you? So, with this money, what do you want? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he clenched his fists. My mother is very ill. I need money to treat her, but I'm too young. No one wants to hire me, and those who do don't pay enough for my mother-esque treatment. The smile on Yunyan's face faded a bit. Yes. In this world, no. In any world, money is necessary. Without it, one can hardly move an inch. I too have my wife who has been suffering from illness for many years. I can only come here, fighting hard, hoping to make a wish for her recovery. Clearly, she looks so beautiful and young when she smiles. She shouldn't be in this serious condition now. A man beside me crouched down, covering his face, tears dripping to the ground through his fingers. My husband has a broken leg and has been listless all along. He was once so full of spirit. People around us began to speak, choked with emotion, praying. Yunyan pressed her lips tightly together. None of these people were here for themselves. She stood up, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife. I see, she said, turning to look at the slowly opening door. But do you know? Lies upon lies. Ghostly words cannot be trusted. A furious smile appeared on her face, bright and full of rage. Well, I'm also a doctor, so perhaps I can help you. But first, please behave and don't run around. Yunyan drew her sword, the tip pointing forward, laughing arrogantly. After all, there was a problem here that needed to be dealt with. Her words left everyone stunned, confused yet surprised. The door opened, and the first to react was the young boy from earlier. He tightened his grip on the sickle in his hand, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "No, we can't let Big Sister fight alone. That's a ghost, a monster. Big Sister is a doctor. How could she possibly fight such a monster?" People began to realize, yes, this woman in front of them looked young, and although she was tall, she was a doctor. Yes, we must protect her. That's right. Doctors have no combat abilities. We can't let a doctor die here. Yunyan blinked and laughed. Ah, thank you for your concern. But I just forgot to mention that I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, specializing in demon extermination. Yunyan looked at the observing platform where Zongta was. In the moment their gazes met, Zongtu understood and left, supporting the knife. Yunyan withdrew her gaze, licked her lips, and said, "Come on out, little ghost. Let me see what this arena's ghost looks like." "Ha, shameless woman, as you wish." The door swung open completely, and from the smoke emerged a figure dressed in black ninja attire, with a horn on its forehead. The crimson ghostly eyes bore the inscription of the waning moon. The cloud of smoke raises my lips, interestingly, without any pity, truly not afraid of anemia, frequently replenishing one's December demons. Is it because they have noticed that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are increasing? Chapter 101. Slaying the Lower Moon Demon, Battle of Bones. Yunyan wielded a knife flower, smiling as she headed to the corner. Now, I need to deal with the troublesome guy. Breath of Ice, 6th form, Ice Phantom Dragon's Roar. The blade slashed accompanied by a giant dragon, the strike winding and twisting, howling towards the evil spirit before me. Interesting blood demon technique, drumbeat. A cold light flashed in Yunyan's eyes as she changed her sword technique in the air. With the Ice Breath, 4th form, Frost Strike, she severed the demon's arm. In the moment of the opponent's attack, she created distance and used the Ice Lotus for defense. Looking at his severed arm, the evil spirit laughed. You are indeed an interesting woman. What is your name? I am the first of the lower moons, called Zhanggu. Yunyan waved his knife, shaking off the blood. His eyes filled with provocation. Ghost killing team, Kunakata Yunyan, are you the variable that the Lord mentioned? How fortunate this is. God of War, protect me. Today, I will take your head and present it to that Lord. Blood demon art, gong howl. The howl shook the heavens as sound waves flew towards Yunyan without leaving a trace. Yunyan sighed. Oh dear, do you really remember me this well? It's quite annoying. He raised his head, a malevolent and wicked smile on his face, feeling excited. In an instant, he swung his knife to shatter the sound waves and quickly charged towards the warbone. Ice breathing, 8th form, ice blade storm, centered around her. Countless ice blades suddenly shot out, not only shattering the sound waves that were about to harm innocent bystanders, but also instantly severing the limbs of the warbone. The warbone's veins bulged as it regenerated in an instant, roaring as it charged towards Yunyan. Cantu stood guard outside, while unknown evil spirits swarmed in. The ocean blue Nicaran blade glimmered coldly. I won't let you take another step forward. As a man, I won't allow you to disturb my junior sister's battle. Water breathing, land form, twisting vortex. With a powerful twist of his upper and lower body, he unleashed a series of slashes. The blade was enveloped by flowing water, transforming the water vortex into sharp water blades, slashing down all the approaching evil spirits. Blood splattered on the ground, staining the haori he wore. Cantu gripped his knife, his gaze sharp as he looked at the filling gaps of the evil spirits before him. Come at me, evil spirits. Support. Support. Requesting support. Ice Pillar Kunakata Yunyan. Water Pillar Kanroji. Cantu encountered Lower Moon 1. A large number of evil spirits gathered, requesting support. Hostages, in great numbers. Head to Juanha. The crows circled in the sky, and the scattered crows transmitted messages in response. In no time, the closest brother, Takedo, rushed over with his knife in hand. In the courtyard, Shimi, who was taking care of his little brother, was startled by the news. He looked at his brother, gritted his teeth, stood up, and instructed a few words with his knife before rushing out the door. He saw the bandaged Kyuka and the similarly bandaged Chiom standing at the door. Shimi, you go. We'll take care of Jinya. Shimi nodded, leaving a quick thank you, before dashing out like the wind. Kaname could not leave the butterfly mansion, while Shinobu took Inasuk and the medical team to Union's location. Ju dropped the radish salmon in his hand and hurriedly ran towards Juanha with Shinobu. Ihe and Mitsuri, who were still patrolling, did not hesitate to run towards Juanha with their swords drawn. The brooding Mitsuri remained at the side of the Lord, unable to move, yet worried. Kyudru wanted to go, but couldn't, as he encountered a cluster of evil spirits and had innocent women to protect. He could only hope that others would arrive in time. The speed of slaying the evil spirits in his hands increased, his sword skills becoming more precise, as scorching flames burned everything. Yuzui was overwhelmed. His 3 wives suddenly went silent, and he was desperately trying to find information through the communication network. Tanjiro and the others looked anxiously out the window from the butterfly mansion, currently in rehabilitation, unable to help. Why are you so worried? 06 yawned. It's just a lower moon demon. But that's a 12 Kizuki. Just the lower moon 5 is already terrifying, and this is lower moon 1, close to upper moon. Tanjiro lowered his gaze, worried. My senior sister will be fine, right? Zenitsu sprang up like a carp, grabbing 06's face and shaking it vigorously, his expression fierce. You idiot cat. That's a 12 Kizuki. Lower moon 1. Do you know that's close to upper moon? It's very dangerous. One wrong move, and it could cost lives. How can you speak so casually about it? You crazy person. Apologize immediately and pray to the gods that my sister will be fine. Then go and commit seppuku. Are you out of your mind? It hurts. Let go of me. Zenitsu, don't treat 06 like that. A commotion ensued, and Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding the rescued 06 in his arms. Zenitsu bit his handkerchief, looking fierce, wishing he could choose 06 alive. But no matter what, they could only pray in the butterfly mansion for Yunyan and Cantu to be safe. 06. How could anything happen? Yunyan raised his hand to wipe the blood from his cheek, watching the battle skeleton struggling to get up in the distance. He glanced back at the crowd behind him, clearly frightened, and held his knife in front of him. His brilliant golden eyes flickered. While trying to protect these people, he also had to fight, making it hard to move freely. He twirled his knife, gathering strength for a kick, and unleashed ice breath. 4th form. Revised. Wind chilling frost. The The blade was enveloped in a piercing blue wind as he swung the knife, sending ice shards flying through the air. The battle skeleton, finally regaining its balance, was instantly turned into a sieve after a single encounter. It howled in desperation, "Damn woman! Blood demon technique! Bone shatter!" Yin was puzzled as to why there was no movement after he finished shouting, but then saw a strange smile appear on his face. The next moment, a sound of bones cracking echoed from Yan's right arm, which was gripping the knife. A sharp pain surged through him. In Yin flipped in the air to create distance, half kneeling on the ground, glancing at his fractured right arm with a raised eyebrow. This guy, is the blood demon technique really as literal as it sounds? The bone demon sneered, "How about that? My blood demon technique has left you overwhelmed, hasn't it? Give up resisting. I will break your bones inch by inch and devour you completely." Yan let out a sigh, looking helpless. "What makes you think that a mere fracture would make me give up on the idea of cutting off your head?" "What? A fracture? You damn woman. It's just a pillar. How dare you look down on me?" Zhanggu opened his eyes wide, his face twisted in rage. "How dare you look down on me? How dare you look down on me? Go die. Blood demon technique. Bone breaker." Yan raised her lips. The fracture in her right arm did not bring any impact. Instead, she gripped the knife and rushed swiftly towards the battle skeleton. The smile on her face seemed like a messenger from hell beckoning to him, and the crisp sound of bones shattering echoed within her. The battle skeleton grinned savagely, eager to see her entire body collapse in a pile of broken bones. But in the next moment, he vaguely heard the crunching sound of bones. As Yan's eyes filled with killing intent, the malevolent energy around her solidified, transforming into strands of black mist seeping out. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness. She originally just wanted to use her breathing technique to behead him. After all, he could still retain his soul to atone in hell. Now it seemed that might not be possible. Underworld Flame, 8 Desolations, Hashira. The battle skeleton's eyes widened, as Yin before him seemed to be shrouded in black mist, which coalesced into a gigantic figure, like a blood-soaked Rakshasa crawling out of hell. Gripping the sharp blade, she swung down from the air. The thick scent of blood and the intensely oppressive killing intent rendered him unable to move. The smoke curled around the lips, softly opening to say, "Die farewell, scum." Black flames burst forth, a massive vortex of fire enveloping them. As the flames dissipated, Yin stood on the ground with her sword, leisurely sheathing it. Meanwhile, the bones of battle were utterly annihilated in that one strike, reduced to ashes. Yin rubbed her arm, speaking lazily and carelessly. "Ah, so annoying, it hurts like hell. Ugh, the restrictions are really troublesome. Only the bones in my right arm and left calf haven't healed yet." She clicked her tongue in disdain several times, then turned with a smile. "It's fine now. I hope you all wait here for a moment. I'm going out to help my companion. I'll come back to pick you up later, and, as I mentioned earlier, I'll help you solve your problems after this." Ignoring the stunned crowd, she jumped up to the high wall and then leaped down. From the height, she swung her sword down, executing ice breathing. First form, Ice Feast. Wherever the ice reached, the evil spirits were annihilated. Chapter 102. The Pillars Gather, violently attacking wantsWind. KT stood back to back with her, both surrounded by evil spirits. KT wore a smile, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. This was truly an unexpected development. She hadn't anticipated so many demons hiding here. The clouds of smoke curl around my lips as I exhale a long breath. Yes, the one inside has already been dealt with. Now only these little ghosts outside remain. Right? Master is indeed very strong. As her senior, I can't fall too far behind. It seems I need to step up my training. Huh. The cloud of smoke carried a smile in her eyes. If she were to follow the rules here, her senior brother would be stronger than her. Oh, really? That guy Zhanggu is really dead. What a disappointment. The two suddenly raised their heads at the sound. On the wall stood a young man, holding a dripping, bloody head in his hand. Yin widened her eyes. The head in front of her was none other than the boy who had been speaking to her in the arena. His golden pupils shrank and trembled violently, with veins bulging on his face. His pale skin was clad in a white suit, and the boy's pink vertical pupils bore the inscription of third quarter. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is wantsWind." wantsWind smiled and performed a gentleman's bow to the two of them. He raised his head, and the pink vertical pupils flashed with a cold light. "It seems my subordinates have been having a good time with you, however, big sister with the black hair. The ones you are desperately protecting don't taste very good at all. But you too, you look quite delicious." Yin ground his molars, his face filled with anger, gripping the knife handle tightly, making a creaking sound. "What the hell? You mean to say that so many innocent humans in the arena have died? A white breath appeared at the corners of the lips, suddenly swinging the knife, adjusting the breath, changing the breathing technique, moon breathing, third form, waning moon, erosion. Yunyan swung his blade wildly, delivering a double slash to Wenluo, accompanied by a flurry of crescent-shaped strikes. Wenluo's smile froze for a moment, and he vanished with a quick dodge. Chantu frowned, slashing at the approaching demons, and glanced at Yunyan. Wenluo wiped the blood that flowed from his forehead, where he had been struck by Yunyan, pouting with an unhappy expression. What's with this? Right from the start, attacking me without any courtesy. How rude of you, big sister. For someone like you, who deserves to die 1,000 times, you should have your head chopped off and go to hell to atone for your sins. That would be more polite. Changtu shouted at him, her anger palpable, as if it could burn him. Wenluo wore a cold smirk. Aye, angry, huh? It's just a bunch of food. If we eat, we eat. Atone for sins? Hunting and feeding. Do I really need my food to apologize? The two's temples throbbed with anger at his words. Well, maybe you want to understand, right? After all, beings as perfect as us can't communicate with you lowly creatures. Wenluo shrugged, pointing at the two. My lovely subordinates, kill them. As the two gripped their blades and were about to move, several familiar voices rang out. Breath of Mist, fourth form, striking tide. Breath of Mist, first form, distant horizon. Breath of Wind, second form, clawing wind. Breath of Water, third form, flowing dance. Breath of Water, seventh form, ripple piercing. The two looked over to see the Tsuda brothers rushing in from the right, followed by Shimiya descending from the sky, and Iyong and Makomo charging in from the left. Are you okay? Shimiya turned nervously, looking at Yunyan with concern, not giving Chantu a glance. Chantu sighed helplessly, used to the double standards of his colleague. Yunyan-chan, Chantu, are you okay? Makomo ran over, her face filled with worry, while Iyong stood beside her, expressionless, his eyes questioning. Chantu finally felt reassured. We're fine, don't worry. Yunyan patted Shimi's hand resting on her shoulder and said, It's fine, don't worry. Shimi let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Wenlu on the tree, veins bulging, grinning fiercely. Is this guy an upper moon? Perfect. I just recently took down an upper moon demon, and I haven't had my fill yet. Yunyan's sister, did we come too late? Are you okay? Oh, Kagaya brother. Are you okay too? Michiro looked at Yunyan with bright eyes, then turned to Kagaya with a blank expression, which was not really a question. Kagaya, you guys are really something? Michiro scanned Yunyan, confirming she had no serious injuries, just a cut on her face that wasn't deep, and finally relaxed. He turned to Shimi with the same expression, but what he said was a grand misunderstanding. Is it your fault that Yunyan's sister got hurt? No matter who it is, I'm going to cut you down. Shimi's veins bulged. Let's go all out. Yunyan extended his Urkong hand and silently put it down, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Shimi, Shido, and Iyong almost attacked at the same time. Makomo took out some ointment from her pocket and gently applied it to the wound on her cheek. It's fine. If you apply this, it won't leave a scar. Kaku Rabbit wordlessly slaughtered the approaching demons, saying, So, are you really here to provide support? Love Breath, second form, frustrated circling love. Sister Yunyan, Mr. Kaku Rabbit. Sorry, we're late. Miri rushed over, waving her knife to help Kaku Rabbit lighten the burden. Ihei leaped from the air, swinging his knife to assist Shimi and the others. Snake Breath, second form, narrow head poison fawn. Yunyan looked confused, scratching her head in bewilderment. Wait, why are there so many of you here? Everyone suddenly turned to her and shouted, Because you were just too lucky. You encounter the 12 Kizuki every time, either heavily injured or crippled. Are you some kind of naturally special physique? Yunyan, being yelled at, responded with a look of disdain. The smoke billowed, puffing up her cheeks. Do you think I wanted this? Her luck was just too good, and she couldn't stop it. Wenluo had long lost her earlier calm demeanor. Her hair was disheveled, and her high-end suit was tattered and hanging off her like a rag. Gasping for breath, she awkwardly dodged the attacks, using these nameless evil spirits to create distance. She forcefully brushed aside the hair, covering her eyes, her gaze unfriendly. You human ants. So many of you came to attack me alone. It looks like you're all pillars, huh? TSK. That's enough. I won't play with you anymore. We'll see about this. Sister Mingnu, teleport me away. The sound of the Sanwaiken suddenly rang out, and when Luo disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Wait, come back to me. You Moterfia. Why the hell are you running? Shimi's anger caused her to speak foully, her veins throbbing, and her eyes bloodshot. Damn evil spirits. Running away like this. Aikiru stomped his foot in anger, wearing the same expression as Shimi. Yunyan sighed, as others had already dealt with the surrounding evil spirits and were gathering around her. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobi, along with the rescue team, arrived, and seeing the chaos side, I actually came late. Yunyan lowered her gaze, and Atu was also caught in a low mood. Everyone looked at them with confusion, and Shirmi frowned, asking, "What's wrong, Yunyan?" Yunyan clenched her fist, her eyes red, tears falling drop by drop. The crowd was startled, asking questions all at once. What's wrong with Yunyan? Don't cry. Don't cry. Is there an injury? Where does it hurt? Injured? Let me see. Where does it hurt the most? Sister Yunyan, what's wrong? What happened? Don't cry. Sister Yunyan, what's wrong? Yunyan didn't speak, and everyone looked at Yatu, whose eyes were red. We have failed too much, unable to protect the lives of those innocent people. Everyone fell silent, their hearts heavy. They gazed at the massive beast arena before them, filled with pity for the two individuals. With so many demons, both lower moons and upper moons, it was already incredibly difficult for just the two of them to survive. Shimi reached out and embraced Yunyan, pressing her head against her neck, gently stroking the back of her head. "I'm sorry, I came too late. You've worked so hard." Jinzi silently held Yatu's hand, while Iyong took his other hand, both providing silent comfort. The hidden ones wiped away their tears. After all, in such a terrifying battle, it was already a stroke of luck for these two adults to survive. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a small head poked out. The boy smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as he spoke. Big sister, we're actually still alive." Everyone turned to look, and Yunyan and Yatu exclaimed in shock, nearly flying away in fright. Chapter 103. Yun Group Pet Yen Online. Everyone looked in shock at the boy who had poked his head out. Shimi protected Yunyan behind him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Didn't they say everyone was dead? What's going on now? Is he a demon? As he spoke, he drew his blade, pointing the tip at the boy. A demon. Is it a different kind of demon? Mitsuri was so scared her hair almost stood on end, and Eihei calmly stood in front of her, holding one of her hands. The warm touch instantly made Mitsuri blush and successfully alleviated her fear. Yada swallowed hard, looking unwell, but still politely asked, "Boy, what do you mean by still being alive?" The boy was extremely embarrassed and quickly waved his hands. "Really? We're really not dead. We're still alive." He then extended his hand. "Go ahead, touch us. We're still warm." Ichiro's hair stood on end, while Michiro calmly approached to touch, startling Ichiro, who quickly grabbed his brother's arm. "You idiot, Michiro. Don't just go touching things." Michiro remained calm. "It's fine. Look, he still has a shadow. He's not a malevolent spirit." Everyone looked down and indeed saw a shadow. Yunyan, who had already reacted, crossed her arms helplessly and said to the boy behind him, 06, the prank ends here. If you don't come out now, there won't be any dried fish for you to eat in the future. Wait, I'll come out now." 06 nimbly ran out from behind the boy, sitting at his feet, wagging its tail and raising its paw. "Yo, good evening, everyone." 06. What a mischievous little thing. Yada sighed in relief and smiled helplessly. Everyone looked at it with reproachful eyes. Yunyan walked over and picked up 06. "What are you doing here?" 06 pouted and replied, "Isn't it because Tanjiro and the others were worried about you? I had no choice but to come help as your spirit beast. You better thank me." Yunyan, I see. 06. I told you to thank me properly." "Oh, thank you." 06. Throwing aside 06. Yunyan crouched down and hugged the boy tightly, her voice filled with relief. "It's good that nothing happened." The boy blushed, scratched his head, and said, "It's all thanks to the spirit beast. We were able to escape a disaster." The boy withdrew from her embrace, the door wide open, and the people inside bowed to Yunyan and the others, all together saying, "Thank you for saving us." Everyone was taken aback, apart from Mealy and Yunyan. The others awkwardly turned their faces away. Butterfly Ninja quickly called the hidden ones and the rescue team to check their bodies. Yunyan sighed in relief and pulled her aside to discuss the situation of these people. She bought several boxes of healing potions from the system hall. Although they were the lowest grade, they were enough for these people's families to recover. Pulling Butterfly Ninja to a corner to avoid being seen, she took them out from her space and asked for a favor from Little Ninja to help distribute them. Butterfly Ninja was already used to her pulling a bunch of things out from strange places, letting out a helpless sigh, saying, "I really admire you, I understand. Just leave it to me." Yunyan smiled and hugged her. Thank you, Shino." Butterfly Shinobu blushed, but didn't push her away, "As long as you know to thank me. It's better than anything else to bother us at the butterfly house, right?" Got it. Got it, Yunyan. The little is so cute with a mouth that doesn't match her heart." Yunyan released her, but she grabbed his arm. The Butterfly Ninja frowned and said, "Your right arm is not right. It's broken." Yunyan's smile stiffened, and one thought flashed through her mind. It's over. Then, she was locked onto by several gazes. Cold sweat poured down, and she forced a smile. I'm fine. The self-healing ability of a god, although somewhat limited, can be restored after a good sleep. Really? Butterfly Ninja immediately retorted with a dark face. That means you're not okay right now. Stay put. Then she noticed that Yun Yan's left leg was somewhat swollen. Her expression darkened further. Your left leg is broken? Get on the stretcher and lie down properly. Yun Yan, hey, this time it's really going to be over. In the next moment, Shengmi, with a dark face, picked her up and sat down beside her. Let her lean against him. Are you an idiot? We're already here, and you're still moving around with a broken bone. What do you take us for? How could you not tell me? What do you think I am? Yun Yan covered her face and silently apologized, saying sorry for blocking her sense of pain during the battle because she was afraid it would affect her swordsmanship, and as a result, she accidentally forgot. Everyone else exclaimed, "Is this something you can forget? This kind of thing absolutely cannot be forgotten." 06 shouted fiercely, "You idiot Yun Yan, make sure you remember this." As everyone rebutted in unison, Yun Yan smiled, tears streaming down her face like wide noodles. Yes, I won't forget in the future. In the end, she still ended up in a cast, being carried back by Shimi. After cleaning up, she changed into a clean and soft hospital gown, lying on the bed, too exhausted to do anything but say good night to Shimi before falling into a deep sleep. Shimi sighed helplessly, tucked her in, and placed a kiss on her forehead, whispering good night as he quietly left. On his way home, Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this time he finally wasn't late. However, Kato wasn't doing too well, severely overexerting himself, with a slight lung inflammation causing a fever, lying humbly on the hospital bed with an ice pack while receiving N4. Ion and Makoto stayed with him, taking care of him. After a while, Makoto went next door to take care of Yun Yan, leaving only Ion with Kato. Kato said, "TT Ion, why don't you go too? You're staring me so intently, I really can't sleep." Ion replied, staring. Kato asked him, "What's wrong, Ion?" Ion replied, "You guys are still alive, not dead." Kato smiled, his forehead throbbing. If he didn't understand Ion's meaning, he would definitely jump up and hit him for such words. This blockhead, can't he say it all? Ion floated little pink flowers. It's great that the senior brothers and sisters are still alive. Chapter 104. Heading to the entertainment district. Yun Yan sat on the hospital bed eating rice cakes, holding a magazine in her hand while reading. 06 was stretching lazily beside her. Yun Yan, ever since you two confirmed your relationship, I never expected that such a hot-tempered person could be so gentle. I've learned something new. Yun Yan gave it a faint glance and shook her fingers. Then you really have a limited perspective. Do you know a saying? What saying? If a strong wind carries waves, like a gentle breeze stirring ripples, this is something I once saw elsewhere, and it fits well. 06 thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Yun Yan raised an eyebrow, continuing to eat and play at the same time. After filling up, she casually removed the plaster and rubbed her stiff muscles. She's already recovered. It's still more comfortable without these messy things. Yun Yan stretched lazily, walked to the side to change clothes, fastened her knife, and pushed the door open to go outside. As she stepped out, she heard the chaotic sounds and curiously headed toward the source, with 06 on her shoulder. The chibi version of a person and a cat looking up. Yuzi was carrying Kanzaki Aoi, squatting against the wall, veins bulging on his forehead, pointing at Tanjiro and the others below. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a Hashira. You're superior, a kidnapper and a perverted ninja uncle. Huh. Ha! Everyone turned around at the sound. Yun Yan was holding her stomach, leaning against the wall, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. Yuzui sighed helplessly. Seeing her was like seeing a younger sister. He couldn't even feel angry anymore. Yun Yan, stop laughing for now. Are your injuries all right? The clouds wiped away the tears from the corners of the eyes, standing up straight. It was all right now. The self-healing power of the divine is strong. Is that so? Indeed, it is a magnificent ability. 06 squinted, looking disdainful. So can you, the kidnapper uncle, let go of Xiao Kuei now? She is just a nurse from the Butterfly House, not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. When Yuzui heard this, his forehead twitched, but he still threw Xiao Kuei towards Tanjiro and the others. Oh, that's not necessary. You, even if you're a spirit beast. If you keep talking to me like that, I will still beat you up. 06 turned his head. Yuzui Tenjin, this stupid cat. Yun Yan sighed helplessly. Was it the three sisters who had a problem? I'll go with you. Really? Is your body really okay? That would be a great help. Yuzui breathed a sigh of relief. If Yun Yan was accompanying them, the safety factor would be higher. The speed of finding his three wives would also increase. Tanjiro and the others gathered around Yunyin, asking about her health with concern. Yunyin smiled and rubbed the heads of the three. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Tanjiro looked at her, then turned to Yuzui. Let's go, too. We can definitely help. Yuzui stared at him, thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Great. Then let's go together. Without hesitation, the five of them immediately set off for the Hanamachi. After completing their mission, they hurried back only to find that Yunyin had already left with Tanjiro and the others following Yuzui. Shinya was so angry that black aura was radiating from him. He slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, his forehead throbbing. Yuzui had turned back into the wind pillar who said, I have no brother with his mouth, but not his heart, since Jinya had already recovered. He rushed in angrily and returned in a huff. This was still manageable, but what left Yunyin puzzled was that they encountered Jinya on the way, and he even got on their carriage to go with them. Yunyin, is there something wrong? On the side, Yuzui is still making requests to the three little ones, while Yunyin here has already started to rub her brother's head. Do you want to join, Jinya? That place is a flower street. Are you really okay with it? Jinya, blushing, obediently lets her pet his head, saying no, it's fine, because I want to protect Sister Yunyin. There will definitely be a lot of little rascals there, and it's not safe for you to be alone. 06 raised his little paw to pat his arm. What a gentle child. Good boy. Yunyin smiled with squinted eyes, and her whole being was surrounded by small pink flowers. Ah, Schwani is really a gentle child. Sister is very happy. Buzzachun Schwani. All right, we've arrived. Yuzue clapped his hands, and the six of them got off the carriage, thanked the coachman, and then walked inside. First, they needed to return to their base, briefly explain the situation, and clarify the specifics. That's how it is. I need to find my three wives. Yin rested her chin on her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that the disappearance of the three sisters had some clues to follow. However, the targets I wanted to investigate could be narrowed down significantly. Yunyin hadn't finished speaking when Zenitsu exploded. With eyes wide open, he pointed at Yuzui and shouted, What kind of joke is this, you old man? How could you possibly have a wife? And three of them? Stop joking around. And you're too much of a scammer, right? What kind of joke is that? Sending your subordinates to find a wife for yourself. Yuzui's forehead twitched, huh? What are you misunderstanding? What's wrong with me having a wife? Do you have any objections, you brat? Zenitsu's tears flew, his face twisted in rage. No, I have to say it. A weirdo like you definitely can't get a woman. But no matter how much you want to find a wife, you can't make our Demon Slayer Corps members do this kind of thing. Are you stupid or something? My wife is infiltrating Wii U to gather information on demons. The communication was cut off midway. That's why I came to check. Zenitsu was left dumbfounded, expressionless. So you have such a wild imagination. Yuzui's forehead bulged with veins, you little brat. Then, he threw the report right at Zenitsu's face, knocking him down to the ground. Yuzui stood up, hands on his hips, and sighed, After all, I have three wives. Zenitsu sat up in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuzui. Unable to endure any longer, Yuzui punched Zenitsu unconscious, a villainous grin plastered on his face. Do you have any objections? Yunyin helplessly supported his forehead, while Schwani held 06. Both the person and the cat sighed in unison. Tanjiro looked helpless, and Inosuke was fiddling with his headgear on the side. Mr. Yuzui, what exactly should we do? Tanjiro frowned slightly, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly losing contact was not a good situation. Yuzui glanced sideways, of course. We need to disguise ourselves, make it a bit more ordinary and tacky. Yunyin was about to speak when Inosuke said something shocking. Your wives must be dead, right? Yunyin, winky face. Schwanya Tanjiro. Yuzui Tenjin. Then Inosuke and Zenitsu lay together, smoke rising from their bellies. 06 looked at the two in silence. Idiots. Yunyin rubbed her forehead in pain and said, Do I need to join too? I've never played these before, but they seem quite interesting. The chibi version of Yuzui looked at her and replied, No way. That guy Nakashira would definitely kill me. Yunyin, happiness just disappeared in an instant. Schwani was satisfied, not to mention his older brother. Even if Yuzue agreed, he would still shoot him in the head. Yunyin is the kind that you say to stop, and they won't. Impossible. The three little ones were drawn, with ghost faces, and Schwani and 06 laughed until they hit the floor. Soon, the door was opened, and everyone looked over, instantly squinting their eyes. Yuzui immediately gave a thumbs up, truly worthy of the glamorous ice crystal divine messenger girl. So dazzling. Yunyin is dressed in a pure white long gown made of golden silk brocade, with a waist seal that is red adorned with a golden dragon pattern and gold threads cascading down. Her dark hair flows gracefully behind her, and she wears a golden hairpiece on her head, with a golden phoenix mark etched on her forehead. Her red lips are lightly painted, and there is a subtle, dark eyeshadow enhancing the corners of her eyes. Her nails are painted a light pink. Her bright golden eyes shine with a unique brilliance, and her tall figure accentuates her shape. As she walks in the room, Yunyan raises her arm and twirls around, glancing at them. How do I look? Is it suitable? Tanjiro's eyes sparkle, yes. It suits you very well, senior sister. You look absolutely stunning. Inosuke is dazed, feeling light as if he were stepping on clouds. Zenitsu takes off from the ground, flailing what? Big sister is super beautiful. What is this? How can you look so good? Please marry me, haha. Jinya pushes him aside with a scowl. Marry your head. Get lost. Jinya's face turns red, and he is steaming. Sister, you really look good. Yunyan smiled and gave a wink to a few people. And what are they waiting for? They hit the streets. This resulted in Tanjiro's nosebleed, Inosuke's continued daze, Zenitsu's love-struck face, and Jinya being so shy he wished he could bury himself in the ground. Yuzui laughed heartily, extending his arm and Yunyan naturally placed her hand on his strong arm. Chapter 105. Yun, Crazy Support Brothers Reunite. Yin. For convenience, Jinya directly played the role of Yunyan's servant. The madams of the Flower Street looked at Yunyan with sparkling eyes, wanting to snatch her away for themselves. Jinya, dressed in a black kimono and a purple haori, looked fierce but perfectly matched the identity of a sturdy bodyguard. First, Tanjiro was taken away, then Inosuke was taken by a madam on the street. Only Zenitsu was left without anyone wanting him. Yunyan sighed. It was impossible for her to be assigned to work with Zenitsu, so she took Jinya to another shop. 06 noticed Yunyan's gaze and followed Zenitsu. Watching Zenitsu enter that store, Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. The aura of demons, even mixed with the strong floral sense of cosmetics, was hard to conceal. The eye of the god allowed her sight to disregard everything, seeing what she wanted to see. Tenjin, keep an eye on the shop Zenitsu is going to. Before leaving with the boss lady, Yunyan lightly left this sentence by Yuzue's side. Yuzue was taken aback, but he smiled and nodded at her without changing his expression. Wow, what a beautiful person. Is she new? So beautiful. Are we going to take care of her next? Will she be as difficult to get along with as the courtesan, Fern Princess, next door? I've heard that beautiful people tend to have bad tempers. That can't be true, can it? Aren't there also gentle ones? Yunyan listened to the whispers of the girls on both sides, lightly moving her fingers as she placed her hand on Schwanni's arm. Schwanni understood and stopped, standing somewhat awkwardly beside her, wearing the same expression as his brother. The more shy he was, the more fierce he looked. The girls were so scared by him that they didn't dare to move. Yunyan smiled helplessly, patting his arm. Don't be nervous. Schwami turned and gently looked at the girls in front of her, slightly bending down and lowering her head. Hello everyone. My name is Yunyan. This is my first time here tonight. If there is anything I don't understand, or if I do something poorly, I hope you ladies will take care of me. Her gentle and clear voice immediately calmed the girls' hearts. Seeing her like this, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they all waved their hands shyly. No. It should be us who speaks. You are the new courtesan sister of the establishment. Please forgive our clumsiness. The girls knelt on the ground, but in their hearts, they were relieved, thinking great. She is such a gentle big sister. Yunyan blinked her eyes and sat in front of them. Well, let's all get along well in the future. No need for so many formalities. Just lift your heads up. By the way, this is my brother. His name is Schwami. Although he looks a bit fierce, he is actually a very gentle kid, so there's no need to be afraid of him. He just isn't very good with words. The girls lifted their heads and looked at Schwanmi in confusion, and indeed, they saw a blush on his face from shyness. It was at this moment that the girls realized that Yunyan's brother was an innocent young man. Yunyan has always been a laid-back and easygoing person, and it didn't take long for her to join the girls in their play. The girls also opened up and started chatting, taking the opportunity. Yunyan asked about the courtesan Jueji next door. As a result, the girls seemed to be frightened, breaking out in cold sweat when talking about her. Yunyan secretly noted it down, glancing sideways at Schwanmi. Host, Yunyan, haven't you read the original work? Yunyan, it's been too long. I'm not as free as you. I have a lot to remember, and I still have to draft memorials for the underworld. Do you think you can remember these trivial things? Host, Yunyan took off her heavy clothes in the room, wearing a plain white undergarment, resting her chin on her hand and sitting at the table. Sister Yunyan, can I come in? Yunyan came back to her senses upon hearing Schwami's voice, smiled and replied, of course, come in. She casually grabbed a coat from the side and draped it over herself. Watching as Schwami gently opened the door, walked in, and thoughtfully closed the door before sitting down in front of her with his head lowered. Yunyan tilted her head in confusion and asked, What's wrong, Xuanyu? Xuanyu pouted, unable to control the corners of her lips as they turned down, looking like she was about to cry. Does my brother really hate me? Yin was taken aback, suddenly recalling that when Xianmi was under the blood demon technique, it might not be that Shimi had said something misleading again. With a helpless sigh, she took Xianmi's hand and pulled him into her embrace, gently stroking his head to comfort him. How could that be? Your elder brother cares for you the most. Xianmi's eyes shimmered with tears, his face flushed as he clutched her coat tightly. But at that time, I said such hurtful things when my brother was at his most desperate. Yin Yan's actions were unceasing as she tightened her embrace around him, her voice gentle. No, believe me, he just wants you to stay away from all this, and then grow up safely, marry a compatible wife whom you truly love, and then live a simple and happy life together for a lifetime. Yin Yan glanced out of the window, looking at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about the familiar storyline. She spoke softly, then, like these evil spirits, he won't let these disgusting things get close to you, even a step. Xuanmi was stunned, and Yin Yan lowered her head to meet his gaze, her eyes filled with heartache. That guy really wasn't good with words. If he could express what he wanted when he was younger, now, his rage and ferocity were just a facade for protection. Tears streamed down Xuanmi's face. And, biting his lip, he said, I also want to help Big Brother. I also want to protect Big Brother. Yin Yan smiled lightly, and I know your brother's feelings. I can only say that you truly are brothers, and that's really nice. The clouds of smoke wiped away the tears on his face. Come on, a man shouldn't cry. Take it slow. You'll definitely be able to reconcile with Shimi. What he fears the most is persistence. He has no way to deal with such people. Suddenly, Xuanya had an idea, quickly tidied up his mood, filled with confidence. All right, I understand now. Yin Yan smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. After bidding each other goodnight, she leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand. A gentle breeze passed by, and Yin Yan curled her lips, wondering how much longer she could stay outside. TSK, how did you find me? Shimi stepped out from the rooftop outside the window, the light shining on him as he awkwardly rubbed his neck. Yin Yan sighed helplessly. I'm still very sensitive to my partner's breath. Did you hear that just now? That brat. I told you he's not suitable at all. He doesn't even know how to do breathing techniques. Isn't coming here just like asking for death. And that damn food demon physique, can you even eat that? How disgusting. Is it something edible that you just shove into your mouth? And you, is this a place you should be in? There's so many idiots here, I can't even count. What if you get hurt? That guy Yuzui, I have to give him a good beating. Shimi naturally walked into the room through the window and sat next to Yin Yan, starting to vent her frustrations. Yin crossed her arms and looked at him, making Shimi feel uncomfortable under her gaze. And finally, he looked helpless. Why do you keep staring at me? I'm thinking. After you see what I'm about to show you, will you still think like this? Huh? What is it? Close your eyes. Oh, the smoke lingered at his brow, showing him the future he and Xuani would have if she did not come. Time passed second by second, and Shimi's breathing grew heavier. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with tears. It was as if he was about to suffocate. His body trembled, sweat soaked his clothes, and he gasped for air. Is this our future? Yin Yan listened to him tremblingly and nodded. Yes, if I hadn't appeared, your future. Yin Yan looked at him and sighed. Shimi, an insincere person will miss out on too many beautiful things. Cherish the people in front of you. The future can be changed, and we can change it together. Shimi lowered his head, clenched his fists, and walked out with large strides. Yin Yan smiled as she watched his back. Xuanmi is in the third room on the left. Shimi paused for a moment, then continued to walk outside, waving his hand behind him. Got it, I'll be back later. Yin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. She couldn't believe that this wouldn't bring the two of you back together. Chapter 106, Brothers Reconcile. Xuanmi lay on the bed, still pondering how to apologize to his elder brother when the door was suddenly pushed open. He sat up with a start, and before he could see who it was, he was enveloped in a warm, strong embrace. His eyes widened in surprise, and he awkwardly raised his hand to gently rest on the person's back. Brother? Shimi held him tightly, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to merge him into his very bones. Xuanmi found it hard to breathe from the tight hold and gently patted him. Brother, you're holding me too tightly. I can't breathe. Shimi was startled and quickly loosened his embrace, but did not let go. I'm sorry. At that moment, Xuanmi was overwhelmed with joy that his brother was hugging him and even speaking to him, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. It's okay, brother. And he looked puzzled. Why are you here, brother? Shimi sighed, tears still in his eyes, slowly releasing him to meet his gaze. Brother, I'm sorry for what I said back then. I was so harsh. You were clearly protecting me. It wasn't your fault at all. I know whatever I say now sounds like an excuse. I don't even expect you to forgive me. But I want to be by your side. I want to protect you. And Sister Yin, I want to help you and Sister. Xuanmihen finished speaking when his head felt heavy. Through the moonlight, he slightly widened his eyes. Shimi had a gentle smile on his face, tears glistening in his eyes as his large hand gently rubbed Xuanmi's head, making Xuanmi's vision blur with tears. It was a warmth he and T felt in a long time. I know, I understand, so it's my fault. I'm sorry. Xuanmi, can you forgive me for the harsh words I said before? Xuanmi suddenly threw himself into his embrace, crying uncontrollably, Brother, you're not at fault. My brother is the best and kindest person in the world. Shimi was taken aback for a moment, one hand on the floor while the other held Xuanmi, smiling helplessly. Yeah, you are too. From now on, let us work hard together. Brother 1T leave you alone anymore. Okay, I will work hard. Shimi gently patted Xuanmi's back, comforting his sobbing brother, while glancing out the window at the sky. If before he just wanted his brother to stay away from these things, now he knew that no matter what, his brother wouldn't back down. Instead, he would face danger and, before that, bear the guilt and self-blame from the words of his brother. They had missed so much. So now, he just wanted to work together with his brother, to protect him as much as possible, to help him grow stronger, at the very least, to leave no regrets between them. As a result, Yin had just spent one night as a courtesan, without even playing a single note on the qin, and was directly bought out of the establishment by Shimi along with Xuanmi. Yin sat beside Shimi with a pout, looking unhappy, while Yuzue crossed his arms and watched the fun. Shimi had a dark expression, and after a moment of helplessly rubbing his brow, he asked, Do we really have to play? Yin snorted, I haven't played before. I've never taken on such a role. Is it wrong to be curious? Seek, fine. Okay, stop being angry with me. Xuanmi told me last night that you made a discovery. Did you sense something? Oh, that. I feel like that Jueji is not quite right. Also, the shop that Zhang Yi went to is where she is located. When I passed by there, although it was faint, I still sensed the presence of a ghost, a very strong and foul smell of blood. Not just one ghost. Yin extended her finger, pointing at her own eyes, and the eye of God also saw clearly that beneath the shop, there were interwoven ribbons. And within those ribbons was likely a form of blood demon technique. Many young and beautiful women were trapped there. Without a doubt, they should be the missing courtesans. It seems that there may be an upper moon demon lurking here. What? Huh? An upper moon demon? The three exclaimed, and Yuzui immediately lost his composure. After all three of his wives had gone missing. Host, at least you should worry about Zenitsu too. The clouds of smoke fill my eyes, unwilling to accept it. If it weren't for Shimi buying it for us, I could have infiltrated the enemy camp tonight. Shimi helplessly rubs his forehead. Fine. It's my fault. What should we do now? You decide, okay? Yuzui Tenjin, huh? Mitsuri, your double standards are so obvious. Is it that easy to talk to your wife? Yin rested his chin on his hand, fingers tapping on the table. Don't worry. Tanjiro and the others should make progress tonight. Just relax for now. Tonight will definitely give you a good fight. Yin directly started to stretch, yawning and rubbing his eyes. I need to sleep for a while. I didn't sleep well last night. It's all your fault. The other three exclaimed in shock. Xuanmi and Yuze looked at the already blushing Shimi in disbelief. Shimi, angry and embarrassed, shouted, I didn't do anything. Don't say such misleading things. Yin didn't respond at all, stretching lazily before going next door to rest. Only Shimi was left standing in the wind, feeling disheveled. Uchikawa, shut up. I told you. I didn't do anything. Then he suddenly turned his head, angrily pointing at Xuanmi. You can't say anything either. I didn't do anything. Xuanmi, no, big brother. I wasn't going to say anything. Shimi, blushing and fuming, got up to chase after him, seemingly wanting to reason things out, but in reality, just wanted to sleep together. After all, last night, Shimi's mind was stuck on the feeling of sleeping in each other's arms, and the kiss that Yin had placed on his lips when he was drowsy, blushing and covering his mouth. He stood at the door for a while, before clearing his throat and opening it. Yin was quick, having already changed her clothes and tightly closed the window, making the room very dark. She obediently lay on the tatami, curled up in the blanket. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yin lifted a corner of the blanket, drowsily saying, Simi, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you forever. Move a little faster. I'm super sleepy right now. Got it, Simi replied, closing the door, casually taking off her coat and hanging it up. She glanced at the men's clothing on the table, a smile flashing in her eyes. Blushing, she quickly changed into her clothes, gently lying down beside Yin, reaching out to pull her into her arms, letting her rest on her arm. Yunyan naturally wrapped her arms around his waist, rubbing her cheek against his chest, her legs entwined with his. Shimi's eyes were gentle, but her ears were flushed red. After covering her with the blanket, he gently patted her back, saying, "Sleep now. I'll call you for dinner." The smoke curled up to my lips, and sure enough, this embrace is the most suitable for sleeping, so warm and comfortable. Chapter 107. The battle begins. Yunyan ate tempura while looking outside. Under the night sky, fireworks bloomed like flowers. So beautiful. Xuanya leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling. Seeing his childlike innocence, a smile appeared in Yunyan's eyes. Feeling warmth in her hand, she turned to look at Shimi. Shimi had a gentle expression, holding her hand and softly saying, "Thank you. Thank you for being here. You have helped Xuanya retain his past innocence." Yunyan smiled, her eyes curved, and said casually. She knew in her heart that the one who should actually say thank you was her. The days spent here were the happiest and most relaxed for her. It was a comfort she had never experienced before. After eating, the four of them changed into their team uniforms. Yuzui adjusted his headpiece and was ready to start moving. Yunyan looked at the sky and said, "Let's split up. I'll go to Tanjiro's side." "I'll go with you," Shimi said without hesitation. Xuami looked around and said, "Then I'll go find Zenitsu." "Okay, be careful. If you can't handle it, hide and wait for me," Shimi advised with concern. Even though he didn't want his brother to fight, he couldn't ignore his brother's determination any longer. Xuami smiled brightly and said, "I remember, big brother." Since Xuanmi couldn't use breathing techniques, Yunyan took the opportunity to teach him some spells in the past. The demon-eating people could also use the thin spiritual energy in the air to devour and transform it into their own strength. The weapons she forged, even if made from somewhat inferior materials, were exceptionally resilient. Yuzui smirked and headed straight towards Inosuke. The four of them split into 3 groups and dispersed. Yunyan and Shimi were sprinting across the rooftops, the air filled with a wave of energy, a strong presence of a ghost. The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. On the other side, Tanjiro was already facing off against Daki. Despite his severe injuries, he continued to swing his sword, switching breathing techniques mid-fight, slicing through Daki's ribbons in rapid succession. However, at the most critical moment, his lungs felt as if they were about to explode, and he collapsed to the ground. Daki laughed loudly. "What? I thought you would suddenly become strong, but you're just pathetic." "Godi." Tanjiro widened his eyes as Nezuko was about to rush forward, but 2 flashes of cold light appeared. "That's not going to work, you little demon girl." "TSK. If that little brat can still move, then get out of the way." Breath of Ice, first form. Ice Lotus. Breath of Wind, first form. Dust Whirlwind Slash. The Ice Lotus protected Tanjiro, while the Wind Slash instantly shattered Daki's ribbons, sending her flying into the house, her head severed. Yunyan fell beside Tanjiro, while Shimi fell in front of them. The two simultaneously swung their blades and sheathed them. "Sister Yunyan, Mr. Tamashikawa." Tanjiro's eyes lit up, but then he was struck by a coughing fit, the intense pain in his lungs causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yunyan looked at him helplessly, sighing that he was also a stubborn child who wouldn't let others worry. "What has it come to? So messy. Can't you run away if you can't win? You're not even in a position to fight against that kind of demon. Stupid little brat. Showing off recklessly." Tanjiro chuckled, and although they didn't say it outright, the clear concern made his heart warm. "I'll go over first. That last slash, although it hit, felt really strange." "Okay, I'll go over right away." Shinya nodded, gathering his strength to run out. Yunyan crouched down and took a hemostatic pill from his pocket, feeding it to Tanjiro. "This has some spiritual spring water added. It will stop the bleeding and make your body feel a bit better. You should rest for a while." Tanjiro chewed on the pill and nodded obediently, while Nezuko silently came to his side, worriedly hugging him. Yunyan rubbed Nezuko's head and said, "Take good care of your brother, okay?" Yunyan quickly ran towards the house where Daki had fallen, supporting herself with a knife. Just as she arrived, she witnessed the scene of Daki's brother emerging from her body. Yunyan puffed up her cheeks, and lines of emotion slid down her face. Although she knew the bond between the siblings was touching, "Daki, the way your brother came out was also quite moving." Yuzui and Mitsuri stood in front of her, both vigilantly watching the 2 demons before them. By the time Mitsuri arrived, Daki's head had already been severed by Yuzui. She was crying as if water was boiling. Jotaro, looking helpless, held Daki's head and pressed it back, wiping away her tears, saying, "Why are you crying? Just put your head back on. You guys are really too much. My foolish sister has been trying hard with her not-so-smart brain." Daki felt extremely wrong. "Brother, they are bullying me. Kill them for me, ah." Jotaro, who was a late-stage sister complex, immediately filled with rage. His sister was crying, she had been hurt, and her head was chopped off. He turned to look at Yuzui and Mitsuri, feeling agitated by their looks, scratching his own skin repeatedly. What the heck? How can you be so good-looking? And you, even with so many scars and looking so fierce, how can your face be so handsome? You must have women who like you, right? I'm really envious, truly envious. Yunyan scratched her face and said, well, Shimi's words, my luck with women isn't that great. As soon as Yunyan opened her mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Indeed, both Shinmi and Yuzui were taller than her, and she had a slender figure, completely blocked by the two. At this moment, Jigiro Taro realized that there was another person standing behind these two men. Shinmi's face darkened as he turned to retort her, saying that such matters shouldn't be mentioned. Isn't having you enough? Who cares about women? Yuzui flipped his hair and chuckled a couple of times. Indeed, although this lord is quite popular with women, I have my own wives, and that's enough. Jigiro Taro was dumbfounded. So these two men both had wives? One of them even had his wife standing right behind him? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Godi. In an instant, he broke his defenses, and blood sides flew everywhere as Yuzui and Shinmi swiftly swung their blades to shatter these blood sides. Yunyan blinked her eyes. You all blocked her view, making her look quite silly standing behind with a knife. Then she fixed her gaze on the somewhat dazed Daji. Daji, 0-0. A chill ran down her back. Yunyan, he hits you. The battle broke out on the spot. Chapter 108. Chaos in the Brothel. Shimi and Yuzi directly swung their swords and knocked Kabutsudi Taro out of the room, and the two quickly pursued. Yunyan looked at the furious Daki with a smile that seemed neither a smile nor a sneer. It's just us left, so why don't we get along? Huh? Who wants to get along with a human insect like you? Are you looking down on me with that smile? I'm an upper moon demon. Upper moon 6. MHM. I know. So let's sit down and chat, Yunyan said with a cheerful wave. Daki, infuriated, swung her ribbons in an attempt to slice Yunyan apart. Yunyan sighed, gripping the hilt of her sword, her face showing regret. What a shame, such a pretty face wasted on a bad-tempered child. In a flash, Yunyan appeared before Daki, and under her wide, incredulous gaze, the flying ribbons were cut into fragments. Then, with a powerful force, Daki was sent flying away. Yunyan waved his hand, looking expressionlessly at the distant fallen princess who was getting up and destroying the surrounding buildings. What a troublesome child with such a bad temper. He glanced at the person in the corner, trembling with fear, and showed a kind smile. You should leave quickly. It's not very safe here right now. Why, yes. Thank you. Yunyan dashed towards Daki, instantly drawing his sword and leaping into the air to strike down with ice breath. Fourth form. Frostbite. Damn woman. Daki suung had ribbons. And Yunyan swiftly slashed in midair, his blade landing in front of Daki and instantly severing her swinging arm. He flipped and kicked her away, showing a look of confusion. Huh, this level of strength is just that of a lower moon. So, the upper moons are just your brother? Nezuko and Tanjiro ran over, and Yunyan frowned slightly. Tanjiro, your injuries aren't healed. What are you doing here? Sister, we can't help too. Although we may not be able to do much, we can still contribute. Yunyan looked at his determined eyes and chuckled lightly. All right, then I'll trouble you all together. After glancing at Inosuke, who was running over, and Zenitsu, who was clearly struggling with a runny nose, Yunyan waved his knife and said, I'll leave this guy to you. I'm heading over to Shimi and the others. Understood. Yunyan quickly ran towards Shimi and Yuzui, where the battle was intense. Phone was the main attacker, so Yuzui was mostly in a defensive state. Shimi, on the other hand, attacked recklessly, his demigod physique doubling his strength and speed. The two were evenly matched against Kabutsudi Musen. Yunyan frowned. Even though the spirit's spring water could enhance their physical constitution and change the curse of not living past 25 after altering the patterns, he stopped on the rooftop, overlooking the battle below, his brows tightly knitted. Neither of these two had activated their patterns. Without activating their patterns, human strength could only barely match an upper moon demon with 2 Hashira, and it would take 3 Hashira to achieve victory. Yunyan clicked her tongue, wondering if the first quarter moon was really not enough for them to activate the pattern. She drew her knife, gathered her strength, and leaped, executing ice-breathing, second form. 9-fold ice bloom. The blade strike countered the swirling blood sickle, and Yunyan landed beside Shimi. Sorry I'm late. Are you guys okay? TCH, how could anything be wrong? We're in the middle of a heated fight. You shouldn't interfere, you brat. Shimi's face darkened. The area where her arm was scratched had already developed dark purple veins from the toxin, and she felt a slight numbness. Yeah, Yin, you should go deal with that female ghost. We'll handle this splendidly. We will definitely take this guy's head in style. Yuzui was not in a much better condition either. Both of them could clearly feel their bodies reacting sluggishly. Yin looked at them, silently curling his lips, then lowered his head and rummaged through his pocket, taking out a porcelain bottle and pouring out 2 pills. Taking advantage of the moment when Yuzui was distracted, he popped one into his mouth, then quickly turned around and stuffed one into Shimi's mouth. The purple veins on both of them immediately faded. Oh, it worked right away. Amazing. Yuzui looked at his arm in surprise, while Shimi's face turned slightly red, his mind filled with the soft sensation that had just brushed against his lips. All right, you 2 big men. I'm also a Hashira and a god envoy, not a useless coward hiding behind you. Yin was extremely frustrated, wondering why one by one they wouldn't let her confront the 12 Kazuki. 06. Don't you have a little awareness of the situation? Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Shimi rushed out with a knife, and Yuzui smiled, first ruffling Yin's hair and leaving her with a reminder to stay safe before following Shimi to the front. Yin helplessly supports her forehead. Can you not treat her like a child? By age, I could be your ancestor, all right? 06. A millennia-old elder. Yin, angry. Mingyan 8 Desolation's warning. Yin could only helplessly rush past the 2, and after their attack, she emerged from above them, swinging her knife down. The brothel keeper, Taro, grinned maliciously, and just as another blood scythe was about to pierce Yunyan's skull, 2 knives flashed from either side. One severed his arm that was resisting Yunyan, while the other cut off his attacking arm. With a smile at the corners of her lips, she twisted her wrist and instantly severed his head. The 3 of them distanced themselves from him, and Kibutsuji Teira was momentarily stunned before laughingly pressing his own head back on. What? This guy? Is beheading actually ineffective? Yin thought for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand. Ah, I forgot to mention, isn't this guy sharing power with her sister? They must have to be beheaded together to die, right? You should have said this earlier. Ik hai zunian stut, smitting akwadi, aha, saw thee. 06 sighed in frustration, waving his claws to shred the fluttering ribbons. Did you forehear that? We need to behead them at the same time. Yes, I got it. Inasuk, Zenitsu, Nezuko. Understood. Watch this. I'm charging like a boar. Got it. The 4 little ones began to work together seamlessly, and Yunyan's eyes narrowed with a smile, while Kibutsuji Musen started attacking indiscriminately in annoyance. The 3 wielded their swords to defend, and Tamiya didn't forget that his brother was also around, searching with his peripheral vision. Yunyan launched a large-scale attack using the second form of the wind-breathing technique. As the smoke cleared, Yunyan made a gun gesture toward Jotaro, saying bang huh? What? A gunshot echoed from afar, and on a distant rooftop, Jinya aimed his gun, hitting Jotaro right in the neck, instantly breaking it. Hit! Jinya shouted with a smile, followed by Yuzui's 3 wives starting their attack from a distance to wear down the enemy. After firing a shot from one position, Jinya quickly moved to avoid being found, preventing trouble for those fighting on the front lines. Shinazugawa breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Jinya was okay, a smug smile appearing on his face. Well done. Let's go. Wind breathing, 5th form, cold autumn mountain wind. Ice breathing, 6th form, ice soul dragon roar. Huh, the score is complete. After the 2 attacked, Yuzui charged forward in an instant, while Jotaro struggled to resist, but was struck on the head. Jotaro held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that as long as his sister's head wasn't cut off, but in the next second his eyes widened as Yunyan's 6th form suddenly slashed out, twisting and turning. Switching to the 4th form halfway through, one slash struck Zenitsu's blade, instantly increasing the force and directly severing the ribbon connecting to Daki's head. The heads of the siblings rolled together. Everyone fell to the ground, and in this battle, only the 3 young ones were severely injured, while Shinazugawa and Yuzui sustained minor injuries. Yunyan and Shwani are unharmed. As for Yuzui's 3 wives, they all have some minor injuries. Yunyan squatted down in front of the arguing siblings, looking helpless. All right, what are you 2 yelling and babbling about? Choose. Is it that the brother bears all the sins and goes to hell, letting the sister go to heaven? Or do you both share the sins equally and go to hell together to atone? I'm enough on my own. I want to go with my brother. The siblings spoke in unison, then both fell silent. The fallen princess's tears fell in large drops. Why? Brother, don't you want me anymore? I am sorry. I shouldn't have said those hurtful words. Brother, please don't leave me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Didn't you say we would never be apart again? Jifu Taro stood there in a daze, lowering his gaze, tears shimmering in his eyes. It's like this, but you should have a brighter future. Chapter 109. A little warmth after the battle. Transition. Yunyan quietly watched them until their bodies dissipated before standing up and waving her hand. The black door rose from the ground, and dawn was once again plunged into darkness. A sinister aura flowed through the air, and a faint white mist enveloped the surroundings. Except for Shimi, who had witnessed her skill and remained calm, the others were terrified. The souls of Kibutsuji, Muzan, and Daki appeared before everyone. Choose. Daki transformed back into her human form and remembered her own name, Mei. Mei suddenly leaped onto Kibutsuji Muzan's back. He lowered his gaze, gritted his teeth, supported his sister's legs, and carried her through the gates of hell. Yunyan watched them walk in, a flicker of apology passing through her golden eyes as she softly spoke. I'm sorry for the nightmare of a life you experienced as humans. Go and atone for your sins. In the next life, you will be happy. Jifutaru paused, adjusting his crying sister on his back, continuing to walk towards hell. A hint of a smile emerged in his world-weary eyes. What a nuisance. Why apologize when none of it is related to you? He really was a meddlesome and soft-hearted guy. But thank you. The gates of hell closed tightly, dissipating into the air as dawn broke, sunlight gradually shining on the ground. Tanjiro watched Yunyan's back, a look of worry crossing his face as he sensed that sad aura again. Shinya walked up to her, casually draping an arm over her shoulder, leaning his weight against her. Instead of daydreaming, you should think about me. I'm hurt, and it hurts now. Yunyan looked at him sideways, surprised. You actually said such a thing. How rare. Are you really Shimi? Did I not let the ghost and hell possess you? TSK. I just don't want you to show that kind of expression again. Shimi, blushing and flustered, shouted loudly. Yunyan looked at him and smiled, then jumped into his arms, rubbing against his chest. Thank you, Shimi. Shimi wrapped one arm around her while the other rested on the hilt of his sword, looking awkwardly to the side. Why are you thanking me? Yuze, holding his three wives, looked at the two and smiled contentedly. What a sweet surprise. They matched so well. Truly magnificent. Tanjiro showed a gentle smile. Mr. Inosuke is amazing. My sister's sadness just disappeared. Nezuko, carrying him on her back, looked blankly at the two embracing. Jinya covered his arm, feeling a bit numb from frequent gunfire, yet still smiled as he watched his brother and Yunyan snuggling together. Big brother looks really happy right now. That's so great. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, Zenitsu suddenly woke up. It hurts so much. I'm dying. I'm gonna die from a pain. What's happening? What is going on? Why am I bleeding so much? My legs are numb. My legs are numb. His high-pitched scream nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. Everyone. 0x0 ugh. Zenitsu, shut up. Inosuke slapped him, and Zenitsu fainted again. The world fell silent. The others rushed to treat the injured and the ones who were panicking. Ibuki hurried over, but found Shimi and Yunyan there, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed a bit unnecessary. Yunyan smiled, shrugged, and said, well, it's all done anyway. Time to go home and sleep. Then she jumped onto Shimi's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm tired. You have to carry me back. 06 collapsed into Shwami's arms like a lazy cat. I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. Then I'll hold you. Is this position okay? Oh, thank you, Shwami. Shimi's ears turned red as he steadily supported her with his hands. I also fought all night, okay? TSK. Hold on tight. Don't move around. Shwami said as they headed home. When I wake up, I'll make whatever you want to eat, big brother. Under Ihei's shocked expression, he watched as Shimi carried Yunyan while Shwami held 06 and walked back. So, is it true that Shikirakawa has a younger brother? Another report was sent back. Yashiki Yoza looked at the dawn on the horizon, smiled, and murmured softly. This generation will be the strongest generation and also the one that ends the grievances of 1,000 years. Kibutsuji Muzan, are you ready? So, you three were busy all night, rushed back at noon, and ended up so exhausted that you just collapsed on the floor to sleep? Kwangjin silently brought the food over and placed it in front of the three of them, while Shimi rubbed his neck, blushing and looking away. Yunyan waved his hand with a laugh. Isn't this too tiring? Shwanmi, blushing, lowered his head to look at his feet. Kwangjin rubbed his face, sighed helplessly, and said, forget it. I really can't do anything with you guys. Hurry up and eat. Hasn't your stomach been growling for a while? Is there enough? If not, I'll make some more. Definitely enough. Yunyan quickly responded, jokingly, with all this food on the table. The amount that this cat can eat is enough for her to last 3 days, because she was there to help. Shwami didn't experience the side effects of the food-eating curse, and Shimi directly started eating. When Yunyan had only a small bowl left, he couldn't eat anymore and naturally handed the food over to Shimi to handle. Then, Quangjin witnessed a miraculous scene. Shimi instinctively pushed over what Xuanyu liked to eat, and then Xuanyu found what Shimi liked. The two brothers directly and accurately distributed the food. In the end, they cleaned the table of all the dishes. The Q version Quangjin was left dumbfounded, pointing at them and stammering. Are you two on good terms now? Yeah, thanks to me. Yunyan smiled, resting her chin on her hand with a beaming expression, while Shimi crossed her arms and avoided looking at her, her ears turning bright red. Well, my brother will occasionally come here to stay for a while in the future. Sorry to bother you, Quangjin. This guy is very well behaved and won't cause any trouble. Quangjin blinked and smiled as he put his arm around Shimi's shoulders. What are you being so formal for? It's great that you two can make up. I was worried for so long. I even lost a lot of hair. I was still thinking about how to come up with a good solution. Shimi curled her lips and lightly poked his chest. No wonder your hairline seems to be receding. Haha. Shimi. Yunyan smiled as he watched them playfully tussle, tilting his head to look at the equally smiling Xuanmi, reaching out to pat his head. So nice, right? Xuanmi blushed, gently nodding, a bright and happy smile on his face. Yes, it's so nice. Quangjin pounced over, rubbing Xuanmi's head. Wow, it feels so good. I can't touch Shimi's head, but at least I can touch my brother's. You're Xuanmi, right? I am Quangjin Shuni. No need to be nervous. Just treat me like an older brother. Shimi's brother is also my brother. After all, I'm the senior. Kula. Stupid Quangjin. Don't randomly rub other people's brothers' heads. That's my brother. Huh. Don't be so stingy. Shimi's brother is also my brother. Xuanmi stood stunned between the two for a long time, listening to the noise around him. He burst into laughter. The two stopped bickering, looking at his smiling face, and a gentle smile appeared on their faces. Yin rested her chin on her hand, watching the harmonious scene before her, filled with emotions. It was truly wonderful that she had resolved the regrets of this pair of brothers so well. Chapter 110. Shimi severely injured. Yunyan on the brink of madness. Calm down, Yunyan. Calm down. Yunyan, please calm down. In the Butterfly Mansion's hospital room, Kane and Shinobu stood in front of Yunyan, preventing her from blindly rushing out to find the demons. Yunyan was in a state of furious rage, her expression blank and veins bulging. On the bed, Shimi's abdomen and arms were wrapped in bandages, with traces of blood on the bandage around her neck. There were abrasions on her face and forehead, and she was in a state of unconsciousness, breathing heavily. Although her injuries were not life-threatening, Yunyan could sense that Shimi was in a dangerous condition, and those injuries had not transferred to her through their pact. Yunyan, with a cold expression and a voice suppressed with anger, turned to the tearful Qianami and asked, Qianami, dear, don't cry. Tell your master what happened. Qianami sobbed, her body bearing many wounds, yet she was filled with guilt. Master, it's all my fault. The demon from last night was an upper moon demon. It's the one that can use curses. Mr. Tamakawa got hurt protecting me. He slashed his own abdomen to withstand the blood demon art. That demon had companions and could blend into the darkness. Mr. Tamakawa got hurt so badly because he was protecting me, and I couldn't help at all. It's all because I'm too weak. With her head bowed, Qianami felt a heaviness in her mind. Yunyan gently stroked her head and said, How could that be? Didn't Qianami also cut off the head of that demon's companion? Yunyan knows that even though Qianami is not his stepson, he will still risk everything to protect the weaker team members behind him. This is something he must do as a pillar. Moreover, Qianami is the lover of his good brother and the stepson of his lover. This man, who has a sense of responsibility ingrained in his bones, will go to great lengths to protect him. Yunyan sat silently by the hospital bed, gently holding Shimi's bandaged hand. Yunyan-chan, Kanai, don't worry. I'm fine, and I won't act impulsively anymore. Nami, you should go rest now. Take good care of yourself, and don't think about those things. Meals should be eaten step by step, and tasks should be done one at a time. You've only been in the Demon Slayer Corps for less than 2 years, and you're already doing great. Whatever it is, we can talk about it after you recover. The voice of Yunyan was flat, and the three of them fell silent. They knew that within her calm tone lay a storm capable of destroying everything. The three of them looked at her back with concern, quietly leaving and thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Yunyan lowered her head and murmured softly, Baka, Shimi is really a stubborn fool. Hey, I heard that. Cough, cough. Yunyan suddenly raised his head. Shimi half opened his eyes, and his scarred face showed a sense of helplessness. Awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Shimi slowly shook his head, letting out a sigh of relief, the corners of his lips curling up. This time, I got lucky. That damned old bastard who cast the curse is dead. The cloud-like smoke in his eyes trembled slightly. Is this guy talking about that new Upper Moon 2 from last time? He took it down all by himself. So, is he this injured because he was fighting with the Upper Moon demon and managed to chop off the evil demon's head? Yunyan grasped his hand tightly and laughed in anger. You bastard, how dare you go to heaven, fighting against the stringed demons, all by yourself? Not even giving me a heads up. If it weren't for my contract, do you think I wouldn't even be able to collect your body? Yunyan's chest heaved violently, and her whole body trembled, her vision blurred, with tears welling in her eyes. Shirmi widened his eyes slightly. It was the first time he had seen Yunyan exhibit such a strong emotional fluctuation. I didn't. Cough, cough. Shirmi was startled and tried to get up to comfort her as usual, but ended up pulling at his injuries, which aggravated his internal wounds, causing him to fall back onto the bed, coughing heavily. Yunyan regained her composure and quickly took the medicine mixed with spiritual spring water from the side, supporting him as he slowly sat up, leaning against her. First, drink the medicine. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so emotional. Shimi couldn't lift his arm and could only follow her hand to finish the medicine. Finally, he caught his breath and his throat felt relieved. With a helpless sigh, he said, Why are you apologizing? Clearly, it's me who made you worry and feel sad. Yunyan held him, burying her face in his neck. If I had noticed the changes in the contract earlier, you wouldn't have been so seriously injured, you know? When I arrived, I was really scared. If it weren't for the contract reacting, your injuries could have been fatal. Shimi looked up at the ceiling, struggling to lift her hand, which had not fully regained sensation, and gently rubbed her head. I'm sorry I scared you. Don't worry. I said before that I would always be with you, so I won't easily die at the hands of a ghost. Yun didn't speak, just holding him tightly as if he had regained something lost, yet afraid of pulling at his wounds, deliberately controlling her strength. Yunyan remained silent for a long time, grinding her teeth fiercely, clicking her tongue, and then lifted her head, twisting Shimi's chin to make him look at her. Shimi did not resist, slowly turning his head in accordance with her force, and suddenly widened his eyes. Yun kissed his lips without saying a word, as if to vent her feelings, seizing the air from his mouth. It wasn't until Yun heard his muffled groan that she released him. His golden eyes, with a hint of darkness at the bottom, seemed to say, Mikami Shimi, remember this. From now on, your life belongs to me. Shimi's eyes widened slightly. The gentle person from before was now filled with aggression, and those eyes that once held tenderness were now covered in frost. Yunyan blinked and transformed back into her original gentle and approachable self, as if the wild, aggressive beast from just moments ago was not her. Yunyan kissed his forehead and said, rest well, recover from your injuries, and accompany me to the fireworks festival. Shimi was taken aback for a moment and smiled helplessly. Okay. Already fatigued and severely injured, Shimi soon closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep in her embrace. The smoke hung low, her gaze's figure. Oh, those damn ghosts, those damn scum. Why not just take them to her own world to live and destroy this place entirely? That way, wouldn't these annoying pests completely disappear? Yunyan's lips curled into a sinister arc, and her cold, beautiful face was filled with a murderous aura. Where her gaze fell upon Shimi's sleeping face, her lips pressed together, and she finally sighed. Forget it. If I do that, this guy will get angry, right? The 06, trembling as it crouched on the windowsill, was really scared to death. Just a moment ago, it thought Yunyan was going to go crazy. 06 looked at Yunyan, who was gazing at Shimi with tenderness, with a complicated expression. This guy, it definitely didn't misjudge just now. The way she looked was just like the blood ghost emperor from 1,000 years ago on the ancient battlefield, attacking indiscriminately in a frenzy. After all, back then, the valued friends and comrades who fought side by side had all perished. Chapter 111, Conspiracy, a Massive Chess Game. As soon as Yunyan left, Xuani and the others arrived. Xuani, worried that Shimi would wake up hungry, rushed to borrow the kitchen to make some of Shimi's favorite food. Tanjiro checked the time and went to find Shinobu for medicine. Zenitsu and Inosuke were still asleep, recovering from their injuries. Only Nezuko was left in the house. What could little Nezuko think? She looked around and finally focused her gaze on the fragrant water. Seeing Shimi's somewhat dry lips, she dashed over to get the water. The scent of rare blood was simply too enticing, especially since Shimi was the rarest of the rare blood. Shimi groggily opened his eyes and saw Nezuko salivating, holding water to pour into his mouth. His first reaction was shock, followed by panic. He couldn't get up. Hey, wait, you little brat, hold on a second. I'm not thirsty. Really not thirsty. Put the cup down. Can you understand what I'm saying? Shimi, feeling hopeless, nearly choked to death on the water Nezuko was trying to pour into him. Just then, Tanjiro walked in and was startled by the scene. Ah, Nezuko, you can't feed water like this. He hurriedly placed the medicine on the table and rushed over to rescue the almost choking Shimi. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Shimi. I'm sorry, Mr. Tamayo. Shimi sighed, feeling exhausted, thinking to himself, just destroy me already, I can't take this anymore. Well, it doesn't matter. I have nothing to do anyway. Why are you all here? Tanjiro straightened up, scratching his head with a smile. My sister told me to take good care of you before she left, so I came over. Chwani is here too. He said he wanted to make you your favorite food. Shimi blinked and looked back at the ceiling. Oh, I see. Did Yin Yin say where she was going? Tanjiro tilted his head and thought for a moment. It seems my sister said she was going to spar with someone, and it didn't seem to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shimi frowned, huh? What is that supposed to mean? Far away. Yin Yin smiled as she stepped hard on a man's head, pressing him firmly into the ground. Black mist wafted around her, and as she raised her hand, the mist gathered, enveloping her hand and forearm in a tight black armor after the mist dissipated. Yin Yin tilted his head slightly, a wicked smile on his face. What? Using the Ghost King here to create a cursed ghost, an evil god. Gu said it before, don't let Gu catch you. The man, who was called an evil god underfoot, chuckled gloomily. So what? You have no evidence. Heaven won't let you kill me. You can only beat me up, right? How does that feel? Are you very angry? Ha ha ha. Yin Yin let out a cold laugh and said, it doesn't matter if I don't kill you. She raised her hand, and a long spear with black and golden dragon patterns appeared in her grasp. Yin Yin tilted her head slightly, her pupils narrowing more and more as she looked down from above at the person beneath her. Well then, I can stab you into a sieve and guarantee you won't die, right? After that, the man's screams echoed through the sky. Yin Yin wiped his hands with a handkerchief, glancing disdainfully at the person on the ground who had been stabbed into a sieve, and turned to leave. He casually tossed the blood-stained handkerchief away like it was trash. The evil god felt wronged. He had just arrived. He hadn't even caused any trouble yet. What the hell was going on? Who the hell did this? How could he, a dignified evil god, be blamed for this? And he had been inexplicably stabbed dozens of times. After a long time, the evil god recovered from his injuries, slowly sitting up, his handsome face twisted with rage as he pounded the ground in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he vowed not to let the bastard who stole his evil god seal escape. With tears in his eyes, feeling aggrieved, he stood up unsteadily and left. If only 06 were here, he would have to mock him. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Look at you getting stabbed, huh? Yin certainly knows that this guy didn't do it, but the power does indeed come from him. These dozens of hits are just to teach him a lesson. One idiot. A worthless fool who can't even protect the jade seal that represents his own identity, which contains part of the power of the evil god. Yin, with a dark expression, looked up at the night sky. It must be a clear day, with a bright moon hanging high. Her eyes flickered slightly. It seemed she had helped the two-dimensional main god, which should have affected someone's interests. The corners of Yin's lips curved downward. She was indifferent to the intrigues of the divine realm, but if someone she cared about was hurt, that would be a different story. If it really came to that point, she wouldn't mind bloodily cleansing the divine realm to find that scum who struck in the dark. In the void above, a black-robed figure wearing a mask toyed with a jade seal, curling his lips as he looked into the crystal ball, observing the scenes of the small world. Don't be anxious. I actually want the ghost to win. In this game of chess, it's time for me to win against you. Watching Yin's figure in the crystal ball, the black-robed man laughed heartily. Once I eliminate the most powerful emperor among your rulers, that will be my moment to rise. He extended his hand, lightly brushing against the crystal ball. Blood Ghost Emperor, Nangon Yin, Juyo Nangon family for the heavens, for the common people. Only you remain. With your broken and cracked divine soul origin, how much longer can you hold on? How much longer can you protect these insignificant beings? When you fall, it will be our turn to descend and devour everything. Truly something to look forward to. Suddenly, the Yin depicted in the crystal ball stopped in her tracks. Her gaze sharp, and the crystal ball shattered explosively. The black-robed man quickly dodged, his sinister laughter echoing throughout the dark space. Yin looked up at the sky, her gaze sharp as a blade, but soon returned to normal, her brows furrowed. Just now, she indeed felt a sense of being watched. Even using her divine power, she couldn't detect where this gaze was coming from. Yin rubbed her temples, as troubles came one after another. It was frustrating not to be able to use her full strength, like a high-level boss being banned and having to return to the beginner village to grind monsters and level up. Sigh. What a hassle. Yin frowned and complained softly. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly strolled back, sensing the presence of a ghost, and casually went over to score some points. He hurried to buy the first batch of freshly baked rice cakes, just as the fruit shop was opening in the morning. After filling his stomach and taking an extra one, he headed straight for the butterfly house. Seeing Shimi still not awake, Yin gently placed the rice cake on the table, propped his chin on his hand, and sat beside the sickbed, looking at Shimi with a faint smile on his face. As he watched, he couldn't help but yawn. Slowly leaning over the edge of the bed, resting his cheek on his arm, his eyelids grew heavier. In a daze, Yin murmured, "Get better soon, Shimi." Unable to hold on, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Although his other hand was also propping up his head, it was holding Shimi's hand. Chapter 112. Signs of new changes. Yin only felt a slight itch on her nose bridge. Drowsily opening her eyes, she met Shimi's gentle purple gaze. Slowly sitting up and rubbing her eyes, she wondered if she was awake. Does her body still hurt? Shimi was lying on his side, propping his head up with a look of exasperation. "I mean, you didn't really stay in that position and sleep until now, did you? Don't worry about me. I recover quickly." As he spoke, he shifted a bit, patted the bed, and said, "Come up and sleep a little more. Doesn't your neck hurt?" Yin rubbed her stiff neck and said, "Well, then I won't be polite." Shimi sighed and replied, "Have you ever been polite with me?" Yin smiled, quickly took off her shoes and coat, leaned the knife against the headboard, and swiftly slipped to his side, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'll sleep a bit longer. Go ahead and sleep." When Xianmi entered with the medicine, he saw Shimi holding Yin, both of them sleeping soundly. He smiled helplessly and carefully placed the medicine on the table. He tucked the blankets around them and quietly left. Shimi opened his eyes, blushing as he rubbed his neck, slowly sitting up. He downed the medicine in one go, lay back down, and looked at the person sleeping in his arms, smiling silently. 06 jumped onto the windowsill, looking at the sleeping figures on the bed. Shimi met its gaze, and an ominous premonition unfolded. 06 grinned mischievously, cleared its throat, and Shimi was startled. The moment it shouted, he grabbed a pillow and threw it at 06. 06. Damn, a sneak attack. The motion was too vigorous, pulling at his wound, causing Shimi to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare make a sound, his muscles tensed, afraid to wake the person in his arms. After a while, he took a long breath. With a fierce look, he glared at 06, which had climbed back onto the windowsill, mouthing a warning. "If you dare make noise, I'll kill you." 06. 06 scratched its head. It came for a reason, okay. Reluctantly, it walked to the head of the bed, connecting its mental power to Shimi's consciousness. "I really have something important." Shimi was momentarily stunned, completely not reacting to why he could hear 06's voice in his head. "Just think it, and I can hear you." "Oh, what's up? If it's not important, don't wake her. It's very important, okay? But for now, you can't reach it, so I can only talk to Yin. Shimi's fache darkened. What does this stupid cat mean? Does it look down on him?" The man and the cat stared at each other, and in the end, Shimi sighed, gently tapping Yin's shoulder, softening his voice. "Yin, wake up. 06 is looking for you." 06. Winky face, bro. Do you have to be so double-standard? It's already been clamped down, right? Yin opened her eyes, sitting up with a hazy sleepiness, rubbing her forehead. "What's wrong?" "Yin, that guy has appeared." Yin's drowsiness instantly vanished as she cast a sharp glance at 06, startling 06 into a frenzy. With a swift motion, she grabbed 06, who appeared in her hand. Yin stared at 06 without blinking, enunciating each word. "You said he is coming." 06 trembled in fear, stuttering, "Why, yeah, he is coming over here." Shimi noticed something was off with her and pulled her into an embrace, then went to rescue the terrified 06 from Yin's grasp, asking, "What's wrong? Who is that guy? Let go. This silly cat is going to be scared to death." Yin slowly loosened his grip, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "So that's how it is. The thing that the evil god discarded must have been taken by that guy, right?" Yin leaned against him like a cloud, feeling the solid and spacious chest behind her. Her tone was relaxed. "It's nothing. Just a useless person who only dares to cause trouble from behind because they are afraid of death." The golden eyes flickered slightly, a frost lingering in her gaze. Indeed, the deadly enemy of her clan. Shimi frowned. She was hiding something. If what she said was true, how could such a useless person provoke her killing intent so instantly? But since she wouldn't speak, he wouldn't push her. After all, there would come a day when she would let him know. He sighed. What a father this is, scaring a cat to death. After a while of being bored, Yin lost her drowsiness, got out of bed, put on her shoes, grabbed her coat and knife, and headed outside. "Hurry up and get better, Shimi. I'm leaving now. I'll come see you again tomorrow." Shimi sighed, curled one leg up, resting her arm on her knee, her tone helpless. You, after finishing your task, make sure to go back and get some proper sleep. What kind of behavior is it to keep running to the butterfly house? Yunyan turned her head and made a face at him. Don't mind. It's worth a fortune for my happiness. I'm leaving. Watching her leave, Shimi turned to look at the retreating 06, revealing a mischievous smile. 06, what is going on with you two? After being repeatedly pinched by Shimi, 06, with a face, briefly explained the situation and described the person's appearance, emphasizing that they were not human, but a malevolent spirit. However, he concealed a lot of information, including why there was such deep hatred between them and Yunyan. Shimi didn't think much of it. All she knew was that the person was the sworn enemy of her future bride, and if they encountered each other, drawing the sword and striking would suffice. Meanwhile, the trio of Shuhu, who came looking for Yunyan, unfortunately found she had left, so they openly stayed behind to eavesdrop. Oh, so that's how it is. If we encounter them, we just need to draw our swords and strike. 06. Winky face, is there only drawing swords in the minds of you swordsmen? Back at the ice house, Yunyan was currently enjoying the warmth of her little son, sipping and radiating little pink flowers. Master, Mr. Quangjin sent a lot of hagi cakes today. I see, but you can't eat too many. It will upset your stomach and cause cavities. So I saved some and asked Sister Allen to send the rest to Mr. Fushikawa. To thank Mr. Fushikawa, I bought some to send along. Yunyan's eyelids twitched, and he asked how many were sent in total. Qiannaimi tilted her head, thought for a moment, and smiled while extending 5 fingers, saying there were probably more than 50. Yunyan. No, are you trying to suffocate Shimi? Yunyan's eyes twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Looking at his stepson, who was still bandaged but had already regained his vitality, he ultimately smiled. Well, you've worked hard, Shimi. In a hospital room? Shimi widened his eyes in shock as he watched Alan place a basket of rice cakes on the table and then hurriedly leave. His forehead throbbed, and he finally shouted in the room, so many. How could I possibly eat all of this? Do you take me for a garbage can? In the end, he managed to eat 30 and was already starting to feel nauseous, lying on the bed in despair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chapter 113. A porcelain pot appears at midnight, jade pot, setting off for Forging Knife Village. Yunyan sat in the corridor, swinging her feet, watching the leaves in the courtyard fall with the wind. She raised her hand to catch a falling leaf. The golden leaf was pinched in her hand. She rubbed it and gently blew on it near her lips. The melody was sad, yet seemed to carry a sense of belief. 06 wagged its tail and looked up at her. Yunyan, this tune sounds so familiar. Yunyan stopped playing and fiddling with the leaves in her hand, lowering her gaze. After finding her friend S reincarnation, she learned from her that it seems to be called turning around is heartache. Looking at her, she lay back down, her emerald cat eyes staring at the ground. Yunyan, some things should be let go. I know, but even if I let go, those memories will still be etched deep in my soul. Yunyan lifted her head, propping her arms behind her, raising one hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. Do you know? At that time, what supported me in returning to the divine realm were their shattered souls. The last flickers of their soul fire, illuminating the path ahead for me. In my ears, I could hear them saying, move forward. Do you see the light ahead? Grab it, keep walking, head towards the light, don't look back. I opened my eyes wide and suddenly looked up at her, my vertical pupils trembling. Is that light? That is the final lament of the soul fire of the divine souls, burning themselves to light the way home for her. The clouds of smoke curled around her lips. How could she possibly not know? It was precisely because she knew that it would be etched in her memory forever. In my Geo Nangong family, with thousands of mouths, even the maids and children can pick up weapons to fight against the chaotic evil beasts. The ancient texts of the divine realm are incomplete. As she spoke, it felt as though my soul had been struck. Yunyan's expression was, and she calmly murmured, 30,000 years ago. That battle to become a god fought against the Nangong family lasted for 3 entire generations, and it went on for hundreds of years. The 1,000-year-old cultivation families were all prodigies, each a standout in the realm of cultivation. There were dozens of young ascendants in their teens. Unfortunately, all the male descendants died on the battlefield first. Later, my grandmother, my mother, and even my aunts, along with my sisters, all went to the battlefield. I was the last one left. Do you know? When I carried the Nangong family battle flag and appeared on the battlefield, the entire Jiyo army erupted in fervor. Because at that time, the world knew that the Nangong family had no heirs left. Yes, the Nangong family had no heirs. There really were no descendants left, because they all perished. She was merely a child picked up from the beast-fighting arena by the Nangong family. In my eyes, a towering hatred surged. and the dried leaves in my hand were crushed. What does the world and its people have to do with me? This sky. What does this vast world have to do with me? I wish I could pierce through this sky to bring back my family. Soon, the hatred in my eyes faded, like the tumultuous sea returning to calm. However, my father and the others care, and since they care, I will protect it for them. In doing so, I'm not ungrateful for their nurturing. Yunyan stood up, picked up the knife, walked towards the door, and glanced at the sunset on the horizon. Just like now, I never cared about the lives of these people, but he cares, they care. Yunyan wore a cool and distant smile on her face. The divine blade phoenix belonged to her mother, the divine spear wandering dragon belonged to her brother, and the divine armor blood shadow belonged to her father. Because of this, even if their souls scattered and their bodies perished, it felt as if they had never left her. 06 was deeply shocked, staring blankly as she walked away. Indeed, for a god who governed the underworld and slaughter, these people were like ants in her eyes. They were merely a group that she could reduce to ashes with a single glance. Having grown accustomed to life and death, having seen the ugliness of human hearts, how could she truly care? It was merely about following her own heart, loving everything related to her. 06 blinked its dry eyes and got up to chase after her. It's Yin, clearly such a carefree and spontaneous person. Why did she have to be so unfortunate? Yin walked down the street. Tonight was her patrol duty. Recently, the number of ghosts had surged sharply, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were too busy to rest. The sound of porcelain rolling, though faint, still caught her attention. Yunyan's ears twitched slightly, and her figure vanished into the night. 06 concealed itself in the darkness, the green cat eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. A person and a cat watched from the shadows as a porcelain pot rolled and then suddenly disappeared, only to reappear in another spot. Until the porcelain pot vanished, the person and the cat sat on the rooftop for a long time. Finally, 06 drooped its cat face and raised a paw to point at the last location where the pot had appeared, saying, "That pot is so ugly." Yunyan nodded in agreement, looking serious. It's all asymmetrical. The person who made this pot must have had their brain kicked by a donkey. Or maybe their mouth is crooked and their eyes are askew. Well, that can be excused. We must respect people with disabilities. This is their hard work. Putting the design aside, the quality of the pot looks quite good. That's true. One person and one cat were still discussing when they suddenly stopped talking. Then they exclaimed, "It's a pot." Yunyan quickly scooped up the 06 and placed it on his shoulder, rushing towards his courtyard. He almost burst into the house, grabbed a pen, and started writing. Once finished, he had long delivered the letter to Shikuya Y Zai at the production house. The blacksmiths of Swordsmith Village couldn't afford to waste a moment. That was no ordinary pot. It was a bizarre, ugly, and grotesque, modified Yuhu. After writing the letter, Yunyan waited for Long to return and asked him again. Indeed, tomorrow was the day Tanjiro would head to Swordsmith Village. Mitsuri had already gone to the village, and since she had confirmed her relationship with Iguro, he went along as well. Besides the two of them, Jinya and the Takatu brothers also went to Swordsmith Village. Yunyan slowly exhaled a breath. Not bad, not bad. All four pillars are still here. Then she received a letter, written by Shimi, asking her if she wanted to go to Knife Village to relax in the hot springs for 2 days. Yunyan immediately laughed out loud. Good. Shimi brat. This letter came at just the right time. She was already a bit impatient to see Shimi go all out on that dog. She directly replied with one word, writing a super big go on the white paper. Just as Shimi returned to the Feng residence, he saw the word go taking up the entire sheet, written in a domineering and carefree manner, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy, is it really necessary to be this excited? He quickly packed his things overnight and casually asked Kwang Jin if he was going. Kwang Jin, rubbing his eyes groggily, said, "I'm not going for now. Nami said she wants to strengthen her training, so I need to accompany her and guide her." Shimi nodded, indicating his understanding. That little girl was indeed very smart, but her combat time was too short, her battle experience lacking, and she was too inexperienced with a somewhat stiff fighting style. The next day, In arrived early to pick them up. At the same time, the blacksmith from Knife Village started to carry their swords and follow Kuroka and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to relocate. The entire village was filled with members of the Demon Slayer Corps dressed in plain clothes, replacing the departing blacksmiths. Only 3 people remained, unwilling to leave. One was the stubborn blacksmith, Steel Tomb Hikari, who insisted on figuring out how to forge a powerful Nichiren blade for Tanjiro. The second was Iron Cave Morike Z, who was still helping the Tsutomu brothers forge blades. And the last was Little Iron, who was guarding the puppet Yurichi Type 0, hoping to repair it. Chapter 114. Taking a sword to the hot springs? Yunyan and Shimi arrived at Forging Knife Village in the evening. The two walked in side by side. Although there were still sounds of hammering iron ore in the village, it was different from a real blacksmith. The clanging sound were quite chaotic. Yunyan's expression was, if she were just an ordinary person or someone visiting Duandao Village for the first time, this place would indeed seem extraordinarily grand and magnificent. However, her residence was an entire series of mountain peaks, situated at the summit of a towering mountain. Not to mention just one Duandao village. Even 1,000 Duandao villages would not compare to half the size of her estate. She was already used to it. Did the Lord really say that 2 upper moon demons would come here? Although Shimi would not doubt the words of Shitaka Waizai, she still raised a question about the peaceful scenery before her. Yunyan curled her lips and looked at him sideways with her arms crossed. Although it was the order of the Lord, the information was provided by me. Shimi Nanakawa. Oh, then it must be some. Yunyan. So quickly you gave a positive response? Aren't you going to doubt a bit more? Shimi noticed her thoughts and helplessly rubbed her temples. Don't underestimate your peculiar constitution. Wherever you are, at the very least, there will be a waning moon ghost. Yunyan puffed her cheeks, speechless. 0x0. Upon careful thought, it really seems to be the case. 06, in a state of disbelief, swung its tail on her shoulder. Just how slow could this guy be to realize its own quirky physique? Speaking of which, was it pure warlike tendencies that set this up back then? Shimi looked at the cat on her shoulder, finding it more and more annoying, and without saying a word, picked up 06 and placed it on her own shoulder. Full of disdain. You've grown several sizes larger. What are you still doing lying on her shoulder? Don't you feel heavy? 06. 06 looked shocked. What are you talking about? It only weighs about 5 pounds at most. A divine beast giant elephant that can be lifted with one hand, and a former ancient god that can be tossed around like a stone. Would it really feel that a 5-pound kitten is heavy? Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Although she definitely couldn't exert her full strength now, lifting a ton of boulders with one hand was no problem. With 06 on her shoulder, it felt weightless. However, she wouldn't dismiss Shimi's good intentions. This guy was quite tsundere on the outside, and wouldn't say anything caring unless it was absolutely necessary. 06 glared at him angrily, but didn't dare to use her claws. This guy would really hit her. He was so gentle with other little animals. Shimikawa Shimi, you're not one of those cute little animals. 06, am I not? Since I'm here, I definitely want to go soak in the hot springs. There is no separation between the men's and women's baths. It's all mixed bathing. Shimi, wrapped in a towel, happened to run into Jinmi as he walked into the hot springs, a smile forming on his lips as he went over to greet him. But then he saw his younger brother pulling out his own tooth. Yes, he was doing it manually. Shimi was directly shocked into his original form. Jinmi? What are you doing? Jimmy blinked and smiled while scratching his head. Hee, I just fought in demon form, and the sharp teeth were really a hassle. So I thought pulling them out would be fine since they can grow back. The next moment, he was pulled by Shimi, who had a fierce expression as he yelled, Those demons are for eating. You can eat them. Don't eat dirty things at random. Jimmy broke into a cold sweat. Big brother, let go of me. My face hurts. The cloud of smoke wrapped around the towel, and holding a drink in hand, I looked at them in confusion. What are you guys doing? The two turned their heads in unison, and the next second, the brothers were completely flushed. Why are you here now? Yunyan looked at the flustered and angry Shimi, innocently blinking her eyes. You can't flirt? Huh? Then she raised the drink in her hand. Want a sip? Shimi, blushing, silently leaned against the hot spring wall, while Jinmi, like a quail, lowered his head. Yunyan, I'll leave first. Before he could get up, Tanjiro rushed over from behind. Only seeing Shimi and Jinmi in the hot spring, completely oblivious to Yunyan on the opposite shore, he directly took off his clothes and jumped in. Water splashed everywhere, soaking the two brothers' faces. The Kamadu brothers. Chibi Yunyan opened her big eyes, looking dazed, as if she had just seen something extraordinary. Tanjiro surfaced from the water, raised his hand to greet Mr. Tamashigawa. Jinmi, what a coincidence. The two brothers turned to him, their faces tense with anger, veins bulging, and growled, Go die. Hey, Yunyan. So, who can accompany her for a drink? Just after Tanjiro exclaimed, he made eye contact with Yunyan, who was wrapped in a towel and looked helpless. He stared at her partially exposed fair skin and her long, slender legs that were completely visible below the thigh. Tanjiro's face visibly turned red, and blood gushed from his nose. Shinazugawa's forehead throbbed, and he directly pressed Tanjiro's head down into the water, shouting, What the hell are you looking at? If you don't want your eyes to be poked out, stop staring. Go die right now. In the end, Yunyan successfully rescued Tanjiro from his hands. and the four of them soaked in the hot spring together. Yunyan leaned against Shimi's shoulder, leisurely drinking with her eyes closed. She opened one, eye to look at Shimi, smiling lazily. Are you sure you don't want to try the divine brew? Shimi clicked his tongue, scratched his head, and said, forget it. Now's not the right time to drink. Let's wait until it's over. When you feel like drinking then, I'll accompany you. Yunyan hummed twice, directing her gaze towards Xuani and Tanjiro. The two of them shivered and silently shifted their eyes away. Shimi lightly tapped her forehead, thinking that they were still young and shouldn't drink. Yunyan stuck out her tongue at him, drinking by herself. Feeling tired, she leaned into Shimi's embrace. Although there was a bath towel in between, the soaked towel only served to cover her. Xuanmi and Tanjiro left first. If they stayed any longer, the former would be too shy to the point of wanting to burrow into the ground, while the latter was being tormented by Shimi's gaze. Only Yunyan and Shimi were left in the hot spring. Shimi's strong arms wrapped around her waist, holding her close, with his chin resting on her shoulder. I say, can't you treat me like a man? Huh? Haven't I always treated you like a man? TSK, are you an idiot? Huh? Then Yunyan felt something uncomfortable pressing against her waist, and she frowned slightly as she moved a bit. The person behind her let out a low grunt, and the arm around her waist tightened slightly. Shimi's voice was hoarse, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he struggled to speak. Don't move around at this moment. You idiot. Yin had never experienced this and had no knowledge or understanding of it. Yin was serious, but there was something poking me in the waist. Did you come to the hot spring with a knife? Shinso Chihaya. Chihaya took a deep breath and looked at her with a forced smile, saying, yeah, I came with a knife, so you better drink your wine quietly and don't move around. Yunyan looked puzzled. Well, if they don't want to move, then she won't. Why are they so anxious? However, it's really strange to bring a knife to a hot spring. Chapter 115. Yunyan drunk too. 1 cup after another. Yunyan didn't stop drinking. After finishing one pot, she took another from her space. Shimi frowned, reached out to grip her wrist holding the wine glass, and spoke helplessly. That's enough. Don't drink anymore. However, it was already too late. Yunyan has always only drunk fast liquor, absolutely getting himself drunk to the point of losing consciousness before stopping. With a dull turn of his head, Shimi widened his eyes, the distance between the two so close that a casual movement could bring their lips together. Yunyan tried to discern the blurry figure before her. When she saw the flush on his face, his slightly parted red lips, and the hint of a wicked smile at the corners of his mouth, she wondered, can't I continue drinking? All right, I'll do as you say. With a lazy tone and a touch of frivolity, she waved her hand, and the empty bottles and half-drunk wine by the shore instantly disappeared. Yunyan turned around, resting her arms on both sides of Shimi's head, squinting her eyes as she looked down at him. Shimi tilted his head back. His face showed no signs, but his ears were flushed red, almost bleeding, as they touched her long, fair neck trailing downwards. The half-exposed curves and the extremely noticeable cleavage made Shimi's eyes darken. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In a husky voice, he said, I want to kiss you. Yunyan lowered her head. Just a few millimeters away from his lips, the rich scent of alcohol filling Shimi's nostrils, making him feel a bit dizzy. Then, I'll satisfy you. Her red lips pressed against his, and Shimi raised his hand to rest on the back of her head. The alcohol surrounded them, and he felt as if he was already drunk, even though he hadn't had a single sip. His large hand unconsciously slid down, caressing her fair, slender leg, slightly lifting the towel that was tightly pressed against her body. Shimi slightly opened his eyes, his rationality keeping his hand from moving forward even a fraction. Yunyan wrapped her arms around his neck, her whole body pressed against him. After kissing, the two of them were panting heavily. Shimi gently nibbled at her collarbone. The unfamiliar tingling sensation made her instinctively squint her eyes and let out a soft hum. In response, the person beneath her seemed to retaliate, leaving bite marks on her shoulder. I'm really fed up with you. You started this, so take responsibility and fix it. Yunyan looked confused, her mind clouded by alcohol, hazy and dazed, as Shimi, with a flushed face, held her wrist and guided her down. Inside the hot spring, the air was filled with the low, sexy grunts of a man. After a long while, Shimi carried the soundly sleeping Yunyan back into the room. Both were still wrapped in towels, and Shimi, blushing, asked Ian to help change Yunyan's clothes, then took over to dry her still dripping hair. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Shimi sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration, thinking how troublesome she was. Then, Yunyan wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his leg and rubbing against his firm, well-defined abs. Shimi placed a hand on her back, gently patting her, softening his tone. Drunkard, that's enough. It's time to sleep. Let go of me. Yunyan frowned, suddenly grabbing his collar. And as she leaned back, she pulled him down. Shimi, caught off guard, was pulled down and found himself hovering above her, his face turning red. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? Yunyan half opened her eyes, raised her hand to wrap around his neck, and sweetly said, "Stay with me." Shimi felt as if an arrow had struck his heart, his entire being flushing with a rosy hue. In his memory, Yunyan had only acted coy like this when she was a child. Now, with such a mature and stunning face, using a voice that could make one's heart tingle to act spoiled was something else entirely. Shimi was momentarily stunned by her two words, and ultimately, as if giving in, he lay beside her and gently pulled her into his embrace. "All right, I'll stay with you." The two embraced and fell asleep, having a dreamless night. The next day, Yunyan groggily opened her eyes, rubbed her hair, and sat up, feeling the weight around her waist. Looking down, she saw Shimi still sleeping soundly beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist. Yunyan's mind went blank, looking at the red marks on his neck. Question marks slowly appeared in her mind. Feeling a bit sore in her waist, she couldn't help but rub it. How strange. Why do I feel so sore all over? And also my wrist feels so sore. Yunyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a thought popped into his mind. Did they practice together last night? No way, right? Don't move, stay and sleep with me for a while longer. Yunyan was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace, and Shimi's magnetic, deep voice sounded in her ear. Yunyan blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered the things the soldiers used to talk about in the barracks, as well as the sound she occasionally heard during tough battles. At once, her eyes widened and a blush appeared on her face. She turned around, shrank down a bit, and buried her face in his chest. Silly Shimi actually took advantage of her drunkenness to do that kind of thing. "Host, do you want to see how charming you were last night?" Breathing in the sweet and slightly sunny scent on him, Yunyan unknowingly tightened her grip around him and closed her eyes. Shimi rested his head on his arm, wrapped one hand around her, half opened his eyes, and a smirk appeared on his lips before he closed his eyes again to hug her and go back to sleep. The next moment, there was a knock on the door, and Tanjiro's voice came from outside. "Sister Yunyan, are you awake? Could you please help take care of Nezuko?" Inside the room, the two of them. When Tanjiro gently knocked on the door again and got no response, he looked at the sun outside in confusion and turned to leave. Just then, the door opened, and what greeted him was a fierce-looking Shimi, with his chest exposed and clearly in a bad mood. Tanjiro was startled. "Mr. Shinazugawa, why are you here? Did I knock on the wrong door?" Shimi clenched his fists, veins popping. "No, you didn't knock wrong, but daring to disturb my sleep. You little brat, are you tired of living?" Then, a pale, slender hand rested on his shoulder, and Yunyan rubbed her eyes as she peeked out from behind Shimi. Her collar slightly opened, revealing a few fresh red marks on her neck. With a hoarse and lazy voice, she said, "That's fine. I'll be over in a moment." "Tanjiro." What? These two. They aren't just friends. So, it's this kind of relationship." Tanjiro realized it too late and felt like he was about to be minced by Shimi. "You little brat. How long do you want to watch? If you're done talking, hurry up and get out." Shimi had a fierce expression, and Tanjiro quickly shouted a few apologies, turned, and ran away. Watching him run off, Shimi clicked his tongue in annoyance, and with a weight on his back, Yunyan was lying on him, her arms wrapped around his neck, rubbing her face against the crook of his neck. "Since we're up, let's go tidy up." Yunyan mumbled sleepily, while Shimi didn't say anything. Instead, she turned around and picked the person up, carrying them into the house. "You can sleep a little longer. I'll keep an eye on things." Yunyan was silent, already in a deep sleep with her eyes closed. Before completely falling asleep, she sensed something was off. This damn fatigue, and it really hurts. Chapter 116. Ikaru's anger after settling Yunyan. Shimi rubbed his already fluffy hedgehog hair, which was now even messier from sleep, and yawned as he walked towards Tanjiro's room. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Jinya inside the room. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Jinya smiled brightly. "Good morning, big brother." Shimi sighed and sat next to him. "Morning. Did that kid call for you too?" "Not really. I just heard some noise coming from the room as I passed by, so I came to check." "Oh." Shimi's gaze shifted, and then he made eye contact with Nezuko, who was peeking out from the alley. Shinmi. Yunyan slept extremely uneasily, slowly opening her eyes, frowning, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Supporting her forehead, she sat up, her pure white robe already soaked with sweat, her face pale. Her dazzling golden eyes flickered slightly. "TSK, why did it have to act up at this time?" 06 Medicine. 06, who was yawning on Tanjiro's head, suddenly jolted awake, quickly stood up, and jumped away, stepping on Tanjiro's head. "I'll leave for a bit." Okay. Tanjiro rubbed the plum blossom mark on his forehead, smiled good-naturedly, and continued walking up the mountain. He had met Mitsuri last night and was informed that there was a secret weapon here, which is why he chose to come today to look for it. Just thinking about how he had spoken closely with Mitsuri last night, and the black mist swirling behind her made cold sweat trickle down his back. 06 almost returned to Yinyan's side at light speed, her cat face filled with urgency. What's wrong, Yinyan? Is an old injury flaring up? Wasn't it stable when you were asleep? Yinyan endured the pain, looking at it with a blank expression. Get the medicine first. I'm in so much pain, I feel like dying. 06 hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from space. Yinyan took it, poured out a golden pill that was still shimmering, and tossed it into her mouth, where it melted instantly. She gently exhaled a long breath, and her complexion became a bit rosy. What on earth is happening? Yinyan rubbed his temples and patted 06's head, saying, Don't rush. It's not that easy to fully control it. Is the soul rift something that can be repaired so easily? You're bearing the soul injury and letting your main body come? Not a single clone left. They all died. Yunyan's expression was serious, seemingly staring at the wall in front of him, but his gaze appeared to look further away. Not a single one survived. Apart from the avatars here, the others were all killed by the same person. 06 widened his eyes. Joking, right? Among those avatars, there was one that was nearly at the main body's level of strength. It was actually killed too. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Yunyan's lips. It seemed that guy really wanted to win this time. It was a desperate move. 06 was startled by the smile on her face and trembled slightly, then spoke softly, but your old injuries have flared up again, and the restrictions here might have added another layer for you. It's fine, I won't die. Yunyan lay back down, resting her hands behind her head, with her arms cradling them, staring at the ceiling. Anyway, when the final battle approached, I would unleash everyone's potential. Victory and dawn would always belong to them. 06 flicked its tail and silently took out 5 porcelain bottles. The medicine here, one a day, should last until then. If it hurts too much, I will drink, just like before, and it won't be exposed. 06 looked at her with an indifferent and breezy expression, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Then take care of yourself. If anything happens, call me. I'm going to Tanjiro's side now. Go ahead. 06, feeling uneasy, turned back 3 times before finally leaping away gently. Yunyan waved away these porcelain bottles and slowly got up when the pain in her body and soul became negligible. After sweating profusely and feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she glanced at the sky. It was not yet mealtime. She grabbed a fresh set of clothes and headed to the hot springs. However, she only stayed for a few minutes before getting up to leave. Come on. Soaking in the hot springs on an empty stomach could make her faint. Taking advantage of her already restored state, Yunyan strolled over to find Shimi and the others. As soon as she entered, she saw Nezuko sitting obediently, while Shimi was teaching Jinya how to braid hair. Yunyan blinked in confusion, and under the puzzled gazes of the 2 people and the ghost, quietly stepped out to close the door, then opened it again. Yunyan, is it that she opened the door incorrectly, or is she still not awake? Shimi looked at her actions speechlessly. What are you doing? I feel like I'm still not awake. Huh? In the end, it turned into Jinya braiding Nezuko's hair, while Yunyan ate rice cakes, and Shimi was behind her, styling her hair. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was not very happy. Yuakaru had a displeased expression and, without saying a word, snatched the winding key from Kotetsu's hand, leaving Wichiru somewhat at a loss. Brother, you can't do this. TSK, blah blah blah, wasting time. Instead of this, why not train quickly? In the time wasted, who knows how many people have suffered at the hands of demons. Yuakairu's forehead was throbbing with veins as he pulled Mwichiru, preparing to leave with the 0 form. Kotetsu wouldn't allow it, and just as Yuakaru was about to get angry, Tanjiro arrived. Wait, please don't put him in a difficult position. Tanjiro stood in front of Kotetsu with a serious expression. Yuakairu's forehead was full of bulging veins. Huh? Where the hell did you come from? Don't meddle. Get lost. Huh? I remember you. You're the sister's junior, right? The swordsman who brought his sister who turned into a demon. Mwichiru blinked, and upon hearing this, Yuakairu clicked his tongue in displeasure, looking at Tanjiro with an unfriendly gaze. You're the idiot that sister risked her life to vouch for? Fight me. Huh? X3 Mwichiru looked at his brother in surprise, while Tanjiro was already in shock, and Kotetsu was dumbfounded. Yuakaru raised his finger at Tanjiro. Stop daydreaming. Draw your sword and fight me. At that time, because sister protected you, that's why I chose to stand by your side. I've never had the chance until now. And now I want to see what you have that makes sister risk her life for you. Mwichiru pressed his lips together, stepping aside. but naturally took the winding key handed to him by his brother. Tanjiro paused for a moment. He remembered the two in front of him. Both were Hashira, and indeed, they'd stood on the side protecting him back then. He looked at Yuikaru with some difficulty, but colleagues shouldn't fight. That's against the rules. Stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword. Yuikaru impatiently interrupted him, drawing his sword, and it appeared right in front of him. Tanjiro was startled and quickly dodged. His clothes were effortlessly torn open by Yuikaru, forcing Tanjiro to draw his sword to defend himself. In just a few moves, he was knocked to the ground by Yuikaru. Struggling to get up, another hit sent Tanjiro directly unconscious on the ground. Yuikaru frowned, looking down at him, so weak. At this level, you still call yourself Sister Junior? You think you can defeat Musen Kabutsuji? That's just a pipe dream. Sheathing his sword, Kotetsu jumped up on the side. No matter how you look at it. You're going too far, right? Yuikaru shot him a glare filled with anger. Do you have a problem with that? Kotetsu gasped, too frightened to move. Yuikaru darkened his face, pulling along the innocent-looking Wichiru, taking the winding key and leaving with the zero form. Chapter 117. The first activation of the stripe pattern by the Tsutako brothers. Due to the constant danger, Shimi proposed the idea of letting Jinya leave in the afternoon. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, silently watching the two brothers argue and bicker. With a faint sigh, she stood up to give them space. Let them argue. What siblings don't bicker? Lord Yunyan, Lord Ganlu from Ganlu Temple, and Lord Ihei are currently on their way to fetch the swords and should return in 5 days. The blacksmiths here have all left, so the crows and the hidden ones can come and go freely. Yunyan nodded, patted Long's head, and said, "You've worked hard. Go take a rest for a while." "Okay, Lady Yunyan," Long replied. After looking at her for a moment, it flapped its wings and flew away. How could it be hard work? It loved helping Yunyan deliver messages and scout for her. With nothing to do, Yunyan changed into her team uniform, took her knife, and headed up the mountain. Tanjiro would definitely be undergoing a grueling training session with Little Iron Demon. During this time, she might as well go find the Shido brothers and see if she could give them some pointers. She aimed to get the two of them to unlock their patterns first, so that when the time came, the two brothers could take down that nasty Yuhua in an instant. Yunyan smiled and hummed a tune, using her divine power to lock onto their positions as she strolled over. Before the two of them could activate the Yuan E0 model, they turned to look behind them, their eyes lighting up. "Sister Yunyan, sister." Michiro was quicker, directly leaping into Yunyan's embrace, while Ichiro stood in front of her, looking up at her. Yunyan smiled as she hugged Weilang, pulling Yuyalong into her embrace as well, holding both brothers, one in each arm, and rubbing their heads. "You've both grown so much taller. You look more energetic. How have you been lately?" Yuyalong blushed, allowing her to touch his head while stiffening up in her arms and remaining silent. Weilang, on the other hand, was good at being affectionate. My brother and I are doing well, and we miss you so much, sister. How about you? Are you feeling well? The last time we saw you was a few months ago." Yunyan smiled and said, "I'm doing well. Do you want your sister to accompany you?" "Yes." Upon receiving their response, Yunyan took out a wooden sword from her space. "Let's use this wooden sword. A real one might cause injuries." In the following time, Yunyan faced two opponents, and a hint of appreciation and surprise flashed in her golden eyes. These two brothers coordinated seamlessly. The older brother would charge in front of the younger brother, attracting attention first, while the black mist dispersed, obscuring vision even during the day. Then, the younger brother would agilely dart out from behind the older brother or from another direction, launching a rapid attack using speed and visual blind spots. If you focus on the older brother, you'll be hit by the younger brother. If you defend against the younger brother, the older brother will take advantage. Yunyan pursed her lips, and this was truly something. The dazzling golden eyes ignited the fighting spirit, making her unable to contain her excitement. They were truly two children with genius talents. But in the eyes of the Shirtu brothers, Yunyan was simply terrifyingly strong, despite their all-out attacks. They could only force her to shift slightly. The collision of their wooden swords made their arms numb from Yunyan strikes. Then the two switched identities, the white and black fog dissipating as Yunyan held her sword, her gaze sweeping lightly. Surrounded by the hazy mist, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly, and her ears twitched. It was eerily quiet. The footsteps and breaths of the two seemed to have completely vanished. The smile on Yunyan's face widened. "Very good. Just keep going. Unleash your potential." Raising his hand, the blade rested on his arm. His gaze lowered. "This move, you two need to be careful." Adjusting his breath, white mist spread from the corner of his lips, moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon tail. He swiftly swung the wooden sword, delivering a massive horizontal slash with incredible speed. accompanied by countless giant crescent blades. The mist was forcefully split apart, and Shur too was startled, swinging his blade to block the moonblade. In the strike, Yin did not hold back. It wasn't a real blade. She only used technique. When it hit, the worst it could do was leave a bruise. Yet, such an attack shook Shur too with the killing intent within her blade, and for a moment, they both suddenly recalled the past. At that time, when faced with death, they felt utterly powerless. Ikaru ground his teeth, his expression shifting from fear to fierce determination, with red cloud patterns appearing on his face. Mwitru widened his eyes. Back then, he prayed to the gods and was met by this big sister before him, who, in his memory, had also died, once fighting an upper moon demon and returned to battle as a deity. So, even if he felt powerless, could he not wield the blade in his hand, become stronger, and protect more people? Gripping the blade tightly, he flipped into the air, and the two brothers, one above and one below, both bore cloud patterns on their faces. Yin stood up straight, looking at the two of them with a pleased smile. Then she frowned. It seemed that Weiling's emotions were not quite right. Suddenly, she thought that the little guy had a spat with his brother, and perhaps that remark from Weiling hadn't been resolved yet. Yin sighed. It's all right. The jade pot will serve as a stepping stone for the brotherly bond between the two. Watching them successfully negate the attacks and land steadily on the ground, Yin stepped forward. The two were still in shock at the strength they had just displayed when suddenly their bodies softened and they fell forward. Wu Yilang quickly caught his brother, cushioning his fall. Wu Yilang widened his eyes. In his memory, this was the second time. The second time his brother instinctively protected him. Wu Yilang helplessly closed his eyes. It was just a fall. It wouldn't hurt that much. In the next second, he fell into a warm and soft embrace. The two looked up in confusion, and Yin smiled warmly, securely holding them in his arms. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the stripes. The two widened their eyes. Had they just unlocked the stripes? Yin stared at them in a daze, feeling somewhat helpless. However, it's normal to be unaccustomed during the first time. For now, let us just take a good rest and remember the feeling from just now. Without waiting for their response, Yin picked one up with each hand and casually walked down the mountain while holding one in her grasp. The brother duo, who had just argued and reconciled, looked at Yin approaching with blank expressions. Looking down at what she was holding, the shit brothers appeared disheveled, with dead fish eyes and puffed cheeks. Shimi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What is going on? Did you guys get beaten up by Yin? How pathetic. Ha ha ha. One Ikir glared at him, wishing he could smack him. Huh. What are you laughing at? You laugh, but you can't beat Sister Yin either. Be careful not to choke on your laughter. Shit, Shimi. Huh. What did you say, you little brat? Jinya looked on helplessly at the two, while Ikir sighed and shook his head in resignation. Yin eyes twitched, and I said, can we take them to the hot spring first? I want to change clothes. I'm a bit sweaty and uncomfortable. As soon as I finished speaking, my arms were empty. Shimi picked one up in each hand and said, all right, I'll go. You change your clothes. Do you want to soak for a while later? Yin blinked her eyes, and a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. When did she pull the person out of her arms? But she still smiled and thought, let's go later. Oh, okay. Swami looked at them, scratching his head, and said, then I'll go prepare some food. After training for so long, they must be hungry, right? The clouds and smoke shone brightly. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Swami. Swami blushed and waved her hand, seemingly fleeing. Only Yin was left alone in the corridor. The person who had been standing normally suddenly stumbled, and with a thud, pressed their hand against the sliding door next to them. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks, their face pale as paper. Bending over and leaning against the door, they gasped for breath, raising their eyes to look ahead, a flicker of anger flashing in their golden eyes. Damn it, here it comes again. Chapter 118. Dancing with a knife in the flower rain, disturbing hearts after easing the discomfort in their body. They dragged their painful and exhausted body back to the room and took out some medicine to swallow. Lying on the tatami mat in a disheveled manner, they closed their eyes and waited for the medicine to take effect. Yin sat up, exhaling a long breath, with a look of determination in his eyes. He took out spirit stones from his spatial storage and piled them around him, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. This situation couldn't continue. If old injuries flared up during battle, it would be absolutely fatal. The pile of spirit stones visibly darkened and weathered, and within just a few minutes, the stones in the room had completely vanished. Yin opened her eyes, and her golden pupils flashed with brilliance. A total of 5,000 top-quality spirit stones were barely enough to stabilize her injuries a little. Yin rubbed her swollen temples, but fortunately, she had stabilized now, and her complexion had regained its rosy hue. As long as she didn't expose herself, it would be fine. Otherwise, she would inevitably attract a group of worried and sad faces. She got up, changed her clothes, and went to soak in the hot spring with a bath towel, coincidentally running into Shimi, who was returning with the Shirtu brothers. After greeting them, Yin strolled slowly over, took off her clothes in the changing room, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and soaked in the hot spring. After a moment of thought, she took out the and drank it sip by sip. Before long, Shimi came over with the pork chop rice that Swami made for Yin, squatting by the shore with a helpless expression, saying, "I say, do you really think you've become a drunkard? I don't usually see you love drinking this much." Yin turned her head and smiled as she shook the drink in her hand. Isn't she usually supposed to be more serious? Now that she finally has the chance to relax in a hot spring, she should indulge in her hobbies. Hey, is your hobby drinking? It's fine to have a little occasionally, but if you drink like this, something bad will happen, right? Shimi handed her the food and went to the changing room to change clothes, wrapping herself in a towel and sitting down beside her. Yin eats quickly and has a small appetite, so in the end, it's still Shirmi who finishes everything. While Yin is drinking, suddenly a hand reaches over and takes away a jug. Yin blinked and glanced at Shirmi. "Didn't you say you wouldn't drink?" Shirmi took a sip, frowned a bit uncomfortably. "Well, it's daytime anyway, so having a little with you isn't a big deal." Yin curled her lips and clinked her wine flask with his. "So cheers." Yin tilted her head and took several sips, while Shirmi watched her, following suit. The divine brew sounded gentle, but in reality, it was strong liquor, the strongest in the divine realm. After just a few sips, Shirmi already felt a fiery, burning sensation traveling down his throat to his stomach. Unused to it, he coughed twice, which earned him Yunyan's unabashed laughter. Shirmi's face turned red. What was there to laugh about? He then looked at the drink in his hand with confusion. In this place, he had never seen such strong liquor before. Is this the alcohol of the divine realm after you became a god? Yunyan swayed the wine jug, lazily leaning against the stone wall. Yeah, it tastes good, right? Indeed, although it's strong to drink, the aftertaste is sweet. It really is good wine. They couldn't drink too much while soaking in the hot spring. So after finishing what was in their hands, they tidied up the wine jug and got up to leave. Back at their residence, Yunyan held the wine, leaning against a pillar, watching the falling cherry blossoms outside. Her eyes flickered, and her thoughts drifted far away. She got up unsteadily and walked into the house, drew out the phoenix sword, and swayed into the courtyard. Standing under the cherry blossom rain, she first tilted her head back and took a swig of wine, one hand holding the wine jug and the other beginning to dance with the sword. The sword moved swiftly, the techniques tight, and occasionally flipping and leaping with varied movements. Chopping, slicing, slashing, dicing, carving, intercepting, lifting, hanging, pulling, pressing, twisting, and entangling all intertwined. The sword was thrust into the ground, and Yunyan leaned back against the blade, the long sword bending into an arc, but resiliently supporting her body. She lifted the wine jug to drink, quickly got up again, gripping the sword hilt, drawing the sword and waving it, wrapping around her neck, embracing her chest, dancing with her back, swaying left and right, her body moving with the sword moving with her. Her figure twisted, the sword light flickering, like a silver dragon piercing through clouds and mist, or a fierce tiger battling in all directions. Both ferocious and vigorous, yet graceful and ethereal. Dressed in dark, fitted clothes that fluttered, her long hair casually tied up, swaying with her movements. The cherry blossoms transformed into flowing wind, dancing with her long sword. Inside the house, the four people and one ghost watched with wide eyes, staring blankly at Yunyan dancing with the sword in the courtyard. She looked like a general caught in a rain of cherry blossoms, as if she had achieved multiple victories, enjoying wine in her leisure, cold yet radiant with heroism. Shimi's eyes sparkled with brightness. He had never seen Yunyan so dazzling, so unruly and free-spirited. His hand involuntarily rested on his heart, which raced quickly. Once again, his heart grew flustered because of her. After finishing a jug of wine, Yunyan ended her movements, performed a flourish with the sword, holding it with one hand and resting the blade behind her. She looked up at the cherry blossoms falling from the sky, her eyes hazy, as if recalling the past among them. That day under the peach tree, dancing swords with her close friend. It was just as exhilarating. Yunyan smiled lightly, with a hint of drunkenness, and slowly walked towards the house, while Shirmi had unknowingly stood up and walked into the courtyard. Yunyan smiled, loosened her grip, and let the wine jug roll to the ground as she walked up to Shimi and poured it into his embrace. Shimi took the knife from her hand with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, his tone gentle yet filled with helplessness. You silly. Have you drunk too much again? Maybe, Yunyan replied. Shimi turned to glance at his younger brother behind him. Xuanyi hurried over to take Yunyan's knife. Shimi bent down to pick her up and carried her into the house. Yuichiro and Michiro had already made the bed, waiting for Shimi to place Yunyan down. The Sada brothers and Xuanyi swiftly tidied up the room and quietly left. Shimi lay down beside Yunyan, holding her as she snuggled into his embrace. Yunyan, stop moving around. Just sleep. Hiss, why are you biting me? Shimi looked down at Yunyan, who was biting his chest, feeling frustrated yet unable to do anything about it. Did I upset you or something? Yin loosened her lips, looked up at him, and their eyes met. Shimi twitched the corner of his lips, flicked her forehead, and ended up smiling with his eyes curved. Drunkard, speak to me. Yunyan looked at him, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, as if trying to discern what he had just said, and she smiled slowly. It's just that I want to see if Shimi's chest muscles are soft when relaxed. What is this considered? Are you satisfied with the result? Satisfied. Yunyan buried her face back into his chest, gently kissing the scar on his chest. Shimi's body stiffened, and he tightened his arms around her. What are you doing, you idiot? Shimi asked. What's wrong? Does it hurt? What? Shimi was momentarily stunned, then realized what she was asking, and his large hand rubbed the back of her head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yunyan tightened the arm around his waist and fell silent. He said it didn't hurt anymore, but it must have hurt a lot back then, right? This stupid man. All he knows is to kill ghosts, charging to the front. While protecting others, can't he protect himself a little too? Yunyan secretly cursed a couple of times in her heart, but couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. If her inner thoughts were known to 06 and Shimi, they would definitely give her a smack and then shout at her. Do you have the right to say such things? Chapter 119. Drunken foolishness still in a daze from sleep, the effects of the alcohol not yet worn off. Yunyan half opened her eyes to eat dinner. Beside her were the chatty Shimi and Yuko, the older brother duo, while on the other side, the younger brothers were discussing their favorite foods. Nezuko was nestled in her arms, blinking her eyes as she looked left and right, and finally, noticing Yunyan was sleepy. She took the initiative to pick up a bowl and feed her bite by bite. Yunyan's lips curled up with a smile as she rubbed Nezuko's head. Ah, thank you. Nezuko. Nezuko's eyes squinted with joy, continuing to wait until she finished chewing the food in her mouth before feeding her again. After finishing her meal, Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Tanjiro should have already started his hellish training with the little iron, right? This time with her around. The first form of Yujin would have all its limbs intact, so the difficulty is probably doubled, right? Yunyan relaxedly leaned against the pillar, her arms resting on her bent knees. Come on, young man. A rustling sound came from the grass nearby. Yunyan tilted her head to look, nearly scared out of her wits. A muscular man wearing a crooked mask and a headscarf suddenly appeared in front of her. He then extended his hand, ominously and extremely seriously, saying, "Give me the knife." Huh, who are you? Oh, I remember now. You're Steel Tomb. What is wrong with you at this hour? Even gods can be scared out of their minds, you know? By the way, why are you bare-chested? Is it really appropriate to appear in front of a woman like this? Are you some kind of perverted exhibitionist? Yunyan's heart raced in fear. Covering her chest, her beautiful eyes turned into triangular white ones due to anger. Furiously, she distanced herself from him. Damn it. Doesn't this person know to respect the elderly and love the young? What if this old lady at her age gets scared into a heart attack? Crossed out, Gangdizhong took a step forward. Give me the knife. The people in the room heard his voice, and almost instantly, for people appeared, surrounding Gangdizhong. Nezuko directly stood in front of Yunyan. Yunyan, are you okay? Who the hell are you? You weird perverted bastard. What do you want with my sister's knife? No one can take Yunyan's knife. What are you going to do to my sister? Gangdizhong broke out in a cold sweat and was then knocked to the ground by 4 punches. Yunyan pulled at the corner of her lips, speechless and holding her forehead. I said, Mr. Steel Tomb, even if you want to leave, you can't see the way out. That's a divine weapon, not forged by a blacksmith. Steel Tomb raised his head and stared hard at Yunyan. Yunyan sighed, stood up, and brought the phoenix out from inside the house. The long sword shone under the moonlight, radiating brilliance. Points of fluorescence gathered into a human shape. A graceful and enchanting beauty appeared before everyone. Her eyes, accented with red eyeshadow, opened, and her crimson gaze carried disdain. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at Steel Tomb on the ground. Presumptuous, a mere mortal. How dare you try to see the blade of this old woman? I'm not someone you mortals can touch. Then, she looked kindly at the 4 people beside her. Her tone warm and friendly, of course, except for these few children, as they were related to our Yin, all good kids. Yin held a knife, silently looking at the person in front of her. After a moment, she softly said, Aunt Ling, why don't you give him some hints? Otherwise, he might get stuck in a dilemma, and I'll probably be driven crazy by this guy too. Aunt Ling was also the spirit of a phoenix, and, upon hearing this, snorted in displeasure. She looked down at the steel tomb, who was lying on the ground, his eyes shining even through the mask. Fine. For the sake of our Yinner, I'll give you some hints. After all, among mortals, you are quite an excellent knife maker, so it's not a loss for me. With a wave of her hand, light fell from the starry sky, merging into the mind of Steel Tomb. Steel Tomb suddenly stood up, shouting as if he had returned to his ancestral form. Aunt Ling twitched the corner of her eye, extremely disdainful. I really can't believe it. Why are knife makers and weapon refiners so similar? She turned around, rubbed Yunyan's face affectionately, and led her in front of Shimi. When Yunyan called out Aunt, Shimi and the others were already as stiff as a board. Aunt Ling smiled gently. So you were the husband chosen by Yenna? You look like a strong child. Quite nice. Although you have a few more scars, you are still a handsome young man. She placed Yunyan's hand in Shimi's palm and touched Shimi's face. Shimi's eyes widened slightly. The sensation was reminiscent of a mother's gentle caress. Aunt Ling's eyes carried a hint of complex emotions. Yenna is a child I have watched grow up. She can be a bit stubborn and sometimes hard to understand, so please be patient with her. She then transformed back into a speck of light and returned to the knife. Munahiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister is a goddess, and Sister's knife has a goddess aunt too. Wow, so amazing. The younger brothers were completely in awe, and after a moment of daze, Munahiro smiled helplessly. He pulled the two younger kids away, giving them some space. On the other hand, Steel Tomb had already run off, looking like a gorilla returning to the forest. Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her lips. For her sake, Aunt Ling actually went to ask for language learning from 06. It really is hard for her, a spirit that truly shares the same lifespan as the heavens at her age. Shermie blinked in confusion, realizing that he had, in a way, met Yunyan's real family. It seemed like he was even recognized. Yunyan held his hand, one hand holding the phoenix, while the other pulled Shimi, whose mind was still malfunctioning, back to the room. Once Shimi regained his composure, he became too excited, and, since Yunyan had also been drinking, the certain individual with poor alcohol tolerance ended up getting him drunk again. That night, the two of them threw everything aside, and without saying much, they spent the night in a chaotic manner. The next day, Yunyan slowly opened his eyes in his embrace. As soon as he moved, he felt a bit sore, but fortunately, it wasn't too much of an issue. Yunyan slowly sat up, rubbing her messy hair, the blanket slipping off. She lowered her head in confusion and was instantly stunned. Where were her clothes? Turning to look at the mirror on the table, she saw that her body was covered in red marks, not to mention bite marks. The arm around her waist moved slightly, and Shimi, with his eyes closed, tightened his grip around her waist. At this moment, Yin realized Shimi's condition. The marks on his body were no less than hers, especially on his exposed back. There were not only scars left from fighting the ghost, but also blood stains, which she had scratched. Yin brain see you as unresponsive smoke. Slowly recalling the absurdity of last night, Yunyan widened her eyes in shock. So, she had drunk too much last night, acted recklessly, and even devoured someone? Realizing it only after the fact, she chose to give up. Forget it. After all, they already had a marital contract. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, the divine realm didn't hold any weddings, and a god like her might die in battle at any moment. She lay back down, snuggling into Shimi's embrace. Under the blanket, the two were closely pressed together without any distance. Shimi rubbed his chin against the top of her head, his voice hoarse and laced with the drowsiness of not being fully awake. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Not really, just a bit hungry. Got it. Shimi sat up, his face flushed. I'll go make something for you. Yunyan looked at him with confusion, while Shimi blushed but looked at her very seriously, saying, once everything is settled, I will make it up to you. Yunyan blinked her eyes, understanding his meaning, and smiled. Okay, then I want a grand and magnificent event. Shimi lightly laughed, rubbed her head, and said, is there even a need to say that? Then, looking at her in an extremely unnatural way, Yunyan had an innocent look on her face. What are you looking at me for? Shimi's entire face turned crimson. You're staring at me. How am I supposed to get dressed? Just use your hands to put it on. Yunyan smiled mischievously, but still cooperatively closed her eyes and lay back down, covering herself with the blanket. Shimi helplessly glared at her, quickly got up, put on her clothes, and hurriedly left. Yunyan lifted the blanket, quickly tidied herself up, changed into dry clothes, and went to wash up. Counting the days, it should be about 5 days left. Yin stretched lazily, so for the next few days, let's just relax and indulge. Chapter 120. 3 people and a cat. None of them seemed like good people. I thought both of them would be shy, but in the end, only Shimi was the one feeling awkward. The smoke did not conceal the marks on the neck at all. One eats when they should eat, drinks when they should drink, and even spends a ridiculous night, as if nothing happened. Shimi puffs out his cheeks. Is this the body of a god? Thinking of the madness of last night, he swallowed hard. This is terrifyingly strong, isn't it? Yin, having eaten and drunk to her heart's content, looked at her 3 younger brothers who were staring intently at her neck, and smiled. Today, shall we go catch some fish? The Tsutomu brothers were momentarily stunned. But Michiro reacted the fastest, quickly raising his hand. Yes. Jinya nodded repeatedly. Then I'll go prepare the wooden bucket and the net. Jinya, I'll go with you. Michiro hurriedly followed Jinya as they ran off. Onairo blinked and exchanged glances with Sanemi, both of them sighing helplessly but with light smiles on their faces. Well, there's nothing wrong with relaxing occasionally. Alana knew they were going to the riverbank and thoughtfully prepared many things, laying them out one by one. Not wanting to worry, she reminded, Lady Yin, here are the towels, please don't come back wet. And here are the prepared bento boxes. The portions are definitely enough. Please don't carry these yourself. Just give them to Lord Wind Pillar. You're a girl. Yin listened to her chatter with a smile. After she finished speaking, Yin patted Alan's head and said, All right, I remember. Thank you for preparing all this, Alan. Until she left, Alan's face under the mask was still blushing uncontrollably, and as she touched her head, little pink flowers appeared around her. A group of people arrived by the river and let themselves go. Xuanmi and Weilang rolled up their pant legs and sleeves and went into the river, while Ilong and Shimi sighed and silently set up the campfire, lighting it and carrying things down to the river. Xuanmi and Weilang competed to see who could catch more river shrimp. Yin sat leisurely on a lounge chair, fishing with a rod bought from mall. The fishing was slow, and by the time she managed to reel in a fish, Sumi and Yuichiro had already caught a large pile. As the two continued to fish, they began to compete secretly, completely turning it into a game of catching fish with wooden sticks using their breathing techniques. Meanwhile, Jinmi and Michiro watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. They quietly picked up their small buckets and moved away from the two. Yin looked at the 4 people who were happily playing, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. These people had lost too much joy, so she thought to take this opportunity to make up for it a little. Thinking about the plot she had seen before, Yin sighed. There was no such thing as a Demon Slayer Corps. They were just a group of children, bearing pain and belief, picking up their swords, risking their lives, fighting against those monsters for the sake of humanity, even if there was no tomorrow. Yin lazily lay on a lounge chair, squinting her eyes. She came here to change these people's fates, and so far, there was nothing she couldn't do. Thinking of the late Aunt Shurjean and the others, Yin rubbed her chin. Could her long-abandoned old book be useful after all this is over? It had been so long, it shouldn't be gathering dust. With these thoughts in mind, Yin felt much more relaxed and began to hum a little tune while holding a fish. As the sunset painted the horizon red, the 4 playing around all came ashore, using towels to wipe their wet bodies. Shimi and Yuakairu started grilling fish and shrimp, while the younger brothers were responsible for skewering the fish and shrimp to hand over to their older brothers. Yin fell asleep while fishing. In the end, he was awakened by Michiro's call, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he received an unconscious cute attack from Michiro. Yin smiled as she rubbed Weilang's face. Although Weilang didn't understand why she was rubbing his face, he still cheerfully called her to eat. Sister, it's time to eat. Okay, sitting by the campfire, they comfortably enjoyed a meal and admired the riverside scenery filled with fireflies under the night sky, with the moonlight illuminating their path. The 5 of them strolled back while digesting their food. After soaking in the hot springs, they returned for a late-night snack and lay in a cozy, sun-kissed, fluffy bed. All the fatigue of the day was healed. On the other hand, Tanjiro was not doing well. He had lost weight, not to mention the lack of food and water, and he still had to face the hellish training from Yuichiro and Koidaru. It felt like his soul was about to leave his body. It was another sunny day, and Tanjiro was being mercilessly beaten up below, while Yin sat on a tree trunk with 06 in her arms. She initially thought the descriptions in the book were bad enough, but seeing it firsthand, TSK. Yin shook his head, primarily focused on watching the show. 06 sighed, gazing with cat-like eyes at the overly excited little Tai. There was no helping it. That child simply didn't understand how to train people, and these methods were really a bit life-threatening. Yin rested his chin on his hand, gazing down with a calm expression. All potential is unleashed at the brink of life and death. Maybe this method has some merit? 06 raised his head, looking speechless. Don't tell me you want to train that group of idiots under you like this. Yin raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips curling up. It was unlikely. After all, gods don't eat and can't be hungry. I eat simply because I crave it, and I'm used to it. If I skip a meal, I feel hungry. 06. Ridiculous. After watching Tanjiro get beaten up for a while, Yin yawned and quietly left. Shimi and Yukaru would occasionally stroll around the village, keeping an eye out for anything unusual, especially the asymmetrical pot that Yin mentioned. She also said that if they found it, they should stuff it with unforgettable things, making sure to fill it to the brim. Surprisingly, they really found one. After exchanging glances, they followed Yin's suggestion and both revealed wicked, sinister smiles as they stuffed the pot full of smelly natto that was still fermenting. They filled the pot to the brim with bundles of grass and wood, all emitting the stench of natto. The two pinched their noses, grinning mischievously. They tossed the pot into an abandoned toilet in the village where no one went and turned to leave, feeling that they had gotten the smell on them. They didn't say a word and went back to grab clean clothes for a bath. They absolutely couldn't let this disgusting smell reach their brother and sister Yin. 06, who was slacking off, watched their operation and thought for a moment. He stuffed paper rolls into his nose, dashed over to the pot, peeked inside, and grinned with a terrifying, sinister smile. He bought a bottle of deadly, stinky tofu from his space and poured it in along with the soup. One bottle wasn't enough, so he added 3 more. But that wasn't all. He also took out some slime for kids to play with. In the end, there was a single gap left in the pot. 06 watched as a terrifying, screaming ghost face faintly emerged from the pot's opening and left satisfied. This pot, you can use it later. It won't make a sound when you do. Looking at Yin, she directly teleported to the dessert shop and bought a dozen of the terrifying screaming cakes that Shimi had vomited from before, putting them into her space. Back in the sword-forging village, Yin sat on a tree trunk, wearing a villainous smile. In this round, none of the 3, nor the cat, looked like good people. Host, it's hard to tell who the good person is at the moment. Just after reporting to Muzan, preparing to bring Hantian Dog to the back of Yuhua in sword-forging village, she felt a chill. Chapter 121. In anger, ascend to the void. Yin rested his chin on his hand, watching Tanjiro wielding his sword in a seemingly out-of-body experience while training with Yurichi. A hint of an ominous presence mixed with the wind, causing the smile on Yin's face to fade, his expression turning cold, and his eyes flickering slightly. 06. Help me check my body. I'll be back soon. 06, huh? Yin lay against the tree trunk with her eyes closed, her soul leaving her body and flying into the void. Above the void, a goddess dressed in a pure white silk gown with golden hair and red eyes wore a smile on her face. The two-dimensional main god knelt beside her, trembling and with tears on his face. I never expected that you would go out to seek help. Are you dissatisfied with me? Or do you want to find me? No. I just think it's too pitiful for these children. This ending shouldn't befall them. The goddess's expression turned cold as she scolded. Shut up. I am a goddess. The supreme goddess among the 3,000 worlds. Now that you are in my domain, you must obey my will. You absolutely cannot defy me. My words and my arrangements are the best. Someone like you, seeking external help, is probably not even a worthy god, right? Just wait. I will paint that meddlesome person red. Since they love to interfere so much, let them perish here. With a sinister smile, the goddess looked at the fate compass before her and raised her hand to move the chess piece that represented the character's identity. The two-dimensional main god burst into tears, as if using all his strength to leap forward and hug the fate compass, loudly protesting, "No, those children have only just started to get better. You cannot do this. Aren't you a goddess? Shouldn't goddesses be kind? Why can you take away their remaining happiness so casually? They're also lives. Even if they are small, they are still vibrant lives." The goddess looked down at the two-dimensional main god, clenched her fists, and blue flames flickered around her hands. Her eyes filled with displeasure and murderous intent. "What are you saying? I am the supreme god here. My words are divine decrees. Does a god need a reason to take what they want? If you want to die so badly, I can fulfill that wish for you. Just right. I can replace you with someone obedient." The two-dimensional main god's eyes widened behind his glasses, yet he held onto the compass tightly, unwilling to let go. "Am I going to die? I haven't even witnessed these children having their fates changed yet." The goddess laughed wildly when suddenly a cold wind blew from behind, followed by a loud buzzing sound. She turned back, nearly having her soul leave her body in fright. A pitch-black golden door rose from the ground. White, ghostly energy surged forth, and black, malevolent aura enveloped the entire void world. As the door opened, amidst the smoke, the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed, and a figure slowly stepped out. A dark-colored war boot with golden patterns stepped forward, followed by a pitch-black spear adorned with golden dragon designs flying out. The goddess was pinned against the wall by the spear, which pierced through her clothing, dressed in a form-fitting dark divine armor. Her snow-white hair was styled high, with a silver crown, draped in a black fur-collared cloak. Her bright golden eyes were extremely somber. In her hand, she held a gleaming phoenix, walking step by step toward the terrified goddess, each step resonating with a dull sound. The entire void world was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a rich murderous aura, viscous as blood. A long knife rested against the goddess's neck, Yunyan's eyes unblinking as she slightly raised her head, her murderous intent palpable. In a calm tone, she said, "You just said something I didn't hear clearly. Say it again for me." The two-dimensional main god stared at Yunyan, who appeared before him, his eyes nearly popping out. "Yunyan Zhaoyanluo? No, you are." Yunyan glanced at him, and the two-dimensional main god instantly fell silent, but his eyes shone brightly as he looked at her. Oh my gosh, the god emperor. His luck was too good. He initially thought it was an SSR, but he didn't expect it to be a first-generation limited edition SN. This was the ancient god blood phantom that even the heavens had to yield to. The two-dimensional main god was so excited that his entire divine being was almost flushed with warmth. Yunyan fixed his gaze on the goddess, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing her so frightened she couldn't speak, the knife shifted towards her neck. "What do you take life for? Answer me." I'm sorry. Your Majesty, please spare me. I was too reckless. I won't dare again. I will treat life as the most precious thing. What do you take the fate of others for? Something more important than a woman's life." Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, putting away her knife as she looked at the goddess, crying and kneeling on the ground. She raised her hand to form a seal, and light fell onto the compass. Turning around, she flicked her cloak and walked towards the pitch-black golden door. This compass, besides the solitary one, could not be changed by anyone else. At the moment she stepped through the door, Yunyan tossed a jade tablet to the two-dimensional master god, who fumbled to catch it. Looking down, the master god nearly had their eyes pop out of their glasses. Yunyan stood inside the door, glancing at him with a helpless yet somewhat disdainful smile. "From today on, you will take the place of that useless one. Hurry up and increase your divine power. I'm getting annoyed with this little broken limit." The moment the door closed, Yunyan heard the cries of the two-dimensional main god expressing gratitude. A hint of a smile flashed in her golden eyes, and she slowly closed them. When she opened her eyes again, it was already evening. 06 was sleeping soundly in her arms, while during her important task, Tanjiro had already knocked off the head of Yuani 0. Moreover, Yuani's sword had been taken by Gangdi's Hong for polishing and forging. At this moment, Tanjiro was also preparing to go back and rest well. He came to call 06 to leave together and happened to see Yunyan sleeping, so he obediently sat under the tree and waited. Yunyan blinked and looked down at Tanjiro's head from above, unable to help but chuckle softly. This child is truly gentle. She floated down beside Tanjiro and found him hugging his knees, drowsy and about to fall asleep. She couldn't help but sigh. How long has this child been waiting? She crouched down and patted his shoulder. Tanjiro, wake up." Tanjiro groggily opened his eyes and saw Yunyan's gentle face. His eyes lit up. "Sister Yunyan, have you woken up?" Then he looked at the sky. "Oh no, is it already this late? I'm a bit hungry." Yunyan smiled and patted his head, saying, "You've worked hard, Tanjiro. I saw your training. It's impressive. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Next time this happens, wake me up." Tanjiro scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly, getting up to walk alongside Yunyan. 06 wagged its tail in her arms and yawned, saying, "Tanjiro, I want to eat some dried fish." "Huh, sure. I'll make some for 06 later. Is one plate enough?" "Oh, you're quite the guy, young man." Yunyan pulled at the corners of her lips and gently patted 06's head, saying, "All right, you. Watching you eat several plates every day, do you really think you're cat?" 06 puffed out her cheeks in its sundra manner. Chapter 122. The appearance of Upper Moon 4 in the room. Yunyan was drinking, while Shimi sat beside her with his arms crossed, and Woonie looked helpless. Woonie and Jinya were playing with Nezuko, though it was mainly Woonie playing, while Jinya was shyly watching from the side. Tanjiro watched Nezuko with a smile, letting her run around the room, sticking to everyone. Nezuko ran in front of Shimi, made eye contact with him, and Shimi was momentarily stunned, looking at her in confusion. What are you doing? Nezuko smiled with her eyes squinted and opened her arms towards him. And Shimi stared at her in a daze, scratching his head. What? Do you want a hug? Shimi sighed, reached out, and hugged Nezuko into his arms, letting her sit on his lap, thinking, I really don't understand you. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand and smiled softly. Nezuko seems to like you quite a bit. Shimi rubbed her fluffy head and asked, really? What a strange guy. Tanjiro looked gently at his sister and hesitantly spoke. Maybe Nezuko sees Mr. Ubuyashiki as a father figure. Huh? X for the 5 people in the room simultaneously looked at Tanjiro. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, because Mr. Ubuyashiki is actually a very gentle person. My sense of smell is quite good. I can sense it. Shimi's expression darkened as she clicked her tongue and turned away from him. Yunya nodded seriously, yes. I completely agree with this. Shwami also nodded. Indeed, my big brother is the best and kindest person in the world. Hey, you two can stop now. Shimi, embarrassed and angry, turned red in the ears, looking fierce but lacking any intimidation. Yilong spread his hands with a mocking smile on his face. Haha, uncle. You're embarrassed and angry. Shimi's expression changed dramatically, showing a mouth full of shark-like teeth, his eyes turning into inverted triangles. You brat. Who are you calling uncle? Yilong pointed at him with a villainous face. Of course I'm calling you. Big uncle. Just as it seemed the two were about to start fighting. Yunyan was about to speak when everyone suddenly fell silent, their expressions serious, turning to look at the door on one side. The door slowly opened, revealing a pair of dry, trembling hands. Han Tian Dog appeared before everyone, trembling and crying, kneeling on the ground while covering his head, muttering, so scary. Please don't bully me. Is this guy a ghost? Shimi's eyes sharpened, tossing Nezuko into Tanjiro's arms, and unsheathing his sword for a horizontal slash. The blade cut through empty air, leaving a mark on Han Tian Dog's face, which continued to bleed, but the next second, it healed with white smoke. Yilong's figure flashed, gripping his knife and appearing beside Han Tian Dog, swiftly making a cut, and Han Tian Dog's head fell off. Cut off. Tanjiro widened his eyes slightly, looking surprised. Yunyan frowned and warned everyone, be careful. This guy's main body is not here. If you cut off his head, he will split into clones. There are a total of 6 clones. The most common ones are the 4 representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If those 4 are defeated, hatred will appear. Hatred is the last clone for survival. What? How could this happen? Upon hearing this, everyone quickly distanced themselves. Sure enough, as the head fell to the ground, 2 clones appeared in the room. One of them picked up a fan and suddenly fanned it towards everyone, causing a violent wind to sweep in, breaking the house apart. The Shido brothers couldn't maintain their balance and were directly blown away. Shimi held a knife, stabbing it into the floor, while using her other hand to hold onto Shwami. Yunyan was in the same posture, only holding Tanjiro, who was hugging Nezuko. After the strong wind passed, everyone looked up, and the 2 clones had the markings of Lower Moon 4 in their eyes. Huh, I'm really happy. It's been a long time since I've been out. It's so frustrating, including you, Kola. It really makes me furious. Is that so? Ha ha ha. That's great. Let me truly feel the joy. Kola grinned sinisterly, and Shumi let go of Jinya. Holding his knife, Jinya went to find a place to prepare, while I went to confront these 2 annoying bastards. All right, big brother, be extra careful. Jinya quickly ran off, his eyes scanning around, eagerly trying to find a suitable spot to shoot from. Yunyan loosened Tanjiro, rubbed his shoulders, and said, how rude. My hair is all messed up. He drew his sword, the corners of his lips curling up. Next, there'll be 2 clones appearing. Shimi, how do we divide them? Shimi wore a defiant smile on his face. How to divide? I'll give you 1. The rest I'll take down myself. Yunyan puffed up his cheeks and said, oh, how stingy. Before finding the main body, these guys can't be killed. Yunyan glanced at Tanjiro and Nezuko. You go find a main body. It's very small. Watch your step. Yes. Leave it to us. Tanjiro quickly ran off with Nezuko, trying to rely on his sense of smell to identify the scent as they ran. Damn it. He slammed his staff down. Kuka, don't let them escape. All right. Don't be so angry. Running away on the battlefield isn't good behavior. Haha. Just as Kuka was about to raise his fan, Shimi's blade was already at his face. Shimi's veins bulged as he swung his sword, Breath of Wind, first form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. In an instant, he severed Kuka's head, and a phantom of joy emerged from the fallen head. Shimi grunted, resting his sword on his shoulder with a disdainful expression. What are you distracted for during a fight, you fool? Your opponent is me. Even if you use a clone, it won't do you any good. Surrender, and then go die. Yunyan looked at him, whistled, and said, "Not bad, really handsome." Shimi's body stiffened, and with a red face. He turned his head to glare at her. "Fool, idiot, we're in the middle of a battle. Why are you saying such things?" Yunyan tilted her head innocently. "Is it my fault that my husband is too handsome?" Shimi Shinomiya puffed out his cheeks. "Focus on killing the ghosts, you little brat." Yunyan waved her hand and quickly calmed the furious Shimi. Okay, damn it. How dare they ignore us like this? It's really infuriating." With anger, she gripped the staff and thrust it fiercely to the ground. In an instant, Yunyan grabbed Shimi's arm and pulled him into the air as they leaped. At the moment they jumped, the damaged house was enveloped in lightning, with flashes illuminating the surroundings. Kongshi flew towards them, a triumphant smile on his face. His sharp claws glistening coldly. It was a success. "Huh, you fool. Do you think it's possible?" Breath of wind, fifth form, cold autumn mountain wind. In midair, Shimi instantly unleashed a massive wind blade that spun around the two of them, and Kongshi's eyes widened as he was shredded by the wind blade in an instant. Yunyan fell freely from the sky, accelerating as she descended with the blade in hand. The ice-breathing, fourth form, frost convergence severed the head of the enraged foe, interrupting the blood demon technique of thunder. Yunyan swiftly turned and kicked away the half-formed Aijue. Shimi landed beside her, and the two stood with their blades drawn, facing the four half-formed Tengu clones. Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly, holding a cold light, her tone playful. "The four little ghosts are all here. Now you damn things, let me have a good time." Shimi gripped her knife and took her stance, while Yunyan curled her lips, and the two figures instantly vanished. The four clones opposite them rushed forward as soon as the two disappeared, with Kongshi and Kaylei charging in. Shimi faced Kaylei, kicking away the desperate weapon and splitting it in half. Yunyan swung his knife to cut off the claws of Kongshi, then executed a spinning kick that sent the accumulated anger's Zen staff flying, and with a flourish of his knife, he severed its head. Both of them wore almost frenzied smiles, their knife-wielding speed increasing, and eventually, their movements became almost synchronized. Chapter 123. Shit, why Ike here? Ancestral poison, tongue damn it. That guy with the Zen staff. He's really annoying. Shimi dodged the attacks from the accumulated anger, flipping over to block Kongshi's claws with his knife, while Yunyan avoided Kola's violent wind, his figure lightly landing on the sorrowful weapon. His attractive brows furrowed slightly. There was no choice but to hold on as much as possible, but at this rate, it wouldn't be advantageous for us. Isn't it already disadvantageous? The two had been fighting for an unknown amount of time, their physical strength and energy continuously depleting. Yin sensed the cold gleam behind him, smirking as he leaped up, the sound of gunfire echoing in the distance. AI Ju's neck was snapped, and on the rooftop, Xianmi was panting heavily, finally finding a good position. Shirmi grinned with a wild smile, shouting without hesitation, "Well done, Xianmi." He turned to dodge the flying Zen staff, delivering a spinning kick that forcibly broke Kayleigh's arm. Yunyan's eyes twitched. Is this the terrifying aspect of using the breathing technique in a body fusion technique? The two stood back to back, surrounded by four fierce-looking clones that had regenerated. They exchanged glances and began to wear down the enemies in a one-on-two scenario. Schwami was firing shots from a distance to provide cover and prevent sneak attacks on them. Yuichiro held his brother's waist in midair and flipped, landing steadily with Muichiro. Seeing the scratch on Muichiro's cheek, he was furious, his forehead throbbing. "That damn knock-a-pleef bastard. I'm definitely going to chop off his head and smash it like a pot." Yuichiro was so angry that he was almost boiling over. Muichiro touched his face, looking confused. It's scratched. No wonder my face feels a bit prickly. Then he got punched on the head and looked at Yuichiro with grievance. Yuichiro felt like he was about to explode. "Idiot. Don't touch the wound with your hand. Do you know it might get infected?" "Muichiro, brother, you're so fierce." "Yeah, don't come over." The two looked towards the sound, where Kitetsu was waving a knife wildly and screaming. In front of him was a goldfish monster with a pot on its head. "It's that kid, brother. I'll go save him. You go to the village. There must be demons there." Yuichiro clicked his tongue. There were his sister and the others in the village. And Ihei and the others would definitely arrive tonight. If those A-rank members couldn't handle this level of threat, they would be too useless. That said, Yuichiro still glanced worriedly at the village, unsheathed his sword, and prepared to deal with the immediate threat. Muichiro blinked, quickly drew his sword. "Okay, I understand, brother." The two brothers moved simultaneously. Muichiro hugged Kitetsu to dodge an attack, while Muichiro swiftly severed the monster's head. The next moment, both brothers made disgusted faces. So gross. The flesh lump regrew the goldfish head and continued to scream. Yuichiro couldn't take it anymore and directly split it in half. The pot shattered, and the monster completely dissipated. So that's how it is. It's a blood demon art. Does smashing the pot undo it? Muichiro nodded seriously, while Yuichiro facepalmed in resignation. Kotetsu jumped on Muichiro like a monkey climbing a tree, exclaiming, "Great. I'm saved. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry for hating you before. You guys are really good people." Yuichiro watched his brother being treated like a tree and was so angry that his hair almost stood up. He bared his shark teeth and pointed at Kotetsu. "Get off my brother, you guy." Kotetsu immediately knelt on the ground, tears welling up behind his mask. The two brothers were easy to distinguish. Yuichiro had his hair tied in a ponytail, while Muichiro let his hair down. Although they weren't wearing Haori coats, even with the same face, Muichiro appeared gentler. In terms of aura, Yuichiro resembled a young, hungry wolf poised to pounce, while Muichiro looked like a harmless little lamb. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you guys seaweed heads." "Huh, you actually gave us a nickname." "Brother, calm down." Muichiro restrained the one-handed, swinging Yuichiro as Kotetsu covered his head. "I'm sorry." Yuichiro sighed and looked at Kotetsu, speechlessly. "Forget it. Let's hurry and hide. We still have to go to the village." Kotetsu immediately got up and hugged Yuichiro's leg. "Please, Mr. Kotetsu is still on the mountain. I acted like that just to draw the monsters away. Mr. Kotetsu is forging a very powerful sword. If we leave, all of it will be in vain. There are demons on the mountain. Please help us." The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with conflict, recalling the day when Tanjiro had unhesitatingly stood in front of Kotetsu. His eyes filled with complexity. "Looking at the village, it's fine. Everyone is there. My sister is there. It will definitely be okay." Yuichiro directly hoisted Kotetsu onto his shoulder. "The mountain, right? Hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the two shot off into the distance. Kotetsu's screams echoed throughout the mountain. Muichiro glanced at him and said softly, "Don't scream. You'll bite your tongue." I can't take it anymore. Slow down a bit. Please. Just a little slower, Yuichiro's forehead throbbed as he resisted the urge to throw Kotetsu away, ignoring his screams as he continued running up the mountain. Stopping in front of a wooden hut, Yuichiro dropped Kotetsu on the ground, and the brothers exchanged vigilant looks. Kotetsu propped himself up slowly, feeling dizzy. "Can't you be a little gentler? Why aren't you moving forward?" Kotetsu was confused. He didn't understand, so he moved forward himself. The next second, he was pulled back by Yuichiro, who whispered in his ear, "Don't run around." Kotetsu looked at him in confusion, then glanced at the wooden hut's entrance, where a porcelain pot had appeared at some point. Kotetsu scratched his head. "That's strange. I don't remember this being here." "Of course not. After all, this thing is a demon." Muichiro unsheathed his sword, one hand gripping the blade, while the other shielded Kotetsu behind him. The pot made a noise, and liquid poured out like a flesh lump, gathering as the jade pot grinned maliciously and emerged from within. "Hee, you two are pillars, huh? What's in this wooden hut? Why are you two rushing over here? Is it the village chief?" Seeing the suddenly appearing jade pot, the brothers fell silent. Yuichiro wore a strong expression of disdain as he pointed at the jade pot and said, "What the hell is this? It looks so disgusting. Did you get crushed by a cart before becoming a demon? Your eyes are mouths, your mouth and forehead are eyes, and your ears are arms. What kind of strange species are you? And that pot of yours, I don't even want to comment on it. It's completely asymmetrical. Are you blind with your upside-down eyes?" The jade pot was thunderstruck. Chapter 124, My Brother, Muichiro's Moo, is infinite. Muichiro crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly, nodding seriously indeed. "This pot and this demon are terrible." The jade pot, suffering a second blow, was left speechless. Winky-faced, the jade pot fumed, with countless hashtags popping up above its head. Enraged to the point of turning red, "You two little brats, what do you know? This is art. Great art. Do you even understand what art is? You're just talking nonsense here. Forget it. I don't want to waste more breath on you. You two little brats who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'll kill you both and then see what's in the wooden hut." Yuichiro sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly split the pot where the jade pot resided. As he stood up slowly, he glanced at the nearby tree trunk, where the jade pot emerged from a new pot, twisting its body mockingly. "What? Do you think you hit me? You're such naive little brats." Then a shadow loomed over him from behind. Muichiro swung his sword down, again striking empty air. This time, the jade pot appeared on the rooftop. "Can't hit me." Not at all. Several blue pots sprouted from its small hands, aimed at the two, grinning menacingly. "Blood demon art. 1,000-needle fish kill." A few goldfish were summoned from the pot, spitting out a large amount of sharp spikes towards the two. Shout Eyes squatted on the ground, covering his head in fear, while Yilong glanced at him, clicking his tongue in annoyance, and quickly rushed to his side. The two swiftly swung their blades to knock down the spikes, but some inevitably pierced their arms and legs. The brothers exchanged bitter smiles. It turned out they were no different from Tanjiro, who, without thinking, would risk everything to stand in front of someone they had only met a few times, or even never met at all. Shout-Hai stared blankly at them, and Yilong gritted his teeth, urging him to roll aside and stop being a nuisance. Winyalang, worried that his brother's words might hurt too much, sighed and tried to reassure Shout-Hai while knocking down the spikes, saying that his brother meant for him to hide away because it was too dangerous here and they couldn't afford to be distracted while fighting an upper moon demon. Yes, yes. Shout-Hai quickly ran to the side, coincidentally bumping into Tyaxuzan, who had been chasing after them. Because Yilong and Winyalang were too fast and didn't hesitate, they perfectly missed Tyaxuzan, who had come down the mountain to look for them. Shout-Hai pulled Tyaxuzan behind a tree, and the two peeked out cautiously. You two little brats really have a sense of justice, but my spikes are poisonous, and by now, you should be feeling a sense of paralysis in your bodies, right? Yilong instinctively stood in front of Winyalang, who widened his eyes slightly. Was he still the one who could only be protected by his brother? The jade pot tilted its head and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I've thought of a way." Then its two mouths spat out tongues, licking its lips. "The best way for you to die is blood demon technique, blood hell bowl." Winyalang was startled and tried to push Yilong away. Yilong looked at him with wide eyes, and Winyalang smiled at him. That smile made Yilong's pupils tremble because it was the same smile Winyalang had shown when they still had everything as children. He realized he had never seen it in all these years. Wrapped in a bowl made of water, Winyalang finally felt a little relaxed at this moment. At least he had protected his brother once, hadn't he? Underwater, he poked the bowl wall with his blade, but it wouldn't break. Yilong fell to the ground, the feeling of paralysis making him feel weak, yet he still picked up the chipped blade and stood up. "Winyalang, hold on. Brother will find a way. Brother will definitely break this damned water bowl. You hold on. You must hold on." Yilong frantically slashed and stabbed at the bowl, but it only trembled continuously. Tears blurred his vision, and large drops fell, yet he didn't dare to stop swinging his blade. Winyalang sank in the water, watching Yilong outside, crying and continuously swinging his blade, his eyes filled with shock. "Brother," he asked, crying. This weak, desperate, and irrational brother was something he had never seen before. So that is how it is. He was also that important in his brother's heart. Winyalang slowly raised his hand to touch the water wall. Yilong was crying, and the paralysis had made it impossible for him to hold his blade. He was weakly punching it repeatedly. "Winyalang, don't be afraid. Brother will definitely think of a way. Brother will definitely save you." The jade pot sneered, twisting its body. "Look at your miserable state. I was thinking of trapping your brother too, but I'm quite satisfied with the current situation after taking one last look at the two brothers." The jade pot snorted. "You two just stay like this, watching your loved ones die. Oh, what a beautiful sight. But I'm too lazy to watch now." The jade pot suddenly vanished, and the pot rolled into the house. Tyaxuzan, having grasped a blade at some point, stood guard at the door. Shout-Hai found a dagger and ran to the water bowl, shouting, "Don't give up. I'll help too. We can definitely break it." Immediately after, cries of pain came from inside the house, along with the laughter and roars of the jade pot reaching Yilong's ears. His brother and the swordsmith tormented Yilong's spirit, causing his pupils to shrink and tremble violently. A splash echoed as Yilong stiffly raised his head. In the water bowl, Winyalang had sensed he was about to suffocate, smiling as he pointed towards the wooden house. Slowly, he opened his mouth to silently say, "Brother, go save them. Now, only you can do it." Yilong gasped, his chest rising and falling heavily as he picked up the blade from the ground, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with rage. Turning to charge towards the wooden house, Shout-Hai refused to give up, stabbing at the bowl with the dagger. "Leave it to me. I'll definitely break it. Damn it. Break already." Winyalang choked on some water, bubbles escaping his mouth, his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. In the dimness, he remembered his father. Winyalang's words can definitely do it. "Winyalang, hold on. You can do it. Get up." Winyalang is a very talented child. Winyalang's no means infinite no. Winyalang frowned, wondering why this phrase wasn't said by his father. Who said it? Winyalang's no is infinite no. Winyalang suddenly opened his eyes wide, Yilong's roar ringing in his ears, along with the furious roar of the jade pot. Stiffly looking over, Shout-Hai was now lying on the ground, blood spreading from his abdomen, and the air he breathed was Shout-Ye's last breath. Winyalang's pupils trembled, instinctively inhaling that air and turning to look in Yilong's direction. The jade pot, furious, shouted, You damned little brat. Your brother is already dead. You should die with him in the water bowl. Yilong's face turned blue with veins bulging, his figure flashing as he was enveloped in black mist. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to materialize, his eyes bloodshot. My brother will not die. Wenyulang's no is infinite no. Wenyulang's eyes widened. He truly understood now. The way his brother had spoken in anger back then overlapped with how his brother was now. In his mind, images of Kanroji Mitsuri and Yashiro appeared. Wenyulang, work hard to become stronger to protect someone important in your heart. Work hard to become stronger, live on. And when we meet again, I hope to see a different you. You damn fish. Don't you dare say that. My brother is the kindest, blessed by the gods. He is the chosen one. Wenyulang has infinite potential. My lord, Sister Yiyun. Wenyulang gripped the blade in his hand, closed his eyes, and opened them again. His gaze was clear. Breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. The water bowl shattered, and at the same time, the brothers, heart to heart, used the same technique. Water spilled onto the ground, intertwining white mist and black fog. In the mist, the two brothers' figures emerged, with identical faces. Even the red cloud-like patterns that appeared were the same. Chapter 125, Slaying the Jade Pot. The Jade Pot now had a sense of foreboding. It was the first time its water bowl had been broken. Wenyulang exhaled, and Yilong wore a cold expression. At this moment, the two brothers felt nothing but anger. Extreme anger. They heard Taikshizen shout behind them. "Two esteemed Miss Hashira, this is your swords." The sun-wheel blade danced in the air as the two raised their hands, firmly grasping the incoming sun-wheel blade. With the same grip and the same cold, murderous gaze, the breath of mist scattered black and white clouds in the air. Yuho felt a chill on his back and hurriedly escaped into another jar. On the roof, Yuho took out a jar with a fish pattern and pointed it at the two. Blood demon technique. 10,000 sliding fish. You two bluffing little punks. D. Breath of mist. Third form. Misty spray. Aoi breathed out lightly and swiftly swung his blade, shattering all the fish. In the white mist, Michiro suddenly appeared. Breath of mist. Fourth form. Straightest slash. Once again, he slashed the air, and the two brothers looked at Yuho, who had escaped to a tree trunk. Aoi looked at him with contempt, as if to say, "Don't run, you stinky fish bastard." Michiro had a disgusted expression. During a battle, he actually ran away. What a spineless guy. Yuho was so furious he nearly fell ill, chuckling softly. "Since that's the case, let you witness my true form. After all, no one can leave alive after seeing it." Then, he really abandoned the jar, but unfortunately, despite coming out of the jar, the awful stench almost suffocated him. Michiro covered his nose and staggered back. "So stinky." Aoi paused for a moment and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, now that's a stinky salted fish. Ha ha ha, how do you like this gift, you stinky fish?" Yuho was dumbfounded, trembling with anger. On him, there was not only natto, but also unknown substances. Yuho screamed in anger. "What are these disgusting and filthy things on my body? You dare to put these things in my perfect jar?" Perfect jar? Michiro tilted his head slightly, looking at him innocently. "I've always had a question. How do you think this asymmetrical and crooked jar is perfect? It's really too poorly made." Yuho spat out a mouthful of old blood cough. Blood demon technique. Array killing fish scales. Go die. The two brothers quickly dodged amidst the mist. The light of swords flickered. As the mist dispersed, Yuho, with a head full of hashtags, mocked the two on the tree trunk, running away in battle. Such a spineless act, keek. The two brothers raised their heads, wearing sarcastic fake smiles. "If you can't hit us, it means nothing." Yuho went completely mad. Blood demon technique, octopus hell. The two brothers smirked and, accompanied by the mist, acted instantly, chopping the octopus tentacles into pieces. Breath of mist, seventh form, hazy. Breath of mist, fifth form, sea of misty clouds. Yuho's eyes widened. He couldn't use the blood demon technique in time, and his head flew off. How could he be decapitated? Impossible. 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 This can't be happening. I was actually decapitated. Aoi instantly shattered his head, looking coldly at his remaining eyeball. "You bastard ghost. Hurry up and die." Yuho completely dissipated, and the patterns on the two's faces disappeared, a wave of weakness overwhelming them. The two sat on the ground shoulder to shoulder, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Didn't Sister say that it would only be this hard to adapt the first time? Realizing belatedly, they were poisoned earlier, the two looked at Katsu. With Michiro in tears, "Katsu actually died to save me." In the next second, the two stared in shock at Katsu, standing up, covering his arm, and walking over. "Katsu?" Katsu laughed, taking out a blade's guard from his pocket. It was Mr. Purgatory's blade guard that saved my life. My clothes are covered in blood from my arm. But if it doesn't stop bleeding, I might die too. Gochukun, it's so great that you're still alive. Tetsu was crying and rushed over, anxiously looking at the Tsuguko brothers. You too, esteemed Miss Hashira. It's so great that you're alive. Looking at the sky, the two exchanged a glance, both wearing helpless smiles. Sister, Mr. Tamayo, Jinya, Tanjiro. We'll leave it to you next. Michiro smiled, but his body trembled, his face turning pale. We're fine, really. And he spat out white foam and collapsed to the ground. Ato was terrified. Michiro, bending down to check on his brother, he also spat out white foam and collapsed beside him. Tetsu and Katsu were nearly driven mad, both screaming, esteemed Miss Hashira. Yunyan gasped for breath, swung the Zen staff, and once again severed the head of her accumulated anger. She knelt on the ground, holding the knife. A figure flashed past her, and Shimi was blown away by the wind from Kale, crashing hard against a tree and falling to the ground, propping herself up with the knife. She raised her hand to wipe away the crimson from the corner of her lips, and hoarsely said, "You really have guts to compare the wind with me, huh?" Then, with another rush like the wind, she charged forward, slicing Kale into several pieces. Shimi's back was scratched by Kongshi, and she knelt on the ground, panting heavily while supporting herself with the knife. Schwami's bullets were also used up, and he had no choice but to draw his knife, while Ijue appeared beside him without him knowing when. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced reached their ears. They turned their heads in unison, and Shimi's eyes widened. Nearly bursting with rage, Schwami. Although Yunyan knew that Schwami wouldn't die, he was still filled with rage. "You're looking for death." Schwami was pierced through the chest by a spear, coughing up blood, yet a grin identical to Shimi's appeared on his face. Gripping the spear, he forcefully walked up to Ijue. In response to his shocked expression, Schwami bit down on his neck, tearing off a chunk of flesh to chew and swallow. Shimi was so scared that he almost passed out. "Schwanmi, don't eat those filthy things." "Yunyan, little brother, did you really just eat like that?" Aiju has been completely devoured without any resistance. Schwami's body visibly became stronger, growing taller, with black Mexican-style hair that turned golden at the tips and even curled up. His eyes were pitch black, leaving only the pupils. Because of the scent of Shimi's rare blood, Schwanmi's saliva kept flowing out. He held the knife in his hand, casually tossing aside the skeleton of Aiju that had been gnawed on, his body shivering and breathing heavily. "Big Sister Yunyan, I'm fine." Shimi was almost blushing, showing his shark teeth, and angrily pointed with his inverted triangle white eyes at him, shouting, "Of course I saw it. You little brat. How could you eat that? Spit out, ah." Saying this, he instantly teleported in front of him, and without saying a word, he was about to choke him. Schwami was resisting all over, puffing out his cheeks and unable to stop the drool, turning his face away to avoid looking at him directly. Yunyan Fuyue, Sai. Chapter 126. New Clone, Demon of Hatred. Yunyan rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly. "I said, we're in the middle of a battle now. Let's save the bickering for after the fight." The two who were still arguing froze, awkwardly looking in different directions. Shimi cleared his throat, looking at the despair not far away, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands cracking with tension. "How dare you poke my brother, and even make him eat your shit? Damn it, I'll chop you up." "Yunyan?" "No, the beginning is quite normal. But what does it mean to dare to let him eat in the end?" Yunyan widened her eyes and slightly parted her lips. "Is this what a legendary golden brother complex looks like?" Shaking her head, she looked helplessly at Shimi, who was frantically beating Ijue. She silently observed the three clones beside her, clearly shocked by his unreasonable outburst. Yunyan smirked, thinking, "Here she comes again." Shimi scratched his head, looking bewildered. He glanced at the knife in his hand, and then at the gun behind him. In the end, he chose to take the gun. In his pocket, after rummaging through it just now, he found the last 10 bullets. Yunyan casually threw a cloth bag at him, which contained specialized ammunition. "I brought it all for you." Schwami's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Sister Yunyan." The ghostly jumping ability was very strong, and with the spiritual energy faintly floating in the air, Schwami jumped up and landed steadily at a high place, setting up his gun to start dealing damage. Iju had truly lived up to his name this time. He was utterly helpless. His head grew back once, only to be chopped off immediately. The most outrageous part was when Shimi, in a fit of rage with his white eyes, punched and completely exploded his head. Yunyan's lips twitched. "What is this called? Dare to mess with my brother? I'll tear you apart." The family members are getting fierce, or maybe they're just stunned, seeing someone tear apart the enemy. It's the literal meaning of a ghost. "Yunyan, This is just a poke. Later let Shwani help Tanjiro. If not careful, it will become a sieve. Yin shivered silently. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. It's better to avoid it as much as possible. After all, finding the main body is really too troublesome. If it can lighten the burden a bit, then let it lighten a bit. Yin frowned. Relying solely on Tanjiro would definitely not be enough to kill that coward. She turned her head to the roof and shouted to Jinya. Jinya, go help Tanjiro. Leave this to me and your brother. Okay, I got it, Yin sis. Jinya, be careful. Shimi glanced sideways. Although he was quite worried, he still let go. Jinya was taken aback for a moment, and then flashed a bright smile. Okay, I understand. Big brother, it wasn't a solution to be so entangled. Yin's brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't make a real move until Kabutsuji Musen appeared. This guy was much harder to deal with than other demons. With so many clones, it was just a headache to look at. TSK never-ending. Shimi and Yin stood back to back, both slightly panting. Their stamina was still somewhat depleted. However, the regeneration speed of the 4 clones representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness began to slow down. The two exchanged glances, just as they were about to launch an attack. They saw the clone of rage suddenly absorb the joy and happiness clones, then tightly grasp the sorrow clone to absorb it. Shimi's eyes widened. What is this guy trying to do? Yin tightened her grip on the knife. The strongest clone in the battle was about to arrive. Shimi, hold on to me. Shimi didn't hesitate and directly wrapped her arms around her waist. Sure enough, the accumulated anger began to change, and their figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. Yin wrapped her arms around Shimi's waist and brought him to the talisman she had stuck to Shwani's back earlier. As soon as they arrived, they encountered Zungpation appearing behind Tanjiro, striking the drum. Just as the wooden dragon soared into the air, charging towards Tanjiro, Shimi's figure flashed as he rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "Get down, you little brat." Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind, slash. The wooden dragon was shattered, and Shimi stood in front of Tanjiro. Hey, have you found that guy's true body yet? Mr. Fushikawa. Yes, it's already been found. Right next to that new clone. It's inside that wooden sphere. Shimi squinted his eyes, I see. The clouds of smoke fell beside him, squinting his eyes. This guy's blood demon technique is quite troublesome. TSK. I can see that. The two exchanged a glance and swung their blades towards Zungpation, while the wooden dragon rose from ground. Sound waves and strong winds clashed. Lightning and ice intersected, and sparks flew amidst the smoke. Yin and Shimi rushed out from the smoke, running on the body of the wooden dragon, wielding their knives and striking recklessly. Zungpation looked at the two and felt helpless, clicking his tongue irritably. Not pleased at all. Really not pleased. His body was quite honest, directly sending the wooden ball far away. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Jinya, we'll hold them off. You guys hurry and chase. Okay. Yin and Shimi fought for half the night, a full half of the night, with the sword techniques of the breathing method never ceasing. Even they felt their stamina was somewhat lacking at this moment, their breathing becoming slightly heavy. Muling charged straight towards Yin's face, slashing down with a long knife. But a dragon's head emerged from behind, aiming to bite her shoulder. Yin. Shimi was startled and quickly pounced to tackle her down, rolling over twice, just barely avoiding the attack. The cost was a torn injury on his left arm, blood instantly spreading and staining his white haori. Shimi pressed his left arm, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, trying to get up with his knife, but the pain caused him to fall back down, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Yin's face turned dark. So this is how you want to play? She stood up, bringing her fingers together to point at her forehead, and a golden light suddenly shone brightly. Her dazzling golden eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, as she invoked the heavens and the earth. A golden divine spirit manifested behind her, gradually growing in size, surrounded by golden mist. A massive, translucent divine elephant rose from the ground, clad in armor, wielding a spear and a long knife, swiftly severing the heads of the wooden dragons and instantly shattering their bodies. Zungpation continuously beat the drum behind her, summoning as many Yin to chop as possible. Sweat beaded densely on her forehead, and Yin gritted her teeth. The consumption was quite significant. When she returned, she would eat a whole pork chop meal. Ultimately, she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin released her energy, and the divine image dissipated. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, and when she looked up again, a wooden dragon was charging directly at her. In a daze, a figure rushed out. Yin's eyes widened slightly, and on Shimi's face, the pattern of windmills had already appeared. Breath of wind, 7th form, strong wind, Tengu wind. As long as I'm still alive, I will never let anything happen to you. Several tornadoes collided with the wooden dragon, dust and sand flying everywhere, and Shimi resolutely stood in front of her, blocking all harm. Yunyan slightly opened her eyes. At this moment, his back view gradually overlapped with a figure in her blurry memories, yet she couldn't see it clearly. Breath of love, 2nd form, annoyed, wandering love. Wow. Sister Yunyan, Mr. Nashikawa, we're late. Sorry. Breath of the serpent, 5th form, twisting long snake. Ihei fell beside Shimi, supporting his somewhat unsteady body, with an almost imperceptible worry in his eyes. Nashikawa, are you okay? Can you still fight? Ah, hey, you guys are here. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still fight. Miri fell beside Yunyan, looking panicked. Sister Yunyan, how come you have so many scratches? Are you okay? Yunyan let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground, saying, I can't do it anymore. Mealy and hey, you came just in time. My divine power and physical strength are exhausted. I'm about to collapse. You guys keep it up. After saying that, she simply sprawled out, not wanting to move at all. It's not an exaggeration. She was both tired and in pain, her soul feeling as if it were being torn apart. But she couldn't show it. Chapter 127. Mealy and Ihei arrive. Zhengpu Tian looked at the suddenly appearing Mealy and Ihei, frowning deeply. Two more troublesome Hashira? This is really unpleasant. Is it the scent of rare blood? Zhengpu Tian looked at Shimi, his eyes flickering slightly, unable to resist licking his lips. This concentration, are you the finest among rare blood? Hey, yes. My blood smells really good, right? If you want to taste it, come at me. Shimi swung his knife, a fierce smile on his face, veins bulging, and the hand holding the knife creaking ominously. Ihei's expression was grim. What a delusion. By the time I chop off your neck, you can go to hell and dream. Mealy tightened her grip on the knife, her face smiling, but her expression somewhat tense. I absolutely will not let you realize that thought. Mealy charged out with her knife drawn. Zhengpu Tian struck the drum behind him, and the wooden dragon twisted and flew towards her, which she ruthlessly shattered. Mealy's expression was resolute. She was no longer the self-deprecating girl from before, because everyone was so gentle. Sister Yunyan is really gentle. She considers her feelings, takes care of her, just like the Lord, filling her heart with warmth. Being with Mr. Ihei is truly happy. There won't be any strange looks, and he will make her many sakura rice cakes to eat. He will accompany her for meals, look at her with gentle eyes, and give her many beautiful accessories and clothes. Although Mr. Busukawa seems fierce, he is actually a very gentle person. The sakura rice cakes made by Mr. Ihei are taught by Mr. Busukawa. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with confidence, as she naturally possesses immense strength, with muscle density 8 times that of an average person, which she has always been holding back. But now, there is no need to hold back anymore. To protect the people she wants to protect, she will give her all. When she lunged towards Zenitsu, Yunyan suddenly sat up and shouted at Mitsuri, Mitsuri, you can't just lunge in like that. The three of them widened their eyes slightly, and Ihei instinctively rushed towards Mitsuri. Mitsuri looked bewildered. What does Sister Yunyan mean? Then she froze, cold sweat pouring down her face. Zenitsu revealed a triumphant smile, while the wooden dragon faced Mitsuri, spitting out 2 dragon heads, just like nesting dolls. Suddenly, a sonic wave appeared before her. Kanroji Mitsuri, Mitsuri, Kyuso, Kanroji. The sonic wave attack suddenly unleashed, and after the smoke cleared, Mitsuri tightened her muscles, her eyes turning white as she knelt on the ground. Yunyan gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as she unleashed a beam of light, and Mitsuri instantly caught her breath. Zhengpu Tian had no time to react, seeing that Mitsuri had already returned to normal, her brows furrowed tightly. Truly, 2 shrews. Kanroji Mitsuri. Yunyan. 2 future husbands. Ihei and Shimi were so angry that their faces turned red. Their heads filled with hashtags, pointing at Zhuanpa and cursing. Who the hell are you calling a shrew? You're the trashier. If you have the guts, stand there and don't run. Millie blinked her eyes in grievance. Was the shrew referring to her? Yin tugged at the corner of his lips. This guy really makes me want to tear him apart. Yunyan's dead fish eyes stared at Xing Potion, raising his hand to point at him. Shimi, crush him. I'm going to do it now. Shimi rushed out as if he had stacked buffs. Every strike was a critical hit. Ihei nervously took off his Haori and helped Mitsuri put it on, then rubbed her head, speaking quickly, Mitsuri, don't listen to his nonsense. Mitsuri is the most wonderful person. She's not a shrew. He then darkened his face, gripping his sword tightly. I'm going to rip apart that foul-smelling mouth of his right now. Danzamaru spat out its core, rubbed against Mitsuri's face, and then bared its teeth at Zangpotion. Mitsuri stood up, gripping her sword and exhaling. Mr. Ihei, I want to fight too. He's such a rude person. The two exchanged glances and ran towards Zangpotion. Zangpotion scoffed, no matter how many come, it's just a waste of effort. Once you're out of energy, you'll obediently let me devour you. Eating one of you is worth 100 of those ants. You really can't compare. The speed and strength of the three increased, and Zangpotion frowned, noticing their difference with surprise. Why do these three have patterns on their skin that look like demon markings? Zangpotion ground his teeth, the rhythm of his drumming growing faster. These three, along with the woman sitting under the tree not far away, must be dealt with here. Otherwise, they would pose a threat to that esteemed person. Yunyan silently swallowed the pill, taking a moment to ease the pain until it became negligible, then propped himself up with a knife. He brushed aside his bangs and, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, looked through the gaps of the wooden dragon at Zangpotion. Although you are just a clone, you are also the first one to dare to insult me to my face. Black flames flickered on the knife, and the veins on his fair face bulged as his tone dropped several degrees, showing commendable courage. In a flash, the black flames surged, and in an instant, they burned away all the flying wooden dragons in the air. Zangpotion's eyes widened as Yunyan's knife had already severed his neck. As his head flew backward, it turned to look at Yunyan, and it seemed as if his soul had been struck. Cloud smoke filled with killing intent in his eyes seemed to look through him at the person behind. With her red lips slightly parted, the killing intent spread, so arrogant. What do you all take life for? Kicking away Zangpotion's body, as soon as he revived, the four of them attacked in pairs. To prevent excessive use of divine power leading to fainting, Yunyan had to seal her self-healing ability. Even Zangpotion, the strongest clone, was now overwhelmed, panting heavily, looking at the equally disheveled but murderous four, cursing fiercely in his heart. Are these four humans monsters? There were no beings like them in the previous pillars. Izumi lunged at him, her face twisted in ferocity, swinging her blade. Hey, what's wrong, you demon? Don't stop attacking. Weren't you just acting all tough? Keep being arrogant for me. Ihei emerged from above him, unleashing the first form, daring to insult Mitsuri. Where did that arrogance just go? Go die, and rot in hell. Yunyan and Mealy exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly. What to do? It seemed like the men and their family had already exploded beyond recovery. Bang! Crash! The room was filled with the sounds of destruction as Muzan furiously wrecked everything inside, gritting his teeth. Kiniko Yunyan, just like the surname. It filled him with immense rage and anger. It was as if a shadow named Fear enveloped him. That persistent shadow, like a nightmare, clung to him relentlessly. Chapter 128. The chase battle. Tanjiro ran through the forest with his sword, sweat dripping from his forehead. The wooden ball moved at an incredibly fast pace, making it very difficult for him to keep up. Jinya gritted his teeth, holstered his gun, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He clenched his jaw and quickened his pace as Nezuko ran up behind him. Tanjiro glanced sideways, and the two of them shared a silent understanding, gathering their strength to jump onto the wooden vine above the ball. The wooden ball suddenly rose high, and Tanjiro, feeling the pressure, looked up and shouted, Jinya, Nezuko, hold on. I know without you saying it. Jinya clung tightly to the vine, and even with Yunyan's divine power, it was impossible to cut through it. In a moment of desperation, Jinya bit down, nearly causing Tanjiro and Nezuko to widen their eyes in shock. Jinya, can you do that? Is your tooth okay? It's fine. I'm a demon slayer. Jinya bit down repeatedly, and his demon-like hair grew longer. At the last moment, the vine snapped, and Tanjiro seized the opportunity to grip his sword and adjust his breathing. Nezuko tore open her palm and sprayed blood onto the wooden ball. Blood demon art. Blood explosion. Fire god Kagura. Round dance. Open up. As the wooden ball hit the ground, they slashed it open, and smoke dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Tanjiro and Jinya widened their eyes in cold sweat. They actually escaped. Nezuko made a sound, and the two quickly looked over to see Hantengu's main body crazily running into the woods. Tanjiro's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, Coward! Don't run. Face the consequences. Hantengu was startled. At that moment, he remembered his time as a human. Covering his head, he ran, tears streaming down his face. It's not old age's fault. Ugh! Tanjiro and Nezuko chased after him again, while Jinya's veins bulged with anger. His brother and Yunyan were risking their lives battling that damned creature's cursed clones. He uprooted a nearby tree and hurled it at Han Tengu, yelling, "Damn it, you scoundrel!" The tree slammed beside Han Tengu, causing him to scream in fright once again. Tanjiro felt his stamina was clearly insufficient to continue running as trees flew through the air. Han Tengu dodged and ran at the same time. Nezuko fell from the sky, missing with her claw, while Tanjiro, panting heavily, remembered what Zenitsu had mentioned about the techniques of thunder breathing. He stopped, adopted the stance of thunder breathing, and exhaled white mist from his lips. Like lightning, he dashed behind Han Tengu, swinging his sword down, landing a hit. The sharp sound pierced his eardrums, and Han Tengu stiffly turned to look at him. "Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Tanjiro's eyes widened as Han Tengu suddenly grew larger, gripping his head tightly. He shouted, "Don't bully the weak." Nezuko gasped in shock and rushed over to save Tanjiro, but found her attacks were ineffective. Jinya hurried over, straining to pry Han Tengu's hands away, veins bulging as he growled, "Let go, you scoundrel." Just as Tanjiro was about to suffocate, Jinya finally tore Han Tengu's arms off. Nezuko ignited flames around him once more, and Tanjiro gripped his sword, being pulled back by Han Tengu. Feeling the ground beneath him give way, Tanjiro's eyes widened as he was dragged off the cliff. Nezuko jumped after him without hesitation, while Jinya lunged toward the edge of the cliff. With a face full of helplessness and shock, he reached out to grab them, but missed. "Tanjiro! Nezuko!" Nezuko fell hard, losing consciousness, while Tanjiro hung from a tree branch, ribs broken, coughing up blood. Han Tengu, now missing arms, stood up and looked up to meet Tanjiro's furious gaze. Tanjiro spoke slowly, "Don't even think about running." "Ugh." Han Tengu was drenched in cold sweat, glancing at the unconscious demon girl and the food demon boy who couldn't climb back up the cliff. Then he turned to look at the clearly injured boy hanging from the branch, who was coughing blood. Searching around, he finally caught the scent of humans. Without hesitation, Han Tengu ran towards that direction. The three swordsmiths hiding behind a rock saw him and immediately grabbed their swords and fled. They had come to retrieve the unfinished swords, but had the misfortune of encountering this situation. The three ran frantically, with Han Tengu desperately chasing behind them. If he could eat these three, he would regain his strength. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Damn it, Akaza, consuming so much power. What the hell are you doing?" Tanjiro fell to the ground, twisting his ankle and feeling at least 3 ribs broken, with possible internal bleeding. He looked worriedly at Nezuko, gently shaking her. "Nezuko, are you okay?" Nezuko opened her eyes slowly, sat up, and nodded at him. Tanjiro sighed in relief, watching the fleeing swordsmiths as he struggled to stand up, searching for his sword, sweating profusely. "Tanjiro, hey, that straightforward idiot!" 2 voices called out, and Tanjiro was taken aback, quickly turning to look, only to see Jinya struggling to climb down the cliff. A glint of cold light appeared in the distance, and a Nichiren blade fell at his feet. Tanjiro followed the direction of the Nichiren sword and saw the Tsuguko brothers supporting each other at the edge of the cliff. Michiro shouted at him, "Tanjiro, use this Nichiren blade." Kanroji looked displeased, but still shouted at him, "What are you standing there for, you fool? Take the sword and kill the demon. Can't you see that guy is about to run away?" Tanjiro's eyes lit up. "Great. They're still alive." He quickly drew the sword and replied, "Yes. Thank you so much." Tanjiro once again used thunder breathing to accelerate, rapidly changing his breathing technique mid-air, and slashed down at the demon's head. As it fell to the ground, Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief, slowly standing up. Just as he was about to speak to Nezuko, he noticed her anxiously running towards him. Looking at the sky, Tanjiro urgently stopped her. "No. Nezuko, go back. It's almost dawn." "Ugh, ugh." Nezuko, with wide, anxious eyes, kept pointing behind him. Tanjiro turned around, his expression overtaken by shock and disbelief. The demon's body was still chasing after the swordsmiths. He blankly glanced at the rolling head, which had the word hate carved on it. Remembering Union's words, Tanjiro widened his eyes. It turned out that wasn't even the main body. He hurriedly gripped the knife, wanting to chase after and deliver the finishing blow. Completely oblivious to the time of day, the dawn arrived the moment Nezuko took her first step. Sunlight poured down, and Nezuko covered her scorched face, suddenly collapsing to the ground. The exposed areas of her body were burned by the sunlight, and Tanjiro's eyes widened as he rushed over to shield her from the sun. "Nezuko, shrink. Make your body small." Nezuko transformed back into her younger form, curling up in his arms, but she was still being burned, emitting white smoke. Tanjiro's breathing quickened as he searched left and right, Jinya was still on the cliff, and the Kanroji siblings on the cliff had already collapsed due to poisoning and fever. As for Kaneo and the others, Tanjiro couldn't find them at all. What to do? What to do? Everyone can't get over here. What are we going to do? He glanced back and forth between the swordsmith and Nezuko, his eyes wide, breathing increasingly frantic. In despair, he closed his eyes, unable to make a decision. If you need to hesitate over such a trivial matter, what the hell are you still doing in the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro, just charge ahead without worry. Suddenly, his body lifted off the ground, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Nezuko under the sunlight, one eye still intact, looking at him firmly. One hand slowly formed a fist, making a gesture of encouragement. Tanjiro felt tears blurring his vision. He slowly looked up and saw Shinjiro and Kaneo looking disheveled, as if pulled out from a pool of blood. Bringing Jinya to Nezuko's side, the two of them took off their haori, and Kaneo tightly wrapped Nezuko in her arms, while Shinjiro and Jinya, tall and strong, shielded Nezuko from the sunlight. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Jinya, Mr. Abuyashiki, Sister Kaneo. He rolled over to the ground, gripping his knife and adjusting his breath, once again using the thunder breathing to chase after. Carefully discerning, he located his target. Chapter 129. Rebirth under the sun. The breath transformed into flowing light in his mind, and Tanjiro opened his eyes, finding it. In the heart, he swung the knife towards the heart of the body. Just as the demon's claw grasped the swordsmith's head, the body was cleaved open, revealing Hantengu under the sunlight. Tanjiro struck Hantengu's small neck with a single blow, the demon howling in a twisted expression, "Don't think you can escape. Face the consequences properly. Go to hell and atone for your sins." The hand of the hated clone pressed down hard on Tanjiro's head, but he didn't take care at all. Even as the wound on his head reopened, blood flowed down, but he still swung the knife with all his might. Amidst the flickering of Hantengu's forms, his head was severed in a single strike, dissipating under the sunlight. Tanjiro fell to the ground, coughing up blood, but tears continued to flow as he struggled to crawl towards Nezuko. Stretching out his hand, he helplessly murmured, "Nezuko." The sun had already risen, and even though she was shielded by the three, the white smoke still irritated his eyes and nerves. He had joined the Demon Slayer Corps to turn his sister back into a human, but now she was about to be killed by the sunlight. What was the meaning of everything he had gone through? Tanjiro clenched his fists, crying helplessly. The swordsmiths in the distance were shocked and frozen. One of them bent down to pat Tanjiro on the shoulder. "Lord Ring." Tanjiro lifted his head to look at him. The swordsmith pointed ahead, and he turned his head helplessly. His eyes widened like flames, the bright red in his eyes reflecting Nezuko standing under the sunlight. Yin and Schwani were supporting Shimi, and the three of them stood behind Nezuko, slowly letting out a sigh. Although they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Nezuko smiled and walked up to Tanjiro, saying, "Good morning." Tanjiro sat up, kneeling on the ground, held up by the swordsmiths, tears streaming down his face as he revealed a smile. "Nezuko, you're so amazing. Really amazing." He suddenly lunged towards Nezuko, tightly hugging her in his arms, crying out loud, "You're alive. This is really great." "Wawa." Nezuko held him, blinked her eyes, and showed a radiant smile. "That's wonderful." The siblings embraced each other, and Tanjiro's joyful cries echoed as the swordsmiths wiped their tears, filled with gratitude for them. Yunyan's lips curled up, and although she knew Nezuko would overcome the sunlight, she still felt a pang of anxiety when she saw Nezuko almost dissipate in the sun. Shimi and Jinya exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles as they looked at Tanjiro and Nezuko with gentle eyes. Meanwhile, Igarashi and Mitsuri, who had let Shimi and Yunyan go help Tanjiro, took action. To protect Mitsuri, Igarashi pushed her out of the way just as the wood dragon was about to engulf her. The wood dragon swallowed him, and as it crashed into the trunk, it dissipated into the air. Igarashi was momentarily stunned, exhaling a breath, and the next second, he was tightly embraced by Mitsuri. The intimate contact with her fair and soft skin made his face flush red. Mitsuri cried, "Mr. Igarashi, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. I almost caused you to lose your life." Igarashi was taken aback, and, forgetting his shyness, quickly patted her back to comfort her. "How could that be? Mitsuri is already very impressive. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold off this guy for so long on my own." He lifted his head, seriously meeting Mitsuri's tear-streaked eyes, gently wiping away her tears. "Being able to protect you is the happiest thing for me." Mitsuri's face turned red as she bit her lip, lowering her head to gently place a kiss on Igarashi's lips before quickly pulling away. With the scars on his face healed, Igarashi emerged from the shadows, and his handsome face was no longer bandaged. At that moment, Igarashi's flushed face was fully exposed to Mitsuri. He blushed as he stood up, taking the equally blushing Mitsuri's hand to find Shimi and Yunyen. The others hurriedly arrived, starting to tend to the injured. Seeing that everyone was still alive, Mitsuri, overwhelmed with emotion, directly hugged Tanjiro and Izuko. Igarashi. Upon seeing Mitsuri's happy expression, Igarashi sighed in annoyance. Forget it, as long as she's happy. Kanroji came charging in, enveloped in dark energy. Tanjiro, where's the sword? At this question, the venue fell silent. Tanjiro froze. Mr. Kanroji, I remember the sword. I just used it to decapitate the demon. Huh, you decapitated the demon. And then what? What happened next? Then, the sword broke, right? It broke, didn't it? Tanjiro's face turned pale as he quickly patted Nezuko's shoulder. Nezuko, run. I'll kill you. Running now, Yunyen took a puff from the corner of her lips, looking at the blacksmith nearby, who was frantically reminding everyone about the knife. She sighed in frustration. There were quite a few injured, and after Alan finished bandaging Yunyen, she took over the medical kit to bandage Shimi. In a small, secluded room, Shimi lay on the bed, and after much effort, Yunyen managed to tend to all his wounds. There was a particularly deep wound on his chest, and helplessly, she could only press a towel against it to stop the bleeding. Shimi gazed at her without blinking, his expression gentle. They were very close, and as Yunyen slightly turned her head, Shimi had already lifted his hand to rest on the back of her head. Following his strength, their lips met. Slightly parting, they exchanged breaths. Yin has grown tired of searching for the mysteriously vanished 06. At this moment, the entire space is left with just the two of them. In a battle that is hard to survive, neither of them has lost the other. After a brief 2-day rest, everyone began to evacuate. On the day before the evacuation, the blacksmiths suddenly returned. Although there were still knives in the village that had not been evacuated, it was not necessary to withdraw all the knives. Unexpectedly, these blacksmiths came to collectively thank them. Yunyen was momentarily stunned. She seemed to have experienced a scene like this before. Feeling a warmth in her hand, Yunyen came back to her senses. Shimi's violet eyes were filled with tenderness as she held her hand and revealed a gentle smile. Don't be dazed, let's go home. Yunyen's lips curled up, and her eyes smiled crescent-like. All right, let's go home. Shimi turned around and wrapped her arms around her brother's shoulders, while Jimmy smiled and allowed Shimi to circle her neck, playfully. Ihei and Mitsuri left first, taking the Tsutomu brothers back to detox and recuperate. Yunyen looked at Tanjiro on the carriage, her eyes soft. This child has come a long way, and it has not been easy for being referred to as a boy by them. He has gradually become known as Lord Kamadu among these people. Tanjiro, you've really worked hard. You've done well. Keep it up, Tanjiro. Chapter 130. Yunyen activates the hand-cranked external mode. Yunyen, it's bad. Huh? 06 rushed into the room, colliding with Yunyen, who was preparing to change Shimi's bandages. The two, along with the cat, stared at each other wide-eyed, since it was somewhat inconvenient for Shimi to undress. Yunyen was currently helping him take off his team uniform. In 06's eyes, it looked as if Yunyen was about to strip Shimi completely. With dead fish eyes, 06 looked at Yunyen. Yunyen, although I know that after being together, it's hard to resist such a handsome, perfectly shaped man, but he's still a patient, you know? You can't. Hoo-ah. Cloud smoke reveals shark teeth, a downward triangle white eye, directly throwing a cup that hits 06 and sends him flying. What nonsense are you talking about? You perverted cat. Non-death Chuan Shimi. 06 has a big bump on his head, peeking from the door, saying, oh, I'm misunderstood. It's not. This is not the time to talk about this. Yunyen, I have learned some incredible news. Yunyen was changing Shimi's bandages without raising her eyelids, perfunctorily humming in response. Really? That guy actually teamed up with Muzin. And Tong Mo's soul went missing in hell. What did you say? Yunyen raised her head, her gaze sharp like a blade. How did you go missing? During your battle with Shanshin Si, I was called away by Sha Shui and the others because the Dark General couldn't be summoned and couldn't enter the world. Shimi Furuit Hadburais, placing her hand on Yunyen's noticeably frozen hand. What's wrong? Is the situation serious? Under the low clouds, with a helpless expression, how could it be? This time, the difficulty of our victory has indeed increased. Shimi clenched his fist, looking at the sunwheel blade beside him, pondering how difficult the training should be next. 06 walked over to the two, sat down with a thud, raised a paw, and said, Yunyen, the power of the second-dimensional main god has increased. And and the restrictions on you have also decreased. The strength on the demon side has increased, and ours has increased too. After Yin finished bandaging the last wound, she sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating. Well, if that's the case, I really do have a divine artifact that can help me quickly become stronger. Upon hearing this, both a person and a cat turned to look at her. Yin smiled and said, "Then for now, let's take a good rest for a few days. After all, that guy Musin will have to stay put for a while." Because after this battle, there were a total of 5 people who had awakened the mark, and the leader Waizai Kanjuro called a Hashira meeting. The purpose was twofold. First, to let those who awakened the mark share their experiences, and second, to thank them for their efforts and victories, as well as for returning alive. Mitsuri still looked a bit dazed, and when she was describing the feeling of awakening the mark, she was completely unable to articulate it clearly. Yin and Xiangnai couldn't help but rub her head. She was just too cute. Ihei looked helpless, his eyes filled with indulgence, and his face slightly flushed, clearly charmed by Li's cuteness. Shimi's eyes twitched, sighing in silence. On the other hand, Kanjuro completely understood. Everyone was shocked except for Yin, Rengoku. You can actually understand. Kanjuro laughed a couple of times. The story told by Kenroji girl was very clear. I understood it completely. Everyone. When asked about Shimi and Ihei, the two simply responded with one sentence, saying they were so angry that the markings inexplicably appeared. Not paying attention at all. Everyone, what a reason for being too angry. In the end, it was Wataru who perfectly explained the situation of when he activated his markings, saying, "I think my brother and I at that time had a body temperature of 39 degrees and a heart rate of 200. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes widened slightly. If that's the case, weren't you in a fever state? Takata-kun, how did you determine that? Wataru scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Well, I remember once when I had a fever and took my temperature, it was also 39 degrees. And the feeling was exactly the same as the initial state of activating the markings. Yin leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, tilting her head slightly. In fact, as I mentioned before, the patterns are a depletion of life, meant to enhance your power, but you won't live past 25 after activating them. It's a gamble between life and breaking through limits. If you endure, you will succeed. It's a game against death, but I have already tempered your bodies with the spirit spring water from the divine realm. The cost of the patterns poses no threat to you. You could say that not only can you gain the power brought by the patterns, but you can also still have a normal lifespan. After a simple discussion, everyone unanimously decided to initiate the pillar training. The strength of all team members must be improved as quickly as possible. This battle will be the last one between humanity and demons in 1,000 years, so we must give it our all. However, before that, we must first recover from our injuries and ensure our bodies are in optimal condition. Consequently, in the following days, the Demon Slayer Corps intensified their patrols, only to unexpectedly discover that the demons seemed to have suddenly vanished. This unusual situation forced everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps to heighten their vigilance. When things seem strange, there must be something amiss. Yin has changed from her usual laziness, often locking herself in her room, not knowing what she is doing. She only appears during mealtimes. Shimi and Chinamiko are extremely worried and want to call for help, only to find a layer of golden barrier set up at the door. TSK, what is this little girl doing? Hey, Yin, what are you doing? Master, it's been several days already. If this continues, it will be bad for your health. There was no response from inside, but a chaotic noise could be heard, and the expressions of the two became increasingly worried. The next second, Yin opened the door, smiling, saying she had completed it. I am exhausted. Huh? Completed what? Chinamiko didn't say anything, but looked curious and walked over with Shimi, only to see Yin holding a model-like courtyard prop. The artifact for a small world has been successfully transformed. Yin had a mysterious smile on her face. During the pillar training, you had to train the team members during the day, and, at night, it was a bit more difficult. Come in here, Shimizu Sumiya, Chitos. Although they didn't understand what this thing was for, it seemed a bit impressive. Ignoring the object, the two directly pulled Yin to eat and started to chatter at her. Yin's eyes twitched slightly, looking helpless as she was silently scolded by the two for a long time. After going to deliver messages to others in the afternoon, Yin received replies from all the pillars. They all expressed that after the training starts, they would gather at the mountain shrine she designated after dinner every day. After receiving the replies, Yin nodded in satisfaction. 06 licked its fur, silently giving a thumbs up, saying, "Mortal beings, your god is about to start providing you with power-ups. Kibbutz Suji Musin, you are about to face a group of cheaters." 06 You're going to suffer. Now, Chapter 131. Extra Demon Slayer Sports Day. Younger Siblings and Stepson Edition. Timeline. Peaceful days after the Entertainment District arc. Hey, Sports Day, how novel. I have never participated in one before. Yunyan looked curiously at the letter sent by Hoshiki Yoya, resting her chin on her hand in thought. 06 lazily lay on the mat, lifting her eyelids. Is it the sports meet? Sounds quite interesting. Is there a list of participants? Let me take a look. Huh? Why are they all younger siblings? Oh, there's Nezuko too. The list clearly displayed several names. Taketu Mwichiru, Rengoku Kyujuru, Shinazugawa Jinya, Kanamori, Kurikaharu Kanao, Nezuko. 06 leaned over to take a closer look, and it really was. But it also mentioned there would be hidden tasks. Really? That's it. I'm even more looking forward to it. Yunyan's eyes sparkled slightly. Having never experienced it before, curiosity drove her, but there were still 3 days left. To keep Chitose from feeling nervous, Yunyan spent almost all of those 3 days accompanying her and doing what she wanted. Quangjin also came to keep Chitose company. On the evening 3 days later, the younger siblings and Chitose nervously entered the competition venue. As for the others, they were all in the spectator area. Shimi sat stiffly in a chair, arms crossed, feeling extremely nervous, even more so than Schwami. Shinjiro Hachisuka appeared with a smile, while Hinai and Hayaka approached carrying boxes. After calming everyone's anxious hearts, with a whistle from Tain, the draw began. The first event was a long-distance run, requiring participants to run from the shrine through the forest and back to the shrine. The contestants stood at the starting line as Tain raised her hand. Ready? Go! Upon hearing the signal, everyone began to sprint. Tanjiro even took out a banner and, along with Mizuho, shouted together, Nezuko! Go for it! Kanaho and Kochu Shinobu waved their hands, with one hand cupped over their lips. Cannot go for it. Yunyan and Quangjin didn't need to be mentioned. As they were all shouting towards the runway, Schwami, Naomi, go for it. Shimi didn't say anything, but her eyes were fixed on Schwami's back, silently cheering him on in her heart. Akai's was shouting at his younger brother, Chizur, go for it, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. One Aikir was directly waving a flag, Mucher, go for it. The others were cheering for all the participants, and Yuzi started beating a drum, setting the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the younger siblings and stepchildren participating in the race were all giving it their all. Nezuko transformed, doubling her speed. Everyone was surprised. Schwami widened his eyes. Is there such a thing? He then took a deep breath, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air for himself, matching Nezuko's speed and firmly holding first place. Chizunimi and Kanahu exchanged glances, both focusing their breathing, steadily tied for second place. As for Chizur, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, lagging far behind the first four. Mucher looked left and right, and finally, helplessly, he overtook everyone. There was simply no comparison for him. He sprinted all the way, while the anxious crowd waiting for their return was sweating profusely. In less than half an hour, Yunyan squinted her eyes. A look of joy on her face. It's Mucher and Schwami. Shimi suddenly turned his head to look in the direction she pointed. Schwami gritted his teeth, maintaining a half-meter lead over Nezuko. Mucher clearly wasn't using his full strength and hadn't pulled too far ahead, so Schwami was the second to reach the finish line. Collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, Nezuko arrived second, and being a demon, she didn't feel too tired. Next were Chizunimi and Kanahu, and finally Chizur. However, as soon as Chizur arrived, he was already about to collapse from exhaustion, caught securely in Akai's arms. Akai's looked pleased, and Chizur did great. He held on until the end. Amazing. Although he finished last, Chizur was very happy to be praised by his most respected older brother. Schwami lifted his head, and in front of him appeared a bamboo tube. Shimi squatted in front of him, ruffling his hair and awkwardly saying, You came in second. You worked hard. Then he revealed a faint smile. You're truly my. Schwami blushed, smiling as he took the water and drank eagerly. I was really about to die of thirst. Yunyan first went to see Qianai, then praised Schwani, and then ran off to compliment others, focusing on being fair to everyone. Iker, on the other hand, was handing his brother water and wiping his sweat, looking proud, truly my brother. In the second round, all the contestants drew lots. Everyone reached into the box, took out a slip of paper, which had the characters for brother or sister and master written on it. Ah, this is... Kanai blinked her eyes, a smile of anticipation on her face. Yunyan blinked, crossed her arms, and leaned forward to look at the character on Naime's hand. Is this a cooperative competition in the second round? Thus, the next scene raised everyone's expectations to the max. It was still a long-distance run, But Nezuko directly picked up the bewildered Tanjiro like the wind and took off running. The water Hashira group. Winky face. Kaijiro was momentarily stunned, but then securely picked up his younger brother and dashed out with total concentration breathing. On Kanaho's side, Kanahira took the stage, carrying her sister on her back, still smiling as she ran out. Shinobu waved her hand, cheering them on. Sanemi frowned, clamping his brother under his arm with one hand, revealing a fierce grin, and immediately sprinted off without any build-up. Michiro looked at his brother, who was the same height as him, fell into contemplation, and ultimately decided to carry Takedo on his back, charging forward vigorously despite Takedo's bewildered expression. Yin sighed, really comparing speed with her. Yin picked up Chiname and smiled as she said, "Chiname, hold on tight." Yes. In the blink of an eye, Yin disappeared with Chiname from everyone's sight. This wasn't the scariest part. The terrifying thing was that, apart from Nezuko, it was essentially a competition between pillars. Yin and Shimi were like divine beings and demigods cheating with their powers. As pillars, they even used sword techniques just to speed things up. Yin revealed a mysterious smile to them, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with everyone's complaints. Sorry, I'll go ahead first. The statue is moving. The shadow of the dragon covered him, and his speed directly multiplied tenfold. Everyone shouted in disbelief. Isn't your ability a bit too overpowered? Shimaho let out a breath, a defiant smile on her face, veins bulging. I won't easily admit defeat. The speed of the demigod was pushed to the limit, charging forward, and she quickly caught up with Yin, neither willing to give way. It was just tough for Chinami and Schwanmi, as the raging wind made their tears fly, their features twisted, looking hideous. Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were at the finish line, squinted their eyes, and the next second, they were scared out of their wits. Yin and Shimi each brought their own cubs and rushed over like lightning with sparks flying. Then, a loud crash echoed, and as the smoke cleared, Yin and Shimi nearly arrived at the same time, knocking Zenitsu and Inosuke away. Following them were the Taketu brothers, the Rengoko brothers, and the Kocho sisters, all arriving simultaneously. Finally, the Kamadu siblings showed up. At the awards ceremony, Yin and Shimi glanced at the soul-possessed Chinami and Jinya with a guilty look, silently shifting their gaze. The Demon Slayer Sports Day concluded successfully. Chapter 132, Preparations for the Backup Plan. Yin stretched lazily, looking at the small square world beside her, pondering, and then quickly stepped in to test the difficulty. There were a total of 4 levels. As soon as she entered the first level, according to her settings, it was Muzin at a quarter of his strength. She dealt with him in just a few moves and moved on to the second level. The second level had a bit of a bug, where attacks would pass through despite hitting, so she quickly fixed it. The third level was fine, but the power calibration wasn't very accurate, so she adjusted again. In the fourth level, Yin fell silent. Her vision was impacted, but fortunately, no problems arose. Confirming that the training settings were secure, Yin exited the small square world and calculated the time. Tonight should be the first time Shinmi and Ihei encountered the Infinity Castle. Meanwhile, the Hashira training had begun accepting registrations, and Yin helped Chinamimi sign up before resuming her leisurely routine. While others were busy, she lived a retirement-like life, sipping tea, playing with Long, the crow, and tinkering with new dishes when she had nothing else to do. Thinking about the disappearance of Tamayo's soul, she guessed it must have been taken by that guy who infiltrated hell. The spirit departed from the body and headed straight for the place where Akaza was located. At this moment, Akaza had transformed back into Kaijuro's appearance, sitting beside Koyuki, listening to Susue's rambling. When she saw her approach, Susue quickly knelt on one knee and greeted. 5 General Susue, greeting the Emperor. Please be at ease, Emperor. All right, it's home, so why all these formalities? Yin looked at Komechi and said, I have something I'd like to discuss with you in detail. Are you available now? Of course. Your wife can listen in as well. The choice is yours. Komechi and Rinshua exchanged glances and nodded at Yin. Sure, what do you need me to do? Yin waved her hand, and Susue lowered her head and stepped back. She then gestured for Koma and Rinshua to sit beside her and spoke. Tongmao is missing. He should now be outside of hell, having regained his physical form. What? How could this be? Koma said, trembling as he held Rinshue's shoulders. All along, Rinshua had been a spirit following him, so she naturally knew the terrifying aspects of Tongmao. Yin looked up at Komechi and said, Now, I would like to ask you for a favor. If possible, in the final battle, I would like you to help me kill him. Of course, as a return gift, I will lessen your days of punishment and choose a good reincarnation identity for you. You will still be a couple. How about that? Komachi held onto Lianshue's hand, and Lianshue looked at him firmly. Husband, go ahead, protect more people. I will wait for you to come back. Komachi gazed at her determined expression. His pupils trembled slightly. He tightened his grip on her hand, pulled her into his embrace, and held her tightly. Okay, wait for me. After that, we will never be apart again. Then he turned to Yin. I agree, but I do not wish it to be a return gift. This is what I should do, and it is also my atonement for all the sins of the past. The smoke curls around my lips. Good. When the time comes, I will let you go. Also, it starts now. You don't have to be punished anymore. Just live well with your wife in hell. I will have Su Shui take you to the living area. In hell, there are not only terrifying places, but also prosperous ones. As the smoke rose and disappeared before them, Su Shui smiled and approached them, leading them away from the execution ground. After leaving hell, Yin received a letter from Tanjiro Kamadu. Looking at the contents, Yin couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if the Lord could become a military advisor for her army. She could have saved quite a bit of hair. After thinking about it, she realized that she hadn't visited the Hell family for quite a while. 06, let's get some good wine from the Space Mall and some skincare products, and we'll go visit the former flame, Hashira. Yin stood up, changed into the team uniform, and strapped a knife to her waist. All right, suddenly thinking of Zenitsu, Yin paused for a moment. Oh, I need to find some good gifts and supplements. We still have to make a trip to Peach Mountain. Oh, all right. With her things in hand, Yin knocked on the Rengoku family's door. As expected, it was Shinjuro who opened the door. In the courtyard, Shinjuro was sparring with Kaijuro, while Mrs. Rengoku watched them gently. It's Sister Yin. Please come in. A look of joy spread across Shinjuro's face as he quickly turned to shout into the courtyard. Father, mother, brother, Sister Yin is here. Oh, is Yin here? Miss Kagaya. Ah, Yin has come. Hurry in. As soon as she entered, Yin faced 3 pairs of bright-eyed large, medium, and small owls, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. No matter how many times she saw them, she couldn't help but marvel at how strong the Rengoku family's genes were. With a gentle smile on her face, she slightly bowed, then said, "Excuse me." Yin handed over the items brought to him to Kaijuro Rengoku. Ruhu sighed, showing helplessness, with a friendly smile in his eyes. You child, why are you being so distant with us? Yin smiled and shook her head, saying that this was not being formal, but a custom from her hometown. When visiting close elders, one must observe etiquette. I see. Thank you, Yin. Luwa couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon hearing this. As he took her hand and led her inside the house, Yin got straight to the point. After hearing this, the Hell family inside the house showed no hesitation. Liowa smiled and said, "Leave it to Shiro." No problem at all. Leave it to me." Yin stared at the two with a shocked expression. "So before that, please be prepared and patiently wait for my communication." A rare, unusual emotion appeared in Xing Shurong's eyes, and he slightly clenched his clothes. Yin made a brief stop at the Purgatory family before setting off to Peach Mountain. She wanted to protect the few relatives that Zenitsu had left. Thinking of Zenitsu's scummy senior brother, Yin furrowed her brows tightly. Upon entering Peach Mountain, Yin couldn't help but exclaim that this truly was her ideal place for retirement. Just look at these juicy peaches and the beautiful scenery. It couldn't be more comfortable. Walking through the peach grove, Yin pondered that even though Zenitsu wasn't on the mountain at this time, it didn't mean that his so-called senior brother wasn't around. Sure enough, as she walked, she spotted a person lounging against a tree trunk, leisurely swinging their legs and munching on a peach. Yin immediately spotted the hooked jade pendant around the person's neck, and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. She no longer spared him a glance and walked up the mountain. With a thud, a peach rolled to the ground. Appearing at her feet, Yin looked over with a cold face. She saw the person in the tree, first wearing a hostile expression, which was soon replaced by panic as he hurriedly climbed down and bowed to her. "I am deeply sorry, Ice Pillar Lord. I thought it was someone else intruding into Peach Mountain, which is why I was so rude." Yin looked at him coldly, causing Kuei-yu to break out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with panic. Wasn't it said that the Ice Pillar was the gentlest of all pillars? Why was there such a strong sense of oppression? Thinking about Yin's achievements and strength, Kuei-yu tried hard to think that instead of being a disciple of the former Ming Pillar, he should work hard to become the adopted son of the Ice Pillar. That way, he would become stronger. He would have a brighter future. Remembering Yin's current adopted son, Kuei-yu's face showed disdain. He had encountered that woman before. She was nothing but a clumsy idiot. She couldn't match him in strength and only relied on having the current Wind Pillar backing her up. Otherwise, How could she have become a grade A member in such a short time? Such an idiot didn't deserve to be the adopted son of the ice pillar. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was the most suitable person, and he couldn't help but straighten his back. After a long silence without a response, he looked up again to find that Yin had long since walked far away and was ignoring him. Kuei-yu was stunned, his face replaced by unwillingness and resentment, looking fierce. This woman, isn't she just a pillar? How could she be so arrogant? Is she looking down on him? Chapter 133. Dealing with Kuei-yu, Yin looked at the old man chopping firewood outside and couldn't help but think of her master from childhood. He was similarly short, with a head full of white hair but boundless energy. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she picked up the gift and walked over. I'm sorry to disturb you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sakashima. I am the current ice pillar, Kigen Yunyan. Approaching Sakashima's Ziwalang, Yunyan bowed to him. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, quickly set down the axe and said, "Oh, I know you. No need for so much courtesy. Coming quickly. Thanks to you. The Lord's health has improved. How is the Lord now? Why do you come this time?" Yunyan blinked, thinking he would inquire about Zenitsu, but well, it's fine as it is. Still following the usual familiar routine, after some pleasantries, Yunyan handed him the letter and mentioned her hope that he could protect the Lord's family together with Shinjuro while waiting for her news. Sanjo Sumijiro rubbed his face, looking serious, and said, "Of course, no problem. This old body of mine can still be of use for the Lord. I couldn't ask for more." Yunyan recognized that the person in front of her was dignified and worthy of respect, which made her expression turn serious. Then, there was one more matter to discuss. As they chatted until evening, Siwalang called for Kuai Yue, and with a look of surprise on Kuai Yue's face, he proposed that Yunyan take him away. Yunyan Haisho, with an excited yet concealed expression, left with Kuang Yue. Long Fei went to the production house to communicate with the estate, calling an emergency Hashira meeting overnight. Kuang Yue walked behind her, looking at her back with an extremely proud gaze. Sure enough, she recognized his talent. He couldn't help but wonder what this woman was pretending during the daytime. Yin walked leisurely, watching Long Fei return, the corners of his lips curling up. He raised his hand, using a golden chain to tightly bind Kuai Yu. Kuai Yu fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. "What? Lord Ice Pillar? What are you doing?" Yin looked down at him with a murderous intent in his eyes, causing Kuei Yu to break out in a cold sweat from the shock. The overwhelming pressure choked his voice in his throat. With a snap of his fingers, everything before Kuei Yu went pitch black, and he could hear no sound, as if the volume had been muted. Yin raised his hand and carried him, rushing straight to the house of the production manor. In the courtyard, everyone gathered together, and production manor Yaozai sat on a cushion, quietly waiting for Yunyan's arrival. How strange, a meeting was called so late, and it was initiated by Yunyan. Was there an urgent matter? Kuang Jin scratched his face, looking around, but didn't see Yunyan's figure. Shimi sat on the floor, resting his chin on his hand, shaking his leg, looking unhappy. He didn't understand why he hadn't seen her all day. It was said to be related to Mr. Beiminjiu, but he didn't know what it was about. Chang Tu crossed his arms and sighed, and everyone looked towards the tearful Beiminjiu, Xingming. The person involved looked confused, tears in the corners of his eyes. His hands clasped together, rubbing the prayer beads, chanting Namu. Everyone, sigh. Soon, Yunyan entered with Kuai Yu, casually throwing him on the ground. With a snap of her fingers, he regained his sight and hearing and could speak again. At this moment, more than a dozen gazes in the courtyard fell on him, and Kuai Yu felt uneasy. These people in this place, are they all Hashira? The person at the top was indeed one of them. Kuai Yu swallowed hard. Due to the dim light, he couldn't clearly see the figure not far away. Yunyan rubbed his neck and said, "My lord, the person mentioned in the letter is him, isn't it? You've worked hard, Yunyan." Chanjia Yaozai sighed, his eyes filled with sadness. "Child, I have a question, and I hope you can answer me. Look, do you remember this person?" Kuang Yu followed the direction of his hand, and his eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. "It's him. He clearly tried very hard to avoid me." He suddenly looked at Yunyan, his gaze seeming to want to swallow her whole, but the next moment, his head was struck hard by a punch. Shimi's furious roar came to his ears. "You bastard! What kind of look is that?" Shimi stood protectively in front of Yunyan, glaring at the corpse of Kuang Yu on the ground. He didn't hold back at all with that punch, causing Kuang Yu to see stars. His forehead hit the ground directly, instantly bleeding. Seeing him like this, Chanjia Yaozai felt an overwhelming sadness in his heart. Yunyan does not, so everything in the letter is true. Yet, he actually allowed such a person to join the Demon Slayer Corps. As the Lord, he is truly negligent. Yunyan patted Shimi's shoulder, and Shimi hummed in response, wrapping her arms around her waist but slightly shifting her body to the side. Yunyan leaned against Shimi with crossed arms and coldly spoke. Once there was a child who was taken in by a kind-hearted monk. However, because the monk was blind, the child felt justified in stealing the temple's offerings just to satisfy his own hunger. When other children discovered this, he was ostracized and harbored resentment. That night, when he encountered a malevolent spirit in the woods, he struck a deal to destroy the temple's wisteria incense burner, allowing the spirit to devour everyone in the temple. The blind monk, unable to see, tried to protect the last child as the other children attempted to escape and call for help, or try to drive away the spirit with farming tools, but all perished without exception. The blind monk fought the spirit barehanded until dawn to protect the final child. The child was too young and traumatized to express himself clearly, resulting in the monk's imprisonment. You might think the monk would die that day, but unexpectedly, he was bailed out, joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and became a Hashira, yet he developed a fear of children as a result. 3 years later, a girl named Sayaka sent him a letter. It was because of this letter and the souls of those children that he unraveled his inner turmoil and found redemption. Yunyan lowered her head, her eyes filled with a frost of coldness, while the culprit pretended to be a wandering child, flaunting and deceiving, seeking sympathy, and using a mouthful of lies to join the Demon Slayer Corps. He persecuted the team members, disregarding the lives of his comrades who fought alongside him, even using them as bait for the demons, killing them together with his companions. Koyuki, if you go to hell. Even the AVCI, hell wouldn't be enough to contain a garbage existence like you. Every word struck hard into the hearts of everyone present. Biming Yuxingming suddenly turned his head. Although he couldn't see, he could still lock on a Koyuki on the ground with his strong perception. Namo originally thought this was just a coincidence of the same name, but unexpectedly, it really was you. Little monk, doesn't he understand? Koyuki, what exactly are you doing this for? Tears flowed from his eyes, filled with endless sadness and anger. Now, thinking back, he only felt endless grief in his heart. How innocent those children were. How innocent those team members were. Shimi's veins bulged, wishing he could draw his sword and cut down Koyuki right now. The expressions of the crowd turned cold. They hated such people the most, who didn't value life and were selfish. Koyuki lay on the ground, laughing softly. So what? I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Those useless ones should fulfill their role as useless beings. If they die, so what? They are just a bunch of useless people. A group that is dispensable. Worthless. I am a genius. It's their honor to die for me. You motelfia. Say that to me one more time. Shimi directly lifted him up, looking at him with a twisted face, his eyes bloodshot. Yunyan gently placed her hand on his arm and coldly said, calm down. She looked up at Arikia. Yose, my lord, please give the order. Shimi, dissatisfied, threw the person to the ground, but couldn't help but kick Kaigaku, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Except for Yunyan, everyone else knelt on one knee and respectfully said, please give the order, my lord. With a heavy heart, Arikia Yose's gentle voice deepened. Strip Kaigaku of his rank as an elite member of the Demon Slayer Corps and expel him from the team. The rest, Yunyan, I'll leave to you. Understood. Arikia Yose, holding back tears, felt it was his fault that those children lost their lives for no reason. He felt guilty towards those vibrant and confident children. Once the Lord left, Yunyan directly took charge. Let it all out. After you're done, I'll take him to hell. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and gathered around, mercilessly punching and kicking. When Kaigaku was left with only a breath, Yunyan raised her hand, and black flames instantly engulfed him. Inside the golden chains, only Kaigaku's soul remained. Yunyan beckoned with a finger, and a white skeleton gate rose from the ground. Yin Miao took him to the endless punishment. A golden-haired, blue-eyed girl walked out from the gate, dressed in a cloud-patterned long skirt. She respectfully knelt on one knee before her, saying, 10 generals, Yin Miao, pays respects to the emperor. May the emperor be at peace. Your subordinate obeys the command. She then took the still rambling Kuai Yu away. Because it was too noisy, just before entering the gate of hell, Yin Miao smiled and, in front of everyone, directly pulled off his tongue. Holding the still, bleeding tongue in one hand and the fainted Kuai Yu's soul in the other, she entered the gate of hell. Everyone. Yunyan. Chapter 134. Trouble has arrived. Due to her unfortunate and overly bloody subordinate, Yunyan was forced to listen to a long lecture. Rather than a lecture, it was more like a group of people worrying whether her mental state was still normal. The others had patrol duties, so it wasn't long before they dispersed, leaving only Shimi and Quangjin in the courtyard. Yunyan crossed his arms and looked at Shirmi, making him break into a cold sweat. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Yin squinted her eyes, suddenly darting behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her hands against his chest, and then starting to rub. Korea Kara, winky face, Shina Zugawa Sanemi. His restless hands were grasped by him, and Sanemi's whole body turned a shade of crimson. Slightly arching his back, trembling, "What are you doing?" Yin narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, you've been training behind my back, right? Your chest muscles have gotten bigger. Hey, is that really your focus? And, in front of so many people, you need to be more mindful. Shimi felt so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yin regretfully released his hand and distanced himself from her. All right. Yin walked away quickly with his hands behind his back, leaving Shimi, whose face was flushed red, and Quangjin, who was in a daze. In a state of confusion in the wind, Yin walked down the street, where the shops were still open and groups of people strolled along. From time to time, members of the Demon Slayer Corps patrolled past. Hey, are you serious? You actually like that super fierce and super aggressive wind Hashira? I really don't know what you're thinking. TCH, you don't understand. That day, I saw the wind Hashira walking with the ice Hashira, and the wind Hashira actually showed such a gentle smile. Originally, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps because the wind Hashira saved me, and I was worried that he only cared about training. But now it seems I might not be so bad after all. You should just give up. There are only 2 wind Hashiras, and both already have partners. The one you like, the undying Chuan Hashira, is paired with the ice Hashira. So what? I might not be worse than the ice Hashira. Even if my strength doesn't measure up, someone like the ice Hashira, who is like a high mountain flower, definitely isn't suitable for marriage. I can do everything, whether it's cooking or housework. It's all a piece of cake for me. Besides, my background isn't bad. I've been to school. Huh, really? Of course. I'm very confident that I can win the wind Hashira's heart. Well, do as you wish. Yin leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, quietly listening to the 2 team members chat, her eyes flickering slightly. This little girl speaks quite boldly. Has she been to school? Indeed, in this era, those who can attend school are all wealthy and privileged children. Logically, Yin should dissuade the other party's thoughts, but she chose to turn a blind eye instead. Instead, she maliciously curled her lips, finding it quite interesting to listen. Strolling back to the courtyard, she leaned against a pillar while drinking, looking up at the full moon in the sky. Let her have a good look, to see how you used actions to snatch Shimi away. In peaceful days, one must find some fun to watch 06 lifted its eyelids and yawned, having been wandering on the rooftops all the way and also heard the warrior's speech. To this, 06 could only say one thing: wishful thinking and overestimating oneself. Compared to wealth, an ancient god who has lived for tens of thousands of years and commands millions of troops, is there a shortage of money? With a casual move, one could buy half of the world, all right. Moreover, the 9 Nether Realm is the richest among the divine realms. Housework, cooking? 06 slowly raised a question mark. As far as it knew, as long as Shimi was around, Yin had never been allowed to touch any of that. According to him, I have hands and feet. I don't need a woman to serve me. Go play somewhere else. 06 pursed its lips, sighing that there was fun to watch. What neither the person nor the cat knew was that just after they left, the 2 team members ran into trouble. The girl who vowed to capture Shimi turned into a puppet under the black-robed figure. A pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with a scarlet light, staring blankly at her companion's dismembered body at her feet, revealing a strange smile. In the next moment, a cold light flickered on her body, and blood suddenly gushed from her abdomen, arms, and legs. This startled the patrolling crow, and that night, Yin was forced to go into action. By the time she arrived, Yin had already been in urgent rescue. Yin frowned, the air filled with that scent that she hated to the bone. She lowered her gaze at the girl, unsure of what she was thinking. Inside the butterfly house, the girl had escaped danger and entered the ward. Yin leaned against the wall, staring at the girl sleeping on the bed. Although not obvious, she too carried that scent. 06 wagged its tail, sitting on her shoulder. Yin, this girl is not right. Yin's eyes flickered slightly as she turned and walked out of the hospital room. Leave it to me, 06 said, and in an instant, he disappeared before her eyes, slipping into the darkness, concealing his presence as he watched the girl on the hospital bed. Back at the residence, Yin changed out of her team uniform and soaked in a hot bath, lifting her hand to brush her bangs back. Leaning against the wall of the bathtub, she closed her eyes, slowly exhaling a breath. She opened her eyes again, revealing a deep darkness in her gaze. That brat is up to something. Since it's going to be trouble, she must be patient. Yin was not in a hurry. Like a fox, she would eventually reveal her tail. She continued her usual patrols or went shopping, doing what she needed to do. However, on this day, Yin received an assignment to go out, and among the team she was leading was that girl. Her gaze fell lightly on the girl, who noticed her attention and offered a gentle smile. "Thank you for saving me that night, Lord Ice Pillar. My name is Hanya Hinai. I look forward to working with you on this mission." Yin looked at her face, which bore an awkward smile, as if she was deliberately trying to mimic her own smile. She maintained a professional fake smile without showing any emotion. "No need to thank me. I didn't arrive in time that night anyway." Benai Rena's smile froze for a moment. Then she wore a helpless expression mixed with grievance. "Lord Ice Pillar, did you say that because you heard my bold remarks that night?" Everyone perked up their ears, unable to resist the gossip. Yin raised an eyebrow and said, "That being said, I'm actually curious about what you said." Benai Rahina's face instantly turned red, and she nervously clutched her clothes. I have feelings for Lord Fukushikawa. I want to pursue Lord Fukushikawa." Everyone, winky face so bold. To say such things in front of his girlfriend. Yin blinked and smiled with her arms crossed. "Oh, this? It's up to you. However, I didn't arrive in time, so there's no need to hold it against me." Then she walked ahead. "All right, let's set off. The sooner we finish the task, the sooner we can come back and rest." Yin ran ahead, a mischievous smile in her eyes, retreating to advance. How lowbrow. I really overestimated her. Chapter 135. The Devil's Artifact Dream-Making. Entering Yin Yan's past world. Upon entering the mission area, everyone remained alert to their surroundings. Yin leisurely walked in the front, while Benai Rahina walked at the back, her head lowered, making it hard for others to see her expression. In a position where no one could clearly see her, she revealed a wicked smile, silently murmuring, "Come." Several shadows flickered by, and Yin's eyes flashed slightly. The shadows appeared like phantoms, crashing into the team members, only to be engulfed in white flames the next second. Yin raised his hand, the palm glowing with white flames streaked with golden light. It turned out to be a very low-level technique, just some random little things. "It's surprising that you would use them." Yin glanced sideways, looking disdainfully at Benai Rina behind the crowd. Everyone was startled and quickly distanced themselves from her. Yin swiftly approached and stood close. No joke, hugging the thigh of the Ice Pillar Lord could save one's life. A crack appeared on Benai Rina's face as she tilted her head oddly, wondering how this could be, as it was specially arranged for her. Yin frowned, and in the next second, the position they occupied was enveloped by darkness. Yin instinctively used her divine power to send her teammates beside her away. Only she was left shrouded in darkness. The teammates scrambled to their feet, seeing Yin encased in a black orb of light, motionless. "Lord Ice Pillar!" everyone exclaimed, desperately attacking the black orb. The blades couldn't cut through and instead were flipped to the ground. Ben Yiri began to cough up blood, floating like a marionette, her limbs twisting grotesquely. Blood flowed continuously, frightening everyone to the point of standing on end. They didn't see the evil spirit, but they saw the real ghost. However, no one had the mood to care about her. They all anxiously tried to break the light orb. What to do? What to do? It can't be cut open at all. Quick, let Suya go deliver a message to Lord Undying Chuan. Yes. Also send a message to the nearby pillars. The Suya flew away, rushing to deliver the message as fast as possible. The smoke was wrapped in a black sphere, frowning as she watched the flames in her palm extinguish. The feeling of weakness from her sealed divine power was somewhat uncomfortable. Frowning, she looked around, drew her sword, and swung it, but the blade was swallowed by darkness. TSK, this is troublesome. Thinking of looking for the formation's eye, she only felt her eyelids growing heavy. Shaking her head, she mercilessly struck her own arm with the sword. The pain brought her consciousness back as she walked in the darkness, unable to see the end. A sense of exhaustion washed over her like a tide, and whispers of temptation filled her ears. Sleep, just sleep. Once you fall asleep, everything will be better. Everything will be resolved. Yin gritted her teeth, her eyes blood red, the golden pupils flickering. Damn it, this cursed beast actually used a magical artifact. Now she understood what this thing was, an artifact that creates dreams, specifically designed to target gods. No matter how resolute a god's will is, as long as they stay inside for long enough, they will inevitably fall into a deep sleep. Their souls will be forever trapped in the past. And if no one enters with their soul to awaken the sleeping god, then the ensnared god will remain in eternal slumber until their inevitable demise. Yin exhaled a breath. To avoid falling asleep, whenever she couldn't hold on any longer, she would give herself a cut. Breaking the magic device also required time, and given her current situation, it was extremely difficult. The formation was incredibly hard to find. Yin gritted her teeth, her arms and legs covered in wounds. Every step was excruciating. Damn it. The moment she saw the formation Yin swung her knife, and as it broke, she could no longer hold on and closed her eyes, losing consciousness. Shirmi and Kwang Jin hurried over, just in time to see Yin break the black sphere and fall forward. Seeing her covered in wounds and unconscious, Shirmi felt a sharp pain in his breath and rushed over to hold her in his arms. His eyes widened as he looked at the white and blue Haori stained with blood, his hands trembling. Yin, Kyuso, where's Yin? How long until they arrive? What the hell is going on? Kwang Jin looked at the girl on the ground, almost twisted into a ball, his brows furrowed, glancing at the nearby team members who were almost scared silly. Who can explain this? The braver ones trembled as they recounted the events to Kwang Jin. Bloodshot eyes filled Shirmi's gaze as he tightened his grip on the person in his arms. He already understood. It was the person 06 mentioned, with Yin. It had to be him. Beans rushed over and urgently treated Yin's injuries. The group hurried back to the butterfly house overnight. On the way, Kwang Jin discovered 06 bound in puppet strings like a silkworm cocoon and silently rescued it, bringing it to the butterfly house. Kanahu treated Yin's wounds, frowning as she walked out. The injuries on Yin were self-inflicted, likely to resist some form of hypnotic attack. Shirmi's hand lost strength, crushing the window frame. 06 rushed over. It's the magic device creating dreams. It's over. How did this thing even appear? In the next moment, it was lifted up, locking eyes with the furious Shirmi. What the hell is that thing? Speak clearly. 06 swallowed hard, scared to the point that its whole body trembled, and shakily explained the function of the dream creation. Kwang Jin and Kanaha looked shocked. So that means if the soul enters her memory world, it can bring her back, right? Not entirely. She must also realize that this is a memory, that it's a dream. 06 looked at Shirmi, who suddenly calmed down, and felt he was even more terrifying. Kwang Jin and Kanaha walked to the bedside while Shirmi stood at the door, head down, his face hidden in shadow. Only those close to her can do it? Don't you know if I meet the criteria? Kanaha held Yin's hand. They were very close friends. They used to be, and now even more so. 06 thought for a moment, just about to speak when Shirmi strode over. Damn it, I'm going now. Hurry up and tell me. How do I do it? 06 fell silent for a moment. Looked up at him. Are you sure? You might actually die. Stop with the bullshit. Hurry up. 06 pointed to the nearby bed. Lie down and close your eyes. I'll operate it, but during this time, someone must watch over the three of us. Kanahu and Kwang Jin exchanged serious glances and nodded. Kanahu went to inform Kurigane and notify the other Hashira. Today is the first night, and Kwang Jin stayed behind to take care of them. 06 took out a talisman and whispered a spell. Shirmi closed his eyes and soon felt his soul spinning wildly. Enduring the dizziness, he opened his eyes and found himself standing outside a village. 06 was swaying at his feet, quickly standing upright. Then it was stunned. What the hell? That damn thing is ruthless. It actually modified the magic device. Shirmi was shocked and looked down at it. What do you mean? 06 was enveloped in dark energy, that guy. If the previous dream creation was about entering memories, now the dream creation directly intertwined with the real past. Yin's soul is trapped in her past body, reliving it again. This is to severely injure her soul. Yin's spirit was already cracked and couldn't withstand another blow. One more time, and it would be certain death. Shirmi's eyes widened, his heart chilled. Hey, you should know what Yin looked like as a child, right? Take me to find her now. 06 looked at itself, then at him, useless. We are currently spirits. It should not be time to manifest yet. But you can rest assured, since we are here, we can definitely stop that guy's scheme. According to the flow of time, even if we waste 10,000 years here, only 1 or 2 nights will have passed in the outside world. We still have plenty of opportunities. TSK, stop talking nonsense. Let's go find her. Oh, first take this pill. Otherwise, you 1T understand the language here. Oh, Shirmi grabbed 06 with one hand and swallowed the pill with the other, running in the direction pointed by 06. Chapter 136. Arena slaughtering wolves walking in the village. Everything was unfamiliar to Shirmi. Although it was novel, he was more anxious to find Yin. Over there, that little girl over there. Following 06 direction, Shirmi ran over, his eyes widening in an instant, frozen in place. The girl looked only 3 or 4 years old, wearing tattered linen clothes, her face dirty, with countless bruises on her exposed skin. At this moment, a woman was grabbing her hair and mercilessly throwing her to a man with yellowed teeth and a lewd appearance. This worthless child is yours, as promised, not a single 100 taels less. Don't worry, The arena loves kids like this. She looks pretty durable. I'll give you 10 more tails. The woman smiled so widely that her teeth were not visible. All right then, I'll be leaving now. Little Yin widened her eyes, desperately trying to grab the woman's pant leg, pleading, Mother, please don't sell me to the arena. I can do more work. I can go out and earn silver. I can do anything. Please, Mother. I slap. A crisp sound echoed as the woman slapped Yin, sending her crashing to the ground, her cheeks swelling, lips bleeding. The woman looked disgusted. I'm not your mother. You're no longer part of our family, and besides, I never gave you a name. A worthless child. How could you compare to my son? What can you earn? Get lost. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. The woman twisted her waist, leaving with the silver, and Yin lay there in a daze. Shermi felt as if he couldn't breathe, his heart aching as if gripped tightly by a hand. How dare she? How dare she? Kyuso, that damn woman. Shermi was so angry he wanted to take action, but found he passed through the woman's body. In an instant, he felt utterly powerless. 06 was silent. Even having seen Yunyan's memories once, it couldn't help but feel angry. The man sneered, roughly pulling Yunyan's hair. Don't even think about it from today on. You are the beast of the arena. No, let go of me. Let go. Yunyan struggled, tears streaming down her face as she bit down hard on Yawazi's hand. Yawazi, in pain, threw her to the ground and continuously kicked her while shouting angrily. Yin covered her head with her hands, her small body curled up, desperately holding back her cries of pain. Shermi watched, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Stop it. But no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. He could only keep passing through. In the end, he helplessly knelt in front of Yunyan, tears falling uncontrollably. Trembling, he reached out to touch that small yet scarred figure. Yunyan was still taken to the arena, tossed into the cage like a wild beast. Inside the cage, there were several people locked up as well. Seeing her thrown in, their eyes showed no emotion, continuing to curl up in their own corners. The entire cage was lifeless. Yunyan propped herself up with a body that felt like it was about to fall apart, her eyes swollen to just a slit. Each of them here was older than her, with a robust build, and a sense of despair spread within her. Why? She was also her mother's biological child. She had always been obedient, eating only one steamed bun a day, finishing all the chores at home by herself, never fighting or competing, even giving her room to her brother and sleeping with the cattle in the barn. Why was she still abandoned? Tears fell in large drops as her small body curled up in a corner, trembling helplessly. Shimi gritted his teeth, his eyes red as he held her close, trying to comfort her, even though he knew he couldn't touch her now. Lu was crying, sitting beside Yunyan, using her own way to reach out to her, even if it meant passing through her body. Clang! The cage was opened the next day, a dagger fell in front of her, and the arena guard looked at her with arrogance. Little girl, it's time to enter the arena. I advise you to hold on to that dagger, but with someone like you, you won't survive. Yunyan stared blankly as he left, looking down at the dagger beside her, trembling as she reached to pick it up. The dagger, which required both hands to hold, was surprisingly heavy. Sigh, little girl, I hope you can survive. Yin turned to look, and in the neighboring cage, an old man sighed, his gaze filled with pity as he looked at her. Yunyan swallowed hard and was pushed out. The door slowly opened, and a total of 50 people entered the arena with her. Opposite them were a pack of wolves, locked up and starving for days. Next up, let us witness the battle between humans and beasts. Will these people all end up in the bellies of the hungry wolves after half a month? Or will some of them manage to kill all these starving wolves? Let us wait and see. In the air, a man dressed in a brocade robe shouted, and Yunyan widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the man. Is he flying? Why? How? There was no time to think further. The door that held the wolves was already opened, and the starving wolves, eyes glowing green, rushed madly towards the crowd. The smoke only had time to turn around before being splattered with blood all over its face. The beautiful eyes widened, and the ink-colored pupils were splashed with blood. Everything in front was a sea of red, and the sound of screams filled the air. The smoke from her breath was rapid and labored, her head hanging stiffly. The man who had just been standing beside her had his arm bitten off by a wolf, collapsing to the ground in agony. Behind her, the sound of a hungry wolf's breathing echoed. She turned her head numbingly, and a ravenous wolf was staring intently at her. Her small body seemed insignificant in front of the wolf, like a sesame seed against a watermelon. Fear made her retreat, trembling. No, please don't come any closer. Help! The wolf had already pounced towards her, and Shimi and 06 were running towards her with bloodshot eyes, but they were passed through by the wolf. Yunyan closed her eyes tightly, wildly waving a dagger, stabbing it into the hungry wolf's eye. She was instinctively knocked away by the wolf, crashing hard to the ground. With an empty stomach, she had no strength, compounded by years of hunger and malnutrition. Having suffered a severe injury before coming here, Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, her face stained with tears. The people on the scene were being torn apart and devoured by the hungry wolves. Even if one was killed, 4 or 5 others would pounce on the ground to share the meal. The clouds weep, gritting their teeth. Why? I just want to survive. Why must it be like this? The small body seems to suddenly erupt, a surge of heat bursting from the dantian. The ink-colored pupils tinged with gold. Picking up the long knife beside me, I grip it tightly, and the first hungry wolf that returns is mercilessly decapitated. The clouds roared as if they had completely lost their consciousness, wielding a knife, and the arena suddenly fell silent from the earlier mockery. Everyone was shocked. Watching Yin fight against the starving wolves, seeing her stab the last starving wolf in the throat with the knife. Her small body was soaked in blood, as if she had just been pulled out from a pool of blood. The ground was littered with the bodies of starving wolves and humans, some incomplete, along with white bones. Yin staggered and shook her body, standing in the arena, her mind hazy as she lifted her head. The sun shone on her, making her squint. It was so dazzling. After a moment of silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Yin's last consciousness was taken away by a group of people wearing white robes. Shimi and 06 stood frozen, staring at her. 06's eyes widened. This was different from the memories it had seen at that time. Yin was afraid of scaring it, so she didn't show it the whole thing at that time. Chapter 137. 4 years in the arena. When she opened her eyes again, she was still in that dark cage. She slowly sat up and looked at her body, which was covered in bandages. Next to her hand were a steamed bun made of white flour and a bowl of pickled vegetables with rice porridge. In the cage, there was no one else but her. Yin blinked her eyes, tears once again filling her eyes. She picked up a steamed bun and devoured it ravenously. The bloody scene replayed in her mind, making her gag uncontrollably, but she couldn't bring herself to vomit. She swallowed the bun hard and then took big gulps of the white porridge with pickled vegetables. She had to live. She had to survive. Suddenly, something rolled over from the cage next door. Yin looked down through her tears and saw it was an egg. She raised her head, sniffed, and saw the old man who had spoken last time. He sighed, leaned against the cage, and smoked his pipe, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke. Eat, come back alive. You have a tough life, just live well. Yin quietly thanked, picked up the egg, thought for a moment, and didn't peel it, finishing it in 2 bites with the shell. The egg was a bit rotten, but it could fill her stomach. The eggshell was also nutritious, as she had heard her mother, who sold things, say before. After finishing her meal, Yin curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, silently shedding tears. The old man glanced at her, noticing a hint of spirit about her, with a look of surprise in his murky eyes. Little girl, are you interested in learning something? Yin raised her head, wiped away her tears, and looked at him in confusion. In the neighboring cage, only the old man remained. The old man was a frail old man, but when he turned around, Yin was so frightened that her hair stood on end. He was not human. The old man scratched his head and said, "Oh, don't be scared. I'm from the demon clan. I can sense a trace of spiritual power in you. You should be able to cultivate. How about it? Would you consider learning something?" Yin bit her lip, feeling a bit scared, but still asked softly, "If I learn, can I survive?" "Okay, I will learn." Yin immediately knelt down in front of the old man and earnestly bowed his head, begging him to teach her. The old man smiled, but his smile carried malice. "Of course," he said. Sure me, seeing the old man's insincere smile, hurriedly tried to reach out to Yin. Yin, no, that guy's not a good person. He doesn't really want to help you. Yin, don't trust that old man. Both the person and the cat were nearly frantic, wondering when the hell the opportunity for intervention would arise. The old man, using some unknown means, entered Yin's cage and began to live with her. Yin has been trained by the elders every day. Body techniques, absorption of spiritual energy, nothing is overlooked. Finally, after half a month, Yin is once again on the battlefield. This time, it is a battle of 100 people against lions and tigers. Yin held the dagger in her hand, lowering her gaze and gritting her teeth. "It's fine, don't be afraid. Everything is for survival." Once again, it was as bloody as before. Yin was gravely injured, exhausted, kneeling on the ground. After about a dry heaving, she smiled. She had survived once again. Cheers and shouts, none of that mattered. She just wanted to live. When she awoke again, an old man was smoking a pipe and handed her a copper medal. "This is your identity. You have won 2 matches in a row. You can now have your own identity badge. This is the name given to you by the arena. Yin looked down at the sign, which had a blood character written on it. After putting away the sign, Yin continued to eat voraciously, as usual. The old man lifted his eyelids slightly and said, "Winning 1,000 matches in a row can earn you your freedom from the arena." Yin paused her eating for a moment, then continued to eat quickly, already having made up her mind. She wanted to win 1,000 matches in a row. She wanted to leave this place. The old man naturally knew what she was thinking, and in a place where she couldn't see, he smiled, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Shimi's veins bulged as he sat helplessly beside Yin. He and 06 were powerless to do anything. He glared fiercely at the old man, wishing he could slash him with a knife. That damn old fool. What scheme is he up to? Yin seemed to have lost her voice after that, never speaking again. Silently, she followed the old man's teachings, training herself every day, absorbing spiritual energy to refine her body. This time, after just 10 days, she was arranged to go on stage again. Facing the wild beasts charging at her, Yin had lost the fear she once had, and instead felt a sense of calm in her heart. Amidst the screams and wails, her eyes were filled with a dead silence. In the third match, she won again. She was injured even more severely, but she still gritted her teeth and endured, healing her wounds and returning to her cage. Day after day, year after year. 3 years later, 7-year-old Yin had already gained fame in the arena. Anyone who came to the beast fighting arena specifically requested to see bloodshed battles. Yin, with a cold expression, walked onto the arena holding a dagger. She faced the roaring beast in front of her and won the battle in no time. Back in the cage, eating her meal, she calculated in her heart that today was the 700th match. Only 300 more to go, it's almost there. The old man looked at her with deep meaning. When the night was quiet, Yin slept on a haystack, and the old man opened his eyes, revealing a chilling smile. 1,000 matches to leave, and he was just one match away. He was waiting. In his eyes, the cloud smoke was a golden treasure. Once he had killed her and consumed her after 1,000 matches of a 100-person duel, he would not only be able to leave, but also enhance his cultivation. Yin sharply opened her eyes, feeling the malice and intent to kill. She furrowed her brows tightly, with her back to the old man. A flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. No matter who you are, even if you're the professor who taught her survival skills, as long as you want to kill her and show her a hint of murderous intent and malice, it doesn't matter. Yin tightened her grip on the dagger, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Then let them all die. Shimi looked at Yin in shock. The long companionship had completely overturned his understanding. 06 remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. Bushi Chuan, do you know why some say that when Yin is gentle, she always refutes it? Shimi fell silent, the pain in his eyes turning into something tangible as he clutched his shirt over his heart. How could he not understand? In his memory, Yin, though exceptionally strong, was like a lazy tiger, restraining herself. Like the sun, she could burn everything but chose to control herself to warm others. The current Yin was like a starving wolf driven to desperation, ready to snap someone's throat at any moment. 6 months later, Yin calculated that after 100 more matches, she would reach the final one. A hint of a smile appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. Yet on that day, the old man spoke up, saying he had nothing left to teach. She returned to the neighboring cage. Yin only lightly thanked him and continued her daily training in the cage. At 8 years old, the arena unexpectedly welcomed a family from the Nine Nether Kingdom. The kingdom's ruler and his family came because their subordinates reported that there was human trafficking at the borders of Nine Nether, as well as a toxic arena that existed like a tumor. In order to eradicate it, the ruler's family personally intervened. On this day, Yin faced her last match. A 100-person duel. Standing in the arena, Yin looked at the old man drooling over her, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Just as she thought. After 4 whole years, Yin had come to understand that in the arena, no one truly wanted to help you. Everyone had their own ulterior motives. But in these 4 years, having become accustomed to life and death, she had only fought against animals. Now it was time to let them kill each other. Yin couldn't help but tremble her hands, gripping her fists tightly. Gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with killing intent, she told herself, "Don't be afraid, don't be terrified. You must survive. You have to live." But when the fight really started, Yin still dodged. She still didn't want to kill, didn't want her freedom to be exchanged for the lives of others, continuously using her spiritual power to push away or knock down those attacking her. She hesitated to draw her blade. Her eyes searched around, wondering if, amidst the chaos, she could make a break for it. Just as she was looking for an escape, a long knife flew out from behind and pierced straight through her right shoulder. Yun knelt on the ground, her face pale and with a fierce expression, turned her head to see the once kind old man approaching with a sinister grin. She raised her hand to grip the knife handle, forcefully drawing it out, tossing the long knife aside, and slowly stood up, blood spread out, soaking a large area of her black cotton short shirt. The old man licked his lips and said, "Just admit defeat. You thought I would teach you something good? You can't beat me." Yun looked at him coldly, tightening her grip on the dagger in her hand. The sounds of drums and horns echoed from outside the arena. The fighting suddenly stopped, and in the stands, a tall man with a ruggedly handsome face stood up. A powerful pressure swept through the surroundings, and his voice, mixed with spiritual energy, resonated in the air. "Nine Nether Army, heed my command. Clear out the arena. Rescue the people." Yun slightly widened her eyes. What does it mean? In the next moment, a cold light flashed by, and Yun suddenly dodged, a cut appearing on her face. The old man wore a face full of anger, cursing, "Damn it. Why didn't I come earlier or later? No one can stop me from advancing my cultivation." The demonic aura surged, and Yun's eyes widened, fear engulfing her, yet surprisingly, it excited her. The old man transformed, and an ugly creature resembling a lizard appeared before her. The ruler of the 9 Nether Kingdom above sighed, sensing something was wrong, and was about to take action when he saw Yun move. With a dagger in hand, she twirled it, her figure like a ghost, quickly dodging the attack, and almost in an instant, left multiple wounds on the demon. Yun had an excited smile on his face. Not human, great. Let's see who can survive. Without spiritual skills, without martial arts, relying solely on his own combat experience and speed, his spiritual power could only unleash basic attacks. Yet this 8-year-old child managed to chop the demon into pieces. Yun slowly straightened her body, expressionless as she pushed her arm back through the skin and bone. Looking down at the demon's head beneath her feet, she coldly spoke, "Master, I won. Thank you for your guidance." This scene shocked the soldiers present and the royal family above. That demon had a cultivation level comparable to a half-step golden core. This child, with a cultivation level that seemed only at the early stage of foundation establishment. An 8-year-old at the early stage of foundation establishment, relying solely on basic skills, survived by using techniques and experience to defeat a demon of a higher rank. This child is a genius. Chapter 138. The Happy Warm Sun, the Painful Beginning. The spiritual energy in the beast arena was thin, and Yun took only 4 years to transform from ignorance to a foundation establishment cultivator. She herself was unaware of this, but just when she thought she could leave, a change occurred, and explosions began to happen in the beast arena. Yun opened her eyes wide. The survivors were blown to pieces, and flames soared into the sky. In the midst of it all, she saw a figure falling from the high sky, heading straight for the ground. Instinctively, she rushed over, gathered her strength, and leaped to securely catch that figure. Holding her, she darted to a safe place. The woman was dressed in luxurious attire, a stark contrast to Yun's dirty appearance. The woman was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently at her. "Thank you, little girl." Yun was stunned, feeling the soft and warm palm of a woman gently caressing her face. A man's hurried voice came through. Madam, are you all right? It's all my fault. I should have been more careful." Yun raised her head to see the man giving orders. The king's eyes brightened even more upon realizing that Yun had saved his wife. Such a talented, young, and kind-hearted person must be brought back properly. "Thank you for saving my wife, young lady. Do you have a place to go?" Yun bit her lip, watching him warily. The king helped his wife to stand up, looking at her like a little beast, and laughed heartily. "Don't be afraid. Don't mind that I don't look much like a good person. I am the ruler of our Juyo kingdom. So what do you say? Do you want to come with me? I promise to provide you with food and shelter, give you clothes to wear, teach you cultivation and body refining, and guarantee that you won't lose out." Yun took 2 steps back. Although the surroundings were ablaze, it had no effect on them. Looking up at the person in front of her, Yun spoke coldly, "What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, both of them were taken aback. The monarch reacted, hesitatingly saying, "I am already the ruler of a nation. What else do I need you to do?" Yun pressed her lips together, frowning. Without any ulterior motives, she would not extend a helping hand. The ruler and his wife exchanged glances, both thinking of their child at home, and felt a pang in their hearts. Such a small child, in this wicked arena and under the hands of human traffickers. What kind of inhumane acts are these? As they looked at each other, they both found their answer in each other's eyes. The lady looked at her gently and kindly, squatting down to meet her gaze. "We do not have a daughter and have always wanted a daughter to accompany us. Would you be willing?" Yun looked at them in confusion. Coming to the Colosseum to pick up a daughter? You're really strange. The monarch is also quite unreasonable, just giving up completely. Oh, just say whether you agree or not. We just happen to be lucky. Then he directly picked up Yun, boldly stating that he wouldn't be embarrassed. Anyway, he just felt that she was to his liking. Whether she was willing or not, it didn't matter. He was the emperor, and he called the shots. Yun widened her eyes, completely unable to react to how shameless this person was. Shimi and 06 exchanged glances, silently pointing at the ruler in front of them who looked like a human tooth. Don't tell me this guy is really Yun's father. 06 looked speechless, staring at the ruler with dead fish eyes. You're not mistaken. This guy really is. Shimi, the smoke from the clouds does not fit his embrace. Yet it is rare that she doesn't want to break free. It is too warm, and besides, it feels very safe. Without a word, the ruler laughed heartily. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Come on, my lady. Let's take our daughter home. The empress smiled gently, shaking her head helplessly, and patted the ruler's arm. Be careful with your strength. You're so rough if you hurt the child. Wait, don't hold her like that. The child is injured. Huh? Oh, then how should I hold her? Step aside. Give me the child. Oh, okay. Yun was held in the embrace of the empress, and a long-lost warmth brought her an unexpected sense of peace amid her exhaustion and years of tense nerves. Her eyes stung. Was she really free? This was her last thought before losing consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by a luxurious golden sight. Slowly sitting up, she was stunned. The room before her was so extravagant that it left her speechless. It was filled with jewels and gold, adorned with priceless silks and satins. Looking down at herself, she realized that she was now dressed in fabrics and silks that would have cost hundreds or even thousands, which she could never afford before. Child, you're awake? Yun turned to look, and at the door, the sovereign and the empress, dressed in dragon and phoenix robes, walked in. A young man followed beside them. The empress sat by the bed, gently stroking her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her fever had finally subsided. Yun stared blankly at her, and the empress looked at her with affection. Child, do you have a name? Yun said woodenly the words on her bronze medal, and the blood sovereign frowned. No, this name sounds terrible. I need to think a good one. The young man beside him looked disdainful. Come on, father, you better not think about it. Just look at how majestic the big white tiger in the yard is. You just named it Big White, and it has been depressed for a whole year. The sovereign replied, Hey, you little rascal. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. The young man said, I will name my sister. It's only right. Nonsense. Shouldn't it be me who names her? That's only right. The young man made a face and sat next to Yun, gently rubbing her head. I've already thought of it. Let's call her Yun. The past is just like clouds and smoke. Let's walk towards the future with the sun shining. Yun's eyes widened slightly, and the gentle, sunny smile of the young man fell into her gaze. From then on, the gloom was illuminated by sunlight, and a corner of the dark clouds dispersed. This is great. Let's call her Yun. Our family surname is Nangong. Her full name will be Nangong Yun. Ha ha ha. The empress looked at the father and son with a helpless expression, gently holding Yun in her arms. Since you have decided on the full name, I'll give her a nickname. Let's call her Hashira, okay? The she from sunset. From now on, I hope you become your own sun. Clearing away the clouds and mist to see the sunny sky, Yun looked at them, her vision blurred, and tears fell uncontrollably. This was the first time she had cried in 4 years. That's enough, son. Your sister was brought to tears by your name. How is that possible? It's clearly because father laughed too ugly. The emperor and empress exchanged a speechless glance, gently wiping the tears from Yun's face. Good child. It's all in the past now, isn't it? From now on, we are one family. The boy turned around, revealing a brilliant smile. Sister, my name is Nangong Zai. From now on, I will protect you, brother. Yun revealed a smile, a long-lost smile. I really like this name. From now on, I will be called Yun. Since I walked in, Shimi was already frozen in place. It was Zai, exactly the same as the person in his memory. So, Zai has been accompanying his sister all this time? Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Shimi finally showed a relaxed smile. That's great with this. She should be able to step out of the shadows and find happiness, right? Only 06 couldn't help but close his eyes. This is just the beginning of the pain. Chapter 139, Proving the Way Through Killing. Yun truly felt the love and warmth of her family, transitioning from healing her injuries to nurturing her health. At 8 years old, her body, which was smaller than that of 6 or 7-year-old children, began to grow. Once her injuries healed, Yun started cultivating under the guidance of the king, her father. By the age of 10, she entered the golden course stage. Her figure began to stretch, and her martial arts skills improved rapidly as she practiced daily with her elder brother. When she interacted with other relatives, no one looked at her, the adopted child, with strange eyes. Instead, they felt even more sympathy for her past and regarded her as someone more important than their own biological children. Her cousins treated her as the younger sister who needed the most care, competing daily with Zai to take her out to play. Zai kept his promises, protecting Yunyan extremely well and warming her like the sun. At 12 years old, Yunyan caught the attention of an old immortal who had descended to travel the world. The old man was a playful character who insisted on taking a disciple. The royal family looked speechlessly at the old man rolling on the ground, silently glancing at Yunyan, who wore a face of disdain. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and said, "All right, I agree. What a fine immortal you were, and look at what you've become. Hurry up and get up." The old naughty boy sprang up like a carp. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Come here, my dear disciple. This is a welcome gift from your master." Yunyan caught the bracelet he threw at her. As soon as the bracelet touched her hand, it instantly transformed into a beam of light and merged into her forehead. Yunyan opened her eyes wide, her mind shaken by the things in the bracelet. The old rascal stroked his beard with a grin, saying, "You can use whatever you like. Just tell your master when you're done. Learn the techniques and body skills inside first. If you don't understand anything, send me a message. I'll be leaving now. Don't be too hasty. Keep your heart in check, and let us take it step by step. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name. I am the god of the underworld from the 9 heavens, named Yu Yen." After saying this, he transformed into white flames and vanished before everyone. Yu Yen stood there in a daze, then smiled and respectfully knelt down at the spot where he had just been, bowing 3 times. "Disciple will follow Master's teachings." "Thank you, Master." Shimi sat on a tree trunk, eating the apples bought from the system all by 06, and said thoughtfully, "Union's title probably has something to do with that old man, right?" 06 nodded. "Indeed it does." Shimi sighed. "What is up with these people around my wife? They don't seem normal at all." Then he sighed again. "How many years has it been? Still a soul body. When will I be able to manifest?" 06. "I want to know too." In order to cultivate better, the king sent Yunyan to the high mountains where the 9 nether spiritual energy is most abundant. There, a palace was specially built for her. Yunyan happily agreed and did not forget to share the good things from her bracelet with her family. She has never been someone who only knows how to take. When others do something good for her, she wants to repay it 10-fold or 100-fold. Every festival, Yunyan would go down the mountain to accompany them and then return to her cultivation. The Nangong family is not short of talents, each one a prodigy. The Nangong family does not have internal strife because the children of the Empress Dowager have always followed a one-husband, one-wife system throughout the generations. Those who later appeared in the harem were all rescued, and the children called them aunts. This is because the Empress Dowager issued an edict to take these unfortunate women as adoptive daughters, serving as both aunts and mothers. The harem is essentially a large inn. Yunyan's lips twitched. Her own royal grandmother truly did not play by the rules. Moreover, her grandmother was simply just like the Empress Dowager in temperament. Yunyan has already gotten used to it. And at the same time, the once peaceful Juyo border has once again fallen into turmoil after just a few years of tranquility. In this world where one can cultivate immortality and where various gods exist, Juyo is the primary nation guarding against chaotic magical beasts. As long as Juyo remains unbroken, peace prevails across the realms. However, if Juyo were to fall, all realms would be plunged into chaos and war. In order to ensure the peace of the common people, the monarch personally leads the troops into battle. Compared to other realms, Juyo is merely a small nation, which is why other realms have sent support. As the crown prince, Zai, full of passion, follows his father into the border campaign. The entire Juyo is temporarily governed by the Empress and Emperor. After Yunyan learned of this, she only gave them some life-saving items and watched them leave. On this day, the men of the Nangong family and the Empress's maternal family all headed to the battlefield at the same time. Yunyan sat in the hall, flipping through the ancient records of the 9 Nether. It turned out that the war had never ceased. The Emperor's grandfather died on the battlefield, only to exchange for a few years of peace and tranquility. Yunyan lowered her gaze, closed the book, and walked out of the hall. She needed to accelerate her cultivation. Shermi quietly accompanied her, resting his chin on his hand. Over the years, what he often did was quietly watch her. He witnessed her step into the abyss, and then he witnessed her redemption. Little did he know, what he saw was merely a rare glimpse. The true abyss had only just opened its bloodthirsty maw. At 13, Yunyan celebrated the reunion as news from the border brought good tidings. with the men returning home. At 14, the good news continued, with signs that the chaotic beasts were retreating. At 15, tragedy struck as Yunyan's 3 cousins from her mother's family were ambushed and died in battle, their bodies unrecognizable. At the Duke's residence, white silk hung high, and 3 empty coffins were placed in the morning hall. 3 young geniuses, all under 18, had fallen. Yunyan was first struck by the loss of loved ones. At 16, the bad news arrived. Her father, brother, and the last cousin all died in battle. What was sent back were only her father's blood-stained armor and her brother's spear. There was also a blood letter, which stated that the reason for this tragic defeat was due to a cowardly traitor. Yin knelt in the morning hall, her eyes vacant as she stared at the empty coffin before her, her heart feeling icy. The next day, Yunyan stood at the national gate, watching as the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and even those concubines, aunts, and sisters all donned military uniforms and mounted their steeds, leading the army to the border for support. The Emperor and Empress ascended the throne as the Queen, swallowing their blood and tears, holding up the entire Jiuyou. Yunyan was in closed-door cultivation, practicing like a madwoman. Shimi stared blankly at everything, her heart filled with bitterness. How short her happy days had been. Everything before her felt like a cruel joke from the gods. In just half a year, Yunyan's retreat was interrupted. She looked at the 9 Nether Kingdom, engulfed in flames of war, the cries of the people echoing endlessly. The 9 Nether Kingdom had fallen, and she had lost everything. The 9 Nether army had vanished without a trace, and she was rescued by her arriving master, the immortal Yunyan. In the immortal garden, Yunyan looked at the blood-stained long knife on the table, and tears finally broke free. Her father's armor had been taken away by her master, and the long spear and long knife were placed before her. Her fair, slender hands gently caressed them, still marked with dry blood. Yunyan closed her eyes, then opened them again, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. I, Nangong Yunyan, hereby swear that if I do not reclaim the 9 Nether and rebuild my homeland, I shall never have a good end for all eternity. Standing up, the spiritual energy surged around her as she took up her father's will. Since her father wished to protect a realm, she would protect it on his behalf. Her elder brother wanted to eradicate the chaotic beasts and safeguard the myriad worlds from invasion, so she vowed to slay all chaotic beasts. Her mother desired a strong 9 Nether, and she would restore the nation, leading the 9 Nether to dominate a region. And that damned traitor, she would ensure they suffer 1,000 cuts to comfort her relatives and the souls of the heroes in the afterlife. Spiritual energy wildly converged around her. Her dark eyes replaced by gold. However, the difference was that the gold in her left eye remained fixed, while her right eye's brilliant golden pupil was replaced by red. The immortal Yunyan was shocked by her appearance, unable to regain composure for a long time. One thought could be divine, another could be demonic. She was both a deity and a demon god. This was her choice, a choice to use killing as a path to enlightenment. She would carve a path to becoming a deity with blood. At 18, the once-hidden 9 Nether army reappeared, led by her elder brother's personal guards. But they were weak and, even with other reinforcements, could not reclaim the 9 Nether. In just a year and a half, Yunyan had built her own army, named Underworld. 10 generals, born from death. All were demigods, subdued by her own hand. Shimi and 06 personally witnessed her arduous journey. Shimi could no longer describe the pain in her heart as she watched Yunyan sink into silence day after day, observing her ruthless and decisive methods. She truly embodied the figure of an emperor, cold-blooded and merciless. She did not believe in deities and never showed weakness because no god would come to save them. Even when the cries of the people were filled with blood and tears, the deities never manifested. Therefore, she would become her own deity, their deity, to protect it all. Watching Yunyan's nearly mad appearance, he had shed tears of heartache more than once. He never knew he could be so emotional. Chapter 140. Finally free from the spirit body, but unexpectedly shrinking just as the 9 Nether army was on the verge of despair and defeat. The sound of gongs and drums came from afar, followed by the sound of battle horns. Soldiers from various realms and the remaining 10,000 9 Nether troops looked up, their eyes widening. A great army clad in black divine armor, brandishing the 9 Nether army flag, surged forward. Leading them was none other than the long-sought former princess of 9 Nether, Nangong Yunyan. With her brilliant golden and red mismatched eyes glinting with cold light and extreme killing intent, Yunyan rode at the forefront on a warhorse. She wore the armor forged by her master, which belonged to her father, and held her elder brother's spear in her hand. At her waist hung her mother's long knife. Yunyan held a long gun in one hand, aiming it at the army of monsters, and shouted coldly, "Kill!" The army instantly divided into 5 teams, surging into the monster army like a wave to engage in battle. The smoke surged like a bamboo breaking, charging at the forefront, with long spears sweeping across. The spiritual energy accompanying the killing moves sweeping through the thousands of troops. The remaining members of the 9 Nether army were filled with tears, gripping their weapons and charging into battle with the shouts of the smoke. This battle lasted a full day and night, driving the beast army back to the border. Yunyan was already drenched in blood, with fresh blood still flowing from the tips of her hair, her eyes filled with frost as she sat on her horse, watching the retreating army of orcs. Her voice was cold and sharp. "You have violated my Jiuyo, destroyed my homeland, and slaughtered my people. This hatred will be avenged with your lives. We will not rest until we achieve vengeance." The army behind her raised their banners and shouted in unison, "We will not rest until we achieve vengeance." Shimi, carried by 06, floated in the air, shocked by the scene before her. After this battle, Jiuyo would be restored. The border would temporarily find peace. Yunyan ascended to the throne as emperor and began to initiate revival efforts. Along the way, other countries attempted to carve out a piece of the pie, but were met with Yunyan's army, which left no one alive. In fact, they directly broke the nation and occupied its territory. Jiuyo continued to expand, and Yunyan's methods were ruthless. She would not waste words if she could take action. As long as there were invaders, there would be no negotiations, truly a fight to the death. From then on, Yunyan was labeled a tyrant, a cold-blooded empress. Only the people of Jiuyo understood that weak nations had no rights. Jiuyo gradually grew stronger, and in Yunyan's 22nd year, Jiuyo truly established itself as an independent realm, with powerful cultivators emerging and dominating the area. It was also on this day that Shimi discovered he was no longer a spiritual entity. However, Shimi, with a dark expression, looked at his hands and yelled, "06, explain to me, why am I so small now?" 06 awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, I don't know either. Look at me. I'm only the size of a palm." Shimi sat on the ground in despair. He honestly looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. The two of them, a person and a cat, sat alone at the city gate. How distressing. Why is there a child sitting at the palace gate? Shimi and 06 looked up at the sound, and a man in red armor with black hair and golden eyes appeared before them. Shimi widened his eyes slightly. He had seen this person before. Under Yunyan, one of the underworld generals, seems to be ranked 4th, named Ji Yan. But shouldn't this guy's hair be red? Is it because he hasn't become a god yet? Ji Yan squats in front of Shimi, scratching his head. "Kid, what are you doing here? This place isn't somewhere you can just sit and play around, hurry up and go home." Shimi is speechless. He wants to curse, but what should he do? Since Shimi doesn't speak, Ji Yan is puzzled. "Could it be that you're mute? Can you not hear me? Damn, what should I do? Shimi, I have no home." Shimi says 3 words dryly, somewhat surprised that he actually spoke, and not in his own language. 06 silently gives him a look that seems to say hurry up and praise me. Thankfully, it just switched the language, or it would have been a big deal. Ji Yan opens his mouth wide, and the next second he picks up Shimi and runs a couple of steps before coming back to grab 06. He runs toward the palace, shouting, "Your Majesty, I picked up an orphan and a cat." Shimi, 06, damn it, is this idiot sick? Yunyan, who is reviewing memorials, hears his shout, his hand trembles, and the brush slips, suddenly leaving a vermilion mark on the table. He puts down the brush and wipes the table with a cloth, his forehead throbbing. Ji Yan bursts in, looking excited. "Your Majesty, I picked up an orphan. Look, he's even got white hair. Oh, and there's a black cat. How cute." Yunyan, today is also a day when I want to hit my subordinates. I rubbed my temples due to a headache, and when I looked up, I locked eyes with Shimi, not missing the momentary pain in Shimi's eyes. Yunyan blinked in confusion, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. How odd. Why does she feel a sense of familiarity with this child? How do you want to solve this? Hee, Your Majesty. Good, Your Majesty. Let's keep them here. An orphan, a little kitten. How pitiful. Cloud smoke. I'm quite wanting you to get out and be an orphan now. Up to you. Yunyan lowered his head, opened the memorial, and wanted to continue reviewing it. For some reason, his hand suddenly paused, and he raised his head to point at Ji Yan. Forget it. Leave the child and the cat behind, and follow the lonely one. Huh? Oh, okay. Ji Yan, confused, put Shimi and 06 down and quickly fled. He always felt that if he stayed a moment longer, he would get beaten. With her head lowered, Yunyan opened her mouth. "Come up here. There are small chairs on this side. Sit down and wait for a while. Aching. Let the Imperial Kitchen send some snacks and juice that the child likes." The maid beside her bent down and retreated. Shimi held 06, quietly sitting on the small chair next to her silently watching her. Yunyan was aware of his gaze. As usual, such a straightforward stare would only make her feel a surge of anger, and she would want to gouge out the person's eyes. But now, she didn't find it unpleasant. To be precise, it seemed somewhat nostalgic. Yunyan frowned, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she continued to handle state affairs without changing her expression. Snacks were brought in, along with orange juice, which made Yunyan glance over and furrow her brows. If there were no peach juice, then just switch to tea. Shermie was slightly taken aback. He indeed didn't like orange juice much because it was a bit sour. In the past, when he was with Yunyan, it was always matcha, and if there was no matcha, he would choose peach juice. The maid bowed without hesitation and retreated while holding the orange juice. After Yunyan finished speaking, she was completely stunned. How strange. What was going on with her? She looked thoughtfully at Shermie, and the eyes that had met his countless times were now devoid of the intense and passionate love. Instead, they were filled with frost and sharpness. They were no longer the brilliant golden color from her memories, but pure gold and crimson heterochromia. Yunyan put down the pen, her voice cold and piercing. "What's your name?" Shermie was about to say his name when he received a warning from 06, but he didn't want to lie to her, so he directly ignored 06. "Nashikawa, Shermie 06. Winky face, it's over." Yunyan frowned, having never heard of this surname. There is no such surname in any country or field. Got it. What about it? Its name, is Ling Lu. Shermie casually made one up based on the phonetics, and 06's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. 06. Winky face, brother, you might as well not make it up. From now on, follow me. Okay, I'll call you Yunyan. No need to follow them and call you the Lonely Emperor. So what should I call you? Yunyan paused, thinking about the day when her mother asked her with a smile if she wanted a younger brother or sister. How did she respond back then? In her memories, Yunyan had this unpleasant recollection, but in order not to make her mother feel awkward, she still forced herself to speak. "It's fine. As long as it's borne by mother, I will like it." Her mother noticed her discomfort and gently rubbed her head, saying, "Yunyan, you don't have to force yourself. If you don't want it, then we won't have it." Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly the unpleasant emotions disappeared. Instead, she started to think seriously and wanted a younger brother, because she could teach him martial arts. Yunyan came back to her senses and said, "Sister." Shermie twitched the corners of her lips, realizing that her title had directly changed, which made it a bit difficult to say. He blushed, awkwardly puffing out his cheeks. Yunyan raised an eyebrow, not caring about him, just quietly watching him struggle internally. In the end, under the encouraging gaze of 06, Shermie, blushing, dryly opened his mouth, "Sister." "Sister." Yunyan didn't know why. She just felt very happy at the moment and couldn't help but curl her lips and softly respond. Chapter 141. What is gained is far less than what is lost from then on. Besides politics, military training, and cultivation, Yunyan focused on teaching Shermie martial arts. Shermie was panting heavily. He didn't understand why his body couldn't do anything anymore. Starting from scratch, with this broken body, he was really about to lose his temper. Yunyan noticed something different about him. Her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. This child, surprisingly, had a demigod physique. How interesting. Is this a combination of gods and mortals? Host. No, he is your future man. Definitely a mortal. While sipping tea, Yunyan didn't really know why she suggested that the Imperial Kitchen prepare matcha. She also had all the pastries replaced with red bean paste fillings that were neither sweet nor greasy. It just seemed that ever since Shermie arrived, she inexplicably found herself engaging in some strange behaviors. However, these actions didn't feel out of place. Instead, she thought there was nothing unusual about it. She didn't like children because they were troublesome when they cried, and when they caused a fuss, she just wanted to cut them down for some peace and quiet. But Shermie was different. He was unusually well-behaved for his age. Rather than calling him well-behaved, it was more appropriate to say he was mature. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, watching Shermie, who was practicing martial arts with sweat pouring down. She recalled how recently Shermie would occasionally pop up to remind her to take care of her health, which made her silently smile. Besides her teachings, other generals would also come by from time to teach her, mainly writing, because they discovered that Shermie didn't know any characters at all. Host, she's not from Hashira, so how could she know Chinese characters? But surprisingly, he learned anything at an astonishing speed. Days passed by, and Yunyan loved peach blossoms, as there were many peach trees in the palace. The peach blossoms bloomed and fell repeatedly, and the borders remained peaceful, with no countries daring to invade. Jiyo grew stronger and wealthier. In terms of governance, Yunyan could already delegate power and didn't have to worry too much. As long as they weren't afraid of death, they could try to embezzle and be corrupt right under her nose. Without exception, those who attempted to act against the rules were killed by any random one of the 10 great generals before they could even carry out their plans. The birds of Minglan were spread throughout Jiuyo, and no one could evade the eyes of the birds. Shimi had endured from the age of 5 or 6 and finally reached the age of 16, the age of youthful vigor. His handsome and delicate face became even more pronounced. Yin would occasionally stare at his face in a daze, always feeling that his soul was crying out that he was meant to belong to her. Shimi's hair had not been trimmed again, but was tied back except for the bangs, with his silvery hair styled high with a hair crown. As he moved, the ponytail swayed gently. The 16-year-old boy had already surpassed Yin in height. Before becoming a deity, Yin was only a little over 7 meters tall. Yin was still staying up late, reviewing memorials when Shimi walked in carrying a lunchbox. Sister, eat and then go to sleep. Don't look at those anymore. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Beside them, 06 exclaimed, "Wow, the way you call sister is getting smoother and smoother." Yin raised her head and smiled helplessly. Shimi sat beside her, propping her chin on her hand, watching her eat the meat porridge bite by bite. Ever since Shimi realized that her body could cook, she took charge of Yin's meals. It was because Yin had a weak stomach and didn't eat properly, which left her with hidden ailments that made her feel like she was losing half her life when the pain struck. Since then, Shimi had been thinking of ways to prepare meals that were good for her stomach. After Yin finished eating, Shimi sent her back to her chamber and settled her down before leaving with 06. Back in her own room, 06 teased, "You can really hold back," being able to resist not kissing her. Shimi covered her face and lay on the bed, saying, "I almost can't hold back every time. But that's not the point right now." Besides, Shimi lowered her hand and stared at the ceiling, falling silent. Besides, the current Yin doesn't have eyes for him. 06 stopped talking, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. Shimi sighed, covered herself with the blanket, turned her back to 06, hugged her pillow. Her eyes filled with loneliness. It was difficult to come to terms with being in her wife's past. Watching her every day without being able to hold or get close to her, and being forced to call her sister. It was uncomfortable all over. At that moment, Yin did not understand what love was. She only knew that seeing Shimi made her feel very happy. Another year of peach blossoms bloomed. Yin, intoxicated with wine, danced with a long knife in the rain of peach blossoms. Shimi watched her, recalling that night in Knife Forging Village, where their two figures overlapped. Back then, the feeling Yin left him was carefree and exhilarating. But now it was sadness, mixed with endless anger and hatred. Under the influence of alcohol, Yin's legs gave way, and she fell backward. Shimi was startled and instantly appeared behind her, reaching out to hold her in his arms. The two were very close. Yin looked at him with hazy eyes, while Shimi lowered his gaze, his purple eyes filled with affection. He slightly lowered his head, getting closer to her crimson lips. Yin looked at him in a daze, her lips soft and moist, their lips pressed together. Shimi endured, her eyes slightly red, tears glistening in front of her, filled with endless heartache and tenderness, gently sucking. One hand cradled the back of her head, while the other wrapped around her waist, drawing her closer to him. Yin subconsciously raised her arm to wrap around his neck, indulging his actions. Jean opened his mouth wide and silently turned around, presenting his back to them, saying, "All right, let's play like this." In the end, he smacked his lips. Shimi, dressed in ancient attire with long hair, was quite handsome, no doubt about it. The tall man was both gentle and mature, able to take care of others. In every way, they seemed well matched. After a while, Shimi released Yin, burying his face in her neck, tears unable to hold back as he trembled, and said, "I have loved you for a long, long time." Yin was in a daze. The intoxication in his eyes faded. He curled his lips, feeling lonely, and affirmed that Shimi's smile was genuine. He knew that with Yin's current personality, to proudly say that he was fond of you meant he had made the right bet. In the shadows, 10 generals stood in 2 rows from high to low, aligned by the door. Seeing the two together, they all showed smiles of relief. It was not easy. The emperor finally had an emperor consort. It was still someone he raised, so it was reassuring to see. In this year of confirming feelings, Shimi was 18 here. After accompanying for so long, Shimi finally held the person he cherished dearly with satisfaction. 06 watched him, wagging his tail. The heavy blow to Yin came from a battle not long after. That bastard would shoot a hidden arrow. I understand. Bushy Chuan, I've investigated thoroughly. Even if we die here, we will just return to the original world. Also, There is a gap in Yin Yan's memory, which will all be restored with this opportunity. All right, I understand. Shimi's eyes flickered slightly. He would definitely be able to block that arrow. If a knife wouldn't work, he would use his body to shield. A gap in memory? It couldn't be. Shimi realized in his heart that it was likely the period when he and 06 appeared. In just half a year, Juyo was finally approaching a happy event. The wedding was still being prepared. And Shimi was full of smiles, but also understood why the 10 generals were not surprised when they first saw him. Instead, they smiled when seeing them embrace. So that was the reason. Clearly, a joyous occasion was near, yet war suddenly broke out at the border. The smoke of war filled her eyes with rage as she led her troops into battle. Those damned monsters dared to rise against her, just before her joyous day, when she hadn't even prepared to slay them. In this fight, she lost her last precious person. On the battlefield, flames of war raged and smoke billowed. In the battle between immortals and demons, the surroundings were in chaos. Shimi, clad in silver-white armor, stood protectively by Yunyan's side. The two, one in black and the other in white, coordinated seamlessly. It was clearly a winning situation, but because of the traitor from the past, Yunyan lost her composure. The man in the black robe revealed a triumphant smile, and Yunyan's eyes widened slightly as a hidden arrow flew toward her. Shimi noticed it immediately and moved to intercept. Yunyan didn't notice anything until she heard the sound of flesh and armor being pierced from behind. Then she stiffly turned her head. Her pupils constricted suddenly. Shimi was standing behind her, using his body to block the dark arrow. The pitch-black arrow pierced through his chest, breaking through the armor, and blood dripped down from the tip. Shimi's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as his body went limp. Yunyan reached out to catch his falling body, kneeling halfway on the ground, letting him lie in her arms, trembling hands caressing his cheek. Shimi coughed a few times, revealing a gentle smile, trying hard to lift his gaze to look at her, his hand touching her face, wiping away the tears that had fallen from her eyes without her knowing. I finally protected you this time. The clouds trembled, gritting her teeth. Tears could not help but fall. Shimi, why did you block this arrow? Hold on. I can heal you. We still have to get married when we go back. You still have to. Yunyan widened her eyes, watching as the arrow in his chest suddenly vanished, while a fist-sized blood hole abruptly appeared in his torso. Her voice came to an abrupt halt. Shimi suddenly turned his head to one side and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, frowning and coughing continuously. Yunyan was startled and hurriedly held the person tightly in her arms, raising her hand to helplessly channel spiritual power. However, she soon realized it was all in vain. Despair once again enveloped her. Why give her something only to take it away? Shimi gritted his teeth, suppressing the metallic sweetness in his throat. But he couldn't help it. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Helpless, he raised his hand and placed it beside Yunyan's cheek. His eyes filled with passionate love and reluctant attachment. Feeding her, "Don't keep sleeping. I'm still waiting for you." He chuckled softly. "It's just wonderful to be able to protect you even once." Yunyan's pupils trembled violently as she looked at him for the last time. Her mouth opened and closed, and a buzzing sound rang in her ears. In the end, only his last words remained. "I love you. Come back. Don't make me wait too long." Yunyan widened her eyes, looking at his closed eyelids, his hands weakly drooping. She quickly raised her hand to hold his, tightly gripping it in her palm. Then, his body began to turn transparent, gradually transforming into light spots that scattered away. Yunyan was stunned, looking up at the points of light dancing in the air, while the surrounding monsters charged towards her, mouths wide open, ready to pounce. Her slender body trembled, and her crimson eyes finally let out a roar, accompanied by a powerful aura that swept through the area. In an instant, these monsters exploded into a mist of blood. Picking up the long knife beside her, she held a spear in one hand and the long knife in the other, her eyes blood-red, her voice hoarse. "You all shall accompany me to the grave." Chapter 142. Proving the path through slaughter, treading on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ascending the stairway to deification. On the battlefield, corpses lay everywhere. Yunyan stood on the small mountain piled with beasts, letting blood drip from her hair ends, her face stained with blood mixed with her tears. Behind her, the 10 generals were still alive. The army suffered countless casualties. Looking at the few remaining beasts, Yunyan shed tears and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "None of you can escape. Today, I will slaughter all of you beasts." After this day, everyone knew that the Emperor of the Nine, Nether Realm, lost his most beloved person close to a day of great joy and led his army to massacre the entire chaotic beast tribe. This battle established his authority completely. However, it alarmed the chaotic demon clan, and the evil gods were stirring. Only one evil god disdained to associate with them, but was helplessly dragged into the camp. Shimi returned to her soul form, looking speechlessly at the soul form of 06. Didn't you say that dying would allow you to return? By the way, why are you like this too? 06 looked disdainful, saying, I'm just letting you see Yin Yan's past. I went through so much trouble, and you still look down on me. Of course I died. How did you die? Oh, I noticed you went offline, so I went to the imperial physician and licked a bit of arsenic. Immortal Chuan Shimi, your way of dying is quite peculiar. 06 flicked its tail and said softly, look, the battle where Yin Yan became a deity, the battle that overturned all realms, and her most arduous battle. After watching, you will understand everything about her. Shimi stopped speaking and looked ahead at the lonely figure sitting in front of the tombstone. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Yun Yan raised her gaze, and figures appeared in the sky. She stood up, a flash of light passed, and black armor reappeared on her body, holding a spear in her hand. She was first an emperor, and only then herself. Even sadness had to be placed after resolving all obstacles to have the qualification to be sad. Stepping through the void, the evil gods and evil Buddhas grinned, and with a wave of their hands, a rain of fire descended, sweeping across the nine nether. Black smoke emanated from Yun Yan, and is flickered as he soared into the sky, standing between heaven and earth. With his gun pointed at the invaders, he sternly spoke, Jiu army, heed my command. Protect the common people. Exterminate the invaders. On the ground, 1,000,000 troops responded in unison, and the cultivators rushed to battle. However, even with their celestial status, how could they, including the 10 semi-divine generals, compete against these evil gods and evil Buddhas? The Jiu army was completely annihilated, and all 10 generals perished in battle. Yun Yan, supporting her severely injured body, stood outside the national gate. She did not know how many evil gods and demons had come, nor could she count them, only aware that on this day, people kept appearing from the sky. Her soldiers and generals fought to the death, not allowing these beasts to step 1 foot into the national gate. Yun Yan stood up with a long spear, his body covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from him. Head bowed, unaware of life or death. The evil gods and Buddhas mocked their overconfidence, saying they were merely mortals. What did it matter if their cultivation was even at the demigod level? They were the true gods and Buddhas. As they laughed, Yun Yan suddenly began to laugh, his laughter growing louder and louder. The sound of his laughter made them involuntarily quiet, their hair standing on end. Yun Yan lowered her head and raised her hand to grasp the air. Inside the palace, the long knife on the rack had lost its bronze color and was now entirely black, trembling continuously. The long knife was drawn from its sheath, dancing in the air and transforming into a stream of light that appeared in her hand. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and a phantom of a phoenix unfolded behind her, as a proud female voice echoed in the air. Little child, you are the first to awaken me in such a realm. Which family do you belong to? Are you willing to form a bond with me? Yun Yan raised her head, her voice hoarse. The voice of the female from the Jiu Empire's royal family, Nangong Yun Yan, suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out to be the daughter of Nanan's family. That's right. This old one is here, named Phoenix, and I initiate the contract of heaven and earth with you. Do you dare to accept? What is there to be afraid of? A flash of light passed, and the phoenix totem flickered on Yun Yan's forehead. The female voice echoed in the air, and the pressure swept around. This old one will assist my master. The clouds and smoke flickered with golden light, and together with her they spoke, unleashing a pressure that stirred the air, vanquishing all the evil gods and demons of the heavens. The long spear in her hand shimmered, and the silver-white spear began to change color, its brilliance merging into the spear. The voice of the phoenix once again resounded with authority. Divine spear, dragon of the skies. How much longer do you intend to sleep? Hurry up and awaken me. The long spear glimmered with light, the pitch-black spear resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar in the void, as the 5-clawed divine dragon transformed into light and merged into the spear. In an instant, the crimson eyes of the clouds and smoke were enveloped in gold. The pure golden pupils, tinged with a faint red, were now fixed in her gaze. Yun Yan swung her spear, holding a knife in her left hand and a gun in her right, standing outside the national gate, facing countless evil gods and Buddhas from all realms. With a cold, beautiful face adorned with a mad smile, she gathered strength in her legs and leaped into the air, charging towards them again. Damn ants! Kill her. Attacks fell like rain from the sky, and the smile on Yun Yan's face grew brighter. Divine Spear. Dragon Dance. One move to break 10,000 armies. The phantom of a divine dragon instantly shattered these attacks, scattering their ranks and killing large swathes of enemies. In midair, Yun Yan swung her knife. Phoenix Dance Nirvana. Above, a massive phoenix phantom and a divine dragon phantom circled as Yun Yan fought relentlessly, seemingly without pain and without defense, relying solely on her own strength. Shimi opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the sky. Such a battle he had never heard of or seen before. Such a brutal fight he could never have imagined in his life. 06, sitting beside him on the wall, looked up at the sky and spoke softly. The emperor guards the national gate. The king dies for the state. From the highest aristocracy to the common people of the 9 underworlds, all can fight. Facing foreign enemies, there is no retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimi stiffly turned his head. Countless citizens wielding weapons rushed out of the national gate, mercilessly delivering finishing blows to the fallen evil gods and Buddhas, unafraid even of being counterkilled. One of the civil officials raised his long knife, shouting, "Follow our king. Kill!" Although he was instantly burned to ashes by flames. Countless others rushed forward to take his place. Shimi felt everything blur before his eyes, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to watch this scene. 06 could only close his eyes in sorrow. This battle, the once thriving 9 underworlds returned to dust. In the end, the evil gods and Buddhas from all realms were almost completely exterminated. Yun Yan, supporting herself with the spear, stood on the battlefield, her long knife propped on the ground. Maintaining her standing posture, her eyes lost their luster. The emperor of the 9 underworlds, along with the 9 underworlds, completely perished from the world at that moment. Shimi weakly knelt on the ground. Before him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, filled with remains, and behind him, the entire 9 underworlds had become ruins. A corner of the dark clouds parted, and golden light enveloped Yun Yan, as an ancient voice echoed from a void. Empress of the 9 underworlds, Nangong Yun Yan, relying on her demigod realm and mortal body, has slain all evil gods and Buddhas from all realms, pacified the chaotic demon race of the mortal realm. Improve her path through killing, hereby granting her the title of Emperor of the Divine Realm. Bestowed the name Blood Underworld, ascending to the position of the head of ancient gods and the god of slaughter, bestowing the inheritance of both ancient and demon bloodlines. Blessings from all realms. May she share longevity with the heavens and be equal with the heavens. As the foremost of all gods and Buddhas, the 9 underworlds shall be the underworld. She may command 100,000 underworld soldiers, granting and taking life and death. Yun Yan was enveloped in golden light, and her stopped heart began to beat once more. Within the radiance, her appearance and body transformed. She suddenly took on a familiar visage to Shimi, but with a colder demeanor. Her eyes held an air of silence, like a stagnant pool of water. A pair of brilliant golden eyes seemed as deep as an abyss. Yun Yan stepped out of the light, dressed in dark divine garments, with a black fur collar cloak draped over her shoulders, slowly ascending the steps. With a flick of her cloak, she sat on the throne interwoven with gold and black, where the divine spear, the dragon, and the divine sword, the phoenix, radiated brilliance on either side. Yun Yan supported her head with one hand, her closed eyes opened. Although she didn't speak, her cold and emotionless voice lingered in the air. How much longer do you want to sleep? Wake up already. On the ground, the soldiers and civilians who had died in battle were enveloped in light, and the entire 9 nether realm was bathed in golden radiance. Shimi abruptly shut his eyes and raised a hand to shield against the blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, the 9 nether had returned to its former glory. Outside the national gate, a 1,000,000-strong army was lined up neatly, and the civilians had returned inside the gate, standing in formation. The 10 generals he was familiar with had truly transformed into divine generals. In unison, they looked up at Yun Yan, who sat on the divine throne in mid-air, respectfully prostrating themselves and shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to the Blood Ghost Emperor. May the Emperor be at peace." The shout echoed through the heavens as Yun Yan looked down at it all. The deity's eyes were indifferent, yet filled with indulgence and care for her followers. This scene was deeply etched in Shimi's mind. Chapter 143. The Battle of Divine Fall. Just after becoming a deity, within 2 days, the divine edict arrived in the underworld. Yun Yan arranged everything and came to the sleeping palace. Looking at the decorations inside the room, A trace of sadness flickered in her golden eyes as she gently caressed the carefully selected wedding dress. There was also the wedding dress belonging to her beloved. Tears slid down her cheeks once more. Holding this wedding dress, she approached the tombstone and gently placed the dress beside it, tracing the words on it. I'm going to the land of divine fall. I don't know how long it will take to return. I think I might die there. If I fall in a land of divine fall and see a golden dragon-shaped meteor streaking across the sky, don't wait for me foolishly like you promised that day. If I return alive, I may lose many memories or other things, but no matter where you are, no matter what you become, and whether I remember you or not, I will find you. Yunyan sat in front of the tombstone for a long time, speaking many words. Slowly, she stood up, and on this day, the peach blossoms in the hall rained down a shower of petals for her once again. Yunyan lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and her soul drifted away, passing through the boundary stone and entering the land of divine ruin. Shirmi sat in front of a tombstone, covering her face with her hands, tears dripping through her fingers. After a long while, 06 slowly spoke. Let's go. I'll take you to her last memories. Shirmi took a deep breath, stood up, and followed 06 into the land of divine ruin. Inside the encampment, Yunyan encountered geniuses and prodigies from various realms. Each one was vibrant, with different personalities and countless interesting stories to share. She loved drinking, and there were indeed many who shared her interests. There was no scheming or rivalry, and everyone was a comrade they could trust with their lives. Among them, one mischievous young man stood out, truly a lively character. There were a total of 10,000 participants in the battle. The first battle began at night, and the chaotic evil beasts in the land of divine ruin were far more formidable than the chaotic monsters in the mortal realm, with a greater number as well. In the first battle, over 1,000 deities fell. When the gods returned to the encampment, accustomed to life and death separations, they chose to inherit the burdens of those who had passed and enjoy the days they had left, working hard to protect the pure land behind them. The timing of the war was unpredictable. The second battle occurred 100 years later, and the situation was even more brutal. Yunyan bandaged the wounds on her arm and abdomen, quietly drinking while gazing at the moon in the land of God's fall. She loved watching the moon because, in her memories, the most unforgettable night was also the happiest night, with the full moon hanging high in the sky. She raised her hand holding the wine glass, toasting to the moon, and tilted her head back to drink it all in one go. After that, battles continued, with wars fluctuating. It lasted for a full 20,000 years. And among the myriad gods, only 100 remained. Near the outpost of the land of God's fall, tombstones were increasing in number. Each one was inscribed with the names of the exceptional and talented beings who had perished in battle from various realms. Yunyan lowered her gaze. Clearly, everyone had become like-minded friends. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a handful of yellow earth. A smirk of irony curled at the corners of her lips. How ironic it was. The half-grown boy sat on the tree trunk, gazing at the full moon in the sky, murmuring, Sister Yunyan, we will die too, right? Yunyan took a sip of wine, his expression calm. Yes, but not afraid. The young man smiled, and as he smiled, tears streamed down his face. But I don't want to die yet. I can't die. My father and mother are still waiting for me to go back. The action of Yunyan drinking paused for a moment. Then he tilted his head back and drank another cup. If possible, who would want to die? But if they do not risk their lives, then what dies is everything they are protecting behind them. As a deity, the peace of the world comes before their own well-being. This has been the rule since ancient times. Yunyan raised her head and drank cup after cup, leaning against a tree. A spirited woman smiled and casually threw a sword at her. Then she picked up a sword herself, feeling that drinking alone was boring. I'll keep you company. Yunyan's lips curled into a smile as she and her companion drank and danced with swords under the moonlight, beneath the only peach tree at their camp. A tree that Yunyan had planted herself. After yet another brutal battle, Yunyan stared in shock at the several new graves that had appeared at the camp. The one who had shared over 20,000 moments with her, drinking and dancing under the moonlight, would now forever rest here. She gently broke off a branch blooming with peach blossoms and placed it in front of the gravestone. This was her closest friend, the only one who had truly connected with her heart. What a pity that beauty is often short-lived. Her tears had dried up. She could no longer cry. The last straw that truly broke the camel's back was the final battle. Yunyan knelt half-submerged in a pool of blood, cradling the half-grown boy in her arms. The boy had lost his arms and legs, and a large hole had been torn open in his abdomen. Those once lively and spirited eyes were now dim and lifeless. Sister Yunyan, am I going to die? The boy smiled, but unwilling tears slipped down the corners of his eyes. But I don't want to die yet. Yunyan didn't know what she had said. nor did she know if she had responded at all. All she knew was that the person in her arms hadn't closed their eyes, even in death. In their lifeless eyes, her bloodied and dusty face, with tears streaming down, was reflected. Around her, the battlefield had destroyed the base, and the peach tree that held all their shared memories was engulfed in flames. Petals scattered into the air along with the flickering flames. Those remaining heroes had truly given everything, risking their lives. Yun stood there in a daze, gently laying down the boy in her arms, slowly getting up, her gaze blankly glancing to the side. Looking at the souls around her that were dissipating, Yun's voice trembled as she murmured the names of familiar people one by one. Lao Tang, Dongfeng, and Ahu. Each one was fading away, turning into light spots that scattered across the world. Yun stumbled a step, and in front of her, countless chaotic evil beasts gathered. At the same time, that voice she hated to the core also reached her ears. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look, isn't this our great Nine Nether Empress? How come you're the only one left again? Ha 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 ha. Yun slightly widened her eyes and turned to look. The man in the black robe took off his hood for the first time, revealing a face that caused Shermi's pupils to suddenly shrink. Yun was stunned. Her third cousin, the one who caused her to lose everything, leading to her family's destruction, was the third son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Li, who had protected and pampered her since childhood. Ouyang Li wore a sinister smile on his face, raising his hand to touch his own face. So this is your cousin. I thought he looked quite good, so I borrowed him. Upon hearing this, Yun's pupils constricted sharply, and she clenched her fists tightly. Ouyang Li tilted his head, crossing his arms with a look of disdain. My name is Illusory Demon, the Empress of the Nine Nether. Now, there's only you left. You, a mere being of divine rank, facing my chaotic evil demon clan. How long do you think you can hold out? When enraged to the extreme, one only becomes calmer. The smoke curled up to her lips, and a crazy smile flickered in her bright golden eyes. Ha 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 ha. The illusionist furrowed his brow, unable to understand how this woman could still laugh at a time like this. Is she really insane? Yun laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Holding a long gun, covering half of his face with his hand, revealing the other half, his face twisted with fierce anger. I think you got something wrong. His hoarse voice suppressed the raging fury. Gumming Shuyo, the heir to the ancient god's position of killing gods. In this vast world, there is nothing that Gumming cannot kill, nothing that Gumming cannot overcome. In this vast world, there is nothing that Gumming cannot achieve. Gumming is the master of life and death. You evil demons and ants. What great courage you have. The clouds spread their arms, and light burst forth from her heart. In the air, the ethereal shadows of a dragon and a phoenix appeared, and the force of divine power created shockwaves that swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. The clouds flow with tears, eyes crimson, what I must protect, even if it costs my life. So what? It's just. Yun's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. But, Shimi, I can no longer seek you out. The illusion demon widened her eyes, her initial arrogance replaced by fear, and hurriedly fled, shouting, quick retreat. This woman has gone mad. She's going to self-destruct her origin. While escaping, she cursed Yun as a lunatic, a madwoman before becoming a deity, and even crazier afterward. The entire Godfall land was enveloped in light, the sound of the explosion echoing across realms. Shimi closed her eyes, letting the tears fall. 06 lowered her head. This wasn't over yet. Hearing that, Shimi's veins bulged, tears streaming down her face, her eyes bloodshot with rage. She hoarsely roared. Is it not over yet? How much more does she have to give? 06 fell silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, her sacrifices have already come to an end. What does that mean? The Godfall land was completely shrouded in darkness. They stood in the dark, watching the starlight gather. Chapter 144. The past, welcome home. The shattered soul of Yun was repaired and gathered by these light spots. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself in complete darkness, with light spots floating around her. Let's go, hurry up. Yun, do you see the light ahead? Don't daze off, walk towards it, don't look back. Yun, keep moving forward, don't look back. In the next life, we'll drink and chat again. Sister Yun, drink less usually. The peach blossom rain is beautiful. Take a good look for us. Familiar voices echoed from these light spots into her ears, and her eyes, stung with tears, blurring her vision. The light in her eyes became hazy, accompanied by mist. Clenching her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, she took a big step towards the light. Shimi watched helplessly as these light spots gathered behind her, transforming into those fallen geniuses. They all wielded weapons, facing away from Yunyan. In front of them were the souls of the chaotic demons that Yunyan had killed by self-destructing her origin. These souls gathered together, turning into the most evil monsters, stretching out countless hands towards Yunyan. At that moment, these souls moved. Yunyan shed tears, her steps unceasing, transforming from walking to running, reaching out her hand towards that light. The souls looked at her sideways until she grasped the light, at which point they revealed smiles. For us, live well and go see the beauty of this world. Such words fell heavily on her heart. Bushy Chuan, catch it. It's time to exterminate the evil spirits. I'm a bit selfish, but right now, only you can allow these souls to reincarnate. 06 exclaimed, as Shimi raised his hand to catch the sunwheel knife that was thrown to him, a fierce expression on his face. You don't need to say it. I've endured these scum for a long time. In the moment the sunwheel knife was drawn, his body transformed from a soul form into a physical entity, the breath of wind flickering continuously throughout the dark space. These monsters turned to ashes under his blade. The souls looked at him in shock, sensing the aura around him, and one by one, they revealed gratified smiles. Thank you, and also, I wish you happiness. The souls transformed into light spots, flying into the light that Yunyan held. Shimi sheathed his knife, curling his lips in a grateful expression. It should be him thanking you. 06 showed a relaxed smile. This way, Yunyan would have a little less karma to bear. The figures of one person and one cat completely vanished. Meanwhile, after the self-detonation of her origin, Yunyan had already sensed something strange, and when she woke up, she understood in her heart. Originally, she would have chosen to stay, but she couldn't because someone was waiting for her to return. Without hesitation, she rushed towards the light before her, and the moment she grasped it, she felt a whirl of the world. When she opened her eyes again, the blinding sunlight made her instinctively close her eyes again, slowly reopening them, and the voices around her made her frown. Where did this woman come from? It seemed she just appeared suddenly. TCH. Kyuso. Is this a new tactic of the demons? How could they find this place? Yunyan slowly opened her eyes and found herself sitting in a room, surrounded by familiar people. Sadming Yu Hangming, Butterfly Shinobu, Ju Tomioka, Mitsuri Kenroji, Kaneo, Sayuri, and Michiro Takedo. And Yunyan looked at Shimi, tears welling up in her eyes. She had remembered all the lost memories, and her heart ached with longing and grievance. She rushed towards Shimi, wrapping her arms around his neck tightly. The onlookers widened their eyes, and Shimi's face turned red in an instant, feeling flustered. Hey, who are you, woman? What are you doing suddenly hugging me? Let go of me. Yunyan was taken aback, tears streaming down her face as she moved slightly away from him, her eyes filled with confusion. Shimi? You don't recognize me anymore? Huh. Should I recognize you? Let go of me now. Shimi's forehead was throbbing with veins, his face flushed red, and unable to directly pull her down. He stood stiffly and growled. Yunyan stared blankly and released him, her eyes dull as she looked around. In the room, many familiar figures were missing. What happened to Quangjin? Brother Yato, Sister Zenmushing, Yichiro, Kanny, and Kaijur? By the way, where's Mr. Yuzui? Why is he not here either? Why is Lord Zhu not here? Why don't you recognize me, Shimi? Each word she spoke made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief as they looked at her. Yunyan looked at Miri and Michiro, both still wrapped in bandages, and at Madame Amano, who was stunned behind her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of speechlessness. She was awake, but why had her body also run off to the wrong place? Looking at the Shimi in front of her, she blinked. Oh, the original Shimi really wasn't as tall as her Shimi. Helplessly sitting down, she scratched her face and looked at Shimi apologetically. Sorry. It seems I've still run into some issues and returned to the wrong place. You're not my Shimi, and I've caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. Her words brought everyone back to their senses. Butterfly Shinobu walked up to her and asked, "This young lady, if possible, could you answer me a question?" Seeing the forced smile on Butterfly Shinobu's face, which didn't seem to belong to her, Yunyan felt a pang of sympathy and replied, "Okay, go ahead. Why did you call out their names? It seems like you know us." I know all of you. I don't belong here, back in my world. Everyone is still together." Yunyan looked at Shimi, who seemed a bit unnatural. This world is also the original world of Shimi, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Moreover, in my case, Shimi and I are engaged. What? Huh? Everyone looked at Shimi in surprise, and she instantly blushed, carefully examining the person in front of her. Indeed, she is a beauty, and although she is very reserved, the aura she subtly reveals is quite strong. So, are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes, in my world, I am the current ice pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed, sitting on the soft cushion, unconsciously responding to Butterfly Shin's subsequent questions one by one. They chatted for a long time. Meanwhile, on the 06 side, everyone was going crazy. Who knew how frightening it was for them when they woke up to find Yunyan had vanished from her hospital bed right before their eyes. 06 frantically searched for Yunyan's location, cold sweat pouring down. Found her. Where? 06 had a troubled expression. Parallel world. Huh. Everyone. Fukuchuan. Do you remember the divine skill Yunyan told you to use? Oh. You mean the one that travels across countries? Yes, that's it. Shimi frowned. Can I use it now? My body isn't even the same body. 06 raised a paw and shook his head. No, it was originally activated using a demigod's physique. You can still use it now. Go bring her home. All right. Everyone moved aside, nervously watching Shimi. Shimi recalled the incantation Yunyan had taught him, formed hand seals, and softly chanted. A golden array appeared beneath his feet, and as the light flashed, his figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. The butterfly house erupted in exclamations. As evening approached, Yunyan seemed to sense something, stood up with a smile, and said, I've already answered everything I could. It's time to say goodbye to you all. Butterfly Shin looked at her in confusion, and Yunyan turned to look at the courtyard, with everyone following her gaze. The golden array transformed into a grand door, and from the light, a figure walked out. Everyone's eyes widened as Fukuchuan Shimi appeared right before them. Yunyan's eyes lit up as she ran towards him. The moment Shimi saw her, he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and opened his arms to catch his rushing lover, holding her tightly in his embrace. Shimi, I miss you so much. Hearing her somewhat choked voice, Shimi's heart softened, knowing she must have remembered everything. He hugged her even tighter, saying, yeah, me too. I came to take you home. Yunyan buried her face in his neck, and Shimi held her gently, one hand softly stroking the back of her head. After a long while, Yunyan withdrew from his embrace, hooked her arm through his, and turned to look at the crowd behind them, revealing a bright smile. Although Shimi in this world is also very handsome, compared to my Shimi, it's better if you were a bit more straightforward, right? Haha. Shimi amusingly ruffled Yunyan's hair, then turned to look at the version of himself in this world, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Some things still need to be said properly, so as not to leave any regrets. Yunyan waved goodbye to them and followed Shimi, stepping through the golden door and disappearing from their sight. The crowd fell silent. The immortal Shimi in this world lowered his gaze. His other self in another world looked so happy, which was great. No regrets? The crowd revealed a relaxed smile. It turned out that in countless parallel worlds, another version of themselves was still alive. This is good. At least not all of them have experienced the unfortunate loss of their loved ones, friends, and respected individuals. As soon as Yunyan and Shimi returned to the Butterfly Mansion, Yunyan was instantly surrounded by a group of people. Looking at the crying Mikomo, Mitsuri, and Kane, Yunyan held back her tears and tightly embraced them. Shinobu wiped away her tears and was pulled into the group hug by Yunyan the next moment. Then came the familiar faces, and she was almost hugged by everyone. Yunyan leaned in Shimi's arms, and in front of her were people with bright smiles, joyfully saying to her, Yunyan, welcome home. Yunyan was taken aback, as Shimi embraced her, revealing a gentle smile. There was a faint glimmer in his eyes, and his voice was deep yet unexpectedly gentle. Welcome home. Yunyan smiled happily, a smile that had not appeared on her face for a long time, one that came from the heart. I'm back. She rushed over with tears streaming down her face, while Shimi tugged at her forehead, and the two of them exchanged playful banter. The crowd helplessly tried to mediate, while Yunyan stood by, smiling gently. Once again, she silently said to herself, I'm back. Everyone, thank you. It was directed at the people in front of her, as well as to her past. Chapter 145. Pre-training. Hey, Shimi and Ihei have gone on a mission. Yunyan and Meili were sitting in a dessert shop. Meili was puffing her cheeks, and the Sakura Machi in front of her no longer seemed appealing. Yeah, she was just a step behind. If only she had been a moment faster, she could have teamed up with Mr. Ike. Mr. Basukawa's speed is really impressive. Kenroji Meili. Yunyan blinked her eyes, chuckled lightly at the words, raised her hand to rub Meili's head, propped her chin up, and wore a witch's smile on her face. Then Meili, let's enjoy some desserts together. I haven't really had a break lately. How could this happen? Not taking a proper rest is not good. Sister Yunyan, you should try this. This pudding is super delicious. Upon hearing Yunyan's tired voice, Meili hurriedly pushed the blueberry jam pudding over to her, looking at her with anticipation. Yunyan took a bite and squinted her eyes. Indeed. It's worthy of being mealy. It really is best to find you for dessert. It's so delicious, it's great that it suits Sister Yunyan's taste. Let us try this again. Millie focused on feeding Yunyan, blushing and smiling as she watched Yunyan taste the desserts she recommended, radiating happiness all around. Yunyan had a small appetite, so she left the rest to Millie to finish off. She propped her chin up, looking at Millie with eyes full of gentle affection as she ate. No matter how you looked at it, Millie was adorable. Suddenly, she felt that guy Ahei was getting off too easily. While Ahei was still chasing the evil spirits with Shimi, he suddenly sneezed. Shimi turned to look at him. Ahei, do you have a cold? Ahei rubbed his nose and said, No, it must be someone cursing me from behind. Huh, that's quite bold of them. Yun, with immense courage, said. The two followed 2 Demon Slayer Corps members, tracing the scent of the evil demon, stopping near an abandoned high-rise building. TSK. A mere demon actually dares to call itself Lord. It's just ridiculous. Shinobu clicked her tongue in displeasure, resting her arm on her knee, looking around. Iguro frowned, confirmed. Is it really around here? One of the teammates scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, Snake Hashira, because we lost track, the demon escaped. Heh, I didn't expect much from you. Shinobu replied disdainfully, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The abducted girl opened her eyes, realizing she was being carried away by a strange person, and screamed in fear. This immediately attracted the attention of the 4 in the distance. Shinobu drew her sword and leaped down from a height. Damn it. Stop right there. Chase. Iguro and Shinobu rushed out first, while the 2 teammates struggled to keep up behind them. They chased into the building, which was eerily silent. The stench of demons so strong it was nauseating. In the shadows, countless demons lurked, eyeing the 4 on the first floor hungrily. Takahashi, something feels off here. Yeah, I thought it was strange from the start. It's unsettling. Just as he finished speaking, a demon suddenly attacked. Shinobu pulled aside one of the teammates and swiftly severed the demon's head with her sword. Iguro flashed out, and together they quickly dispatched the demons falling from above. The 2 teammates struggled as they swung their swords, nearly getting their heads bitten off by the demons. After clearing this floor, Iguro glanced indifferently at the 2. You 2 should go first. Leave this to me and the wind Hashira. But, TSK, stop talking nonsense. You're too much of a hindrance here. Get out of here. Yes. Seeing Shinobu's irritation, the 2 quickly grabbed their swords and ran out of the old building. Iguro looked toward the staircase. Takahashi, do you feel it? Yeah, that annoying presence. A scream from the girl echoed from upstairs. Shinobu suddenly turned around, gathering her strength to leap up. Facing a swarm of demons, she swung her sword, reducing them to mere fragments. More and more kept coming, and Iguro jumped out from behind him, slicing through the sudden onslaught of demons. That was too dangerous. No need to thank me. Shinobu exploded in frustration. I didn't ask for your help. The 2 looked up to see the demon carrying the girl startled and hurriedly flee. Shinobu kicked open a nearby door, brandishing her sword, shouting at the retreating demon, Hey, don't run, demon. Leave that girl and your head behind. A blocking demon lunged at her, and as she walked, she quickly dispatched these demons, getting increasingly annoyed. Get lost. One after another, how annoying. Are you all cockroaches? After clearing the demons, Shinobu leaned on her sword and quickly ran towards the opening in the wall. Iguro had already landed on the rooftop of the old building, and Shinobu landed behind him. They were surrounded by demons, and Iguro glanced down from the roof. Takahashi, you go save the person. I'll handle this. Shinobu sighed, resting her sword on her shoulder, looking disdainfully at the gathered demons. Hey, no matter how many there are, it's useless. Surrender to me and then die. The demons gritted their teeth in anger. Kill him. The demons charged at Shinobu, who maintained a cold expression, swinging her sword in a single slash, creating a tornado that shot into the sky. The blood of the demons splattered all over her. Breath of wind, 4th form, rising dust storm. Seeing the situation was dire, a demon grabbed the girl beside him and threw her towards Shinobu. As the demon's blood continued to spill, Shinobu gasped, watching the innocent girl fall from the high building. Oh no. In the next moment, Iguro appeared, catching the girl and landing beside Shinobu. The demon clicked its tongue and turned to leap down the broken hole in the roof. Seeing this, Shinobu hurriedly chased after it. Stop. Iguro set the girl down and quickly followed. They both jumped down, but were shocked by the scene before them. Inside the old building, it was brightly lit, with countless rooms filled with demons of various shapes. The entire space was vast and boundless. The escaping demon taunted them, and Shinobu gritted her teeth, gripping her sword and lunging towards it. Kyuso. Just as she was about to hit, accompanied by the sound of a sanmitsu instrument. The scenery changed dramatically. The sword plunged straight into the ground, and Shinobu sat down cross-legged, while Iguro landed behind him, frowning. Was that what Yin mentioned before, the infinite castle? Shinobu placed her hands on her legs, expressionless and unusually calm. It should be. The next day, the news brought back by the two reached Kaneo, Tsuyuri's side, and the Hashira meeting resumed. Regarding what Shinobu and Iguro had seen, the demons were not only appearing in clusters, but were also frantically capturing humans. In addition, Yin shared her experience of having crushed a giant eyeball. That was the blood demon art of the demon. And the infinite castle was also one of her blood demon arts, entirely under her control. However, in terms of combat strength, the demon was not formidable. She was best at survival. Now, the most important thing was to enhance the strength of the entire Demon Slayer Corps, as the final battle was not far off. Yin rested her chin on her hand and said these few words with a calm expression. Arakaki Wise-Eye looked at her and said, Yin, is there anything I can do? Now that my body has recovered, I hope I can help these children. Yin smiled brightly at him, saying that the words of the Lord were fine, as usual, because you would sense it. The next step was understood by Kazuki Arakaki upon hearing this. After the meeting concluded, the real Hashira training began. According to the agreed order, the members needed to train in sequence. Sound Hashira, Mist Hashira, Love Hashira, Serpent Hashira, Flame Hashira, Stone Hashira, Wind Hashira, Ice Hashira, and Water Hashira. As for the Butterfly Sisters, they did not participate in the training lineup, but only joined the Hashira training at night. During the day, they would study medicine with Tamayo. And what 06 needed to do was to buy time. The time arranged by Yin is enough to fully open the pillar's hang. Following the original work, they can't hold on until that time. Therefore, 06 must go and create trouble for Kibutsuji Musen to delay his entry into the game. As for why the sound Hashira hasn't retired, the clouds of smoke evoke a mischievous smile, laughing out loud. With her around, don't even think about running away. Everyone must finish the task before retiring. Chapter 146. The misaddressed letter, dramatic tension at its peak. Following the plan, a major issue arose. Ion believed that the water column training only required Yenju and Jinjuan. He always thought he lacked the talent of Yenju. So he refused to mislead the students and stubbornly refused to participate in the team's training. Everyone, I didn't think about it before, but now I really want to beat him up. Yin rubbed his forehead. No matter how he advised, it didn't work. In the end, he directly sought help from the delivery person Wise-Eye, but the mistake was made by Quan Sanlang. He was supposed to deliver a letter to Tanjiro. But because Quan Sanlang mistakenly remembered the person, he ended up persuading Yeong instead, and it turned into Shimi and Ihei. Later, Yin realized with a twitch at the corner of his eye, what the heck is going on? The three of them surrounding Yeong? Two people surrounding one. The two who received the letter were initially wandering around the street, preparing to pick gifts for their respective girlfriends. The moment they read the letter, Shimi's face twisted in rage, while Ihei turned red with anger. The letter in their hands was crumpled. Shimi gritted his teeth. That guy Toka, Ihei, with a dark face and eyes like inverted triangles, gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. After all, it was the command of the Lord. The two rushed to Yeong's residence like the wind. Shimi knocked hard on the door. Hey Toka, are you home? Ihei stood beside him, shouting together. If you're home, open the door. Don't just stand there. There was no response at all. Unable to endure any longer, Shimi's head was full of hashtags, and he directly tore down the door with his bare hands, rushing in with a hey Toka, we're coming in. Both wore fierce expressions, and Yeong's eyes widened. At first, he thought he misheard, but it really was them. Then his nightmare began. While he was sleeping, Shimi and Ihei sat beside him. Shimi yanked off his blanket, his face contorted. How can you still sleep at this time? Go train. Ihei pointed directly at his face. You didn't even take a mission. What are you sleeping for? Go train. Toka Yeong. When he went to the bathroom, Shimi pounded on the door, shouting, Hey Toka, are you seriously taking this long in the bathroom? Ihei shouted beside him with the same volume. Hurry up and come out, then go train. Toka Yeong. When he was taking a bath, the two squeezed in with him. Shimi's expression became even more twisted, sitting at the back. Hey, it's so cramped. Move forward. Ihei was so angry that his veins popped. You haven't trained or sweated. Why are you taking a bath? Go train. Toka Yeong. After a series of events, Yeong fled to the ice house as if he were escaping for his life. He hurriedly left a message to Yunyan. Sorry, senior sister. Save me. Let me hide for a while. Yunyan looked at him like a gust of wind, as if a fierce ghost was chasing him, and he fled into his residence. his mind filled with big question marks. Tanjiro's power. Is this great? No way. The next moment, she fell silent. Shimi quickly walked in, smiled gently at her, and ruffled her hair, saying, "Sorry to disturb you for a moment." Then his expression instantly changed, turning fierce as he walked into the room, shouting, "Tomioka, you bastard! Get your ass out here!" Ihei calmly walked past Yunyin, stopped in front of her to greet her, saying, "Sorry for disturbing you, Sujikuni," and then turned around with the same expression as Shimi, walking while shouting into the room, "Tomioka, come out for training." Yunyin felt completely overwhelmed. No, why were those two chosen? Where's Tanjiro? In a hurry to deliver a letter to Ubuyashiki Waya. Ubuyashiki Waya blinked in confusion upon receiving the letter and looked at Amain beside him. "Amain, is this really for Tanjiro?" Amain looked puzzled, huh? But Kezabur said it was for Lord Shinazugawa and Lord Ihei. The two fell into an unusual silence. Oh no, it seems they trusted Kezabur too much and got the wrong people. Yunyin, who received the reply letter, covered his face in speechlessness. Turning to look at the three heroes with dead fish eyes, he spoke softly, "Yasui, can you tell me why you don't want to participate?" Yasui lowered his head. Kneeling in front of the three, "I'm too weak. Kaneo and Shinobu are much stronger than me, so I can't lead others astray." Shinya and Ihei were taken aback. What is this guy saying? Weak? Who? Him? Yunyin rested her chin on her hand, pondering before speaking. "What do you mean by weak? Are you saying that you're too weak in the breathing techniques and sword skills?" Eong's eyes dimmed. He was indeed too weak, which is why he couldn't help at all. Every time senior sister Yunyin encountered danger, he couldn't arrive in time. He also didn't become Hashira as quickly as Kanroji and Shinobu. Huh? What are you talking about? Mitsuri looked at him disdainfully. "But you're a Hashira? How many people have you saved along the way? How many demons have you slain? Weak? What nonsense are you talking?" Ihei rolled his eyes and pointed at Eong. "As far as I know, in the water-breathing techniques, you're the only one who created a new move. If that's considered weak, have you ever thought about how others might feel?" Yunyin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are these two starting some kind of exaggerated encouragement education?" Eong raised his head, a glimmer of light in his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Go participate in the training." "Exactly. With this time wasted, you might as well improve yourself and kill more demons." Shimi and Ihei were both awkward, their expressions showing clear reluctance, and after speaking, they shut their mouths with a sullen look. Yunyin smiled as she walked over and sat beside Eong, raising her hand to ruffle his hair. "Eong, everyone has different talents and strengths. Training together with the three of you is a great opportunity to fill in the gaps, isn't it? You only see their strengths and your own weaknesses, but you should also consider their weaknesses and your own strengths. Humanity is always learning and progressing." Yunyan's gaze was gentle, and Eong looked at her, his pupils trembling slightly. Did he have strengths that Lang Tu and the others could not achieve? As if he thought of something, his calm eyes sparkled with fragmented light. I will participate." Yunyin smiled with her eyes narrowed. "That's more like it." Just as she was about to say something else, she saw Eong facing Shimi and Ihei, and what came out of his mouth was a critical blow. "Bus Chikawa, Ihei, do you guys like to eat sweet rice cakes and kelp strips?" "Huh? What did you say?" "Yunyin, if you want to make friends, please don't ask others what they like to eat in such a cold tone. You really made me explode on the spot, with hashtags popping up one after another on my head." Yunyin rubbed his forehead and gestured to the two who were clearly about to explode, saying, "Calm down. Eong doesn't mean what you think. He wants to build a good relationship with you. He'll find out what you like to eat and give it to you as a gift to make friends. This guy isn't good with words, so you two should cool off." Eong's eyes lit up, and upon hearing this, Shimi and Ihei calmed down and looked at Eong speechlessly. This guy, asking others in that tone, it's no wonder people misunderstand. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Tanjiro rush in from outside, bowing to them. "Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Ihei." Then he bowed to Yunyin. "Sister Yunyin, I'm very sorry to disturb you." After that, he directly grabbed Eong's arm. "Mr. Eong, please come with me." The three of them were confused. Eong was puzzled but still silently waved goodbye to the three and followed Tanjiro out. As they walked down the street, Tanjiro had hurried over after receiving a letter from Ubuyashiki Yoya, so he had inquired about Eong's location. All the way, he was thinking hard about how to get Eong to train as well. Eong looked at him, confused, wanting to ask what was going on, thinking that if it wasn't a big deal, he needed to prepare for training the team. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tanjiro with a sincere expression. "Mr. Eong, let's have a competition to see who can eat soba noodles faster." Tomioka Eong. "Huh? What?" The three who followed him out were equally puzzled. Why do we need to compete to eat noodles? Chapter 147. The Pillars training officially begins. Yunyan rubbed her temples and decided to let them mess around, considering it a way to strengthen the brotherhood. So, hasn't any team member gone over to your side yet? Shimi crossed her arms and walked beside her, looking disdainful. The first batch will arrive tomorrow, TSK. What a hassle, they're taking so long to come. Iha's disdain was even more palpable, as if each of them was just there to make a joke. Weak as they were, Yunyan, she suddenly wasn't looking forward to it anymore. Because if it were her training, she would really treat them like soldiers under her command. The team members were still looking forward to how Yunyan, who appeared as a gentle angel in their eyes, would train them, not knowing that she was actually the most devilish one. In order to prepare for the training of these team members, Ihe left first, and Shimi tightly embraced Yunyan at the corner, kissing her gently. The seemingly rough and impulsive person was cautious even while kissing, afraid of hurting her with his clumsiness. Reluctantly looking at Yunyan, she helplessly rubbed his head, her palm resting against his cheek. Be good, Shimi, I will come see you. Shimi's face turned red as he raised his hand to hold the hand she had placed next to his cheek, rubbing his face against it. Got it. After bidding farewell to Shimi, Yunyan returned to the courtyard, carrying a bouquet for worship and some offerings. Heading to a place she had never set foot in before, the grave of Lady Mihue and her brother, Zai, in this world. Ever since she regained her memory, she had been puzzled about why there was someone with the same name as her brother, who also bore a striking resemblance to him. Coincidentally, he had also become her brother. Standing in front of the tombstone, she arranged the items and clasped her hands together. She simply couldn't kneel because if she did, heavenly thunder would definitely strike down. The only one worthy of her kneeling was the ancient god of creation who opened the heavens and the earth. Yunyan took a deep glance at the two tombstones in front of her and turned to leave. A gentle breeze brushed by, as if in a memory. Lady Mei Hui softly caressed her cheek with tenderness. The clouds rise to my lips as I look up at the slanting sun on the horizon. Everything will be all right. Walking down the road, Yunyan has a smile on her face, and that smile is becoming more dangerous. So that's how it is. It's really infuriating. Yunyan looked up at the sky, her smile sending chills down people's spines. Finally, she chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with an inscrutable depth. Nangong Changshan, who was terrified of being beaten up by his sister, Zai exclaimed, my sister looks super angry right now. What should I do? What am I going to do? In the void divine realm, Zai was on the verge of tears, biting his handkerchief as he looked at the sky mirror with watery eyes. That smile from Yunyan just now almost scared his soul out of his body. I said, you don't have to be so scared of your sister, do you? Upon hearing this, Zai changed his expression, revealing a shark-like grin and a menacing look as he pointed at the handsome man behind him dressed in luxurious divine robes, shouting, how dare you say that? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you insisting on betting with me, would I have offended my sister? You had to play some ridiculous dice game with me. I've never dealt with that stuff since I was a kid. You tricked me into wearing your broken divine robe, and I had to wear a mask, pretending to be you to stop my naturally beautiful, exceptionally charming, and gentle sister, just because she's the last evil god in the vast world. So what if my sister stabs a few times? If she wants to stab, let her stab. She's not stabbing you. Those filthy things born from that mess, if they really get stabbed to death, then so be it. At worst, you could just wave your hand to bring them back, right? Now look, I don't even dare to show up in front of her. It should have been that day, I told her. Brother has become a god too. Brother can continue to protect you. But it turned into, in front of the heavens. One must not be reckless. The man being confronted was none other than the current heaven. He shrugged and said, so what? I don't want to. I can't take it anymore. Zai rolled up his sleeves, marching towards him with a fierce aura and dark energy, causing heaven to break into a cold sweat, retreating repeatedly. What are you going to do? I must tell you, I am heaven. You don't really want to go against me, do you? Go to hell. Today, not only do I want to go against you, but I also want to usurp the throne and stab you to death. You turtle son of a bitch. No, wait, someone, help. The war god is trying to murder heaven. No, big brother, calm down, go to hell. The divine guards looked straight ahead. Used to it all, Yunyan couldn't help but sneeze, rubbing her nose in confusion. It felt strange. She always had the feeling that someone was behind her, teasing her. The door was knocked on, and Yunyan turned to look. Kayanami was kneeling at the door with a bundle on her back, respectfully bowing to her. Master, I'm going to set off for Mr. Yuzui's place for training right now. Has it really come so soon for Nami? Yes. Nami, good luck. Yunyan smiled gently at her, uneasily reminding her of a few things, and gave her a lot of snacks before watching her leave the ice house. Supporting her chin, She looked at the sleeping Xiao Bai beside her, raising her hand to rub its fluffy head. Haname had left, and now it was just the two of us. Without Haname, this little son, Yunyan lost her interest and joy. She lay flat in the house, feeling down. However, it didn't last long. As the first batch of trainees she needed to train soon arrived at the Ice House dojo. Yunyan appeared before everyone with an angelic smile, pointing at the weighted bags by the wall. Everyone quickly put them on, and next, with a swing of the knife, they rushed to grab the weighted bags. But the moment they put them on, they collectively froze and shattered into pieces. What kind of joke is this? After putting them on, they couldn't even lift their arms. Stiffly turning to look at Yunyan, who still had an angelic smile on her face. They vaguely noticed the dark energy emanating from her. Yunyan smiled, tilting her head slightly. If I don't have enough practice, I'll be good, and accompany him for some practice, the crowd. This is a new hell, Meanwhile, no one on the water column training side has met the requirements yet. The dojos and training grounds of each pillar are bustling with activity. China Mimi arrived at Yuzui's training ground with a backpack, smiling brightly, waving at Yuzui. Mr. Yuzui. Yuzui was originally complaining about how weak these team members were, but when he saw China Mimi, his eyes lit up. Oh, it's Nami. Yes, Mr. Yuzui. I will be training with you from now on. Please take care of me. Ha ha ha. No problem. Sweat it out and let your energy flow. Yes. When the other girls saw China Mimi, they all ran towards her, hugging her closely. China Mimi blushed, enjoying the closeness of the three beautiful older sisters, surrounded by little pink flowers. Among those training with her were Jinya, Zenitsu, Kanao, and Inasuk. Tanjiro's injury hadn't healed properly yet, so only two of the three little ones came, leaving one out from the sensory group. China Mimi smiled as she carefully took off her haori and neatly folded it to put in her backpack. This was a gift from her master. She couldn't let it get dirty or wrinkled. Not even a single thread could show. Chapter 148. The second group's pet, China Mimi, online in just 3 days. China Mimi said goodbye to Yuzui and Jinya, heading to the next pillar's training ground first. At the Kasumi Pillar Dojo, she gently knocked on the door, peeking in with a bright smile. Yuikairu, Mwichiru, I'm here. The two turned at the sound. Yuiku snorted lightly, but it was clear he was in a good mood. You're too slow. Mwichiru smiled helplessly, waving her in. Nami, you're here. Coming quickly. Sorry, I didn't catch the first batch luckily. I squeezed into the second batch. She then bowed to the two. Next, please take care of me. The brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with gentle smiles. As a sister's stepson, they had to guide her well. The brothers liked China Mimi, a fondness from friendship, plus she was Yunyan's stepson, which added a layer of affection. After 2 days, China Mimi said goodbye to the two and went to the Love Pillar's residence, moving at an incredible speed, shining with excitement. Mitsurine, I'm here. Wah? Nami-chan, finally see you. I really missed you. Come on, let us go inside. Listen to me. I made super delicious honey cake today. Really? Mitsurine, I really want to eat it. Nami-chan, please sit here and wait a moment. Mitsuri, beaming with happiness, went to the kitchen, and after a while, she brought over the honey cake. China Mimi's eyes sparkled, a little drool escaping her lips, eagerly watching Mitsuri drizzle honey on the cake and cut a piece to bring to her lips. Without hesitation, she took a bite, propping her chin with her hands, happily chewing, swallowing the cake, and giving a thumbs up, as expected of Mitsurine. It's really super delicious. Mitsuri covered her face, her cheeks flushed, and pulled out a set of dance clothes from behind. Can Nami-chan change into this outfit? Of course, no problem. Having received guidance from Kyujiro and Shimi, she knew that a wind-breathing swordsman's flexibility was exceptionally strong. China Mimi felt no pressure. She could stretch in any way. The next day, she left Mitsuri's place, both feeling reluctant. She then arrived at the Snake Pillar's dojo. The chibi version of China Mimi looked at the team members tied to the pillar inside the room. Turning to Iguro, Mr. Iguro, did they make you angry? Don't mind them. Just swing your sword. I'll correct your mistakes. The team members looked at Iguro like they'd seen a ghost. Why has the terrifying Snake Pillar become so calm and patient? They then looked at China Mimi with envy and a bit of fear. Stepson, please don't hit them. Yes. Iguro crossed his arms, watching from the side. He was also being protective of her. Mitsuri liked China Mimi, and she was Yunyan's stepson, as well as the girlfriend of Kyujiro, who got along decently. Even his close friend Shimi would protect her because of her ties with Yunyan and Kyujiro, showing a gentle side as much as possible. So, from whichever perspective, he would give China Mimi more patience, treating her as normally as he could, trying to be gentle with her. China Mimi was also quick-witted. In less than 5 days, she said goodbye to Iguro, humming a tune as she headed to the Flame Pillars dojo. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuke successfully completed the training at the Kasumi Pillars dojo and headed toward Mitsuri. Jinya had just finished Yuzui's training, politely said goodbye, and walked towards the Kasumi Pillars dojo of the Tsuguko brothers. Just as he left, Yuzui sent out a letter. Looking at the pile of team members knocked down on the ground, some half-dead and foaming at the mouth, Shimi looked up at the crow flying in from the sky. He let Yuzui's crow land on his shoulder, took the letter, groomed its feathers, and watched it leave, disdainfully glancing at the team members beneath him. He returned to the room with the letter. Kyujiro was nearby polishing his wooden sword, waiting for the team members to recover. It would be his turn to guide them. Shimi looked at the letter, knowing that Jinya had successfully passed Yuzui's training, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He didn't rely on demonization, didn't rely on absorbing spiritual energy, and with a body that could only perform normal breathing techniques, he passed such training. Shimi tucked the letter away, looking out at the sky, secretly sighing, Jinya, you've really worked hard. Keep getting stronger. Big brother will be with you. The team members trembled as they sat up, looking at the gentle Kyujiro, thinking they were finally safe from being beaten, only to find that these two brothers trained people in exactly the same way. The team members. The training from the two wind pillars is torture. This is hell. China Mimi said goodbye to Kyujiro, her backpack filled with many roasted sweet potatoes, smiling as she walked towards the rock pillar's residence. Seeing the self-training Kanroji Himejima beside her, China Mimi greeted him with a smile. Mr. Himejima, I'm here. Please take care of me in the coming days. Namu Amida, Butsu, is it Nami? You've really worked hard to make it this far now. Please enter the waterfall like them, and good luck. Yes, I'll do my best. China Mimi took 2 steps out, then turned back. Walking up to Kanroji Himejima and pulling a wooden box from her backpack. Mr. Himejima, this is a gift I prepared for you. Her face was radiant with a smile. And although Kanroji Himejima couldn't see, he could still feel her warmth and happiness as her gentle and respectful voice reached his ears. Since I didn't know if I could deliver the gift on your birthday, I brought it ahead of time. Although it's a bit early, China Mimi scratched her head shyly, worried that she might be on a mission or still training and couldn't make it in time to deliver the gift on his birthday. So she decided to give it in advance. Baiming Yuxingming was taken aback, took the wooden box, tears streaming down his face, reached out his big hand to rub her head gently, his face full of tenderness. Thank you, Naime. I'm off to cultivate. After she ran away, Baiming Yuxingming opened the wooden box and gently stroked the contents inside, feeling something fluffy. Through his perception, he could clearly discern the general outline and guess what the gift was. A gentle smile appeared on his resolute and handsome face as he carefully closed the box. This was a heartfelt gift from a child, a handmade cat wool felt, shaped like a little cat curled up and sleeping. The raw material, of course, was the first shed from Xiaobai during the long shedding period. Qian Naimei patiently made it bit by bit, and there were also some small cat wool felts at home, which Xiaobai loved very much. It was as if she had companions. These little dolls made from cat wool felt were vividly lifelike. Xiaobai would randomly choose one of the dolls made by Qian Naimei to hug while sleeping. Every time, Yunyan and Qian Naimei saw it sleeping with a doll, they felt that Xiaobai was just too cute. The fatigue from returning from a mission seemed to be healed. Chapter 149 Extra 2. The Glue-Coated Can-Lid Challenge Master. Master. Qian Naimei rushed in eagerly, followed by the blushing and excited Mealy. Yunyan looked confused, her eyes filled with indulgence, as she opened her arms to embrace the rushing Qian. What's wrong? Qian lifted her head in her embrace, pointing at the book in her hand. Master, please take a look. This challenge is really super interesting. Yunyan looked curiously, applying glue to the can-lid. Should she let her boyfriend open it? She rubbed her chin, a mischievous smile appearing on her face, feeling it was quite interesting. Right? Right? Master, should we do it? He Mealy covered her face. Wow, can we really do this? But, it really feels so novel. Yunyan rubbed Qianai's head and pinched Mealy's face, smiling gently. Of course, it's fine. I don't think they would mind if their girlfriends occasionally have some bad thoughts. Behind that gentle smile, a little devil was giggling. First to suffer was a hay cabin. Yunyan skillfully applied the strong adhesive to the lid, just the right amount, and after sealing it, not a drop of glue oozed out. It looked just like a can that had never been opened. The three exchanged smiles, while 06 stood nearby speechless, suddenly feeling that the three of them looked quite frightening while laughing. Mealy blushed as she invited Hay out for dessert. Halfway through their meal, she took out a can and, due to her unusually strong muscles, pretended to be frustrated because she couldn't open it. The reason for her flushed face was her lack of acting skills. As a sensitive and caring perfect boyfriend, Ihei naturally noticed his girlfriend's distress and glanced at the can in her hand. Caught up in love, he completely forgot that his girlfriend was stronger than him. He reached out to her and gently said, "Give it to me." "Huh? Thank you, Mr. Ihei." Mealy nervously placed the can in his hand, and Ihei smiled gently. "With me, there's no need to be polite. This is something a boyfriend and future husband should do." With a calm expression, he twisted the lid effortlessly. "Hey, huh?" He looked at the can in confusion, as he usually could open it with just a twist. Thinking the seal was good, he couldn't help but sigh at how meticulous the manufacturer was. Good sealing meant good quality. So he applied some strength, but the can didn't budge. "Hey, huh? No. This seal is too good, right?" Ihei furrowed his brow slightly, veins popping on his arms, and used all his strength, yet the can still didn't move. "Ihei." Beside him, Millie looked on with anticipation, nervously watching him. Ihei thought she really wanted to eat it, so to avoid disappointing his girlfriend, he unleashed his potential, showing off his strength. Still, he couldn't open it. "Ihei." Holding the can, he felt drained of color. He was an incompetent boyfriend, unable to even open the can his girlfriend wanted. He felt utterly useless. In the shadows, Yunyan and Kaianmai were nearly laughing themselves to death while watching. The first victim of the torment was Ihei, who faced defeat. Glucan versus Ihei. Ihei lost completely. Next up, the second victim was Kiron Kayachika. Kaianmai ran up to Kayachika, who had just finished training, holding the can aloft with an expectant look. "Mr. Kayachika, can you help me open this? I don't have enough strength to do it." Kayachika looked at her cute appearance, his heart fluttering with little pink flowers, and smiled with squinted eyes. "Of course. Just a moment." He took the can and twisted the lid casually. Kiron Kayachika. Huh? He looked at the can in confusion. It was so tight. Was the seal this strong? A good seal meant it was clean. He applied a bit of force, but the lid still didn't budge. Kiron Kayachika. Looking into Kaianmai's sparkling eyes, Kayachika took a deep breath, his veins bulging, and used his breathing technique to twist the lid with all his might. His face turned red, but the lid remained still. Kiron Kayachika. He froze, unable to believe his eyes as he stared at the can in his hand. "Why is this happening?" "What's wrong, Mr. Kayachika? Can't you open it?" Kayachika was startled, and being poor at lying, he averted his gaze, awkwardly smiling and nervously saying, "In no way." "Kaianmai, wait for me for a moment. I'll be right back." He grabbed the can and dashed away like the wind, and sounds of clattering echoed from the kitchen. Kaianmai peeked in, and in the kitchen, Kayachika looked drained of color, holding a broken metal spoon in his hand, shocked as he stared at the still intact can. He fell into the shadows. Yunyan and Mealy covered their mouths, desperately holding back their laughter in the dark, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Glucan versus Noriya K-Chin. Noriya K-Chin is completely defeated. The third victim, Shimi Nishikawa. Yunyan sat in the chair, playing with a can in her hand. Shimi rushed over for their appointment, holding a hairpin she bought for her. Seeing Yunyan staring at the can, Shimi curiously took it from her hand. "Can't you open it?" "Yeah, I tried for a long time. I'm so clumsy. Didn't I come over to help? You could have just told me. I'm not a decoration." Shimi handed the gift to Yunyan, then sat down beside her and started to twist the lid. With a casual twist, the lid didn't budge at all. Shimi's mind was filled with question marks. Are can lids this tough now? To avoid disappointing his girlfriend by not getting the can open, Shimi secretly exerted some strength, but the lid still wouldn't move. Natsukawa Shimi. His previously relaxed expression turned a bit serious, with veins bulging on his arms as he struggled to twist the can lid. The veins popped out one by one, and his whole face began to look fierce. Yunyan stifled a laugh, not showing it on her face, deliberately revealing a hint of regret. "Ah, Shimi, why not just forget it? This canned peach can be eaten or not, right? How can we just forget it? I'm not the one who can't open it. Just wait." Shimi was completely agitated. Blood vessels densely visible in his eyes, and a windmill pattern appeared on his cheeks. Just when Yunyan thought he couldn't open it either, the sound of glass shattering came. Yunyan, the lid in Shimi's hand didn't move, but the canister broke and the yellow peaches spilled all over the ground. Yunyan was shocked. This was a can that she specifically bought from the system mall, one that wouldn't break without explosives. Shimi froze, awkwardly looking at the broken can in her hand and the scattered yellow peaches on the ground. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. Let me take you to buy another one." Yunyan blinked and looked at his nervous and awkward expression, unable to help but laugh out loud. She pulled his arm to check his hand and relieved to see it was fine. "As long as your hand is not hurt, that's good." Shirmi blushed and scratched his head shyly, saying, "This little thing won't hurt me. It's just that I messed up and didn't let you enjoy the canned food. Disappointing you." Yunyan smiled, linking arms with him. "Shimi, let's go buy another one." "Okay, if you like to eat, let's buy some more to take home." Sure, in the shadows, Chitos and Mizuri widened their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape in shock. Gluken versus Nishikawa Shimi. Nishikawa Shimi wins decisively. Yunyan, after all, Shimi has a demigod physique. Ending. Mizuri and Chitos frantically comforted their boyfriend, who had lost his color, and claimed it was their mischievous prank. When Ihei and Kaichika found out, they said they didn't mind as long as their girlfriends were having fun, and took their girlfriends out for a delicious dessert, happily strolling around afterward. After returning home, when no one was watching, Ihei and Kaichika began to train their arm strength like crazy, desperately working on their muscles. Then they dragged Shimi over and asked him how he managed to have such great strength. Nishikawa Shimi, 00, winky face. "It's just a can, is it really that serious?" Ihei and Kaichika. "This is a man's dignity." Chapter 150. Intensive training in progress. Yunyan looked at the team members who were sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, frowning. Supporting himself with a wooden sword, he tilted his head slightly and said, "Is this it? We can't go on like this. Everyone is the main force of the Demon Slayer Corps. We can't be defeated by this level of training." Upon hearing this, the team members looked at Yunyan with tearful eyes. They had been scolded harshly by Shimi, and although they clearly hadn't met the requirements here, they felt encouraged by Yunyan. The Ice Pillar actually said they were the main force of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he smiled so gently. Even his helplessness felt so warm. One by one, they felt they could continue, even if their arms were shaking like a sieve. They had to keep swinging their swords. No matter what the training was like, the Ice Pillar truly was the kindest person. Yunyan wore a fake smile, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Just a moment ago, she had wanted to scold someone, but upon reflection, she realized she couldn't be too harsh on these kids. After all, they weren't real soldiers. As lunchtime approached, Yunyan called Alan to prepare meals for the team members and arrange for them to rest. She then went to the kitchen to grab the prepared rice cakes and matcha, quickly leaving the Ice House Dojo for the Wind House Dojo. As soon as she arrived at the Wind House Dojo, she heard wailing and Shimi's furious shouts from inside. Just as she pushed the door open, a team member fell right next to her. Yunyan blinked, looking down with a smile at the teammate on the ground. "Are you okay?" The teammate immediately turned red, as if energized, standing up and saying, "Yes, I'm fine." "Hey, you little brat, what are you doing?" Shimi said with a dark expression. "Damn it, why is this weakling blushing in front of someone else's girlfriend?" "I'm sorry." The teammate was scared out of his wits. Yunyan quickly walked to Shimi, took his hand, and said, "It's lunchtime. I brought some sweet rice cakes and matcha. Let's take a break." "Oh, is it already this time?" Shimi blushed and let her lead him, following her pull, then turned to glare fiercely at the teammates behind them. "Take a half-hour break. Get out of here and go eat." With that, the teammates quickly scattered. Kwangjin had a mission today, so Shimi was in charge of the training session. Sitting inside, the two ate rice cakes and drank tea, enjoying a peaceful moment. After the meal, Shimi lay on Yunyan's lap while she looked down at him, gently stroking his cheek. Shimi's face turned red as he held her hand, his eyes awkwardly looking elsewhere. "I mean, you've been touching my scar for a while now. What's so interesting about it?" "Really? I just feel that although your face without scars was also good-looking at that time, it doesn't feel as familiar as it does now." Shimi froze for a moment, then turned to hug her waist, pressing his face against her abdomen, speaking in a muffled voice. "What? Is my face without scars not good-looking?" The cloud smoke lifts the corners of the lips, looking good, still looking good now. "How about Shirmi? He looks great too." "TSK. I just know you're saying nice things to flatter me." Shirmi puffs out his cheeks. He hasn't forgotten. After all, during that time, he was treated like a child for so long. Yunyan seems indifferent, but he has a knack for comforting others. Yunyan smiled with her eyes squinted, feeling that the cracks in her soul had diminished significantly, and the impact on her was lessened by an unknown amount. All of this was thanks to the person in front of her. She gently stroked his head, although it looked like a spiky hedgehog. The hair was surprisingly smooth and soft. Shimi sat up, wrapped his arms around her waist, lifted her chin, and leaned down to kiss her. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and closed her eyes in response. She really liked the feeling of Shimi kissing her when he was shy, and she enjoyed kissing him as well. It was very gentle, full of affection. He held her tightly, burying his face in her neck. Yunyan opened her eyes wide, her pupils trembling slightly, and her hand unconsciously rested on his strong arm. "How did he know her nickname?" Shimi raised her head, a gentle smile on her face. her eyes filled with compassion. I already know. I have seen everything. This name. Can I call you that, right? Yunyan was stunned for a moment, then revealed a knowing and relaxed smile. No wonder she had felt for a long time that someone was watching her. Even when she was alone, she felt that she was not lonely. Instead, there was always an invisible presence accompanying her. So it was like this. Well, this is uniquely yours. Yunyan buried herself in his arms, lying on him with her ear pressed against his chest, listening to the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat. Shimi took the opportunity to lie down, propping himself up with one arm on the floor while the other arm wrapped around her, chuckling softly at her words. He allowed her to stay in his embrace, his eyes full of indulgence and affection, his large hand gently stroking the back of her head. After the lunch break, Yunyan bid farewell to Shimi, returning to the Ice Mansion dojo under his reluctant gaze. What she needed to do was to refine the bodies of these team members. Since she had already refined her body over at the rock pillar, she had a foundation, and this time Yunyan was going for a super double version. The team members were both pained and happy. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuk had arrived at the Snake Pillar Dojo, and Jinya had passed the training with the T, our brothers. Tanjiro set out on his training journey, with the first stop being the training ground of the Sound Pillar. Upon seeing Tanjiro, Yuzui's eyes lit up. Finally, after the departure of the previous group, led by Chinamitsu, another person had arrived who could help lower his blood pressure. He was almost driven mad by these team members. Mr. Yuzui, I'm here. Please take care of me in the days to come. Oh, it's a Kamadu boy. Ha ha ha, no problem. Feel free to awaken your sleeping body here. Yes. The three people preparing the meal turned their heads, saw Tanjiro, and smiled. It's Tanjiro. Long time no see. Tanjiro looked over at the sound, revealing a radiant smile. Yes. Miss Hinitsuru. Miss Makiyo. Miss Suma. It's really been a long time. Hayato made a cheering gesture towards him. Go for it, Tanjiro. Yes. Next, the half-dead team members witnessed the birth of the Rolling King. They thought that Chinamitsu's group was already impressive, but unexpectedly, the most impressive one had just arrived. The team members numbly watched as Tanjiro surpassed them effortlessly, as if he never tired. Among these team members were some from the same batch as Chinamitsu, all of them pale as they looked at Tanjiro. Indeed, to survive a battle with the Upper Moons, must one possess a monstrous physique? While having lunch, a team member curiously asked Tanjiro what it felt like to fight the Upper Moons. Tanjiro, munching on a rice ball, thought for a moment. Since most of the time it was Yunyan fighting, he inevitably had to fight too, as Yunyan always unintentionally stimulated his potential. With bright eyes, he swallowed what was in his mouth and recalled at that time it was just a sharp pain in my head, everything went dark, and then I just fell down with a thud. My ribs were broken, but I was lucky to still be alive. Then I joined the battle team, and once again, everything went dark, and I flew out far. As Tanjiro continued to smile and speak, the crowd was already numb, trembling in fear. Everyone, indeed, those who can fight the 12 Kazuki are already of monstrous physique. Chapter 151. Training for the Pillars as night fell. After a day of training, everyone gathered outside the agreed shrine. Yunyan and Shimi arrived together. Yunyan glanced at everyone, and there wasn't a single person missing. Yunyan-chan, what kind of training are you talking about? Kanahu walked up to her, not forgetting to offer her the pastries she made herself. Yunyan smiled as she took the pastries, then pulled out a magical artifact from her bosom. It's this one. Next, you will be tested inside it. When the time is up, I will take you out. Shimi crossed her arms and looked at the object in her hand, puzzled. Why does this thing look so familiar? Hearing this, Yunyan turned to look at her. Because it's the one you made before. Nishikawa Shimi. Nishikawa Shimi. That time. The magical artifact you taught me to make? Yunyan snapped her fingers with a smile and said, correct. I just made a slight modification and elevated the structure a bit. Shimi looked at her smile and suddenly had an ominous premonition, feeling that her slight modification wasn't meant literally. With a single hand gesture, the cloud smoke ignited with golden light, and the divine artifact flew into the air. Are you all ready? The training is about to begin. Let's get started, Miss Jigwa. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Of course. A man is always ready for battle. Namo Amitabha. As the light flashed, everyone disappeared from their original spot, and the divine artifact landed in Yunyan's hand. Yunyan sat cross-legged in front of the shrine, entering the divine artifact with his consciousness, constantly monitoring their situation. Everyone had to close their eyes due to the bright light, and when they opened them again, they found themselves in a hall filled with an ancient atmosphere. Let's go to the first door, the one adorned with red spider lilies. The sound of Yunyan echoed in the air, and everyone walked towards the direction she indicated without hesitation. Yuzi was closest, pushing open the large door, only to find a blank space before him. The crowd entered the empty room in confusion. Once everyone was inside, the red gate of the closed, and the blank room began to change. The surroundings dimmed, and the scenery transformed. The group found themselves in a mountain forest, and before them appeared the figure of Kibbutz Suji Muzin. "What?" KT exclaimed, quickly drawing his sword. "Is the training just fighting Muzin?" "Interesting." Eon was shocked, realizing what was happening, and drew his sword. "This guy's Muzin." Kanami drew her sword, veins bulging on her forehead. Although she knew this was an illusion, it was hard to control her anger. It seems that apart from his eyes and skin being excessively pale, he is not much different from human. "Be careful." He is about to attack. Kayajiro observed carefully and saw Muzin in a high-end suit starting to move, quickly warning everyone. They all sprang into action, and indeed, multiple claw marks appeared where they had just stood. The claw marks were deep, leaving grooves on the ground. This is too fast." KJN clicked his tongue, finding Yunyin's training method too abstract, able to simulate to such an extent. "Idiot, don't get distracted now." Kanami suddenly grabbed KJN's arm, helping him dodge an attack just in time. KJN broke out in a cold sweat, a bit startled. "Thank you, Kanami. Wow, you scared me." The Shit brothers chose to rush in first to test the waters, but found that a flesh whip appeared behind Muzin, preventing them from getting close. KT and Young seized the opportunity. They had fought Muzin before and knew that he had not used his full strength that day, which was similar to the current situation. The two took advantage of the gap to thrust forward, cutting through the flesh whip, followed by the same monstrous flesh whip that had appeared last time, rushing towards them. A cold gleam flashed as Saimi used a meteor hammer to smash one of them, while Kanami and KJ severed another. Takedo and Butterfly Shinobu lacked strength, but had great speed and impact. Their figures flashed, breaking through Muzin's self-defense. Kane and Kayajiro swung their swords, but unexpectedly struck air. Muzin appeared above them, swinging the flesh whip toward them. Mitsuri and Ihei appeared beside them, defending with their blades. The Shit brothers took advantage of the terrain, leaping to Muzin's side, with a breath of mist accompanied by black and white mist, but once again struck empty air. The crowd watched as Muzin distanced himself from them, their expressions growing serious. The voice of Yunyan came again from the sky. "This is a virtual body at a quarter of Muzin's strength. You all do your best. Dying here will result in being directly transported out. You won't really die. If you get injured, it will only hurt a bit here, and after you come out, your body won't be harmed, just a little sore for 2 days. Keep it up, family." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, since they entered the door, their bodies outside had already collapsed on the ground. What entered was just their soul bodies. Yunyan silently placed their sleeping bodies one by one on the soft mats. The relentless training was to prevent their bodies from collapsing, treating it as training in their dreams, with the results reflected in their bodies. Usually it was just a bit of mental fatigue at most. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Santu waved his knife, and Eong nodded beside him. The reason they were overly cautious was that they were afraid of truly dying inside. No one wanted to die before achieving anything. What kind of situation was it to fall in training without even fighting? Shimi and Quangjin exchanged glances. The breath of wind was the fastest in terms of attack and speed among all breathing techniques. The two of them coordinated to take the lead, almost instantly charging out. Facing several whips of flesh in defense, a white mist appeared at the corners of their mouths. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Breath of wind, third form, clear gale wind tree. Shimi was responsible for the advance, while Quangjin chose to protect the two of them from being directly eliminated. A gap opened in the defense, and immediately the Shido brothers charged out, wielding their knives to attack using the same form of the breath of mist, widening the breach. The breath of flame was the closest to the breath of sun, and Kayajiro didn't hold back at all, directly using the technique he used to cut Muzin, ninth form. Purgatory, with flames like meteors. He sliced through Muzin's counterattack, slowing down his regeneration speed. Mitsuri and Iguro charged out from both sides, one left and one right, and Muzin curled his lips, sensing the breath, making the most sensitive and perceptive Kanroji Mitsuri gasp in shock. "Not good. Quickly distance yourself from him." The warning came too late. Suddenly, blood thorns erupted from Muzin, launching a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. "Ugh! Cough! Ugh!" Several cries of pain rang out as they were hit before they could react, falling around and crashing into trees. Yuzui and Shimi were the fastest among everyone, managing only to pull the people beside them away. The Shido brothers reacted quickly, dragging Iguro and Mitsuri to avoid the attack, but all four still got injured, with cuts on their backs or abdomens, blood flowing out instantly. Shimi held on to Quangjin with one hand and Kanai with the other. Both were lightly injured, while Shimi ended up with two long, bleeding gashes on his back. Yuzi pulled Kaijiro, and the two were blocked by knives, their palms shattered, flying backward and crashing into trees. Kanroji Mitsuri quickly swung her meteor hammer to protect the butterfly shinobu beside her. Songtu and Iyong swung their knives to protect the sleeping Mikomo behind them. Everyone was somewhat disheveled, their expressions serious, their eyes fixed on Muzin in the center. Chapter 152. Everyone is eliminated. Yunyan's wicked little trick. Yunyan watched the battle with a frown. It was clear that they couldn't continue like this. Although there was some level of coordination and understanding, they were obviously too inexperienced and rigid. Moreover, their probing was insufficient and overly reckless. However, this wasn't surprising, as the members of the Demon Slayer Corps often fought alone and rarely teamed up for group battles. When they did, it was usually low-ranking members or those with close relationships who had pre-discussed team missions. Between the Hashira, unless it was a support or rescue mission, it was difficult for them to act together. But then, Yunyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The group changed their approach, still primarily relying on Shimi and Quangjin to charge forward, while Binminju, Xingming remained the most stable, responsible for blocking Muzin's strongest attack. The water-breathing corps had strong defenses, and during the large-scale attacks, they coordinated with Binminju, Xingming to directly block the erratically flying flesh thorns. The Butterfly Sisters, on the other hand, teamed up with the Takedo brothers to take the initiative during Muzin's moment of vulnerability after an indiscriminate attack. While Muzin was defending, Mitsuri used her muscle density, which was 8 times that of an ordinary person, along with Kaijiro's strength to break through Muzin's defenses, utilizing the advantages of his breathing technique. Iguro delivered another strike at the point where the two attacked, delaying Muzin's regeneration. Taking advantage of this, Shimi and Quangjin charged out, severing Muzin's arms and quickly retreating. The flesh thorns that burst from the wounds and the flesh whips from his back were cleanly cut away by Kanroji's third form of water breathing. The repulsive flesh whips were dealt with by Ju and Yuzui. The kunai held by Shinobu was smeared with poison, and together with Shinobu, they used their thrusting advantage to inject the toxins. At the moment of injection, the two were grabbed by Shimi and Quangjin by their belts and swiftly pulled away at light speed. The poison caused Muzin's body to stiffen considerably, slowing his defenses. In that instant, Beiminju, Xingming's meteor hammer fell from above, shattering layers of defenses, and just as it hit the last layer, Yuzui dropped from the air, striking with both blades to increase the force, pressing down the meteor hammer with his attack. Twisting in midair, it landed aside as everyone unleashed their most powerful attacks from different directions. Finally, Muzin shattered into pieces in their eyes, and everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. This round should be considered cleared, right? Kanroji leaned on his sword and sighed. He was really exhausted and had known that Muzin was tough to deal with. But he hadn't expected that even in a virtual setting, he would be so afraid of death. Layer upon layer of defenses. Did this guy think he was a turtle? Truly, we did it. Our coordination is as magnificent as I imagined. Yuzui tossed his hair back, laughing heartily while placing his hands on his hips, only to wince in pain from his injuries and complain a bit. Would there be any prompts if we cleared it? Beiminjiu, Xingming asked in confusion, as everyone sat down on the ground, already too exhausted to continue. Hearing this, they exchanged glances, unsure, and Yunyan did not speak up to remind them. Kaijiro's eyes were sharp. When he turned his head, he saw the meat chunks writhing, with a faint flicker of bloodlight, and was taken aback, quickly getting up. Everyone, be careful. Iguro, Mitsuri, get back. Iguro was startled and turned to see the bloodlight erupting from the meat chunk. He quickly pulled Mitsuri behind him, shielding her. The Takedo brothers, closest to them, rushed over. Everyone got to their feet, with Beiminju, Xingming swinging his meteor hammer, trying to help. In the next moment, bloodlight flashed, and countless blood blades flew throughout the space. This was something Yunyan had intentionally added to prevent them from letting their guard down, specifically targeting those who might relax their vigilance after confirming the enemy's death. As a result, a group of Hashira, the top combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, was left with only the severely injured Beiminju, Xingming, Shimi, and Kanroji on the ground. The 3 severely injured were, even such a wide-range attack. This guy's way too much. The extent of their injuries was such that they were missing limbs, their consciousness blurred and unable to fight any longer. Thus, Yunyan held back a laugh and pulled everyone out of the divine artifact. It was just the right time, as it was already late at night. Everyone sat outside the shrine with a look of constipation, silently questioning their lives. Taking a deep breath of smoke, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Repeatedly waving my hand. Come on, this is just the first day of training. We have a few months. Take it slow. Being anxious doesn't help. Take it slow. Shimi looked resentful. All right, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Holding it isn't good. Ta! Yunyan laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back, while Shimi helplessly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling over from laughter. Sister Yunyan, the Tsutomu brothers exclaimed in unison, their expressions and tones filled with grievance. Miri covered her face and tugged at Ihei's sleeve. I'm sorry, Mr. Ihei. It's all my fault for being careless. Ihei gently patted Miri's head and comforted her. It's not your fault. I should have been more vigilant. Eikai sat on the ground with his arms crossed, laughing heartily. Ha. This time I really got played. How embarrassing. If there were a crack in the ground, I do want to crawl in. Let's not say that right now. Yunyan, you added that in, didn't you? It's not glamorous at all. Yuzui looked at Yunyan with deadpan eyes. Upon hearing this, Yunyan put on a fake smile. Oh, confirming whether the enemy is dead and whether a follow-up attack is necessary is very important. Indeed, Namu said, I shouldn't have thought that such a level of injury would be enough to kill him and let my guard down. I've learned my lesson tonight. Kagura Yu was in tears, clasping his hands together and rubbing his prayer beads, while Shinobu was pondering that her poison seemed to have had little effect. Kanai rubbed her chin, thinking that perhaps she could work with Shinobu and Tamayo to enhance the potency of their poison since they did see some effect tonight. Effective, but not much. Kyuka had a long face, pondering whether he should change his defense a bit faster next time he charges in, especially since Shimi doesn't defend at all. Kaneo nervously comforted the withdrawn Jew, who squatted on the ground feeling useless and tearful for not protecting his sister, Shinobu. Since there was training the next day, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to rest. They also reflected on the training that night, thinking about where the problems lay and how to correct them for the next training session. The training continued, and Tanjiro successfully passed Yuzui's training and arrived at the Kasumi Pillars Dojo. When he arrived, Kanjiro shot him a look. Here comes the straightforward idiot. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, directly acknowledging the label of straightforward idiot. Muichiro turned around and smiled. It's Tanjiro. Coming quickly. Yes. Kanjiro-kun. Michiro-kun. Please take care of me from now on. All right, TCH. Stop talking nonsense and hurry over to train. Yes. Tanjiro entered with a smile, feeling a little flustered. Kanjiro-kun is actually not straightforward at all. He could sense it. It was the scent of joy. For Tanjiro, it was also because he had unhesitatingly appeared to protect Kaneo and asked straightforward questions with a warm heart that made the two realize the path they were on. In fact, they were all the same kind of people willingly fighting and giving their lives for humanity. To protect more people, to protect those they cared about. They worked hard to become stronger. Chapter 153. Concentrated Training 2. According to the training schedule set by Yunyan, the entire training lasted for 6 months, with a day of rest every week in addition to the training. As Yunyan said, they were human too, not livestock. Practicing like this every day would be lethal. So, on this rare rest day, Yunyan had a sudden idea and invited everyone to go on a picnic together. What followed was a magical scene. The Butterfly Sisters and Miri were playing in the creek with Kanai, while Ihei stood on the shore, nervously watching Miri, afraid she would fall. Eikai's was roasting skewers and sweet potatoes on the side, while the Tsutomu brothers set up a pot, only to be shooed away by Kagura-yu, Shimi, and Kyuka to play. The two helplessly took Jinya aside to catch river shrimp, while Yuzui was with his 3 wives, preparing the ingredients. The Water Hashira group was busy gathering firewood, fishing, and setting up tents. Kaneo was responsible for setting up the tent, Shinobu was fishing, and Ju was gathering firewood. Though they said they were gathering firewood, it was more like cutting down trees, splitting them, and carrying them back to burn. Everyone put their haori and uniform tops inside the tent, wearing only an undershirt on top. Of course, Shimi and Yuzui did not wear undershirts, so they still wore their uniform tops. Yunyan yawned, unable to help with anything, so she went to take care of the kids, crossed out. Sitting next to Jinmi, she smiled and watched the Shirdu brothers and Shiumi not far away. Kianshiro hurried over, carrying a small bundle on his back. It was the seasoning left at home, and when it was put on the barbecue, the aroma instantly spread far away. Everyone quickly focused their attention on it, and Xing Shurao smiled. It's already ready to eat. Shimi lifted the pot lid to take a look, and the rice was cooked as well. Kuang Jin checked each pot that was set up, raised his head, and said, "They're all done." Yun Yin stood up and said, "Time to eat, time to eat. Shimi, I want to drink matcha." Everything was ready and laid out on the table. Everyone gathered together and happily enjoyed a meal. After eating, no one was idle. They insisted on pulling Yun Yin to start training, and they stayed inside until evening. Once they came out, they completely didn't want to move, which is why Yun Yin insisted on setting up a tent. She guessed that this group of people definitely couldn't sit still. So, everyone crawled into the tent, with ladies and gentlemen separated, and they directly slept outside for the night. As for whether they would encounter evil spirits in the wild, everyone just wanted to say, "Bring it on, you can choose from among us, and we won't make a sound." Early in the morning, everyone packed up their things and returned to the courtyard. After a simple tidying up, they began a new round of training. Yun Yin rested his chin on his hand, helplessly looking at the half-dead team members in front of him. Many people had already passed the first round with their swords, but they were all stuck in the second round of training. Yun Yin glanced at the logs behind them, speechless, and sighed. Wasn't it just asking them to run 10 kilometers while carrying 5-round logs? Yun Yan's mood was complicated. These few things were not even comparable to a tenth of the training of the soldiers under her command. However, none of the team members gave up. After catching their breath, they all got up and started running again. None of them wanted to disappoint Yun Yin. Yun looked at their determined eyes and figures, with a smile on her lips, thinking that this group of little rookies wasn't too bad. Over here, things were relatively happy, but on Tanjiro's side, it wasn't so good. Looking at the black mist emanating from Ikaho towards him, Tanjiro felt like crying without tears. From the very beginning, he had been disliked. Next, his suffering was about to begin. At noon, Tamiya and Masakato exchanged, and he was responsible for the afternoon training. So he went to find Yun Yin with the prepared items. Yun Yin had also prepared a meal, waiting for him to arrive. When Shimi came, he was holding a letter, and Yun Yin looked at him with confusion. Shimi raised his hand and scratched his head, saying that this letter was sent by Ihei, stating that Xuanyi had passed his training and was on his way to hell. Hey, isn't that great? Sitting next to Yun Yin, Shimi ate while wondering, but didn't Xuanyi not know how to breathe? How did he pass? Yun Yin looked up and poked his chubby face, saying, "Have you forgotten who your teacher is?" Huh. Sure enough, Shimi's forehead was sweating cold. His brother's teacher was Baiming Yuxingming, so he had undergone inhumane training from the very beginning, and that couldn't be blamed. Yun Yin pouted. "What about me?" "Fine. I've been guiding Xian Yin from the very beginning." Shimi, "Well, that makes sense. You little girl train harder than Mr. Kanroji." Shimi had completely imagined the hardships his younger brother faced, tears streaming down his inner self. "Xian Yin, you really have it tough." So when Xian Yin arrived at the Rengoku household in the morning, Rengoku handed him a bundle. Young Nishikawa, you're here. This is a package from your brother." Xian Yin took the bundle in confusion and thanked him obediently. "Thank you, Mr. Rengoku." No need to be polite. Nishikawa also asked me to tell you, during training, take care of yourself, train within your limits, and if anything happens, remember to find your brother. If you're not feeling well, say it in time. Xuanyin's heart softened, and he smiled. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku, and I hope you'll take care of me from now on." No problem. Let's get stronger together." "Yes." Xian Yin followed Kaijiro inside, first putting his bundle in the dormitory. Upon opening the package sent by Shimi, he found various snacks made by Shimi. They had all been sent early that morning, along with spare clothes, ointments for injuries, and so on. Xian Yin blinked. Although he didn't understand what his brother meant by sending these, he still wore a happy smile. With his brother thinking of him, he felt like the happiest child in the world. As soon as he stepped outside, he bumped into a seemingly soulless Zenitsu. Xian Yin blinked in confusion. "Zenitsu? What happened to you?" Zenitsu turned around stiffly, saw it was Xian Yin, and immediately burst into tears, throwing himself at Xian Yin as if haunted by a ghost, causing Xian Yin to jump back in shock. "What are you doing?" Xian Yin, save me. I'm going to the stone pillar today, but I definitely can't do it. I heard the training with the stone pillar is super terrifying. It's inhuman. I'm definitely going to die there." "What? Mr. Kanroji won't eat people. What do you mean you'll die there?" "The training with Mr. Kanroji is just a bit tough. It's definitely not inhuman. He just isn't good at teaching others." Xian Yin was getting really irritated, snapping back angrily. Zenitsu blinked his dead fish eyes at him. "Are you kidding? Did you lose your mind to say that? You are the one who has lost it. Let go of me and get off me." After a brief struggle, Zenitsu left the Rengoku household in tears. Xian Yin rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't understand what was going on in Zenitsu's mind. Finally, he let out a breath, silently looking at Zenitsu's retreating figure, muttering, "Just keep sleeping, you'd be better off asleep than awake. Chapter 154. An unexpected visitor. Zenitsu had indeed delayed several days out of fear, and during his dawdling, Tanjiro had already made his way to Kaijuro's side. Because Kaijuro was in charge of the training for the breathing techniques, Shinyan was also trying to practice absorbing and using spiritual power here to enhance his compatibility with it. However, after 2 days, he set off to join the Demon Slayer Corps, the place where he had lived and trained all along. He even arrived earlier than Zenitsu, and not seeing Zenitsu, Xuanyan's head was filled with big question marks. On the contrary, Tanjiro had trained with Kaijuro for a full 5 days, and on his way to the Stone Pillar's residence, he encountered a tearful Zenitsu. Because he kept dragging his feet, Tsuyoshi exploded and urged him to go to the Stone Pillar. Fortunately, he met Tanjiro, and Zenitsu, with a bitter face, climbed the mountain with him, still complaining about why the Stone Pillar had to live in such a place. Tanjiro looked helpless. Zenitsu, you can't say that. You must show respect. Zenitsu sighed, already worrying whether he could survive to the next training. Before them, Inosuke had already trained with Mr. Kanroji for a week. Almost all the members had gotten stuck at his place. Shimi received a letter from Kaijuro and was unusually in a good mood. So, during training, he was even more vigorous. The beaten members? As soon as Tanjiro and Zenitsu arrived, they were scared out of their wits. And Zenitsu fainted on the spot. The reason was simple. Mr. Kanroji was sitting cross-legged on the ground, carrying a log and surrounded by flames, his hands pressed together. Even though he had become the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, he was still tempering his body and mind. Tanjiro caught the fainting Zenitsu, panic-stricken. What should I do? Mr. Kanroji. Zenitsu fainted because he was too scared. Mr. Kanroji, with tears in the corners of his eyes, pointed toward the waterfall. Namu, poor child. Put him in the water. Oh, yes. Zenitsu suddenly jolted awake, standing up abruptly, trembling all over. So cold. So cold. Really so cold. I'm going to die. I'm going to freeze to death. Tanjiro looked on in shock as Zenitsu instantly stood up and stiffly walked toward the shore. But no matter what, even after getting to shore, it was still freezing cold. Zenitsu's face turned pale, and even after reaching the shore, it was still so cold. Really so cold. His heart felt like it was going to freeze to a stop. Nearby, Murata, hugging a rock, quietly raised his hand and pointed at a nearby rock. The rock here is really warm. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's face changed, and he almost instantly threw himself onto the rock, accompanied by a flash of lightning. His serious expression suddenly turned into one of emotion, this warmth. It's like my mother's embrace. So Zenitsu, with tears and snot all over his face, hugged the rock and shouted, Mom. Tanjiro, Mr. Kanroji, Namu. According to the training process, it started with waterfall training, followed by lifting 5 logs, and finally pushing a giant stone weighing a ton for a distance of 1 town, which is about 109 meters, carrying the intense water pressure of the waterfall. Others chanted scriptures, while Tanjiro literally chanted Buddhist prayers. Murata was dumbfounded by his continual chanting, staring in shock at him. Then, he was splendidly washed away by the water flow. Murata. At the same time, the trainees of each pillar discovered a problem. Every pillar had some dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicating a lack of sufficient sleep. Even more so, in the early morning, they found the pillars using cold water to wet towels for cold compresses, with large areas of bruises on their exposed skin. The trainees lowered their heads. While they complained that the training was as tough as hell, the pillars were guiding them while training through the night during their rest. People stronger than them were working hard. What right did they have to complain? The reason everyone had bruises had to be attributed to the fact that for half a month, no one had passed the first hurdle. Thus, after leaving the Divine Four Corners world in the late night, everyone would still spar with each other to find their own shortcomings. At this time, Yin Yin was definitely not present. Her principle was, it's late at night, time to go home and sleep. During the days when Tanjiro was stuck on the giant stone training, everyone finally discussed a battle plan. They re-entered the Four Corners small world, entering the first hurdle. Yin Yin yawned lazily, leaning against the pillar, looking up at the moonlight. The small world around him lay quietly by his side, with faint sounds coming from all directions. Yin Yin squinted and looked over. A figure slowly emerged, with purple long hair tied in a ponytail and flame-like patterns on their face. Most striking were the 3 pairs of ghostly eyes on their face. Yin Yin raised her lips and sat up straight, having long anticipated that you would come to find me early. What's wrong? That guy didn't pay attention to you today? It's not Kurizumikage, to be precise, it's Tokikage Iwakatsu. He looked at Yin Yin calmly, unconsciously tightening his grip on the knife handle. My brother. Yun rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly, still lingering in hell, saying that if he left, his brother would come to hell later. Wouldn't that be too lonely? Jigwa Ikatsu lowered his gaze, his lips forming a straight line, asking to help him break free from his control, and in return, he would assist in the final battle with all his might. Yun tossed him a potion, saying, "Drink it. It contains my blood, which will create the illusion that you're still cursed and controlled by that guy. In reality, you've already freed yourself from him." The Wakatsu Kikin clenched the potion tightly, glared at her, and then turned to disappear into the night. Yun's eyes flickered slightly, and beside her, a fiery red figure gradually appeared, the soul of Kiryu Kaijin sitting next to her. "Brother, what's wrong with him? Isn't everything fine?" Yun looked confused, then showed an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. After that, Guiyuan revealed a faint smile, and it seemed like little flowers were blooming all around. His elder brother, he doesn't hate me. Yun, I'm really speechless. Ignoring the brother complex soul beside her, Yun lazily leaned back against the pillar, closing her eyes to reminisce. This opportunity was something she had deliberately created. Of course, it was also due to good luck. Taking advantage of her day off, Yun used her divine power to locate the position of Heisi Mao, and while contemplating how to subvert this guy, she received a message from hell. With a sense of confusion, her spirit returned to hell. "Your subordinate pays respects to the emperor." Yun looked at Bai Xiao and casually waved his hand, saying, "All right, no need for more formalities. Where is the stubborn soul you mentioned that refuses to leave?" Bai Xiao had a troubled expression, still at the gates of hell. Yun's head was filled with several question marks as he vanished and reappeared at the entrance of hell. The outskirts of hell were filled with wandering lonely souls and wild ghosts, all devoid of thought, only knowing to gnaw and kill in chaotic evil. Yet none of these evil souls dared to approach the red figure sitting on the rock. The red Haori fluttered with the cold winds of hell, and the crimson long hair swayed slightly as Yun walked not far from him. With a raised eyebrow, he crossed his arms and looked at his back. The man turned his head silently upon hearing the voice. "This is not a place for you. Why don't you leave? I am waiting for someone." Hei Yun tilted her head slightly, her lips curling up. "Waiting for you, brother." Upon seeing him, Jigui Yuan immediately recognized who the person in front of him was. Jigui Yuan pressed his lips together and asked, "You know me?" Yun looked at his calm eyes, not missing the fleeting surprise that flashed through them. "Of course. After all, I'm also serving in the Demon Slayer Corps in the human world now." Inosuk's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, taking a step forward, asking, "May I ask, who is the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps in the human world?" As he spoke halfway, he fell silent. He was a useless man. Even if he asked, he was merely a lonely soul, unworthy to face the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. What qualifications did he have to inquire now? "Oh, it's quite good. I have lifted the curse on the Kamadu family." "What?" Inosuk suddenly raised his eyes to look at her, and Yun, looking at him, suddenly knew how to sway Inosuk's loyalty. Thus, Yun revealed a villainous smile. Inosuk felt a chill run down his back from her gaze, blinking in confusion. Clearly, he was already a spirit, so why did he still feel cold? Cloud smoke, hee hee. Chapter 155 Memories of that day. Yun held a stick in her mouth, leaning against the tree with her arms crossed, eyes closed in quiet anticipation. Faint footsteps approached, and upon hearing them, Yun opened one eye, a glimmer of darkness flashing within it. "You call me out, the Demon Slayer Corps sure has some guts." Kokoshibo stepped out from the shadows, and upon seeing him, Yun let out a light laugh. "Hey, no need to be so angry. I just have a surprise for you." Kokoshibo fixed his gaze on her, remembering Muzin-sama's orders. If he encountered this woman, he must kill her. Ignoring Yun's words entirely, he drew his sword, and in an instant, a slashing attack accompanied by a crescent moon flew towards Yun. Yun sighed helplessly, raised her hand, and moved her fingers, creating an invisible barrier that blocked his attack. Black Death Mu looked at her in surprise. This was different from what Lord Muzin had said. Yun revealed a dangerous smile. Of course it's different. In order to promote the development of the plot, how could she use all her strength? It's not the same now, even if she exerts a bit more power. The small world 1T collapse. She has forcibly pulled the second-dimensional main god up by several realms. It seems that if I don't fight with you, you 1T listen to me properly. Yun slowly straightened up, drew his knife, and tried to calm me down a bit. Mingyan Bahuang Hanyu lightly swung a slash, which seemed slow, but the surroundings felt as if they were frozen in place. Ice crystals rose from the ground, surrounding them, and the area transformed into a frozen hell. The reflected ice crystals showed that the slashes were overwhelming. Kurezetsumu squinted his eyes and swung his knife, unleashing 2 types of attacks in succession. The attacks erupted in smoke, and as the smoke cleared, Yunyan bit down on the candy in his mouth, turning the candy stick to ashes with the flames ignited by his fingers. In the smoke, Kurezetsumu looked down at the cuts on his abdomen and arms, densely packed with knife wounds, regenerating at an extremely slow rate. He raised his head to look at Yunyan, who was usually the strongest and most composed, and frowned deeply. Yunyan put away his knife and lazily looked at him. Now, can you listen to me properly? Without holding back his imposing aura, the surrounding air was compressed, and a powerful pressure struck Kageyama's body. Kageyama widened his eyes slightly. The Yunyan before him still had that nonchalant demeanor, but in his eyes, the dark aura behind Yunyan solidified into a substance. A massive pitch-black statue slowly stood upright. Its golden eyes opened, locking onto him with endless killing intent and malice. Kageyama's body froze. He had never felt anything like this before, as if in the next second, he would be crushed to ashes, utterly powerless and completely obliterated. But in the next moment, Yunyan revealed an annoyingly smug smile, reached into the void, and directly tossed something at him. Kageyama only felt a flash of red before suddenly being embraced, realizing there was clearly an extra person in his arms. Then came Yunyan's gleeful voice, "I won't disturb you anymore. Just call me when you're done." "Have a good time." Kageyama looked at her suddenly disappearing, awkwardly lowered his head, and saw a shrunken version of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, eagerly looking up at him from his arms. Kageyama, forced to become a 5-year-old Yoriichi Tsujikuni, brother. I finally got to hug my brother. Yunyan sat on the tree trunk, resting his arms behind his head, making space for the 2 brothers. It was truly this pair of brothers that was too troublesome. The younger brother wanted to follow in his older brother's footsteps, to fight side by side with him, and to protect his elder brother. But what about the elder brother? At first, he wanted to protect his younger brother, but upon realizing that his brother was stronger than him, jealousy arose. After that, awakening his markings and learning that he would not live past 25, he was unwilling to be weaker than his brother, abandoning his wife and children and killing the then-lord to pledge allegiance to Muzan. However, all of this was also fueled by that dog-like Muzan. He was so focused on chasing the sun, his eyes filled with the sun's heat, that he overlooked the fact that he too was a unique moon. When a younger brother died at his hands, facing his brother's tears, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, what were your feelings? Yunyan turned his head and looked down. Sure enough, Kurizumi Ye had tightly embraced Tsujikuni Yoriichi, his body trembling. He only realized too late, having been blinded and deliberately fed jealousy. He forgot that in the beginning, he only wanted to protect his younger brother. And he also forgot the days of fighting alongside him. Even though he said, "Yoriichi, I hate you," didn't he still hold onto him tightly? Yunyan sighed. He is also a brother who speaks insincerely. When that woman heard Aikinokuni Iwasuk calling her harshly, Yunyan twitched the corner of her lips, jumped down from the tree trunk, and landed on the ground, glaring with dead fish eyes. "I am not that woman. I am Yunyan. What do you want me to do?" Yunyan raised her lips and reached out her hand to him, asking if he would consider cooperating. "After all, your conflicts have intensified, and there rests that little piece of trash fanning the flames, right?" Jigwa Yinsheng pondered for a moment, looked at his younger brother beside him, couldn't help but pat his head, then turned to Yunyan and adjusted his tone, saying, "Okay, but I still need to go back, and for now, I'm not being watched." Yunyan blinked, rubbed his chin, and said, "I'll contact you in 7 days. At that time, come find me, and I will help you break free from his control." Rather than control, it could be said to be a curse from the blood of a despicable boss. Jigwa Yinsheng nodded, finally patted his younger brother's head, and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped, took out a book from his pocket, and casually tossed it towards Yunyan. Yunyan caught the book, looked down, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jigwa Yinsheng glanced at her and said, "I think you might need this." Yunyan shook the book in her hand, and Siegwa Yinsheng didn't respond again, but completely disappeared into the darkness. Yangui Yuan looked longingly at him leaving, and when she turned her head, she saw Yunyan's seemingly smiling expression, which made her feel deflated. After sending Yuan back to the underworld, Yunyan returned to the ice mansion and reviewed the manual on the breath of the moon. This was much more detailed than what the system provided. According to the instructions, at the very least, she could seamlessly switch from the breath of ice to the breath of the moon without any pressure. It was like a smooth little combo. Then she hesitated and looked at the manual on the breath of the sun that Yuan had given her, which he had written on the spot at her request in the underworld. Yunyan hesitated for a moment and thought, "Learn Just learn. It'll all be a big surprise for Muzin when the time comes. Sitting at the desk, Yin contemplated whether to create a temporary body for Yin during the final battle. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. It was too much against the laws of heaven. Better to focus on learning the breath of the sun. Luckily, she had a photographic memory for this kind of practice. So she quickly memorized every word in the secret manual. She then called for Long to send the breath of the sun manual to Tanjiro and conveyed a message. If he didn't understand anything, he could ask her when he arrived at her dojo. Yin smiled as she watched the yard. She really enjoyed seeing some scraps mixed in doubles O, maybe at a super big brawl. However, she was still looking forward to the scene of the sun and moon breathing mixed doubles. There's a saying, isn't there? Sun's breathing, moon's breathing, Muzin unable to breathe. Yin he. Chapter 156. The Divine Artifact 4 Directions, Small World, officially launched. Finally, on the 20th day, everyone passed the first level. They collapsed in the main hall of the 4 Directions, Small World, panting heavily, silently complaining about Yin not following the usual pattern. Why is the final move different every time? Congratulations, congratulations. Accept it. This is the completion reward. The sound of Yin echoed in the air, and everyone looked up to see orbs of light falling before them. The orbs merged into their bodies, and everyone felt a warm sensation, instantly restoring them to their prime. Their bodies were filled with strength, and they clearly sensed the enhancement of their abilities and the changes in their physique. Surprised, they looked up, and Yin smiled lightly. In this world, the gods do not favor you, so you must be your own gods. Here, as a deity, I respond to and support you. Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Indeed, if this world was truly favored by gods, there wouldn't be so many tragedies, so many broken families, or monsters like Muzin. As Yin said, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not believe in gods, and Kaneo Tsuyuri, although she believed in Buddha, was the one responsible for sending these evil spirits to meet the Buddha. Since it was still early and they had gained new powers, everyone was in high spirits and went directly to the second level. However, within half an hour, everyone was eliminated. Everyone. Yin burst into laughter once again, earning everyone's resentful expressions. The Butterfly Sisters and immediately exchanged glances and rushed towards Yin, continually tickling her. Yin is sensitive and escapes behind Shimi, who helplessly turns around to protect her in his arms. Kanayu smiles and waves at Shimi, saying, Nishika-kun, don't protect Yin-chan like that at this time. Exactly. Yin is being mischievous. She's playing tricks on us again. Wow. Yin, that's too much. Boo-hoo. The 3 girls complain in unison, while Yin grins and peeks out from Shimi's embrace, saying, isn't it the heart of the challenge, the faster you all improve? Meanwhile, Eon, with tears in his eyes, has been beaten the hardest, squatting on the ground like a mushroom and muttering to himself, it hurts so much. Katsu and Makoto sweat nervously, with Katsu patting his shoulder seriously. All right, Eon is a man, this little pain is nothing. Cheer up. Makoto looks at him speechlessly. Katsu, if you're saying that being instantly dismembered isn't a big deal, then you can take the lead next time. Katsu, Katsu directly shuts up, thinking better of it. Eon's spirit is already too low, so he shouldn't push it. Maiming Island's Hayomiyai is rubbing his prayer beads, reciting scriptures, and thoughtfully considers. Yin, are you trying to create a physique for us that resembles a divine messenger? Upon hearing this, everyone looks at Yin, who nods without hesitation. That's right. Muzin has 1,000 years of experience. His body, compared to yours, means if I don't refine your bodies, then in the final battle, even if you awaken your patterns, you won't be able to rival him. Yin walked out from Shimi's embrace, looking serious. For the second challenge, all of you must adapt and successfully unlock the patterns. If you're lucky, you might gain a profound understanding of the world within. With these 2 elements, along with everyone's cooperation, passing the second challenge will be no problem. For the third challenge, you need to find the opportunity to activate the He Dao. With all 3 components in place, plus my enhancement and refinement of your bodies, you will also be able to pass the third challenge smoothly. And what about the fourth challenge? We've gotten everything right in the first 3 challenges. What does the fourth challenge entail? Kwang Jin scratched his head, looking like a curious child. Yin smiled mysteriously, raised a finger to the sky, and said, of course, it's to grant you half-god divinity. Otherwise, how could you achieve perfect victory? Isn't Muzin always believing that there are no gods or Buddhas in this world, and that he is the most perfect existence, untouchable by anyone? Then I will craft divine power by hand and directly train out a dozen half-gods. Let's give him a shock brought by the anger of humanity. Sounds impressive. Then I will continue to work hard. Meili's eyes sparkled, and she clenched her fists to cheer herself on. The smoke curled at the corners of my lips as I turned to Shimi. Shimi, you already have a demigod physique. What you need is to awaken this physique. All right, I understand. Yunyan straightened his body and looked at them seriously, saying that this physique would not have a negative impact on them. On the contrary, this physique would grant them a life free of illness and disaster, allowing them to live to a ripe old age. Even 100 years later, if they wished, they could directly enter his underworld to become gods and generals, or choose their own path in the next life. This was the reward brought to them by the demigod physique, as well as the world's gratitude towards them. Everyone was taken aback, completely not expecting it to be this way. Although it sounded magnificent, this lord still wanted to choose his path in the next life after all. He was a responsible husband and couldn't leave his wives behind. Ha ha ha. Yuzue flipped his hair and laughed heartily, and upon hearing this, everyone also began to smile. Yunyan looked at them, and indeed, each person's response was about wanting to choose their own path in the next life. Yunyan looked at Shimi and asked, "Are you too?" Shimi rubbed her head and replied, "Yeah, I think so too." Yunyan sighed and said, All right, I guess I'll have it all over the place again." Shimi curled her lips, draping her arm over her shoulder, pulling her into her embrace, and saying, "Then I'll wait for you to find me. Anyway, I believe that no matter how many times we are reincarnated, I will always be able to find you." With a slight raise of her eyebrows, Yunyan said, "What if I choose not to enter the world? TSK, then I'll just live out my life, and before my next reincarnation, I'll go to the underworld to find you." Yunyan looked at him silently. So stubborn? Just refuse to become a god, even in death. Fine, I'll go into the world to find you. Anyway, this contract lasts for eternity. You can't escape. Shimi blushed, glared at the teasing crowd, and whispered in her ear, "I won't escape. I'm willing." Yunyan only felt a bit of heat in her ears, coughed lightly, and said, "All right, let's stop here for today. It's better to go back and rest early. We'll continue tomorrow night. I'm leaving now. Good night, everyone." Then she vanished like a gust of wind in front of everyone. The crowd looked blankly at the spot where she had disappeared, realizing too late that Yunyan was shy. Yunyan actually got shy. Allah Miri and Kanahu couldn't hold back. They were the first to burst out laughing, and then everyone else joined in, shaking their heads lightly. Shimi crossed her arms, wearing a surprised smile on her face. The probability of Yunyan being shy is even smaller than his own chances of going out to hunt demons and encountering the 12 Kizuki. Chapter 157. The training continues. Ever since Kaneo, Tiuri helped Yunyan break free from Yuzen's blood curse, a shadow has often appeared in the ice mansion during the quiet of the night. Long has gotten used to it, and both Long and Yunyan have informed Yoya Shinju about this matter. In response, Yoya Shinju turned a blind eye and pretended not to know. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, silently watching the ghost in front of her drink tea. I said, "Aren't you being a bit excessive? What time is it now?" Kikamoto Awase had previously been teased by Yunyan for having 6 eyes on his face, which were too frightening. So when he appeared before her again, he only retained his original pair. It was the exact same face as Kikamoto on. Kikamoto Awase raised his gaze and seriously said, "I'm a ghost." Yunyan smiled faintly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, gritting his teeth. "So what? You weren't here for the first half of the night. So what? I came to find you, Ani. Yunyan damn, brother complex, or whatever. It's really annoying." With a blank expression, I reached out to open the gate to hell. "Go ahead. When it's time to leave, fine by Shao." "Thank you." Jigwa Iwakatsu politely expressed his gratitude, took out a letter from his pocket, placed it on the table, and walked into the gate of hell. Yunyan blinked and picked up the letter on the table, opening it with a slight raise of her eyebrows. This guy really understands the principle of reciprocity. The letter boldly stated that he could help the current pillars with their training. The smoke curls around the lips. If it's Kikuka Iwa's victory, then the real combat is indeed stronger than the simulations. After all, if you lose this, it's a real loss, the kind where your life is at stake. With lower gaze, there is a final passage in the letter. As an older brother, I will complete what my younger brother could not do. This is my atonement. What Yuan Yi failed to do was to kill Muzan that night. Yunyan slightly frowned. Not to mention, according to the original route, it would indeed be possible to kill Muzan, and there shouldn't be any issues with defeating Kokoshibo, and most it would come at some cost. However, now that Muzan is collaborating with those guys, if they want to kill Muzan, that guy will definitely take action. The demons and the human swordsman here. Yunyan rubbed her temples, feeling that these were all difficult matters. But this was not what troubled her the most. What truly gave her a headache was learning how Ikiku Gansei trained these people, which made her so angry that her divine power leaked out, nearly toppling the ice mansion. Yunyan secretly complained, this hidden brother complex, ever since reconciling with Yuan Yi, has really not hidden what he thinks and needs at all. Speechlessly tidying himself up, he changed into his uniform and, with 2 hours left, hurried to sleep. Lying on the bed, Yunyan looked serene. Everything was good. Tomorrow would also be a day full of energy for the work god. On the other side, everyone stopped sparring in the morning and yawned their way down mountain. Akizukuro walked beside Shimi, turned his head and smiled. Nishikawa, Jinya should have already been training with Mr. Kageyama after my training, right? Shimi was taken aback. Didn't he remember Akizukuro teaching breathing techniques? Wasn't Jinya unable to do that? Seeing his confusion, Akizukuro chuckled twice. Jinya learned to absorb and control spiritual power as a child. According to Miss Kiku, the training methods of both sides are quite similar. Moreover, Miss Kiku also wrote down how to train and gave it to me. When I first saw it, I really thought it was quite challenging. Oh, I see. You worked hard, Rengoku. It's nothing. Jinya is really a very hard-working child. Although he can't do breathing techniques, he is truly talented in other aspects. Is that so? Haha, that brat. The corners of Shimi's lips couldn't help but lift, and Quangjin teased him. Shimi, you really can't help but laugh, can you? After all, your brother's trying so hard. It's something to be proud of. Shut up, idiot Quangjin. Shimi, embarrassed and angry, gave Quangjin a hit on the head and then ran away like the wind. Quangjin pouted, rubbing his head. Shimi, you're really not straightforward. Yunyan yawned. Then she became numb, and the team members in the dojo looked as if they had lost their color, one by one. Yunyan looked bewildered. Wasn't it just teaching some footwork? Why did everyone act like they couldn't live without it? In order to give these team members some skills, Yunyan chose to teach Tai Chi, which is the easiest to learn and can complement breathing techniques. Yunyan let out a sigh and said, all right, everyone stand properly. The warm-up exercises are over. Next, follow me. And remember, your total concentration breathing must not be interrupted during this time. Yes, the team members were initially anxious, but once they started moving along with Yunyan, they felt unusually light and their breathing became smooth. Their eyes sparkled, and although this boxing technique appeared slow, it was strong yet flexible, each move producing a sound of breaking through the air. Everyone felt that in this slowed-down boxing technique, their concentration on breathing became even clearer, and the flow of blood in their limbs seemed to speed up slightly. Yunyan lifted her lips, adapting to the situation. While she couldn't guarantee that her learning was particularly astute, at the very least, when it came to combat, using softness to overcome hardness could save a lot of mistakes. Cultivating one's temperament, being neither arrogant nor impatient, often reveals more flaws. Tai Chi is fundamentally about self-cultivation, but that doesn't mean its lethality is low. To help them understand that Tai Chi also contains hidden lethality, Yunyan began a live demonstration. When Shimi and Kwang arrived at the Ice Mansion dojo, they saw Yunyan standing still, casually lifting her hand, and with a flick, the attacking team member was sent flying. The two were left speechless, quietly watching by the dojo's tree for a long time, expressing their profound shock. The smoke slowly billowed out, and looking at the disheveled teammates who were getting up, each with bright eyes, a gentle smile appeared. We arrived here in the morning, so let's go rest and eat. I heard from Alan that there will be unexpected delicacies for lunch, right? Where's everyone? Before the words were finished, everyone had already disappeared without a trace. Yunyan smiled helplessly and said, all right, I'll let it go considering you all are young and have put in effort. She turned around and made eye contact with Shimi and Quangjin. Yunyan, what kind of look is that between you two? Shimi directly grabbed her arm, saying, just now, practice with me for a while too. And me. Huh? Yunyan looked confused, and Shimi scratched her head. TSK, let's eat first. And after finishing the meal, we'll practice. Right. Then she was hoisted up by the two and headed straight for the cafeteria. Yunyan, what are you brothers talking about? It wasn't until after finishing the meal and standing in the dojo that Yunyan realized that, after all, it was physical skills, which are different from martial arts. Shimi and Kwang had both been thrown out by Yunyan several times before they found the pattern. It started to become a one-by-one situation. Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly. In less than an hour, either of the two could easily hold their ground against her. Moreover, the Tai Chi she was accustomed to could also be demonstrated with some semblance of skill, even if it wasn't yet coherent. Yunyan pushed away, creating distance from Shimi, and made a gesture to conclude. Shimi stood up straight, while Yunyan's lips curled up, truly worthy of being a pillar, learning quickly. Shimi crossed her arms, looking unnatural. TSK, don't come over, what do you call this? Is it also a kind of physical technique? Yunyan shook his fingers. This is called Kung Fu, named Tai Chi. using softness to overcome hardness, cultivating one's character, with a total of 24 forms, and I have only used the first 7. Of course, although Tai Chi appears soft and slow, it actually has a strong explosive power, and when truly applied, the force is quick, combined with breathing techniques. Its lethality is indeed more pronounced. The precision of the attack, the techniques, the coordination of the body, and the synergy, although it is just a basic practice, can enhance observation and sensitivity. While calming down, the probability of finding flaws becomes higher, which can also be considered an increase in the chances of survival. Shimi and Quangjin exchanged glances, both decided to incorporate that Tai Chi into their training tonight. Huh? Yin nodded blankly, watching the two leave, rubbing her chin. Yes. Why hadn't she thought of teaching Shimi and the others as well? Chapter 158. The two little girls with twisted wrists with this new idea. The training in the four-direction small world was paused for the night, and everyone followed Yin to practice Tai Chi outside the shrine. For the flexible melee and Fenghu group, it was incredibly friendly. In the 24 forms, Yin led everyone through the entire set, then watched them stumble through it once more, correcting their mistakes. By the 6th round, everyone was already moving smoothly. Yin once again exclaimed, "Truly the most talented generation in the Demon Slayer Corps. They learn so fast." Seeing that they have basically mastered the essentials, she opened the four-direction small world and let them venture into the second challenge. As soon as they entered, without saying a word, Yin opened the gates of hell and also prepared tea and pastries. Holding the items, she hurried away, truly impressed by the two of them. Yuan Yisol appeared beside her, smiling. "Thank you, these kids are really a talented generation." Sujikuni Yin Sheng walked to her side, and the two brothers exchanged a glance, having made up their minds. Yin rested her chin on her hand. "Yuan Yi, I need to trouble you with something." "Not a problem." Aren't you going to ask what it is?" Yuan Yi shook her head. "You probably want me to teach you sword techniques, right?" "Not a problem." Yin raised her eyebrows. "Indeed, needing to teach someone, and that person might surprise you when you see them." "Why do you say that?" Yuan Yi looked at her in confusion. Yin pointed at his ears. "Do you remember the ear ornaments you once gave to family?" "Yes, I remember. It was the Kamadu family." Yuan Yi's thoughts drifted away. That family was indeed one of his few friends. It's their descendant, and he has smoothly used your sun breathing techniques along with the dance of the fire god Kagura passed down through the family, right? What a surprising child indeed. Yuan Yi's lips curled up as Kaneo Tsuyuri stood beside him, gently patting his shoulder. The two walked into the gates of hell, and Kaneo Tsuyuri turned back, saying, "Tomorrow night, I will appear to guide our descendants. You can arrange the location." Yin raised her eyebrows. "Oh, did you guess that she discussed it with Wayakemaki? All right, wait for 06 to send you a message tomorrow." Okay. Just as the brothers Shit were about to start their hellish training, they both sneezed. Higurashi Akihiko turned to look at them. "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold?" "No, Mr. Higurashi, we're fine. Just feel a bit of itch in our noses." Machiro rubbed his nose, and upon hearing this, Higurashi Akihiko nodded and continued to swing his meteor hammer to beat up Muzan at half strength. The two members of the Wind Hashira group, who were the eldest at home, flashed in front of the brothers and adjusted their clothes, buttoning the collar that had come undone. Then, Shia scolded them a bit, while Kyujiro gently reminded them to wear more clothes if they felt cold. The two then rejoined the battle. The Shit brothers were in disarray in the wind. Their elder sister, Kana, also came over, took out 2 cold prevention pills, and urged them to take them. Their other elder sister, Mitsuri, nervously asked them about their condition. The Shit brothers were fine. The last eldest at home, Kaijiro, also came over to check their temperature and condition, and then reassuredly returned to the team. The Shit brothers. No, they really just have itchy noses. Yin stretched lazily. Today is another beautiful day. Just kidding. Yin looked bewildered as she watched Shimi punch Tanjiro flying, and saw Quangjin training Jinya mercilessly. Turning her head again, she saw Zenitsu clinging to her leg like a possessed ghost, and Inosuke knocked out on the ground by Shimi's punch. Yin, Tanjiro, with a bruised face, got up and greeted her. "Sister Yin, long time no see." Long time no see, you little brat. You actually distracted me during training." Bang. Yin's eyes twitched as he watched Tanjiro, who was foaming at the mouth and passed out on the ground. He silently pulled the pendant Zenitsu off his leg. Zenitsu, tears streaming down his face, looked at the approaching Sanemi, scared out of his wits, and fainted with a thud on the ground. Shinazugawa Sanemi. Yin. The two looked at the unconscious Shani on the ground in silence, sighing quietly. Although Quangjin didn't hold back, he indeed gave Shwani a wide berth. As for why he was the one to train him, it was because in the morning when Shwani arrived, Shimi, with a flushed face and an unnatural expression, found Kwang Jin. Awkwardly lowering his head, he spoke, "Kwang Jin, can you train Shwani?" "Huh? Why? I can't bring myself to do it." Shimi's voice grew softer, and Kwang Jin heard it clearly. He patted his shoulder. "All right, leave it to me. Thank you. I'm really glad to have you here." Shimi sighed in relief. Seeing his younger brother, even though he was already 16, he still felt like he was only 7 or 8 years old. "Really? Why are you being so polite with me?" Kwang Jin smiled and gave Shimi a playful punch. The two of them walked to get dinner, and, on the way, they bought a few watermelons for Shwani. Yin Yin had a very clear opinion about these two. Shimi seemed hot-tempered, but in reality, he was just as gentle as Kyujiro. However, Kwang Jin, this guy was indeed gentle and warm-hearted most of the time, but the madness in his bones was terrifying. On the surface, he was gentle and soft-spoken, but when it came to drawing his sword, he would do it without hesitation. It didn't matter who you were, as long as you provoked someone he cared about. He would dare to strike. During dinner, Yin Yin looked at Shwani curiously. "Shwani, where's Nami?" Shwani swallowed his food and replied, "Nami's still at Mr. Biming's side. She hasn't moved the boulder yet." "Huh? The boulder?" Suddenly I'm feeling nostalgic. Kwang Jin smiled with squinted eyes. Shimi glanced at him. Then after serving Shwani some vegetables, he added, "Yeah, but a ton of weight is a bit difficult for Nami. That kid's strength is a bit lacking. I really wonder if Nami will be discouraged. I'm so worried." Kwang Jin's entire demeanor drooped. Shwani blinked. "No, Nami just needed to close a meter to finish training. She stopped because Kanahu and she both overexerted and sprained their wrists." "Huh? What? Huh?" The three exclaimed in unison, startling Shwani. Then they saw Kwang Jin finish his meal in a flash and rush out with his sword. The three blinked at his retreating figure, already used to it, and lowered their heads to continue eating. Among the few female participants in training, Nami and Kanahu were indeed outstanding, even stronger than their male teammates. The only downside was that the two hadn't found the right focal point. When Kwang Jin arrived, he saw Shinobu and Kanaheim treating the two girls' wrists. Kwang Jin sat next to Nami with a pained expression, taking the medicinal wine from Shinobu and gently massaging and applying it to Nami. "This is serious. It's all swollen. Is this pressure all right? Does it hurt, Nami?" Nami smiled and nodded, scratching the back of her head shyly. It's fine. Thank you, Mr. Kwang Jin." Kwang Jin sighed helplessly, rubbing her cheek. "Really, are we not dating? Why are you being so polite with me? Be careful during training. Don't rush." I know." The Butterfly sisters watched the two interact, smiling silently, with Kanaheim's eyes curving in joy. "Nami, you're so happy." The three thought in their hearts, hoping they could always be this happy. Then Kanaheim and Shinobu looked towards the distant tree, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Biming Yukyu was hiding behind the tree, tearfully watching them, mumbling, "Nemu, the sisters, Mr. Biming is really something." Chapter 159. Inosuke arrives at the Ice House Dojo Bang. "Muichiro, damn it." Muichiro glared furiously at Muichiro as he flew out, his forehead veins bulging as he rushed forward with his sword. Muichiro clumsily stood up, slowly exhaling, gripping his sword as markings appeared on his face. Kaze no Kokyu. Before he could use his sword technique, he rushed over to catch the flying Muichiro. In front of them, Tsuji Kuniyakin looked at his severed, regenerating arm, nodding with some satisfaction, as expected of their descendants. This scene was possible because Yin Yin and Oyakata Yoya had discussed it overnight, determined the location, and had Tsujikuni Kage send the message. Kinjiro and Jinjiro had been calling out since evening about tonight's mission, suspecting an upper moon appearing, and needed the two to investigate. Yin Yin sent a message to 06, asking them to contact Kikuka Yenshin. Thus, this seemingly life-and-death battle tonight was actually a training session set up by Kikuka Yenshin. Not to mention, his face had no markings at all, and even the transparent world was of no use, along with that blood demon technique knife, which hadn't changed form at all. Throughout the night, Kikuka Yenshin hardly moved, deliberately putting himself in a passive position only to hit back hard later. The brothers Shido, especially Ichiro, felt a tingling sensation. Michiro frowned, as they had long sensed something was different. It didn't seem like he was here to kill them. Rather, it felt as if he had come specifically to train them. The two exchanged glances, surprised at each other. Could it be that he really came just to train them? That seemed impossible. Suppressing the oddity at the center, they tightened their grips on their swords, calming down and trying to find each other's weaknesses. Kikuka Yenshin curled his lips, and after deliberately changing his expression, only his demon-like eyes remained, deliberately concealing the numbers in them. As he felt their speed increasing and their strikes becoming more precise, Kikuka, Yinsheng revealed the marking for the first time in front of them. Ichiro narrowed his eyes. He could now clearly see the structure inside the opponent's body, the blood and meridians, as well as the heart that no longer beat. A hint of surprise flashed in Ichiro's eyes. Could this be the transparent world that Sister Yunyan mentioned? He looked down at his hands, sensing some changes in his body, as if his sharpness, reflexes, and strength had all improved. He glanced at Michiro, who was experiencing the same thing. Their eyes flickered slightly, and they turned to swing their swords at Kikuka Yinsheng. Seeing that they had grasped the markings and successfully activated the transparent world, Kikuka Yinsheng sighed. Although it was a bit late, it was worth the time he had spent here nearly all night. As dawn approached, Kikuka Yinsheng swung his sword, and the crescent moon accompanied the blade, sweeping across the sky. The two brothers hurriedly swung their swords to block and dodge the attacks. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Kikuka Yinsheng left. They looked in the direction he had vanished, silently heaving a sigh of relief, but clenched their fists in frustration. They were still far from enough. Facing a demon whose rank in the 12 Kazuki was unknown, they were so helpless. How could they talk about defeating Muzan? They must become stronger as quickly as possible. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, watching the team members in the dojo practicing their punches vigorously after physical training. Glancing at the time, she noticed that a group of teammates had already left for the water column dojo. However, there were also quite a few teammates who had dropped out midway through the earlier training, including herself. They gave up due to the intense training that they couldn't endure. Yunyan sighed. These trainings really depend on talent and qualifications. Lower or average tier players simply can't complete them. Bang bang, the door was knocked on. Before Yunyan could even open the door, she saw the main door being kicked open, and then, ha ha ha. Hey, ice woman named Yun, I'm here. Yunyan. A figure rushed out, and Alan, furious, revealed shark-like teeth under his mask. His eyes turned into inverted triangles. He wrapped his legs around Inosuk's neck and executed a scissor kick, throwing him to the ground. You bastard. Show some respect to Lord Ice Pillar. You should call him Lord Ice Pillar or Lord Yunyan. You rude, pig-headed bastard. Who the hell are you? Let go of me, you jerk. Stop wasting time and apologize properly. Yunyan. Sigh. Alan. Yunyan smiled helplessly and waved at Alan. Alan suddenly appeared in front of her, looking at her with admiration, then bowed. Good morning, Lady Yunyan. What would you like for breakfast? How about pork chop rice? Good morning. Of course, that's fine. Alan, don't be angry. That child grew up in the mountains, after all, a bit carefree, but he's a good kid. Please forgive him. Alan obediently nodded. Of course. Whatever Lady Yunyan says, Alan will listen. I'll go prepare breakfast for you now. Okay, thank you. Yunyan smiled and rubbed her head, making Alan's eyes squint with joy. Alan left humming a little tune, feeling light and cheerful. Yunyan turned to look at Inosuk, who had just gotten up. Inosuk felt a chill behind him and exclaimed, Why you? What are you trying to do, woman? I am not afraid of you. Inosuk stood frozen in place, as Yunyan gently rubbed his head through the mask and said softly, You've worked hard all the way here. Go put your things in the dorm first, take a rest, and we can train after breakfast. Inosuk stared at her in a daze, and then he left in a clumsy manner, as if he were walking on clouds, feeling light and airy. Yunyan looked at him as if surrounded by little pink flowers, and sighed helplessly. She couldn't help but feel pity for Inosuk, after all. This little guy had lost his mother at a young age, and then lost the wild-born mother who raised him. Later, he also lost the old man who taught him to speak and gave him his name. All along the way, he had been losing things, with no one to teach him how to speak or act, relying solely on himself and following his own instincts. Such a child, raised in a wild manner, had a sincere heart. He treated everyone with what seemed like brutality, but in reality, he was very genuine, although he really couldn't remember other people's names. Yun rubbed his forehead with a headache. Although they had only met a few times, at least he remembered one character from her name, and she felt content. Next, the Ice Pillar Dojo was bustling with activity. The corners of Yunyan's eyes twitched as he watched him, his body flushed red from the effort, ready to let out a roar and drag the wooden post past everyone, seeing the veins bulging all over him, as if he were about to explode at any moment. He continued to roar to motivate himself, determined to bear the heaviest load and swing the sword 1,000 times. Yunyan, child, actually, you can take your time. There's no need to push yourself so hard. For Inosuk, who is so determined, actually wanting to prove that he is the strongest among them, that damn competitive spirit. Yunyan would gently stroke his head through the mask every time and generously praise him. After finishing training every day, Inosuk would be in a lightheaded state. Then go eat and sleep in a clumsy manner. Inasuk, Wo Chapter 160. Once again let the wolf gnaw at it after return. The Tsutomu brothers were clearly affected. After submitting the post-mission report, they were like they had been pumped full of energy during that evening's training. That night, the pair sent out for a reconnaissance mission were Akaza and Mitsuri. Yin silently sweated for the two of them, lowering her head to continue studying the techniques of moon breathing. She drew her sword and swung it according to the instructions, feeling the changes in her breathing. Although she could use moon breathing, there were limitations to how many times she could do so, and her mastery was not very proficient. However, ever since she had strengthened the two-dimensional main god, the usage of both moon breathing and sun breathing had clearly increased several times. Next, she needed to master these two breathing techniques proficiently. After practicing for a while, Yin took a few sips of water from the side, and Yuan appeared beside her, saying, "You seem to have hit a bottleneck. Do you need my guidance?" That would be really great. Let's do it now." Yin was taken aback and slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten about Yuan? Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Then show me what you can do." Okay. Yin has used all the 6 forms of the breath of the sun that she can master, and it's no joke, she can really use the 6th form. Any more would be truly impolite. Next, while everyone was engaged in a fierce battle in the small world, Yin, following Yuan Yi's hints and guidance from outside, skillfully mastered the first 6 forms of the breath of the sun. She sheathed her sword, and Yuan Yi couldn't help but praise her, saying she was indeed a genius. Yin expressed that she had gotten used to it. Since childhood, even when she didn't know anything, she unconsciously absorbed spiritual energy, not even aware of her own realm. Relying on her will to survive, she killed demons beyond her level. There's no need to mention what happened later. It became second nature. If one day she regressed, she would definitely enforce devilish training on herself, not allowing any slack. Feeling the tremors of the 4 directions small world, Yin smiled. Not bad. At least she had made great progress. Tomorrow night would be a rest day after the victory at Guiyan. If nothing unexpected happened, they would smoothly pass the 2nd level of the 4 directions small world. Looking at the date, it had only been a little over a month. Yin lazily leaned against a pillar. This was much easier than teaching those team members. The next day, everyone trained as usual, and by evening, they indeed saw the deeply affected Ihei and Meili. Similarly, the two did not lose confidence. Instead, their fighting spirit grew stronger. That night, everyone broke through to the 2nd layer. Bei Mingyu, Xing Ming, and Shermi had mastered the transparent world here and could open it skillfully. Although the others could also use it, they could only maintain it for a few minutes and were not yet proficient. As for the patterns, everyone was able to open the patterns as they emerged. Yin nodded in satisfaction, distributing the snacks and matcha she brought, as there were 2 big eaters present. The portions were enormous. She thought she would go back to sleep as usual, but instead, Yin walked over, drew her knife, and smiled at them. "Next, I will verify your results." "Huh? The crowd voiced their confusion, and before they could react, Yin had changed her aura. A thick, blood-like scent that seemed to drip with fresh blood enveloped the surroundings, instantly making it hard to breathe. Yin had a smile on her face, but her eyes held a palpable killing intent. "Draw your swords." The crowd was taken aback for a moment, then revealed knowing smiles, drawing their swords without hesitation and launching an attack on her. Yin has eliminated most of the world's limitations. To put it bluntly, she can now exert 40 of her true power, which is a significant improvement from the previous 10. As a divine being, she feels no pressure facing the people in front of her. The breath of ice is something everyone is very familiar with, and Yin surprised them greatly. She unleashed the 3rd form of breath of the moon with a slash, followed by the 2nd form of breath of the sun in a swift reversal. The alternating use of the dual breaths left everyone with several question marks above their heads. After an exhilarating battle, Sammy pinched her face and questioned her. "Where did you get so many breathing techniques? Are they harmful to your body?" Yin let him pinch her face with a good temper, which she learned later, of course. There was none. "Shimi, rest assured. TSK, I really admire you." Shimi sighed, feeling that her strength was too far behind hers. Kwang Jin rubbed his bruised face, looking resentful. "Yin, you shouldn't hit the face." Yin looked at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, saying, "My precious stepson has been taken away by you. Let me hit you once. You won't lose a piece of meat." Kubo Yuki chuckled and scratched his head, thinking carefully. "That's true. Forget it then. I won't be angry with her." Akizakuro put his sword back into its sheath, smiled, and greeted him before leaving first. Yin looked at his knife blade, his eyes flickering slightly. That was his father's knife blade. It turned out that when they were in Forging Knife Village, Little Tai's knife blade was deliberately brought to Tanjiro by Akazuka. Yunyan rubbed his chin and suddenly remembered that a long time ago, Kaijiro had wanted to take Tanjiro as his adopted son. It probably couldn't happen now, especially since Tanjiro's master was Yorichi. Yawning, Yunyan said goodbye to everyone and staggered back, training the team while sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't help but think, with these people staying up late every day, wouldn't they really die from lack of sleep? As it turns out, they really wouldn't, because they would find time to catch up on sleep. And then there was Shinya, the professional night owl, who seemed as strong as iron, managing to thrive on less than 4 hours of sleep a day. Finally catching a day off, Yunyan hurried to the Wind House. Kyuko wasn't there, and Shinya was holding a watermelon for Genya, looking at her with a bewildered expression as she barged in. Yunyan quickly handed the watermelon to Schwanmi, then, under Schwanmi's shocked expression, dragged Shimi straight to the bedroom. Sleep. Right now, I want to sleep. Huh. Then you sleep. Why are you dragging me? How long has it been since you've had a good sleep? Your dark circles are so obvious, it's killing me. You should sleep too. Huh. I'm not sleepy. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to collapse and leave me a widow? No way. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Schwami blinked with her big eyes. Ah, Sister Yunyan. Should I start calling you sister-in-law? But calling you Sister Yunyan feels more natural. Schwami scratched her head and quietly took the watermelon to find Tanjiro and Zenitsu to eat together. Inside the room, Yunyan quickly stripped Shimi of his uniform. Shimi, blushing and shocked, sat on the floor with his upper body bare, his arms veined, desperately trying to hold his pants up with his hands. Hey, you can't do that. Yunyan looked up at him seriously and asked, what is wrong with me? Don't you take off your clothes to sleep? No, but you can't either. Shimi's face turned completely red, and she started to speak incoherently. In the end, she puffed her cheeks and tightly held onto her pants. Yunyan curled her lips. You're a big man. Why are you shy? You've seen everything that needs to be seen. You've done everything that needs to be done. What's wrong with taking off your clothes and going to sleep? Huh, you little brat. Give me some time. It's broad daylight now. Yunyan was speechless. What happened during the day? Is it illegal to sleep during the day? Shimi's face darkened. He grabbed her arm, then flipped over and pinned her down. Yunyan, even if my patience is good, I'm still a man. Yunyan looked confused, knowing that sleeping doesn't mean you're not a man. Shimizu Sumiya. Sumiya was about to laugh out of anger, lightly tapping his cheek with his tongue. All right, you said it. Don't regret it. Yunyan had a head full of question marks, wondering what she regretted after taking a nap. And she became numb, tossed, and turned to the point of exhaustion. And finally, unable to bear it any longer, she bit down on his shoulder, her eyes glistening with tears. You bastard, Shimi. I just wanted to take a nap. Why are you tormenting me like this? Shimi raised his hand to hold her head, tilted his head to kiss her cheek, his movements unceasing, his voice hoarse and low. Aren't we sleeping? Yunyan was flustered, her voice carrying a hint of broken sobs. That's not what I meant. In her ears, Shimi's low, soft laughter echoed, and Yunyan felt like a small boat adrift at sea. She raised her hand to press against his chest, gritting her teeth, almost done. But there are people with good hearing. What if they hear us? Shimi revealed a mischievous smile and kissed the corner of her lips. Then it's hard on you. Just bear with it. Yunyan bit his shoulder once again, and saline flowed down the corner of her eyes. Bastard, Shimi. I'm a bastard. In a daze. She was embraced and submerged in warm water, then leaned against a solid and secure chest. After that, she completely lost consciousness. Shimi held her, kissed her forehead, carefully cleaned her, changed her clothes, and carried her back indoors, fulfilling her wish to sleep. If Zai were here, he would definitely spray Yunyan with a line. The sleep you think of and the sleep a man with desires thinks of are absolutely different. Silly child, you, who appear affectionate but are actually wooden, must have been foolishly devoured by a wolf, right? The incredibly perceptive Zenitsu, already dead and disturbed, Chapter 161, gradually grows stronger and reach greater heights. After waking up, Yunyan only felt pain all over her body. Angrily, she turned to look at the person sleeping soundly behind her and bit into his chest. Shimi shuddered, opened his eyes in confusion, and looked at the person causing chaos in his arms, smiling helplessly. You're so energetic, right, after waking up? His large hand pressed against the back of her head, soothing her absent-mindedly. Yunyan released her bite, too angry to pay attention to him. Shimi rested his chin on her head, reached out to rub her waist. His voice hoarse and lazy from just waking up. Be good, don't be mad. I'll pay attention next time. I don't believe you. You said several times it would be the last time, and you didn't keep your word. Can I really be blamed for that? Fine. Then I'll hold back a bit next time. Yunyan puffed her cheeks, buried her face into his chest, and said in a muffled voice, "It's fine at night. But if you keep doing this during the day, I really won't pay any attention to you." Shimi's body stiffened, and he let out a long sigh. His tone filled with resignation. "I told you at this time you really shouldn't say things like that." Yunyan noticed an object pressing against her abdomen and silently felt her ears turn red. This guy. She didn't say anything. Why is there a reaction again? Fortunately, this time, Shimi didn't do anything. He just held her tightly for a while. There really wasn't that much time for them to be so affectionate. Luckily, she was a divine body. Otherwise, after this encounter, Yunyan would at least be bedridden for 2 days. A day of training passed just like that, and it was time for the evening training of the pillars again. Watching everyone break through the second barrier, Yunyan once again proposed to check everyone's results. This time, everyone clearly felt it was easier than before, and they were more skilled in their mastery of the patterns and the transparent world. Yunyan nodded in satisfaction. The stronger they were, the higher the probability of survival. Tanjiro and Zenitsu had completed the training with Shimi and the others and arrived at the Ice Mansion dojo. Looking blankly at the half-dead appearance of their seniors who had arrived early, Zenitsu burst into tears once again. Clinging tightly to Yunyan's leg, he cried, "Big sister, I really can't do this. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die." Yunyan supported his forehead with his hand and patted his head, saying, "I won't go that crazy. Shawnee can definitely complete my training, right?" Looking at Yunyan's gentle smile, Shawn E immediately straightened his body and said seriously, "That's right. I can definitely do it." Then, a flash of lightning passed by, and Shawn E, as if energized, frantically swung his sword while wearing a weighted vest. "Yunyan, this child is so scary." Turning to look at the awkward Tanjiro, I can't help but smile helplessly. Tanjiro chuckles a bit awkwardly. Looking at Yunyan with full energy, "Senior Yunyan, please continue to guide me in the future." "No problem. You need to work hard, Tanjiro." "Yes." Yunyan watched Tanjiro's back, thinking that before Yoriichi Tsujikuni taught him, this body must be properly tempered. Inosuke was also stuck with her, unable to calm his mind, so he could only rely on frequently practicing Tai Chi to stabilize himself. However, he was indeed much more composed than before. At the very least, when he saw Tanjiro and Zenitsu, he calmly greeted the two. "Yo, Yudo Harutaro. Zenitsu, you guys are here too." "Yes, we're here, and Inosuke is here too." "I am Kamado Tanjiro. I am Zenitsu." "Why the hell are you, pig-headed idiot, still getting the name of your comrade wrong after fighting side by side for so long?" Watching the three of them bickering, Yunyan chuckled a few times and turned back to continue drinking tea and reading. Chika and Kanao also arrived at the Wind Pillar Dojo. As soon as Nami arrived, she was taken away by Kyuka for training. Shinjitsu looked at Kanao, who remained silent and expressionless, and a black line slid down his forehead. He really wasn't good at dealing with girls like her. Helpless, he could only train her like the other team members, but still took it easy on her. After all, one was a girl, and the other was Kanahi's younger sister, his close friend. He treated her like a younger sister he was cultivating. Shinjitsu looked at the injuries on her body with a headache and silently sought help from Kyuka. Kyuka instantly understood his predicament, winked at him, indicating he would handle it. Shinjitsu nodded in agreement and went straight to the kitchen to make sweet cakes. After all, Kyuka's favorite was also sweet cakes. It was just a way to thank him. Kyuka was also quite helpless. No matter how painful the injury, Kanao would remain silent. Fortunately, with Nami this little sunshine around, otherwise, Kyuka would feel like pulling his hair out. As the training reached the 2-month mark, Yunyan asked Tanjiro to come find her at night and informed him that his subsequent training could be paused. That night, Tanjiro was taken aback. The soul of Yoriichi Tsujikuni appeared before him, shimmering, and began to guide him in the sun-breathing technique. Yunyan entrusted Tanjiro to him without worry, so he simply stopped his training at the Ice Mansion dojo. Everyone successfully broke through the 3rd level. Although it was a hard-earned victory, no one was eliminated. Next, it was time to digest these gains and blessings. Yunyan rested his chin on his hand, watching them. During this period, everyone had crossed paths with Kikuka Iwasuke. Regardless of whether they had been beaten up or not, everyone had gained quite a bit from the experience. Based on Iwasuke's feedback, aside from Saimi and Kyuchin, who surprised both Yunyan and him, these two directly exhibited their patterns and transparency, forcing Iwasuke to reveal the second form of his pattern and blood demon technique long knife without the use of the Hekatu. They nearly broke through Iwasuke's defenses, pushing him to use that ugly form. With that, Iwasuke's training assistance came to an end, and now it was time for the final challenge. Yunyan squinted her eyes and thought, why not add another challenge? With that thought, she indeed went ahead and added a level. battling against her opponent, who possessed 70% of her strength. Right now, in this world, she could only exert 40% of her true power. It was far from enough to make them feel the pressure of the illusion demon, and in the end, that coward would surely show his face. At that point, it would be a real struggle, because that guy might choose to lure Musin in, then merge with him, and at that time, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of slaying demons. It would also involve exorcism. The illusion demon's peak strength was merely 60% of her true power, and her current state was completely insufficient. This was just to ensure they remained vigilant. How much stronger she could become was yet to be determined. Looking at everyone sitting cross-legged in front of her, absorbing the blessings, Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. This time, she didn't want to lose anyone. She gently raised her hand and placed it over her heart, where her soul still had cracks. She didn't know what it would ultimately become, but as long as she was alive, that guy was still alive. That meant they would not die and would not cease fighting. Yunyan raised his head, looking at the bright moon in the sky. In the Nangong family, there is only bloodshed, no tears. One can die in battle, but vows not to retreat. With eyes closed, Yunyan listened to 06 complaints and slightly urgent replies, feeling a chill in her heart. The final battle is approaching. Chapter 162, The Last Trial. Yunyan sat in front of the shrine, absorbing a large amount of spirit stones around her. Today is the day when everyone challenges the 4th level, and if all goes well, they should be able to pass it. Yunyan slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding spirit stones turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. It had been a whole month since the last clearance, and Tanjiro had gone to the Water Pillar Dojo yesterday. Although the sun-breathing technique takes a short time, he has a foundation, and with the refinement of his body, at least now, using it doesn't feel burdensome for Tanjiro. He also went to hell, waiting for Wakatsu's arrival. Sure enough, before long, everyone came out from the small worlds, panting and collapsing on the ground. Yuzui raised his hand, truly magnificent as we are. Yes, we finally cleared it. Quangjin let out a breath, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Don't celebrate too early. There's still an extra level to clear. Ihei closed his eyes, but his hand honestly held onto Mitsuri's hand, causing Mitsuri to blush deeply and quietly return the grip. I'm tired. Shimi yawned, squinting at the night sky. That yawn was too loud. Tsukigawa, now I'm sleepy too. Ihei spoke again, which elicited a laugh from Shimi, and Ichiro yawned as well. Seriously, is yawning contagious? Then, one by one, everyone began to yawn. Even the usually most composed Higanbana couldn't hold back a yawn, unable to resist the drowsiness. Everyone lay on the ground and fell asleep. The cloud supported her chin, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Well, let's make an exception this time. With a wave of her hand, light fell upon them, and they all turned into flowing light, disappearing from the spot. In each of the courtyards, everyone returned to their own rooms, lying on the tatama mats and falling into a deep sleep. Yunyan stood up, picked up a bottle of liquor beside him, and took a couple of big swigs. Now, there were no team members left for them to train. All the preparations had to start from this moment. Yunyan looked at the letter sent by Long, her brows tightly furrowed, gripping the letter paper with force. Long, please convey a message to the Lord for me. As long as I am here, no one will die, including him. The clouds drifted down the mountain, casually tossing a jade token to Long, telling him to bring it to the Lord and to keep his distance. Long took the jade token and flew away. It was a jade token with the character Tion inscribed on it. It belonged to the 10 generals of the underworld, specifically the jade token of the 7th general, Tion He. The bearer of the jade token granted by the emperor does not need to pay any price to receive the protection of the underworld generals. Yunyan was drinking and strolling back while taking care of a few large eyeballs along the way. He couldn't let Musin discover the production house yet. There was just one last round left, and this time, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kana, Sich and me, Tanjiro, and Jinya were all brought in. The 6 little ones looked at the mimetic divine armor Yunyan that appeared, scared to the point their hair stood on end. The Hashira all widened their eyes. Is this Yunyan? Feeling the powerful pressure and murderous intent, everyone swallowed hard and looked toward Sanemi. Cold sweat dripped down Sanemi's forehead. Although he had seen Yunyan's past form with his own eyes, this form likely appeared after he left. It wasn't an exaggeration. This posture was probably Yunyan's true form, right? Sanemi looked up at the sky with a complex expression. The mimetic Yunyan was, in fact, the mimetic form of Yunyan as a demon god, clad in dark divine armor. A purple cloak billowed in the wind, and on his frost-like cold face, there was a red pattern of a red spider lily at the corner of his right eye. At the center of his brow, There was a streak of crimson flame pattern. When he lightly landed on the ground, his silver-white hair floated in the wind, and his eyes were no longer dazzling gold but a pair of deep red ones, filled with extreme killing intent, yet as profound as an abyss. Yunyan raised his hand, a maliciously mocking smile on his face. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Everyone's eyes widened. It was the first time they had heard the mimetic form speak in such a long time. The key was that they couldn't get angry. Mitsuri covered her flushed face. Wow, this Yunyan sister is really cool. What to do? I have no thoughts of fighting at all. The Butterfly Sisters and Shinobu nodded in agreement. CHNMe's eyes sparkled. Master is so handsome. No wonder he is master. Kei-Chikan wanted to cry without tears, reaching out to CHNme. Nami, but was grandly ignored by her. Kei-Chikan, oh. Everyone exchanged glances, and they had to admit that they had never seen such a Yunyan before. It was really novel. Sanemi rubbed his brow. He had long experienced Yunyan's abilities in this aspect, and even he wanted to complain if Yunyan were a man. The number of people chasing after her would probably be countless. Zenitsu was completely distorted. What is this? What is this? Why is the big sister cooler than the men? Suddenly, I have no desire to live anymore. Zenitsu, calm down. Mosquitoes. You're so noisy, be quiet. Kenroji looked at them helplessly, turned around, and drew his sword. No matter what, everyone, let's go. All right, no need for you to say. Everyone drew their swords, and Yunyan smiled even more, his figure flashing, a powerful pressure instantly pressing down on everyone. In just an instant, everyone felt unable to move or breathe, frozen in place. Their eyes wide open. It was a fear that came from the heart, a pressure that made them kneel on the ground. Struggling against the pressure without falling, cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Keimitsu Waigain let out a low growl, wielding his meteor hammer to break through this pressure first. Following closely, Sanemi and Rengoku rushed out, the combination of wind and fire, yet they didn't even touch the hem of Yunyan's clothing. The two were sent flying back, caught by Ikaku and Kanroji. Shinobu and the Butterfly Sisters lunged forward, but Yunyan lightly pinched their swords, effortlessly tossing them away with great force. Kana was startled and acted simultaneously with Jai to catch the two flying sisters, being carried away by the force. Damn, this mimetic form is too abnormal. Kei-Chikan stood up in a sorry state, with no part of him uninjured. Sanemi propped himself up with his sword, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Veins bulging, damn it, it's just a fake. I don't believe I can't cut you down. Come again. He charged forward, with Aikir closely following. The two had particularly ferocious expressions, clearly filled with anger. Mucher and Kanroji exchanged glances, silently coordinating their attack. Jai stood up, removed a corner of his clothing, and tied his hand to the hilt, rushing forward, ready to use his techniques to mitigate damage at any moment. Keimitsu Waigain, while dealing damage, also defended to prevent everyone from being knocked out. Jinya used his gun for interference, and while Sanemi appeared impulsive, he was also subtly protecting his brother. Any attack that would injure Jinya was basically blocked by him. This also resulted in him having more wounds than the others. Kei-Chikan protected CHNme while coordinating with everyone, and the Butterfly Sisters, along with Kana, quickly dealt damage. The three little ones occasionally dashed in to deal extra blows and then quickly dodged away. Yunyan's every attack was wide-ranging, and during individual strikes, it often took 4 or 5 people to withstand them. Otherwise, they would definitely be eliminated. Ikaku and Mitsuri cooperated seamlessly for a group attack, then skillfully dodged to indicate positioning. Rengoku filled in the gaps behind Sanemi and the others, completing the damage. Yet, Yunyan still handled everything with ease, as if he were just playing with them. Finally, when he saw a big tear in his cloak, he raised his hand. All right, I'll count it as you winning. Everyone stopped their attacks, each one in a sorry state, with countless wounds and blood flowing. Yunyan smiled with a hint of helplessness. Well, let's leave it at that. I'll give this to you. If I keep fighting, I suppose I would have to go in and fight you all. The light in his hand transformed into glowing orbs that merged into their bodies. Yunyan pointed to the large door behind them. Let's go, congratulations. You have passed the trial of the 4-direction small world. I wish you good luck in the upcoming battles and a safe return. Yunyan slightly bent down, cupping his hands in front of them. Everyone, panting heavily, looked at her posture and imitated her movements in return. They turned to support each other and left the trial ground. Chapter 163. Prelude to the great battle. When everyone came out, they did not see Yunyan's figure, but instead saw a crow holding a letter, which it handed to Sanemi. After opening and reading the letter, Sanemi sighed and looked at the crow gently. Thank you, I understand. The crow flapped its wings and flew away, glancing carefully at everyone in midair, as if to remember them in its heart, because for what was to come, it might perish during this time. Yunyin stepped into the production house of the mansion, sitting quietly in the corridor with the door wide open. Inside, Isaichi Utsushiki was smiling, while Amano was preparing tea beside him. The two daughters came over, bringing tea snacks and hagi cakes. In Yunyin's mind, there is a reminder from 2006. Muzin can no longer be stopped. He has found the mansion of the Tsuchimikado family. Yunyin's eyes flickered slightly as she took a sip of tea. All right, for the next battle, 06, you've worked hard. Received, I guarantee the mission will be completed. After the training, everyone was sweaty and walked down the long corridor, eager to take a bath. Shimi yawned, and suddenly everyone stopped in their tracks. Shimi quickly turned around and clenched his hand. When he opened his palm again, he had crushed an eyeball in his hand. Looking at the twitching eyeball, Shimi widened his eyes slightly, wondering what it was. A gust of wind blew by, carrying a thick, bloody smell. Everyone turned towards the direction of the canoe house and exclaimed in unison, "We've been invaded." Supporting their weapons, they rushed madly towards the canoe residence. The crows began to stir, flying in the air and shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The canoe residence is under attack! All teams to the main city!" Everyone's faces were filled with urgency as they ran at full speed. Shimi was sweating profusely. The letter clearly stated that Yunyin was going to stay with the Lord for a while. That meant there were important people in the residence, and not just one. So who could it be? The Upper Moons? Or perhaps the Demon King himself? No one dared to think about it, and Shimi couldn't either. They could only rush towards the residence frantically. The doors of the canoe residence were emitting white smoke, slowly opening. A figure stepped in, and through the smoke, Muzin Kibutsuji, dressed in a high-end suit and wearing a black top hat, walked in. Yunyin calmly sipped tea with a phoenix placed beside him. Shinto Yaya took a bite of the snack and turned to look towards the door. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground was particularly striking in the silent night. As Muzin approached, Shinto Yaya wore a gentle smile on his face. "You've arrived, Muzin." Amano didn't lift her gaze, instead focusing on preparing matcha, while her two daughters looked curiously towards the door. Yunyin raised her gaze, her eyes filled with laughter, yet a layer of frost lay beneath. A smile spread across her face as she welcomed the late-night visitor, the demon King Muzin. "It seems you're quite rude, too." Muzin looked at her, snorting coldly. "You're such a damned woman. The Tsukiguni family has been obstructing my lineage for a millennium. I never expected you to look like this." Muzin's expression was blank, but his eyes held disdain. "So ordinary, it's not worth my time to look at. Even if healed, you're nothing more than an ant on the verge of death." Tsukiguni Yose smiled gently. "Is that so? Did I disappoint you? However, Muzin, we share a deep connection. We have the same bloodline. But you are from 1,000 years ago." "Ha, trying to talk about bloodlines? No matter how you put it, I'm not interested, nor do I feel anything. I have no emotions, no so-called familial ties. I am the perfect being." Yunyin curled her lips in disdain. "Wow. Being an orphan has turned into a sense of superiority." "Huh." Muzin's pupils constricted, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. "You woman, do you dare to be so insolent towards me?" Kunoyoya was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? Is it funny?" Muzin was slightly on edge, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kunoyoya suppressed his laughter and made eye contact with Muzin. "Throughout generations, our clan has been bound to the gods. And the children born, even if the boys survived past their infancy, rarely lived to see 30. All of this is because of the appearance of demons. This demon is you, Kibutsuji Muzin. Because of you, our clan has been cursed. What have you been pursuing all these years? What kind of dream are you really having?" Muzin frowned, his gaze proud as he pointed to his own head. "So what? No gods or Buddhas have appeared. No one, no creature has punished me. Even the heavens allow my existence." Kunoyoya revealed a faint smile, casting a brief glance at Yunyin before returning his gaze to Muzin. "What you seek must be eternity, right? I know what eternity truly is." Kunoyoya straightened his body, and beside him, Tianin placed the tea on the table as the couple looked towards Muzin. "Eternity is faith, it is belief, it is also a dream. Throughout generations, everyone has believed that they can eliminate you, eradicate the evil demons. Those shattered families, those children who have lost everything because of demons, their anger, their belief has been passed down through the ages. Kibutsuji Muzin, no one will forgive you because you have repeatedly touched the dragon's reverse scale and stepped on the tiger's tail. The long slumbering dragon and tiger have been awakened by you, and they have always been watching you. Muzin gritted his teeth, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Enough. I don't want to waste any more words with you. It's time to end this. Kanuyoya lowered his gaze. Indeed, it was time for all of this to end. Thank you for being willing to listen to me finish. As soon as the words fell, Yunyan's figure flickered, and the person who was originally sitting and drinking tea suddenly drew a blade and appeared before Muzin. Muzin's eyes widened. This damned woman is so fast. Yunyan's pupils suddenly constricted, a wild smile on her face. Sun's breath, first form, dance. Muzin quickly raised his arm to block the knife aimed at his neck. As the flames dissipated, Yunyan cast a faint glance at the severed arm at her feet. Her gaze fell on Muzin, who was distancing himself while covering his wound, shocked by the slowing regeneration of his injury. Swinging her long knife, blood splattered on the ground. As the wind blew, snowflakes danced in the air. A layer of frost appeared in Yunyan's eyes as she coldly spoke. Muzin, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you in person. The crimson dragon pattern on her fair skin spread from her neck to her left cheek. Her golden eyes shimmered with a cold light. In that moment, the shackles of the world no longer bound her, granting her the same rights as the people here. Patterns, translucent worlds, and the heat blade. Muzin's eyes widened as he looked at her, frost on her face, her figure overlapping with that of the man. He spoke the words that were the devil's whispers hidden deep in his heart, enunciating each word. What do you take life for? Muzin gasped, the killing intent seemingly materializing, ready to flay him alive. Yunyan held the knife, and the phoenix's eyes could see that the blade had turned crimson. Wutsan's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his pupils trembled violently. In the delivery room, Yosai held his wife's hand as they embraced their child. And the green jade tablet radiated light. Yunyan fought fiercely with Muzin, and just as he was about to break his defense and get serious, Yunyan suddenly distanced himself and gave Muzin an enigmatic smile. In the next second, Muzin's eyes widened, and a wave of heat, scorching flames, and an explosion engulfed him. The crowd had just arrived outside the mansion when they were startled by the sudden explosion, their eyes widening in shock. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the scorching airwaves stirred up layers of dust. They had to raise their arms to shield themselves, and when they opened their eyes again, the mushroom cloud soaring into the sky sent chills down their spines. Tanjiro covered his nose, his pupils trembling violently, overwhelmed by the smell of gunpowder and the scent of charred flesh. Upon hearing this, everyone lost their composure and rushed towards the ruins of the mansion. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out of the sky. The crowd looked up, and on the back of a giant bluebird were Wizai, Kanu, and Aminai, along with their 2 daughters. Yunyan leapt down from the bird's back, drew his knife, and free fell, instantly breaking through the smoke and landing in the ruins. Seeing that they were safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Shimi felt her legs go weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. Regaining her composure, they all hurried toward the mansion's ruins. Muzin roared in disbelief, his battered body regenerating flesh and blood. But in the next moment, a flesh ball fell from the sky, turning into thorns that viciously pinned him down. Muzin widened his eyes, feeling a pain in his abdomen, and stiffly looked down. There was a bullet-like wound, and that thing had already been absorbed by him. In the distance, Yunyan patted Tamayo's shoulder, and Tamayo put away the sniper rifle she had been given. Tamayo, sometimes living to do more meaningful things is also a form of atonement. There are still people waiting for your response. Occasionally, you should look back. Upon hearing this, Tamayo looked at Yunyan in shock. She had initially wanted to join the fray, but was stopped by Yunyan. She had practiced with this gun for a long time, solely for the purpose of delivering that vial of medicine into Muzin's body today. With Yunyan's words, Tamayo turned to glance at Yashiro not far away, feeling a pang in her heart. Wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, she walked toward him. After this battle, she would join Yashiro to do more meaningful things, to heal more patients, and to atone for herself. Chapter 164. Entering Infinity City, the final battle begins. Yunyan slashed down, severing Muzin's head, then quickly dodged, watching as he rapidly regenerated, his face twisted in a snarl as he unleashed blood thorns towards her. Breath of wind. Third form, clear breeze tree. Shimi descended from the air in front of her, swinging his blade to cut through the thorns. On his cheek, green windmill patterns had already appeared. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he reached out to protect Yunyan behind him. Are you okay? Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. I'm fine. The Lord and the others have safely evacuated. I saw it. Shimi's tone was extremely calm, but Yunyan felt a bit uneasy and scratched her cheek. She could tell that Shimi was angry. This guy's musing. The others were still puzzled. But Yato and Yigyu recognized him at a glance, not to mention Tanjiro. Tanjiro's voice was filled with anger as he shouted, his eyes wide and burning with fury. If it weren't for Yunyin, Mr. Yigyu, and Mr. Yato, he couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when he returned home. He would lose all his family. Perhaps his sister wouldn't survive until he got back. Tanjiro felt that his anger was about to scorch his rationality. Is this guy really musing? Yuzui gripped his dual swords tightly, and upon hearing this, Yunyin straightened her expression. Indeed, this guy is musing. We can't kill him. No matter how we chop off his head, it's impossible. The only thing that can kill him is the sun. Everyone's hearts sank as they looked at Muzin, trapped in thorns at the center, with unkind expressions. Since we can't kill him, we have to drag him until dawn and then let him bask in the sun. Muzin smirked, a look of mockery in his eyes. You think you can kill me? Nezuko. Yunyin raised her lips, her eyes filled with excitement. They're coming. Everyone, get ready. Muzin looked at them in surprise. He expected to see shock or disbelief in their eyes the moment they fell into Infinite City. Instead, all he saw was excitement and an eager anticipation. Why was that? In Infinite City, Kagaya Iwakatsu slowly opened his eyes, looked out the window, and stood up, holding his knife. It's already this time? Before leaving, he casually took the prepared tea and snacks. When Yuya saw this, he greeted him and followed Hakushu back to hell. 06 rolled his eyes, thinking that if the boss had left a little later or had come to see him before leaving, it would have scared him to death. He would have hidden away for another 1,000 years. What on earth are you two doing? Almost face to face with an ultimate move. In a lotus pond, a pair of glass-like eyes opened, shadows dissipating to reveal the smiling face of Tomu. Propping his chin on his hand, he sat on the soft cushion. Allah, guests arriving. How exciting. Who could be this time? Will they take me back to hell again? I'm really looking forward to it, unlike before. This time his eyes were filled with brutality, a rage accumulated from being tormented by hell's punishments for a long time. Inside the room, blood was splattered everywhere, and severed limbs were scattered. The figure in the black robe slowly walked out and stopped in front of him. Tomu, don't disappoint me. Tomu smiled innocently. How could I disappoint you? Look, I've completed your task well. Haven Ti. The figure in the black robe snorted coldly, flicked his cloak, and vanished before him. After the black-robed figure left, Tomu picked up a severed arm and took a bite. The arm still wore divine armor. Tomu smiled, casually tossing it aside, his seemingly innocent grin filled with disdain. The taste of the divine is not much different from that of humans. How boring, as the clouds fell. They precisely locked onto the lotus pond. She was too worried about others. After all, on the side of Jiwa Yansheng, it was probably just people having tea and chatting. They were all family. No need to panic. Bai Xiao, take Mr. Hakamura and prepare for battle. Understood, ready at all times. The smoke curls around the lips, and the eyes flash slightly. Even if you manage to escape, it won't be of any use. Soon, you'll experience the terrifying power of the newly promoted member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Pillar of Strength. Yunyan laughed long and hard at the sky. No exaggeration. She even prepared the day will pointer tiger. It's all come down to today. Upon receiving the news, Komaji stood at the gate, slowly opened his eyes, revealing the terrifying smile he had when he was still a Kaza, his fists cracking as he walked into the open gate. Bai Xiao, why does this guy look so scary now? Thinking about his usual gentle demeanor when he was with Lin Shua, Bai Xiao shivered and rubbed his arms. Inside the Infinite City, the people who had been pulled into the Infinite City were still falling continuously. Yin keenly sensed that aura, her golden eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled the last conversation with Ubuyashiki Waya. Ubuyashiki Waya pushed a cup of tea towards her, his gentle face filled with deep concern. Yin, I have foreseen the final battle. It's not just Muzin, there's also you. Yin took the tea, took a light sip, and raised her eyes with a smile. The Lord's prophecy was not wrong. I will die in battle. Arakawa Waizai's hand trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze on her, trying to discern other emotions in her eyes, even the slightest hint. Unfortunately, her eyes were clear, filled only with determination. Is there no way to stop this? No. Yin set down the teacup and glanced out the window. Evil di Inva. I will witness the first warm sun of the day and witness the arrival of dawn. Yin turned to look directly at Aizawa Waya, saying, I will take all the filth of the world with me and dissipate under the dawn. Aizawa Waya clenched his fist, lowered his gaze. His eyes filled with the pain of losing a child. Has he already made up his mind? What will happen to that child, Sumika? The clouds of smoke curl around the lips, casually leaning by the table. Farewells will eventually lead to reunions. How could one not return when the connection is not yet severed? Wyatt from the production house lifts his head, with tenderness in his eyes and a gentle, confident smile on his face. This scene will be forever frozen in time. Yin Yin raised her eyes, a proud smile on her face. She is the heir of the ancient god, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavens. How could she truly die? Even if there is only a wisp of remnant soul left, she would crawl back to his side. So what comes next? The golden eyes of the cloud smoke flickered with light. Hands clasped together, the golden magic circle shone brightly. The two-dimensional master god said, "Let me see. How much power can you really bear?" Layers of shackles broke apart, climbing up to 70% of the original strength of the body. A voice full of grievance echoed in the mind of the two-dimensional master god. "Your Majesty, I really can't go on. This is the limit." The smoke curls around the lips, allowing oneself to fall, turning to face downward. That's enough. Chapter 165. The battle begins with 06 around. He directly took Yu Shilang to the location of Ningnu. Thunder transformed into chains, immobilizing Ningnu on the spot to prevent her from playing the shamisen. Take this opportunity to seize her control. You don't need to command me. I will do it myself. Yu Shilang gritted his teeth, using his blood demon art to fight against Ningnu's consciousness. Without hesitation, 06 gathered a bunch of special blood-type treasures from the system store to feed him. He forcefully confronted her power, not giving Ningnu a chance to call for help, seizing her control and consciousness. With a blueprint of an eye stuck to his forehead, 06 connected with the consciousness of Kane Mori Yoya, and in that moment, the counterattack belonging to the Demon Slayer core was about to unfold. Yu Shilang send the Butterfly Sisters, Kanahui, Inisuk, Ju, and Shimi to the Lotus Pond. Don't worry about Yin Yin. She'll find her way. All right. Controlling Ningnu to play in an instant. The people named by 06 were transported to the Lotus Pond. They opened their eyes and turned to look in the direction where the blood smell was strongest. Shimi revealed a grim smile, drew his sword, veins bulging, just as Yin Yin said, "You bastard really came out. Ah, so many people have come. Why is there still a man? Men's flesh is the hardest to eat. So annoying." The familiar voice made the others present grit their teeth in hatred. Only Inisuk looked confused, glancing left and right, finally scratching his head through his mask. Doma stepped out of the shadows and appeared in front of everyone. Kanahui's demeanor changed from gentle to fierce. She could never forget that night when Yin Yin risked her life to save her, ultimately killing the scum before her, but also paying the price with her life. At that time, she thought, if only she could be stronger, perhaps Yin Yin wouldn't have to die. But now, that guy who should have long been dead and rotting in hell actually appeared again. Shimi's forehead bulged with veins, bloodshot eyes glaring. This damned beast killed Yin Yin once. Butterfly Shinobu's face darkened, veins bulging on her face. That damned scum. Ju's face turned cold. This guy, Yin Yin's senior sister, died at his hands once. Absolutely cannot be forgiven. Kanahui tightly gripped her sword, her eyes fixed on Doma without blinking. She had discussed with her sister Kanahui that if they both used the final form of the flower breathing together, the power would be greater. Doma looked disdainfully at the three men present, and when he looked at the Butterfly Sisters, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his lips. Unlike the last time they met, Doma was now not only a demon, but also a devil, the glass-like eyes emitting a trace of demonic aura. How wonderful! There are actually three lovely girls. Suddenly, a door unfolded beside everyone, and a figure walked out. Doma looked at him, his eyes brightened. "Lord Akaza, you also came to help me? But I don't really need it. After all, I can handle it by myself." Bam! Kaneo still maintained her human form, retracting her fist. Wearing a tiger claw on her fist, she casually flicked away the blood on her hand. Like looking at garbage, she glanced at Doma, whose head had been exploded by her punch, and was now getting up from the ground like a maggot. "Don't get it wrong. My name is Kaneo, not Akaza. I've been displeased with you for a long, long time." Everyone looked at him in astonishment, but there was no excessive hostility. After all, he came to beat Doma, so he was an ally. Only Shimi squinted, darkly pointing at him. "You're the upper moon demon that almost killed me back then?" Kaneo stiffened, turned to look at him apologetically, bowing. "I'm sorry for back then. Shimi clicked his tongue. "It doesn't matter. Since you're here to help, you better give it your all." Kaneo blinked and revealed a brilliant smile. "Okay, I will." Everyone rushed toward Doma, who had just regained his footing. The battle had already begun on the other side. The other Hashira and Tanjiro were assigned to the side of Kagaya Ubuyashiki. But as soon as they arrived, they saw him sitting by the table, sipping tea. Seeing them come, Kagaya Ubuyashiki said nothing, but a figure walked out from behind him. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Yurichi-sensei. Hey, huh. Everyone exclaimed. Yurichi smiled lightly, waving at them. Everyone come over and rest for a moment. The big battle is about to begin. Take this opportunity to drink some tea and eat some snacks. Replenish your energy. Everyone. The atmosphere was extremely strained. Everyone looked at Kagaya Ubuyashiki with puzzled and constipated expressions. They really didn't guess wrong. This powerful demon in front of them was indeed bribed by Yin-Yen. An eerie harmony. Muzan was desperately trying to break down the toxins in his body, but unfortunately, he had already absorbed most of it. The figure in the black robe looked coldly at him and turned to leave. Stepping on the flying house, opposite him stood a figure. Silver-white, long hair fluttered in the wind, dressed in dark combat clothes, holding a phoenix in his hand, and a golden dragon pattern spread from his neck to his left cheek. His dazzling golden eyes flickered with a cold light, and at the moment he appeared, Yin-Yen raised a radiant smile. Oh, you came quite fast. I thought you would hide for a while longer, waiting for me to drag you out myself. The figure in the black robe lowered his hood, revealing a face that looked as if the skin had been brutally peeled off. His pitch-black eyes were filled with hatred. Isn't this our 9, Nether Empress? Oh, I guess it should be called Blood Nether Emperor now. You really are tenacious. Aren't you afraid of truly dying? With all realms being breached and no gods to stop it. Yin-Yen plunged his sword into the floor, resting his hand on the hilt, slightly tilting his head. If you're going to dream, it's better to do it during the day, right? Illusion demon, don't you know? The illusion demon looked on in confusion, while Yin-Yen revealed a wicked smile. To enter the various realms, one must pass through the 9 Nether. And in my 9 Nether underworld, all demons are forbidden to enter. The illusion demon's pupils constricted as Yin-Yen quickly touched his forehead, a golden light bursting forth, with his divine statue rising from the ground, radiating dazzling brilliance. Law of heaven and earth. The illusion demon spat, hurriedly activating his demonic energy. Heavenly demon manifests. The demonic statue stood opposed to the divine statue, and the illusion demon drew his weapon as Yin-Yen charged with his sword. With equal strength, it all came down to combat experience and skill. The two clashed, and as the demonic and divine statues swung their weapons, the shockwaves from their collision instantly shattered the surrounding buildings. Those members of the ghost killing team were rescued by 10 beams of light, as the 10 generals of the underworld all received the order to come and save them. Yin-Yen's eyes flickered slightly. Tonight, she would not let anyone die, nor would she allow any demon or ghost to escape. She would fulfill her duty and eradicate all evil in the world. Chapter 166. 06 starts calling people. The sound of the explosion shook the entire infinite city, and everyone anxiously turned towards the source of the noise. Kazushi Yin Sho frowned slightly. Don't go. This is her battle. You just need to Everyone looked at him in confusion, and Yuichiro, with his dead fish eyes, asked, Aren't you also a demon? Can you really do this? Kazushi Yin Sho raised his gaze, disrespectful to the ancestors. Then, in the blink of an eye, Yuichiro suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear end, and his face darkened instantly. He had just been hit, in front of so many people. Several hashtags appeared above his head as he bared his teeth and glared at Kazushi Yin Sho. You six-eyed bastard. How dare you hit me? I'll cut you down. Yunichiro quickly stopped his brother. Calm down, brother. By the way, what do you mean by her battle? Sadness struck Yue Ming, now only wanted to know what Yin was doing this for. Was there something that they couldn't face and fight together against? Could it be that what Yin was fighting was not a demon, but something even more terrifying? Kazushi Yin Sho pressed his lips together and remained silent. Instead, Yui, who was beside him, sighed as he comforted Yuichiro. It's a demon, a true demon, a celestial demon. Celestial demon? What is that? Kagura was already getting anxious. They've been here for who knows how long. We're not sure either. We only know that Yin is also committed to throwing everything aside, even at the cost of her life, to exterminate it. Everyone's expressions changed, and after exchanging glances, they stood up and gripped the handles of their swords. Well, if that's the case, we should face it together. Akazuro smiled, his Haori glowing like flames, just like his fiery and dazzling personality. Wait, I know I can't dissuade you, but please wait a moment. Yin has her own plans. Yui stood in front of them, his expression serious and stubborn. How can we wait? I've been sitting here super unglamorously for a long time. I came here to slay demons, not to drink tea. Yuzui was about to explode. What the hell is this? After training so hard, you come here to slack off? Kazushi Yin Sho set down his teacup. lowering his gaze. In that case, let's split up and act separately. Coincidentally, I think some of you want to go to the Lotus Pond. 06 jumped down from the air and immediately started calling names. Kagura, Shinobu, Kaijuro, you three come with me. The others stay put. Trust me, you won't be wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, along with 06 and the three who were called, a sound resembling a Sanmitsu-chin echoed, and they disappeared before the others. Damn it, I want to fight too. Yuzui exploded again, sitting back down in despair, reaching out to Kunikuzushi Yin-sho. Can I switch to matcha? I've gotten used to drinking Yunyan's matcha. Kunikuzushi Yin-sho glanced at him faintly and actually took out matcha that Yunyan had prepared in advance. As if everything had been anticipated. Is this for real? You have this too. Yuzui was shocked, confused, and overwhelmed. Mitsuri nervously clenched her clothes. Looking worriedly towards the direction of the explosion, Sister Yunyan will be okay, right? Ihei held her hand, his eyes firmly looking in the direction she was watching. She will be. She is the strongest among us. Sadness struck Yuang Ming, rubbed his prayer beads, tears streaming down. Namu Amida Buddha, everyone calm down first. Let us act according to what Yunyan said and not add trouble for her. Well, I understand, but is there any roasted sweet potato? Or can we make a fire? Unfortunately, I am hungry. Kunikuzushi brothers. Are the swordsmen of this generation so adaptable? Everyone. Rengoku, this is not the time for eating. Rengoku Kaijuro. This guy's blood demon art is really troublesome. Hey Tenjin, grip your sword tightly. Shinazugawa's expression was fierce as he shouted and directly charged at Ju, who was stunned. Still obediently gripping his sword, Shinazugawa's blade clashed against Ju's, the powerful impact sparking as the two Nichiren blades suddenly heated up. Ju instantly understood. They couldn't casually activate their heck knives as they were still quite inexperienced. Activating the heck knife this way, although briefly, was the most effective. The two charged forward without saying a word. Against the ice crystal children created by Tamayo, they could essentially take them out one by one. The butterfly sisters exchanged glances and followed suit. Inosuke, upon seeing this, became excited and shouted, I want it too. I want it too. Shinazugawa abruptly turned around, showing his shark-like teeth and glaring at him. You little brat. Get your injured self out of here. Tanjiro. Then he began to stomp his feet. I don't care. You all have it. I want it too. That guy over there punching. You come with me. Koma's forehead was sweating coldly. Speaking to him like he was a child. You're injured. It's not suitable for you to fight. You should rest well on the side. Inosuke charged forward like a pig, startling Koma, who quickly swung his fist. Helpless, the tiger's claw and the long blade collided, and Inosuke happily swung his two Nichiren swords. Now turn into heck knives. Koma sighed helplessly. Kids these days really give him a headache. He looked down at his now reddened tiger's claw and hurried to keep up. Kagura, Shinobu, and Kaijuro arrived and saw that the few people in front had already started fighting, so they quickly waved their swords to join in. 06 raised his head defiantly. I don't believe it. With so many people, you can't kill him. Tamayo still wore a fake smile, but his eyes were serious. As more and more people joined, he clearly began to struggle. He looked at the crowd before him. Besides Koma, there were two small children, and the others had patterns on their cheeks or necks like demon markings. Tamayo narrowed his eyes. Is this the pattern that person spoke of? Looking at the red blades in their hands and their increasingly agile fighting stances, Tamayo became even more ruthless. Kanawa suddenly thought of something and showed him a mocking smile. It was her first time expressing emotion. Why was someone like you even born? What is the meaning of your existence? Your smile is so fake. Stop smiling. It's really ugly. The air suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at her in shock. Even Tamayo was momentarily stunned in place. Kanawa was actually extremely nervous. This was something Yunyan had taught her say. Sweat trickled from her palms, and she nervously swallowed. Kaijuro's mouth dropped open. Wow, such sharp words. This is really unexpected. Shinazugawa blinked, feeling very complicated. Kanaho and Shinobu blinked their eyes, clearly shocked by what their younger sister said. The Water Hashira group was even more so, each one more shocked than the last, with Ju completely stunned. Inosuke, oblivious, nodded in agreement. Exactly. I think it's strange too. When she smiles, it's as if that uncle who won die is in the clouds, holding back his anger when that woman is around. Can you please get my name right for once? Is it really that hard to pronounce, Yunyan's name? I'm so furious I want to pry open Inosuke's head and see what is inside. Kometsumi is already thinking about his wife. Today's kids are really scary. Their words are so sharp. Doma came back to his senses, his smile fading, his tone turning cold. Dear girl, how can you say such outrageous things? A child who causes headaches like you. I can only give you some lessons. The crowd snapped back to reality, quickly gathering in front of Kanaihu, and Inisuk, in his hurry, accidentally had his headgear knocked off by the ice crystal child. When Doma saw his face, his eyes lit up. Your face. I remember. That beautiful woman. You were that child from back then. You're still alive. What a lucky one. Everyone was stunned. Inisuk blinked. What are you talking about? What woman? Doma, with a malicious grin, said, Your mother. She was such a beautiful woman. I helped her get rid of those who persecuted her and was prepared to take care of her until the end of her life. It's a pity she saw me eating and ran away. I never intended to hurt her. I can only blame her for being disobedient. Before she died, she actually threw you off a cliff, and you didn't drown? You really are lucky. What did you say? You bastard. Shimi's eyes widened. He always thought Inisuk was an abandoned child, growing wildly in the mountains. But the truth was like this. Inisuk stood in shock, feeling incredibly distressed. A fire seemed to burn within him, and memories kept flashing in his mind of a stunningly beautiful woman smiling gently at him, softly coaxing him with her warm embrace, making him feel lost. Tears streamed down Inisuk's face as he waved his twin swords, shouting, I'm going to kill you and send you to hell. Kanaihu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with heartache. This is too much, really too much. Turning sharply to glare at Doma, Butterfly Shinobu, and she attacked simultaneously. Shimi's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot. This damn scum, destroying other people's happiness, yet able to smile so happily. What a joke. Chapter 167. Final battle. One Inisuk was already seriously injured, and everyone, worried he would be further hurt and feeling pity for his situation, did their best to protect him during the fight. Whenever there was an opportunity to deal damage, they would leave it without a trace for him. Komatsumi's disgust was about to overflow. This damn guy could still smile so sickeningly. As orphans, Kaneo and Shinobu felt even more heartache for Inisuk, igniting their anger completely. Ju, with a cold face, swung his sword to chop off Doma's arm, then aimed for his neck. I'm really angry now. This strike was blocked, and just as Ju was about to be hit, Kaneo kicked in, forcing Doma to distance himself from Ju. Ju, if you're a man, you must chop off this guy's head. Yeah. Shinobu descended from the air, attacking while not forgetting to complain, even if you're not a man. You still have to chop off his head. Kaneo, don't make your catchphrase apply to everyone. Kaneo twitched her lips, speaking helplessly. Shinobu, can you not critique me at this time? Shimi and Komatsumi looked like they had gone berserk, attacking the scum who loved his own child. This bastard was absolutely unforgivable. Komatsumi jumped out from behind Doma, punching Shimi's sword, the friction extending the time of the crimson blade and adding force to push the sword further. Another punch shattered Doma's ice spikes. Komatsumi slashed at his arm, and Shimi directly followed up, cutting him in half. The butterfly sisters' poison slowed Doma's regeneration, and seeing Inisuk being protected and about to slash at his neck, Doma completely broke down. Using his life-saving move, the water lily Bodhisattva, a massive ice crystal Bodhisattva rose up, the chilling aura spreading all around. Just as it seemed Inisuk was about to be sent flying, Shimi clicked his tongue, leaped up, grabbed his arm, and forcefully tossed him towards Komatsumi. Komatsumi came to his side. Shimi swung his blade while Komatsumi punched, shattering the incoming attack. As they fell, they were struck by another palm, sending them flying. Mr. Taket, Komatsumi, Mr. Taket, Komatsumi, Shimi, Komatsumi, Taket, Komatsumi. The crowd exclaimed, as a person and a demon smashed through the nearby house, creating a large hole, smoke billowing everywhere. Amidst the smoke, Komatsumi steadied Shimi's arm, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughed, and hoarsely said, I'm fine. Inisuk, with tears streaming down, finally called the correct name, Taket. Shimi clicked his tongue, looking dissatisfied. You damn wild boar brat. I'm older than you. Even if you got the name right, you should still add a title for me. Seeing they were okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For Shimi, it wasn't a big problem. After all, his body was no longer an ordinary human body. This hit only gave him a slight concussion, leaving his head a bit dazed. Doma smiled lightly, but the next second he froze. Kanaihu and Kaneo simultaneously used the final form of flower breathing, Pian Yen Ju Yen. Their speed noticeably increased, and Doma's attacks appeared to them like they were in slow motion. With the help of the transparent world, everyone rushed to assist the two. Doma's eyes widened again as he watched his body fall to the ground, the world turning upside down, finally stopping. Huh, did I get my head chopped off again? His pupils shook violently, and odd sensations surged in, and this time he understood. It was anger, it was fury. Watching his body dissipate bit by bit, Doma gave up struggling. The crowd watched him turn to ashes, all letting out a sigh of relief. Shimi walked over, raising his hand, the divine pattern on his chest glowing. Doma's soul appeared before them, bound only by golden chains. Shimi wore a bloodthirsty smile, raising his sword. You damn it. Die completely for me. One strike fell, and Doma's soul was reduced to a remnant, the remnant being sucked into the open gates of hell. Sent straight to Avicii hell. The guy who made people grind their teeth in hatred was dealt with. 06, take them to meet the others. Kanai obediently nodded, walking over to pull the unconscious Inasuk onto the shore. The crowd was taken away by 06. Watching them appear, everyone who was still drinking tea with Kiyoshi stood up. Kiyoshi rose, resting his hand on the sword hilt, and looked at 06 along with you. 06 wagged its tail, pointing to the highest point next. Eliminate Muzan. Everyone, let S go. As the main event approached, everyone was eager and ready. Koma stood beside Yuan E. The two exchanged glances, and then they left the human world. Return to hell. Before leaving, Yuan E looked at Kikuno-kuni Wakatsu and said, Brother, I will be waiting for you there. You're not alone. The Wakatsu's body stiffened for a moment as he turned his back to him, replying, Yeah, I know. Although they had reconciled, it didn't change the fact that a Wakatsu found Yuan Yi's clinginess a bit annoying. How old are you? Still clinging to your brother every day? In an instant, everyone appeared at the highest point. In front of them, Muzan had completely white hair and his body was covered in mouths with sharp teeth. But the difference was that his rose-red demon eyes had black where the whites should be. The rose-red had turned dark red, and besides those mouths, his body was covered in pitch-black stripes. Muzan clenched his fists and smirked. Is this the power of demons? He turned his gaze toward the crowd, spread his arms, and laughed arrogantly. So what if you injected me with something strange? I have devoured the demonic energy, and now I am at my peak. Then he looked at the crowd in front of him and mercilessly unleashed blood thorns, prompting everyone to raise their blades in defense. Muzan sneered as his arms transformed into flesh whips, striking toward the closest person, Simon Yueying. The top of the flesh whip even had a large blood-red mouth. Simon Yueying swung his meteor hammer and softly chanted, Namu Amida Butsu. Muzan widened his eyes in disbelief. His attack was so easily shattered. Yichiru, who landed not far away, scoffed, Simon Yueying is the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps aside from Yunyan. They all knew that Yunyan was strong because she was a deity inherently different from humans. Simon Yueying was someone whom even Yunyan respected, for this man was truly powerful among humans. As the crowd engaged in battle with Muzan on the other side, Yunyan raised her hand to wipe the blood from her cheek. In front of her, the illusory demon struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his stomach and vomiting several mouthfuls of black blood. He lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes glowing with fury. This damned woman. Why can you always think of a way to break the deadlock? Every time. Yunyan smiled with a raised middle finger at him, saying, Because you're stupid. Eat more walnuts to boost your brain and grow that tiny brain of yours, which is only the size of a fish's. The illusionist widened her eyes. She asked, calling him stupid, calling him brainless. How dare she? I will definitely kill you. Eat your flesh and drink your blood. Tear your tendons and pull out your bones. Turn you into a sacrificial drum for my evil clan. Yunyan looked cold and rejected, saying, Such fortune should be left for you to enjoy in the abyss. Two figures clashed once again, with flashes of blades and shadows of swords. Divine power and demonic energy ruthlessly destroying everything around. The team members in the safe zone killing demons exclaimed, This battle is too terrifying, right? Chiename chopped down the gathering evil spirits in front of her, wiped the splattered blood off her face, and looked worriedly at the figures fighting in the distance. Master, you must be safe. She turned her head, her eyes firm, knowing she was the adopted child of the ice pillar. Then she must act according to her master's will. Slay these evil spirits. Do everything she can to protect the weak. Save her companions. Ice breath first form, ice feast. Where Chien Na Mei stood, ice shadowed her every move, and the surroundings were covered in ice, with evil spirits being slaughtered completely. Behind her, many team members followed, swinging their blades to finish off the demons. Everyone's eyes shone with determination. Since they were here, they would wipe out all the evil spirits in one go. Each pillar had its own battle. They had to fight their own fight. They would resolutely not let these disgusting things disturb the battles of the masters. Chapter 168. Final battle, Muzin now felt that these people in front of him were all strange, completely different from the intelligence gathered. Jinya hid in a corner, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. His hair grew longer, his eyes sparkling, and the gun in his hand became cooler. Aiming at Muzin, he pulled the trigger, and with one shot, Muzin's eyes widened as half his body was blown to pieces. Furious, he gritted his teeth and glared at Jinya's position, and the flesh whips behind him quickly reached Jinya. Jinya's eyes widened. Shinjuro's figure flashed, swinging his sword to block in front of his brother, shattering the flesh whip. Veins bulging on his face, his usually irritable and fierce expression now eerily calm. This time, I will not let anyone harm my brother even a bit. Jinya slightly widened his eyes. His brother's back had always been tall in his eyes, and at this moment his admiration for his brother reached its peak. Wiping away his tears, Jinya aimed his gun at Muzin again. He also wanted to protect his brother and help him as much as he could. Tanjiro! Ju shouted at Tanjiro, who understood and swung the dance of the fire god, rushing forward with Ju. Kanroji and Shinobu cleared the obstacles for the two, and as the butterfly sisters attacked, they also added wisteria poison. Every little bit of interference counts. Himejima was simply a killing machine, each attack dealing explosive damage. Iguro and Mitsuri were even more so. Their cooperation was exceptionally seamless, and Mitsuri, even in front of everyone, ripped off Muzin's arm with her bare hands to prevent the flesh whips from hurting Zenitsu. Everyone. Muzin. Winky face. Muzin, furious, wanted to swipe away Mitsuri and kill her, but was blocked by Kaijuro's sword. With Kaijuro's defense, although the two were thrown back, their injuries were not severe. Seeing Mitsuri get thrown away, Iguro seemed to go berserk, attacking fiercely. Everyone had countless wounds, while Muzin was surrounded by dark energy, fully merging with demonic energy. Now in a half-demon form, 6 flying flesh whips emerged from his back, along with a pair of massive bat wings. Damn it, that thing is too tough to cut through. Shinjuro looked down at his trembling hand, grinding his teeth in anger. He sought a breakthrough. Those wings couldn't protect him forever. Kanjiro charged forward with his sword, followed closely by Michiro, the two brothers creating a path with their cloud and haze, creating a blind spot. Muzin was engulfed in the black and white cloud, the figures of everyone concealed. Muzin sneered, his vision obstructed, not to mention whether I can see you. But you all can't find my position, right? Is your battle really this laughable? Is it? Kanjiro swung his sword, and Muzin was startled, using his wings to protect himself, causing Kanjuro's hand to be injured, and he was soon sent flying into the haze. Muzin looked in disbelief at the direction he disappeared, actually able to attack him through the haze. How is this possible? This can't be. My vision is obscured. It's impossible. Everyone scoffed at this. They were already used to it. Moreover, do you really think the transparent world is just a joke? Kanjiro! Shinjuro shouted to Kanjiro, who understood. And the two relied on the powerful speed and resilience of the breath of wind, using their momentum to try to break through the dark wings. Muzin, with a dark face, had just been mocking others, but in the end, the one losing sight was only him. His dark red eyes searched around, trying to reach out to Kokushibo. Kokushibo, where have you gone? However, there was no response. Muzin's eyes widened. It can't be? Could it be that Kokushibo is dead too? No, it can't be. Muzin gritted his teeth. He could sense that Kokushibo was not dead, but for some reason, he couldn't contact him or know his thoughts. Kokushibo heard his call, still watching quietly from afar, waiting. Remembering what Yinyan had said that day, his demon eyes flickered slightly. Yinyan pointed at his sword, looking confused. Your brother's sun breath counters demons. Your moon breath has wide-ranging attacks. Muzin could explode into over 1,000 pieces and escape. Isn't this just a perfect complement between you brothers? The Kagaya brothers were stunned, clearly not having thought of this before. Yunyan looked speechless, crossing her arms as she watched them. I said, Yuan cut Muzin, and then he exploded and ran away. You swung your blade. Didn't you just perfectly finish him off? You two are simply the chosen ones to exterminate demons. Her words shocked both of them greatly. Kunekuni Yinsheng closed his eyes. He was completely wrong. Kunekuni Yinsheng looked down at his sword. All along, he had envied his brother's talent, envied his brother's swordsmanship, and also hated why he couldn't live past 25 after awakening his markings. Yet his brother could live to be 100. But upon reflection, if at that time he had teamed up with Yuan Yi, and from then on, there were no evil demons in the world, even if he couldn't live past 25, wouldn't that fulfill his samurai way? Protecting the weak and safeguarding those he cared about. Kunekuni Yinsheng trembled as he thought about how he had once personally killed the one he was supposed to protect, abandoning his wife and children. No wonder he was so foolish. Kunekuni Yinsheng raised his head and looked at the brightly lit Infinity Castle, as well as the half-destroyed city. He could never defeat his brother, for his brother was born to slay evil demons. And he, at this moment, was a demon. Therefore, at the very least, he could accomplish what his brother had. Kunekuni Yinsheng calmed down, lowering his gaze as markings appeared on his face, identical to Kunekuni Yuanyi's. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, quietly waiting for that final moment. Let him completely obliterate everything in the end, and then go to hell to atone. Bang! Kunekuni Yinsheng suddenly turned his head. In the distance, thick white smoke billowed, and Yunyan's figure flew out from the smoke. The radiant golden statue continuously emitted golden particles of light, battling against the black-purple demon statue in front of it. Kunekuni Yinsheng furrowed his brows, hesitating as he turned his head. The battle with Muzin would take some time. So don't come. Wait quietly. A hoarse shout filled his mind, and Kunekuni Yinsheng's eyes widened slightly. At this moment, blood was already dripping from Yunyan's forehead. Her body was covered in wounds, gripping her sword, while the other hand desperately wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. But no matter how much she wiped, she was already covered in blood, only making it spread even more. Yunyan smiled with her mouth open, turning her back to him and waving her hand. Don't worry about me, just do your last task well. The phantom demon across from her stared at her with a gloomy expression. His injuries were more severe than Yunyan's, and he nearly bit his silver teeth in frustration. This damn woman, she's been a nuisance for the past 20,000 years. Even now, she's still obstructing their clan. Why couldn't this guy have died completely back then? Suddenly, the phantom demon began to laugh softly, followed by a sinister laugh. What can you do to hold me back? Even if you kill me, what would it matter? Those humans, they can't defeat the Ghost King here. Yunyan squinted his eyes, slowly standing up straight. You have given him your strength. Yes. Half demon, half ghost. Even if he still fears the sunlight, he cannot be defeated by humans. Yin smiled with a curl of her lips, looking at him as if he were a fool. Hey, I told you to eat walnuts. Just because you have brains to enhance the Ghost King? I don't have brains to enhance them? Illusion demon. Yunyan stood with one hand on her hip, the knife resting on her shoulder. What else do you have to say? Or rather, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The phantom demon was almost driven mad. This damned woman always seemed to be one step ahead of him. With the power of the heavenly demon, do you really think that with a human body, no matter how strong, it makes a difference? Yunyan looked disdainful. What a human body? Has an immortal body slain evil gods and wicked Buddhas of the heavens? Humans inherently possess infinite potential, while you all can only come this far. The illusory demon roared, revealing a fierce expression. Yunyan's countenance changed as she observed the surge of demonic energy around him. Secretly feeling that something was amiss, she raised her hand and grasped at the void. A golden flowing longbow appeared in her grasp, with a blade lodged in the ground. She drew the bow, and radiant light transformed into arrows, flying toward the illusory demon. Mid-flight, the arrow morphed into a phoenix crying out, engulfed in flames, bursting forth with flowing light. The collision of the attack resulted in a massive explosion. The demonic and divine figures dispersed, and the illusory demon vanished without a trace. Yunyan collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, as if pulled from a pool of blood, her life hanging by a thread. Chapter 169. Final battle. 3. Muzin was cornered by everyone, pushed to the brink of fury, his dark red vertical pupils staring at the group as they struggled to stand with their blades. This guy, he really is hard to kill. Ichiro steadied Michiro, glaring fiercely at Muzin standing not far away. Cough, cough, what time is it now? Kong Tu, propping himself up with his blade, felt dizzy from a blow to the head. It seemed he likely had a severe concussion. Kagaya flew overhead, shouting, "There are still 2 hours until sunrise." Damn it! Shimi coughed up blood, half kneeling on the ground, while Quangjin lay gasping for breath. At this moment, 06 was also anxious, standing beside Yashiro, nervously observing the situation below. If the battle with Muzin was intense, then Yunyan's side was eerily quiet, only shrouded in smoke in that area. Forget it. Yashiro now raised Infinity Castle from the depths. Yashiru's face darkened, but he still complied. Muzin sensed the turmoil of Infinity Castle, suddenly looking toward the direction of Naruko, roaring, "Naruko, what are you doing?" His pupils narrowed, and upon spotting Yashiro in 06, he furiously used the curse of his bloodline to directly annihilate Naruko. Infinity Castle began to collapse, shocking 06 and Yashiro, who could only move at the fastest speed, utilizing Naruko's remaining consciousness to evacuate their teammates from Infinity Castle. The ground began to collapse beneath everyone. Shimi panically looked toward Union's direction, where there was no movement, the smoke obscuring the view. Fukushima, go find Union. We'll handle things here, Yuzui shouted. Shimi gritted his teeth, pulling Gyumi and tossing him into Kwang Jin's arms. Running toward Union. Kwang Jin, please look after my brother. Leave it to me, big brother. Stay safe. You must come back. Shimi's face was cold, but his eyes were filled with panic, his palms sweating as he ran faster toward Union. Entering the smoke, he skillfully dodged falling debris, searching for Union's figure. Upon reaching the unconscious body lying on the ground, Shimi's pupils constricted, and he halted his steps, quickly rushing over to hold her in his arms. There was no time to check her injuries. He could only grit his teeth and leap upwards, cradling her. The speed of Infinity Castle's collapse was rapid. Although most of the team members had been teleported out, many were still buried in the ruins. Even they, as Hashira, were not spared. The ruins of Infinity Castle rose to the surface, and Muzin stood in the middle of the road, his face dark as he shattered the collapsing buildings. The surrounding structures began to make noise, and everyone frantically smashed through the crumbling homes, helping each other out. Shimi pushed aside the wall, pressing down on his back, catching his breath, then hurriedly looked down at Union's injuries in his arms. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The wound was no longer just bleeding, but also emanating faint golden light that dispersed into the air. Hey, Union, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Union. Shimi's eyes turned red as he gently shook her body, trembling as he brushed his hand against her cheek. Union frowned slightly, weakly raising her hand to grasp his wrist, and weakly spoke, "Don't be nervous, I'm fine. Just let me rest for a bit." Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't lost consciousness. Thank goodness. He tightly held her in his arms, resting his chin on her forehead, saying, "Wait for me. I'll be back after I take care of that damn thing." Okay. Shimi gently placed Union in a safe position, then turned and shouted, "Ian, come here quickly. Bingju is heavily injured and can't fight anymore. She needs urgent treatment." Nearby, Ian hurriedly ran over with a medical kit, and the fastest was Alan, who was crying and snotting all over the place. Shimizu. Shimi looked at Alan with disdain. "You're filthy. Don't get your mess on her." I know. Lord Wind Pillar, don't worry. I will take good care of Lord Ice Pillar." Shimi was extremely worried, but ultimately grabbed his sword and returned to the battlefield. Muzin was surrounded by everyone, and 06, carrying Yashiro, broke through the ruins to the surface. Seeing everyone attacking Muzin, his pupils constricted, and without caring whether Yashiro would fall, he shouted, "Everyone, get back. His self-exploding blood is toxic. It's corrosive." What? Everyone was startled, but it was too late. With Muzin's self-explosion, demon blood flooded everywhere. Damn it. Ugh. Shimi didn't have time to think. He directly pressed Jinya into his arms, using his back to shield his brother from all harm. Mizuhiki had defensive skills, but they couldn't stop the corrosion of the demon blood. In an instant, everyone was corroded by the demon blood, leaving behind large wounds that emitted white smoke. As a result, the Tsuta brothers lost their fighting capability, collapsing weakly into Kanemitsu's arms. Kanemitsu endured the pain and quickly sent the two to a safe area, calling for Ian to treat their wounds. Tanjiro and the Butterfly Sisters were heavily injured and unwillingly retreated from the front lines, their last awareness being surrounded by Ian and others. Mitsuri was well protected by Iguro. At least, her injuries were currently the least severe. Supporting the forward-falling Iguro, Mitsuri's tears fell like rain. "Mr. Iguro." Iguro forced himself to stand firm, placing his hand on her wrist. "I'm fine, don't worry. Mr. Iguro, you're too injured to fight anymore. I'll take you to a safe place." Iguro held her wrist tightly, shaking his head slightly. "No, I can still fight, it's fine. Trust me." With tears streaming down her face, Mitsuri bit her lip, looking into Iguro's determined eyes, unable to force him to retreat. Shimi collapsed in Jinya's arms, and Jinya froze, holding him tightly, lowering his head in shock at the blood-soaked and mangled wounds on his brother's back. His palms were covered in his brother's blood. "Brother? Brother." Jinya didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he did, his brother's injuries would worsen. Shimi raised his hand to rest on his shoulder, enduring the pain. Standing up with a feigned relaxed smile, his blood-stained hand ruffling Jinya's hair. "I'm fine. Jinya, go retreat. The upcoming battle isn't suitable for you." Jinya's tears flowed uncontrollably as he sat on the ground, watching Shimi stagger towards the remaining fighters with his sword. Muzin exploded into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. The expressions of everyone were serious. With such a large area, shattering them all would be extremely difficult. In the darkness, a figure emerged, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Kagaya Ubuyashiki slowly drew his sword, standing where Muzin had self-exploded, lowering his gaze as the markings on his face gradually appeared. His long hair flowing in the wind. Moon breathing, 16th form. Moonlit rain, solitary moon. He quickly swung the evolved demon blade, unleashing several massive blade winds from above to shatter the ground, accompanied by countless crescent blades falling. Muzin's fragments visibly shattered and dissipated under the strikes. But that wasn't enough. These fragments escaped at high speed, and behind everyone, a figure flew out. Mei and Hachiko, black flame dance. The smoke swirled in the air, with a blade slicing through it accompanied by black flames. The area of effect expanded more than tenfold compared to Kaneo Tiyuri's attack range. When it fell to the ground, the remaining fragments transformed into dead infants before everyone's eyes, attempting to dig into the ground to escape. The surviving crows flew in the sky, cawing. There's still half an hour until sunrise. Upon hearing this, everyone drew their swords, and Shibumi Yuyuki shouted to stop him. "You bastard! Don't even think about escaping." Kyuka endured the intense pain and severed the dead infant's hand with the first form, while Mitsuri gritted her teeth, her sword like a ribbon, the most special and flexible. She wrapped around the dead infant and desperately pulled upwards. "Huh, I'm here. Don't think you can escape." Seeing this, everyone rushed to help like a tug of war, the dead infant barely managing to burrow half its body down before being pulled out alive. Just as the dead infant was completely pulled up, Tanjiro dashed forward and cut off the dead infant's head with one slash. Following him, Kaneo Tiyuri used the second form, and the dead infant shattered into pieces before them. However, Muzin's true body was still nowhere to be seen. Everyone gasped for breath, their eyes constantly searching the surroundings, when suddenly the smoke stood upright, frowning. "Tisuke, is it really going to succeed?" Hearing this, everyone looked at him in confusion, and the next moment, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. It should have been the time for dawn, yet the sky remained pitch black. A sinister laughter echoed in the air, as a gigantic black-purple demon statue rose from the ground. The phantom demon devoured Muzin and merged into one with him. He will bring about an eternal night. Chapter 170. The final battle for, is this the powerful new body? Really nice. And this resentment, truly delicious because of the devouring. The phantom demon at this moment was using Muzin's skin, with a face filled with a perverse smile. What unglamorous situation. Yuzui widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the phantom demon cradled in the palm of the gigantic statue. The phantom demon tilted its head. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Phantom Demon. I am the heavenly demon of the evil demon clan. You ants, being able to last until now, you are indeed worthy of praise." Yunyan exhaled, her fingers coming together to point at her brow, her body stiffening, brows furrowed, taking a deep breath to suppress the agonizing pain in her heart as if it were about to shatter. Pointing at her brow, golden light emanated, and she hoarsely spoke. "Heaven and earth." A massive golden deity rose from the ground, holding a spear and a long knife, clad in divine armor, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Everyone widened their eyes. Is this still a human battle? However, Shimi clenched his fists. He had seen Yunyan use this before. Every time she did, it was clear that she was out of options, embracing the idea of perishing together with the enemy. Wait, do we now possess the power of demigods? Ehei looked at the demon statue and suddenly spoke, bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. Then can we also use Miss Sukino Kuni's technique? Akizuru's words filled everyone with renewed hope, eager to try. But a single sentence from Yunyan sent their spirits crashing down again. It's useless. The power of a demigod, the body of a demigod, is just soul and flesh, lacking the power of a deity. Yunyan raised her lips, and the knife in her hand made everyone realize at that moment that the divine weapon had already broken and lost its original brilliance, now dull and lifeless. How could this be? Isn't there nothing that can break a phoenix? Shimi, in disbelief, wanted to grab Yunyan, only to find her hand passing through her body. Everyone was stunned. Yunyan stopped, turned to look at them, and smiled. In the past, indeed, there was no. Yunyanya, your body, and the color of her hair. Mealy covered her mouth, her eyes trembling violently. She could no longer dare to think about it. It can't be like that, right? Yunyan, What is wrong with your body and hair? Why is that guy Bukawakna? Yuzui, who also didn't believe in evil, tried to approach, but found himself completely unable to touch her. Shimi was in a daze, her outstretched hand froze in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Yunyin turned around, staring directly at the direction of the illusion demon. The malevolent energy of the underworld enveloped her, revealing a dark divine armor on her as the broken sword in her hand was shrouded in black mist and transformed anew. Raising her other hand, a divine spear appeared in her grasp, accompanied by the roar of a dragon and a burst of light. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, the divine outfit now visible, and her golden-red eyes sparkled, changing into a pair of golden-red amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. Aiming the spear at the illusion demon, Yunyin smirked, "Come on." The showdown between gods and demons. At this moment, the illusion demon had lost all rationality, laughing maliciously as it attacked Yunyin with a wave of its hand. Countless ghostly hands, accompanied by demonic energy, rained down upon her like a storm. With a twist of her long spear, Yunyin gathered her strength and leaped, soaring into the sky, pausing midair. Dragon dance of flowers. Dozens of giant dragon phantoms collided with the illusion demon's attack, and delicate pink peach blossom petals floated down from the sky, sharp as blades, flying towards the illusion demon as she wielded her spear. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Can we not help at all? Quang Jin clenched the hilt of his sword in frustration, feeling the same way as everyone else. They were unwilling to be mere bystanders, watching Yunyin fight alone. Everyone, connect. This is a one-time exception. 06 jumped down from the sky, shaking its head, and from the bag it held, dozens of light orbs fell into their bodies. The crowd felt their bodies lighten, their internal power surging, and their eyes brightened. This is demigod power, although it can only be used once. Everyone, let's go. Let's take down that ugly monster. Smiles spread across their faces, and Simeon's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds, darkly responding, "Ah, I can't wait any longer." Following Yunyin's earlier method, everyone combined their fingers and pointed to their foreheads, law of heaven and earth. Sure enough, the divine statues representing them shot up from the ground, surrounding the demonic statue in an instant, leaving the illusion demon momentarily stunned. Yunyin blinked in confusion. What was going on? Several figures flew out beside her, and Yangtu rushed forward with his sword. "Junior sister, don't try to be strong alone in this kind of battle. I'm your senior brother. Give me a chance to protect you." Yong remained expressionless, but nodded in agreement with his eyes. As a junior brother, I must also protect my senior sister. Jinzong delivered a strike and quickly distanced herself, winking at Yunyin. "Yunyin-chan, lean on us a bit, okay? We want to fight alongside Miss Kunekuni too." Kaijur unleashed a Rengoku fire dragon whirlwind, leaving the phantom demon in despair, angrily watching him talk to Yunyin with a beaming smile. Mitsuri swung her sword in frustration, and Ihei flew out beside her, their blades intertwining in a twisting dance. "Sister Yunyin, fighting alone is really too painful. I want to fight with Sister Yunyin too. Together we can defeat these disgusting guys." Kunekuni, at a time like this when we are all here, don't try to bear everything alone. Damn it, you were just smiling so obnoxiously. Are you going to smile again now? Quang Jin's blade created afterimages, striking one after another at the phantom demon. Namu Amida Butsu. Such a terrifying and sticky hate. Such serious sins. Let this little monk deliver salvation to the devotee. Baiming Yu's tears flowed as he attacked with increasing ferocity. Yunyin slightly opened her eyes, and in the next moment, she was pulled into a warm and strong embrace. Shimi held her tightly, his large hand supporting the back of her head, leaning down to place a kiss on her lips. Foreheads touching, his eyes, filled with pain and reddened, reflected in her gaze. "You idiot. Always try to bear the heaviest burdens alone. When you want us to survive, think about yourself too. Besides, I can't lose you." Shimi's eyes were red, shimmering with tears. His voice hoarse and slightly choked. "Don't leave me alone, okay?" Yunyin's pupils suddenly constricted, and her breath caught in her throat. Tears unconsciously slid from the corners of her eyes, and Shimi heartbrokenly wiped away the blood-mixed tears on her face. In this battle, it was clear to everyone that Yunyin had exhausted all her strength. She was a deity, yet also a restricted deity. If she wanted to protect everyone and ensure that everyone lived, she had to pay any price. They absolutely would not allow it. If they were to live, then they would all live together. Chapter 171, The Final Battle. Shimi joined the fight, filled with heartache for her beloved and anger towards the illusion demons. Every strike was a critical hit. Yunyan watched as everyone pressed down on the illusory demon, then looked at 06, who was trying hard to shrink himself, and smiled. This fool actually broke the rules for her. Yunyan shook her head with a smile, holding her weapon as she charged into the battlefield, a look of relief on her face. If she could survive in the end, she would generously pay the penalty of 06 and throw in some compensation as well. The phantom demon, pushed to a dead end, narrowed its dark red vertical pupils, a manic smile on its face. Since it had come to this, let's die together. With that, it reached out and plunged its hand straight into its own heart, crushing the core of its essence. Yin rushed to the forefront, embracing the waist of the illusion demon along with her statue, while her other hand opened a space-time rift, dragging him into the crack. Yin turned around, looking at the astonished and anxious faces of the crowd, reaching out her hand towards them. Lowering her gaze, she saw the awakened Tuo brothers, the butterfly sisters, and the severely injured 4 little ones along with Xianmi, all shouting at her and crying as they reached out their hands. Raising her head again, Yin saw Shirmi shedding tears, desperately stretching out his hand trying to grasp her, shouting, Yin, don't go. Come back to me. Yin was taken aback for a moment, a smile appearing at the corners of her lips as she gently spoke to them. The fate is not yet fulfilled. Seeing you again is still seeing you. As the rift in space-time closed, a massive explosion echoed throughout the entire rift, even where Shimi and the others were. A loud bang and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and an unknown wave of energy knocked everyone down, causing them to crash heavily to the ground and lose consciousness. Shimi struggled to lift his head, taking one last look at the sky before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In his hand, he still clutched the jade pendant that he had pulled from Yunyan's waist, which was their token of love. After Yunyan vanished, 06 went missing. The 10 hells of the underworld, after treating these team members, took the already solidified Iwakatsu Kage back to hell. The hidden ones hurriedly sent the injured to the butterfly mansion for treatment. The first to start rehabilitation were the Takadu brothers, followed by the butterfly sisters, and then Kanahui and the others. Among the Hashira, only the 4 of them had the lightest injuries. 5 days later, is Mitsukichi still not awake? This is too unglamorous. Yuzui, wrapped up like a mummy, grinned through gritted teeth, not forgetting to throw in a sarcastic remark. Tenyin-sama, woo-woo, it's truly great that you're okay. Samaire cried, her face smeared with tears and snot. Yuzui was already numb to it, although he was used to it. Could his dear wife please not wipe her tears and snot on his bandages? Idiot, don't wipe it on Tenyin-sama's bandages. It's so dirty. It hurts. Woo-woo. Tenyin-sama. Maki hit me. Yuzui Tenjin sigh. Hinetsuru smiled helplessly, holding the medicine, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and bringing it to Yuzui's lips. Tenyin-sama, drink the medicine first. This is sent by Lord Shinobu. Oh, thank you, Hinetsuru. No, this is my duty, Hinetsuru said with a smile, shaking her head as she carefully fed him the medicine. By his bedside, Kaijiro was still unconscious. The Rengoku family often came to see him, and they were here now. Shinjiro was absent as he needed to help their lord handle the follow-up work, while Ruka stayed by her son's bedside, gently wiping his cheek with a damp towel. Shinjiro, with red eyes, had lost count of how many times he prayed for his brother to wake up. Across from them were the unconscious Ikaku and Mitsuri. Mitsuri's family was also present, caring for Mitsuri while also looking after Ikaku, her future son-in-law. In the left room next door were the unconscious Shimi and Kaisuke, while facing them was the unconscious Kanamori Esme, with the Mizuno Kuni group in the right room. China Mori, with red eyes, held back her tears, determined not to cry, and along with Alan and Jinya, took care of Shimi and the others. On the Mizuno Kuni side were teacher Kiryu and the other senior brothers and sisters taking care of them. 3 more days passed, and the unconscious ones began to awaken one after another. Kaijiro was the first to wake up, immediately being embraced by his brother and mother, followed by his boisterous father. The family of 4 hugged tightly, but because of the pain from his wounds, Kaijiro couldn't help but shout, although I want to keep hugging. But, father, mother, Senjuro, my wounds hurt so much from being pressed. Sorry, brother. Sorry, Kaijiro. Are you feeling better now? Should I call the doctor to take a look? Ahaha. I'm really sorry. The 3 were in a flurry, but Kaijiro only smiled brighter, his eyes full of tenderness and happiness. Yuzui, on the side, chimed in, hey, Rengoku, you finally woke up. Waking up after me is really unglamorous. This is really embarrassing. If there were a hole, I would want to burrow into it. Next were Mitsuri and Ikaku. When Ikaku woke up, he heard Yuzui's annoying voice even before opening his eyes, and with his eyes still closed, he hoarsely retorted, "That can only mean you're too weak. You were injured the least." "Ikaku, you woke up too. What do you mean I'm too weak? Your mouth is really unglamorous." Ikaku pursed his lips, and the next moment, someone was supporting his head, pouring water into his mouth. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized it was Mitsuri's father carefully feeding him water, urging him to wake up. The other party also visibly relaxed. "Great, you finally woke up. Do you need more water? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Should I call the doctor?" Ikaku dazedly shook his head. "Thank you, but not for now." Mitsuri's father smiled, gently retracting his hand from supporting his neck, helping him lie back down and tucking in the blanket. "Don't mention it. Taking care of our family's son-in-law is only natural. It's good that you're okay." Ikaku's face turned bright red, despite his pallor. He glanced at Mitsuri, worry in his eyes, as if it would overflow, but the next moment, he let out a sigh of relief. When Mitsuri opened her eyes, she saw her family present, immediately bursting into tears. Then, being helped to sit up, she drank some water, only to be fed over 100 Sakura rice cakes by her mother. Yuzui, watching from across, twitched his eyes. Kaijuro, feeling hungry, received his favorite sweet potato rice and grilled sweet potatoes from Senjuro the next moment. Among the four, Ikaku was the most injured and fell asleep again shortly after waking up. In the right room next door, the Mizuno-kuni group had all awakened, but they were wrapped up like mummies, unable to move, relying entirely on their senior brothers and sisters to feed them. Looking at the left room next door, none of the three had awakened. It wasn't until 2 more days passed that the three slowly opened their eyes. To everyone's surprise, when they awoke again, Kanamori's May's eyes could see things. When Shimi woke up, his first reaction was to look for Yunyan, then to search for the jade pendant he held in his hand. Alan silently took the pendant out of the drawer and gently placed it in his palm. Shimi closed his eyes, took a long breath, and smiled. Seeing this, everyone in the room felt as if they had been struck by lightning. "Shimi, are you okay? You didn't hurt your brain, did you?" Kaisuke anxiously almost fell off the bed, pulling at his wounds and grimacing in pain. Shimi's forehead popped a vein. "I'm fine. Really good. Shimi, if you want to cry, it's better to cry it out." Shimi sighed. "Mr. Kanamori, I'm really fine." Genius sat by the bed, lowering his head. "Big brother." "Shut up, I said I'm fine." Everyone unanimously believed that he was traumatized by Yunyan's final act of dying alongside the enemy and had gone mad. Chapter 172. Return after a month of recuperation. Everyone was ready to leave the Butterfly Mansion. Oyakata wanted to erect a monument for the fallen team members, but found that none of the participating members, even the lowest-ranked ones, had died in battle. Everyone had healthily survived the war. For this, Oyakata's pupils trembled. So, in this battle, only Yunyan had not returned. Everyone was downcast, holding back tears, wanting to erect a monument for her as a way to pay tribute. Shimi twitched his lips, helplessly holding his forehead. "I told you. Really no need." "Shimi, have you really gone mad?" Yuzui's finger almost poked him in the face. Shimi angrily swatted his hand away. "Damn it. How many times do I have to say it? Yunyan is not dead." The next moment, everyone looked at him with extremely complicated expressions. Even Oyakata looked at him with pity. "Shimi, damn it, I'm really tired of this." "Shimi, can you tell me why you say that?" Chani Yaozai tentatively opened his mouth, and Shimi sat on the soft cushion, still maintaining a respectful attitude. "My lord, at that time, Yunyan said that goodbye is still goodbye, so she will definitely come back." Seeing him so certain, everyone lowered their heads, but under such circumstances, could she really come back? "What are you all looking like?" A familiar voice came from the doorway, and everyone turned their heads sharply to see 06 chewing on a dried fish, looking at them as if they were fools. 06. It's 06. Weren't you missing? 06 nestled in Shimi's arms, looking at them speechlessly. "Yunyan is fine. She just went back to recuperate for a while. She's currently on her way to battle, and once she resolves the last bit of trouble, she'll come back." "Battle?" Chani Yaozai showed a puzzled expression, and 06 nodded, raising her little paw. "Yes, she's going to exterminate the evil demons. They keep causing trouble for no reason. It's really annoying." "Is it the guy we fought last time?" Sankta leaned slightly forward. He had always wanted to ruffle 06's head, but never had the chance. 06 saw his thoughts and shifted from Shimi's arms to Nestle and Sanktu's. "Yes, and she's even stronger than him. Of course, in her peak condition, Yunyan is invincible in the vast world." 06 proudly lifted her head, and everyone began to inquire one after another. Now they all believed that Yunyan was fine. However, Shimi was still a bit angry. upset that she repeatedly disregarded her own safety. Far away on the ancient battlefield, Yin suddenly sneezed, confusedly rubbing her nose, and swiftly slashed down an approaching evil demon with her hand. "How strange! Who is cursing me?" she muttered, her eyes sharp as she quickly killed the evil demons in front of her, looking annoyed. One after another. "Are you all cockroaches? Can I kill you all?" The 10 generals of the underworld behind her were embarrassed. "My lord, how do you want to kill them? We're already at their lair. Can it not be so many?" Yin swung his knife without blinking, charging directly into the demon palace without taking a breath. He kicked the palace door open and walked in lazily with the knife on his shoulder. The demons that rushed at him were all killed on the spot by the underworld general. Looking at the demon king on the throne, who was trying to maintain his composure, Yin smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Oh, still sitting there. Do you want to take this thing into the coffin with you too? Fine, I'll help you with that." Yin eyes sparkled with a smile. All thanks to that strike from the illusion demon. Not only did it draw upon the power of the stars to completely repair her original source's damage, but it also allowed her to advance her cultivation further and conveniently revealed the location of the evil demon's lair. This was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The army, clad in dark divine armor, slowly retreated. Yin rode on the back of the ink jade Qilin, holding a long spear on her shoulder with one hand, her golden eyes gleaming with cold light. Behind the army, smoke billowed, and black flames shot into the sky. The entire continent trembled, and the towering, eerie palace collapsed. Stepping on the corpses of the evil demons, Yin curled her lips and commanded, "Generals, go home, go home, go home." The 9 nether underworld army, invincible in battle, unstoppable in attack. The army behind her roared, their shouts shaking the heavens. The clouds glanced at the sky, and with a light hum, "Nangongzi," he said, "if you're so amazing, then don't ever return to the 9 underworlds in this lifetime." As soon as he reached the border of the underworld, he saw a figure, a young nobleman in white clothes with black hair, gentle and warm as jade. Yin sneered, and from a distance he saw someone standing there. He thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be the first war god of the heavens. He smiled bitterly, feeling wronged, and stretched out his hand to gently shake Yun's clothing with 2 fingers, saying, "Sister, I really didn't mean it." Yin sat lazily on the back of the Qilin, looking at him and asking, where did it go wrong? It went wrong everywhere. Brother shouldn't have trusted the heavens to play dice with him. Brother should have just killed him with 1 knife. Seeing his imageless, gritting teeth expression, Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. When saw her laugh, he knew she had already forgiven him, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Then his expression darkened. "Sister, can we not get married?" Yin raised her eyebrows and asked, "What is going on?" "But I like him. He treats me so well." Zai had a constipated expression, puffing up his cheeks. "Although Shimi is really nice, I just can't bear to let go." Yin flicked his forehead, "Bro. Being a siscon is not good." Zai pouted, kicked off the ground, and directly rode on the Qilin, sitting behind her, taking the reins, continuing to lead the army forward. Behind her, he spoke in a muffled tone, "Got it." Then he continued, "Luckily it's Shimi. If it were any other man, I would definitely have to go over and fight him, just to see if he is worthy." The siblings chatted like this all the way, as if the years of blood and tears were just a bad dream that they had woken up from, and now they were living together with family again. After settling everything, Yin packed his things, ready to go back to find Shimi and the others, only to see his older brother tearfully clinging to the door. The clouds reveal a devilish smile. "You've been slacking for thousands of years. Let's not mention your parents for now. They're getting old and can go out to have fun whenever they want, but you can't. You are the legitimate heir, so honestly do your work on the throne. I'm leaving, but I'll come back when I find the time." Yin waved his hand without hesitation and disappeared right in front of him. Zai bit his handkerchief, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. My sister." It was already the 2nd winter after the great battle, and Shimi had taken his younger brother away from the production house. The new year had passed, and it was time for everyone to part ways and return to their lives. They hadn't gone far from the production house and continued to live in their original residences, except for Mitsuri and Iguro, who were already engaged. Mitsuri needed to return home to wait for marriage until Iguro came to bring her home. Kaisuk moved to live with China Mimi in the original ice residence. On the way, Shimi passed by a confectionery shop and habitually went to buy some hoggy cakes, and on the way, he bought some pork cutlets. For some unknown reason, Jinya suddenly suggested having pork cutlet rice for lunch. The 2 brothers thought it was just their own craving and didn't think much of it. When they reached the gate of the residence, they froze. Outside the door, a figure stood at the entrance, and even from the back, it was clear that the person was puzzled. Silver-white long hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying with her movements. The dark outfit was extremely eye-catching against the snow. She glanced at the sign and then looked around, as if confirming her location. Shimi suddenly quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to embrace her. Yunyan, caught off guard by the sudden hug, instinctively wanted to punch him away. But upon smelling a familiar scent, her body relaxed sharply, and she reached out to return the embrace. A cold, beautiful face broke into a brilliant smile. Shimi, long time no see. I'm back. Welcome home. Not just a welcome back, but a welcome home. Yunyan smiled lightly, and Xuanyu looked at them, showing a relaxed smile. In the next second, he was pulled by 2 hands and fell into the embrace of the two. Xuanyu's face suddenly turned red, while Yunyan and Shimi laughed and embraced their only younger brother tightly. The news of Yunyan's return quickly spread among everyone, and soon, the Bukawa residence was bustling with activity, even more lively than during the New Year. Shimi had a dark expression, hinting to Ehei, "Hurry and take your wife away." Ehei Kobain replied, "I really can't do anything about it." Shimi Bukawa, "You can't do anything about your wife? Can you please not let her hug my wife?" Ehei Kobain, "I'm afraid of my wife. I'm powerless. I'm really sorry." Shimi Bukawa. Chapter 173 Extra. Wedding and sweet moments after marriage. Another year passed, and Yunyan and Shinmi brought Genmi to Ehei and Mitsuri's wedding. Watching the two as newlyweds, seeing their happy smiles, Yunyan curled her lips. Shinmi, with an unnatural expression, tugged at her sleeve, and Yunyan looked at him in confusion, only to see his cheeks flushed, his gaze shifting elsewhere, his voice intentionally lowered. "Do you want to hold the wedding like they do here, or like the one over there?" Yunyan blinked, momentarily caught off guard, while Shinmi's whole face was turning red, staring at her with wide eyes. "What are you daydreaming about? Give me a response." Yunyan regained her senses and held his hand. "If I want to say, let's continue what we didn't finish last time?" Shimi was taken aback, followed by a wave of bitterness in her heart. She raised her hand to embrace him tightly. She could imagine how desperate she must have felt the day before the wedding when her fiancé died in her arms. After Ehei and Mitsuri, it was Shimi and everyone else who helped set up a grand wedding, truly in accordance with what she promised Yunyan. Shimi wore a red wedding dress. Her hair had not been cut since the battle, and at this moment, she had tied it into a half bun at the back of her head. The curtain of hair casually lay against her cheeks, unexpectedly complementing the outfit. In the past, even when the team disbanded, she still exuded a powerful aura, but now she was enveloped in a gentle atmosphere. Shimi nervously looked towards the entrance, and soon, Kanai and Kochu Shinobu helped Yunyan step through the door. The clouds of smoke covered the red veil, allowing Kanahui to place her hand in Shimi's palm. As soon as she touched his hand, the cloud of smoke under the veil raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought this kid would be so nervous? He was sweating from his palms, holding back a smile. She was led by Shimi into the main hall. Due to Yunyan's special status, they did not perform the wedding rites. As she put it, "I am equal to the heavens. Why should I bow to myself just because I'm getting married?" Just as they stepped into the hall, 3 figures approached from the crowd. Shimi turned around and froze in place as Zai, with tears in his eyes, walked over and patted his shoulder. "Bro, don't bully my sister in the future. I know you're surprised and shocked, but don't be too surprised or shocked just yet." Then he was pulled away by his ear. A beautiful woman and a handsome, resolute man took their seats in the high position, alongside the couple, Yaozai and Yashiki. "The clouds of smoke curled around my lips. Brother, parents, you all arrived too late." In exchange, the 3 of them repeatedly apologized, while the dowry was carried over by the underworld officials, box by box, filled with all kinds of rare treasures, countless gold, silver, and jewels. Yunyan's eyelids twitched. Feeling quite good, she just wanted to slap herself for calling them. However, in the end, the wedding was successfully completed. Although Nangong's old man and Zai cried like dogs, they were held back by Shimi for quite a bit of explanation. Then the father and son went completely insane, pouring drinks down his throat, while Yuza, Kaijiro, and even Jinya all ended up lying flat to avoid the alcohol. Shimi was still overwhelmed by the drinking prowess of this father and son duo. If it weren't for Yunyan's mother stepping in, they wouldn't have planned to stop. Shimi held herself together to manage everything without losing her composure. The moment she returned to the room, half of the drunkenness dissipated. Shimi swallowed hard, nervously walked over and sat down beside Yunyan, saying, I opened it." Yunyan nodded, and Shimi trembled as she lifted the veil. In that moment, she fell into a daze. Yunyan's originally cold and beautiful face, after applying makeup, added a touch of charm. Her long hair was styled up, and the tassels on her hairpins swayed with her movements. Dressed in a bright red wedding gown, She lost her usual sharpness and instead appeared graceful. With a smile in her eyes, she grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. What? Are you mesmerized? Shimi came back to her senses, her gaze darkened, and his large hand held her slender waist. Without giving her a chance to speak, he lowered his head and kissed her. Even though they had been living together for nearly a year after she returned, the days he lost her were unforgettable for him. This kiss carried all his longing and grievances. Yin reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss. When they parted, she noticed the corners of his eyes were slightly red, and there were still tears on his eyelashes. Shimi had already shed tears, and Yin gently wiped them away with her hand, then kissed the scar on his face. Shimi, I won't leave again. All right, that's what you said. You can't leave me alone again. I promise. That night, the two of them hardly slept, the air filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yin is a person of their word, and even the divine realm knows this. After the last mission, the Blood Ghost Emperor, who is equal to the heavens, directly retired. He focused on getting married and starting a life of leisure. All responsibilities were handed over to his brother, the god of war, and his parents. But his parents ran away halfway, leaving everything to his brother. Everyone knows the emperor's consort's name, but apart from the people from the underworld, no one has seen his appearance. The only thing known is that the emperor's consort is immortal. Those with ulterior motives tried to use this to sow discord and specifically went to the world where Yin and others were. But as expected, those who provoked them were nearly torn apart by Shimi. Yin propped her chin on her hand, watching like it was a play. Husband, I find his face displeasing. Shimi's veins bulged on his forehead as he held a new little fairy who didn't know any better, a sinister smile on his face. All right, I'll take care of him. After beating him up, he tossed him aside and walked back to Yin. Naturally taking the towel, she handed him to wipe his hands. It was really too annoying. So Yin gave an order. That day, all the fairies booed as gods, and anyone who wanted to stir up trouble between the two of them were beaten up by the people of the underworld. From then on, they completely behaved themselves, all knowing that the emperor's husband was fierce and the underworld was protective. They couldn't provoke them. They really couldn't. It was thought that deities and mortals had a hard time having offspring, but in the 3rd year after their marriage, Yin broke that notion when she vomited violently after eating a piece of fish. Shimi was so scared he nearly took off, grabbing Yin and rushing to the butterfly house. After a series of checks, Kenahu was both surprised and delighted. Ah, congratulations, Mr. Undying Chuan. Yin-chan, you have a little baby now. Huh, what? The two of them simultaneously froze. Shimi turned to look at her abdomen, while Yin, looking bewildered, lowered her head and covered her own belly. Seeing their expressions, Kenahu couldn't help but laugh. It's true, it's already 2 months and 5 days. Shimi nervously asked all the precautions, then had Kenahu write them down. Then anxiously, as if holding a porcelain doll, he carried Yin back. Since Xuani also got a marriage partner last year, there were only the two of them in the Undying Chuan mansion. Yin returned home, still looking bewildered, a mix of surprise and disbelief. After finally coming to her senses, she slapped the table, startling Shimi next to her, who nervously leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yin-Yan's eyes sparkled brightly, and I didn't expect that I could really get pregnant. Hey, awesome. Fushikawa Shimi. Chapter 174 Extra. The Birth of Fushikawa Shingmu. Stepping into the next cycle. After becoming pregnant, Yin became unusually lively, even losing her previous calm demeanor, like a mischievous child. Shimi was often startled by her actions. But fortunately, she was a reliable mother. No matter what, she would never do anything harmful to her body or the child. Yin is pregnant, and her old friends have come to visit. Even her parents and older brother from the Divine Realm made a special trip to check on her. When Tanjiro and the others arrived, Shimi was staring intently at Zenitsu. Although this guy is now married to Nezuko, he still has a shadow cast over him by Zenitsu. Zenitsu awkwardly scratched his head, saying he had changed a lot. As a result, the moment he saw Yin, his arms flailed like noodles. Big sister. Long time no see. I really miss you. I heard you're having a baby. How is your health? Are you doing okay? Shimi, damn it. My fists are clenching again. Fortunately, Yin linked her arm with his, which spared Zenitsu from a beating, and she smiled back at him. She mentioned that her mental state in the late stages of pregnancy wasn't great, with severe drowsiness but poor sleep quality. She often woke up in the middle of the night due to back pain or leg cramps, and since she got pregnant, Shimi's already light sleep had become even shallower. Yin just had a little movement, and he immediately opened his eyes, accurately finding the discomforting spot on her body to start massaging. Once he saw her settle down, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to hold her sleep. Shimi also developed a habit of lightly kissing her forehead after the massage and softly saying, "You've worked hard, good night." There were times when, due to insufficient sleep during the day, Yunyan would wake up in pain at midnight or quietly go to the bathroom. In the late stages of pregnancy, her belly was too large, making everything laborious. When she lay back down and found it hard to fall asleep, Shimi would wake up halfway, noticing Yunyan was extremely restless, and looking at the moved slippers, his heart ached. He would get up silently to massage her, and after she fell into a deep sleep, he would quietly wipe away the tears shed from his heartache. It was like he was massaging while silently crying, which made the 06 who returned home in the middle of the night on a day off feel quite sour. It decided that in the future, when looking for a boyfriend, it would not find someone like Shikawa. During childbirth, it was truly chaotic. Originally, Shwani brought his fiancée along for a small gathering to have a meal, which was quite normal, but then, while eating, Yunyan's amniotic fluid broke. The three of them were so startled that they dropped their food, and Shimi hurriedly carried her and rushed towards the butterfly house. The speed was impressive. Shwani couldn't help but exclaim that his brother was indeed the wind pillar, and even after 5 or 6 years, he hadn't lost his touch. Carrying his fiancée on his back, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, he ran towards the butterfly house at a superhuman speed. Shwani's fiancée was also once a female member of the Demon Slayer Corps, albeit at a lower rank, but she had a great personality, gentle, attentive, and cute. Yunyan is giving birth, and outside the delivery room stand a crowd of people. Shimi paces back and forth anxiously, wishing she could burst in and stay by Yunyan's side. The teasing smile of butterflies and her words, "It's really scary if the mother catches a chill," weigh heavily on her. An hour passes, and aside from Yunyan's occasional groans of pain, there is no other sound. Shimi's eyes are bloodshot from worry, and finally, she leans against the glass window to look inside. Seeing the crimson hue, she nearly crushes the glass. Crouching down, she bites her finger so hard that it draws blood. Half an hour later, everyone feels the agony, especially with the continuous cries of pain that are impossible to suppress. Shimi can no longer hold back. She rushes in at lightning speed, closes the door, and goes to Yunyan's side. Looking at her pale face and the hair stuck to her cheeks from sweat, her eyes well up with tears. Trembling, she reaches out to smooth Yunyan's hair back. "Honey, just hang in there a little longer. It will be over soon. If it hurts, just bite me." Yunyan bit her teeth, not daring to open her mouth at this moment, because she would instinctively bite down. The pain was unbearable, and the armrest she was holding was directly broken by her. A painful sound came from her mouth, and Shirmi instinctively brought his hand to her mouth. The moment she opened her mouth, she bit down on something, and this time, Yunyan bit Shirmi's arm, causing blood to flow. But his expression didn't change. Only tears welled up in his eyes out of concern, while he continuously used one hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead with a towel. Finally, a few minutes later, the sound of a baby crying came, and Yunyan relaxed and released her bite. Shirmi was startled and quickly pulled over Kane. "Kane, please take a look. What is wrong with my wife? Why did she faint?" Kane looked at him helplessly. "It's okay. She just overexerted herself. A good sleep will do her good." Shirmi let out a sigh of relief, crouched down, and kissed Yunyan's forehead, with tears falling as well. From start to finish, he didn't spare a glance for the child. From the delivery room to the hospital room, Shirmi didn't ask about the baby even once. Just steadfastly stayed by Yunyan's side. When Butterfly Ninja mentioned it was a son, Shirmi was extremely perfunctory. "Oh, got it, thanks." Butterfly Ninja, I have to say, as expected of a god, the trauma from childbirth really does completely recover after a good sleep. She looks just like before, as if nothing happened. Then, watching Butterfly Ninja come in with a dark expression while holding the baby, Yunyan's brow twitched. "Boy or girl? Has Shirmi named him yet?" Butterfly Ninja smiled, gritting her teeth. "Congratulations, it's a boy, but not yet. I'm afraid Mr. Shitakawa has completely forgotten about the baby." "Yunyan." Shimi helplessly walked in from outside, still holding a lunchbox. "Am I that kind of person? I've thought of a name. It's called Undying Chuang Singmu. The Lord said this name represents hope. What do you think?" Shimi didn't confirm directly, but instead asked Yunyan back. Yunyan nodded, of course. Then she picked up the child and played with him, while Shimi looked at the mother and son, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Butterfly Shinobu quietly exited, leaving space for their family of 3. From then on, Shimi entered dad mode, having taken care of younger siblings, so taking care of his own child was a piece of cake. He also reminded his son every day to protect his mother well. After marriage, Shimi did the housework, cooked the meals, and then would get massages or go out shopping, all while carrying the bags himself. Yunyan has become someone who cannot carry or lift anything. To this, Yunyan is quite content. After all, who wouldn't feel happy with a gentle, secure, and capable husband? She feels she has been excessively happy. Years later, their children have married and had children of their own, yet they haven't moved far away from them. Everyone knows that Yunyan is a deity, neither aging nor dying. While Shimi grows increasingly old, Yunyan still appears as vibrant and youthful as she did in the beginning. Looking at her partner lying in bed, his aged face no longer shows the handsome and spirited man he once was. Yunyan looked down, holding his hand, while Shimi struggled to open her eyes, revealing a gentle smile towards her. Yunyan saw the situation, leaned against his chest, listening to his gradually stopping heartbeat, and rose to place a kiss on his brow. Shimi did not go to the underworld, because the underworld is a place that connects to hell on the path to reincarnation. All the divine messengers treated him with utmost respect. Shimi looked at the road behind him, hoping that in this moment he could see the one he loved. The clouds were, as he imagined, breaking through the layers and standing atop the dragon's head, descending into the land of reincarnation. She walked up to Shimi, looked at his youthful and vibrant appearance, and reached her hand into his embrace. Shimi held her close and placed a kiss on her forehead. Yunyan looked at him, her eyes filled with affection. "Wait for me. I will find you again." I'm waiting." The two embraced and kissed, as Yunyan watched him enter the cycle of the next life. Chapter 175 Extra. The police big shot and her new police boyfriend in the bustling city. People were busy. A police car stopped by the roadside, and two figures got out. "Senior, finally off work? TSK, before you change out of that uniform, stay alert." Yes, it was still the familiar appearance. Only now, the original brothers had become cousins. Yunyan leaned against the wall, watching the two people with a flicker in her eyes. She took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and slowly exhaled white smoke. The corners of her lips curled up as she found her phone ringing in her pocket. Yunyan's expression turned cold as she clicked to answer. A man's irritable voice came from the other end. "Hello. Fox, where are you? Don't you know the deal is about to start?" Upon hearing this, Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly and replied lazily, "I'll be there soon. Don't rush. I'm already getting old, and having high blood pressure will be tough. Stop giving me nonsense. Hurry up. Otherwise, if the cops come, we're done for." All right, I'm on my way." Yunyan hung up the phone, casually snapped the device in half, and it silently exploded into a ball of light in her palm. With a cigarette in her mouth and her hands in her pockets, she walked into the shadows, ready to collect this group of misfits to eat peanuts. The police? She's the police. What is there to fear about being caught? Yes. In this life, Yunyan has given herself the identity of an undercover cop, wandering among various factions. Shimi, who had just come out of a convenience store, sensed something was off with a passerby and followed him with a bread in his mouth. As soon as Shwani came out, he noticed his cousin was missing and anxiously searched everywhere. At this time, Shimi had not yet accumulated a body full of scars. As Yunyan arrived at the trading location, he keenly noticed that among this group of people, someone had a tail following them. Squinting his eyes, when he finally saw the person clearly, his pupils constricted. Damn it! Looking at the scum being followed, he almost wished to shoot him right there. This fool. He actually allowed someone to follow him and didn't notice it the whole way. Yunyan lightly tapped her cheek with the tip of her tongue, almost laughing in anger. She sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at the person coming to negotiate with a dangerous glint in her eyes. The infamous Fox. She truly didn't expect it to be such a beautiful woman. The man in front of her lewdly sized up Yunyan, who exhaled a puff of smoke and flicked the cigarette but straight into the man's eye. The man screamed in pain, clutching his eye and collapsing to the ground. Immediately, the people behind him pulled out guns and aimed at Yunyan, unaware that Yunyan's people were even faster. Before the other side could fully draw their guns, the muzzle from Yunyan's side was already pressed against the opponent's head. Yunyan's arm rested on the sofa, her head slightly tilted, exuding a lazy vibe. "Since you don't want your eyes, I'll help you. No need to thank me, Rabbit." The girl, referred to as Rabbit, quickly opened the box and inspected the contents inside. In a direction where others in the surveillance could not see, she exchanged subtle glances with Yunyan. Yunyan was about to speak when, in an instant, Shirmi, hidden in the shadows, saw their actions and what was inside the box, causing his pupils to constrict. He instinctively aimed his gun at them, but before he could pull the trigger, he was suddenly knocked to the ground. The sound interrupted Yunyan's words, and everyone turned to look, only to see a burly tattooed man pinning Shirmi down, his hand gripping the back of Shirmi's neck. The man's knee pressed against Shirmi's back, preventing him from getting up. In a moment, The smoke filled the air, and an air of hostility arose. The man grinned and said, "Look what I've caught." In such an important occasion, a little mouse sneaks in. "Fox, your guards are not very capable, are they?" Yin nudged his cheek with his tongue and tilted his head to look at him. "Hi, hey, what do you want to say?" "What I want to say? You should know that if the boss finds out about this, it definitely won't end well. So, how about this? You give me half of the money from this deal, and I'll help you cover it up." "Cover it up? How do we cover it up?" Yin looked at him innocently and took out a cigarette to light it again. The black bear grinned sinisterly. Of course he killed him, along with the other people in the room. Yin leaned back on the sofa with her arms crossed, feeling bored. As expected, she was simple-minded but physically strong. "What are you?" "Bang." The black bear's eyes widened as it slowly collapsed to the ground, a bloodied hole in its forehead, its face still wearing that fierce expression. Yin raised her gun, the muzzle still smoking, and everyone widened their eyes in shock as they looked at her. No one knew when she had drawn the gun. Shirmi was sweating profusely, and Yunyan's gaze fell on him, making him nervously swallow. In the next second, Yin chuckled softly. "Really, Bailang, how much longer do you want to play cosplay? Just pretending to be a cop to scare people. Look, today you let the idiots in the group catch you." "Huh? Ha ha ha. Bailang, you're too pathetic, letting that dumb bear hold you down." The rabbit reacted quickly and hurriedly helped Yin cover. For a moment, the people in the room came to their senses. "Oh, so it's Fox's people. No wonder she's angry." Everyone knew that Fox was the most protective. Shirmi realized what was happening, stood up covering his arm, forced himself to appear calm, and clicked his tongue. "How the hell did I know why my luck is so bad today?" Yin waved at him, and Shirmi stiffly walked over to sit beside her. Yin directly took his arm and gently started to massage it. At this moment, Shirmi's face turned red, and he froze in place, not daring to move. The people in the room all widened their eyes in surprise. The rabbit was even more taken aback, thinking, "No way." She just went for it. Yin curled her lips in disdain and shot a glance at the rabbit, thinking, "What do you know? What comrade? This is her man." The transaction continued, and as the other party left, Yin gave the rabbit a look. The people in the room gradually withdrew, and before long, the sound of gunfire erupted outside. Shimi suddenly stood up, drew her gun at Yin, and coldly questioned, "Who are you? Are you here for the transaction? How dare you shoot and kill?" Yin looked up at him, silently taking out her ID. Shimi's eyes widened as he quickly stood up straight and saluted, cold sweat pouring down his face. This was bad. It seemed like he had obstructed the leader from carrying out her mission. The ID read, "Special Affairs Task Force, Captain of the 1st Brigade, Nangong Yin." He had heard of this name, which resonated throughout the police community. She was not only the highest leader of the entire special department, but also the captain of the 1st Brigade, always on the front lines. She was also the goddess in his heart, the person he had always looked up to and worked hard to emulate, the one he respected the most and wanted to meet. And now, he had finally met her today, but seemed he had almost ruined her mission. Yin smiled at him, waved her hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, just sit and take a break." Shirmi sat awkwardly beside her, sitting up straight. Yin sipped her champagne and said, "Sorry, but now you have to be pulled into the task too." "Huh?" Shirmi clearly hadn't reacted yet. Yin gave him an apologetic smile and said, "The nickname I just called you is to save your life. But it also means that you have to appear by my side in the future. It's okay. I'm willing." Shirmi's eyes lit up, and he tightened his grip on his pants. This was something he had always wanted to do. Yin blinked, resting her arm on his shoulder and pulling him closer. Shirmi watched as the distance between them grew shorter and couldn't help but lean back. He was blushing all over, his face hot, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Yin looked at him, then suddenly pulled away, showing a helpless expression. "You can't do this. When we're outside, you need to act like we're very close," she said. Shirmi quickly reacted and nodded. "I can do it. Please believe me." Yin patted him on the shoulder, desperately holding back a laugh. "Well, I believe you. What's your name?" "Shimi. Not Dead Chuan Shimi." "All right then. Shimi, please take care of me from now on." Yin smiled faintly, and Shirmi's face turned even redder as she awkwardly shifted her gaze. "Yes." Yin smiled even more. "What should I do? I haven't seen such a Shimi for a long time. So cute. Is this Shimi so well-behaved in this life? Oh no, I really want to give him a good ruffle." Chapter 176 Extra. The police chief and her new police boyfriend too in the deep of night. Yin sent out a signal, calling for Shimi to be her assistant. However, to better ensure his safety, Yin directly claimed to the outside world, using her Fox identity, that she had a partner, who was the white wolf from her team. On this path, the only way to make those scumbags above feel at ease was for the two of them to live together. Yunyan sat on the sofa, swaying her wine glass, and took a gentle sip of red wine, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the pool outside the villa. In the pool, everyone from her group was splashing around, with lights, the pool, beautiful women and handsome men, and champagne, resembling a grand party. Shimi awkwardly walked out of the bathroom. Her clothes were extremely neat, tightly wrapped around her chest. Yunyan turned back upon hearing the voice, and her eyes twitched slightly. No, why is he wrapped up so tightly? Shimi's face turned red, and he completely didn't know how to position himself in the room. Where should he sit that would be appropriate? Noticing his embarrassment, Yunyan waved at him, and as she watched him walk over with a flushed face, she pointed to the sofa. Sit down, don't be nervous. Can you act? Shimi was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head a bit shyly. I haven't done this before, so I'm not really sure if I can. The smoke curled around her lips as she slowly exhaled a puff. Without a care in the world. Just follow my lead and cooperate with me, she said. Shimi nodded, observing her not looking at herself, but gazing out the window, leisurely releasing smoke, her expression languid. It took courage for her to really look at her. The coldly beautiful face could be described as stunning, with silver-white, long hair shimmering under the light, and a wine-red robe that accentuated her slender waist with a ribbon at her side. The robe wasn't tightly wrapped, with the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate, elongated neck and exquisite collarbone, and further down, a faint glimpse of a cleavage. Shimi suddenly lowered her head, her whole face turning crimson. When he lowered his head, Yunyan curled his lips and squinted his eyes in good spirits. Knock, knock. Boss, there's a new deal. Would you like to take a look at the list? Yunyan glanced sideways and gave Shimi a subtle hint. Shimi understood and casually pulled open his collar, revealing his solid and well-defined chest muscles, while Yui also became loose and slouchy. With a dark expression and a displeased look, he walked over to open the door. When a younger brother knocking at the door opened it, he was suddenly engulfed in shadows. He stiffly raised his head to meet Shimi's gaze, which was filled with a murderous intent, making him feel small and intimidated. The younger brother almost took off in fright, trembling as he held up the document. Be brother by. This is the DD document. Shimi snatched the document from his hand, the veins on his forehead bulging, and the younger brother felt like his life was at stake. He realized he had just interrupted the good business between the big sister and brother-in-law. Oh no. Oh, come on. Don't scare the little guy with bad intentions. Just come back. The lazy voice of Yunyan came through, and Shimi clicked his tongue softly, slightly turning to the side. Through the gap, the little brother saw Yunyan leaning on the sofa, holding a lit cigarette in her hand. With a half-smile, she looked at the doorway, her bright golden eyes shimmering with an ambiguous light. The little brother felt a jolt and quickly bowed, deeply apologizing for interrupting the big sister and brother-in-law. The little brother is leaving now. Then he dashed away like a gust of wind. Shimi closed the door, exhaling a breath. Yunyan chuckled softly, her laughter making his ears burn. While adjusting her clothes, she walked over with a list. Officer, this is for you. Yunyan took the list of people and the transaction application he handed over, glanced at it briefly, and frowned slightly. Seeing her brow furrowed, Shimi tentatively asked, Is it very difficult? It's a bit tricky, Yunyan replied. Hearing this, Shimi became a bit anxious. Yunyan put down the papers, smiled, and said, But it's not a big problem. Let's take a break first. After saying that, she got up and went to bed, patting the space next to her. Come up. Huh. Then Yunyan found herself with a blushing Shimi beside her. She turned off the light and noticed the stiffness of the person next to her. Yunyan silently smiled. There was a pillow's distance between them, and the bed was large enough to comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 people. Yunyan fell silent and immediately went to sleep, even mischievously leaning closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. She could indeed sense that the person beside her had tensed up even more. However, she only felt happy. After all, she was finally surrounded by the breath she had been longing for day and night, and her long period of poor sleep could finally be improved. Yunyan fell asleep quickly, and Shimi bit his lip, feeling nervous and sweating all over. When he sensed the steady breathing of the person beside him, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. His heart was filled with disbelief. The person he admired, the one he had always wanted to meet, was right beside him at that moment, sharing the same bed. It felt so unreal, like a dream. Looking at her obedient and quiet sleeping face, Shimi, driven by an impulse, gently wrapped his arms around her. This action felt instinctive, as if he had done it countless times before, so natural. A sense of confusion spread in his heart, yet it was unexpectedly satisfying. as if a piece that had long been missing was finally filled. That night, he thought he would be unable to sleep, but surprisingly, they both slept very well. The next day, Shimi slowly opened his eyes to see a white ceiling. Feeling some weight on his chest, he looked down in confusion and saw a slender, fair arm resting on him. His own arm was being used by Yunyin as a pillow, and one of her legs was draped over his. In an instant, Shimi became fully awake, his breathing becoming heavier, and his body stiffened, not daring to move. Yunyin rubbed his eyes, propped himself up on his chest, and slowly sat up. He looked at the person who had been blushing since early morning, showing a sleepy smile. Good morning, good morning. Yunyin groggily got out of bed to wash up, completely unaware that Shimi, feeling shy, had wrapped herself up like a silkworm cocoon on the bed. Fortunately, after Yunyin finished getting ready, she went directly to the dressing room to change clothes, allowing Shimi to finally gather her mood and get up to tidy herself. Due to a new mission, they had to start acting early in the morning. It was inevitable that they would be involved in some shady dealings. However, most of the people in the group that Yunyin brought along were her subordinates, all members of the first team. To fit into her role, Shimi was forced to wear the outfit of the underworld, and before they set off, Yunyin applied a wet tattoo sticker on her bare skin. To match the character, a hungry wolf design was placed on Shimi's back, and a wolf head was also applied to her right chest. Yunyin whistled and admired it. Not bad. Sir, please don't make fun of me. Shimi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, picked up a shirt from the side and put it on, but the collar was wide open with all 3 buttons unbuttoned. Then he put on a vest and fastened the arm ring on his arm. Yunyin raised her lips in a smile. She had long wanted to see Shimi like this, and, as expected, he was as handsome and pleasing to the eye as she had imagined. The two walked out side by side, Yunyin wearing a wine-red long dress with a black fur collar, her long hair casually styled in a half bun, with strands cascading down her chest. Shimi had one hand in his pocket, and with the other, he lifted it up, allowing Yunyin's hand to rest in his palm as he supported her. Instantly, everyone present was amazed, thinking it was unbelievable how well-matched these two looked. The undercover agents were baffled. Which department was this guy from? Why was their high and mighty superior so close to him? Shimi remained composed, but his ears, hidden beneath his hair, were red enough to drip blood, and a thin layer of sweat formed in his palm as Yunyin lightly brushed her hand against it. The soft touch reminded him of last night, and this causing him to shiver suddenly, almost making his legs weak. He slightly lowered his head, appearing to outsiders as if they were about to share some private conversation. But in reality, Shimi's entire face was flushed. Meanwhile, the culprit beside him wore a gentle smile. Chapter 177, Extra. The big shot in the police force and her new police boyfriend 3. It was indeed a bit tricky, but the difficulty wasn't great. It just required some maneuvering. The challenge lay in the fact that the trading partner was a pervert, someone who enjoyed tormenting others. Anyone he set his sights on, regardless of gender, would not have a good ending. Yunyin leaned against Shimi, crossing her arms and squinting her eyes. It was clear that the other party was well prepared, as their gaze toward Shimi was unfriendly. Fox, of course I can lower the price. I can deduct up to 3,000 coins. But isn't it reasonable to ask for someone by your side? The man held up his wine glass, looking determined to get what he wanted. Yunyin squinted her eyes and asked, "Who do you want?" The man raised his wine glass towards Shimi, indicating that he wanted him. Shimi was slightly taken aback. What did that bastard want him for? The laziness of Yunyin dissipated instantly as she reached out to play with Shimi's hand. Don't you know? He is mine, and I'm very protective of what is mine. Then she looked at the man with a half smile. You know what happens if you anger me. The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yunyin to refuse, and even more surprised that she was serious. Oh, in that case, I'll choose another one. I want that little guy over there. Yunyin looked over at the faint smoke, not belonging to her team, and casually nodded, agreeing. Sister Fox is magnanimous. The man cast a reluctant glance at Shimi, instructing someone to take the money and leave with him. Seeing him leave, Yunyin frowned, waved her hand to dismiss everyone, and sat up straight to look at Shimi. From now on, don't leave my side by even a step. Shimi was puzzled, but he indeed had no experience in this regard, so he could only follow her orders. Yunyin stood by the window, coldly watching the man get into the car and leave. Her grip on the wine glass faltered, and she crushed it in her hand. The glass shards immediately pierced her palm, and Shimi was startled, quickly grabbing her hand. Chief, what are you doing? Where's the medical kit? Pulling Yunyin, she hurriedly searched the room for the medical kit, carefully using tweezers to remove the shards and glass splinters. After disinfecting and bandaging her, Shimi was so tense that she broke into a sweat. Yunyin lowered her gaze. That man is the death row inmate who has been wanted for 30 years, known for his sadistic killings. He has set his sights on you, and you are now in the most dangerous situation. Shimi paused for a moment and smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing. I'm a healthy young man in my prime. Why would I be afraid of that old geezer? Besides, isn't there still you the commander here? Yunyan looked at him, curled her lips, reached out to rub his head, and said, I will protect you. Shimi blushed, indulging in her actions, and murmured softly, That's not what I meant either. Yunyan tilted her head slightly, and Shimi coughed lightly. After all, you shouldn't hurt yourself. Yunyan smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I remember. Don't call me commander anymore. Just call me Yunyan. Then she saw the person in front of her start to emit smoke from their head, confused and scratching her head. Is it really that serious just to call a name? But in reality, only those who are close can call each other by name. Because she was so happy to have found her husband as reincarnation, Yunyan completely forgot about this rule. As for the rabbit, the short girl outside took off her rabbit mask, revealing a cute face. She pouted in disdain, thinking, Yunyan, you're really something, unknowingly flirting with others. What a wicked heart. Standing in a blind spot of the surveillance, the girl raised her arm, rolled up her sleeves, and a technological screen appeared on her arm. She quickly input information to send to the contact group. After finishing this, the girl's arm returned to normal. She rolled down her sleeves and put the rabbit mask back on. Hopping away, she thought, Yunyan, you take care of the romance. Leave the big matters to me, 06. I guarantee it will be fine. Protecting Yunyan's love, she, 06, would not back down. The upcoming tasks were all minor jobs. Yunyan noted down the people and locations, including the storage warehouse of DN and the only meeting place with the people behind the gang. They were just one step away from closing in. During this time, Yunyan taught Shimi a lot of things, and he learned quickly, which made Yunyan very happy. Especially, she loved to see him shy. She often teased him, watching his face turn red as he looked at her with innocent and helpless eyes, much like a little kitten, easy to bully. Everything seemed perfectly planned until an unexpected event occurred just as they were about to finalize the last deal. Yunyan had only left for a moment when Shimi vanished without a trace. With the transaction about to begin, Yunyan furrowed her brows and hinted to the idle 06 to find someone. 06 understood and quietly withdrew to the no man's land to begin a wide search. Shimi had only gone to the bathroom, but upon exiting, he was suddenly knocked unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black. His hands and feet were bound, and judging by the situation, he must have been hung up. His eyes were covered by a black cloth, and he furrowed his brows, struggling in vain. Stop resisting. I've finally caught you, a voice said, startling Shimi. He recognized it as Yunyan's voice, the one belonging to the death row inmate who tortured others. Damn, old man, let me go. Oh, don't be angry. I just want to be friends with you, and then we can have some fun, that's all. Who the hell wants to play with you? Let me go. You should know the rules of the group. And you should also know the rules of the fox. If you don't want to die a miserable death, let me go. Shimi calmed down now. He had to find a way to save himself. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't cause any trouble. The man laughed, of course I know. Or, I wouldn't have made a move. You still don't know, do you? The fox can't protect itself. Shimi was stunned, panic suddenly filling his heart. What do you mean? The man sat in a chair, lit a cigar, and said, That little guy I caught last time couldn't withstand the pressure and revealed his identity in no time. The fox is a cop. It's already exposed, and you won't have anyone protecting you anymore. Shimi's heart sank. Exposed? The last person captured? That was impossible. No one in the team's undercover had gone missing. The man smirked, gazing at him with infatuation, extending his hand toward Shimi, tearing open his clothes, and continuously roaming over his bare upper body. Shimi felt sick and wanted to vomit. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Get lost. The man laughed wickedly, picked up a whip from the side, and swung it hard. The whip, with barbs, struck Shimi, blood splattering and leaving a horrifying wound. Ugh! Shimi gritted his teeth, swallowing his cries of pain, sweat pouring out as his face turned pale. The man grinned maliciously, including you. White Wolf, you are also a cop. I've already handed all of this over to the boss. You're finished. Shimi's eyes, hidden under the black cloth, filled with bloodshot veins as he gritted his teeth. You're full of crap. Once I get down, I will definitely kill you. He knew that no matter what, he couldn't admit it because this might be a test. The whip fell mercilessly on him, and soon he was covered in wounds, his breathing becoming weak. The last few strikes landed on his face. The black cloth was torn and fell off, and Shimi lifted his head in a sorry state, gasping for breath like a starving wolf caught in a trap. His gaze was fierce, as if he could break free from the chains at any moment and tear apart the person in front of him. Upon seeing the situation before him, Shimi froze. Inside the factory, countless people were gathered, each looking fierce, guns aimed at the door. Above, a middle-aged man in a high-end suit looked at him with a half-smile, playing with a dagger in his hand. Outside the factory, the sound of cars could be heard. Shimi turned his head in pain and looked through the high window. The entire factory was surrounded by vehicles. The car doors opened, and a person he couldn't be more familiar with stepped out. Silver-white hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a fitted special operations suit, combat boots, and carrying a long knife on his back. Yunyan lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth, slowly walking towards the door. The sound of guns being loaded echoing incessantly. Shimi felt a sudden constriction in his breathing, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Yunyan, there's an ambush here. Don't come in." The man let out a harsh laugh, switching to a different whip. This time it had no barbs, but the leather whip tightened around his neck. The feeling of suffocation instantly overwhelming him. Ugh! The man seemed to enjoy it, watching with pleasure as Shimi's face turned red from asphyxiation, noticing his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Tears welled up in Shimi's eyes as he looked desperately towards the entrance, only to see Yunyan calmly walk in. An invisible barrier causing the bullets to drop in midair. The team members behind her, dressed in special combat uniforms, were like an impenetrable wall, completely unfazed by the bullets. Suddenly, the roof of the factory was breached, a fireball falling in, flames dissipating as a red-haired man stood among the crowd, his crescent blade roaring with flames. Then, 9 figures descended, like hungry wolves entering a sheepfold. It was sheer slaughter. Chapter 178. Extra. The police boss and her rookie boyfriend for this scene nearly terrified the criminals in the factory to the point where they could barely hold their guns. Yunyan walked in expressionlessly, glanced around, and upon seeing Shimi's situation, her pupils suddenly constricted, a chilling aura emanating from her. In an instant, her figure flashed towards Shimi, penetrating the crowd and appearing before the man. Behind her, those who obstructed her path turned into fragments in the blink of an eye, blood instantly staining the ground. The long knife was drawn, the whip turned to shreds, and the man stared in shock at his vanishing arm, falling to the ground and howling. Yunyan's expression was cold as she struck him with a knife at his temple, piercing through his head. She coldly said, "You're making noise in my ears." Shimi suddenly felt his neck loosen, a rush of oxygen flooding into his lungs, and he couldn't help but cough violently. The chains by his ears made a crisp sound, and he suddenly felt weightless. He fell into a warm and soft embrace, struggling to open his eyes. What he saw was Yunyan, tears in her eyes, filled with heartache and worry. "Shimi, Nishikawa Shimi, don't sleep. Hold on. Don't close your eyes." Seeing that she was okay, Shimi wanted to speak, but his throat was in excruciating pain, likely injured. His head felt heavy, and blood continued to flow from his body, making him feel increasingly cold. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for the officer." After saying this, Shimi completely lost consciousness. Yunyan's anger ignited in an instant. "Shimi, Nishikawa Shimi, what nonsense are you saying?" She turned her head to look above. "Fuyo, come here and give emergency aid to the emperor. Hurry." "Yes." Fuyo cracked the obstructive crowd with a whip, leaped down to Yunyan's side, took over Shimi, and a tender green light appeared in his hands as he began emergency treatment. Yun stood up and above her, a man watching with a dark expression. The two locked eyes, one above and one below. In an instant, as the man tried to escape, Yunyan swiftly placed one hand on the back of his head. She executed a powerful slam, and the man was forcefully pressed face down onto the ground, creating a small dent in the iron floor that resembled his shape. Yunyan grabbed his hair and slammed his head down repeatedly until blood covered the ground and brain matter spilled out. Only when a man's head was smashed beyond recognition did she stop. Standing up, she coldly shook off the blood on her hands and turned to look down. "Special Affairs Bureau, execute the case. Leave no one alive. Kill them all on the spot." "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, the criminals who thought they could escape death by surrendering suddenly lost their will to resist. This was the Special Affairs Bureau after all. Whenever the Special Affairs Bureau was mobilized, no criminal had ever left alive. They could even choose not to rescue hostages. Yunyan gently picked up Shimi and walked towards the door. For convenience, she specifically invested in establishing a Special Affairs Bureau in this world, dedicated to solving cases and tasks that the righteous path cannot handle. Similarly, as a form of convenience, they can use special means, which is to use divine power. However, according to the rules, they can only use 1/10 of their divine power to avoid causing panic among the residents. "Your Majesty," The situation with the Emperor and the Empress has stabilized, but they still need to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Otherwise, if there's another major hemorrhage, it will be too late. All right, you all wrap things up? Understood. Fuyo cupped his hands in salute and turned back to the factory. Yin placed the person in the passenger seat, one hand around him and the other on the steering wheel, speeding down the road. The sirens blared inside the car as vehicles quickly made way around them. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yin carried Shimi inside, shouting nervously, "Doctor, where are the doctors? Someone here needs emergency help." A dozen doctors rushed over, and upon seeing Yin's combat uniform, they instantly understood the identity of the person in her arms, quickly pushing Shimi into the operating room. Outside the operating room, Yin sat on a chair, her combat uniform stained with blood, her hands covering her face in distress. The surgery lasted a full 5 hours, until the red light turned green and the doctors emerged, exhausted. Yin quickly walked over, asking how the person was. The doctor showed relieved smiles, saying that they were out of danger now, and after a period of rest, everything would be fine. Yin breathed a sigh of relief, stumbling back a few steps. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. The doctors bowed to her, thanking her for their protection. We will also do our utmost to help the comrades inside recover their health. Yin looked at them, exhaling a breath. Thank you. When he woke up again, Shimi stared blankly at the ceiling, his nostrils filled with the smell of alcohol and disinfectant. He felt a hand tightly gripping his, and slowly lowered his head to see Yin holding his hand, asleep on the hospital bed. Shimi furrowed his brows. His body was in excruciating pain. He moved his hand slightly, and Yin suddenly woke up, looking up to meet his gaze, quickly sitting up. "You're awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Do you want some water?" Shimi stared at her in a daze, and when he spoke, his throat was hoarse and sounded terrible, like a broken bellows. Shimi closed his mouth and stopped talking. To be honest, he was currently discouraged by his own voice. Yin looked at his expression, breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to help him sit up, and let him lean against her. She took the water cup and placed it by his lips, carefully feeding him water. When she saw him gently shake his head, she finally put the cup down. A blush appeared on Shimi's pale face. He felt that his throat was much better and wanted to ask her what had happened later, but he was tightly embraced by Yin. Her trembling voice was in his ear. "I was so scared. I thought I really came too late." "You're okay. You're alive. That's so great." Shimi blinked, his body stiff, not daring to move. In his nose, the scent of her fir trees dispersed the pungent smell of alcohol and disinfectant. His eyes turned into the shape of incense coils. The distance was really too close. It used to be acting, but now it was completely different. Long, officer. Call me Yin. Silly. Yin, I'm sorry. I still ended up causing you trouble. Yin distanced herself from him and looked at him seriously. "No, Shimi is with me. It's not a trouble, not now. And not in the future." Shimi was taken aback, his face turning redder, his heart racing. Why is it suddenly so serious? What does this kind of confession-like statement mean? Yin looked at his shy and awkward expression and silently sighed. This guy is really a blockhead. You can't push people too hard. Yin loosened her grip on him, helped him lie down slowly, and said, "Rest well. You need to recuperate now. The bonus and task payment have already been transferred to your account, and your family has been notified by the Bureau. Everything has been perfectly wrapped up. You've worked hard on this task. It's my responsibility for pulling you into danger without permission and letting you get hurt like this. I'm really sorry." Shimi nervously held her hand and said, "No, it's not your fault. It's my own past that brought this on. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died that night. I should be thanking you. During that time, the commander taught me so many things and shared so much experience. You don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." Yin laughed and patted his hand, saying, Yin, I've told you so many times, no matter what. You're a newcomer in the police force and shouldn't get involved in such high-risk tasks. It's undoubtedly my fault. Just rest well, and I'll come back to see you later." Yin stood up, tidied the pillow, and tucked in the corners of the blanket before leaving. Soon, several people rushed in from the doorway, with Xuanmi leading the charge, tears streaming down his face. Shimi's temples throbbed, and then Xuanmi scratched his head in confusion, wondering where Commander Nangong was. "Huh? What did you say, Xuanmi?" Xuanmi looked puzzled. "Brother Shimi, you don't know? For the past 5 days while you were unconscious, Commander Nangong has been keeping vigil at the hospital, never leaving your side." Then he sat by the bed, looking at him with curiosity. "Brother Shimi, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Commander Nangong? How did you two meet? She's a big shot in the police force. No one has ever seen her care for someone like this." Shimi's eyes widened, and it took him a while to regain his composure. His face turned red, and he irritably asked, Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Have you been doing your tasks properly lately? Have you completed your patrols well? How's the report coming along? Each question was a blow, and Schwami silently shrank back and fell quiet. Shimi's heart raced, feeling his face burning and his ears hot. Chapter 179 Extra. The police big shot and her new police boyfriend after his family left. Shimi lay quietly on a hospital bed. In the evening, Yin arrived as promised, bringing fruits and a prepared nutritious meal. She sat by the bed, helping him lean against the pillow. Shimi looked at her with a flushed face, feeling both excited and a bit nervous. Could it really be as he hoped? Yin set the meal up, and Shimi saw her wanting to feed her. She instinctively reached out. I can do it myself. Yin looked at him disapprovingly. You've hurt your hand, and your arm is a bit fractured. Although you have good physical fitness and heal quickly, you can't exercise frequently. Be obedient, sit still, and I'll feed you. Shimi, under some strange influence, put down her hand and bit into the meat she offered, then suddenly blushed fiercely. What is going on? Why does this feel so much like feeding between lovers? Yin feeding speed was just right. He swallowed one bite, and the second was already at his lips. After eating a few bites of rice, Yin fed him a spoonful of chicken soup. By the time the meal was finished, he was just full enough without feeling stuffed. The portion was measured extremely accurately, creating an illusion that they had been living together for a long time. Yin had just packed up her lunchbox when her phone rang. She picked it up and casually tapped on it. A stern voice came from the other end. Director Nangong, where are you right now? Are you really leaving work right on time? Yin raised her eyebrows. It's time to get off work. What else can I do? You don't even pay overtime, besides. My boyfriend was injured on a mission and is in the hospital. Where can I go? The person on the other end obviously paused for a moment, their voice almost cracking. Are you saying that the one who got injured this time is your boyfriend? So you didn't leave a single one of those criminals alive? What else could I do? My man almost lost his life. Why should they still be alive? All right, fine. You go ahead and get busy then. Hanging up. Yin hung up the phone, and the person on the hospital bed was already unresponsive, staring blankly at her. Yin walked over, her arms propped on either side of his body, leaning closer to him. Shimi leaned back slightly, nervously watching her. The smoke curls around my lips. Shimi, I've already announced it to the public, so are you going to reject me? Shimi's face suddenly turned red. Yin frowned slightly and suddenly pressed her lips against his. Shimi's mind went blank, and he froze. The fleeting kiss left Yin at a distance, smiling mischievously. She wanted to refuse, but it was futile. Get some good rest and recover quickly. Yin got up to tidy up the things, looked up at the liquid in the medicine bottle, pressed the bell, and spoke into the intercom. Change of medicine in Special Ward Number 1. Shimi Futakawa suddenly came to his senses. Special Ward? Isn't that a ward unique to the Special Affairs Bureau? And it's number 1. He then stared blankly at Yin, who smiled and curved her eyes. Yes, you guessed it right. This is my exclusive ward, and you entered as a family member. Shimi Futakawa. Outside the ward, 06 was holding his stomach and laughing silently, thinking it was hilarious. Why is it that in both this life and the last, Futakawa always ends up being the one at a disadvantage? 06, huh? Futakawa was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, feeling helpless, yet unexpectedly sweet inside. Yin, you really are. Yin stood with one hand on her hip, the other hand shaking her phone. The contact information had already been added, and the note had been changed to boyfriend. She smiled, saying, I hope to see you at a higher place in the future. Keep it up. She put down her phone, walked over, and kissed his forehead, saying, be good. Sleep now, good night. Shimi was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed as she allowed her to help her lie down. Looking at her gentle expression, combined with that soft smile, she couldn't help but swallow. This guy is really too much. However, the medication was already inducing sleep, and being weak, Shimi quickly fell asleep again. After the nurse finished changing the 4, Yin came to take care of her, and only then did Yin leave. In the following days, Shimi did not see Yin again, and even her phone was unusually quiet. She couldn't help but feel a bit down, puffing her cheeks and staring blankly at the chat page between Yin and her. What is this? Suddenly disappearing without saying what she was doing? Suddenly, she seemed to realize that Yin was probably on another mission, right? Wouldn't that be dangerous? She couldn't help but worry, wanting to send a message, but afraid of disturbing her mission. Hesitating and indecisive, in the next second, Yin called with a video. Shimi's eyes lit up, quickly clicking to answer. Yin still wore that gentle smile, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. Darling, I can't come see you because of the mission. How are you feeling now? Because of her calling him darling, Shimi's face instantly turned bright red. and then she was left with only worry. I'm much better. Is your mission dangerous? Before Yin could say anything, the sound of an explosion came from behind, and Shimi widened her eyes in shock. Yin smiled, her forehead veins throbbing. Ah, darling, wait a moment, she said, then muted her device and turned to shout behind her. Can you all pay attention to the atmosphere? I've told you several times, stop using RG while I'm recording. If you scare the Emperor, I'll kill you all. The other underworld generals obediently admitted their mistakes and took away the RG, then started to tear the criminals apart. The underworld generals, we're just curious. It's not easy to wait for our turn to show off. Yin turned back, opened the microphone, and still wore that gentle look. Don't worry, these won't hurt us. Just take care of your injuries, and I'll be back in a couple of days. Okay, then when you come back next time, you can accompany me, Shimi said, her face getting redder, her eyes glancing at the movie tickets on the table. Yin blinked and smiled. Of course, if it's Shimi, we could do anything together. Receiving her response, Shimi smiled back. Although the wounds on his face had scabbed over, he still felt a bit anxious because they would leave scars. He was also afraid that Yin would find his scars ugly. But it seemed like she had never cared about them. Instead, she looked at the scars with a sense of heartache. One could even see the guilt in her eyes. While the two were sweetly video chatting, chaos erupted behind Yin. One by one, they looked like they had been affected by a red-eye effect. After hanging up, Yin turned with a half-smile and said, Can you all stop being so bloody? The Emperor hasn't experienced this in this lifetime. You all look shocked. How are you going to compensate for this? Then she waved her hand and directly blew up those criminals, giving each of her subordinates a good beating. Thus, when it came time to report tasks, the liaison office looked at the team members with heads full of bruises and still smoking, their faces dripping with sweat, and a question mark popped up in their minds. On the day Shimi was discharged from the hospital, Yin drove to the hospital, watching Shimi and her family walk out. Although there were still bandages on him, it was no longer a significant issue. Upon seeing Yin, Shimi's eyes lit up, but he shyly touched his neck. Jijin smiled and quietly led the children away to give him space. Yin walked over with the flowers and gave him a big hug, congratulating him on his discharge. Darling Shimi's face turned red. Although he was shy, he still embraced her. Unlike the acting in their missions, this was real, an embrace between them as a couple. Holding the flowers, Yin pulled him to the car, heading towards the cinema. Originally, Shimi was going to drive, but seeing the fatigue on Yin's face, she insisted that an injured person shouldn't drive. On the way, Shimi held the flowers and turned to look at her. Yin, you didn't just finish a mission and come here, did you? Yin blinked her eyes, not really counting it as such. It took some time to rush over from the liaison office. Liaison office? Where is that? Overseas. Nashikawa Shimi. So you came over without resting at all? Shimi was shocked, feeling a pang of bitterness and heartache in her heart, and also a bit touched. How could this woman be so damn charming? With a cigarette on my lips, I drove with one hand while using the other to light a cigarette. Just the thought of seeing Shimi made me want to go faster. Hearing this, Shimi blushed and turned her head away. After holding it in for a while, she finally blurted out, Smoking is bad for your health, so smoke less. Yin directly opened the window and threw the cigarette out. All right, then I won't smoke anymore and will quit. Shimizu Shimiya. So decisive. Yin lifted her lips and calmly said things that made people's hearts race and cheeks flush. No matter what Shimi said, she was willing to listen and willing to do it. It was great. Once again, the people around them were blushing. Chapter 180. Extra. The police boss and her rookie boyfriend. And the movie was a comedy, and Yin was different from usual. She actually hadn't watched many movies, and Shimi was an emotional person, so the two of them truly laughed happily in the cinema. Influenced by the atmosphere, they were in great spirits. After watching the movie, they enjoyed a beef hot pot together before getting in the car to head home. Yin glanced at the navigation and realized it was already so late. Shimi looked at her phone and said, Is it already 11 o'clock? It seems we need to be quieter on the way back. The clouds of smoke curl around the lips. Do you want to come home with me? Huh? Shimi widened her eyes. This development is too fast. Yin stepped on the gas, a victorious smile at the corner of her lips. It's so late. Won't going home disturb the family? Come back with me. There's a guest room at my place, and I live alone. Shimi's mind went blank, staring ahead in a daze. For some inexplicable reason, he was taken back home by Yin. Moreover, Yin calmly tidied up the house and brought out the new clothes and clean underwear she had prepared for him. They were all newly bought. Go take a shower, and then I'll help you change the bandages. Shimi took a shower, his mind completely empty, until he stepped out in just his underwear, standing in the guest room, and finally realized what was happening. He awkwardly grabbed the clothes and walking into the living room. he saw Yunyan preparing the ointment and gauze for changing. When she saw him come out, Yunyan smiled and waved. Shimi looked at her. Her long hair was casually draped down, still wet, and he frowned. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" Yunyan blinked and said, "Ah, air drying is fine too, I'm okay. But your head might hurt, right?" Shimi looked at her helplessly, recalling that during their previous mission, this person particularly disliked using a hairdryer. With no other choice, she walked to the bathroom and took out the hairdryer, deciding to dry her hair first. Yunyan sat in his arms with a smile, allowing him to gently blow on her hair. After that, she carefully helped him change the medicine and re-bandage it before urging him to go to sleep. Shimi sighed and helplessly walked into the guest room. As soon as he lay down, he felt something was off and then sat up with a flushed face. Yunyan was next door, drinking coffee and typing a report on her laptop. In fact, she hadn't finished her work. She simply wanted to keep him company and didn't want him to feel disappointed. The door opened, and Yunyan looked at him in surprise as he peeked in, then smiled. "What's wrong, Shimi?" Shimi looked at her with a complex expression. "Haven't you finished your work?" "Oh, you're talking about this? It's just a report. I'll finish it and then go to sleep," she replied. Shimi sat down next to her. Looking down, "You don't need coffee just to write a report, do you?" The clouds of smoke lingered, and she awkwardly put down her coffee. Then she was embraced, with Shimi burying his face in her neck. "Thank you for today. I really had a great time." Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and hugged his lean and powerful waist. "Isn't this what couples should do? Why thank me?" Shimi pressed his lips together, then for the first time took the initiative to kiss her lips. Yunyan's eyes darkened. Oh no, she wouldn't be able to control herself like this. To avoid scaring him, Yunyan only responded to his awkward kiss and then nestled in his embrace. Shimi lifted her up and lay her down on the bed. "I'll stay with you. This is also what couples should do, right?" Yunyan was momentarily stunned, then let out a low laugh. Okay, leaning against the pillow, she quickly wrote the report, though most of it was complaints about the logistic support. Shimi's eyes twitched at the corners. No wonder it was widely rumored that one should never let Director Nangong write reports, as whoever got assigned to it would be scolded. Not a single profanity was used, yet it was still quite vulgar. Perhaps due to just recovering and having played for a long time, Shimi couldn't hold back and fell asleep beside her, resting his head on her shoulder. Yunyan felt her shoulders sink and looked over in confusion, only to find that Shimi was already fast asleep next to her. She smiled, suddenly not wanting to berate those idiots anymore. After submitting the report, she used her divine power to place the notebook on the table, waved her hand to turn off the light, carefully helped Shimi lie down, pulled the blanket over him, and nestled into his arms. The person asleep instinctively tightened his hold on her, deepening the embrace. With his sweet and warm scent surrounding her, Yunyan closed her eyes. Only by his side could she truly have a good sleep. After that, Yunyan directly took him back home. Shimi returned to his post as well. Although he had experience with undercover missions, he and Yunyan unanimously decided not to participate in such tasks. Shimi preferred the patrolling missions, as he could help those in need, which made him very happy. The cousin duo collaborated once again. Yunyan was still the same, as usual, occasionally taking on long-term tasks. After each long-term task, there would be a 3 to 4 month long vacation to adjust. During this time, Shimi often returned home at specific times. Ever since they started living together, Yunyan had not dealt with household chores anymore. Shimi didn't let her do them, partly because he wanted her to rest well, and partly because he didn't want her to be so tired. Although he was a patrol officer, his position was very high. One could say that in this area, apart from a chief, he had the highest rank. 3 years passed in a row, and after returning from his last task, Yunyan received Shimi's marriage proposal. Seeing him nervously bite his tongue, Yunyan smiled and accepted his proposal, then worriedly checked his tongue, afraid he had bitten it too hard. Their wedding took place 3 months after the proposal. After that, they enjoyed a 6-month honeymoon, heading straight to Sanya with their luggage and family. Yunyan lay on the swimming ring, with Shimi by her side, while Shwani and the others played in the water not far away. Some onlookers were attracted by Yunyan's looks, but the next second they were warned off by Shimi's fierce gaze. One by one, they shrank back, puzzled and confused as to why such a beautiful woman would be with such a fierce-looking man. Moreover, this guy was covered in scars, even on his face. Was he really not a member of the underworld? After enough relaxation, the two ran off to surf again. After falling off the surfboard, Yunyan popped her head out of the sea, her waist being embraced by someone. Turning her head, she saw Shimi's gentle face. The two shared a kiss in the sea, with the evening sun shining on the water, casting warm golden light on them. Shwani and the others watched from a distance, all displaying happy smiles as they looked at the couple. Yunyan became pregnant in the 2nd year after her marriage. Looking at the man who treated her like a porcelain doll, Yun smiled helplessly. This scene was all too familiar to her. Then came the time of delivery, and Yun was already numb. This scene was even more familiar. In her first life, she had bitten through Shimi's arm, leaving a scar, and now it happened again. The key point was that it was the same arm in the same spot. However, this time, the little baby seemed to be worried about her mother's suffering and came out quickly. It was a girl. Far away in the underworld, the eldest son, Busi Chuang Singmu, watched his newborn sister in the water mirror, his eyes sparkling. As for the daughter, Shimi was practically maxed out on his daughter-slave attribute. And Yun was also indulgent and tolerant toward her family. Even so, their education was extremely strict. The daughter grew up in the love of her parents, lively and cheerful, with a strong sense of justice, and was equipped with both intelligence and martial prowess. When their daughter was born, Shimi recalled the memories of his past life. So later on, as he aged, while Yun's appearance remained unchanged, he revealed a knowing smile. Later, Yun disappeared from the mortal realm, and the entire Special Affairs Bureau vanished from the world in a final mission where they perished together with their enemies. At the funeral, Yun and others were given the title of martyrs, and everyone feared that Shimi would be severely affected. But only Shimi knew that she couldn't let others perceive her difference. So they had to part ways. On the day Shimi fell ill, the long-missing Yun appeared in the hospital room late at night. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Yun held his hand and gently caressed his face with her other hand. "How'd you been all this time?" Shimi opened his eyes, still looking at her tenderly. Yun smiled and said, "It's okay, right? That's good." Yun, just like in the previous life, leaned down on his chest, quietly listening to her lover's heartbeat come to a stop, and then she kissed his brow before turning and disappearing from the hospital room. In the realm of reincarnation, Shimi was yawning, sitting on a cloud and shaking his legs, when Yun hurried over. The two embraced once again, watching Shimi enter a new cycle of reincarnation. Yun stretched lazily and looked at his reincarnation position. What identity should I choose this time? While thinking, he prepared to find his partner. The deities nearby were like, "The Lord of the Underworld and his husband are really something. Can't you two just settle down and live in the underworld?" The two replied, "No, we haven't had enough fun with our new identities yet." Okay. Chapter 181 Extra. The Underworld Boss and her math teacher boyfriend. Have you heard? A family has moved near the immortal Chuan family, and they seem to be very powerful individuals. Is that true? Of course. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That luxury car, and when the head of the family appeared, that woman's aura was truly unforgettable. The women were chattering, while the person they were talking about had just moved into her villa. "Lord, this is a new investment project application." Yun sat on the sofa, and after looking through the copies sent by Xiao briefly, she decided to reject it, saying it was a simple pull and that they would cover the costs. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing through the window at the nearby buildings. It took her a long time to find a community that was not far from her lover's home and had independent villas. "Emperor, I heard that there was trouble in the black market today. It seems they caught a little child who was about to be abducted, and the child's brother went to confront them." "Oh, really?" Yun jolted awake, grabbing his coat and putting it on as he headed to the black market. "Who dares to commit such heinous acts on my turf?" "Yes, big brother." Shwani was pinned to the ground, tears streaming down his face. In front of him, Shimi wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, already bearing multiple knife wounds on his body. His originally delicate face was now marred by cuts, blood flowing down, making him look somewhat fierce and disheveled. "Shwani, don't be afraid. Brother will definitely save you," Shimi said, enduring the pain as he flashed a gentle smile at Shwani, hoping to soothe his brother's anxiety. "Ah, what funny things are you saying? This is the black market. I'm the one in charge here. What capability do you, an ordinary college student, have?" Shimi's face turned cold as he knocked down the person attacking him with a punch. "How will you know if you don't try? Dare to kidnap my brother. Do you think I'm easy to mess with?" The man's expression darkened as he waved his hand. "Get him." Yes. A group of men in black rushed at Shimi with knives, and in the next second, the door behind him was kicked open, crashing into the group. "Oh, how did I not know that my black market has changed hands? But it's you who calls the shots now?" The sound of synchronized footsteps came from behind him. Shimi turned around to meet Yun's lazy expression at the door, and in just one glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. Yun walked in with a smile that seemed neither here nor there, standing in front of Shimi. She gently raised her hand, and the men in black behind her swarmed in. The originally arrogant man suddenly wilted, and the little brothers in the room all dropped their weapons and obediently squatted on the ground. A click sounded as the guns were cocked. The 10 people who entered afterward all drew their guns, aiming at the man. Be big sister. Please, let me explain. Yun raised her hand, tilted her head slightly, revealing a devilish smile. I said before, here you can trade, you can fight, but you're not allowed to touch the bottom line of the law, right? The man's face turned pale, and Yun smiled, but it felt as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Drag him down. No, big sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please give me another chance. Yun rubbed her ears, feeling a bit annoyed. Oh, it's really noisy. The sound quickly disappeared, and then a gunshot rang out from outside, causing the little brothers in the room to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Shimi rushed towards her brother, untied the ropes binding him, and held him tightly in her arms. Although she was also scared, she still kept a vigilant eye on Yun. Yun sighed and said, I'm sorry. It's my mismanagement that caused you such harm. The two were taken aback, clearly not expecting the other to apologize. It's not that I didn't protect my own brother. It has nothing to do with you. May I take my brother and leave? Shimi forced himself to stay calm, his muscles tense as he contemplated how to safely take his brother away if the other party disagreed. Yun nodded and said, of course, and please let me take you to the hospital for treatment. Also, please be sure to accept this as compensation for both of you. The two looked numbly at the check that Yun handed over. Shimi shook his head and said, no need. Please accept it. Yun directly stuffed him in her arms and then dragged him away, being all fussy about it. Just take it, you've been hurt like this. What's wrong with me giving you some money? The crowd immediately looked down and suppressed their laughter. Sure enough, the one who could break the emperor's defenses was still the emperor's husband. Shimi had a complicated expression. It was clearly their first meeting. It was already so hard to talk. He could shake her off, but for some reason, he didn't want to and could only let her hold his hand, while he pulled his brother along to follow her into the car. In the car, the two brothers sat awkwardly in their seats, while Yun was chewing a lollipop, urging the driver, come on, can you drive faster? We're going to bleed out soon. Yes, I'll start speeding now. TSK, floor it. Big boss, if you press any harder, you'll hit the gas tank. Stop talking nonsense. If you talk back again, I'll hit you. Subordinate, Your Majesty, you're being unreasonable. The two brothers felt embarrassed on the side. Yunyan's earlier commanding aura of 2 meters 8 was now shattered into pieces. Xianmi couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, quickly covering his mouth with his hand, looking at Yunyan with a bit of fear. Shimi hurriedly shielded his brother, looking nervously at Yunyan. I'm sorry. My brother didn't mean it. Yunyan smiled and waved her hand. Oh, don't be afraid. It's just a laugh. What's the big deal? My name is Nangong Yunyan, and you? Shimi noticed that she really didn't care and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the person in front of him was indeed different from those in the underworld. I'm Nishikawa Shimi, and this is my younger brother, Nishikawa Jimmy. Hello. Jimmy shyly peeked out from behind Shimi. Yunyan gave him a friendly smile. I see. May I ask why you are in the black market? Jimmy clutched his clothes. My friend said he left something at that KTV just now, but he has something to do and needs to go home quickly, so he asked me to help get it. My brother came to pick me up, but as soon as I went in, I was held down by that group of people just now, and they said I had to pay them back, but I don't know them. The clouds and smoke cleared, and I realized the danger of making friends carelessly. I understand now. Swami, friends like this can't be associated with anymore. It's too dangerous. I got it. Swami looked at Shimi with teary eyes, full of guilt. I'm sorry, brother. Your wound is so serious. Along the way, he nervously covered the wound on Shimi's back, but it was just too much. Shimi smiled nonchalantly, enduring the pain as he raised his hand to ruffle Swami's hair. Brother is fine. In the future, when making friends, you must first understand what kind of person they are before deciding whether to maintain a long-term relationship. I remember. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand and continued to shout angrily at the driver. I told you to hurry up. It's been 5 minutes already. Is it really that slow to get to the hospital? The driver was nearly in tears. Boss, the nearest hospital takes at least half an hour. We still have 4 minutes to go. I'm really speeding. I don't care. Go faster. All right, I'll step on the gas. The two brothers were like. Given the injuries, he definitely couldn't go to school and had to notify his family. When the Fukushikawa family arrived, Shizumi was in tears, hugging Shimi and asking, how'd you get hurt like this? What happened? Fukushikawa's father, in this lifetime, was a good man who would collapse without his family. At that moment, he was crying like a tough guy. It was truly tragic. The two brothers didn't dare to speak, stammering. Yunyan stepped forward, looking guilty. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your son got hurt like this while trying to protect me from being robbed. I'm really sorry, and I'm willing to compensate. Do you think this is enough? When the check was handed over, everyone was stunned. How could this be? This is what my son should do. He is tall and strong. It's a good thing to act bravely. Miss, it's a blessing that you're okay. I can't imagine how tragic it would be if my son wasn't here to help you. Shizumi quickly returned the check, her eyes filled with pride for her son. Shimi and Jinmi looked at her in shock. Just now, a huge check was handed over. How could they return it? Chapter 182 Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend too, seeing that the other party refused to accept it no matter what, Yunyan immediately started crying. Damn. Is it really this hard to give money these days? Finally, unable to withstand Yunyan's tears, Shizumi accepted the check. Yunyan nodded in satisfaction to show my sincerity. I will come and take care of your son until he gets better. Everyone. Without giving them a chance to refute, she directly grabbed her bag and left, making a quick getaway. Shimi was stunned. He felt like he was being targeted. Since Shimi had just started college and was injured, Shizumi suggested taking a year off, but Shimi shook his head. Mom, I'll be fine in half a month. I don't need to take a break. However, it really looked serious. Are you really okay, Shimi? Yeah, don't worry. I'm really fine. Yunyan has a good grasp of the situation. Usually, she comes by herself, bringing fruits or gifts. When Shimi goes back to school, she only asks for his home address and occasionally sends him gifts for visits, never appearing at his school. The two have also exchanged contact information. Shimi inexplicably clicked on her moments, expecting it to be empty for someone like her. Instead, it was filled with travel photos, various food pictures, or shares of cats and dogs. Shimi felt that this person had a huge contrast. Ding. A message notification came through. Shimi exited moments and looked at the chat interface. It was a message from Yunyan, asking if he wanted to go out this weekend. Shimi thought for a moment and decided to agree to her request since he had nothing to do over the weekend anyway. Yunyan sent a location. A newly opened horror escape room, followed by a message. I just opened it. Come with me to see if there are any bad places. Shimi blinked, looking at the message, and suddenly felt a chill down her back, but still replied with okay. Then she felt a bit melancholic, thinking about the last time she watched a horror movie with her brother, which resulted in a sleepless night, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. When the weekend arrived, Shimi kept the appointment, and Yunyan arrived on time to pick her up. The two stood outside the escape room, and Shimi took a deep breath. Yunyan noticed his nervousness and chuckled as she patted his arm. Don't be nervous. Ahem. No, I'm not nervous. Let's go. Shimi's ears turned red as he cleared his throat to cover up his emotions and awkwardness. They walked in side by side, with Yunyan wearing a cheerful expression. The NC in here are all real ghosts, all pulled up from the underworld, emphasizing authenticity. To fully experience it, Yunyan tossed aside the walkie-talkie and decrypted it herself. For a science guy like Shimi, it was incredibly easy. While unlocking, she asked, "You have quite a few side jobs, huh?" Yunyan crossed her arms and looked at the photo beside her, poking at the little ghost inside. Are you okay? Anyway, my studies are all done, and since I'm just sitting here, your studies are all finished? You don't look older than me. Sorry, that was rude. It's fine, I skipped a grade. I'm 20 this year. With a calm face and a steady heart, Yunyan lied, while looking at the surveillance footage with a frown. All right, you old-timer, trying to act young. Ugh, don't be so pretentious. Shimi suddenly turned around to look at her, realizing she was indeed older than him. Can I ask, what is your educational background? I have a postdoctoral degree. Yunyan still had a smile on her face, while Shimi was completely petrified. Yunyan smiled dismissively, saying, I have many side jobs, you know. Well, it all depends on when I have the time to do them. It's great. It's not just a setback. It's a critical hit. Yunyan shrugged her shoulders. At her age, if she couldn't learn these things, wouldn't that mean she had lived in vain? After playing for a day, she had gone through all the styles and fixed all the bugs. Yunyan took Shimi to have hot pot and then sent her home. When they parted, Shimi blushed, rubbing her neck with her hands, and looked away with an unnatural gaze, asking, Can I ask you if I have any questions about my studies? Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then gave him a brilliant smile, of course. I'm more than happy to help. Shimi was momentarily distracted by her smile and, influenced by it, showed a relaxed smile in return. All right, thank you. You're welcome. See you. Okay. Watching Yunyan drive away, Shimi quickly returned home, determined to work hard on improving himself. In the days that followed, the most frequent communication between Yunyan and Shimi was him asking questions about his studies and topics he couldn't understand. Yunyan raised her eyebrows and explained to him in the simplest and most understandable way, directly opening up new ideas, until he graduated and started his master's degree. Their conversations finally included more topics about traveling. Unknowingly, their relationship grew closer and closer. The sense of relaxation from Yunyan made Shimi almost forget that she wasn't actually a very gentle or kind person. After all, she was in charge of the entire underground black market, a place beyond the reach of the law. He recalled a time when he was on a call with Yunyan. She was driving while he was at home reviewing for exams. They were on a video call, which made it convenient for Shimi to ask her questions. The conversation was going well until suddenly there was a loud crash. Shimi quickly looked up to see Yunyan's serious face. Sorry, Shimi. I might have to hang up for a bit. What? What's wrong? What happened? Shimi visibly tensed up. Yunyan smiled at him casually. It's nothing serious. Just a few little mice. I'll call you back soon. Then she hung up the phone. However, Shimi couldn't calm down at all. He hurriedly grabbed his jacket, put on his shoes, and rushed outside. Just moments ago in the video, Yunyan was on a high bridge. Shimi took the keys, hopped on his motorcycle, and revved the throttle as he sped off. He drove recklessly, his heart racing with anxiety. On this side of the cloud smoke, she glanced at the rearview mirror with her expression. Just now, someone had the audacity to try to ram her off the bridge. The corners of her lips curled up as she suddenly turned the steering wheel, forcing a car off the road, which plummeted straight into the sea. The two cars behind rolled down their windows, and someone emerged with a gun, opening fire at her. Yunyan raised her eyebrows, and an invisible barrier blocked the bullets, perfectly bouncing them back. The two cars behind her exploded on spot. Yunyan slowly stopped the car, leisurely opened the door, and leaned against the car body, the flames reflecting in her golden eyes. In front of her, several vans blocked the road, and a group of fierce-looking thugs got out, holding knives and leering at her. Miss Nangong, you are the only one here now. Do you still want to struggle? You've occupied that position for too long. As a woman, it's time to make way. Isn't it? A man wearing a big gold chain, smoking a cigar, and sporting a beer belly had a lewd expression. How about this? You come over and serve me well, and I might let you go back in one piece. What do you say? Yunyan raised his hand, unbuttoned the second button of his collar, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and tightened the laces of his short boots. He slightly tilted his head and, let me think, just based on you little mice? TSK, not very capable, huh? The man's expression darkened. You don't want to drink the good wine. Then drink the punishment wine. Get him, break his arms and legs, and then strip her. Yes, boss. Yunyan looked at the gangsters running towards him with knives or steel pipes in their hands, chuckled softly, opened the backseat car door, and drew out a long knife. He waved it casually, still smiling on his face. Oh my, how fierce before long. There were people lying all over the bridge, blood everywhere. The man sat on the ground in fear, continuously pushing himself backward. Yes, I'm sorry. You're still the boss. I won't dare again. Please spare me. Yunyan sneered, resting a knife on her shoulder, one hand gripping the man's hair, pulling him up from the ground. The man was a head and a half shorter than her. At this moment, being yanked by his hair and with his feet off the ground, he grimaced in pain. Yunyan tilted her head, her golden eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. Oh dear, if you say that, I might feel a bit embarrassed about ruining you. It's really giving me a headache. The man looked at her with a flattering expression, pleading for her to spare him. In the next second, a cold glint flashed, and the man fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm. The cloud of smoke from the knife was inserted beside his ear, looking down at him from a height. On the road, there are rules of the road. You all have committed quite a few murders, haven't you? The man was terrified and sweating profusely. She was right. He had long since violated the rules that Yunyan had set. Yunyan opened her mouth and smiled, revealing her small white teeth. That's good, then. Let's follow the rules and go redeem ourselves. The man's head was separated, and behind Yunyan, the gates of hell opened, from which a group of soldiers emerged. Yunyan's face was cold as she spoke Ly. Lock the souls, and take them away for redemption. Clean this place up, and have Bai Shao inform Su Shui and the others that things are sorted out at the police station. The subordinates took their orders. Soon, the area was cleaned up, leaving only the blood-stained concrete road. Chapter 183. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend, 3 Shirmi, drove fast and finally arrived at the high bridge, where she saw Yin squatting by the roadside, looking wronged with a cigarette in her mouth. Behind her were police officers, firefighters, and others dealing with the exploded cars and the raging fire. Shirmi hurriedly got out of the car, ignoring the vehicle that had fallen to the ground, and ran towards Yunyan. Hearing the noise, Yunyan looked up in surprise and stood up when she saw Shirmi. Just as she threw away the cigarette and was about to ask him how he got there, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, his trembling voice in her ear. That's great, you're okay, it's good. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and patted his back, apologizing for making him worry. Don't worry, I will be fine. Shirmi held her tightly, as if letting go would make her disappear. The flames flickering before them and the blood spilled on the ground made him break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, everything went dark, and he felt a soft, Warm touch on his face. Yun raised her hand to cover his eyes. Shirmi, be good, don't look at those. Shirmi's embrace was released, and Yunyan's hand covering his face was pulled down. Shirmi looked at her with a complex expression. Were these things today caused by your enemies? Yun raised her lips with a lazy smile on her face, looking no different than usual. No, she was not an extraordinary person, just a bunch of mice. Let's go. Don't you have an exam tomorrow? You need to sleep early today. Shimi let her pull him to the side of the motorcycle. Yun lifted the bike and then turned to look at him. After a long while, Shimi sighed, got on the bike, threw the helmet to her, and pointed behind him, "Get on. I'll take you back first. It will save you from squatting by the roadside like a stray cat." Yun smiled as she put on the helmet and sat in the back seat, but she kept a distance and didn't wrap her arms around his waist. Her hand just held onto his clothes. Shirmi frowned slightly, twisted the throttle, but didn't ride off. He just let inertia take over. Yun suddenly leaned onto his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. She was completely stunned. Shirmi curled his lips and held her tightly, thinking that if they fell, she would be the one to suffer. Yun blinked her eyes and smiled helplessly, thinking how this idiot had become a bit bad-hearted in this life. Then she tightened her arms around his waist, feeling him stiffen. Yun couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving with joy. Indeed, no matter how things changed, he was still that easily shy idiot. Shirmi's face turned red, and all the way. The wind couldn't disperse the heat on his face. Instead, he felt the spot where her arms wrapped around his waist was a bit hot. When they reached Yunyan's doorstep, they waved goodbye. Watching Yun open her bedroom window, she smiled and called out to him, "Good luck on tomorrow's exam." Shirmi chuckled softly, put on his helmet, twisted the throttle, and disappeared from her sight. The smoke curls as it rests on the chin, the head slightly tilted. Let the mad battle and the smoke go. There's no need to leave any survivors. They're just a bunch of rats. Living is just a waste of time. The subordinate obeys the order. Yun was soaking in the bath, replying to Shimi's messages. They had agreed that after he finished his exams, she would appear at the door and accompany him to try the new dessert. The exam started at 9 in the morning and lasted until 3 in the afternoon, covering 3 subjects in total. In the morning, after seeing Shimi off, Yun turned around and got into the car. After passing the building, she switched to a black SUV. They drove all the way to the wilderness, and everyone got out of the car. Yun crushed the lollipop in her mouth, took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and put it between her lips. Leaning lazily against the front of the car, she looked down at the man who was pushed in front of her. She placed one foot on the man's head, and with a bang, his head hit the ground. "Hey, I told you, right? No one is allowed to get close to that school. No one is allowed to get close to that neighborhood." Yun opened her mouth with a smile that seemed genuine yet not, stepping down forcefully. The man cried out, heart-wrenchingly admitting his mistakes, while Yun chuckled softly. "But you can't be entirely blamed. After all, you didn't expect me to come back alive." After saying that, she expressionlessly retracted her foot, turned around, and got into the car. "Ward, take care of it, and head to the South District. As you command." After a gunshot, the man's pleas for mercy vanished. Shimi was furiously writing in the examination room, while Yun was wreaking havoc in the South District. During lunch break, Shimi thought about finishing quickly so she could go have dessert with Yun. Yun was thinking about quickly getting rid of those damn mice so she could go back, take a shower, and change her clothes to pick up her husband for dessert. Bystander 06, otherwise you two would be a couple. Yun kept staring at the time on her phone, realizing that there was only an hour left until Shimi finished the exam, and she immediately felt anxious. "I'm really fed up. This is taking forever." With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a burst of black flames, leaving no room for hesitation, turning everything to ash. She turned around and used her divine power to teleport back to the villa, took 10 minutes to finish her battle shower, then changed into casual clothes, and used her divine power to dry her hair. Not wanting to drive, she decided to ride her motorcycle instead, conveniently taking an extra helmet with her. She parked outside the school, leaned against her bike, and popped a lollipop in her mouth while looking at her phone, the screen displaying her chat interface with Shimi. She kept staring eagerly until Shimi sent a message. "I'm done. I'm coming out now. Are you at the door?" The cloud of smoke curled around her lips. "I'm here. Come out okay, 1 minute." Shimi really took 1 minute, rushing out like the wind and stopping in front of her. Yun smiled as she handed him the helmet. Shimi was taken aback, then helplessly smiled and accepted the helmet, putting it on. Yun sat behind him, and the two headed straight to the dessert shop. At the entrance, Ihei and Iyong, who were with him, widened their eyes. So, Nishikawa ditched them just to go on a date with his girlfriend? The two exchanged glances, and Ihei, feeling awkward, shifted his gaze. In the end, he left with Yeong to go eat. Just 2 days later, the news broke out that Shimi and Yunyan were seen strolling in the park. Upon receiving the acceptance notice, Shimi was so excited that he directly picked up Yunyan and spun her around. Yunyan was momentarily stunned, then smiled and ruffled his hair. Once Shimi came back to his senses, he blushed and put her down. While she was ruffling his hair, he slightly lowered his head, and suspicious white smoke was rising from it. Bystanders watching couldn't help but chuckle. Yunyan wore a gentle smile on her face and softly said, "Congratulations, Shimi. You are one step closer to your dream." This ambiguous relationship, where they were more than friends but less than lovers, continued until Shimi successfully became a math teacher at the Demon Slayer Academy. That year, Shimi was 24 years old, successfully took on the role of a math teacher, and gradually found herself pushed to irritation by her students. Yunyan sat beside him, eating dessert while listening to him complain about the students. This reminded her of when she was still in the Demon Slayer Corps, and Shimi would complain about those team members being so weak they could be crushed like ants. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shimi looked at her in confusion, and upon seeing her smile, he couldn't help but blush, no matter how many times he had seen it. "What are you laughing about? I'm about to be driven crazy," Shimi said helplessly, but smiled along with her, the corners of his lips lifting as he propped his chin on his hand and pinched her cheek with the other. "By the way, you're clearly 2 years older than me, so why do you show no signs of change? You look even younger than me now." Yun blinked her eyes, tapping her chin with her fingertip. "Maybe it's because I love to smile and have a good attitude?" "What kind of reason is that?" Shimi looked at her, the violet in her eyes rippling. "Hey Yunyan. What's wrong? Be my girlfriend. I like you." Yunyan looked at him, watching as he finished speaking. His face flushed to an extreme, yet he was still nervously waiting for her response. She curled her lips and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Okay." Shimi turned completely red, almost steaming, and momentarily froze. After coming back to her senses, she reached out and pressed her hand against the back of her head, leaning in to place a kiss on her lips. It was very light, careful. Chapter 184. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend after confirming their relationship, Yunyan directly took him home, and Shimi moved into a villa not far from his house. As soon as they entered, Shimi's forehead was pounding as she looked at the group of men in black inside, her dead fish eyes staring at Yunyan. Yunyan awkwardly scratched her face and laughed. "Sorry, I forgot I had a meeting today." Shimi sighed helplessly, rubbed her head, and said, "Got it. I'll go tidy up the bedroom." "Where's the bedroom?" "The entire 3rd floor. Just take the elevator up." "Oh, I knew Yunyan was rich, but I didn't expect her to be this rich." Shimi puffed her cheeks and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. No exaggeration, an entire floor had just one door. Once she opened the door, she entered a bedroom of over 600 square meters. There were super large floor-to-ceiling windows, an indoor hot spring, and the most outrageous thing was the oversized Simmons bed, along with the latest model projector. Shimi numbly turned around and noticed there was also a walk-in closet and a changing room nearby. Speechless, she went over to tidy up the clothes. Turning to look at the bathroom, she discovered that she didn't know when men's toiletries had already been placed inside, all brand new and still unopened. Shimi was taken aback, a smile creeping onto her lips as ripples of emotion stirred in her heart. She continued to tidy up clothes and noticed in the changing room that there were also brand new, freshly washed men's pajamas. Everything for all 4 seasons was well prepared. One could say that aside from clothes for going out, Yunyan had already prepared everything else for him. Shimi was stunned, especially since the sizes of the clothes and shoes fit him perfectly. Then she glanced at the intimate clothing nearby, her face suddenly turning bright red. Trembling, she looked at the size, her head steaming. Covering her face, she squatted on the ground, thinking, seriously, how does she even know the size for this? She shifted her gaze aside, knowing very well how smart Yunyan was, recalling their senior year in college. Yunyan simply hugged him, directly revealing his measurements. He was so surprised that he widened his eyes and couldn't speak for a long time. After organizing his emotions, he couldn't suppress the wildly rising corners of his lips. He tidied up his things and took his pajamas to the bathroom. The meeting was such a headache that after enduring it again and again, I finally couldn't hold back anymore and scolded everyone under me one by one. Just as I was in the middle of a furious scolding, there was a knock at the door and the sound abruptly stopped. The door opened and Shimi poked her head in, asking, "Do you want some milk tea?" The tone in Yunyan changed. It was so gentle. "Drink, the same as usual, just a little sugar with a base of jasmine tea." "Got it." Click. The moment the door was closed, Yunyan immediately started cursing. The 10 generals of the underworld all looked like quails, wanting to cry but having no tears. Shouting in their hearts, Lord Emperor, please don't go. Come back quickly. Shimi went to have some good milk tea and desserts, then turned to sit down in the study in the bedroom, opening the notebook to start organizing the lesson plan. Next to him was the coffee he often drank, which Yin had prepared for him in advance. The Fushishun family was not short on money. It could be said that thanks to the compensation Yin received a few years ago, along with her discreet efforts to promote things, the businesses invested by the Fushishun family were making a fortune, and the family's wealth was substantial, so much so that calling them rich would not be an exaggeration. Yet, they still live a life not much different from before. All the money was either saved or spent on insurance. The rest, aside from living expenses, was left for the children to spend. With Shimi around, the younger siblings also learned to keep their wealth discreet and did not develop extravagant habits. It's not an exaggeration. When the family went out, they looked like an ordinary family. After finishing the lesson plan, Shimi stretched his stiff limbs, rubbed his neck, and went out, only to find that Yin was still in the meeting. He opened the door, looked over in confusion, and then was left speechless. In the conference room, everyone was drinking milk tea while listening to Yin analyze the market situation. Yin took a few sips and said a few words, then took a few more sips and continued. When she got tired of talking, she just skipped ahead and told them to go back and figure out themselves. Seeing Shimi come in, Yin blinked in confusion, and when she checked the time, it was time to kick people out. All right, that's enough for today. The rest, you can sort out yourselves when you go back. If you don't do well, just bring your heads here to see me. The crowd quickly fled, their speed so fast that it made Shimi click her tongue in surprise. With one hand on her hip, leaning against the table, she wondered how terrifying she must be to make them run so quickly. Yin was drinking milk tea, scratching his head, thinking it was tea really their fault. They were just too foolish. Then he grabbed his hand and walked outside, asking if they should order some barbecue to eat tonight. It just so happened that he bought a new projector. Shimi raised an eyebrow, then asked if they should drink a little more. Oh, not bad. You're quite on point. Huh, I still don't know what you're thinking. Drinking is fine, but not too much, or I'll get a headache. All right, just a little. Okay, should we order now? It's already past 6. Order. Tomorrow is a day off. We can sleep in. No way. I still have my daily exercise. I need to maintain my figure and health. Starting tomorrow, you should get up with me. Wow, devil. Who are you calling that? The two began to playfully wrestle with each other. Shimi suddenly picked him up and walked towards the sofa, while Yin wrapped his arms around his neck, smiling as he leaned up to kiss his cheek. Shimi froze for a moment, then turned to kiss her on the lips, deepening the kiss. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time, and now it was finally happening. To outsiders, Shimi seemed fierce and aggressive, but he reserved all his tenderness for his family and Yin. Yin, having nothing to do, casually took a job at the Demon Slayer Academy and became an English teacher. Upon entering the office for the first time, Shimi's eyes widened. Yin smiled brightly at him, directly went over and hugged him. Sunrise, Shimi. Shimi widened her eyes slightly, then smiled helplessly. One hand wrapped around her waist, and the other rubbed her head. It was indeed quite a surprise. The others in the room looked at them in shock, and Ehei stared at him with dead fish eyes. Busujima, you are too much. Shimi looked at him in confusion, pointing at herself and asking, Huh? What did I do? Ehei's face darkened, and Tsubramu, also unhappy, stuck out his tongue. You actually flaunted your love in public. Have you considered our feelings? Exactly. Ugh, Busujima. Although I'm happy for you, Rengoku also thinks dog food is not tasty. Shimi looked at them speechlessly as they criticized her, then wrapped her arm around Yin's shoulder, looking cheeky. All right, you guys are right. If one ignored his flushed ears, Yin would really think this person had changed his character. Successfully taking a seat next to him, Yin looked at the exam papers in front of her, and a black line appeared on her forehead. On the first paper, she only got one question right. Yin curiously looked to see who had answered the questions, only to be stunned. Very well, it's you Inosuke Hashira, the most stubborn one in the first life. In this life, you're messing around with foreign languages. Next page, got a third right. Yin looked at the name Zenitsu Agatsuma on the test paper, helplessly facepalming. What on earth are these two doing? Then she saw Tanjiro and Nezuko's test papers and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, as expected of the Kamadu siblings, their grades are outstanding. Next was Jinya S, and Yin looked pleased. He got them all right. Full marks. Brother Jinya, you did great. After grading the papers, she separated the failing and excellent ones. With a half smile, Yin took the textbook and test papers and left. When she closed the door, everyone felt the entire teaching building tremble. Sanemi sighed in relief. Just now, the dark aura around Yin was almost palpable and had shocked him into holding his breath. Then the next one to get this angry would be him. Everyone looked at Sanemi, who left slamming the door, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "No wonder they are a couple. They really are cut from the same cloth." Chapter 185. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend 5, Yunyan, habitually drank milk tea while biting the straw, correcting homework at lightning speed with her other hand. Xiang Naihui stretched lazily, leaning back in her chair, and said, I've finally finished grading. Yunyan Shan, do you want to go to the CAF together after work? Sure, Shimi has to stay behind to patrol today, so I can just bring back some desserts. Yunyan accepted her invitation with a smile, unknowingly spreading a wave of dog food. After 3 months on the job, Yunyan had already blended in with everyone. Watching her friends from the first life living happily at this moment, Yunyan felt comforted. In her previous life, most of these friends were just kids when she and Shinmi first met. Receiving a response, Kanahui didn't care about the dog food. Instead, she happily picked up her phone to contact her younger sister. Kochu Shinobu really enjoyed chatting with Yunyan. Among her favorite teachers, besides her sister, it was Yunyan. Upon receiving the news, Kochu Shinobu picked up her phone, shook it in front of Shinmi, revealing a professional fake smile, and looked extremely pleased. Shinsho Shinmi. Shinmi glanced speechlessly at Kochu Shinobu, handed her the test paper, and returned to her seat. Kochu Shinobu had excellent grades and often scored full marks on her tests. For her childish behavior, Shinmi could only smile helplessly. In the office, the good sisters chatted happily, while in the hallway, the shouting of Shinmi and Inisuk was deafening. The two in the office quietly opened the door, peered out, and saw 2 figures rush past, leaving only a gust of wind. Kanahi and Yunyan exchanged a glance and silently closed the door. Yunyan strolled towards the school with desserts in hand, and a message notification popped up on her phone. After taking a look, she quickened her pace. Finally, she stood at the school gate, watching Shimi walk out quickly. The first thing they did upon meeting was Shimi raising her hand to adjust her scarf. Seriously, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm going to get lost. It's so cold out. Standing still outside like this will give you a cold. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long. TSK, I'm not one of those weaklings. This little bit of cold won't freeze me. Next time, there's no need to rush so much. Your face is all red from the cold. Yunyan slightly raised her head to look at him, her cheeks resting against his warm palms. She lifted her hand to rest on the back of his hand, and Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed. Snowflakes floated in the air as they walked hand in hand through the snow, Shimi carrying the desserts she had brought back. They passed a small restaurant and went in for a late-night snack. On the way home, they bought hot milk tea and roasted sweet potatoes, enjoying the simplicity of it all. Upon returning to the villa, Yunyan received a phone call, and her originally sunny face instantly turned clouded. Seeing this, Shimi could only look at her with concern, afraid of disturbing Yunyan, and took his notebook to the study to prepare lesson plans. Yunyan sat on the sofa, her whole figure engulfed in shadows, with the living room unlit and her bangs covering her face. Crossing her legs, she pulled out a cigarette from the side, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her fingers gently tapping on the armrest. The phone rang. Her golden eyes coldly glanced at the phone before she answered. Placing it to her ear, her voice languid, "Hello." A voice on the other end came through, old and somewhat deliberately provocative, the head of the black market. "I didn't expect it to be a little girl. Judging by your voice, you can't be very old. Have you graduated?" The smoke curled around her lips, and a fleeting coldness flashed in her eyes. "It sounds youthful, but if we count by age, I am the ancestor of your ancestors. There are too many to count. I'm afraid even all your dozens of ancestors combined don't surpass me. You little brat who hasn't even grown a hair, yet really dares to speak to me like this." The other side was clearly furious, but the conversation was interrupted by gunfire and explosions. Yunyan looked at her phone, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of her lips. She got up, took the black trench coat from the side, and without saying a word, sent a message. Driving at breakneck speed, Shimi stared at the information on her phone, standing in front of the bed, her eyes fixated on the sports car leaving the villa. Sitting by the window, she waited until the next morning. As soon as Yunyan entered the bedroom, she saw Shimi slumped over the table, a cold cup of coffee beside her. With a helpless sigh, Yunyan tossed the bloodstained trench coat into the trash can and gently went to take a shower. Shimi vaguely heard the sound of water from the bathroom, rubbing her aching temples as she sat up, her neck stiff and sore, drowsily looking towards the bathroom. She walked over and knocked on the door. "Yunyan, what did you come back?" Hearing his shout, Yunyan lifted her gaze, suppressing her fierce aura. The hostility in her eyes was replaced with gentleness. "I'm sorry, Shimi, for making you wait so long. Shimi pressed her lips together, twisting the doorknob. In response to Yinyan's confused expression, she appeared before her with a darkened face. I can smell it. Are you hurt? There's a strong scent of blood. Yinyan hadn't taken off her clothes at all. She was soaking in the bathtub. Hearing this, she smiled helplessly and said, I'm fine, but I'm a bit frozen and my clothes got soaked and stiffened in the cold at night. I can only use this method. Shimi's expression darkened even more as he closed the door and left without a word. Yinyan blinked and let out a soft sigh. She quickly tidied up, took off her clothes, changed into a bathrobe, and hurried out of the bathroom to find Shimi. As soon as she went downstairs, she heard noises coming from the kitchen. Peeking in, she saw Shimi wearing an apron, cooking ginger soup while making warm porridge. Knowing Yinyan's nature, Shimi spoke without turning around. If you're out, come sit down. What are you peeking around for? Trying to be a thief? Yinyan chuckled lightly upon hearing this, walked over, and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Her face pressed against his back. There is nothing wrong with being a thief after all. Shimi would never refuse to be stolen away by me. Shimi sighed, confirming that he was already ripe, turned off the fire, and turned to hug her. I give up on you, back when we were in the Demon Slayer Corps. Why didn't I see you being this worrisome? Yinyan raised her head, looking at him eagerly. Remembering again? Shimi raised an eyebrow. Yes, the first life, the last life. All remembered. Then he pinched her face. You know, I can use the breathing technique now too. About last night's thing, take me along next time. Don't leave me alone at home anymore. Remember? I know. Shimi, em hungry. TSK, fine, let us eat. After eating, let us go to sleep. Let us go to sleep. I waited all night, I'm exhausted. After they finished eating and got ready for bed, Shimi hugged Yinyan and gently said, hey, take me to explore the divine realm. Okay? Yinyan closed her eyes and burrowed into his arms. Okay, I'll take you to see not just the divine realm, but also the immortal realm and the demon realm. We'll visit all the beautiful and fun places. Shimi smiled and kissed her on the forehead. Sleep now. Then, the two of them magnificently forgot about taking a leave of absence. At the office, Bei Mingyu was crying while writing leave letters for the two of them. Chapter 186. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend end. The peaceful days finally welcomed the long holiday. Yinyan was chewing on a lollipop, eagerly watching Shimi, who was getting out of bed and getting dressed. Shimi, it's vacation time. Shimi glanced at her and smiled helplessly. I've already booked the tickets and packed my luggage. We're going to the place you mentioned last time, Sonya. Yay. As expected of Shimi. Super reliable. Shimi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, her pajamas open. She glanced at the clock. Their flight was at 3 in the afternoon. You can stay in bed for another half an hour. I'll go make lunch. All right. After they finished lunch, the two of them lingered at home for a while before calling the driver to take them to the airport. Ming Bing, with his dead fish eyes, watched them leave and sighed silently. Life is not easy. He thought, Ming Bing, why not be the driver? Bai Xiao, sitting in the passenger seat, pushed up her glasses and said, all right, let's go back. It's so nice that the Emperor and the Empress can happily live together. Ming Bing looked at her and said, Lady Bai Xiao, when will you and Lord Shui become a couple? You two have been dragging this out for too long, haven't you? Bai Xiao replied, Ten ugh. Stop talking and drive your car. Why are you so nosy? Are you my mother? Okay, whatever you say. Bai Xiao blushed and turned her head to look out the window, her eyes flickering. It was all that idiot Shui's fault for making her the subject of teasing. When they met up with everyone at the airport, Yinyan finally realized, wow, everyone was here. On the plane, they all synchronously put on masks and earplugs to sleep, only coming back to life after getting off the plane. The hotel had ocean view rooms, and everyone quickly returned to the hotel, changed into their swimsuits, and rushed to the beach with their gear. Yinyan, wearing a dark blue bikini, glides freely on a surfboard through the waves, with Shimi closely following behind. As they pass through the waves, both jump into the sea together, surfacing moments later. Just as Yinyan wipes the water off her face, she suddenly falls into a warm, strong embrace. Turning to look at Shimi, they share a laugh as their eyes meet. Meili is lying on a float, while Ihei stands guard nearby, casting a death glare at those who look their way, and Damaru issues a warning sound at them. Akizaru is grilling skewers on the shore with the Tsutomu brothers, while Yuzui calmly applies sunscreen for his wives. Haimiyu, Hayumi-ai, and the butterfly sisters are playing in the sand, while the water calling group is splashing around in the sea, and the 5 little ones are running around chaotically. Yinyan joined the ranks of the lying flat swimming circle, and Shimi was responsible for holding her swimming ring. When some men cast lewd glances at them, Shimi shot a glare over, scaring them away immediately. Yinyan took off his sunglasses and patted Shimi's shoulder. Shimi, I want to go diving. Okay, I'll go rent the equipment. Why bother with all this? Come on, let me take you to experience the shock of divine power. He flipped over and jumped into the water, pulling Shimi along. Shimi greeted Ahei and the others, allowing Yunyin to drag him away. Once submerged, Yunyin could naturally breathe freely. He used one hand to form a seal and sent it into his body, awakening the divine essence. Shimi tentatively took a breath and found it no different from being on land. He widened his eyes in surprise, while Yunyin wore a smug expression. The two held hands and swam toward the sea. Fish swam past them, and Shimi curiously reached out, accidentally encountering a pufferfish, a rather aggressive creature. Yunyin was laughing uncontrollably while covering her stomach, and Shimi was swimming and angrily growling. I just touched you once, damn it. Is it really necessary? If you keep chasing me, I'll roast you and eat you. The cannibal fish head was tough, but in the end, it was directly sent to the afterlife by Shimi with a swift chop. Yunyin was still smiling, but when Shimi looked behind her, he was so scared that he quickly swam over. Seeing his anxious face, Yunyin turned back in confusion, and a shark was slowly swimming towards them. Perhaps it was hungry, or perhaps it was curious. It opened its big mouth wanting a bite, but in the next second, the whole fish froze. The smoke-like smile is neither a smile nor a frown. Behind her unfolds the phantom of a divine dragon. Why don't you give it a try? The shark suddenly hits the brakes and turns to run away. Shimi swims to her side, watching the shark flee in panic, and silently breathes a sigh of relief. The two hold hands, either poking at octopuses or playing with starfish and sea turtles in the ocean. The most outrageous part is chasing the shark all over the place. After playing around with dolphins, they dive into a school of fish, fully immersed in the fun. Finally, they ride the dolphin back, swimming on their own as they approach the tourist area. That night, as fireworks burst in the sky, Shimi kneels before her in front of everyone, holding a diamond ring. Despite the memories returning, her face still turns red. With eyes full of tenderness and passionate love, he asks, "Ne Yunyin, will you marry me?" Yunyin looked at him, smiling as she reached out her hand. I do." Shimi revealed a radiant smile, helping her put on the ring. The two embraced, and seeing his slightly red eyes, Yunyin felt her heart filled with happiness. Yay, that's great. We finally witnessed the happy moment of Mr. Immortal Chuan and Sister Yunyin. Not bad, Immortal Chuan. Namu, it's really wonderful. May you always be happy. Everyone laughed and offered their blessings, as they already had memories from their past lives. It was just a chain reaction. The second month after returning, the wedding was held, and Shimi shed tears once again at the ceremony. Yunyin smiled helplessly, her eyes full of happiness. This man really, having been married 3 times, how could he still cry at the wedding? Far away in the underworld, the two siblings watched the water mirror with teary eyes, biting their handkerchiefs, and exclaimed in unison, "Mom and Dad's love. It's so wonderful." Beside them, Zai, who was busy working side, this life is really enough. Who was busy working side, this life is really enough. In this lifetime, the couple decided not to have more children. Once back in the underworld, Shimi walked beside Yunyin with her arms crossed, saying, "It's been a long time since we came back. It's been a long time since we came back. I wonder how Xingmu and Cece are doing. I can't guarantee anything about her son. He should bear more responsibility." As they walked and chatted, the two children rushed over from a distance and tightly hugged them. In unison, they called out, "Mom and Dad, welcome home." The couple was momentarily stunned but smiled and hugged their children tightly, replying, "Yes, we're back." Not far behind them were the original group of people. Yunyin smiled and waved at them, saying, "Welcome to the underworld's Jiuyo Empire." Everyone laughed. Here, not only was there the Chanshu family, but also the comrades who had fought alongside them were gathered at this moment. The bright eyes of Yunyin sparkled as everyone arrived. Next came Meili, her face full of... But the comrades who had fought alongside them were also gathered at this moment. The bright eyes of Yunyin sparkled as everyone arrived. Next came Meili, her face full of... The clouds of smoke curl up to my lips, but before that, let's first feel the joy of the 9 nether. The clouds of smoke curl up to my lips, but before that, let's first feel the joy of the 9 nether. My sister and I are leading the way for our uncles and aunts. Yay! Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Leaning against Shimi with one hand on her waist, Shimi looked down at her, and they exchanged smiles, a moment they hadn't experienced in a long, long time. This scene had been separated from them by hundreds of years. Back then, they were just in their teens or early 20s, and the place where they first gathered, filled with their dreams and beliefs, still exists in the world, preserving their precious memories.